Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A pot of stew bubbles gently on the stove. At the kitchen counter, a young woman diligently chops vegetables to prepare the meal. She carefully tastes a spoonful of the hot soup to judge its flavor. A woman cautiously steps into a dark room, pausing as light streams behind her. Sitting beside a sleeping boy, a girl attempts to rouse him from slumber. A woman wearing an apron urgently shakes a man awake to prevent him from being late. Suddenly jolting awake, someone calls out loudly for their father. A character is stunned by a sudden, critical realization. A young man abruptly sits up in bed, visibly shocked. He scratches his head and smiles sheepishly after recalling something. A girl smiles with calm confidence. A woman in an apron calls everyone to breakfast. 2 months earlier, a pivotal event involving a dad contract occurred. A new daughter has entered his life. A mysterious rift suddenly appears in the city center, shocking and frightening bystanders. 2 men recoil as a crackling energy barrier materializes before them. Monstrous creatures pour into the city through a glowing rift, overwhelming ordinary humans. 2 armored figures stand ready to battle the looming monster. A gloved figure examines a glowing status window to assess their abilities. A group of armored fighters prepares for another intense round as one confidently accepts the challenge. After 3 years of intense study, he remains a normal, non-awakened citizen preparing for a government job. A new office worker nervously answers a coworker's question about a report on his first day. A superior angrily reprimands Dojin for his mistake while Dojin bows and apologizes. He receives his first official task after a year of waiting, feeling a surge of anticipation. Walking through a dimly lit street, the young man suddenly senses something unexpected. A man in a suit is startled as a mysterious structure suddenly emits a bright glow. A person is struck by a truck on an empty city street at night. The protagonist recoils onto the ground, shielding his face in reaction to sudden pain. He opens his eyes to find himself in a strange, bustling world as unfamiliar faces watch in surprise. Masked warriors engage in a chaotic sword fight inside a grand hall. The protagonist is struck by a powerful attack, collapsing in pain after yet another fatal blow. He relives the pain of his past memories repeatedly. He gained a special skill upon awakening in MURIM. Using the pocket watch skill, time rewinds to the previous day whenever he dies. A young man charges forward, raising his weapon to strike with full force. He stands his ground with sword raised as attackers relentlessly charge him again and again. After numerous trials, he sits triumphant atop a shattered pillar, victorious over his fallen enemies. Dojin's fearsome reputation as Heaven's Demon spreads throughout MURIM. At dusk, a battered man reflects on his conquest of the central plain. Covered in dirt and blood, a young man admits he has nothing left as he stares into the distance. He looks down, eyes wide in shock upon suddenly realizing something unsettling. He abruptly returns from MURIM to his original reality. He leaves the clinic unfazed as medical staff express concern. 2 medical staff discuss a critically injured patient who survived a 17-hour surgery after being hit by a cargo truck. Standing in the busy city, a man realizes it will take time to readjust to life in Korea. He reviews his maxed-out stats on a glowing status screen, reflecting on his current strength. Grimly examining his blood-stained hands, he reflects on the violence endured in the central plain. A man recalls enduring unimaginable betrayal and countless deaths. Someone cautiously steps forward onto a tiled walkway. Standing outside the building, he longs for a peaceful and ordinary life. The scene shifts to Seoul City Hall on a calm morning. 3 office workers freeze in shock as something unexpected unfolds nearby. A man urgently checks if someone is alright after a sudden incident. A young man confidently assures 2 others of his well-being while one observes that he looks normal. A surprised man notices the younger man no longer stutters and questions him about it. A colleague comments on the man's improved physique and noticeable transformation. A man reacts in shock as he notices the other's sudden increase in height. A suspicious man challenges the other's identity, demanding proof of who he really is. A young man in a suit admits he has changed but insists he is still the same person. One office worker admits he can't remember his seat after the accident, revealing memory loss. A skeptical office worker questions another's identity and doubts their claim of memory loss. A woman compliments the man's appearance while another instructs someone to fetch the fingerprint ID scanner. A cautious authority figure demands that someone verify their identity by placing their right thumb on a scanner. A hand swiftly snatches the device, escalating to tension. The group confirms the identity of the Rift management employee. 3 employees confront the anxious man as his identity is reconfirmed. Tension rises as someone demands the group repeat their actions. 2 coworkers quietly discuss a colleague's sudden dramatic change, speculating about his claimed memory loss. A man questions the man's unusual growth spurt, while a woman laughs off his concerns. A frustrated newcomer in a suit asks for directions to his seat in the office. A cheerful man urges his colleague to go home and get some rest. A man firmly instructs someone to return to work the next day after being reported sick. One man insists on giving another a ride home, but his offer is firmly refused as others watch. A calm blue sky dotted with soft clouds sets a peaceful atmosphere. A man in a suit walks toward an apartment building, prepared to enter. A determined young man quietly descends a staircase. A hand quickly inputs a code on a digital keypad to unlock a door. A man in a suit anxiously fidgets with his fingers. Hesitating at a locked door, a man struggles to remember the passcode before entering it. Startled by a sudden noise, the man quickly turns to the intercom, demanding the visitor's identity. He looks down with wide eyes, startled by something unexpected. A surprised girl cautiously opens the door and stares at the shocked man. An anxious young man in a suit demands to know the identity of the person before him. A girl opens the door and is shocked to see a man standing outside. A nervous young man in business attire confronts an unseen presence, demanding to know their identity. The scene shifts to a quiet apartment building under a clear sky. They sit across from each other in tense silence at the kitchen table. A young man quietly drinks from his mug, lost in thought. A young woman hesitantly questions a surprising revelation about her older brother. A man at the kitchen counter questions the nature of someone else's family relationship. A young woman responds energetically in the kitchen. A man recalls a tragic accident that left someone homeless and explains how he offered to take them in. A young girl cheerfully confirms she entered the apartment using the passcode she was given. A young man pauses, questioning if they've met before. A nervous girl admits this is their first meeting in person. A man sits at the table, asking if there is any other family. A young woman confesses that with her mother being an orphan, she has no one else to rely on. A man discovers a decorated omelette on the kitchen counter and examines it with surprise. A homemade omuris is served as a thoughtful meal for someone returning from work. A young woman hesitantly refuses to take someone in. The young woman urgently protests, leaning forward as she challenges the other's claim. A young man examines a mysterious object held out before him. Two characters discuss the possibility of one staying at the other's place, with one offering help and the other hesitantly declining. A woman reacts with shock as a man explains he was recently hospitalized after a car accident and has just been discharged. Sitting tensely at the table, the young man admits he is struggling with memory problems. A worried woman asks if the man is alright, but he calmly reassures her that he is completely healthy. Worried about memory problems, a person struggles to wash a cup as water spills over. A man admits he is struggling with his own life and unable to care for anyone else right now. A young woman freezes in shock, unable to respond. In a panic, the girl urgently proposes making a contract. He turns his head in surprise and questions the mention of a contract. A young woman urgently asks him to become her father until she graduates. A young man reacts with shock to unexpected news. A young woman urgently grabs the man's arm and insists on helping him manage daily tasks because of his memory problems. Someone desperately begs to be allowed to stay until graduation, clutching the front of another's shirt. A girl clings to a man's arm, pleading to stay with him another half year until she can move into the dorms. He carefully evaluates the situation and realizes the conditions are better than expected. He considers that adjusting to this world will take time and thinks about asking for help if needed. The young man weighs the benefits of the proposal, considering it a win-win situation. A serious man in business attire prepares to draft a contract, signaling the start of a formal agreement. A startled girl recoils in shock at the mention of a contract. A serious man writes intently at the table while a surprised woman watches him. A hand slams down on the document, signaling a sudden decision. A detailed contract outlining living arrangements and responsibilities is presented and explained. Startled by sudden instructions, the young woman clutches a paper and responds anxiously. A young woman anxiously scans a document in the kitchen, insisting quickly there is nothing she wants changed. A young man presents a pen, requesting a signature on the document. A girl struggles to hold back her tears. One person requests support in the kitchen, while another eagerly accepts. A girl asks if she should start calling the other person her father, and he gently agrees. One character encourages the other to speak informally, and the request is accepted. Yoonhee observes someone adapting quickly and looks impressed. A young woman accidentally interrupts a muscular man changing. A girl recoils in shock, covering her mouth as she reacts to a sudden event. A woman accidentally walks in on a man while he is changing, quickly apologizing and covering her face. He quickly turns with a wary expression upon unexpected news. A young woman mentions the fridge is nearly empty and suggests going grocery shopping. A man adjusts his clothes and responds as a woman stands in the doorway. A man hands over a bank card for someone to use. A young woman reacts with surprise upon discovering something unexpected on the card. A young woman suggests visiting the nearby grocery store together to help him recover his memories. Dojin calmly agrees to join forces and suggests they go together. The scene shifts to the quiet entrance of Handsome Mart, establishing the setting. While shopping, a woman suggests making vegetable dishes based on the man's eating habits as they notice pork belly on sale. A girl smiles and expresses gratitude to Yoonhee. Two people suddenly cross paths in the hallway and startle each other. A sudden disturbance startles one character while another calmly assesses the situation. Shadowy energy bursts as terrified civilians scramble to escape. A hand swiftly grabs a holstered gun, signaling immediate danger. A young woman urgently warns someone to escape while pointing her gun at a newly appeared rift. Someone swiftly draws a handgun, readying for sudden action. A young woman warns her father to escape as she aims her gun at the approaching rift. A furious monster roars as ominous energy crackles behind it. A goblin bursts into a convenience store, panicking civilians as they flee. A young man hesitates in silence, avoiding eye contact. A handgun is fired, filling the scene with a sudden flash. A girl with fiery hair fires downward, shattering the glass floor in a burst of light. A monster is struck by a magical beam as two terrified people cower. A monstrous figure staggers backward, stunned and severely wounded. The goblin collapses, fatally wounded and motionless. The group reacts with relief upon hearing a nearby hunter killed the goblin. A woman lowers her gun in relief as the man realizes she is a hunter. A young woman scolds someone in front of vegetables, worried about possible injury. A girl narrows her eyes skeptically, questioning the sincerity of the apology. Someone affirms Yunhee's statement. Investigators document the aftermath of a goblin attack with no casualties. A police officer approaches the protagonist and asks if he handled the goblin. A man confesses that his daughter was responsible, startling the young woman. A young man suddenly realizes something important. The young man leans forward, jokingly asking for personal information, including an ID, phone number, address, and bank account. A police officer informs someone about receiving compensation, prompting surprise. A police officer explains compensation for dealing with the goblin, covering the magic stone and protecting civilians. A young man discusses transferring money as he considers a proposal. One character urges the other to share her account number to receive her reward. She pauses, lost in thought. The scene shifts to a brightly lit apartment building at night. While cooking, Yunhee is startled as a phone vibrates on the kitchen table. A surprised young woman discovers something unexpected on her phone. A financial transaction confirmation from the Seoul Regional Police Department details payment for closing the rift. A girl in a red hoodie reacts with surprise to the large amount displayed while standing beside a taller figure. The young man questions whether his companion has any reason to stay now that hunting one monster yields such rewards. A woman explains that encountering a weak goblin in a rift is rare and unpredictable. He considers that he cannot access dungeon rifts without a hunter's license or a party. He asks if there is a cultivation technique she wants to learn. A young man begins explaining cultivation, describing how external energies can be absorbed. The young man abruptly turns away from the girl and walks down the hallway, leaving her confused. A young woman proudly announces her acceptance into the National Hunters Academy. A young woman explains that although she hasn't awakened, she uses mana legally and carries a mana gun due to her license. While preparing food, a young man expresses amazement at how rare it is to be a hunter, and the woman playfully insists he should treat her well for it. A cheerful girl confidently announces her plan to become super famous. A meal is served as everyone prepares to eat together. A young woman asks her father what he does for a living. Over the meal, Dojin explains his job at City Hall while answering questions. She reassures the other person that she was only concerned about potential job dangers. A cheerful girl urges her father to eat the meal she prepared. A large building with a clock tower stands under the clear sky, establishing the setting. A clock draws attention as time becomes critical. A man in a suit enters the office and is greeted by a coworker at his desk. A man in a shirt and tie checks if someone is ready to return to work. The young man assures his superior that he is fine. A man reassures someone to prioritize their health. A colleague points out the protagonist's desk, prompting him to look around the unfamiliar office. One man encourages the other to ask questions if he can't remember something. The young man reacts with surprise to an unexpected event. A man with glasses introduces himself as a senior in the office. Dojin bows at his desk and thanks his coworker. A man waits impatiently, glancing at the clock, muttering that someone should have arrived. Two men argue in the office about whether an F-rank hunter deserves his reputation. A man with glasses reassures the group that the person in question is still a hunter. A sudden apology interrupts the office, startling the workers. A long-haired redhead struggles to catch her breath, visibly exhausted. A woman rushes in, catching her breath and joking about her late arrival. A cheerful man welcomes a woman who bows and apologizes for being late. A man instructs another to greet the newly contracted hunter nearby. The young man suddenly notices something unexpected and turns to look. One man gestures for his colleague to follow as they walk through the office. One man explains that their department handles rift exploration and often works with hunters in the field. A red-haired woman is introduced as a former hunter and bows politely in the clinic. The two characters unexpectedly confront each other, both visibly surprised. Two characters lean forward, puzzled by something off-panel. A man in business attire forces a nervous smile, scratching his cheek to appear confident in an uncomfortable situation. A man confidently announces he will take over due to the current situation. A young man questions his responsibility for the job in an office setting. One man cautions the other about possible side effects and suggests handling it himself. A stern man questions the two young men's ability to handle the job, especially after one's head injury. A young man realizes he might be bullied and grows anxious. The young man steps forward and insists on handling the task himself. A man in office attire reacts with surprise and urges his colleague not to overexert himself. A frustrated man scolds someone for disregarding instructions and announces leadership has been reassigned. Dojin struggles to suppress his anger as fiery energy intensifies the atmosphere. Dojin asserts his determination to handle his own responsibilities. A man in glasses nervously asks for help in the office kitchen. Gunshots echo across the city, heightening tension. Two men discuss the potential dangers caused by someone's unpredictable behavior outside a convenience store. One man urges giving their teammate another chance while calmly drinking soda. A stern man slams the table in frustration, glaring at someone off-panel. Someone finally agrees after a moment of resistance. In the back seat of a moving car, one person reviews documents while another sits beside them. The man reviews the document, quickly grasping its main points. After reviewing notes repeatedly, the protagonist decides to focus on gathering more information about the rift. Due to false documents circulated among guilds, the government now manages responsibilities previously handled by hunters. A nervous young woman introduces herself and shares her age with the group. One character apologizes for distraction due to work documents, while another reassures with a smile. The young man suddenly notices something unexpected. The man explains the suitcase contains his outfit and weapon for fighting monsters. The car stops as passengers arrive at their destination. Gratitude echoes across a peaceful landscape. Two people arrive outdoors, one carrying a large metallic case. A green sphere is loaded into a mechanical launcher, heightening tension. A young man watches closely as a woman presents a mysterious green orb. A character urgently activates a glowing orb, unleashing magical energy surge. A red-haired woman sprints forward through the rain with determined urgency. A serious man reacts with surprise as a confident woman in a futuristic suit stands ready with her sword. A red-haired girl playfully teases someone about their inexperience outdoors. Two characters approach a guarded area while comparing the high cost of their suit to the affordability of a D-ranked skeleton sword. A red-haired woman in combat suit smiles and casually wonders what to call the person addressed. A woman hands her gear to staff as preparations finish near the rift barricade. The group receives official clearance and proceeds past the checkpoint. Two people walk silently along a tree-lined path. Two figures approach a swirling portal, one raising a sword in preparation. Nervous but determined, Yuhi prepares to face her first solo challenge while supervised. A young woman turns in surprise upon noticing someone unexpected arriving. Three armored men approach confidently, with the leader confronting someone about returning to hunting. Startled, she recoils and breaks into a sweat due to an unexpected off-panel event. A confident man confronts a nervous woman about her unexpected guild membership as another man watches silently. A man mocks his opponent for acceptance despite inability to use mana. The red-haired woman hesitates silently, tense and unsure how to respond. A suited young man acknowledges his opponent's effort with a backhanded compliment at dusk. A suited man asks a woman in armor if she knows someone, and she reluctantly admits they attended the same academy. A man suddenly notices something unexpected and reacts with surprise. One man laughs mockingly while another reveals his official badge as a contract hunter. A man with a buzz cut mocks another's low rank, pointing out they could only be an F rank. The overconfident man interrupts, mocking and belittling the speaker. A group of adventurers openly mocks the silent man, who remains unfazed. A muscular man with a sword smirks and taunts the man before him. A man in a brown coat lifts his attacker by the throat, startling an onlooker who cries out. An aggressive man grabs another by the collar, threatening him with a question. The man leans in, smugly mocking his opponent. Dojin's eyes widen as he suddenly senses danger. A man recoils in shock, sweat forming on his face. A tense man warns his captor he will retaliate unless released within 3 seconds. A male character's eyes glow red as he activates mysterious power. Dark energy erupts around a muscular man readying for battle. A man struggles to breathe, gripped by panic. A man grabs his companion's shoulder, urgently asking what is wrong. A man in tactical gear collapses to the ground, clutching his face and crying out after a sudden attack. An armored character rushes over as an ally collapses gasping for breath, while another stands nearby. One character collapses after wetting themselves as another reacts in shock. A red-haired woman in a suit covers her mouth in shock witnessing something alarming. A man smirks dismissively, exhaling in amusement. A well-dressed man quickly rushes to help an older man who has fallen. Dojin activates hidden power, eyes glowing red with intensity. Someone unleashes a furious insult in darkness. A tall man in a suit threatens a smaller, frightened man not to interfere. A frightened older man shouts a response, visibly shaken. The group reacts awkwardly as one yells in embarrassment, another stifles laughter, and a third hides her face. A serious young man quickly leads a shocked girl away from something disturbing. A massive black energy sphere crackles powerfully as it is unleashed in the sky. A hand in a suit reaches through a swirling portal. Two figures stand before a massive, swirling portal pulsing with energy. Two characters stand side by side, surveying the mountain landscape ahead. Two figures survey the simple F-ranked rift landscape as a goblin appears before them. A young man activates the rift management system on a digital tablet before the mountains. A new rift is registered at the specified location via a glowing interface. A character selects the rift's rank on a tablet, while another observes. A character activates the map ping on a device and confirms readiness. The two step outside together, as one eagerly takes the lead. A mischievous woman activates a glowing portal as a man watches in confusion. The protagonist reflects on his past as a bag boy, resolving to protect someone important. A determined girl vows to prove herself before her manager to advance beyond contract status. The pair look down in shock, reacting to something unexpected below. The woman announces the end of training as exhausted participants rest on the field. A composed man warns a panicked girl that hunters have already arrived, causing her alarm. A young woman kneels gripping her sword, admitting she wanted to prove reliability while a man stands nearby. The man points out that avoiding goblins will speed progress and allow an early return. Dojin notices something unexpected in the distance, his expression changing to surprise. A status screen reveals unimpressive stats for the hunter evaluated. He notices something unusual and looks down with curiosity. A new passive skill is unlocked, but its restriction prevents mana gain until Phase 3. A young man questions a red-haired woman about her awakened skill outdoors. She recalls being thrilled to possess a rare S-rank skill and being the top student entering the academy. Overcome with emotion, one character recalls past achievements as another calls her from a distance. A distressed girl anxiously worries about inability to progress without mana. Struggling with self-doubt, the protagonist braces to push forward despite uncertainty about advancing. A man urgently grabs the startled red-haired woman by the shoulders. A man swiftly pulls the startled woman to safety as a powerful attack crashes nearby. A massive spiked club crashes into the ground, scattering debris everywhere. A startled girl spots goblins approaching across the field. A man urges the stunned woman in front of him to snap out of her daze. A stern man commands a startled subordinate to begin subjugating targets. A young woman in combat suit calls for the duel to begin, preparing with her sword. The character steels herself, pushing aside distractions to concentrate. A red-haired female character rushes forward, attacking two goblin-like creatures. A woman with red hair is violently thrown to the ground, sliding across the grass. A hand slams the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave. A red-haired woman unleashes a powerful vertical slash against her green-skinned opponent. The wounded creature clutches its bleeding face, furious that the attack was shallow. A determined woman leaps forward to initiate an attack. A red-haired woman launches skyward with explosive force. The orc slams its club into the ground fiercely. A creature is injured, blood streaming from its nose in shock. A red-haired woman swiftly decapitates a green-skinned creature with her sword. A goblin confronts the kneeling red-haired character, who grips her staff preparing to battle. The red-haired character struggles to catch her breath, visibly exhausted. A red-haired girl boasts excitedly about hunting goblins with ease. A goblin charges the calm manager reading his tablet. A monstrous creature lunges forward with a ferocious attack. A young man in a suit reflects solemnly, sighing against the mountainous backdrop. A blurred figure strikes the green-skinned creature with overwhelming force. A character reacts with shock, her face filled with astonishment. A green-skinned creature is hurled headfirst into the ground with great force. A goblin tumbles down a cliff as a man watches above. A young woman reacts in shock as a man calmly examines a black tablet outdoors. A young man urgently tells someone to focus on their opponent during a fight. A startled figure reacts with shock upon unexpectedly encountering a goblin. A red-haired woman attacks a snarling goblin with her sword. The red-haired woman is struck hard on the head by a blunt weapon. The goblin and red-haired woman are blasted backward by a powerful force. The red-haired woman staggers from pain but raises her sword defensively, bracing for another attack. The red-haired woman faces off against the goblin, insisting she can still fight despite questions about stamina. A furious green monster swings its wooden club in a sudden attack. The green beast slams the female fighter into the ground with crushing strength. A red-haired woman charges at a goblin wielding a club in the grassy field. The goblin grins smugly, gripping its club ready for the fight. A red-haired character struggles through intense pain, gritting her teeth. A woman with red hair charges forward wielding her blade. A red-haired woman blocks a powerful attack from a green-skinned creature with her wooden staff. The red-haired woman strains to withstand a crushing blow as a calm man watches nearby. A calm man explains basic swordsmanship isn't an aggressive offensive stance. A girl reads aloud a combat technique emphasizing using an opponent's moves to minimize effort. A calm man instructs someone to step back and steady their breathing to improve swings. A female warrior charges forward with her sword against a goblin in an open field. She pauses to catch her breath, visibly relieved after exertion. Someone reminds their ally to stay focused on the exhausted opponent. The creature struggles to catch its breath as stamina wanes. Two determined characters strategize, preparing to exploit the enemy's next attack. A character launches a swift counterattack, surging explosively across the battlefield. A monstrous figure charges through grass, preparing to strike with its club. A challenger asks Yeji to demonstrate true scholar swordsmanship skills as she readies her stance. A character locks eyes fiercely, focusing intently. A goblin charges forward, wildly swinging its club. A goblin-like creature is struck by a fierce attack, crying out in pain. A green-skinned creature reacts in shock, caught off guard. A red-haired woman swiftly ambushes and strikes down a surprised orc-like enemy with her sword. The creature snaps to attention, sensing imminent danger. A surge of chaotic black energy bursts violently across the scene. A red-haired girl pants anxiously, struggling to catch her breath. A woman stands in awe, recognizing the expert swordsmanship displayed. The scene shifts to a tranquil sunset sky, signaling a peaceful transition. After exploring the rift, one praises their companion while another collapses exhausted. A man questions why someone hunts goblins with others instead of alone despite higher profits. Yuhi admits she joined for belonging, not money, while the other listens. A red-haired girl confidently confronts the manager about masking their true strength. The man denies knowing swordsmanship as the red-haired woman questions his expertise. One character leaps decisively into the glowing portal as another watches surprised. A red-haired woman stands silently, contemplating her next move. City streets bustle with urgent noise as cars speed past tall buildings at dusk. A man in a long coat strides purposefully through crowded city streets at night. Someone steps purposefully into a dimly lit room. A man in a brown coat walks away at night, unaware a shadowy figure watches him. A character stops abruptly on a dim street, tense and alert. A man in a suit pauses under streetlights, visibly exhausted as he sighs wearily. A young man issues a stern ultimatum and counts down from 10. A woman attacks a calm man on a city street as tension peaks. A man watches silently as a woman struggles to catch her breath in tense air. A wary young man confronts someone suspected of following him. A red-haired character presses for an answer to an unanswered question. A woman stands in the city at night, suspecting hidden true strength. A serious young man invites a bashful woman to eat before she leaves. Someone thanks the manager on a blurred city street at night. A red-haired character confronts someone, demanding an answer to an ignored question. A woman nervously confronts someone, suspecting they have hidden their true strength. A young man invites the red-haired woman who followed him home to come inside and eat before she leaves. Someone thanks the manager on a city street at night. That night, the scene moves to a large apartment building under a cloudy sky. Two figures quietly climb a dim stairwell, one carrying a large case. A nervous woman asks the manager if she can leave since it's late. Two characters reach the bottom of the stairs and prepare for supper. A surprised woman reacts to unexpected news. A man calmly reveals he lives with his daughter, shocking the woman at the desk. Stunned by the revelation, the woman reacts in disbelief upon learning he has a daughter. A serious man orders a subordinate to keep their work secret so his daughter believes he is a regular official. A nervous visitor hesitates at the door, uncertain about entering the newlyweds' home. A cheerful girl rushes forward and greets someone at the door. Two young women freeze in shock as something unexpected occurs off-panel. A stunned character recoils upon learning the large girl is someone's daughter. A woman stands shocked, struggling to understand confusing relationships and ages discussed. A woman in orange hoodie suspiciously asks about a newcomer. Another calmly explains he is a co-worker. A nervous woman hesitantly introduces herself as a co-worker. One girl skeptically questions the situation as another nervously confirms. A woman tries to convince another to let her enter as they stand outside, watched by a man. A cheerful woman opens the door and warmly welcomes guests into a spotless room. One guest admires the spotless apartment upon entering. A polite young woman suggests the guest leave after tea as dinner approaches. A cheerful girl invites someone to join the meal and requests food preparation. The girl reluctantly agrees and turns away while the two adults watch in the hallway. A girl angrily denies accusations about her behavior, shouting in frustration while turning away in the kitchen. A red-haired girl looks up, startled by an unexpected event. A girl sulks visibly, clearly annoyed as she pouts. The girl suddenly realizes a shocking truth, eyes wide. Someone expresses gratitude for the meal as night falls over the city. After the meal, one jokes about the cooking while another bluntly reveals the food was bought. A third is speechless. One girl lists missing side dishes anxiously while another calmly suggests where to buy each. A sudden, hesitant remark breaks the tense silence at the kitchen table. A nervous hunter reveals a sparkling suitcase and admits to being F rank. An enthusiastic girl emphasizes that although common, the item was created by Schwartz Labs and holds special significance. A red-haired girl suddenly clasps her hands over her mouth, visibly startled. A red-haired girl glances nervously over her shoulder, unsettled. A man apologizes nervously while holding bowls as another glares with glowing eyes. The girl questions her father's identity, doubting he is a hunter. A man warns to keep his side job secret to avoid trouble. A hand in a red sleeve slams down, escalating tension. A red-haired woman jerks her head up, startled by sudden commotion. One young woman excitedly admits her dream of becoming a hunter to her friend. A cheerful girl announces she will start at the National Hunters Academy in 3 months, holding up her acceptance letter. A red-haired woman downplays her ability, admitting she is only F-ranked. A girl confronts another about being a hunter, pressing her to admit she passed the test. One woman eagerly fires off questions about the other's abilities while a man observes silently nearby. Someone comments on the late hour as evening settles over the quiet city. One person apologizes for staying late and prepares to leave while farewells are exchanged outside. Two girls happily celebrate the fun they had together. A cheerful woman waves goodbye, promising to return. A cheerful girl refuses a request with a smile, surprising the unseen speaker. The girl confidently explains her optimistic attitude, accepting things she cannot change. She responds hesitantly, clutching her strap with an uneasy smile. He instructs her to head back inside while offering to walk another girl to the subway station. A girl waves goodbye, urging someone to return soon. Two figures walk quietly down a dimly lit city street at night. A woman bluntly asks a man if he is really his biological daughter, catching him off guard. The young man recoils in shock, struggling to understand the situation. A woman confronts a man on the street at night, accusing him of lying about his relationship and noting suspicious details. A woman reveals that he isn't the manager's biological daughter, and they are not married, laughing. A suited man questions the other's connection to the woman after noticing their sharp response. A nervous girl asks if a mysterious device is dangerous while the calm man dismisses her concerns sarcastically. A man explains his niece is staying with him because her father cannot care for her. A red-haired girl reacts in shock at something unexpected. Two colleagues agree quietly to keep a recent incident secret at work. A woman waves goodbye to a man as they part on a city street at night. A suspicious figure in a long coat walks away dimly as someone watches closely. She suddenly realizes a potential family connection and reacts with surprise. A red-haired girl looks around in confusion, trying to understand the situation. A tired girl gives up and suggests heading home. A large modern building with a clock above the entrance establishes the setting. A man reacts in disbelief after discovering an impressive amount of work completed in a day. A man questions an anxious group in the office, causing tension as one clutches a folder. A man reacts in shock realizing someone completed an impressive task alone in a fraction of the time. One adult interrogates the group about involvement, another denies help while a third observes quietly. A man praises someone for good work with a thumbs up, determined to improve himself. A young man bows his head with a soft smile, expressing gratitude. A woman cheerfully praises her embarrassed manager in the hallway. Three colleagues unexpectedly meet in the office and discuss their surprise. A woman accepts the man's terms as he assures her she'll receive the same payment. A hand presents an envelope to Dojin, catching him slightly off guard. One reads a document, while another asks about its contents, drawing attention. A man explains the hunter rating evaluation exam schedule to ensure preparation. The narrator states all hunters must undergo an annual rating evaluation test. The narrator explains hunter ratings can increase or decrease based on test results. A young man reviews a document, considering how the exam determines a hunter's value. Hundreds of guilds compete across South Korea to recruit higher-ranking hunters. This was a period when many hunters changed locations. The rating evaluation exam day is also the opening day for the transfer market. One man tells another today is when the chief is most anxious. A young man explains contract hunters often leave for a higher-rated guild. An office worker reviews Yeji's exam schedule and hopes for an average score to continue working together. In an office, one asks about future job plans while the other hopes to renew her contract. The woman gently tells the man the decision is his to make. A man urges someone to improve their ranking before evaluation to ease exploration and increase salary. He lowers his gaze, resigned to remaining in F rank. A man at his desk turns to face a woman entering, creating tension. Burdened by a mana curse, the character reflects that hunter rank depends on levels, stats, and fighting experience. The panel explains mana stones allow hunters to boost physical abilities by enhancing mana reserves. A figure demonstrates mana injection by channeling energy in a cosmic field. The narration states typical solutions won't work on her. He realizes advancing her level is impossible without mana containment. She lowers her gaze, doubting she can rise above an F rating. She realizes she can only accept F-ranked assignments. A man in business attire explains her hunter rating dictates the rifts he can manage. A red-haired woman suggests hiring another hunter to boost capabilities. A man considers announcing a hunter recruitment as a red-haired woman listens. A determined girl urges the red-haired hunter to join her. The scene shifts to a quiet hallway marked Hunter's training room. Two characters open a door revealing an office with armored mannequins. A renovated training room appears, filled with practice dummies and swords. The young man explains the Hunter's Bureau supplied mostly damage-absorbing materials. A man begins explaining the woman's lack of mana when she's suddenly surprised. They discuss the limits of training without mana until reaching the third swordsmanship phase. A pink-haired girl forces a smile admitting disappointment. One asks to see notes, while the other searches her bag. A hand passes a closed book off panel. A girl notices the boy's extensive notes, as he reads from his notebook. A character tries to understand the universe composed of sky, earth, and man. A woman shows a man's skill illustration she drew in the book. A young man quietly contemplates his next move. A character sheepishly explains sword techniques using stick figures resembling three entities' sword arts. Two characters clarify scholar's swordsmanship derives from three entities' sword arts. A legendary figure appears against a cosmic backdrop. A royal scholar briefly appeared, defeated the strongest warrior in a lethal duel, and vanished. A swordsman demonstrates an advanced technique atop a misty cliff while another watches awestruck. An elderly man reveals the scholar's swordsmanship was passed to a defeated warrior before its creator vanished. Someone smirks confidently, signaling a shift in events. A man calls a young woman in the office, and she immediately responds. Someone grabs another by the collar, prompting surprise. A blue-haired man confronts a red-haired woman, accusing her boldly about her luck. Yun-hee reacts shocked to unexpected news. The clock strikes 6, marking a crucial moment. A man in formal attire stands with a smug smile, exuding confident satisfaction. The clock ticks as time passes, heightening tension. A man fixes an intense, unsettling grin. Time quickly runs out as the clock counts down. A man in office attire leaves his desk as a cheerful coworker looks on. An energetic woman bursts into the office, enthusiastically praising coworkers. Two coworkers gossip about colleagues leaving together at 6 o'clock recently. A young man with glasses speculates playfully about the girl's apparent interest. One man candidly admits he is aware, while another puts on his jacket. A man confidently observes Dojin is unaware of something important. A determined fighter swings a glowing energy sword powerfully. A red-haired woman swings her glowing sword for a decisive attack. The red-haired woman descends swiftly, aiming at her target. A woman in futuristic suit confidently demonstrates her glowing sword technique. A woman is shocked as she senses mana coursing through her hands for the first time. A character reviews her status screen, assessing current stats and abilities. A glowing status screen reveals the powerful scholar's swordsmanship skill unlocked. A woman praises a man's rapid progress as they stand side by side, clapping proudly. A cheerful red-haired girl thanks the manager enthusiastically. A man in a suit confidently assures remembering a request as contract renewal approaches. She agrees enthusiastically, her face lit up with a bright smile. She silently confirms her suspicion. A woman accuses a man of hiding his true strength during a confrontation. The young man exhales deeply, clearly exhausted. The man announces he is leaving for home, and the woman waves, telling him to return safely. The scene shifts to the Hunter's Bureau the next day. A crowd gathers outside the building as people arrive for an event. Two people discuss undergoing Hunter rating evaluation for the first time since initial testing. A red-haired woman encourages a colleague and wishes good luck. A man in armor is recognized by the crowd, drawing attention. Two powerful S-rankers appear together, surprising the crowd. Two figures stride confidently down the red carpet as the crowd recoils in shock. He thanks bystanders and assures a prompt departure. He stands facing opponents confidently as observers watch. Two onlookers watch as armored figures make a notable entrance. A girl excitedly announces that two hunters from the Icarus Guild rank 7th and 10th worldwide. The character assesses the situation thoughtfully. Two armored figures brace themselves as they face a fiery, ominous light. One confidently evaluates the crowd's abilities as another reacts with surprise. Three adults mock an unbelievable claim while a shocked girl looks on. A red-haired girl reacts embarrassed after hearing an awkward manager comment. Two armored workers complain about an unpleasant assignment, while warning to watch expressions due to cameras. Dojin scowls in irritation, displeased by the situation. One remarks the situation is better than dangerous raids. A character confidently predicts a genius will soon emerge. The young man questions how many years the same prediction has been repeated, unimpressed. Two armored figures race down the hallway to reach the event before seats fill. A cloaked figure turns and walks away as two muscular men watch frustrated. A man boasts Han Minji is waiting for him, grinning confidently under lights. A man's eyes narrow with excitement, anticipating confrontation. Three men exchange teasing remarks as one angrily tells the others to stop. Staff instruct gathered hunters to line up for stat checks. A man in a suit and smiling woman enter a crowded area as an event begins. Three men stride forward. The leader declares pursuit of Icarus. The group approaches the significant room through a dramatic doorway. A muscular man activates a mechanical gauntlet amidst rising tension. Two men stare in shock at a C-rank status display. The group erupts in celebration after a hard-won victory. Two guild representatives introduce themselves to the muscular man. A guild representative explains ranks and equipment benefits. A cheerful red-haired woman loudly announces a generous contract offer. A weary young woman checks if a suited man has reviewed his stats after a recent ordeal. A cheerful girl proudly announces achieving a D rank. She excitedly shares updated stats, celebrating increased mana. A young man smiles gently, offering congratulations. The two exit through an open doorway, preparing for the next section. An armored examiner raises his sword, ready to start the C-rank test before an audience. One urges the other to prepare as their turn approaches in a quiet hallway. A red-haired woman nervously asks if she can achieve a C-rank. A serious man confidently states over the phone Miss Yeji can handle C-rank monsters. A nervous girl questions how the man can be so certain. The confident man urges the shocked girl to trust him. A loudspeaker announces a C-rank rift will soon open for Group 3. A man urges a hesitant woman on crutches to enter and prepare herself. A figure stomps dramatically onto dusty ground. A woman grips her sword, preparing to perform before a watchful audience. Someone loudly calls out to Yeji, startling her. A muscular man confronts a surprised armored woman, demanding to know why she is there. A startled girl hesitates as a burly man demands an explanation. The nervous girl quietly announces her arrival as the armed man waits. The man recoils in disbelief at a reckless challenge. The man glares in shock and yells in outrage. A teary-eyed girl clutches a small object and apologizes. A shocked man reacts as an F rank unexpectedly challenges the C rank test. Three figures stare in disbelief, learning someone is only F rank. A girl is scorned for wearing a low-rank suit. A muscular man angrily confronts an intruder, demanding motives. A man recoils in shock, spotting sudden danger above. A tense man grips his weapon, fearing a close monster. A young man stands motionless, surveying tense surroundings. A young man announces affiliation with Seoul City Hall Rift Management Team. Two men meet in a modern building as roles and identities are introduced. A serious young man calmly assesses another's unexpected knowledge. A young man stands quietly in the hallway, assessing the situation. The armored man prepares to speak as the young man listens intently. He announces the guild's intention to recruit Cha Yeji. A man explains she only strengthened her body once during level 1 hunter's license test using an F-ranked magic stone. He explains body strengthening allowed a mana injection, raising her mana to 10. He realizes lack of recorded training highlights her natural ability. He notices she never received a mana injection, raising questions. A guild offers powerful incentives including advanced equipment and raid access to persuade her to join. He wonders how the Rift management team can help her. He considers offering her an annual income. An observer notes risk as an inexperienced hunter prepares for the C-rank test. He confronts the group, demanding if they believe their plan can succeed. An alarm blares as two men react to activation of a C-rank rift. Orc warriors emerge, and hunters are tasked with defeating them within a time limit. Muscular orcs with glowing red eyes prepare to attack. A mohawked man draws his sword and charges, ready for battle. A young woman grips her glowing sword, readying for battle. A rule is declared that only a hunter can teach another hunter. A man demands custody of a girl to ensure her survival. One young man confronts another, challenging his intentions with a warning. The young man pauses, considering his next move thoughtfully. A man firmly refuses to hand over the girl, asserting she is not property. A smirking figure leans forward and challenges the other to a bet. He pauses, momentarily confused by an unexpected event. A massive armored monster bursts into the building as the group braces for impact. A strict mentor orders a nervous trainee to focus during training. A massive green monster unleashes a deafening roar. A muscular man hesitates, regretting challenging a C-rank opponent. A furious orc swings a massive club at a surprised opponent. A powerful slash tears through starry darkness. A raging orc swings its massive weapon, forcing a human to defend desperately. A burly man blocks a crushing blow with his large weapon. Shocked by overwhelming power, he recoils in fear. A muscular man is knocked backward, struggling to stand. A man struggles, unable to withstand overwhelming pressure. A green creature slams a hammer into the man's face, sending shockwaves. A green-skinned humanoid delivers a crushing blow, sending the warrior crashing down. A man watches in shock as his hammer is hurled away. A massive orc swings its club at a screaming victim. A terrified man recoils, pleading for mercy as danger looms. A red-haired woman fiercely leaps and slams her staff toward the target. A red-haired woman in combat gear is knocked down by a large orc as she clutches her sword. The man freezes in shock upon recognizing someone approaching. She steps forward with her sword, preparing to protect others from the orc. A muscular man demands an explanation after receiving confusing news. An orc charges forward with a wooden club, ready to attack. A green-skinned creature launches a fierce attack with a glowing weapon at a fast opponent. A massive green orc swings its weapon as a blurred figure swiftly dodges. A red-haired girl analyzes the opponent's movements and prepares to counterattack. Renewed determination fills the character as she prepares to act. A green ogre is struck by a red blast as a red-haired fighter attacks nearby. A massive orc unleashes a furious roar, crackling with energy. A powerful blow forces the orc to stumble back in pain. A massive green creature recoils in shock, eyes wide. A red-haired woman strikes down an orc attacking from below. A red-haired woman stops a glowing sword with her bare hand. A powerful sword technique explodes with intense energy. A female character strikes a towering green opponent with a massive vertical energy beam. A red-haired individual launches a powerful attack at an unseen foe. Spectators and armored fighters freeze in shock at an unexpected event. An older man reacts in surprise, eyes wide. The young man nods calmly in agreement. He recoils in disbelief, unable to accept what he witnesses. A composed man dismisses the other's shock with a confident smirk. The panel explains hunters have 3 mana usage methods. The panel demonstrates mana imbued into a weapon. A high-tech energy weapon unleashes a powerful beam explosively. Fiery energy crashes into a water barrier as they collide. The narrator says weapon imbuement with mana is not difficult. Control, however, is emphasized as most important. A young man in armor reacts shocked, witnessing impressive Shik mastery. A loudspeaker announces the test has ended. The test ends. The male hunter compliments efforts and tells everyone to leave. A stunned man reels in confusion after an unexpected event. A man in bulky armor confidently greets someone above him. Someone yells in frustration, seeing their name last on the scoreboard. A bodysuit-clad woman enters holding a sword and greets the manager. The character celebrates success after intense training. The armored man glances at his startled companion. A male character smiles contentedly, satisfied with the fight's outcome. A red-haired woman awkwardly tries to excuse herself while nervously smiling off-panel. A young man asks another about their impressive Shik control and if they have an instructor. The group discusses hard training, surprising everyone. 3 characters react shocked, one gripping a sheathed sword. A red-haired girl laughs awkwardly, scratching her head. A stern man confronts a startled young woman, catching her off guard. A determined young man invites another to join the Icarus Guild. A man raises a finger, promising support and rewards if agreed. A girl politely declines while holding a sword, surprising the other. A woman asks the manager for confirmation, which he briefly agrees to. A nervous man tries to persuade others to accept a beneficial contract at City Hall. A red-haired girl apologizes and calmly states contentment with her situation. The woman bows farewell as one man walks away and another looks shocked. He urges the other to remember and get in touch soon. A man in armor stops in the hallway, confused by something unexpected. A man in armor smirks confidently in the hallway. A confident man bets Miss Yeji will defeat more than 5 orcs. A man promises to persuade Yeji to join the Icarus Guild if he loses. He firmly proposes a wager to win an A-rank suit. He celebrates learning he's been accepted. Laughter echoes outside a large building. A cheerful woman excitedly shows off a new hunter rank card. Two men congratulate a red-haired woman on her impressive F to C rank jump. Two office workers discuss a news article about Miss Yeji, expressing concern. A red-haired woman calmly displays her ranking card as news spreads and speculates about her identity. One man nervously praises City Hall while another asserts Icarus Guild's prestige. Two men try to persuade someone to join the guild, promising support. Two men debate a rarity difference, with one questioning the other's reasoning. The woman playfully asks the man for help while they stand side by side. The young man assures confidence, promising success in the office. The young woman smiles warmly, accepting the offer without hesitation. A man shyly makes a heart gesture in playfulness. One man insists on taking someone to the Korea General Store, shocking others. The Korea General Store is introduced as the largest hunter equipment shop with suits, weapons, and consumables. Two men discuss lack of funds to support another hunter, nervously explaining finances. A young man reassures his companion they're only receiving, not purchasing. A modern skyscraper stands over the city as headquarters. Two people enter a large, upscale store, discussing its size and brands. Two stride confidently past armored guards as sparkling lights draw attention. They enter a brightly lit hall displaying advanced suits and glass cases. A formally dressed man introduces himself, stating he comes with a recommendation. A woman welcomes him, mentioning prior notice of arrival. A staff member invites visitors to explore high-tech suits. Two study a radiant golden chest plate on a pedestal. The two closely inspect the suits, realizing none fit properly. A red-haired woman reacts surprised to news off-panel. The red-haired girl shouts in astonishment. A character excitedly presents a new suit with silver wings. A red-haired woman admires a glowing suit rumored to be crafted from queen and monster wings. A young man asks if this is the desired suit, standing before blurred figures. She reluctantly declines to buy it due to cost. The group decides to continue searching. A towering skyscraper appears against the sunset, hinting at importance. A weary young man complains about 4 hours of wandering. A woman happily admires the elegant silver-wing suitcase as a skeptical man looks on. A young man stands by a podium, suddenly startled. A massive sale is announced with medieval weapons displayed behind a sign. Two people examine a box of low-grade weapons, questioning use. A merchant encourages buying several items with a larger discount. A man is shocked by an item's high price. A woman casually explains it's normal for hunter equipment. Agreeing the price is reasonable, the man exits. A sudden burst of light startles a man witnessing an unexpected event. The protagonist freezes in shock at a mysterious glowing object. The young man rummages through a large box of weapons. A concerned red-haired woman calls out to the manager after noticing something unexpected. Dojin recoils in shock at something unexpected. A mysterious glowing crystal is found amid armor and chains. A character is shocked to discover a forbidden object from Heavenly Demon God sect here. A young man inspects the broken Heavenly Demon sword, questioning how the strongest weapon was destroyed. A character notices a price tag, shocked by the amount. A young man apologizes to an older man for accidentally leaving a price tag while handing over the counter. A well-dressed man examines a wrapped object and questions the price. The nervous shopkeeper hastily explains the mistake, hoping the serious woman overlooks it. The young man confidently decides to purchase the item. The older man sheepishly admits the sword is nearly broken, only the hilt remains. Someone reassures others as the scene shifts to a warmly lit building exterior. A man surveys a distant city from a wooded hill at night. The man examines a mysterious purple object in the dim forest, deep in thought. He questions the low appraisal of his sword, frustrated by its value. A hand activates the purple crystal, releasing dark energy. A man unleashes a surge of purple energy from his crackling staff in darkness. Dark mountains loom under the evening sky as tension builds silently. Holding a glowing purple object, he suddenly remembers he is preparing dinner. He checks his phone and realizes the subway trip will make him late. A powerful energy beam crashes into the forest floor, sending debris flying. A man enters a room late as breaking news interrupts the program. Hearing a vanished rift warning and noticing someone missing, he wakes after leaving the TV on. He quickly turns toward a slightly open door upon hearing a suspicious noise. Another emergency bill arrives, adding financial pressure. She remembers several forgotten expenses, feeling overwhelmed. A young woman is shocked discovering unexpectedly high school fees. A character reads an emergency payment notice from the Hunter's Academy, realizing it wasn't in the original contract. A young woman anxiously considers asking for help with tuition. A woman is startled as a man suddenly enters her office. A startled girl hurriedly hides papers and makes an excuse. A young man in a suit invites everyone to dinner. A young woman politely declines, letting the suited man start eating. A woman energetically sorts papers as a man observes. The man pauses, silently assessing the situation with focus. Someone answers where sesame seed oil is. A surprised girl asks why and explains she wanted mixed rice. A woman resignedly agrees to prepare something before leaving. Someone requests an egg while another suggests watching TV until ready. A young man in formal attire enters a brightly lit room, tension filling the air. He silently counts numbers on paper, absorbed in thought. Startled by shock, his eyes widen alarmingly. At night, the apartment building stands quietly with some glowing windows. A young man lies awake, silently staring at the ceiling. Lying awake, he anxiously calculates 3 years' tuition costs. He stands tense in darkness, reading alarming news on his phone. He checks his low bank balance. He realizes collecting magic stones is essential for equipment and school costs. A young man jolts, noticing something unexpected. He answers his vibrating phone late at night. Checking his glowing phone, he realizes it's late. He quickly answers his manager's phone call. Dojin questions Yeji's late-night wakefulness before work the next day. Lying in bed, she apologizes over the phone. A young man asks how much an A-rank magic stone is worth. The protagonist is surprised by news of a large sum over the phone. A woman admits she's unready for an A-rank challenge, being only a C-rank. He ends a puzzling call and prepares for the night. A woman thanks someone over the phone for the suit. A girl lies awake, silently lost in thought. Birds chirp softly over the peaceful city as morning begins. A hooded man quietly packs disguise items, preparing to leave unnoticed. A hand retrieves and inspects the temporary hunter pass, relieved to have kept it. A hooded figure leaves a note before heading to Gyeoryong Mountain Rift, estimating a 2 to 3 hour return. A sticky note announces someone leaving to go running. A figure approaches Gyeoryong Mountain, pausing before warning signs forbidding entry. A masked figure adjusts goggles, preparing for action. A lone figure dashes through dense forest urgently. The hooded figure narrowly evades a projectile while racing down the forest path. A determined person strides as a swirling portal and strange machine appear ahead. A gloved hand scans an ID card at a mission terminal to access a restricted area. A scanner warns the rift's rank is far higher than anticipated. The hooded figure scans their card and passes the security checkpoint. A lone figure cautiously approaches a glowing portal in the moonlit forest. A hooded figure patrols dark forest, frustrated by lack of monster activity, eager for rest. A hooded, masked figure cautiously surveys the dark forest, alert for danger. 3 armored team members advance together, ready for danger. 2 young men are startled to find someone has entered the glowing portal. A masked figure in a hood glares with irritation. 2 characters react to reckless actions near a glowing portal. 2 armored men discuss concern about an unprepared person entering the Greater Rift, speculating he might be a freelancer broadcaster. 3 armored figures prepare to confront someone near a swirling portal at night. A man introduces himself as Magi Guild member, confronting a silent hooded figure in darkness. An armored man aggressively questions a stranger in the forest about intentions and identity. A uniformed man accuses a hooded newcomer of recklessly endangering himself. The masked figure states he will hunt only one monster before departing. An armored individual angrily insults the hooded figure as tensions rise. 2 young men react in shock as something crashes nearby in the dark forest. A masked figure senses disturbance and reacts with confusion in the forest. The rift twists violently as its shape destabilizes. The ogre leader emerges from the twisted forest shadows. The group cannot regain control of the rift entrance until defeating the ogre leader. The rift's lethal condition is revealed as someone panics over its reopening if all inside perish. A man orders the team to activate emergency cams in the tense forest. The Hunters Bureau director sits deep in thought considering the situation. A man reports that 4 hunters have entered, 3 A rank from Magi Guild and 1 F rank. A stern man confirms the hunter is F rank. A man monitors hunters battling monsters via silent emergency cameras. An older man assesses elite hunters' readiness and rift clearance chances. He informs the group the boss monster is an ogre leader. A stern man announces casualties and urges a move to the situation room. Someone sprints desperately in darkness, urged to run for survival. The team rushes through the forest, drinking buff potions and preparing for monsters. Crouching breathless, surprised after battle pushback, he recalls ally abilities. Someone confidently declares undeniable strength. He anxiously reflects on how their chances would differ with better luck. A hooded figure tries to leave, but a furious man with a sword threatens and orders him to stay. A masked figure threatens to kill someone in the dark forest. One man explains his companion's tense behavior while walking through the forest at night. A worried young woman fears survival against a powerful ogre leader. A tense male character shouts at his team to focus. 3 armored figures abruptly stop as one commands all to halt. One spots a dark ogre blocking the path, deciding to eliminate it first. One instructs another to scan for more monsters as they advance. A mysterious woman reveals intense otherworldly eyes, hinting at her true nature. A focused team prepares for battle with assigned coordinated roles. An armored figure warns sternly and restrains a companion in the tense forest clearing. 2 young men dash through dark forest as a blue-haired girl urgently calls to stop them. The group tenses in the shadowy forest, sensing something unusual. A character realizes the enemy moves in the same direction as others. 3 gray-skinned monsters proceed deeper into dark forest. A massive ogre leader gathers followers preparing for action. A hooded figure scans the shadowy forest, preparing for a challenge. Over 20 ogres gather around their leader as more arrive. 3 anxious team members wait in forest as a cloaked figure silently judges. A hooded figure lowers sunglasses with a sigh, startling someone nearby. A hooded, masked figure suddenly clutches chest in shock. A frustrated man restrains a masked figure trying to explain. A furious man threatens to kill if situation worsens. Someone angrily silences opponent with a harsh insult. The tense hooded character resigns, allowing others to proceed. A man slams down a weapon and outlines a plan with his teammate. The armored man rallies his group in the forest to begin the mission. A giant monster with a massive sword confronts 3 armed humans. A monstrous creature unleashes a powerful roar. Dojin charges forward, swinging his axe at the monster. A determined man swings his weapon, releasing a devastating energy attack. Dojin is stunned by a sudden revelation. Dojin slams his fist into the monster, launching a fierce attack beneath the night sky. A gloved hand clenches tightly around a sword as tension rises. A muscular figure endures projectiles striking his back. A woman aims her bow and a man readies handgun as they prepare for a confrontation in the forest at dusk. A monstrous creature staggers, pummeled by explosive attacks. A man kneels firing a glowing pistol while a woman stands alert beside him. A man urgently calls for someone to hurry as the situation escalates. An attacker slashes decisively from behind, landing a blow. A young man leaps from a tree, launching a decisive attack. The monster recoils and howls in agony. A massive creature steps into the forest, looming threateningly. Dojin leaps onto the monster's back, bringing down his sword fiercely. A serious man in armor drives his weapon down, unleashing dark energy. An armored man stands triumphantly over defeated enemies, gripping a massive sword. The young man wipes sweat and readies for the next challenge. 2 armored figures prepare to move toward their next target. A startled young man frantically searches for a suddenly missing companion. 3 uniformed figures confront a fallen opponent, while someone observes from behind a bush. An enraged voice shouts somewhere in the dark forest. Blinding energy beams tear through darkness in relentless assault. A hooded figure surveys forest, standing over bodies of defeated monsters. A hooded figure inspects a fallen creature's wound, searching intently. A masked figure lifts a large glowing crystal in triumph. A hooded figure inspects a box, deeming contents sufficient. Unable to return yet, the protagonist learns the rift reopens only after defeating the ogre leader. The figure decides to stop delaying and target the ogre leader. A furious young man threatens to kill a masked figure if he doesn't stay. The hooded character lounges in grass, delaying action to prolong others' suffering. A sudden powerful attack erupts in the forest, breaking the night's silence. A surprise attack from behind hits the ogre with a pole weapon. A monstrous figure is hit in the face by high-speed projectiles. A large monster hurls a character through the forest as others react in alarm. The young man in tactical gear collapses exhausted but relieved. 2 exhausted figures rest beside the ogre's defeated body, reflecting on its toughness. Anxiously observing, the protagonist questions why dark ogres travel in packs. Exhausted after defeating 10 ogres, the young man crouches to catch breath. A character plans to isolate the ogre leader. He clenches fists frustrated, realizing the plan won't work. A startled young man quickly turns in the dark forest after hearing a call. The young man freezes, witnessing something startling. 2 figures confront an army of armored soldiers led by a towering foe. The powerful ogre leader emerges. Shocked by a sudden development, one confronts another in the tense forest. 3 armed team members prepare for battle in the dark forest. A young man instructs the group to avoid hits and hunt enemies one at a time while retreating. A tense character urgently tries to reveal important information. An armored figure accepts the bleak reality that their journey has ended. A devastating energy blast erupts in a powerful explosion. A man in armor is slammed back into a tree, coughing from impact. A powerful orc strikes down a soldier as another calls out alarmed. A monstrous beast roars fiercely, radiating menace. 2 armored figures stand alert in the forest, noting breakfast tasted unusually good. One steps forward with sword to hold off threat, while another admits defeat. A determined man charges with massive sword, urging the group to bring Jungho. The man delegates the next task to his team. A young man charges forward with sword, launching an attack. 2 monstrous attackers charge with axes raised. Overpowered by multiple pull-on-wielding enemies, a man cries out as ambushed. A figure unleashes rapid attacks, cutting down multiple beast warriors instantly. A man whirls in the dark forest as agonized screams echo. A young man turns abruptly, startled by unexpected noise. A blue-haired woman supports an injured man as they struggle forward in armor. A figure steps cautiously into dense foliage, arriving at a new location. A shocked young man encounters a mysterious hooded figure blocking his way. A masked figure appears, leaving the man behind shocked and confused. A hooded figure erects a crackling barrier to confine someone. Dojin studies the glowing barrier to determine its purpose. An ominous question is posed in darkness. A man stands in awe before a massive glowing barrier stretching across the sky. A hulking beast swings a massive axe toward the hooded figure. The hooded figure inspects a broken stick standing in fading forest light. The masked figure swiftly decapitates the opponent in sudden violence. 2 armored figures crouch shocked, reacting to an ogre explosion. A hooded figure is confronted by 3 monstrous creatures with glowing red eyes. A determined figure seizes a purple-wrapped item, preparing to use it. A masked figure hurls a stick into the night. A hooded figure reaches up as a dark curse sword descends. A lone figure unleashes crackling energy, filling the air with light. A blue-haired character braces an injured teammate, while a hooded opponent blocks their path amid a magical storm. A man senses a sudden tremor and looks down in shock as the ground shakes. The ground shakes violently as one character clutches their head in pain while another vomits from the overwhelming sensation. A young man strains to withstand a rapidly intensifying force. A shadowy figure smashes through a car window, sending glass flying. A masked figure in a hooded jacket moves stealthily through the green mist, advancing with caution. A blinding vertical slash of light tears through the darkness, unleashing a devastating attack. Several goblin-like monsters are struck down by rapid, powerful slashes. A young man reacts in astonishment as he witnesses an unexpected flying sword technique. A monstrous figure recoils in shock as it is struck by a sudden, powerful attack. The demon is relentlessly struck by a barrage of rapid, powerful slashes. A monstrous creature reels back, screaming in pain as black blood pours from its mouth. A hooded figure grips a sharp, purple weapon and moves cautiously through the dark forest, ready for a confrontation. A hooded figure surveys the aftermath of a brutal battle as a wounded, monstrous being kneels among the corpses. The ogre leader is defeated, and the distorted rift returns to normal. The masked figure expresses relief at the prospect of finally returning home. 3 armored figures slowly recover in the forest clearing, assessing if the danger has passed. An armored man demands answers as the hooded figure instructs the group to claim credit for defeating the ogre leader, wishing to avoid further complications. He reacts with shock and disbelief to unexpected news in the dark forest. A hooded figure presents a glowing blue crystal, suggesting it will increase the other's worth. A nervous young man protests hesitantly. A masked figure firmly hands over an item to a man in the shadowy forest, insisting he accept it as repayment. A burst of energy forces the startled armored man to retreat as his opponent dismisses him. The 3 armored figures stand in shock, reacting to their opponent's abrupt departure. She jokes about not having gotten the man's business card after their recent meeting. 2 figures, concealed in the bushes at night, quietly discuss how one's insults have led to a missed meeting. 3 men stand tensely in front of a large monitor as an urgent broadcast appears. 2 suited men stand frozen in shock, unable to speak. An older man urgently requests to rewind the footage to the moment the ogre first appeared. 2 figures silently watch a menacing broadcast of a shadowy armed army on the control room screen. A massive ogre leader appears before the assembled soldiers, raising tension on the battlefield. A muscular man urgently commands everyone to stay alert and avoid getting hit. A stern man in a suit commands someone to stay exactly where they are. An older man abruptly halts the proceedings with a firm command. A hooded figure in the forest notices a mysterious sword floating above. The protagonist commands the sword to rewind as only its glowing hilt remains. The older man clutches his head in pain as an unnatural tremor shakes the room. The sudden shaking intensifies, causing alarm. A suited man reports that they have gathered all available footage from the other cameras. 3 men gather around computer monitors as one asks for confirmation of a man's name, receiving the answer Kim Hyun-woo. A man hesitates, uneasy as he is questioned about someone's background. The older man demands immediate answers, growing frustrated by the lack of information. An older man in a suit reacts in shock as he learns that someone's identity information is completely fake. A man announces that the registration date listed is the 99th day of the 99th month in the year 9999, revealing an impossible record. An older man at his desk questions if there were any witnesses to someone leaving the rift, and notes that 2 people were sent to investigate. The man receives troubling news that no one saw the person they are searching for. The man considers evidence that their target's rank is above S, can manipulate his sword with mana, and has protected Magi Guild members with a barrier. An older man doubts the existence of an S-ranked hunter. Inside the command center, someone monitors a hooded figure on the surveillance screen, speculating that a powerful hunter will eventually reveal himself. The group decides to wait in the storage room for the right moment to act. The young man in the hoodie suddenly looks up, reacting to an unexpected sound nearby. A woman enters the doorway with groceries as a man notices her return. The woman unpacks groceries in the kitchen while the man watches her. A woman offers to make lunch as she smiles warmly in the kitchen. A young man enters through the doorway and politely declines the offer, mentioning dinner is soon. A young man enters his room, preparing to clean it. A young man enters the quiet room and pauses in silence, surveying his surroundings. Dojin collapses onto the bed, exhausted, and decides there is nothing left to clean. He lies in bed, too tired to do anything after going out early. The young man sits on the bed and suddenly remembers something important. Inside the open drawer, a bank card and several large crystals are discovered. A young man examines a blue book with intense focus. He wonders if the employees at the Korea General Store will become suspicious. The receptionist appraises the glowing blue gem and announces the payout after deducting the transaction fee. He realizes that selling even the smallest item brought him much more money than he expected. He examines the glowing crystals and wonders how to sell the remaining 9. Dojin sits on the bed, tossing blue gems into the air as he grows increasingly irritated. The young man collapses onto his bed, exhausted and surrounded by glowing blue crystals. The scene shifts to a quiet residential building as night falls. One character offers to prepare more food as they share a meal at the kitchen table. A surprised girl receives official documents from someone out of view. A worried young woman anxiously confronts someone in the kitchen, asking if they read the document. A young man angrily demands an explanation in the kitchen. A long-haired character quietly thanks her host for allowing her to stay despite her fears. A young man admits his reluctance to ask for a large sum of money, not wanting to be a burden. A woman reassures the man that his concern is not covered by their contract, and tells him not to worry. A girl reacts in shock to an unexpected suggestion. A dark-haired young man quietly signs the contract as the blonde-haired character looks on in surprise. A contract with strict terms is presented, and one character demands an immediate signature. A girl is stunned by an unexpected revelation. A girl impatiently holds out a document and urges the boy to sign it quickly because she is hungry. The girl's eyes fill with tears as she reacts to something deeply upsetting. The young man calmly agrees to sign the document for his father. A tearful girl thanks the surprised young man. A hand pulls a tissue from the box while someone reflects on their daughter's neediness. Someone sternly orders another to stop crying and eat. A new day begins as the scene shifts to a tall building under a clear blue sky. A young man in a suit puts on his jacket, preparing himself with determination. A man heads out the door, but someone calls after him to wait. A woman steps closer and quickly fixes the man's crooked necktie, making the moment awkward yet sincere. A woman hands a lunch bag to a man in a suit so he has something to eat while working. A young man in a suit grabs a pink bag and heads out for work. A cheerful girl warmly bids farewell to her father and wishes him a good day. A tense figure stands imposingly before the battered door, surrounded by crumpled mail. A young man in a suit stands frozen in shock, overwhelmed by the sheer power before him. An office worker notices the Magi Guild's recent success while checking updates at his desk. A man enters the office and is greeted by a coworker as they exchange morning greetings. Two men at their desks discuss the news that 3 A-ranked hunters have cleared an A-ranked Greater Rift. The young man reacts with surprise as he learns something unexpected. A man ponders how 3 A-ranked hunters managed to defeat an S-ranked boss in a Greater Rift. Two men in suits question the unusual details of a recent case, suspecting that something important is being overlooked. A bespectacled man slyly prompts Dojin for his opinion. A nervous young man expresses doubt about the honesty of the Magi Guild. A man sits in an office, silently weighing his options. He suddenly realizes he may have forgotten to mention that the group was from Magi. One man advises the other to start learning about Greater Rifts, noting that rapid progress could make even a B rank attainable. A man in glasses worries about how to handle the arrival of a high-ranked hunter. A hand extends a labeled file folder to another person, signaling the transfer of important information. A staff member informs the protagonist about the emergence of a new rift in Deokyang district while he reviews a clipboard. One man explains to his colleague that during a business trip, he briefly looked inside a place and saw it was filled with orcs. A glowing portal appears in the deserted city, signaling a new investigation. A man with glasses calmly reassures another person about the chief's decision. The young man in the suit expresses his gratitude, acknowledging the other person's intentions. A man receives praise for his recent performance at work but humbly insists he still has much to learn. One man offers assistance and information, while the other expresses his gratitude in the kitchen. A woman rushes into the office, apologizing for her late arrival as two men turn to look at her. A nervous office worker hesitantly tells Yeji she wasn't expected at work without being called. A surprised man energetically welcomes the guest, while a calm woman quietly observes the scene. A man with glasses greets the arriving guest with a polite smile. The red-haired girl smiles brightly and enthusiastically expresses her gratitude. In an office, a man in glasses asks another man in a suit if he is busy today, prompting a curious response. A man in a suit suggests visiting a location with Miss Yeji. A man grants permission to leave, and the others react with relief and excitement. An older man urgently stops a confused younger man. A hand urgently extends a stack of bills, instructing someone to buy good food for Yeji. A gentle breeze passes through the empty sky as the scene transitions. After finishing their meal outside the restaurant, the two express gratitude to each other. Two colleagues walk down the city street, discussing the increased benefits offered after one becomes a C-ranked hunter. A red-haired girl jokes cheerfully about someone possibly wanting to buy food. Outside the chicken restaurant, one character jokes about how 150,000 won is a lot of money for the chief. Unimpressed, the young man thinks to himself that 200 million won is nothing to him. Two characters step away from the restaurant and head toward the nearby rift, ready to proceed. A heavily armored figure stands before a glowing portal in the city as a wary crowd murmurs and others prepare for what might happen next. Two people walk down the city street, reacting with concern as they realize news of the rift is already spreading. Two men scan the area as notable hunters and officials gather near the glowing portal. A young man in a suit reacts with shock upon learning his rank is B. A woman explains that hunters often choose rifts one rank lower than their own for safety. A well-dressed young man asks the red-haired person if they are nervous. The red-haired woman admits she's nervous about her first C-rank challenge. A young woman steels herself, determined to protect Mr. Lee. A red-haired woman stands anxiously as a green monster looms over her, while a man with a notebook observes from afar. The protagonist resolves to avoid making the same mistakes again. Dojin calmly assures the frustrated supporter of his strength as they stand on the busy city street. A determined girl warns the person off-panel to escape if danger arises. A man firmly assures the surprised woman that her abilities have already been proven before the evaluation. A calm young man assures someone that they can hunt orcs safely if they remain cautious. A red-haired girl nervously encourages someone to believe in themselves. As crowds gather near the glowing portal, two characters pause at the entrance, preparing to enter. The protagonist observes the team's effective archery practice and considers the benefits of working together. Two characters laugh loudly together, mocking someone for their bad personality. A confident woman in a red suit approaches a surprised man on the city street and asks if he has changed. A nervous woman anxiously asks if something looks strange while the serious man silently studies her on the busy street. A red-haired woman nervously responds when someone off-panel addresses her as Miss Yeji. A man in a suit approaches a red-haired woman on the street and asks what type of party she would prefer to form. A red-haired woman explains different combat roles, such as tankers who draw monster attention and fighters who attack from a distance. A red-haired girl directly confronts someone, demanding to know if they are being unfaithful. A young man in a suit suddenly recoils in shock on the city street. A man demands to know if he was lied to about being the only one. A red-haired girl suspiciously questions if her contractor plans to make a deal with another hunter. A man firmly explains that forming a new contract with another hunter does not cancel their existing agreement. A red-haired woman seriously calls out to a man, who responds attentively. The red-haired girl sharply rejects the man's offer with clear irritation. A determined woman in red leads the way with her sword, while a surprised man in a suit follows as they set out to earn money. An impatient woman urges the silent man to stop hesitating and get to work. A bored intern from the Hunter's Bureau Rift Control Team is introduced while absent-mindedly picking his nose. A man in a suit examines his palm in confusion while holding a tablet, sensing something unusual. 2 days have passed since the rift appeared, but none of the hunters who entered have come back. The first team exited after spending 8 hours inside. A total of 32 hunters have entered the portal, but none have returned. Surviving inside this rift is difficult because there is nothing to eat or anywhere to rest. A man in a suit questions if the hunters inside are still hunting without food or rest. A man in a suit and tactical vest checks his tablet, deciding to notify the bureau. A man freezes in shock, unable to respond. A young man dismisses the problem, deciding to leave it for whoever is on the next shift. A calm young man introduces himself as a representative from Seoul City Hall's Rift Management Department. A man introduces a confident woman in red as the group's hunter while another character greets her nervously. A cheerful young man in a suit confirms his participation in the rift exploration. An official verifies the identification presented, confirming the rift manager's identity while another person stands by. A nervous young man in a suit anxiously asks a woman with long red hair if she is the one who refused the Icarus invitation. A red-haired girl quietly affirms as she touches her face. 3 people approach a building and are welcomed inside after requesting entry. 2 characters pause before the swirling portal as one awkwardly reacts to attention about their reputation. A startled young man notices a glowing portal opening nearby and prepares to warn someone. A worried man in an apron looks up at the street, anxious after the group leaves. One character turns to another, noting that someone seemed about to reveal something important but was interrupted. A man activates the rift management system with his device while a red-haired woman watches on the barren ground. A man in a suit checks his phone and sees that a rift has been registered. The group begins exploring and mapping the barren landscape under the pink sky. A young woman points out a group in the distance as a suited man watches warily beneath the pink sky. As the sun sets over the barren desert, a tense group rests while one figure keeps a wary watch over the others. An armored man lies on the ground, struggling with pain. 2 exhausted figures huddle against the rocky wall, struggling to recover from their ordeal. 2 figures quickly move to investigate the commotion under the vibrant sky. A muscular man observes 2 figures approaching across the barren desert, noting that the number of sacrifices has increased. A scruffy man suspiciously confronts an outsider, demanding to know their purpose. A composed man introduces himself as part of the city's rift management department. A man sitting confidently belittles the 2 people standing before him, dismissing their abilities and questioning the significance of their group. A man in a suit asks a red-haired woman for information about the current state of the rift. 2 figures observe as several injured people remain on the ground, unable to leave the rift. A man in a purple cloak hints that people are trapped for reasons beyond their will and urges others to look around. The 2 characters exchange confused glances beneath the vivid pink sky. A young man recoils in shock as something unexpected catches his attention. The swirling black rift abruptly stops radiating energy. He quickly deduces that the group could only enter because the barrier is not distorted. The 2 react with confusion as the term, rift break, is introduced. A red-haired girl warns that while only high-level rifts can become distorted, any rift has the potential to break. A man in a suit explains that some rifts can only be cleared by meeting specific conditions. A woman asks to see the information, and the man agrees. A blue glowing portal activates beside the seated warrior as 3 others watch intently. A rules display announces the activation and objectives for the rift break event. A system message outlines the event's penalties and rewards, informing participants of stat boosts and potential weapon prizes. A status screen reveals that 280 normal monsters, 3 champion monsters, and 1 boss monster remain. A red-haired woman reacts with surprise to the high number of remaining monsters. A rugged man advises the others to wait with his group. A man leans confidently against the wall and assures the group that the Hunter's Bureau will soon send someone strong to help them. A serious man in a suit suggests teaming up to hunt 280 monsters. A man warns about the dangerous monsters lurking ahead. The group discusses the rumors they've heard about orcs in the area. A man begins to set the stage for the story. A man and a woman exchange confused glances as they react to something unexpected. A group of formidable B-rank trolls emerges in the darkness, signaling a dangerous escalation ahead. A red-haired girl hesitates as she admits her uncertainty about fighting trolls. The armored man explains that trolls are much stronger than orcs, which is why the group is waiting. A character explains that trolls can only be killed by inflicting fatal injuries due to their regenerative abilities. A major issue is about to be revealed. The woman insists that ensuring Mr. Lee's safety is their priority. The young man firmly objects to the plan, warning that it is too dangerous to proceed. He learns that defeating boss or champion monsters could earn him a B rank or higher weapon. He suddenly notices something unexpected and reacts with alarm. One character proposes a deal to ensure her own safety, and the other hesitantly agrees to the hunt. A woman recoils in shock as she realizes an unsettling truth while the man remains calm and unresponsive. 3 adventurers greet each other in the desert, beginning their introductions. A confident team member reassures the group that hunting will be manageable if they treat the rift as B-ranked instead of C-ranked. An armored guard warns the others to keep their distance and stay safe as they prepare to move through the desert. A foreboding sky filled with swirling pink and red clouds looms overhead. A heavily armored man incredulously asks a calm young man in a suit if he really arrived without any protective gear. An armored man urgently warns someone to pay attention when spoken to. A man scans the area with a device and alerts his companion about 3 trolls approaching 30 meters ahead. A surprised character is suddenly ambushed as a group of trolls attack. A young man reviews alarming data on his device, confirming that less than 5% of the rift is mapped, and it has been classified as a B-ranked greater rift. An armored man charges forward with a magical shield, launching an aggressive attack. 3 large blue reptilian monsters tense up and prepare to attack. An armored warrior delivers a powerful blow to a large blue creature, driving it back with force. A red-haired girl recoils in shock as she realizes someone has used a provoke skill. An armored fighter braces behind a large shield, fending off a furious assault from a monstrous blue creature. An armored man charges forward and defiantly challenges his opponents to fight. An armored warrior slams a spiked mace into the monstrous blue creature during the heated battle. The armored warrior strikes the monstrous blue creature with a powerful blow from his spiked mace. The armored character commands the group to target the monster on the right first as the battle intensifies in the desert. A man in a red cap draws back his glowing bow, ready to release a powerful shot. A monstrous creature jerks back as a glowing magic circle suddenly blocks its path. An ability called Striker's Mark is introduced, which weakens an enemy's defense and increases the damage they take. A gloved hand snaps its fingers, releasing a burst of energy to initiate an attack. A blazing arc of energy surges forward, cutting through the darkness with explosive force. The monstrous creature is knocked back as a powerful energy beam slams into its chest. The monstrous creature stirs, its eye opening as it lets out a low, guttural sound. The monstrous figure crushes the glowing rod with overwhelming force, sending sparks flying. The monstrous creature charges forward, unleashing a powerful magical attack. The archer steadies his aim and prepares to fire a rapid series of shots. A lone figure unleashes a surge of energy, sending brilliant beams shooting skyward from the hilltop. The blue figure collapses to the ground, writhing in agony as a barrage of projectiles strikes all around. A monstrous creature is struck by several glowing projectiles and roars in pain. A man realizes the creature is still alive and urgently acknowledges the new danger. A massive blue creature charges toward a terrified archer who is desperately fleeing. A figure dashes forward at high speed, kicking up debris. A monstrous figure launches a surprise attack as the red-haired woman dodges in midair. A red-haired woman lunges forward and unleashes a powerful attack, energy bursting from her weapon. The monstrous creature staggers as it is pummeled by a relentless barrage of attacks. A red-haired warrior launches a fierce assault on the blue monster as it howls in pain amid explosive impacts. A red-haired woman stands her ground as a monstrous beast charges at her with its jaws wide open. After the fight, the woman with the staff acknowledges their effective teamwork as her ally celebrates in the background. An armored character taunts a teammate who is being healed during the fight. One character defensively insists on their usefulness while reacting with embarrassment to playful teasing from the other, who uses a glowing power. Yoonhee anxiously checks on Dojin to see if he is alright. The man in the suit calmly states that he is only observing. A red-haired girl expresses her concern to someone off-panel. A man turns to address someone off-panel, initiating a conversation. One character urgently warns another to look behind as someone flees across the empty landscape. A monstrous blue creature suddenly lunges at the shocked girl from behind. A female warrior drives a fierce kick into the charging blue-skinned demon. A startled armored man admits his provoked skill ended unexpectedly as he grips his spiked mace. A red-haired woman anxiously reflects on the danger just avoided and worries about what could have happened if Mr. Lee had been hit. A mysterious woman with red hair and a white cape makes an imposing entrance amid swirling embers. Fueled by uncontrollable rage, the red-haired character threatens to kill everyone. A hand grips the sword tightly as energy surges around it, signaling imminent action. A sudden movement disrupts the scene, signaling an urgent arrival. The red-haired character charges forward at full speed, radiating determination. The young woman swings her sword in a powerful attack. A massive blue monster recoils in shock, its mouth wide open and eyes bulging. A red-haired woman fiercely attacks a massive blue monster in the midst of battle. A massive blue-skinned monster crashes to the ground after being defeated by the woman in red. The monstrous creature recoils, clutching its chest in pain. The creature glares intensely, its eyes filled with menace. A gigantic beast lunges forward, its jaws gaping wide to attack. A man in a suit stands unfazed as red streaks descend toward him in a barren landscape. Two men in uniform scan their surroundings in confusion as red energy streaks suddenly appear in the air. An armored figure anxiously scans the empty desert, dreading an unsettling realization. The armored figure anxiously waits for something to appear on the barren horizon. A terrified man yells in panic as several large enemies suddenly charge over the hill. A horde of monstrous blue creatures charges forward, launching a savage assault. 3 armored figures sprint across the barren red ground, desperately fleeing from an overwhelming threat. She stands silent and resolute, her gaze fixed with determination. She counts 9 trolls, her expression tense and serious. A furious woman in a red bodysuit threatens to kill everyone in front of her, brandishing her sword. The young man abruptly turns and glances back, startled by something behind him. A figure in blue urgently warns the startled green-haired character of danger approaching from behind. A woman strides alone across the desert toward a group of enemies, causing shocked reactions. 3 anxious figures debate fleeing the dangerous area, fearing for their lives. A man in a red cap freezes in shock, sweat forming as he reacts to something unexpected. A character in a red cap suddenly realizes something critical and reacts with shock. A sword crackles with powerful energy as its aura is unleashed. The young man closely inspects the refined sword, noting its current weakness. An armored man urgently warns the group about the danger of attracting more enemies. 3 characters sprint across the desert, urgently charging into action. A monstrous creature is slammed into the ground and roars in pain. A red-haired woman in a red suit braces herself defensively as she skids across the desert, preparing for an incoming attack. With unwavering determination, the character focuses intensely on her target. A female warrior stands ready to battle as several monstrous creatures close in around her. A fierce battle erupts as a sword is driven into the monstrous creature during close combat. A powerful attack erupts, filling the scene with a massive explosion. 2 armored figures react in shock to someone's reckless actions off-panel. The group quickly rushes forward to provide backup. A modern apartment building stands quietly beneath the bright sky, introducing the setting. A girl searches the refrigerator for something to eat. The girl smiles as she finishes packing several side dishes, hoping they will be appreciated. A cheerful girl stretches and announces the start of cleaning in the kitchen. A woman vacuums the kitchen floor in the quiet apartment. A character forcefully shakes out a large shirt in the living room while doing laundry. A girl in a pink hoodie enters her father's room with a cleaning cloth, ready to tidy up. A young woman methodically vacuums her bedroom, concentrating on cleaning. A girl notices something unusual among the photographs on the wall. Someone examines the shelf and notices several peculiar books. Yoonhee thinks about how unsettling it is that someone could forget basic things like using hot water. Someone flips through a parenting book while another person observes with curiosity. She narrows her eyes, steeling herself for what comes next. She examines the bookshelf and notices a large number of detailed notes. A girl frantically vacuums, rushing to finish cleaning on time. Determined to repay her debt, the girl vows to become a hunter and throws herself into cleaning with renewed energy. A startled girl discovers a suspicious bag with a glowing gem hidden under the bed. A hand cautiously reaches out to inspect the pile of black fabric. A girl reacts in shock to something unexpected. The girl lifts the glowing blue crystal and suddenly realizes something is wrong. She nervously identifies the glowing blue stone as a magic stone. She picks up the large blue gem and wonders if it fell out of his drawer. A glass barrier slides aside with sudden force. She recoils in shock, eyes wide and mouth open. A sudden loud noise erupts next to the apartment building. Reeling from the shock, the character lies frozen and speechless on the floor. Yoonhee lies on the bed, counting the glowing crystals and wondering about their total value. A character examines a strange piece of metal and wonders if it can be thrown away. A girl lying on the bed examines a mysterious card with surprise. A hand presents a temporary pass card for hunters issued by Seoul City Hall. A woman in a red bodysuit charges forward and swings her sword in a powerful attack. The woman lands a powerful blow on her large blue-skinned opponent, forcing a pained cry. 2 monstrous creatures suddenly lunge at the stunned woman, catching her off guard. 2 blue-skinned hands slam into the ground, sending shockwaves through the area. A red-haired woman lunges forward at high speed, launching a fierce attack with her sword. She quickly shifts into a defensive stance, gripping her sword tightly as she prepares to counterattack. A red-haired woman in a bodysuit slashes a towering blue monster with her blade during intense close combat. She unleashes a powerful attack, overwhelming the monstrous enemies on the devastated battlefield. A man in a red cap struggles desperately to break free from a powerful grip. The terrified young man screams for help as a monstrous hand clamps tightly around his arm. A shielded warrior braces himself as a fiery blast collides with his defense, while chaos erupts with a blue creature attacking in the background. A monstrous blue creature crushes an armored human in a powerful bear hug as the victim struggles in panic. A red-haired woman anxiously watches as a chaotic struggle erupts in the desert. Exhausted and nearly out of strength, the red-haired girl struggles to keep going in the barren landscape. A character with long red hair stands her ground as two towering, red-eyed monsters approach. A serious-looking man in a suit is summoned in a tense, dimly lit room. Clinging to the weapon, the character refuses to give in despite overwhelming desperation. With fierce determination, the woman charges forward at full speed, gripping her staff tightly. A red-haired woman charges forward and launches a fierce attack with her curved blade. A red-haired character cries out in pain after being struck by a powerful blow. A powerful explosion erupts, sending shockwaves through the area. A massive monster recoils in pain as a sword strikes its body. Two blue-skinned giants collide in a fierce battle. A red-haired girl reacts in shock to something unexpected. A monstrous creature charges forward, roaring furiously. The monster suddenly stops, startled and alarmed. A monstrous red eye trembles in fear, filling the panel with tension. Yuhi quickly raises her staff to block a sudden attack from the monstrous blue creature, her face filled with surprise. The young man in the suit thrusts his hand forward, unleashing a powerful force. A frustrated man climbs up a large rock, muttering about how annoying the situation is. Yuhi drives a fierce kick into her opponent's side, sending them hurtling away. The green-armored character relentlessly beats down the two kneeling opponents in the desert. The red-haired woman collapses to her knees, trembling in defeat as she grips her sword tightly. She catches her breath, visibly shaken after narrowly avoiding danger. A woman reassures her companion that she is unharmed after he checks on her condition. The group decides to take a break before moving on, concerned about the situation ahead. Four exhausted figures collapse on the ground, gasping and snoring after overexerting themselves. 2 hours pass as the unseen conflict continues. 3 heroes stand over the fallen blue monster, victorious after a fierce desert battle. The character anxiously watches as the number of remaining monsters rapidly decreases on the Rift status screen. A helmeted character sweats nervously but dares to hope that their team might actually succeed. He watches the woman demonstrate surprising strength, realizing she is much more powerful than her supposed rank. A stunned observer realizes he may be witnessing the emergence of a new S-rank hunter. 2 characters laugh together, drawing attention to their growing closeness. A cheerful man invites someone to dinner after work. One character nervously makes an excuse about needing to go to City Hall after work while the other looks confused. A cheerful character invites the others to join the group, prompting surprise from one of them. The young man checks his phone for updates while standing alone in the sandy area. A young man confirms that 60% of the rift has been mapped and expects full completion by the end of the day. He notices that Yeji's mana has doubled, making her even stronger. A confident woman in a red suit smiles playfully as she considers how much someone's level has increased. Sensing a sudden shift, the young man quickly turns his head in the rocky terrain. As the group prepares for battle, one member unexpectedly suggests taking a break, catching the others off guard. A serious young man alerts the group to a powerful enemy approaching 200 meters ahead. Armored boots slam into the dusty ground, signaling the start of a confrontation. 2 armored figures recoil in shock and anxiety in the barren landscape. A massive 3-headed monster appears, forcing the 2 armored figures to prepare for battle. The group notices a possible troll ahead and reacts with concern. A red-haired woman stands tense and sweating, bracing herself as she faces an unseen threat against the sunset. A gigantic 3-headed beast suddenly appears, roaring menacingly. A massive 3-headed beast unleashes a devastating energy attack. A towering demonic figure unleashes a colossal beam of energy from the sky, blasting the ground near a lone character. A red-haired woman suddenly stops and stares ahead, stunned by something unexpected. Realizing the attack's strength, he urgently assesses the danger to Yeji. A colossal shadow hurtles across the battlefield, signaling the launch of a devastating attack. The protagonist charges forward with determination as the startled ally calls out in alarm. A red-haired woman is struck in battle and recoils in pain, clutching her side while gripping her sword. The red-haired girl recoils defensively, startled by a sudden attack. A character's eyes widen as they realize something crucial. A red-haired woman in a red bodysuit holds her sword tightly and calls out in alarm as smoke swirls around her. Yuhi urgently calls out for help as she grips her sword on the devastated battlefield. 2 figures stand amid the dust, reeling in confusion after a sudden attack. An armored figure urgently shoves another person's head down to shield them from a dangerous explosion. A female warrior charges toward the fiery blast, desperately searching for her comrade. A red-haired girl reacts in shock, her expression tense and anxious. A man in a suit and brown coat sits amid shattered rocks, catching his breath after a devastating impact. Someone rushes toward a kneeling figure who appears to be in distress. A gloved hand shakes the unconscious man in an urgent attempt to wake him. A young man urgently pulls a frightened girl away as an explosion erupts behind them. A character urgently realizes that someone has stopped breathing. A figure gently embraces the character's head with red-gloved hands as the character closes their eyes peacefully. Fighting back tears, she confesses that she failed to protect him. She clings to him in apology as chaos rages around them. Amidst a barrage of violent explosions, one character urgently carries another to safety. A young man looks up in fear, reacting to sudden danger in the swirling sky. A desperate figure bursts through the chaos, fleeing in panic from the battlefield. Amidst the smoky battlefield, A man in a red cap charges forward as his armored ally urgently urges him to move. A determined man in a red cap urgently shouts a plan to approach the creature during its attack cooldown. Two armored figures hurry across the rocky terrain, retreating under pressure. An armored man steps forward to confront the danger head-on while ordering his group to flank to the right. An armored warrior charges straight at the massive purple monster, attacking head-on with a shout. A monstrous maw erupts, unleashing a blinding burst of energy. A man realizes the enemy's attack is much faster than anticipated. An armored figure is hurled into the air by a powerful energy blast from a monstrous purple creature. A character is hurled across the battlefield, his weapons flying from his grasp. A massive two-headed demon is blasted by two explosive strikes to its upper body. An archer in tactical gear stands ready to confront the massive purple monster. A young man in a red cap aggressively steps forward and demands his opponent's attention. A formally dressed young man suggests that they introduce themselves under the starry night sky. A lone figure steps forward and formally announces his identity. One character urgently snaps another out of her daze and reminds her they are in the middle of a fight. The two walk together at night, expressing gratitude for the good meal provided by Miss Yeji. The young man in a suit smirks confidently in the darkness. A declaration of exclusive loyalty echoes through the darkness. The red-haired woman tearfully admits she thought she had finally found somewhere to belong. Amid swirling smoke and a glowing blue obelisk, a red-haired woman is startled as a man approaches her. A red-haired girl looks down, confused by what she sees. A system notification announces the acquisition of a new skill called Vow. A costumed figure swiftly dodges a massive explosion along the shattered cliff wall. Arrows fly toward the purple monster as the character attacks in the barren landscape. A giant purple monster roars furiously, shaking the area with its power. The young man in the red cap screams in panic as danger approaches. A colossal purple monster blasts a devastating energy beam straight down. A man in a red cap staggers as a powerful blow strikes his shoulder. A massive explosion erupts from the ground, catching the character completely off guard. A young man recoils in shock as a sudden burst of light flashes before him. A terrified man screams as he is struck by a sudden, powerful attack. A character in a red cap is knocked to the ground, grimacing in pain. A character clutches his back in shock after being struck by a rock. A wounded armored man bitterly blames his fallen comrade for their defeat. A boy sits on the ground, overwhelmed by frustration and bad luck. A new S-rank passive skill called Vow is unlocked, hinting at a major power shift. She learns that the Vow's blessing skill activates when the player stays within a 500-meter radius of their chosen lord. A warning explains that if the lord dies at an enemy's hands, the player will suffer a severe penalty. A system notification reveals the effects and penalty of Vow's blessing. A decisive system prompt appears, asking if the user will select a new lord. A woman, startled, wonders if the news means Mr. Lee is still alive. The green-eyed character focuses intensely, steeling herself for what comes next. A gloved hand seizes an attacker's wrist, stopping their motion instantly. A red-gloved hand seizes the collar of an individual bound by glowing magical restraints. A woman activates a magical power, confirming that her chosen lord is nearby. Magical energy surges as the Vow's blessing is activated. An armored man is blasted backward by a violent explosion, screaming in terror. An armored man frantically begs for help as he clings to the ground, fearing for his life while chaos erupts behind him. Amidst exploding chaos, one fighter heals his wounded teammate while urging him to hold out longer. A determined woman sprints across the rocky terrain with a spear, urgently instructing one of the surprised figures to take care of an injured man who is still alive. A man in a tactical suit urgently stands with his bow, insisting on accompanying Yeji for her safety. A terrified armored man shouts and points ahead, reacting to a sudden threat. A male character is slammed violently to the ground, letting out a cry of pain. The healer tends to the injured man, expressing frustration that her efforts seem pointless. A gloved hand firmly stops someone from leaving and instructs them to wait, while he checks on the official. An armored figure urgently seizes another's arm, demanding to be healed as tension escalates. The young man in the suit silently surveys his surroundings, assessing the situation with a focused expression. A system notification appears, announcing that Yeji has pledged allegiance, leaving the man visibly shocked. Someone observes that Yeji has become about twice as strong as before. He sits alone by a rock, deciding to wait and rest to avoid drawing attention. A massive, purple, multi-headed monster charges at the red-haired woman, who braces herself for the attack. A red-haired woman in a red bodysuit charges forward with her weapon, pushing through the pain. A red-haired character dashes forward, narrowly dodging explosive blasts ripping through the ground. A giant purple demon looms over the scene, ready to strike. A female warrior braces herself as a monstrous two-headed enemy unleashes a massive wave of fire at her. A female character is hurled through the air by a sudden explosion, flames erupting behind her. A wounded woman collapses to the ground, coughing violently. A red-haired girl's eyes widen as she suddenly reacts in shock. A massive, multi-headed purple monster stomps down toward the shocked red-haired character. The three-headed creature staggers backward, writhing in pain as an explosive force slams into its body. A man draws his bow and prepares to attack the monster from behind while urging the girl to concentrate on her fight. An energetic figure in a red cap leaps through an explosion, brandishing a bow and charging into action. An armored woman seizes the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the distracted monster. She charges forward and lands a powerful blow against her massive opponent. The monster screams in pain as it is stabbed by the attacker with long, reddish hair. A red-haired woman leaps into the air and prepares to strike with her sword. The woman brings her sword down with force, splitting the ground beneath her. A red-haired girl jolts in shock, reacting to something sudden. A powerful shockwave erupts, violently shattering the ground as a lone figure demonstrates overwhelming strength. A red-haired woman charges forward at high speed, unleashing a powerful attack. A red-haired character charges forward aggressively, shouting as she attacks. A character unleashes a powerful energy strike against the two-headed purple demon, forcing it to recoil in pain. A red-haired woman charges at the towering purple demon with her sword ready. A massive, three-headed purple monster roars in agony as it is struck by powerful blue energy attacks. A woman with red hair brings her sword down in a powerful attack, surrounded by swirling energy. The monstrous purple creature reels as it is bombarded by a series of explosive, powerful attacks. The three-headed demon charges forward with overwhelming force. A massive purple hand slams into the woman in red, hurling her violently through the air. The woman with red hair is sent flying upward as the force of the punch overwhelms her. A monstrous creature staggers back as its face is shattered by a powerful blow. A massive purple creature crashes down, shaking the ground with its arrival. A red-haired woman slashes her sword at a large purple creature, forcing it to cry out in pain. The red-haired woman stands ready after sending the three-headed monster crashing to the ground. A red-haired woman in a red suit stands frozen in shock as she realizes something alarming in the smoky, tense atmosphere. A determined woman stands victorious atop the defeated purple monster, sword in hand. A red-haired woman recoils as a sword is pressed to her face by a gloved assailant. A devastating energy blast rips through the darkness with explosive force. A red-haired character stands victorious over the fallen purple monster in the desolate landscape. A young man in a red cap surveys the desolate landscape in tense silence. Two exhausted survivors collapse to the ground after narrowly escaping danger. Hidden behind a rock, Dojin cautiously watches a distant figure on the barren landscape as the sun sets. Dojin observes the training and notes that her swordsmanship is improving, but she still has much to learn. A young man examines his torn clothes and decides he will need to buy new ones after work. A young girl urgently offers to defend her father after suspecting he is being mistreated at work. A young man irritably brushes sand off an object while surrounded by rocks and sand. A green-haired young man notices that someone is unharmed and looks relieved. A red-haired girl quickly turns around, startled by a sudden threat behind her. He runs forward, desperately calling out for help. Two figures share a heartfelt embrace amid the desolate, reddish landscape. A boy in a red cap insults an unseen enemy with annoyance. In the barren desert, one character expresses confusion about another's unexpected resilience as a third silently watches with concern. A battered man in armor collapses on the rocky ground, relieved to have survived a harrowing ordeal. A green-haired character uses healing magic on a stoic man and a red-haired woman in a desolate landscape. A green-haired character turns suddenly, reacting to an unexpected sound. A character in glowing armor is caught nervously waving their hands as another demands an explanation. The green-haired character tries to activate his power but fails, growing increasingly frustrated. Two people assess potential injuries after a recent incident, expressing concern but finding no clear harm. One character dismisses the situation and keeps walking while the other, battered but alive, follows across the harsh landscape. The group pauses on the empty plain as one member suggests they stop and asks for another's opinion. He decides on the course of action after considering the suggestion. They discuss dividing the magic cores and body count evenly among the hunters. An armored man, surprised, asks why the younger man cannot earn money, prompting an admission that it is illegal for him to do so. The cheerful man laughs and acknowledges how useful the application is. A surprised man questions whether only public officials have access to this ability. A young man raises his finger and asks for a favor since he isn't receiving any of the drops. The group reacts with surprise as someone asks for a favor. One character points at something off-panel, while another looks on in confusion under a red sky. A special sword reward is designated to be given to Miss Yeji. Three wary figures exchange tense glances under the red sky. The group stands together, relieved and smiling as they acknowledge their victory and credit a teammate for the success. The red-haired woman thanks everyone, visibly moved as she holds the jeweled sword. One character playfully teases another about their excitement over receiving a new weapon. He narrows his eyes, instantly sensing something alarming in the tense, red-lit sky. The group stands tensely beneath the red sky, confronted by a towering figure blocking their path. A cheerful young man initiates a conversation with his stern companion under the dramatic sky. A young man notices unexpected arrivals and reacts with surprise. The protagonist surveys the defeated creature lying motionless after the battle. A man in armor acknowledges the off-panel person's impressive growth. A red-haired girl bows her head, blushing as she expresses her gratitude. A confident man highlights the effectiveness of the gifted suit as the red-haired girl demonstrates its use. He admits to losing the bet with a confident smirk. A nervous young man urges his companion to leave so they can get started on their work. The armored man turns away as his group departs, leaving the scene under the fading pink sky. The armored young man offers his contact information to the confused older man, suggesting he get in touch if he considers transferring. The young man leans in with a sly smile, demanding that Yeji be handed over. The young man studies his companion closely, confirming her name. The man tears a business card in half, rejecting any attempt to group him with the others. The young man firmly declares that he doesn't care how others view the treatment of people as objects. 3 shocked onlookers stare ahead in disbelief after witnessing an outrageous act. The man firmly declares that everything changes when it concerns someone important to him. The young man suddenly senses that something has changed. The serious man issues a final warning, making it clear that he will not tolerate further demands. The young man in the suit stiffens, visibly offended by the remark. The city settles into a calm rhythm as cars halt at the red light and pedestrians gather near the bus stop. A well-dressed young man politely excuses himself from the dinner party to head home early. At the dinner table, one person jokes about someone forgiving them even if they cause trouble, making the group laugh. A determined girl raises her glass and vows to protect someone important to her. A cheerful man casually assures someone over the phone that they can handle the hunters by leaving them at the police station, while another character reacts in shock. A man in glasses enthusiastically greets another man in the restaurant with a loud slap on the back. A blushing man with glasses reflects on whether tearing up the business card was excessive while talking on the phone. A determined man in a suit steps outside at dusk, confidently addressing someone on his phone. A young man stands outside at dusk and answers a phone call. Someone explains that there are moments for humility and moments for anger. A determined man insists over the phone that they don't always have to lose to the powerful Icarus Guild. A man angrily refuses to hand over someone demanded on the phone while a woman encourages his defiance. A flustered character argues on the phone, insisting that Yeji should not be treated like an object and refuses to leave. A drunken man loudly boasts about angering powerful hunters while his embarrassed companion listens beside him. A shy young man answers a phone call from his senior, visibly embarrassed. 2 overjoyed characters eagerly ask to become part of the group. A young man in a suit receives a troubling phone call and looks concerned. A man ends his phone call and prepares to leave for the night. The young man smirks confidently as he raises his smartphone against the twilight sky. A man walks alone down the city street as night approaches. The city rests quietly under the night sky as apartment windows emit a warm glow. A woman warmly greets a man as he returns home and asks if he has eaten. A young woman quickly turns her head in confusion after hearing unexpected news. A man notices that the woman is wearing new clothes and asks about it. A young man awkwardly explains his recent purchase to a surprised girl, mentioning he bought it from an elderly woman selling suits because he felt bad for her. The young man in the suit pauses in silence, visibly surprised. The cheerful girl asks the young man to make tea, and he quickly agrees. A young woman hesitates as she examines a temporary hunter pass card. Yuhi wonders if someone is working as an office employee by day and a hunter by night. The attendant announces it's time to go as the protagonist finishes suiting up and heads out in response to the superhero's signal shining in the sky. A girl in the kitchen suddenly remembers that Yeji is also a hunter. The 2 agents prepare to storm in, confidently coordinating their attack. The 2 characters celebrate their successful teamwork with playful banter. The character reacts with shock and irritation to unexpected words. A surge of dark energy erupts as someone reacts in utter disbelief. Steam rises from the red kettle as the girl stands by the stove, visibly frustrated. Someone points out that the water is boiling, startling another person who quickly apologizes. A girl is startled while lifting a steaming kettle off the stove. The young man in the suit pauses, surprised by something he has just noticed. A young man quickly grabs the steaming kettle from the stove, preventing an accident as a surprised girl looks on. A young woman warns someone in the kitchen to be more careful after a close call. A startled character confronts someone for touching them inappropriately. A man in a suit pauses with a steaming red kettle, startled by something unexpected. Dojin quickly turns his head, startled by something unexpected. A man and a woman argue in the kitchen as the kettle whistles loudly. Someone guides an injured hand under cool running water at the sink. A concerned young man tries to reassure a worried girl as they both inspect something together. A young woman lowers her gaze and admits her mistake with regret. A man reassures a worried girl in the kitchen as he dries a dish. A young woman suddenly remembers something important and blurts it out, catching the attention of a calm man nearby. The startled girl rushes into a room as the man silently watches her retreat. A young girl rushes down the hallway and hands a letter to a waiting man. A hand shoves an envelope forward, urgently delivering important documents. The young man examines the informational flyer he just discovered. A girl nervously tries to speak up but hesitates, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. A girl reassures the other person that she understands they are too busy with work to attend. A young man in a suit silently considers the significance of next Monday while holding a folded letter in the kitchen. The young man agrees he can probably attend, causing the girl to react with excitement. A young girl beams with joy as she thanks her father. Someone tears up a business card in front of another person's shocked face. A frustrated character complains loudly to a cloaked figure about someone's rude behavior as they stand outdoors under a pink sky. A young man demands to know why someone traveled so far to deliver a message Minji never mentioned. The boy silently surveys the barren landscape, showing no reaction. A boy complains and asks for Dojin to be punished. A young man in a suit picks up a folded flyer and examines it with curiosity. A girl hesitantly tries to say something, insisting it's nothing important. The girl reassures the other person that she doesn't expect them to come because she knows they're busy with work, and it's a weekday. A young man stands in the kitchen, quietly reflecting on an important date next Monday while holding a folded paper. The young man agrees to attend the event, causing the girl in the kitchen to react with excitement. The girl beams with gratitude as she thanks her father. Sunlight reveals a grand clock tower as the scene shifts to a new location. A young man in a suit sits at his office desk and awkwardly waves to greet someone entering. A young man in a suit approaches a senior colleague at his desk and starts a conversation. A young man in a suit politely asks to work a half-day next Monday afternoon. A man in the office demands to know the other's motive, but the response is evasive and personal. A man presses for an explanation, questioning if the topic is too sensitive to discuss. A young man in a suit bows his head and acknowledges the order respectfully. A man considers the problem of a business trip coinciding with an important event. A man in a suit questions his colleague about a business trip that conflicts with an upcoming event. A weary man in business attire explains that participation is mandatory due to an official notice sent to all related organizations. They announce that Hyuksu will attend the Hunters Academy entrance ceremony for them. The man in the office chair explains the reason for the assignment, while the other acknowledges and withdraws his earlier request. A man behind the desk dismisses the urgency of his subordinate's absence, insisting they submit an approval notice. An exhausted office worker silently endures a barrage of criticism about being left to handle everything alone. The young man quickly dismisses any concerns and orders everyone to get to work. The scene shifts to a peaceful morning as Cafe Eden comes into view. Two men discuss the news about one of them attending the Hunters Academy entrance ceremony. A man in a suit explains his work schedule while relaxing in the office. A determined young man steps forward and volunteers to go in someone else's place. A man in glasses and a suit questions an unexpected change inside the building. A young man in a school uniform reacts in shock to something off-panel. The scene shifts to a peaceful sky, signaling a transition. A man with glasses spits out his drink in shock upon hearing unexpected news. A young man in a suit asks someone to keep recent events secret. Two men in suits sit across from each other in a cafe, discussing one man's age. A man in a suit questions another person about having a 17-year-old daughter and asks if they are married. A composed young man in a suit calmly admits to the uneasy older man that the girl is not his biological daughter. A man in a suit recoils in panic, raising his hands as he faces an unseen threat. Two men cross the street while one asks if Yeji is aware of the situation and the other questions the reason for asking. A man calmly explains that the two people know each other because she has visited their house before. Two men in suits discuss that Yeji has not commented on the situation. One man instructs the other to handle a task and promises to inform the chief as they walk down the city street. The two men continue walking as one assures he will keep the other's situation a secret, and the other expresses his gratitude. A large entrance sign welcomes new students to the National Hunters Academy. A man in a suit surveys the bustling city street, watching the crowd intently. He stands among the bustling crowd at the school entrance, observing the chaos with a detached expression. Sensing he is being watched, the young man glances back cautiously as he walks outside. A man loudly announces Han Minji's arrival, drawing the crowd's attention. A crowd excitedly surrounds Yuhi, who apologetically declines a request for her autograph as she hurries away. A man in a suit notices an unexpected person at the scene, while a child waves in the background. The suited young man turns his back and walks away, avoiding any further involvement as the other character watches in surprise. A young person spots someone ahead and calls out with excitement. The young man clenches his jaw in frustration as he reacts to an unexpected setback. Two formally dressed characters meet outside and exchange polite greetings. A young man bows deeply on the street, sincerely apologizing for his previous actions. One character bows and apologizes for acting rashly while the other listens on the sidewalk. The crowd speculates that the man in the suit might be more important than Han Minji and possibly an S rank, as attention shifts to him. The character bows their head and apologizes sincerely for their previous words. A nervous man tries to explain himself and urges the person bowing in front of him to stop as people begin to stare. One person bows an apology while the other, surprised, quickly accepts. He pauses in silence, lost in thought as tension lingers. A man realizes he has been manipulated as two figures glare at him, one silently vowing revenge. A hand extends a mysterious card, signaling an important exchange. A young man in a suit receives a memento card from another person as they reconcile outdoors. A character firmly clarifies that Yeji is not involved in the situation. Surprised by new information, the young man questions his earlier assumption. A character assures someone that they can reach out for help whenever needed. The young man insists on the importance of the keepsake, holding it firmly to his chest. The young man closes his eyes and smiles softly as he expresses his gratitude. Two characters finish their conversation outside and agree to go inside as the ceremony is about to begin. A crowd of students gathers as an announcement instructs everyone to enter the facility for the entrance ceremony. Freshmen gather in a large hall and move to their designated areas as the orientation begins. A confident girl steps forward at the front of the group, drawing the attention of the other students. A man enters the auditorium and surveys the bustling crowd. He asserts with determination that he is not mistaken. A young man becomes alarmed as he senses a sinister presence that no ordinary person could emit. A sharply dressed man is confronted in a crowded area as someone questions whether he is hiding his true identity. A calm young man predicts that someone will eventually enter their world, choosing to wait and see what unfolds. Anxiously scanning the crowded area, the man searches for Yuhi. The young man in the suit notices something unexpected ahead. A girl with orange hair steps forward confidently as the boy in the suit spots her. Amid the bustling arena crowd, the protagonist realizes the daunting responsibilities of being a parent. An official announces the introduction of the chief of the Hunters Bureau, who steps forward and bows to the audience. The next participant from the Icarus Guild is called to step forward. While checking his phone in a crowded area, the young man searches for a nearby restaurant that serves ribs. A determined figure stands before the blurred crowd and leads everyone in swearing an oath. A girl stands before the assembly, raising her hand and beginning the academy oath. Two women whisper about the impressive reputation of a hunter's younger sister as they walk with a silent man. A girl declares the group's values from the stage while someone in the crowd notices her with curiosity. A cheerful girl confidently announces that she will be super famous, prompting an amused reaction from the young man beside her. The entrance ceremony at the National Hunters Academy comes to an end. As the crowd bursts out of the building in celebration, Dojin stands quietly apart, calm and detached. A young man urgently calls out for his father while glancing back outside a modern building. A cheerful girl comments on how unusually long the entrance ceremony was as she chats with a reserved boy outside the building. A hand extends a sparkling bouquet of flowers in celebration. A tearful girl stands with a bouquet, overcome by emotion as she calls out to her father. A girl clutches a bouquet of roses and thanks the person who gave them to her. The girl becomes emotional as the boy nervously asks if she dislikes the gift. As they walk through the crowded school courtyard, they discuss that classes have already been assigned and school will start in 2 days. A male student steps forward outside the school and directly asks someone which class they are in. A girl anxiously reacts as she realizes she has been placed in Class D. A man explains the class rankings while a nervous girl holding flowers vows to reach the top class. A young man realizes something new while speaking to a woman outside a building. A supportive figure gently pats the hopeful girl's head, encouraging her to do her best and assuring her she will join a class soon. A cheerful girl offers flowers and invites someone to eat. A startled man in a suit watches as a woman enthusiastically suggests trying a nearby restaurant. A startled girl reacts in shock while a boy in the background mutters about beef ribs. Confused by the sudden attention, the pair stands in the empty street as a crowd gathers and tension rises. The crowd quickly parts as a commanding figure strides forward, forcing everyone to make way. Yunhee suddenly recognizes the group approaching and reacts with shock. The chief of the Hunters Bureau arrives with bodyguards, moving decisively through the crowd as another figure follows behind. A crowd loudly recognizes someone from the Icarus Guild, prompting an embarrassed apology. He stands alone in front of the school building, silently lost in thought. He pauses to reflect, his expression growing serious as he considers the situation. A girl exclaims in shock upon revealing the Sword Emperor's name. A young person suddenly turns in the busy street, startled by something unexpected. A man in a suit waves and invites another person to join them for a meal, with a woman waiting nearby. A girl is stunned to learn that her dad knows Han Minji. A young man enthusiastically invites the group to eat together, catching the older man by surprise. A cheerful boy asks for approval, prompting a surprised girl to quickly agree while a reserved man observes. A group encounters a newcomer on the quiet street, prompting immediate curiosity and tension. A cheerful woman introduces a gray-haired man as a Rift manager from Seoul City Hall. An older man comments on the individual responsible for overseeing a hunter. Two men in suits introduce themselves and shake hands as a third person observes. A cheerful young man introduces a surprised girl in a school uniform to someone, asking if she is a younger sister. The young man confesses that the girl is his daughter, leaving everyone stunned. A cheerful boy playfully teases a nervous girl by placing a hand on her shoulder. A boy asks for her name, and the girl quickly introduces herself. With a confident smile, the character activates their mind to analyze the situation at maximum capacity. A young man in a suit firmly explains that the situation is exceptional. 3 students and an older man stand outside the school building, enduring an uncomfortable silence. A young man urges a girl to hurry as she complains playfully, while an older man looks on in surprise. An older man formally introduces Hunter Lee Ganghyun, known as the Sword Emperor, to the group. A young man in a suit suddenly looks up, startled by something unexpected. The young man spots something unexpected and reacts with shock. A young man in a suit approaches and greets another person outside a modern building. The young man reacts with interest as he listens carefully. A man from Seoul City Hall introduces himself as 3 people exchange formal bows outside the building. A man introduces a younger girl as his sister while she protests, as he messes up her hair. A girl is stunned as she recognizes the top hunter. A girl learns that the founder created the Shik school and Yom techniques used by hunters today. A character stands awestruck, overwhelmed to see the renowned Sword Emperor in person. A cheerful woman questions the young man about being a hunter, but he calmly denies it. The young man remarks that it's unfortunate, expressing confidence that the other person would excel as a hunter. A young man bows slightly outside the building, expressing satisfaction with his current life. A man encourages a hesitant girl to step forward and greet someone on the street. A girl bluntly rejects engaging with anyone she considers weaker than herself. A blue-haired young man suddenly calls out to the startled girl. The group exchanges awkward, half-hearted greetings outdoors. A blue-haired girl stubbornly refuses to acknowledge the boy, even as she greets the other girl. The older man ends the introductions and invites everyone to eat. Someone expresses gratitude for the delicious food at the VIP restaurant. Several people gather around a lavish dining table, discussing the restaurant's popularity among hunters. One girl tries to start a conversation about her breakfast, but the other immediately shuts her down. One character reflects on their first meeting in the building while the other listens in confusion. A cheerful character mentions noticing someone speaking to her senior before the rank evaluations. A girl in a school uniform sits at a table, asking about Hunter Kong Minhyuk, and hearing he is still grumpy. A young woman wonders if being a Rift manager means entering Rifts as well. A girl gasps in shock, clutching her spoon as the atmosphere turns tense. A girl eagerly praises the meal while the man encourages her to eat as much as she likes. A girl sighs in annoyance, clearly expressing disdain toward those around her. A young man, visibly annoyed, apologizes curtly to his cheerful peer in the brightly lit room. A young girl complains at the dining table, upset that her brother is always mean to her. A man closes his eyes and apologizes, regretting that Yunju is not more like Miss Yuhi. A cheerful girl enthusiastically thanks everyone for the delicious meal. Two people enjoy a warm meal together, exchanging light conversation at the table. A hand stacks several dirty bowls on a plate, while a person with long hair watches silently. A girl excitedly promises to cook good food for the older man, who responds with approval. A person in an orange blazer invites someone to conduct a preliminary assessment. A young man in a suit asks if the preliminary assessment has already been completed while standing beside a smiling woman in professional attire. A girl in a school uniform explains how hunters are assessed using a special machine. She explains that anyone can complete the process, but its high cost limits who can actually do it. A frustrated girl argues across the dining table while the young man sits silently. A girl gently turns down the offer with an apologetic smile. An older man enthusiastically offers to cover all expenses, prompting an excited reaction from the young woman. One character cheerfully admits to never having done something before, while another reacts with a blank stare and continues eating a snack. A well-dressed man encourages another person to join the activity. The young man firmly rejects the offer without hesitation. One character encourages another to pursue becoming a hunter, but the other dismisses the idea with disinterest. Two men lean forward eagerly, urging someone to take advantage of a rare opportunity. Under pressure, the young man reluctantly agrees to comply. A girl in a school uniform stands firm as she endures a strange, glowing phenomenon surrounding her. The results of the experiment begin to appear on the screens as everyone waits in anticipation. The two characters examine the screen closely, searching for important details. A character reads the evaluation results and discovers someone has the potential for an A-rank awakened skill. A woman reacts with shock upon hearing that someone has been ranked A. A young man in a suit acknowledges someone's rare hidden potential with surprise and admiration. A confident young man in an orange jacket teases another person about enjoying a successful future while holding paperwork. The blue-haired girl acknowledges her classmate's abilities with a confident nod. A cheerful girl smiles and thanks someone with both hands raised. An annoyed girl glares at her cheerful classmate, questioning her constant smile. A woman signals for the man in the suit to take his turn. One girl complains about wasting time and suggests getting coffee instead. The frustrated girl faces the two silent men, demanding to know what happens next. A man lies unconscious inside a glowing pod as a mysterious procedure takes place. Dojin grows increasingly irritated as he thinks to himself. A young man in a suit lies motionless inside a futuristic pod as pink energy pulses around him. He wonders if refusing their request would have been better as he worries about possible complications. Sensing the scrutiny from the two men behind him, the man in front grows wary of their suspicions. A young man in a suit stares at his glowing hand as mysterious energy swirls around him. Mana flows into the hand as the character tests how the skin works. A young man stands his ground, unleashing energy as he refuses to let the threat advance. A man in a suit is struck by a powerful burst of energy, sending shockwaves through the area. A surge of purple lightning crackles violently against the wall. The skin finishes, and while one girl reacts with excitement, another quietly finds her enthusiasm excessive. The young man reacts in shock to unexpected news. A man urgently asks the office workers if the test results are out, and they reply hesitantly that they are, but something is wrong. A woman grows troubled as she reads that the player's potential cannot be measured. A young man urgently asks if such an event has ever occurred before while the older man reacts with visible anxiety. One man suggests trying again, but the other firmly refuses. A girl mocks someone for lacking the potential to become a hunter as she stands confidently in front of the lockers. A character stares in disbelief after realizing something unbelievable. The character anxiously questions the impossibility of the test results. One character urgently demands to repeat the test, convinced there was a mistake. The older man in the suit warns that scanning a normal person multiple times puts a dangerous strain on their body. One person voices suspicion about the unusual results, while the others listen and react thoughtfully. A man in a suit encourages someone to strengthen their body for better results next time. Several people calmly discuss the possibility of awakening after undergoing body strengthening. A character grows suspicious after sensing a hidden hunter's energy. A weary man in a suit requests permission to leave. Several days pass as the scene shifts to a peaceful night under the stars. Time passes quietly as the clock ticks in the tense, silent room. A middle-aged man recoils in shock, frozen with fear as sweat drips down his face. A weary man desperately types at his desk, overwhelmed by stress. The man quietly reviews his notes in front of the whiteboard, muttering to himself as he considers his next move. One worker suggests to the chief that they go to the sauna after work, while others listen in the busy office. Exhausted from work, the man admits he is too drained to walk and decides to rest in the kitchen. A weary office worker decides to stay overnight at the cluttered workspace, unable to face the cold alone. A man in office attire hesitates at his desk, considering whether to answer a call from someone named Yehi before deciding to go home. A girl with orange hair asks over the phone if the person will be coming home today. The young man hesitates on the phone, clearly overwhelmed by the mountain of paperwork in front of him. A girl talks on the phone and declines an offer for a midnight snack, saying she can buy takeout if she gets hungry. A girl with orange hair checks in over the phone, insisting she is still fine without a change of clothes. A young woman speaks on the phone, offering further help and asking if anything else is needed. A young man warns the person on the phone not to go outside because it's late, explaining that he's busy but will call back later. A girl notices her phone beep and stares at the screen in silence. A man in the office asks if the person they just saw was Ms. Cha, startling his colleague. A skeptical student challenges the authority figure to reveal the truth. A nervous subordinate urgently asks his calm superior if the rift at Inwang Mountain has been verified. A man grimaces in frustration, expressing how much he dislikes this time of year. A frustrated office worker complains about being assigned to supervise another student field trip by the Hunters Academy. The older man irritably refuses to take on the task, insisting that someone else should handle it. Dojin hesitates as he considers whether to inform Yoonhee about the upcoming event. He realizes his secret about rift management is already exposed. Someone gazes at the illuminated apartment building, longing for their father. A girl expresses concern and asks to be informed if work will end late. A girl in pajamas stands in the doorway holding a pillow, asking for a favor while a nervous boy quickly apologizes. An excited girl announces she will be going on a field trip to a rift next week. As they walk through the hallway, Yoonhee excitedly shares her anticipation about entering her first F-ranked rift, while Dojin listens attentively. A young woman questions her father about his role as a rift manager in the office. A nervous young man admits that he manages everything related to rifts. Yoonhee asks if the other person actually enters the rifts. Two people discuss their involvement in entering the rifts during a serious conversation indoors. A nervous young man asks what happens inside the rifts. A man details the process of investigating rifts, highlighting data collection, prediction of difficulty, and the importance of hunter escorts for safety. Someone tries to offer reassurance while the girl listens anxiously. A young girl stomps her foot and angrily confronts a man about the dangers of entering the rifts. An argument erupts inside the apartment building, disturbing the residents late at night. A suited young man confronts another person, insisting they cannot leave things unresolved, but is startled by the response. A determined young woman announces she will provide special training. A nervous character tries to reassure someone despite her own anxiety. A worried girl stomps her foot and confronts a man about the dangers he faces inside the rifts. Inside the brightly lit apartment building at night, two people argue loudly about the deadly risks hunters face, while someone nearby complains about the noise. A stern man in a suit is confronted outside a modern building by someone angrily demanding action. One character questions the existence of the internal force, stat, leaving both of them confused as they discuss it on a park bench. The young man realizes his mana is completely depleted as he examines his hand under the street lamp. One character explains that having no stat is normal, but points out that the other stats are unusually high. A character explains that using Yom requires a specific skill, making it unavailable to another person. She explains that Kul is the next easiest and safest method because it can be used from a distance away from monsters. A woman demonstrates how a mana-powered device works to a suited man, noting he cannot use it yet. A woman aims her gun forward with determination, while a serious man stands behind her, watching closely. A female character aims a glowing gun directly at her target, ready to confront them. A woman demonstrates how to charge a mana gun by gathering mana within her body and infusing it into the weapon while a man observes attentively. A girl holds up an object and encourages someone to attempt a challenge. Someone explains that even if the stat window shows 0 mana, everyone still possesses a small amount inside their bodies. A young man in a suit presses a handgun to his own neck in the shadowy forest, ready to pull the trigger. Someone calmly instructs the group to close their eyes, heightening the tension. A young man in a suit closes his eyes and focuses intently, trying to sense a faint energy within himself while holding a pistol. A girl instructs someone to visualize channeling energy into the mana gun. The protagonist hesitates, nervously weighing whether to add just a small amount. A man in a suit points a glowing gun at a young girl, who recoils in fear. A girl stares in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how someone succeeded on their first attempt. A man in a suit clutches his handgun in shock after an unexpected event. A girl expresses amazement at her father's talent. A girl nervously thanks a boy for his help with the gun, admitting that her success was probably just luck since she failed when she tried again. A girl stands outside at night, frustrated as she admits it took her a month to make progress. A girl firmly states she is against becoming a hunter because it's too dangerous. Two people decide to leave the quiet street and head home, tired and bored with their outing. A sunlit clock tower stands prominently, establishing the setting. A man walks through the office while another sits at his computer typing. Two men in office attire cross paths, and one reacts with surprise after noticing the other. A shocked voice reacts as a report reveals the results of the body strengthening procedure. A threat of imprisonment is made as the Hunter's Bureau seal hovers over the document. An agitated man confronts a calm young man, desperately insisting that he will take action. A man with glasses, alarmed, urgently demands to know the reason behind someone's actions. He responds with a silent, expressionless stare. One man questions why the other's life is so complicated as they stand outside the convenience store. Two men in suits discuss the upcoming field trip, confirming that one of their daughters will attend. A man anxiously reminds the group that their plan, including the chief, is already set and questions whether they need to hide from someone. The young man admits he won't go out of his way to hide the truth, since those who matter already seem to know. A man in a suit and glasses relaxes as he realizes his earlier worries were unfounded. A young man in a suit suddenly remembers there is an important event happening next week. The Hunter's Bureau announces a full inspection and offers the opportunity to manage a B-ranked rift. A man in a suit anxiously walks down the street, worried about the outcome of an evaluation. A determined man urges everyone to work harder so the chief can earn a promotion. A man in a suit stands silently, holding a drink and showing no reaction. Two men in suits debate the consequences of failing their plan outside a shop. A cautious decision is made to lay low for a while. Someone calls for the students to gather together under the clear sky. A burly man claps his hands and urges the group to concentrate, causing some awkward reactions. A man cheerfully introduces two city hall guides to the group before the field trip begins. The man on the left steps forward and greets the group with enthusiasm. A senior trainee briefs the group about the F-ranked rift and warns them to stay alert for unexpected dangers. The group listens to a monotonous safety lecture, prompting internal complaints about City Hall sending a principal. The instructor raises his hand and asks the students if they have any questions. Ignoring the unimpressed girl, the group prepares to enter the forest. A concerned man questions why ordinary people are entering the rift as another seeks recognition for his speech and receives a blunt response. A breathtaking forest landscape with distant mountains is revealed under the bright blue sky. Two children run hand in hand through the sunlit clearing, laughing as they enjoy the forest together. Martial arts students clash with large green monsters in a chaotic forest battle. Three students violently stomp on a frightened victim lying on the ground under the open sky. Two figures loom over their victim, laughing manically as they taunt them. Two uneasy men stand together, commenting on how intimidating young hunters are. Two men in suits discuss the possibility of hiring a graduate under contract. A man in a suit urges cautious optimism as he reflects on the uncertain situation. Two people stand in the forest, uninterested as they refuse to join the goblin hunt, questioning its value. A serious young woman questions the person in charge about their authority. One character insists on being the assistant, while the other doubts his abilities. A man sternly warns another man to watch his words under the bright sky. A man in a suit mocks a newcomer for being nervous during their first field training. A supportive figure encourages the group to fight by promising to back them up. A girl crosses her arms and mocks the other person's ability to protect or even escape. An irritated adult scolds the girl to leave and play elsewhere while another adult anxiously calls for the chief. Two men in suits are shocked as one reveals that she is the Sword Emperor's younger sister. A man excitedly confronts a startled girl in the woods, revealing he knows her identity and asking if she likes jujube tea. Two men walk outside, joking about their boss having a tough day and trying to impress someone. A young man in a suit smiles and asks which person is the daughter. Two men in suits pause in the forest as one points out something ahead. A girl admires another girl's appearance, noting that she seems popular. A girl abruptly turns her head, startled by something unexpected outside the frame. Dojin waves goodbye as the students head into the forest. An instructor tells the group they have 1 hour to hunt on their own or in parties before returning to the meeting spot. One man tells the other he is free to go see his daughter, prompting a surprised reaction. One man runs into the forest while another stays behind and watches. A man in a suit observes someone running and comments on their unusual behavior. A loud noise echoes across the forested mountainside. A woman aims her gun at a fallen figure in the forest while a man stands beside her, ready for what happens next. A young woman praises the man's shooting skills, but he modestly attributes his success to the goblins being easy targets. A young man in a suit acknowledges the woman's effort as she explains she practiced alone. Dojin quickly turns his head, startled as he senses a threat nearby. A girl and a man stare upward in shock as a beam of light shoots through the dark sky. The startled girl looks up as the sky suddenly shifts, leaving her confused and alarmed. A monstrous figure suddenly confronts Yuhi and a suited man in the forest, causing immediate tension. A goblin reveals its transformed, menacing form, radiating power with a glowing sigil on its forehead. One character remarks on another's unusual appearance, sensing that something about him has changed. A young woman steps forward with a gun, ordering her father to stay back as she prepares to protect him. A young woman fires a glowing, energy-charged pistol into the night sky. An intense energy projectile blasts forward across the scene. The monstrous figure is blasted backward by a surge of intense purple energy. Yuhi inspects her handgun in the quiet forest, surprised by how easily the task was completed. A girl stands guard over a defeated creature in the dark forest, gripping her pistol and scanning for further threats. Just as she relaxes, a sudden red light flares behind her, signaling new danger. The protagonist shouts out in desperation, urgently calling for help. The Rift Guard has been defeated. A girl recoils in shock as a swirling red energy emerges in the forest. A pivotal event is triggered as the conditions are met. The event Rift activates, signaling the start of a new and dangerous phase. A massive red energy pillar bursts from the ground, startling the two characters as the challenge difficulty is set at random. Dojin urgently calls for Yunhee to come to him as red debris swirls around. Startled by sudden movement, the character recoils in the dark forest. A young girl shouts for her father in panic as fear overtakes her. A terrified girl is hurled backward by a surge of dark energy in the forest. A powerful hand unleashes a surge of crackling energy, sending red lightning arcing through the air. A young man in a suit sprints forward, urgently calling out for help. A male character is smashed into a blood-red barrier, his body twisting from the force of the impact. A sinister red portal bursts open in the middle of the dark forest. A surge of red energy erupts in the dark forest, casting an ominous glow through the trees. A chilling wind sweeps through the shadowy forest as the night grows darker. Three uniformed figures stand outside at night, anxiously reacting as the sky becomes ominous and the weather suddenly turns strange. A disheveled man in a suit lies on the ground, clutching a mobile device and a canister as he tries to regain his composure after the incident. Someone calls out for Hyuksu to come home in the quiet, dimly lit landscape. A towering pillar of red-black energy bursts forth between two figures in the forest clearing. He urgently calls out for Yunhee to come to him as debris swirls around. A young woman spins around in shock as something unexpected happens in the dark forest. A frightened girl urgently calls out for her dad. A terrified character is hurled backward by a burst of sinister red energy in the dark forest. A hand surges forward, unleashing a burst of crackling red energy. Dojin rushes forward desperately, calling out as he tries to reach Yunhee. A male character is violently slammed into a crackling red energy barrier as forceful impact shatters the surface around him. The scene shifts to a barren landscape of towering red cliffs under a darkening sky. A fierce wind sweeps through the barren canyon under a crimson sky. A man in a suit stands over a kneeling, defeated woman as a gun lies discarded on the cracked ground. A girl freezes in fear, her eyes locked on a distant threat. He surveys the barren, red landscape, questioning if he has entered a rift break. A system message signals that the cave of Izaz has been entered. A young man glances suspiciously to the side, alert to his surroundings. A mission prompt appears, challenging someone to survive for 30 minutes. A colossal dragon looms menacingly as a determined young man prepares to confront it. A girl squeezes her eyes shut, bracing herself as anxiety overwhelms her. A young man in a suit assesses the condition of a crouching, shocked woman as the sky turns red. He wonders if he has reached the limit of concealing his true abilities. A hand swiftly snatches the mana gun from the ground after demanding it. Yunhee anxiously asks what the other person is about to do. The young man tells the other person to stay back and prepares to handle the situation himself. A girl frantically reaches out to stop the man as he walks toward the giant creature's clawed foot. A massive red dragon growls menacingly under the crimson sky. A towering figure unleashes a devastating fiery blast, obliterating everything in its path. A lone figure stands firm as the massive dragon unleashes a torrent of fire. A girl with reddish hair desperately shouts in alarm. A young man unleashes a surge of explosive power, ready to confront the threat. He exhales slowly, bracing himself for what comes next. A violent explosion of fire blasts one figure backward while another cowers on the ground. A young man recoils in shock as flames erupt around him. A character stares in disbelief as the flames suddenly split apart. A girl, startled and uncertain, wonders aloud if the dragon was responsible for their rescue. The dragon recoils in terror, startling the person standing nearby. A shocked young woman confronts the solemn man with the revelation that her father may be involved, as he holds a gun to his face under a dramatic red sky. A man in a suit stands determinedly on fiery ground, preparing to fire a mana gun despite his inexperience. The young man prepares to strike back after confirming his right to retaliate. The large red dragon glances around in confusion, sweating nervously. A mysterious artifact unleashes a surge of blue light, casting an ominous glow over the area. A lone figure unleashes a massive burst of blue energy, shattering the ground beneath him. A character recoils in alarm, eyes wide with shock. A terrified creature throws up its hands and desperately begs for a timeout. The young man threatens to act if he doesn't get answers quickly, holding the mana gun ready. A small, anxious creature urgently asks if it can have a question answered. A terrified dragon desperately begs for mercy, fearing for his life. The frightened man blurts out that he answered only because his life is at stake. A massive blue energy sphere erupts forward as one figure unleashes a powerful attack, while another watches in shock behind him. A lone figure stands at the mountain's base, staring apprehensively at the enormous, glowing orb of energy looming above. The monstrous creature unleashes a furious scream, writhing in agony under the blue light. A terrified dragon recoils as a glowing blue orb suddenly appears. A monstrous creature staggers backward as a powerful magical explosion detonates nearby. A dragon-like creature recoils in horror as a massive explosion erupts across the red-tinted landscape. A dragon recoils in terror, overwhelmed by an immense and terrifying power. A terrified dragon recoils as a human calmly aims a gun at it, defying all expectations of power. A stern man in a suit interrogates a desperate person about their will to survive. The protagonist narrows his eyes, clearly doubting the other person's claim. A determined figure braces for impact, intentionally exposing himself to incoming attacks on the crimson ground. He launches himself into the air and prepares to strike the horned beast from above. The small dragon-like creature freezes in shock, sweat beading as it tries to process what just happened. Dojin launches a fierce aerial attack on the horned monster as the sky burns red. A devastating impact shatters the rocky ground with explosive force. A horned beast clutches its head and cries out in agony under a red sky. A man confidently announces the start of obedience training, leaving the large creature confused. A young man firmly proclaims that bad dragons no longer exist in this world. An ominous sky signals the moment when the dragon Mausoleus first appeared. A group of hunters, including 3 S-ranked members, gather under the full moon to confront the menacing dragon. A nervous character hesitantly shares what they overheard. A young woman kneels on the red ground, startled as she questions what she just heard. A figure stands on the back of a giant beast, forcefully instructing it to lower its arms and chest as the creature struggles to comply. A stern man intimidates someone by threatening to add another 6 tons if they don't comply. A young woman stares ahead in shock as she witnesses an extraordinary event unfold. A composed man in a suit interrogates a frightened dragon, forcing it to insist on its strength and usefulness. The young man doubts someone's usefulness, suggesting they might only be good as a guard dog. A man evaluates the creature's unexpectedly gentle behavior and decides it's safe to leave him with Yunhee. A nervous girl urges her father to leave the rocky area. The man in the suit steps forward with determination as he and the woman prepare to face the looming creature together. One character stops and insists they need to discuss something important before proceeding. A young woman stands tense and anxious as the sun sets behind her. One character questions the other about what happened, but receives only a vague answer. A cheerful girl reassures someone that she understands their wish to keep something secret. A young man awkwardly agrees to keep a secret under the dramatic sky. 2 family members have a tense conversation about understanding each other's decisions amid a rocky sunset landscape. A dragon watches as 2 people prepare to leave together across the barren red landscape. Someone questions if he intends to leave dressed as he is, while he stands silently under the red sky. One person asks the dragon to change its appearance because it is drawing too much attention. A stern young man in a suit warns that acting recklessly outside will lead to trouble. The small dragon resolves to transform immediately. A massive, radiant dragon bursts forth from the darkness, unleashing its overwhelming presence. Under the red sky, the 2 stand in awe as a radiant, dragon-like creature appears between them. A small dragon stands alone, visibly anxious against the intense red background. A girl squeals over something adorable, while a man in a suit looks on in confusion. A girl nervously apologizes to a sulking dragon-like creature after upsetting it. A tense confrontation unfolds as the dragon creature is interrogated and quickly apologizes in fear. A small dragon is reminded to act cute and eagerly agrees to do so. One character encourages the other to pet a surprisingly soft creature during their conversation at sunset. A girl sits on the ground, happily petting a small dragon lying on its back. The small dragon lies on the ground, silently crying. The scene opens with a peaceful forest landscape extending toward distant mountains. 2 men in suits monitor the students from a hilltop, noting that the weather has returned to normal and classes have remained incident-free. A man in a suit wonders why he hasn't seen someone who was nearby just minutes ago. A powerful figure steps into the clearing as 2 men in suits turn toward the sudden, crackling energy. 3 figures step out of the forest, and one quickly apologizes for their sudden delay. A man in a suit stands outside with his arms crossed, growing impatient as he prepares to leave. A man in a suit introduces the girl beside him as his daughter to another person. A man reacts with shock after being told there are confidential circumstances that cannot be explained. A man in a suit reassures another man outdoors, acknowledging that everyone makes mistakes when they're young. A nervous woman bows and introduces herself to the man standing before her. A flustered official awkwardly introduces himself as the head of the Rift Management Department. One man dodges a question while another reacts emotionally, creating an awkward atmosphere as a third person looks on. 2 people introduce themselves and exchange friendly remarks about helping someone at work. A man in a suit expresses his gratitude while acknowledging the help he has received. A startled person confronts a small, nervous creature that has just appeared on the field. A man suspiciously questions the origin of the strange animal, while another anxiously signals for silence. Someone stretches and inspects the small dragon-like creature's face, suggesting it needs to visit the vet. A man in a suit recoils in shock as a small dragon-like creature bites his nose. One man struggles to restrain a small, aggressive creature as another observes skeptically. The young man announces that he has awakened as a tamer and introduces a new pet that will assist him. Two men in suits recoil in shock as one of them holds up a small, unimpressed red demon creature. Two surprised men question the calm man in the suit about his recent awakening and ask if he plans to become a hunter. The young man explains that he considered the idea because it would be useful for exploring rifts. A man in a suit hugs a small creature tightly, relieved that help has not quit when workers are already scarce. A man in a suit hurriedly sets down a small, orange creature in the forest and moves on to plan after-work drinks to keep his coworker from quitting. A man in a suit invites a nervous young woman to join his group and offers her career advice about the rift management department. A cheerful man promises a beef meal as the smiling girl responds with excitement. A group in business attire abruptly halts as someone urgently calls out to stop them. A girl in a white uniform stands in the forest, startled by an unexpected discovery. The small dragon looks up, sensing something unusual. A girl freezes in shock, unable to believe what she sees. A small, anxious creature reacts silently, sweat forming on its cheek. One girl excitedly picks up a small dragon-like creature while another warns her not to touch it. A girl reveals her new dragon-like pet and explains that she gained it after experiencing an awakening. A female character reacts with astonishment upon learning that someone possesses a super rare tamer class. A small orange creature questions the impossibility of the preliminary assessment showing no results. One man asks if the other will become a hunter, but the offer is firmly declined. She insists that any guild will offer special treatment to a tamer. One person explains he will use something for exploring rifts, while another questions his lack of ambition as a third silently observes. An anxious man urgently pleads with another to become a tamer, insisting it's an easy way to make money. A supportive older man urges the silent young man to walk away from the group, pressing him to change his mind. He calmly reassures the other person that he has no intention of quitting his job. A man reacts with overwhelming joy, his face lit up with astonishment and excitement. A crying man suddenly hugs Dojin from behind and confesses his love, leaving Dojin stunned. One character tries to break free from an uncomfortable embrace in the forest as others watch in disbelief. A girl holds a small, frightened creature in her lap and worries about the dangers outside the rift. The group walks together across the field, discussing plans to finish their tasks and enjoy a company dinner. Someone asks to keep the pet, but the request is firmly denied because the pet must guard the house. The following morning, time passes as sunlight illuminates an official building, signaling the start of a new day. An anxious office worker locks eyes with a watchful colleague as tense silence fills the cubicle space. The young man explains his actions, looking uneasy as he justifies his earlier apology. Two people work in silence at their desks as one types steadily on the keyboard. A red-haired girl lies face down on the floor, sulking about being treated meanly. A frustrated red-haired girl confronts a calm boy, demanding to know why she was left out. A red-haired woman vents her frustration about waiting a long time after finally coming to work. A frustrated woman insists on being part of the team, while the man at the desk reacts wearily. A woman teases about a pork belly barbecue lunch, prompting a surprised reaction from the man in the suit. One man excitedly declares his love for barbecue and drinks after waiting all day and cleaning the office, while the other watches him awkwardly. The young man interrupts to clarify a misunderstanding about their previous encounter. Two men freeze in shock, visibly shaken by what they see. A girl recoils in shock, eyes wide as she reacts to an unexpected event. A red-haired woman recoils in fear, trembling and pointing at something off-panel. Two older men scramble to justify their earlier claim about the pork to the unimpressed younger man. The younger man teases the chief about crying over a bill, putting him on the spot. A man in a suit taunts others about their drunken behavior from the previous day. A girl glares downward and confronts the group for lying about having pork belly. A nervous man raises his hands and anxiously tries to calm the situation by suggesting a company dinner. One woman storms out toward the door as a distressed man calls after her. A man with glasses unwraps a piece of candy, ready to take action. A man hurriedly tries to explain to a coworker that she was not intentionally excluded. Someone silently gathers their thoughts in a calm, sunlit office. A team member calmly reminds others of her role in the rift management team while eating sweets. A man in glasses eagerly agrees to a request while another man looks on uncomfortably. A woman reluctantly agrees to help with the inspection next week as a man cheerfully asks for cooperation. A frustrated person shouts in the hospital hallway after learning that everything has been cancelled. A frustrated man in a suit argues on the phone about last-minute changes involving a B-ranked hunter. A man reacts angrily to troubling news over the intercom, shouting into the microphone. A man urgently tries to make a phone call, but the line suddenly disconnects. A furious figure snatches the phone receiver off its base in frustration. A man in a suit quickly leaves the office, telling the team to return to work as he steps out with his phone. Tension fills the office as three people face each other in silence, each waiting for someone to speak. Two men in an office discuss the request for special cooperation on a project, noting it's not the first time this has occurred. Someone questions whether such an action is possible. The suited character acknowledges that someone else has asserted themselves as the boss. A small dragon confronts someone, challenging their authority and questioning their decisions. The cheerful girl explains that she can't go out right now because she's busy cleaning. One character expresses concern about going outside, while the other confidently reassures her of protection. A girl with orange hair voices her concern about being unable to stop someone on her own. The small red creature protests against being accused of causing trouble when they go out. A girl calmly suggests waiting to go out, but a small dragon-like creature throws a tantrum, insisting on leaving immediately. A timid daughter greets her father nervously as he arrives home. A red creature suddenly freezes, lying stunned on its back. Dojin sternly scolds the trembling creature, which pleads for forgiveness in his grasp. One character forcefully crushes another's hand, causing a scream of pain. An authoritative voice orders someone to raise their arms and face the wall at night. A small dragon-like creature is called to eat and shyly agrees. A character mentions buying food for Yong as the small red creature walks away, glancing back. A man thanks a woman for preparing the meal as a small dragon-like creature waves nearby. A girl smiles warmly and offers to do the dishes after hearing her meal was enjoyed. A nervous girl insists on taking over the task before the calm young man can respond. A flustered girl urgently begs for a chance to prove herself. A nervous young man in a suit hesitantly agrees, sweating as he responds. A serious man instructs the nervous woman to behave normally as tension fills the room. She hesitates, struggling to accept what she just heard. A man in a suit steps forward to shield another person from a raging wall of fire. A character recoils in terror as a sudden explosion sends flames surging nearby. Sitting alone under the spotlight, the girl worries if she can ever return to how she was before. A girl recoils in shock as a sudden flash startles her. A cheerful girl boldly vows to protect her father as a chibi version of herself reacts anxiously. A determined young woman demands that the stoic man begin mandatory weekend training sessions with her. A distressed character clutches their head, visibly panicking as anxiety takes over. A character covers their face and screams in panic as they are confronted with a difficult lesson. A man anxiously watches as a distressed girl clutches her head in the kitchen. A young man confronts someone off-panel, visibly hurt by their actions. A small dragon abruptly ends the relationship and turns away, leaving the man in the foreground visibly irritated. A red demon criticizes someone for dating another person after being supported through the bar exam. A man in a suit firmly calls out to a startled horned creature. The sharply dressed man sternly orders the other person to face the wall instead of watching TV. A small orange creature bows desperately and begs for forgiveness, promising to behave better. The small red creature collapses to the floor, completely drained of strength. A young man in a suit sits on the couch and sternly orders someone off-panel to get up. A young woman tells a man in the kitchen that Yong has not eaten since lunch. A small dragon anxiously points out a black garbage bag in the hallway. A young girl opens the black bag and reacts with surprise. A small dragon recoils in shock as a large dog bowl is placed in front of him. A small dragon-like creature nervously asks a dark-haired person if there is an issue with sitting together at the table. The small dragon protests about his rights, but is promptly told to just eat. Someone pours dog food into a bowl, instructing the pet to eat. One person assigns another to watch over the orange creature and prevent it from approaching the fridge while he leaves to shower. The small dragon-like creature hesitates in silence, pausing to contemplate. A small creature cracks open a nut with its claws and gets ready to eat. A person quickly pulls a bowl of food away to stop the animal from eating it. A small orange creature protests desperately, upset that something else might be taken away. A girl urgently hushes a small creature while hiding a bowl of steamed ribs. A girl urges the small dragon to quickly eat the food before her father appears. A small dragon-like creature coughs as a girl quickly offers it some water. A small dragon-like creature hesitates with a cup in its hands, looking uncertain. A small, distressed creature calls out for Yoonhee with teary eyes. Standing in the shower, Dojin reflects on the recent promise and reacts with a quiet smile. Staff in the Rift Management Department discuss the upcoming arrival of a B-ranked contract hunter. Colleagues tease Yuksu about his low salary despite being a B-ranked hunter, leading to laughter among the group. A man in glasses and a suit introduces his loyal high school friend to the group. A young man announces that someone has agreed to sign a contract and offer support, bringing hope to the team. Two colleagues chat cheerfully about how recent changes will make managing B-ranked greater rifts easier. A cheerful man in a suit runs down the hallway with open arms, enthusiastically greeting his colleague. Two men in suits reminisce about attending the same high school as another man approaches them in the hallway. A man silently reflects on unexpectedly reuniting with someone from his past who became a hunter. One man volunteers to join the chief for an expensive outing while another looks on nervously. The chief reluctantly agrees to stay behind as another insists it's better for him not to go. The elevator arrives with a soft chime, signaling the next step. Two men ride an elevator, surprised that it keeps rising as they head to a bar early in the day. A man encourages his companion to stay positive about their rare opportunity to visit an expensive place. Two men walk through the hallway, brushing off the gesture of being treated to drinks as nothing special. Dojin considers the advice, his expression turning serious. A woman at the reception asks if the visitor is with a party and inquires about the presence of Mr. Choi Young-hun. A woman welcomes the guest and offers to lead them to their destination in the restaurant. The group enters an ornate hallway and reacts with surprise. A wary young man in a suit stands in the dim hallway, watching the closed door and wondering what is happening inside. The guests are escorted into a luxurious room as their host welcomes them and wishes them an enjoyable stay. A man notices someone entering and reacts with surprise. A group of men in a luxurious lounge welcomes a latecomer with cheerful greetings. A man with a sly grin steps forward and greets the group, breaking the tension. A suited man enters the private room and confronts the two men relaxing among empty drinks. A stocky man in a floral shirt grins smugly in the lavish red-patterned room, clearly pleased with himself. A young man stands silently, his serious expression reflecting the tense atmosphere. A young man in a suit arrives in the ornate room and apologizes awkwardly for not taking a taxi. One man introduces his colleague to the group, mentioning they have worked together for a year. A man eagerly pats the sofa and urges someone to sit beside him. Two officials stride into the lounge as the patrons make way for them. One man expresses gratitude while the other responds with a reassuring smile. A drink is offered as it is poured into a glass. The young man in the suit politely accepts a drink and thanks the other person in the ornate room. Bottles and snacks fill the table as drinks are raised for a lively toast. A man sits in front of two microphones, reflecting on the 11 years that have passed. Two men in suits catch up over dinner at a restaurant, discussing life and work since one of them moved to Seoul, while another man listens quietly nearby. A cheerful young man with glasses expresses admiration for another's achievements as a B-ranked hunter and comments on their ability to afford the venue. Two men relax together, joking about how their salaries limit what they can afford. A man makes a wry comment about someone choosing the subway over a taxi to save money. A man in glasses tries to laugh off his discomfort as the atmosphere grows tense. A group of B-rank guild members is introduced. One man introduces himself enthusiastically to the others at the table during the gathering. One man casually greets the other, who dismisses the introduction while sipping his drink. A man loudly defends the national affairs workers while laughing and holding a drink. The young man in the suit surveys the scene with a piercing, silent intensity. A man sits in silence, drinking his beer as he contemplates. One man asks the other to visit City Hall to discuss the contract. A man with glasses invites someone to meet the chief, expressing that the chief is eager to see them. The center figure awkwardly covers his face while the three men burst into laughter around the table. He realizes that they were only brought here to serve as entertainment. The narrator explains that B-ranked hunters earn an average annual income of 4.7 billion won, so they have no incentive to seek work elsewhere. A determined character proposes making a contract and announces plans to visit City Hall the next day. Two men sit cautiously at a table as one makes a conditional offer and the other responds with uncertainty. A glass filled with a suspicious liquid is thrust forward, demanding to be drunk. Two men laugh together, joking about someone's extreme behavior. A blonde man taunts another about their high school friendship, warning that his harshness might make a public official cry. A young man sits upright and watches as another person's fist trembles with tension. A man pulls out his phone, calls for someone to come, and waits as the name, Han Minji, appears on the screen. A man challenges someone to drink a glass of whiskey before agreeing to sign. A young man in a suit urges his contemplative colleague to get up and leave the ornate room. A young man reacts anxiously upon hearing there is another meeting scheduled. The young man pauses, gathering his thoughts before revealing his next point. The man at the table coldly declares there's no point in talking further, dismissing his opponent with contempt. Kyosu reacts with sudden anger, demanding clarification from his opponent. A man urgently informs his surprised colleague that the hunter they discussed has agreed to sign a contract with their group. A man is startled when he learns that she is already on her way and nearby. A man bursts into skeptical laughter, unable to believe that an S-ranked hunter would agree to a contract with him. A calm man in a suit stands his ground as an enraged man shouts at him during a heated confrontation. A man with glasses, sweating and startled, anxiously confronts the unexpected statement. Someone questions whether negotiations with Han Minji were actually taking place, holding a glowing tablet in the dark. A door bursts open with a loud crash, breaking the tense silence. A cheerful woman arrives in the hallway and warns that she'll leave if kept waiting any longer. A nervous man, caught off guard, is confronted about stalling because he was meeting with some thugs. Two men are stunned as they realize Han Minji has appeared. Two men discuss how one of them managed to secure Minji's contract, with one feeling anxious under the other's impressed questioning. One person suggests that the group go to a nearby cafe. A resolute character firmly declares that she does not wish to stay any longer. A nervous man in a suit hurriedly retreats while apologizing, as another man watches him silently. A suited man instructs two startled people to order him an Americano as he prepares to leave. Two people quickly escort a surprised man out of the room while another person silently watches from behind. A man knocks cautiously on a closed door in the dim hallway. The man pauses in silence, his back turned as tension fills the dim room. A glass of amber liquid is placed on the table as someone commands another to drink. The young man offers forgiveness if his condition is met. The scene shifts to a quiet bakery cafe with cakes and pastries neatly arranged on the counter. Two people sit across from each other in the cafe, preparing to start a private conversation. The man sits tensely at the table, gripping his legs as he waits nervously. The anxious man wonders if she has come for revenge after hearing about her bad relationship with Dojin and the incident with the ripped business card. A concerned observer notices a boy visibly shaken and dejected after his pride is hurt. She hesitates, internally debating whether to comfort the distressed boy or ignore his feelings. The overwhelmed character suddenly collapses, losing consciousness. Someone desperately screams to escape. A young man in glasses recoils in shock, sweat streaming down his face. The restaurant pager numbered 21 vibrates on the table, signaling that an order is ready. A startled man in a suit is abruptly interrupted as someone kicks past him at high speed. A woman awkwardly receives 3 Americanos from the cashier at the bakery counter. A nervous man urgently thinks about warning someone to escape as danger approaches. One man reassures the other about Dojin's well-being, while the other expresses gratitude for forgiveness. 2 characters stand in a hallway, both reacting with shock and confusion. A man in a suit worries about the safety of the B-ranked hunters. 2 people discuss recent events involving Dojin while sitting together at a cafe. A young man with glasses reacts in shock to something unexpected. A calm character reassures someone to wait, expressing complete confidence in her instincts. With unwavering resolve, the character declares defiance. A startled older man reacts in disbelief as a confident young man confronts him. A man gives a menacing ultimatum, demanding someone drink a mysterious substance to stay alive. One man aggressively confronts the other, demanding to know the consequences if he refuses to comply. A man taunts his opponent with a defiant glare and clenched teeth. The man in the suit stands his ground as a rapid attack rushes toward him. A man is suddenly struck in the chest and staggers back in shock. The man gasps in terror, overwhelmed by panic. His hand freezes midair as he realizes he can no longer move his body. A serious young man forcefully confronts another by gripping his face and admonishing him for not drinking. A hand radiates fierce red energy as demonic power surges to the surface. A man screams in agony as a surge of dark energy violently strikes his neck and shoulder. A man, seized by the collar in a dimly lit bar, shouts in panic as another confronts him aggressively while a shocked bystander watches. A muscular man abruptly swings a punch at another man, who remains calm and seemingly unaware of the attack. A young man narrows his gaze, focusing intently as he listens for a crucial sound. One man hurls his opponent to the ground, sending him crashing through the air. A male character staggers as he takes a powerful hit. A man recoils in shock, his face tense with anxiety as he processes what just happened. A young man issues a deadly warning, his glare unwavering as the older man stays silent under the threat. A man anxiously surveys the chaotic room as another lies unconscious from heavy drinking. Dojin stands alert in the formal room, making tense eye contact with the other person. A man aggressively chokes his opponent, warning him for overstepping. A hand charged with red energy slams into an opponent's torso, unleashing a violent surge of power. A brutal punch surges with red energy and smashes through the character's torso. A man screams in terror, his face contorted with fear and sweat. A man sits collapsed on the floor in fear as another stands over him, exuding menace. The young man informs his defeated opponent that, with his dantian destroyed, their current path is over. The muscular man warns the other person to be careful about what they say regarding today. A domineering man threatens the group, prompting a nervous subordinate to quickly agree. A man enters the private room, finding another sitting silently behind a table covered in empty bottles. A man in a suit strides purposefully down the dim hallway as someone urgently calls after him. Someone questions whether a contract will be signed. A nervous character explains that Mr. Dojin requested help after getting mixed up with some strange people. A nervous man bows an apology while the other person quickly reassures him that nothing is his fault. The cheerful character confidently states that she is acting on her own goals and by her own choice. A young man in glasses and a suit reacts with confusion, uncertain about the situation unfolding before him. A man in a suit arrives at the cafe, apologizes for being late, and invites the woman to sit. A worried young man anxiously checks to see if Dojin is unharmed. One man awkwardly explains that he was given a few drinks while the other listens, confused. Yuhi smiles brightly and seeks Dojin's approval. The group celebrates around the table as one person cheers with excitement. The character responds to the tense situation with a confident smirk. A man in a suit feels relieved that he did not have to face the situation alone. One person brings up a problem at home and asks the others if they are available for dinner, prompting a serious discussion in the office. One character mentions that too much food was cooked, while the other reacts in surprise, unaware of the situation. The group sits together in the cafe, agreeing that Yunhee is a helpful and good child. Yunhee struggles to carry heavy grocery bags as she moves forward in tears. Someone expresses regret for causing trouble. A young man in a suit stands in the doorway and quickly refuses the offer, looking uncomfortable. A young man peeks nervously from behind the wall as someone reassures him that it is not his fault. The man bows his head and admits he caused trouble for others. A nervous person tries to reassure someone despite obvious discomfort. A young man waits in a quiet corridor as his phone rings, anticipating the call to connect. A young man in a suit calls his father. A man in a suit gently asks if food might help lift someone's spirits when they're feeling down. A girl lounges on her bed, casually speculating over the phone about the possibility of something happening if the food was delicious. Caught off guard by unexpected praise over the phone, the girl tries to maintain her composure. A young man in a suit learns over the phone that something has happened to Hyuksa Sunbae. A woman anxiously checks her phone beside a hospital bed, asking about the patient's food preferences. She reluctantly agrees to go along with the suggestion. A character is shocked upon hearing that Han Minji will join the group. A young woman rushes out the door, urgently promising over the phone to handle the task within 2 hours. 2 people exchange farewells under a bright, clear sky. Someone responds from off-panel as the doorbell rings in the empty living room. 3 people in business attire warmly greet the person in the red hoodie as they enter. A small dragon excitedly runs toward the group, welcoming the newcomer's arrival. A young woman notices a mysterious necklace around her neck and questions the man nearby. A small red dragon glares irritably after being referred to as a pet. A man in a suit explains in the hallway that they attended a student's field trip a few days prior, where someone awakened with a possible summoning or taming skill. A character reacts in shock, unable to believe the news they've just heard. The mysterious energy swirls as the nature of awakenings and the rarity of summoned skills are explained. Someone attempts to tame a frightened panda while learning that a tamer skill can appear when caring for animals. One character silently observes while the other grows increasingly suspicious about his unusual nature. A startled young man reacts as a small, unimpressed dragon-like creature confronts him. A dramatic number, 1, appears, hinting at a dangerous connection to the dragon incident from 3 years ago. A small dragon-like creature explains that it took 3 S-ranked hunters' tremendous effort to defeat a powerful enemy, while another listens silently. A nervous character dismisses the idea that a dragon could be involved. A man apologizes over the phone while receiving encouragement not to be intimidated. A man in a suit finishes a work call and prepares to end his day. One man invites the other to eat, then quickly apologizes in the hallway. A young man with glasses recoils in shock, startled by an unexpected event. 2 men in suits stare in disbelief at a table piled high with food, questioning the calm man seated before the feast. A young man praises the girl's achievements, making her blush and scratch her head shyly. After finishing their meal, one of the group expresses gratitude to everyone at the table. One man sincerely thanks the other for helping make a difficult day end on a positive note. The character with glasses expresses heartfelt gratitude. A young man in a suit earnestly thanks someone for saving his career as a public official. A woman cheerfully praises Mr. Kwan's Jr. A man with glasses enthusiastically approves, declaring that nothing could be better. 3 people sit down together at the table to start eating the meal before it gets cold. A tense silence fills the kitchen as a small, reddish creature watches 3 people sit around the table. After finishing the meal, someone leaves the brightly lit apartment building at night. A young man waits impatiently, his eyes fixed on the ticking clock. A recruitment notice urgently seeks an offensive class hunter for a new B-ranked Greater Rift hunt. A recruitment message appears on the screen, announcing the search for offensive class hunters to explore a B-ranked Greater Rift. A young man evaluates the team's readiness and considers the advantage of acting before others learn about the opportunity. A character notices an invitation on the computer screen that welcomes newcomers and reacts with surprise. A young man questions whether C-ranked hunters will also be accepted. He questions the decision to target merfolk, noting that hunters usually avoid them. He considers that fighting the merfolk will still offer valuable experience for the C-rank and lower hunters. A young man calls to ask if C-rank hunters are accepted after seeing an announcement. A phone conversation takes place as someone enthusiastically discusses forming a team with new hunters and mentions their A-rank tanker. During the call, someone reassures the group that with 2 healers, including themselves, everything will be safe. A young man checks his phone and reacts with confusion to an unexpected message. A surge of disbelief fills the air as the shocking message leaves everyone stunned. An announcement invites newcomers to join and provides a contact number for questions. Healers and tankers are much less common than other roles. He wonders why a high-level team would invite a weaker attacker like him. A young man agrees over the phone to meet and asks for the time and place. Someone receives an invitation to meet at Seobingo Station at 10 in the morning. The meeting is confirmed as the conversation concludes. A tense silence fills the room as a hand flicks a small crumpled object across the table. Someone reflects confidently on how easy the victory was. Unlike typical party recruitment, there was no interview process. A stark warning appears, emphasizing the dangers of hunting in a rift. A chilling warning underscores the ever-present danger of sudden death. 2 muscular men greet each other with a firm hug as they begin assessing each other's strength for the party. He wonders why he was left out of the discussion. A small dragon sleeps soundly on the floor beside a pillow and a food bowl. The protagonist researches the Solomon Guild and discovers it only has 3 members. He studies the situation carefully, growing suspicious that something is amiss. A young man answers a phone call in his office as someone greets him enthusiastically. A man makes a polite late-night phone call, asking if there is time to talk. A red-haired girl cheerfully tells someone on the phone that she is completely free as she folds laundry on the floor. A girl is startled when she receives an unexpected invitation to meet at Seobingo Station. An excited girl eagerly confirms that she will attend, regardless of any obstacles. A man confirms tomorrow's meeting over the phone and thanks the person on the other end. The young man pauses in silence, lost in thought. A hooded figure quietly moves ahead to scout the area in disguise. A red-haired girl frantically tosses clothes around her messy room as she prepares for a date. A solitary figure stands beneath a streetlight on an empty city street at night. A hooded figure quietly climbs over a barbed wire fence, sneaking into the restricted area under cover of night. A swirling portal suddenly opens at someone's feet beneath the night sky. A hooded figure powers up as dark energy crackles around them. The hooded figure unleashes a surge of dark, electrified energy. A lone figure in a hoodie cautiously approaches the entrance of the dark cave. A cave appears ahead, suggesting the journey will be delayed. A hooded figure registers a rift in the Yongsan district while moving through a rocky cave. A masked figure in a dark hood looks up, startled by an unexpected event. A hooded figure kneels at the cave entrance and examines a glowing trail of mucus on the ground. A hand inspects the poisonous substance, noting its danger if it contacts a wound. The masked figure hesitates, realizing that no known merfolk possess poisonous mucus. A masked figure spots a shadowy intruder at the cave entrance. A monstrous, one-eyed creature bursts into view inside the cavern. A monstrous creature growls in pain, its presence filling the rocky landscape with menace. A masked figure examines the unfamiliar creature in the cave, noting its absence from the monster index. The hooded figure widens his eye in sudden alarm, sensing an unexpected threat. The source of the mucus is revealed to be the creature with the segmented, purple tail. A monstrous creature shrieks as it thrashes in agony. A masked character braces for a confrontation as red energy flares ominously nearby. A monstrous figure recoils in shock, caught off guard inside the rocky cavern. A hooded figure threatens to kill the cowering monster if it moves. A masked figure in a hooded cloak stands tense in the cavern, alert to the sound of approaching footsteps. A monstrous creature screams in alarm. A character seizes the monster's face, catching it off guard. A masked figure grips the horned creature's head, closely examining it. A commanding figure orders the monstrous creature to open its mouth, and the beast obeys, baring its dripping jaws. The masked figure examines the dripping substance, suspecting it might be paralytic poison. A masked character analyzes the challenge of removing the enemy's mucus-covered skin, noting it's too difficult for most hunters. Dojin closely examines the threatening creature, searching for the source of its mucus. A loud, piercing screech erupts as jagged rocks dominate the scene. The shadowy figure threatens the hidden enemy, demanding compliance with an irritated tone. The hooded figure investigates the mysterious source by examining the dripping hand. The masked figure watches the wounded creature and devises a ruthless plan to disable its hands for an easier victory. A human delivers a powerful kick to the purple creature, sending it reeling. One character warns the other to hide deep in the cave if they want to survive, prompting the frightened figure to flee further inside. The masked figure decides to head toward the map's endpoint. A hooded figure receives a warning that they have become the target of the merfolk. A system warning alerts the protagonist to a mermaid detection penalty that drastically reduces stats within a 50-meter radius. The protagonist surveys the cave entrance and confirms that 99% of the rift has been mapped. The protagonist narrows down the search, concluding that only one place remains unchecked. A lone figure in a blue hoodie stands determinedly before a massive, cracked wall, preparing to confront the obstacle. A hooded figure silently observes the dimly lit room through a barely open door. A figure in dark pants steps forward cautiously, heightening the tension. A hooded, masked figure stands silently on the barren ground, surveying the area with caution. A massive monster lunges at the hooded figure, jaws wide open, as the cavern floor cracks beneath them. A monstrous eye bursts into view from beneath the tattered covering. A hooded and masked young man silently surveys the scene, tension hanging in the air. A monstrous jaw snaps open, signaling an imminent threat. A hooded, masked figure exhales steadily while activating a glowing blue screen. A dangerous new quest called Sacrifice is announced. A hooded figure pauses at the glowing red line, one that crossing it will trigger an attack from the sharktooth. The rules for sealing the sharktooth are explained as the creature waits ominously under the spotlight. There is a possibility that the sharktooth's reward chest could be unlocked. The sacrifice counter increases to 9 out of 10, signaling that the ritual is nearly complete. A masked figure surveys the rocky area, noting that 9 hunters have already died against the monster. A hooded figure realizes that secrecy about their rank, skill, and name was intentional as they stand before a mysterious door and a treasure chest. Someone steps forward with determination, prepared to confront the trouble ahead. A massive, injured shark lunges at the calm, hooded figure. The irritated man threatens the monstrous creature, warning it not to provoke him. A masked figure arrives at a rocky area and observes a fish flopping frantically on the ground. A hooded figure sits alertly atop a large treasure chest, guarding it in the dim room. The masked figure analyzes the glowing tablet, determined to gather more data before time runs out. A hidden cavern is revealed, its emptiness and silence creating an ominous atmosphere. A masked figure stands by an open chest as the system confirms completion of the special quest. A masked figure seals the sharktooth in the cave, causing the red line to vanish forever. The masked young man carefully reaches for the spear as he is granted permission to claim his reward. A powerful weapon called Sharktooth's Bone Sword is revealed with an A-rank designation. A masked figure examines an ornate blade, considering if it would suit Yeji. The hooded figure, gripping 2 swords, turns away and signals the group to retreat. A door slowly opens in the empty, dimly lit room. One character stands by the door, unimpressed, while the supposed guardian sleeps on the floor instead of watching the house. A gloved hand pushes the small orange creature aside, ordering it to sleep in the corner. A small creature anxiously instructs someone to hide the meat with dog food to avoid getting caught. A young man stands in silence, deep in thought as he contemplates recent events. A young man stands at the door, worried as he watches a small orange creature lie listlessly by its food bowl. Someone considers getting rid of the lounging creature as it eats from its bowl on the floor. A small red dragon suddenly shivers, feeling an unexpected chill in the air. A small dragon nervously calls out as it peeks around the corner in the dim hallway. A small dragon-like creature anxiously checks on the sleeping girl while worrying about the floor heater being off during winter. A small red creature complains about being trapped on a sleeping girl's chest. A small girl and an orange demon sleep side by side in bed, undisturbed. The scene shifts to a peaceful cityscape under a clear blue sky, establishing a calm urban setting. A confident woman with red hair walks cheerfully down a bustling city street. Two girls share a quiet, gentle moment as they face each other in close conversation. A red-haired woman enthusiastically approaches a child, causing the child to cry out in fear and call for her mother while another figure looks on with concern. A suited figure with a twisted staff greets a surprised red-haired woman who has arrived early on the quiet city street. A red-haired woman is startled by someone's unexpected early arrival and tries to hide her nervousness. On a city street, a man tells a red-haired woman he planned to finish organizing Rift data, prompting her puzzled response. A man in a suit holds a curved dagger on a city street, realizing with confusion that the situation might involve work. A man hands a glowing sword to a red-haired woman, offering her a more powerful weapon. A red-haired woman is startled as a powerful weapon is revealed, while the man beside her refuses to explain its origin. A suited young man reassures a red-haired woman that this will help her become stronger. A young man in a suit suggests they sit down so he can brief the group about the rift before the other hunters arrive. A red-haired girl silently pauses with a blank expression, creating an awkward atmosphere. A red-haired woman realizes their outing has a hidden motive, while a young man in a suit reacts in shock. With focused intensity, he surveys the situation below. Someone notices that the woman is wearing expensive earrings they've never seen before. Someone notices the girl's distinctive necklace, raising further suspicion. Dressed in a pink skirt suit, the character braces for a fight despite feeling unprepared. A mysterious glowing lunch basket is revealed, drawing everyone's attention. The man in the suit recoils in shock, pointing at himself as he realizes something alarming. On a city street, a woman approaches a startled man and starts a conversation. A red-haired woman looms over a sweating boy, accusing him of causing the problem. Dojin complains about not being notified in advance about having to work overtime. A red-haired character confronts someone, accusing them of breaking their contract. A stern woman demands accountability from a nervous man, who quickly apologizes for his lack of clarity. A young man in a suit assures someone that they will receive overtime pay. A hand tightens around a basket handle as the offer of money is firmly rejected. A girl with long red hair exhales softly, lost in thought. A man in a suit agrees to have dinner with a woman who insists he will pay next time. Yoonhee nervously requests a private meeting, and Dojin agrees, both appearing flustered. A cheerful woman turns back and energetically makes a promise to the serious man following her on the street. A call to action signals the start of the next move. The scene shifts to a bright, clear sky as the setting is established. A man and a woman sit in silence on a bench, sharing a tense lunch. The protagonist decides to eat the food, appreciating the effort it took to prepare it, and not wanting it to go to waste. A red-haired girl reminds the group that they shouldn't be late. A boy in a suit assures his companion that he has already coordinated their meeting in front of the rift. Two people discuss the dangers of facing merfolk, including the threat of toxic mucus. A young man eats his sandwich, barely paying attention as someone warns him about the paralyzing venom of the merfolk. A cheerful woman asks a reserved man about his sandwich as they share a meal outdoors. A man in a suit explains that the hunters paralyzed by the mermaids remain incapacitated. Sitting together on the porch, one character politely refuses more food, saying they are full. With a playful smile, the red-haired girl insists that her homemade sandwiches should not go to waste. A woman encourages a man to leave after he finishes his meal. The scene opens with a calm, clear sky above lush green treetops, setting a peaceful atmosphere. Two people approach three armed guards standing before a swirling portal and announce their arrival. A man steps forward and hands a card to the three armored individuals, introducing himself as the one who contacted them. A man notices something odd as he realizes there are two people instead of one. Two armored men confront the newcomer, questioning their identity and intentions. One armored figure introduces the hunter and identifies himself as her manager. The armored man realizes the person is a Rift manager from Seoul City Hall and questions the involvement of public officials in this work. A man in a suit explains that the department was established 5 years ago and currently oversees Rifts rank C and below. A young man in armor questions the group's readiness as they prepare to enter a B-ranked Rift. A young man calmly assures everyone that there is no need to worry because Yeji is already a B-ranked hunter. A figure declares they will enter the Rift as well, leaving the armored group visibly shocked. One man assures the other that only authorized personnel can enter the Rift, so there is no cause for concern. Two armored team members exchange uncertain words before formally welcoming a new colleague. One armored character eagerly pulls another forward as the group prepares to set out, while two teammates watch from behind. A sly character proposes killing both targets, making the plan clear and ruthless. Two armored figures walk together, as one grows suspicious of their surroundings. 5 armed figures tense as a swirling black portal appears overhead. A glowing bracelet activates on her wrist as she clutches her chest, startled by the sudden effect of the vow's blessing. A red-haired girl smirks with playful confidence, signaling she has something planned. A red-haired woman glances sideways, prompting a surprised reaction from the man holding a tablet. A man confronts a nervous woman about her discomfort, but she insists nothing is wrong. One character nervously responds as another formally initiates a conversation. One character firmly explains merfolk details while the other listens intently. A red-haired girl cheerfully confirms her awareness of the situation by mentioning their wrists. A red-haired woman confidently assures her suited companion that she can handle the task in the rocky cavern. Two armored men cautiously search the cave, unable to find any mermaids. The group moves deeper into the rocky rift, tense as they realize they have yet to encounter any threats. A suited character urgently informs the group that 5 mermaids are positioned 10 meters ahead. One character demands an explanation, visibly confused as tension rises between them. A monstrous creature appears, and the group recoils in shock, urgently preparing for a confrontation. A horde of serpent-like monsters charges forward as a warning to prepare for battle rings out. An armored man is ambushed and quickly restrained by fast-moving bands. A woman in red brings her sword down in a fierce attack against the shadowy figure below. A man urgently commands the group to move quickly to save their ally before reaching the boss room. 2 armored fighters charge forward with their spears, shouting as they rush into battle. 3 armed fighters launch a coordinated attack against monstrous enemies by the rocky wall. The man swings his arm with fierce determination, landing a powerful blow. The man in the suit stands above on the rocks while the figure below screams in pain. The protagonist scans the area and confirms that 7 armed mermaids are positioned 15 meters ahead. A startled armored man jolts upright on the rocky ground, overwhelmed by sudden shocking news. Ignoring the warnings of her teammates, Yeji rushes into the cave to pursue the target. A red-haired woman plummets from the cliff as monstrous figures gather below, ready to attack. An intense energy slash crashes down, delivering a devastating blow. The red-haired fighter cuts down the monsters in a swift, overwhelming attack as they scream in pain. A lone figure stands over the defeated beasts while 3 wary survivors observe from above and a shadowy presence emerges at the cave entrance. One of the survivors recoils in disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. The leader tells the team to take a break and focus on breathing exercises as they recover from the recent battle. A man looks up in shock as he tries to make sense of the sudden appearance of unfamiliar figures. A character realizes that an unexpected problem threatens to ruin their plans. With a fierce shout, the character charges forward to attack. A red-haired woman in armor launches a fierce attack against a large armored opponent. A red-haired woman in a red suit launches a fierce attack against a dark-cloaked opponent. A dark figure crashes down with explosive force, shaking the area. A red-haired woman launches a fierce mid-air attack, swinging her weapon down at the armored opponent below. A rapid barrage of energy slashes tears through the darkness. A red-haired character charges forward, striking monstrous enemies as they reel in pain. A group of monstrous creatures and a red-clad figure quietly scale a steep rocky cliff. A red-haired woman in a red suit pauses to catch her breath, visibly exhausted from the ordeal. 2 armored figures stand frozen in awe as they witness an astonishing display of swordsmanship. A shocked character reacts upon learning that someone is only a C rank. A character reassesses the potential of someone, believing she is on track to become at least a B rank. She notes that none of her team members, even as B ranks, can perform attacks as precise as what she just witnessed. He reels back in shock, realizing his opponent's overwhelming strength. One character acknowledges the other's progress as she proudly remarks on feeling stronger, holding her sword. A teammate expresses amazement at Yunhee's abilities, and she responds with a pleased smile. A confident figure explains that the enemies are easy to defeat because their weakness is already known, prompting a surprised companion to ask about it. A red-haired girl confidently explains that chopping off an enemy's hands makes them defenseless. 2 armored figures lie on the ground, stunned as they react to an unexpected revelation. A man in a suit gives the order to move out, and the kneeling woman with a sword agrees as the armored figures look on. Cracks rapidly spread across the rocky wall as it begins to break apart. Dojin readies his weapon and prepares to strike as he faces the monster's armored tail in the cavern. 2 armored men cautiously note that there are fewer mermaids than usual, with only a few stronger ones scattered around. The man notes that reaching their destination will now be easier. The man casts a cautious glance to the side, alert for any potential threat. One character offers to heal the other, but the offer is casually declined. A cheerful woman advises others to be attentive to a demanding man, who looks uneasy in the background. Someone asks if anyone is injured, showing concern for their condition. The group stands in the cave as one figure firmly rejects the offer, heightening the tension. A man assesses the situation as unexpected challenges threaten to complicate his plans. A red-haired woman confidently suggests that the 3 of them can handle the hunter. A young man hesitates, expressing concern about the dangers they might face. A character smirks confidently, hinting at a hidden plan. The young man in the suit pauses, startled by something unexpected. 4 people stand in a dim cave as one prompts the group to move forward, and another quickly agrees. Silhouetted figures cautiously move into the dark cave tunnel as footsteps echo around them. The group pauses inside the cave as they encounter a fork in the path ahead. One character confidently corrects the group's path, instructing them to go left while holding a tablet, as another looks on in surprise. A red-haired woman confidently takes the lead through the cavern while a man follows her. The group argues about which direction to take in the cave as tensions rise. The armored man freezes in shock, unable to respond. Under pressure, a nervous man challenges whose account should be trusted during the questioning. The group splits up, with one pair heading left and the others taking a different path. The armored group hands over the lead and prepares to follow, with one member showing clear unease. Two armored men argue in the cavern about who will land the final blow on their enemies. 10 minutes later, 3 armored figures stare upward in shock and fear as they notice an imminent threat. The group halts in shock as they discover the boss room entrance hidden just ahead. One team member is stunned by how quickly they managed to enter the area. One character reacts with irritation while another laughs smugly in the background. The group pauses on the barren ground, preparing to confront the final boss. They discuss the danger of going inside and consider observing from a safe distance instead. With a cautious reminder to stay close, the group prepares to enter the area while 2 armored guards watch from behind. A red-haired girl suddenly turns in alarm, reacting to an unexpected sound. A sickly green aura engulfs the girl as her stats are drastically reduced by a debilitating disease effect. The overconfident man gloats, certain that his weakened opponent cannot handle 3 enemies at once. A character recoils in shock as a system message reveals that the disease attack had no effect on the target. The armored men are stunned as the disease is instantly nullified by a powerful blessing. Sensing unease, the red-haired woman realizes that something is wrong. A red-haired woman in a red suit raises her staff and confronts the group, demanding to know if they are player killers. 2 panicked armored men, one brandishing a sword, urgently command an attack underground. 2 armed guards confront Yuhi and order her not to move as she turns toward them in surprise. A red-haired girl screams in shock as she reacts to sudden danger. An orange-haired captor seizes a hostage and holds a sword to his neck, using him to threaten someone named Yeji. A red-haired woman urgently calls out in alarm. A red-haired girl realizes she failed to protect someone and blames herself for being careless. A young man, held at sword point, demands to know what his captor intends to do. A red-haired character smirks and announces that they have a use for someone. A red-haired man seizes a hostage and threatens the shocked woman, forcing her to stay back. A red-haired woman looks up in shock, reacting to something alarming. A determined figure approaches the massive sealed stone gate deep within the cavern. A red-haired woman recoils in alarm, raising her hand defensively as she reacts to something off-panel. 4 armored figures advance cautiously along the rocky cavern wall. The orange-haired character reacts with indifference, showing no concern for the situation. A surge of purple energy violently rips through the scene, signaling the release of a powerful attack. A massive wounded shark thrashes violently, its jaws gaping in a display of distress. A strange creature suddenly drops into the rocky cavern, startling the 2 characters. The armored character looks up in confusion, reacting to the creature's odd behavior. 2 armored figures react with shock as a man in a suit approaches them. A man recoils in panic as he realizes the red line has vanished. A character whirls around in shock, reacting to an unexpected surprise. 2 armored figures react with shock and alarm to unexpected news. A man recoils in fear as a sudden threat rushes toward him from the left. A system message reveals the special quest is already completed, leaving the character confused. An armored man recoils in shock upon finding the treasure chest already open. A shocked man in tactical gear faces a composed man who reveals that he knows about the group's effort to gather 9 sacrifices. A character recoils in shock after their secret is suddenly revealed. The young man in the suit reminds the group that they already saw the contents of the chest, which was just held by someone else. A cautious armored woman explains she came to check the place after being unexpectedly confronted by a man in a suit. A man urgently warns that the Greater Rift is far too dangerous to explore casually. The young man calmly accepts the other person's viewpoint. An enraged character seizes the calm young man by the collar and shouts angrily. A dark-haired man restrains his opponent and reminds him that he has more urgent matters to attend to. He quickly notices that only the red line and reward have vanished, while the shark tooth remains. The character suddenly reacts in shock, visibly startled and sweating. A terrified character freezes in place as monstrous jaws descend toward them. A violent explosion of dark energy and blood erupts as a brutal attack is unleashed. 2 armored men panic and recoil in disbelief at the shocking scene before them. The man commands the monstrous creature to eliminate the others in the cave, threatening their lives. A monstrous shark-like creature threatens the area with a menacing growl. A monstrous beast lunges at the fleeing group, sending them into a panic. A young man in a suit arrives, his calm and determined gaze fixed ahead as he surveys the dark, empty surroundings. A devastated woman collapses to her knees, sobbing in the desolate landscape. Overwhelmed by guilt, the red-haired girl breaks down in tears and blames herself for everything. A red-gloved hand presses against the cracked ground as the character regrets failing to protect someone. A glowing red magical shackle locks tightly around a character's leg, signaling the activation of a powerful restraint. A young woman stares downward in anguish, overcome with regret for failing to protect someone. A red hand grips the cracked ground as the character struggles to rise. Overcome by violent rage, the character prepares to unleash a devastating attack. A man in a suit approaches a crouched, injured woman and calls out to her. A man gently holds the red-haired woman's shoulders and asks why she looks so dispirited. A red-haired woman, startled, realizes the man before her is someone she knows as he confirms his identity. A distressed girl clings tightly to a kneeling man, desperately seeking comfort. A dark-haired man checks on the well-being of a red-haired woman as she kneels and leans against him. A teary-eyed girl clings to someone who calmly reassures her that everything is fine. A remorseful girl sobs and apologizes as the man gently reassures her, inviting her to go home. A suited man comforts a tearful girl and promises to buy her something good to eat. He senses a mysterious surge of energy and grows wary. A demonic figure writhes on the ground, stunned by the sudden appearance of ominous, flame-like energy. He examines his hand, wondering if a hidden skill exists. The city rests quietly under a starlit night as warm lights glow from the apartment windows. A girl abruptly stops mopping, startled by an unexpected noise. A small dragon-like creature rides casually on a robot vacuum cleaner as someone questions its presence. A girl questions the origin of the small dragon-like creature hovering in front of her in the hallway. A cheerful girl suggests putting the found object back where it was discovered in case its owner is searching for it. A small dragon-like creature angrily declares a charge against the supposed villain while standing on a scale next to someone's foot. Someone charges forward with excitement, while another urges them to take the lead and handle the situation. Two people exchange playful remarks about personal hygiene and shampoo in the living room. One character bathes a small dragon-like creature in a bubbly tub while teasing it about needing to wash. A man asks the girl who just entered the room with a bowl why she looks busy. The man casually explains that he was just giving Yong a bath. The young man sighs in annoyance as he complains about someone being unable to wash himself at his age. A small red creature sits sadly in a bubble-filled basin while others talk about him from off-panel. A nervous girl quickly agrees with the man to cover up her lie as he watches her suspiciously inside the modern home. A girl nervously invites someone to the Hunters Festival, hoping they are free tomorrow. A young man looks up in surprise and asks about the annual Hunters Festival. An excited girl lists the various activities and attractions planned for the upcoming Hunter event to the attentive man. The black-haired young man pauses, thoughtfully considering how to respond as he observes the person with brown hair. A girl with orange hair reassures someone that they can rest if they're tired from work. The protagonist accepts the challenge and prepares to improve himself as a father. Parenting advice emphasizes that sharing hobbies or cultural activities benefits a child's emotional development. A cheerful girl raises her hands and thanks her father with a bright smile. A small orange creature bursts in, clutching a coin pouch and eagerly insists on joining the others. Annoyed by the mess, he kicks the dripping creature across the room. Someone cries out in frustration over losing their money in a small apartment at night. People move through a crowded plaza as a woman in a face mask arrives and surveys the area. Two people arrive at a crowded outdoor event and take in the bustling scene. Yoonhee insists on carrying the small creature through the crowded area to prevent it from being stepped on. The small creature calls out the girl's plan to sneak away and buy food, making her look embarrassed while the man observes quietly. The small creature calls out someone in the kitchen for collecting loose change and using it to acquire a vacuum robot. The small dragon-like creature bows its head, frustrated by its failed efforts. As they walk together, one person promises to buy something if another behaves well, telling them to save their money, which sparks an excited reaction. He calmly offers to carry Yong, noticing that the child might be too heavy. A cheerful girl insists she can easily carry the small creature on her shoulders, reassuring the concerned man. Three people gather around the table and react with curiosity and excitement as they prepare to try steamed goblin ribs. A small creature eagerly explains that it is trying a cooked delicacy for the first time while eating. A girl encourages a small, orange dragon-like creature to try some food at the table. A character is stunned by an unexpected event. A cheerful girl suggests they try the food while another character holds up a fork with a piece of meat. A small dog barks aggressively, baring its teeth at a perceived threat. Three people sit around a table as a small dog suddenly barks at them, causing surprise and confusion. A small demon-like figure angrily orders someone to leave. A terrified creature cowers on the floor as someone threatens to beat it. A small orange creature darts anxiously across the crowded lobby, drawing the attention of three onlookers. Someone jokes about needing a collar for another character, who immediately protests not being a pet. A small orange dragon confidently introduces himself as the expert guard responsible for protecting Yoonhee and his master, then instructs someone to get down from the table. Someone confronts the intruder, demanding to know what they have been doing besides raiding the fridge. One character confronts the red creature, challenging its idea of protection and leaving it embarrassed and silent. One character urges the other to finish eating quickly so they can move on to their next task. They make their way through the bustling crowd while the small creature on her shoulders grumbles. A character reluctantly decides to wear the collar, treating it as a family necklace. One character steps aside after failing with the yellow device, allowing another to take a turn while a third watches. A man in an orange outfit fires his gun at a partially hidden figure as another man watches nervously. A man explains the rules of a target shooting game with a mana gun to a young woman, encouraging her to try. A concerned girl asks about the price while a small, grumpy creature on her head holds a blue pouch. A balding man excitedly announces the price of 100,000 won. A shy girl is encouraged to participate as a valuable elder elf's ring is announced as the top prize. An excited official announces that two targets have been toppled, awarding a 300 million won buff potion as a reward. A tired man questions the fairness of the setup, while the other defensively insists they are not cheating or making much profit. A man exposes the scam by revealing that the targets are specially modified, with the last one made from the bones of an S-ranked monster. With intense focus, the character assesses the ambitious challenge of surpassing the record of 5 toppled targets within 15 days. A girl urgently interrupts as a young man hands something to an older man in a crowded setting. A small demon-like creature complains about the unfairness of someone being stingy with food but spending freely as a public official. An annoyed girl with an orange creature on her head confronts a calm boy holding a toy gun about his laid-back attitude. The characters search the dim room but find nothing suspicious. After missing all the targets, the older man offers to fetch a stuffed animal as a consolation prize for the young man. An older man searches behind the counter, trying to find something he misplaced. An older man suddenly reacts in shock to something unexpected. A man stares in shock at a massive hole where the staircase has been destroyed. A man warmly declines the offer of a stuffed animal for his daughter. All 3 remaining targets lie destroyed amid scattered debris. A panicked man urgently asks what prize he needs to give in this scenario. A worried man panics about only paying off half his loan for the Elder Elf's ring as he walks down a dim hallway with a younger companion. A young man proposes using a low-ranked dexterity ring, catching the older man off guard. The character reacts with hopeful amazement after hearing unexpected news. A girl stares in amazement at the ring on her finger, still processing the unexpected gift. A cheerful girl thanks the man, while the small creature on her head eagerly asks for one as well. 2 figures stand silently, watching as another pair walks away down the hallway. The young man urgently asks the shopkeeper for another chance, but the shopkeeper refuses and closes the shop. A man urgently tells others to move because he fears losing his business if the threatening individual returns. A surprised young man is handed a pink stuffed bunny in the middle of a crowd. A man at the counter asks for a different color while another holds up a pink plush toy. In a crowded room, one character waves enthusiastically while the other observes with amusement. A speaker briefs the assembled group about the emergence of rifts that began a decade ago. Inside the museum, a surprised man listens as a dragon suggests they explore the exhibits together. A cheerful girl encourages someone to learn about hunters, hoping it will help them regain their memory. Dojin is questioned about whether his memory has returned, looking anxious and uneasy. He admits that he has been too preoccupied with work to focus on anything else. She reminds him that he handled all the housework and managed the bills. She expresses deep relief and gratitude that the other person is present. A small dragon-like creature questions whether the woman is working for or simply assisting the other person. The young man clenches his jaw, struggling to contain his irritation. The small dragon costume character exhales sharply, visibly irritated amid the busy crowd. A man in a suit announces the first quiz question in the arena as someone off-panel quickly shouts an answer. An excited girl celebrates winning a prize at the event while others watch. 2 companions decide to leave their spot and check out the food, with one suggesting it and the other agreeing reluctantly. A girl listens closely as news spreads about a notorious rift incident that occurred in Busan 3 years ago. A man in a suit reveals a massive dragon claw, explaining that it belonged to an S-rank monster responsible for hundreds of deaths and injuries. A stern girl warns the small dragon-like creature on her shoulder not to repeat its previous behavior. A small red demon-like creature taps the head of a person with light brown hair while confidently dismissing a foolish idea. A small orange creature with horns sadly rests on a girl's head and expresses a longing to return home. A cheerful girl jokes with a serious man about whether he would give up Yunhee's steamed ribs, and he admits he enjoys being with her. A cheerful girl, with a small creature on her shoulders, happily suggests they explore more places together. They notice an event nearby and eagerly decide to check it out together. 2 people enter the lobby as the crowd turns to watch them. The young man notices some suspicious figures and reacts with wary surprise. The 3 armored teammates gather and brace themselves as tension builds before the confrontation. An excited girl recognizes members of the Magi Guild, while the young man beside her tries to remember where he has seen them before. The 2 discuss whether she can take a picture with the Magi Guild members. After receiving permission, one character dashes ahead energetically with another clinging to their back. A shy girl asks for a group photo, and the young man in armor agrees, calling others to join. A nervous young man hesitantly agrees as a girl urges him to take a picture together. A young man, feeling annoyed, internally questions why he has to participate in taking a photo despite his crucial contribution to the group's success. A group of 5 team members pose together for a cheerful photo while one holds a small orange creature. A grateful civilian thanks the group in uniforms and waves goodbye as they part ways inside the building. A girl excitedly praises the armored man, while another man watches them with suspicion. Dojin offers to take a break or look around more, checking if the other person needs anything. The group walks inside as the small creature loudly spots goblin dumplings and is quickly told to be quiet. One character suddenly notices something wrong, prompting another to ask what happened. One character turns in surprise, reacting to the familiar voice coming from the corridor. A man in body armor runs away but is quickly grabbed by someone chasing after him. An armored figure rushes down the hallway, urgently stopping 2 startled individuals from leaving. A cautious young man initiates a conversation, asking if he can help. A nervous armored man hesitantly asks if the person before him is Kim Hyun-woo, while his two teammates watch closely. Two armored figures react in shock upon recognizing Kim Hyun-woo's identity. A girl discovers a temporary pass card revealing a hidden identity, leaving her stunned. A woman quickly covers a small creature's mouth to stop it from talking as urgency mounts. The group discusses a possible problem, but no one is certain what is wrong. A young man in body armor firmly denies being identified as Kim Hyun-woo. A young man bows his head and admits he was mistaken. After an awkward moment, one character turns away calmly while another bows her head in embarrassment with a small companion on her shoulder. The team argues over the masked man's true identity, questioning whether he could really be Kim Hyun-woo. A young man is caught off guard when someone asks to take a picture with their kids. A person responds with unwavering confidence. The group walks away together after parting from someone important, uncertain if they will meet again. A girl and a small dragon-like creature watch TV in the living room, reacting with shock to a dramatic revelation in the show. The protagonist questions a smug, dragon-like creature perched on a glowing disc about picking something up, while the creature responds arrogantly. The small dragon-like creature expresses satisfaction with its arrangements both at home and outside. A clenched fist is raised as a misunderstanding escalates, startling the small orange demon. A man sternly tells someone to be quiet while a girl and her small creature watch TV. A shocking family secret is revealed, leaving the girl stunned while the small creature focuses on tasting its food. A girl sitting at the table looks up in surprise and questions why her father is wearing a suit after hearing his loud demand for kimchi. The man in the suit hesitates as he responds, unsure about what to do next. Breaking news about a large rift interrupts the group's TV time, leaving everyone surprised and annoyed. One character points out that Womian Mountain is nearby, and the other, looking frustrated, admits it will cause trouble. A girl with orange hair reacts in shock as something unexpected happens. Two figures watch tensely out the window, bracing for whatever threat looms outside while a man stands silently behind them. The young man pauses as he reacts to a sudden sound. A man in a suit answers a phone call while a woman watches him from behind. Yuhi freezes in shock, visibly anxious as she processes the sudden news. A colossal surge of red energy explodes, flooding the area with a threatening, crackling power. A shocked character plummets rapidly through a red, perilous environment. A shocked character urgently reports that the gate has doubled in size in just half a day. A character in futuristic armor activates a glowing holographic screen in the darkness. Dojin recoils in shock, his eyes wide and sweat forming on his brow. The Rift Crisis rating surges past 2,000, triggering urgent alarms as the danger continues to escalate. Dojin turns and senses a surge of ominous energy swirling behind him. 100 elite hunters gather before the Crimson Rift, preparing to confront the looming threat. A tense man counts 7 S-rank hunters, realizing his unexpected luck as he includes himself and 2 others. The group pushes forward, already demoralized by the overwhelming threat of the rift before the challenge has even begun. A battered man in armor anxiously reacts to the dangerous rift crisis, worried that powerful allies are not present. He reluctantly decides to give his mother access to his bank account. A temporary command post is established near Womian Mountain. An armored figure reports that the troops are organized and waiting on standby at the temporary base. An older man announces that citizens will be evacuated and the area placed under strict control due to the dangerous mission. A young man in armor agrees to prepare for the worst as the group discusses their strategy. An ominous portal crackles with energy as it is revealed that the Behemoth Guild cannot provide support, leaving the group to rely on Icarus for success. An older man urgently asks someone to take command during a critical moment. The armored man pauses in the shadows, lost in silent contemplation. Eerie sounds echo through the damaged building at night. An emergency rift alert is broadcast across the city as warnings light up the night sky. An emergency evacuation order is broadcast, urging everyone to head to the nearest underground bunker. The armored figure pledges to do his best in response to the request. An anxious man is pressured to meet high expectations despite his hesitation. A man in blue armor stands alone, looking downcast, while another figure quietly observes him from behind a doorway. The character pauses in silence, deep in thought. A tense advisor warns that there are only 2 hours left until the breakout, with a 70% accuracy. A senior figure warns that if the breakout isn't stopped, monsters will flood into Seoul. In a tense, fortified room, 2 armored figures receive urgent instructions to stop a looming crisis inside the rift at any cost. A figure in tactical armor waits in the dim hallway, prepared to move at a moment's notice after receiving instructions to stand by. A figure in blue armor leans against the wall, quietly checking a message on a small device. A character is suddenly struck by a shocking realization. One character prepares to leave urgently while another questions if it is because of recent news, as a third observes quietly in the background. The young man considers what might happen once he arrives at the office. 2 people stand in a living room, urgently discussing that the crisis rating has now surpassed 2,000, nearing the record set during the Mausoleus incident. A small dragon-like creature urgently urges someone to go straight to the rift instead of the office to resolve the issue faster. A red creature hesitantly asks for permission to leave. The young man pauses, seriously considering the proposal before him. The small dragon-like creature nervously rejects the seated man's suggestion, fearing it will complicate matters. One character instructs his companion to protect Yoon-hee while he leaves for the office, aware that hunters like Lee Gang-hyun may be present. He voices his worries about coming home to find the house destroyed or someone hurt. The uneasy creature avoids giving details and shifts responsibility to the listener's imagination. A man steps out the door while reminding those inside to lock up and stay safe. A young man in a suit walks alone beneath streetlights at night, checking his vibrating phone. A young man in a suit answers a phone call, looking slightly surprised. A woman makes a serious request over the phone. A man in a suit receives bad news on his phone and reacts with visible frustration. An S-ranked greater rift has appeared in Womyeon Mountain, signaling a major threat. A lone figure receives urgent news that monsters will appear through the rift in 2 hours. A character discusses a plan to prevent an event by going inside while speaking seriously on the phone. A woman explains that the commander-in-chief for an S-ranked greater rift team was originally Lee Gang-hyun's Sunbae. A frustrated young man learns that someone will be gone for more than 3 weeks while exploring another rift. Kang Min-hyuk is appointed as the commander for the rift expedition under director Yoon Young-chul's orders. There are 11 teams in total, with 7 of the team leaders being S-ranked hunters. The remaining team leaders are ranked A, and all team members hold at least a B rank. The Kate figure urges the team to focus so they can clear the S-rank greater rift, but hints at an unspoken concern. A cloaked figure reports over the phone that the current situation will result in more casualties than the Masalis incident. A woman speaks seriously into the phone, waiting for permission from the person on the other end. He stands silently, lost in thought as he gazes ahead. A calm night settles over the quiet, illuminated city street. Dojin sits alone on a park bench at night, lost in thought. He pauses under the night sky, lost in thought. A man in a suit stands alone in the park at night, exhaling a weary sigh. A young man walks alone through the quiet, dimly lit park at night. A young man in a suit walks alone at night while calling to say he cannot make it to work. A subordinate acknowledges the instructions and agrees to inform the chief. An office worker receives an urgent emergency alert while preparing documents. The young man adjusts his tie and strides forward under the streetlights, preparing for what lies ahead. A man walks alone down a dimly lit street at night as someone pleads for him to reveal his true strength just this once. A lone figure walks down the empty sidewalk at night, burdened with the new responsibility of protecting comrades. The scene shifts to a quiet school building under the starry night sky, with several windows shining brightly. A man in blue armor leans against a stone wall, struggling with frustration. A young man in armor addresses someone off-panel, acknowledging Min-hyuk Kang. 2 armored figures discuss the recent appointment of a new commander-in-chief in a dimly lit stone room. A character formally requests appointing a different commander-in-chief instead of following the director's orders. A young man reacts in shock to the unexpected request for a new commander-in-chief. Someone is shocked as Dojin's identity is suddenly revealed under the night sky. One armored figure confronts another, demanding to know if they are being serious. The armored character insists with a serious expression. A young man challenges the plan by questioning whether the other hunters will agree. He insists that they must stick to the same story. The 2 armored figures argue intensely about whether the director would truly give such an order. A furious young man yells at someone in the rain, demanding to know what is wrong with them as he insists that another person will arrive soon. A newcomer enters the tense room, cutting off the armored figure's outburst with a calm greeting. A shocked man realizes that someone has arrived. After their meeting ends, one person thanks the other and quickly heads down the corridor. An armored man confronts a suited man and prepares to ask an important question in the tense stone-walled room. A determined man demands to know if the other will accept the role of commander-in-chief. The young man casually offers to head to work at City Hall if he's not needed. A young man in armor urgently calls out to another armored figure who is turning away. A furious young man in armor confronts someone after being yelled at, demanding an explanation. The group waits tensely for the director's signal to enter the rift. A serious figure sets the entry time for the operation to within an hour and 30 minutes. 2 young men freeze in the hallway as an unexpected figure arrives. A man with green hair sternly warns someone that the area is off-limits to normal citizens. A woman in armor introduces the operation commander from the Rift Management Department, causing immediate shock in the group. A man stands silently against the wall as someone off-panel shouts in disbelief. Despite the danger and a shortage of S-ranked hunters, the young man reluctantly accepts the director's orders. The young man anxiously questions the leader's judgment, doubting that the other hunters will accept such a risky plan. One armored character demands answers from the others as tension rises around the table. An armored subordinate relays the director's order with tense determination. The protagonist silently reacts with uncertainty, assessing the situation. A man informs a surprised woman in armor that he needs to prepare something as they converse through a window in a dark room. The young man steps away from the meeting, assuring the others he will return soon. 3 armored figures react in frustration and disbelief to someone's reckless actions. The young man clenches his fists in anger, reacting fiercely to the situation. A lone figure faces a crackling red barrier as energy explodes around them. He decides to investigate the rift on his own. A devastating energy attack slams into the red barrier, shaking the battlefield. Dark red clouds swirl as an ominous wind sweeps across the sky. A desolate, jagged landscape stretches beneath a blood-red, ominous sky. A vigilant observer assesses the monstrous goblin, recognizing it as an abnormal threat. Standing atop a rock, the man points down and mocks the small creature below. A two-headed demon recoils, crying out in pain. A monstrous creature howls in surprise as the protagonist reveals himself atop a rocky peak. The purple-skinned creature urgently claws its way up the vertical rock wall. A man blocks a struggling red creature from climbing the cliff and mocks its efforts. A monstrous creature unleashes a furious roar beneath the ominous sky. Dojin reacts with shock to an unexpected event. A massive explosion engulfs the area, shaking everything around it. A man in a suit makes a desperate leap across jagged rocks as the sky glows blood red. A giant crater appears in the ground, its cracks spreading beneath the red sky. Amidst the smoke and fiery aftermath, the protagonist quickly assesses the dangerous explosion that just occurred. Hearing threatening noises nearby, he quickly decides to leave the dangerous area. He leaves the defeated monsters behind and heads toward the next location. A monstrous tail thrashes wildly as a deafening scream fills the air. A massive green monster slams its weapon into the ground, while a lone man stands ready to confront it under the blood-red sky. The large green creature freezes in confusion, startled by something unexpected. A startled monster notices a figure swiftly advancing through the rocky shadows. He quickly realizes there are unregistered monsters in the rift, making it unsafe to proceed without caution. A man in a suit charges urgently into the dangerous, otherworldly landscape. Purple energy crackles near his head as he recoils in shock, sensing an unexpected threat. A massive explosion of energy erupts, engulfing the canyon under the red sky. A man in a suit arrives alone in a hostile, red-tinted wasteland and surveys his surroundings cautiously. The protagonist examines the S-rank structure and notes its impressive design. The Hunter's Bureau headquarters is introduced as a prominent building against the night sky. A red-haired man questions a nervous subordinate, creating a tense atmosphere in the formal office. A man in a suit reports that the crisis rating is slowly decreasing and the breakout has been delayed by 15 minutes. An older man in a suit explains that there are two possible reasons for what happened. The situation is being assessed to determine if the rift is weakening or if the number of monsters inside is decreasing. Inside the control room, two men review the rapidly declining numbers on the monitors and acknowledge the seriousness of the situation. A tense subordinate receives urgent orders but hesitates, expressing concern about the current commander-in-chief. An older man notices something unusual and calmly asks if there is a problem. The man confirms that the operation will proceed as planned in 30 minutes. Two armored figures receive notice that they will begin in 30 minutes and quietly prepare in the dimly lit room. A man in armor anxiously wonders why someone has been missing for an hour. An irritated character mocks someone for fleeing after facing reality. Two armored characters argue heatedly as one fiercely defends someone's intentions while the other reacts in frustration. A furious man demands to know how the other person has such information and questions their relationship. The armored man accuses the calm man of suspicious behavior, but the latter insists he has not fled. The protagonist tenses up, realizing he failed to detect someone's presence nearby. Three armored figures quickly distribute important documents to prepare each team leader. A tense figure reveals his position as the 7th-ranked professional hunter with 8 years of experience. He questions his inability to sense the presence, troubled by doubts about his perception. The armored character watches the man in the suit walk away, growing increasingly suspicious of his identity. The team discusses their plan to enter the rift in 30 minutes while tension rises in the stone-walled room. A character instructs the group to assemble for a quick briefing. A suited man and an armored person confront a group of armed figures outside a building. Two armored figures eye their unseen leader with doubt as they question the mission's deadly orders. A red-haired man in armor vents his frustration about the director's orders under the night sky. An anxious figure struggles to control the tense crowd, insisting they bring out Kong Minyak and pay attention to the briefing. Frustrated by the situation, the young man demands to know where Minyak is. A male character steps forward and calls for everyone's attention. A shadowy man commands the room with a burst of energy, leaving the group visibly startled. A muscular man in combat gear freezes in shock as a frightening event unfolds before the group. A young man in a suit announces the start of the meeting with a determined expression. A character reacts with shock to a sudden, startling event. A character gasps in shock, reacting to something unexpected. A startled man instinctively activates his defensive skill, surprised by the glowing aura around his hands. The young man in a suit formally addresses the small group in the dim, abandoned setting. The young man in a suit directs the hooded figure to distribute printouts to each team leader. A dark-haired character hands over important documents to a red-haired woman while others watch. A young man in a suit presents a map showing the inside of the rift. Two characters react in shock as they read the documents, while another watches them from behind. A man in a suit announces the division of the region into 9 operation sections labeled A1 through A9. A tense meeting is interrupted when a bald man abruptly demands to ask a question, halting the discussion of their attack plan. A bald man scrutinizes the map and demands proof of its authenticity. The bald man dismisses the question with skepticism, then recoils in shock at new information. The armored figure demands a clear answer from the uneasy man. The sharp-eyed young man firmly declares that they will decide whether to believe the uneasy man's words. He avoids revealing his identity, promising to explain later if possible. A man in a suit informs the group that a Rift manager can use a Rift managing system program. One man explains that the system allows them to access registered Rift information, including data on the S-rank Greater Rift in Wumian Mountain stored on his tablet. A frightened man reacts in disbelief to an unbelievable claim, while the other person calmly confirms it. A man angrily confronts the group, demanding honesty as everyone risks their lives. 5 figures stand together in the shadows, bracing themselves for an imminent confrontation. A young man calmly addresses the group's anxiety about facing a difficult rift after the previous incident. A person explains that the commander-in-chief is a public official and that the briefing includes documents labeled as the map of the rift. A suited figure warns the group about the deadly risks of relying on an unreliable map. 2 young men walk under the dark sky, expressing doubt that anyone believes the mission will succeed. A character in armor grimly predicts that they will all be massacred. Dojin cautiously surveys the area in front of a dark, abandoned building at night. A man stands before a glowing red structure, insisting that everyone must cooperate and trust each other for the operation to succeed. The group recoils in fear as a sudden threat strikes again. The man stands before the crowd in the rain and vows to lead them to victory. The young man firmly promises to ensure survival. Sinister laughter echoes across the desolate, blood-red wasteland. The adventurers advance cautiously into the foreboding landscape, tense and silent as they enter the dangerous new area. The man realizes that the report's details about the monsters and their surroundings are completely accurate. Teams 1 to 5 receive orders to form Team A and secure Section A7 as a young man listens intently to the briefing. Teams 6 to 10 are assigned to Team B and ordered to cover Section A9 as the briefing continues under a tense red sky. A suited man instructs the supply team to follow Team A and report any incidents immediately as they march under a red sky. A group of armored fighters sets out into harsh weather as one of them gives the order to move. A muscular team leader commands the group to move out as the crowd responds with determination. Under a red sky, a group of armored individuals moves cautiously as one glances back at a companion. 2 armored figures stand together in a desolate landscape, cautiously observing a distant enemy force under a blood-red sky. As the team leader hesitates under the red sky, a teammate urges him to get moving because everyone is waiting. A character receives a message through their earpiece, immediately turning their attention to the call. The character quietly promises to buy food after the task, expressing gratitude through the earpiece. Jagged black rocks jut from the ground beneath a swirling crimson sky, revealing a desolate and ominous landscape. The protagonist launches a fierce aerial attack on the giant green monster while stunned onlookers watch from the rocky ledge. A man urgently warns his ally about an ambush as tension rises under the red sky. The battle begins as a tense figure crouches on a rocky ledge, while team members react in shock to the sudden action. A determined man rallies his team with a passionate shout as rain pours down. A group of fierce fighters charges into battle, screaming their war cry. A man in business attire surveys the monster-filled valley below, unfazed by the ominous scene. An older man suddenly reacts to the chaos below, urgently demanding to know who is in charge. With unwavering determination, Dojin unleashes a powerful strike with his sword. A monstrous beast rampages through the rain-soaked battlefield, violently overwhelming the armored fighters. A muscular man in a dark suit slams his fist down with overwhelming force against his unseen opponent. A furious man unleashes a powerful burst of energy as he charges forward. A terrified character is suddenly attacked by a group of monsters in the darkness. Dojin launches a powerful aerial attack, smashing several monstrous enemies at once. A man kneels in exhaustion as another, clearly impressed, acknowledges his achievement. A weary man announces that their work is nearly finished. 2 people stand amidst defeated enemies and monsters, announcing that Section A7 is clear. A composed man in a suit commands another to proceed to Section A8, and the order is promptly acknowledged. 2 armored men argue about leadership before turning their attention back to the ongoing battle. One figure acknowledges the other's selflessness as he watches him walk away beneath the crimson sky. A young man expresses his gratitude to his senior and promises to buy food after they finish. A muscular, fish-like creature steps forward under the red sky and prepares to deliver a crucial warning. One character explains that the goblins below attack by self-detonation as the group observes them from above. One man warns the other about the deadly effects of a nearby explosion, emphasizing the danger even with protective gear. Dojin quickly assesses their advantage and urges the group to move ahead. A mysterious group advances through the desolate landscape under a blood-red sky. The group halts as a warning is given about the deadly lightning trap zone ahead. A muscular man skeptically questions whether the trap is real since no one has triggered it yet. One character confidently demonstrates a safer method to the others in the ominous landscape. A sudden explosion of pink, lightning-charged energy erupts, leaving the group stunned as they face the lone figure. 2 terrified characters realize the deadly force before them could kill even the strongest. A bald man freezes in shock, sweating as he faces the ominous landscape. The group realizes that the true threat lies beyond the obvious trap and goblin. A sudden sense of danger fills the jagged mountain landscape beneath the red sky. A massive cyclops armed with a spear appears before the group and is identified as an S-rank threat capable of killing with a single blow. One character explains that the creature's slow movements make it possible to defeat if they plan carefully, while another reacts with shock at the idea of fighting it. Dojin asks the group if anyone has a restraining skill, seeking assistance as tension rises. A man in armor presents a mesh gun to another character as tensions rise under the red sky. A new sticky net launcher is introduced, with the ability to trap and slow down targets. Two men quickly confirm they have 6 nets as they finalize their preparations under the ominous sky. A man in a suit begins to speak with determination as the sky turns ominously red. 2 people step forward to confront the towering beast as the hunt begins. A desolate landscape of jagged black rock stretches under a blood-red sky, setting a foreboding scene. A team prepares to confront the beast at the front of the battlefield. A team divides their forces as one group prepares to flank and attack from the back. The sniper team prepares to disrupt the Cyclops' vision and neutralize nearby monsters as the battle intensifies. Defensive preparations are set as lightning traps are positioned to intercept self-detonating goblins approaching the hunters. The leader takes command of all teams except Team 11 and initiates the operation. 3 armored figures charge forward with urgency, ready for action. A massive, one-eyed creature jolts in alarm, sensing an unexpected threat. A massive monster roars and swings its weapon as people desperately run away. A red-haired character fires a powerful energy shot from behind jagged rocks. The monster staggers and roars in agony as it is battered by a series of invisible blows. A determined man charges forward, leading an aggressive assault against his opponents. A muscular figure endures a relentless barrage of explosive attacks beneath a blood-red sky. A bald, muscular man charges forward and slams his fist down with immense force. A bald, muscular man unleashes a rapid barrage of furious strikes, causing explosive impacts. A monstrous Cyclops roars furiously beneath the blood-red sky. Clinging to the wall, he anxiously wonders if he went too far. A bald man is hurled backward at high speed, overcome by terror. A panicked fighter scrambles up the rocky slope, desperately fleeing from a monstrous threat. 2 guards fire their weapons as a glowing green magical trap explodes beneath them. A powerful figure is suddenly struck in the torso by a devastating green energy attack, leaving him reeling from the impact. One character excitedly celebrates as the enemy's leg is trapped. Seizing the moment, the young man urges everyone to act immediately. A small, fast-moving figure attacks the giant beast in midair, striking it repeatedly and causing green blood to spray from its wounds. An armored figure crashes down atop the rounded surface, bracing for an imminent confrontation under the red sky. Standing atop the monster's eye, the protagonist prepares to deliver a decisive blow with his glowing sword. A monstrous clawed hand suddenly lashes out at the shocked character. A determined swordsman charges ahead, urging focus on the goal as an armored ally follows under the red sky. A human attacker crashes down from above and strikes the massive beast's head with force. With a smug grin, the man confidently challenges his opponent and turns the tables in the fight. A devastating energy slash tears through the area, sending blood flying. A powerful blow lands as the smaller fighter stands atop the beast's head, causing it to scream in pain. A bald man whirls around in terror as an unexpected threat emerges. A swarm of ferocious monsters surges forward, launching a savage assault. Gunmen fire frantically at the giant beast as it charges, overwhelmed by its numbers. A young man in a suit urgently orders Team 11 to respond as the situation escalates. A commanding figure orders the assembled soldiers to use all available supplies as they prepare for a decisive assault. A swarm of attackers surges up the cliff as defenders desperately fire down to repel the assault. A massive explosion erupts, sending shockwaves through the battlefield and scattering everything in its path. Dark clouds gather over the jagged mountains as the sky turns blood-red. Jagged black mountains loom beneath a blood-red sky, setting an ominous scene. 2 exhausted figures struggle to move forward through jagged rocks beneath a red sky. A distressed man sweats as he questions whether the group can clear the rift despite no casualties so far. The group pushes forward on the battlefield as one member urges everyone to hold on a little longer. A man in a suit announces that they will close the rift after defeating one more monster. A colossal black scythe erupts skyward through swirling red clouds and magical glyphs. Several figures kneel on the ground, staring upward in shock as an ominous red light fills the area. A terrified figure realizes that the greater rift was impossible to overcome from the very start. He scans his surroundings with a focused, calculating gaze. A towering titan with a flaming head appears beneath a blood-red sky, gripping a massive polearm. A demonic figure with fiery hair and dark horns steps forward, exuding a menacing presence. A gigantic clawed creature towers over the landscape, intimidating the crowd gathered below. A prompt instructs the selection of contenders to challenge Malina the Titan. 2 men stare in shock as a new rule announces only 5 contenders can enter the boss zone at once. A tense announcement warns that anyone who fails to enter the boss zone will be expelled from the rift. A dire ultimatum warns that Malina must be challenged or defeated within 1 hour. A dire warning reveals that Malina will soon be summoned outside the rift. Trembling with fear, a man admits that victory is impossible no matter how many people they have. A young man in armor solemnly lists the current S-ranked hunters against the red sky. The protagonist abruptly turns to leave, leaving the armored companion stunned under the blood-red sky. 3 armored figures prepare to move as the central leader commands the team to get ready for entry. A determined character quickly accepts the order and prepares to act. A man in armor anxiously asks if there is a plan. A man in a suit approaches the yellow line marking the entrance as the group watches from behind. 5 contenders are assembled beneath the red sky as the selection is announced. A group of people is suddenly expelled from the rift as Dojin and Yunhee watch in shock. Two men freeze in shock as they witness something alarming under the ominous red sky. A man issues a plan to prolong the fight and rely on the Hunter's Bureau for the rest. After the battle, two men reflect on their efforts and look forward to a meal together. A smug, muscular man mocks the public official's hard work, questioning his efforts since he's not a hunter. Unable to find a way to defeat the enemy, one character admits his hopelessness while another reacts in shock under the ominous sky. He explains that the team consists of 5 hunters excluding himself. He stares ahead, suddenly realizing there may be a new plan unfolding. A massive, flaming-headed enemy towers over the shocked group as they brace themselves for an overwhelming battle. Malinu has been released from the seal, signaling a major turning point. As the sky glows blood red, 2 armored men brace themselves while one excitedly announces the start of the event. Malinu activates his powers, shifting the mood to one of foreboding. A young man in armor is suddenly paralyzed by an unseen force and panics. A system notification appears, revealing that all skills are now restricted. A bald man, overwhelmed and furious, protests as he faces an enemy's unfair attack. A muscular figure with wild, orange hair is suddenly ambushed from behind by a massive axe. 3 characters stare upward in shock as a glowing sigil suddenly appears in the sky. Dojin shuts his eyes and clenches his fist, bracing himself for what's about to happen. A surge of dark energy explodes outward, shaking the surroundings. Dojin looks down anxiously, trying to understand the sudden situation. A man calmly stops a massive stone object with one hand as 2 armored figures look on in shock. The demonic figure is stunned, frozen mid-action by a sudden shock. A hand slams an opponent's head into the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Dojin unleashes a powerful attack, sending the monstrous opponent flying backward. The monstrous figure recoils in agony as its powers are suddenly suppressed. The status effects vanish, leaving both characters startled under the red sky. An armored figure reels in shock before a mysterious suited opponent beneath a blood-red sky. A young man in a suit glances warily over his shoulder as the sky glows red. A man anxiously reacts as a mysterious device on his shoulder activates. The man realizes he has been secretly recorded and turns in shock toward the bald figure. Under a red sky, one character delivers a stern ultimatum while the other reacts in shock. A figure steps forward, radiating a powerful and ominous blue aura. A young man in a suit stands firm as a surge of dark energy erupts around him. A young man in a suit raises his arm as he summons a swirling, ominous aura of dark energy. A massive pillar of blue energy erupts from the ground, leaving the group of 5 in shock. A massive energy wave crashes down as a character recoils in shock. 2 men stare upward in shock as something terrifying unfolds above them. The protagonist is suddenly confronted by a shadowy figure under a crimson sky. A male character stares in shock, unable to believe what he has just heard. The man in the suit extends his hand forward, preparing to unleash a powerful action. The monstrous figure is blasted by a powerful energy attack, reeling in shock and pain. A glowing crack splits down the monstrous figure's face as it screams in shock. A massive surge of dark energy erupts, filling the scene with intense force. The group stands weary but triumphant as the system announces that the rift has been cleared. A message announces that the rift is about to disappear. A system message urgently instructs the startled character to exit the rift. An armored figure anxiously calls out for Mr. Lee in the desolate red landscape. The group reacts with shock and uncertainty as one person walks away alone under the ominous sky. Seeing the rift is now clear, the exhausted man signals it's time to head back. The team regroups and prepares to tackle a large stack of reports. Someone invites Minji to have a drink after work. A young man calmly turns down an invitation, showing no signs of disappointment. After finishing work for the day, someone checks in to see if anything is needed on their way home. A phone conversation is interrupted when one character demands pizza and the other quickly silences him. The state of emergency is lifted as a lone figure walks through the empty city streets, thinking about food. Someone assures they will be home soon, while the city remains quiet at night. A voice calls Yongyong to eat as loud sounds echo from a brightly lit apartment building at night. A massive orange dragon bursts upward, soaring into the sky with powerful wing beats. A dragon-like creature eagerly leaps toward a large bowl of food labeled dog. A small dragon excitedly devours its meal while the tired girl beside it listens to his enthusiastic praise of her cooking. A girl sits quietly, longing for her father's return. A girl, bored and impatient, asks if she can eat since she thinks the master will not come home today. A hand lifts the bowl out of reach as the small red creature desperately tries to grab it, but is denied more food. The small dragon-like creature reacts with excitement to surprising news as the girl smiles and holds a food container at the table. The small creature eagerly reaches up as a bowl is handed to it. The cheerful woman encourages the excited creature to enjoy more food as they share a playful moment in the kitchen. The orange creature is struck and cries out in pain as the girl recoils in shock. A young woman reacts in alarm to a sudden vibration. A small dragon-like creature catches a large bowl of food just before it spills. A news anchor urgently announces that a dragon has appeared in Seoul, prompting an immediate evacuation order. A girl recoils in shock as an orange creature leaps onto the counter, knocking over dishes and spilling food. A blade slices through flesh as blood sprays near clawed hands. An exasperated caretaker wipes food off a messy child sitting on the table. A small creature mourns the loss of its chicken stew, crying in despair. A small red dragon sits on the kitchen table, fuming with anger over the mess. A small dragon-like creature bursts through the apartment window and flees into the night, leaving chaos behind. A girl quickly ties her sneakers, frustrated as she prepares to deal with trouble in her father's absence. A massive dragon bursts through a glowing red portal as police swarm the chaotic city streets. A massive purple dragon growls fiercely, exuding a menacing presence. Two men are shocked as they learn that the Magi Guild has already arrived. The Magi Guild squad marches forward and announces they will now take control of the area. The group analyzes threat data on a tablet and realizes the danger matches Mosali's level. Two armored fighters launch a synchronized sword attack under the red sky. As the blue-haired girl readies her glowing bow to target the enemy's eyes, the young man urgently protests her risky move. A frantic man urgently raises concerns about the threat potentially endangering many citizens as two armored individuals confer in the street. A man with glasses nervously warns against attacking too soon. A lone man stands his ground as a massive dragon towers over him in a tense standoff. Three figures in protective gear stare upward with alarm as a new threat approaches from the darkening sky. A nervous man glances upward, sensing an ominous presence nearby. A man suddenly notices a mysterious pink light appearing in the night sky above the city. A small orange dragon crashes through a burning building, forcing a larger purple dragon to recoil on the ground below. A massive dragon unleashes a ferocious roar, baring its fangs and glowing eyes. A new dragon appears in the sky, causing panic among the crowd. Two frightened men realize the red dragon looks familiar and react with growing panic. A massive red dragon appears, shocking everyone as its true identity is revealed. Dojun announces that he has awakened as a tamer and introduces his pet. A red dragon crashes into its airborne opponent with a devastating blow. A fiery red portal bursts open as a demonic figure emerges, causing the group to recoil in shock. A sneaker-clad foot slams down with force, launching a sudden attack. Two characters rush forward in alarm, urgently calling out to Young. A young man surges forward, unleashing a burst of energy as shocked bystanders look on. The wounded dragon staggers across the barren, red rocks, struggling to stay upright after a devastating blow. A small purple dragon cowers in terror as a larger creature threatens it. A purple dragon-like creature recoils in shock upon hearing an unexpected voice. A towering red demon with wings and horns appears, causing the smaller demon to react in alarm. A nervous small dragon trembles as the large red figure sternly points out that two mistakes have been made. A furious dragon blocks a smaller dragon trying to leave the nest. A massive, clawed hand extends into the empty red landscape, summoning someone closer. A confident red dragon confronts a smaller purple dragon with a veiled threat in the barren landscape. The small demon clutches its face in terror, desperately pleading for mercy. A small red dragon-like creature angrily calls out another mistake. A large red dragon knocks a smaller purple dragon aside with a powerful tail strike. A massive red dragon confronts a distant human in the canyon, declaring the fight over. A girl rushes urgently across the rocky terrain, calling out for Young. A large dragon confronts a smaller dragon in the barren wasteland, demanding to know the reason for the other's presence. A dragon anxiously confronts a small, glowing figure for sneaking into a forbidden red rocky area, fearing severe consequences if discovered. The dragon growls furiously, outraged that a human dared to speak disrespectfully to the Lord. A red dragon grabs a purple dragon's snout and demands to know what it is doing to its master's family. Someone steps in to defend the master's daughter from a threat, emphasizing her kindness and status. A large fist looms over the trembling dragon, who recoils in terror at the threat of further punishment. The dragon commands the subdued creature to transform while a distant observer watches the confrontation. A smaller dragon, exhausted and pleading, endures harsh training under the stern watch of a larger dragon. A concerned girl urgently tells her group to stop and return, believing their actions are not enough to teach a harsh lesson. Someone enthusiastically promises to cook another meal. The massive red dragon braces itself, preparing for a confrontation. A powerful explosion engulfs the area in thick smoke. A small creature angrily scolds the large dragon for leaving the nest, while a girl steps in to defend the dragon. A girl questions someone in the barren landscape, wondering if they are stranded there with nowhere else to go. A cheerful girl offers to let the small creature stay at her house, but it angrily refuses and protests the idea. Yunhee crouches and asks the startled creature if it can shrink like Young. A small purple dragon suddenly appears on the rocky ground, sparkling with surprise. A gentle hand pats the small horned creature, offering warm praise. She suggests returning home but admits nothing can be done if her father refuses. The small dragon-like creature gazes upward with tears of adoration, declaring the master's daughter to be an angel. Two civilians confront a group of agents blocking their path as red energy crackles ominously on the ground. A determined man blocks another from interfering and orders him to focus on protecting the area while a concerned woman watches. A blue-haired girl notices something unexpected and looks up in surprise. The girl confidently steps out of the electric barrier with her calm companion at her side. Two men are shocked as they realize someone has escaped. A worried man in a suit rushes over to check if the girl and the small creature are hurt after the incident. A worried man questions a cheerful young woman about how she survived the dungeon without any equipment, then expresses relief at her safety. The protagonist anxiously reassures himself about her safety and prepares to confirm something important with her. A sweating man urgently whispers his shocking suspicion about dragons to a surprised young woman. A woman enthusiastically introduces two familiar creatures while a man reacts in shock. A man is shocked to realize that someone truly did not know what was happening. A thoughtful figure examines the purple creature while another reacts in shock. A flustered man hurriedly explains that the dragons belong to someone from their department, causing the woman beside him to look startled. Two small dragon-like creatures are held up and admired for their unexpected cuteness. A man in glasses hesitantly suggests that the shape resembles a dog. An irritated figure aggressively pinches the cheek of the frightened creature, causing it to yelp in pain. Yuhi scolds Yongyong for being rude to her father's colleagues while another man watches from the background. A young man with glasses looks down, noticing something unexpected. A nervous man urgently warns the blue-haired woman that someone might worry if she stays out late. A young woman reacts in shock, questioning what she just heard. A man with glasses signals for someone to approach, preparing to discuss something privately. Two dragons discuss the chaos that would erupt if their true identities were revealed to the world. The girl suddenly tries to leave in a panic, causing the others to react with confusion and concern. Three characters clash in a heated argument over whether the mysterious creatures are dragons or dogs. One character suddenly flees into the night carrying two figures, while another urgently calls for them to stop. He realizes that the person he met in the dungeon is actually someone else in disguise, and that the two pets are dragons. The confused team argues loudly in the street, demanding answers about the bizarre creature. A sudden light appears in the apartment window, breaking the darkness of the building. A woman scolds two small creatures after a fight leaves food and dishes scattered across the room. A woman urges a small creature to help clean the messy room before their father returns. The small creature hurriedly tries to justify not cleaning as he gets caught off guard. A girl with orange hair encourages someone to do their best with a confident smile and a clenched fist. A small dragon-like creature leaps forward with a feather duster, ready to clean enthusiastically. Yunhee watches with amusement as one child spins excitedly on the platform while another cleans the floor nearby. A girl notices her phone ringing with a call from her father. While talking on the phone about dinner plans, Yuhi suggests having kimchi stew at home as a small dragon-like creature sweeps in the background. Someone asks if there is any canned tuna while discussing making kimchi stew for dinner. A cheerful girl ignores the small creature on her head as it loudly demands pizza. An unseen character anxiously asks if someone will return soon. Someone confirms they will arrive soon. A small dragon-like creature begins to cry, feeling hurt by the unfair treatment. The call abruptly ends as a hand holds the phone displaying the disconnected screen. A young man ignores the alarming news about a missing dragon as he checks his phone beneath a flashing broadcast screen. A narrator reports that another dragon appeared in Bangdaedong and vanished into the crack. A young man in a suit reacts with surprise upon hearing the mention of a dragon. A crimson dragon and a purple dragon clash fiercely in the crack, while news spreads that a dragon has vanished in Seoul. Annoyed by the news, the protagonist reacts to yet another problem caused by Yongyong. A man enters the house carrying a red box and checks if the girl inside is unharmed. A young man in a suit reassures someone that he is fine and appreciates their concern. An excited dragon-like creature leaps onto its master, energetically expressing gratitude. He checks her condition and sees that she appears unharmed. A man in a suit confronts someone with a menacing question while swirling purple energy surrounds him. A man enters carrying a pizza box as a shocked creature watches the dragon emperor crumble in defeat. A small dragon reels in shock upon realizing the true identity of the master. The small dragon bows deeply, declaring allegiance to the man in the suit as the girl looks on in astonishment. The girl eagerly asks if they can keep the dragon with them. The young man confides that seeing something alone in a deserted place made him feel sympathy, relating it to feelings of loneliness. One character agrees to a request while another reacts with surprise and embarrassment. One character asks the small creature to confirm her name, and she confidently affirms her identity. A warm bond is formed as the man accepts the dragon-like creature's loyalty. One person announces they will shower while the other prepares dinner as the small dragon watches them walk away. A worried child urgently tugs at the woman's apron in the kitchen, prompting her immediate attention. An annoyed creature demands to know why someone else hasn't received a nickname. A cheerful girl chops vegetables in the kitchen while recalling her dad's comment about a name. A small creature asks if his name is cool and receives a casual affirmation. A woman gently settles a small orange creature onto the couch, assuring him dinner will be ready soon as he protests about his name. The small dragon sits on the ground, eyes filled with tears and looking utterly defeated. The young man in the suit pauses, lost in thought as he assesses the situation. Someone has hastily covered the cracked window with taped newspapers. A stern man confronts a startled small creature about breaking the veranda window. A stern man refuses to give pizza as a consequence. A ceiling light switches on, illuminating the dark room. They exchange goodnight wishes before parting for the night. Two small creatures exchange goodnight wishes before settling down. Two small creatures sleep soundly under a blanket as one of them mumbles about pizza. A hand nudges the small orange creature awake as it drowsily mumbles about pizza. A character urgently signals for silence, sensing something unusual nearby. A small dragon reacts with surprise as a plate of sparkling pizza is offered. The small dragon clings to the larger figure and cries out desperately. A young boy eats pizza with delight as a woman watches him warmly. A young man sleeps calmly in his bed. A smartphone screen fills with notifications, showing 80 missed calls and 281 messages. A phone screen reveals a flood of missed calls and messages, signaling urgent developments. News headlines announce an unprecedented 100% survival rate at an S-rank dungeon, sparking public intrigue about the unknown public official responsible. A smartphone vibrates with dozens of missed calls and messages, signaling an urgent situation. A news report announces that a dragon appeared in the Bang Bay neighborhood last night. Two small creatures appear in a quiet settlement, one startled and the other lounging calmly. A hand checks a phone and sees a warning that the power has been turned off. While holding mugs in the kitchen, they discuss the surge in public attention and express relief that only one of them is being noticed. Someone suggests checking the door to identify the unexpected visitor without revealing anyone is home. A woman spots a familiar man on the security monitor and reacts with surprise. One character turns around in shock as another gasps loudly in the hallway. A young woman urgently points to the screen, announcing the arrival of the Hunter Bureau director. An older man leans forward and glares confrontationally. Two small dragon-like creatures snap to attention on the living room floor, awaiting instructions. Dojin orders his small dragon-like companions to hide in the bedroom as an important visitor arrives. The young man smiles quietly as he reflects on how long it has been since someone addressed him so respectfully. An orange creature complains about unfair treatment, while ordering a smaller purple creature to enter the room. Two men in formal attire bow respectfully and greet someone off-panel. One visitor confronts the group about discovering his address, while another admits to hiring people to find it for personal reasons. A young woman is shocked when an older man and two suited men unexpectedly enter, while a serious young man watches the situation unfold. A hand reaches for a steaming cup of tea, filling the quiet room with a soft clink. A silver-haired guest thanks the host for tea, and she bashfully replies that she would have prepared a meal if she had known about the visit. One man demands to know why the visitor has come, creating a tense atmosphere as the other hesitates to respond. Two men bow deeply as they express gratitude for the safe return of the hunters. A suited man holding a tablet leads armored warriors forward under a red sky as he reports that watching the crisis unfold has deeply moved them. A character quietly thanks the director while gripping a steaming mug. The young man urges the other person to quickly explain their purpose as he prepares to leave for work. A nervous subordinate quickly prepares documents in an envelope after receiving instructions. A character presents surveillance photos revealing that the masked hero who saved the Magi Guild members is the person being confronted. Dojin becomes anxious as he realizes he might have been discovered. Two men in suits sit tensely at a table as one slides an envelope across, pressing for answers while the other tries to ease the confrontation. A suited man urgently presents a hunter's contract, asking if the offer will be accepted. One man suggests becoming an official hunter, but the other immediately rejects the idea. The protagonist firmly rejects the offer for wealth and fame, leaving the others surprised and confused. A young woman tilts her head and questions what just happened. A lone figure stands resolutely against a group of sword-wielding attackers, reflecting on years of violent struggle and relentless survival. He surveys the aftermath from atop a heap of defeated opponents. He stands amid the silence, realizing that his struggle has left him with nothing but emptiness. He calmly rejects the value of money and fame, choosing peace instead, while another person watches him with concern. The older man considers the offer, stating he might agree if it benefits the director. A group of frustrated officials reacts as their request for a joint inspection of B-ranked greater rifts is rejected again. A visibly anxious man insists that the situation must be handled according to the law. The young man calmly accepts the situation, realizing there is no other choice. The older man proposes specific conditions under which rift management can be transferred, assuring that the requirements will be easy to meet. An older man leans forward and begins to make a crucial suggestion. The young man firmly rejects the suggestion to become a hunter, citing legal restrictions on public officials holding other jobs. An older man pauses to consider the situation, lost in thought. Two men urgently debate their strategy as a shadowy beast threatens from behind. One man sincerely offers his strength to support the others, prompting surprise from one of them. One man enthusiastically accepts the challenge, while the other reacts in shock. An older man slams his hands on the table and forcefully ends the argument, while the others watch in tense silence. The gray-haired man declares that they will proceed directly without further delay. Someone reacts with shock upon hearing unexpected news at the Rift Management Building. Someone reacts with uncertainty, struggling to process what they've just heard. A man bursts into the office announcing that the Magi Guild has signed a contract, prompting his coworkers to celebrate. The team celebrates after receiving approval to manage high-ranked rifts, with one member eagerly suggesting a dinner party. A man announces tonight's work dinner party, and his coworkers celebrate, excited for beef and tuna. A cheerful man eagerly calls out to Dojin, urging him to hurry so they can go eat, while another man smiles beside him in the busy office. A man in a suit tells someone on the phone that he will leave right after his meeting, urging them not to be late. Two men in suits discuss the positive atmosphere of one man's team while sharing a friendly moment. The two men walk down the hallway, discussing the imminent arrival of a foreign rank hunter. A tough-looking man in sunglasses notices an airplane passing overhead. The country enjoys safety under the protection of the Sword Emperor. At the airport entrance, someone surveys the relaxed crowd moving aimlessly. A man in a floral shirt confidently proclaims his plan to take the world's top hunter position. Lee Ganghyun calmly expresses his hope that his opponent can withstand the upcoming challenge. A man makes a dramatic entrance, lowering his sunglasses with a smug expression as he announces his arrival. A green-haired man bursts into the meeting, demanding to know where someone is and questioning why only unimportant people are present, while the others react with shock and confusion. A man reassures the group that he was only joking, urging everyone to relax. A tense man sweats as he suddenly recognizes a dangerous presence nearby. 3 people at the conference table react in confusion to an incomprehensible statement. He realizes he forgot to activate the translation artifact. He grips the glowing device and activates it, waiting for a response. A confident man introduces himself and shakes hands with a surprised green-haired character while another person observes the interaction. A man assesses that the others could still pose a significant threat despite not matching Lee Ganghyun's strength. One character stares intently across the table, eager to challenge the others to a spar. A muscular man stands silently as 2 others question and dismiss his odd behavior. A stern man sizes up the calm individual in the suit, quickly judging that he isn't in S-class. The young man in the suit quietly suspects that someone may have been sent by the government to monitor them. The man in the floral shirt complains about the group's strength, expressing his annoyance while the other remains silent. The older man wipes sweat from his face, smiles, and starts the meeting. A tense atmosphere settles as someone begins to explain the urgent situation near the crackling magic barrier. 10 years ago, a massive rift appeared in Sodi Mountain as armored figures approached its glowing edge. The Behemoth Guild, led by Hunter Lee Ganghyun, entered the rift to subdue it. 2 armored figures surge forward as their determined leader commands the team to advance into the rift. An exhausted young man realizes that subduing the rift is impossible due to its overwhelming difficulty. A red armored figure stares in shock as massive islands suddenly float into the sky. 2 armored figures are violently knocked back by a sudden attack. A shocked character reacts in fear to the sudden chaos unfolding. A monstrous bird creature is overpowered as several red-skinned demons attack and restrain it. 2 armored figures stagger back in alarm as an overwhelming force rushes past them in the clearing. An alarmed character warns others as a massive bird monster suddenly dives toward the group from above. 3 armored fighters engage in a fierce 3-way sword duel on the grassy field. 2 armored warriors launch themselves upward to attack the monstrous bird swooping down from above. Dojin unleashes a powerful downward strike with his glowing sword, channeling intense energy into the attack. A presenter announces that even after 100 years, subduing the rift remains impossible. A group formally requests the others to join the attack as backup members. Gyeolsu reacts with amusement upon hearing that Behemoth has failed. Dojin calmly states that the meeting was arranged for today. An older man questions the younger man at the desk about how it compares to Malina. The older man sits forward and warns that his next words are only a prediction. The speaker warns the tense group that Malina is more dangerous than it seems. An official questions whether the commander-in-chief will join the operation, noting that his participation remains unconfirmed. 2 exhausted men slump at the conference table while another person observes them in silence. A man in a floral shirt wonders about the identity of the suited individual who is drawing intense reactions from those around him. The conversation is abruptly interrupted as someone insists on waiting for the Behemoth Guild's return. One man aggressively questions an unfamiliar newcomer at the conference table, creating tension among the group. A man explains that Officer Lee Dojin served as the commander-in-chief during the previous S-class rift. A commanding figure orders the group to move while another man prepares to follow his lead. A muscular man mocks the composed commander, openly threatening him during the meeting. One man stands and threatens another during a tense confrontation in the boardroom. The muscular man leans in and warns the stoic young man that weak commanders are often killed by their own comrades. The muscular man threatens to shoot the calm man if he doesn't leave immediately. The young man responds to the threat with a quiet, confident smirk. The man in the floral shirt confronts the suited man, demanding to know if he laughed. The suited man smirks and taunts his rival, questioning if mere strength will be enough. The furious man explodes in anger, glaring at his opponent. The furious man towers over his opponent, demanding respect as he confronts him. A man in a patterned shirt seizes another by the collar and draws back his fist to strike. The young man recoils in shock, clearly startled by the sudden threat. A mediator steps in and forcefully halts the confrontation before it escalates. A man grins and confronts someone about their reason for protecting another person as tension rises. The protagonist warns that fighting here could endanger the ordinary people nearby. A muscular man proposes settling the conflict in the building's basement training field, prompting another person to react with shock. One man mocks their unimposing opponent, questioning if such extreme measures are necessary. A man issues a command to lead the way, prompting others in the meeting room to react. A nervous subordinate voices concern about Yang Chiaki's safety to a stoic superior in the office. A man listens intently as someone questions whether things will be alright. An older man slams his hands on the desk, startling the younger man beside him. The older man strides ahead and leads the group through the meeting room as the others react in shock to his decision. A smug man cracks his knuckles and threatens the two younger men, making it clear he intends to put them in their place. A group enters the underground training facility, where a lone figure waits on a platform. An older man warns a nervous younger man that Mr. Lee will handle the situation, causing visible anxiety. 3 adults in suits panic as they realize the training facility has been badly damaged and debate how to handle the fallout. A muscular man taunts his opponent and powers up for a fight, while a calmer man watches silently. The suited man challenges his opponent, provoking a confrontation as the muscular man prepares to attack. The enraged man charges forward, declaring he will kill his opponent. Dojin stands silently in the arena as the crowd questions his approach. A muscular man charges at the stoic figure in a suit, launching an aggressive attack. A man in a suit is violently punched in the face, caught off guard by the sudden assault. A stunned man realizes his punch has been dodged. A furious man hurls a glowing punch at the calm, suited individual, who remains unfazed. The furious man charges and aims a lethal punch at his opponent. The young man calmly dodges the punch and signals that the fight should stop. The young man easily restrains the shocked attacker as he panics and struggles. A man launches a sudden attack from behind, swiftly swinging his arm at his unsuspecting target. A hand slams down hard on the table, abruptly shifting the tense atmosphere. 3 people in suits react in shock as they witness something alarming off-panel. A man in a suit hurls his opponent forward with effortless strength. A stoic man in a suit gestures calmly, causing the other man to recoil in shock. A man in a floral shirt is knocked to the ground as a stern man in a suit and 3 others stand over him, asserting their dominance. A suited man calmly explains that he didn't hit the unconscious person hard and that he'll wake up soon, while another man rushes up the steps. A man quickly examines the person lying on the ground and reports that there are no broken body parts. A startled older man urgently calls out to the director. A nervous man realizes the unsettling truth about someone as tension rises between the group. One man acknowledges the other's overwhelming superiority and quickly leaves, leaving the rest in astonishment. A group celebrates together in the city at night, enjoying drinks. 4 colleagues raise their glasses and celebrate together in a lively restaurant. One man animatedly questions another about why the Hunter's Bureau was looking for him, startling everyone at the table. One man explains that there was just a favor to ask, easing the tension among the group. A stern man insists that the smiling young man must never abandon them, and the young man readily agrees. A man pauses mid-meal and questions why a powerful A-ranking guild would want to sign a contract with their group. He eyes his food warily, admitting that while the offer seems good, he remains deeply suspicious. 3 people sit around a table grilling meat, discussing their concerns about the power and influence of high-ranking hunters and the Magi Guild. A weary man in formal attire admits the truth with a resigned expression. A man calmly assigns Dojin to oversee Miss Yeji and confirms Yujungo's responsibility from the Magi Guild. The group celebrates their new partnership with the guild, ensuring everyone feels included. Laughter fills the night as the group raises their glasses for another toast. The scene shifts to Seoul City Hall the next day. A red-haired girl glares forward, clearly expressing her displeasure. 2 startled men in the hallway react with disbelief as a calm man in a suit stands behind them. A nervous man questions a confident woman as she insists on handling Mr. Lee's protection without needing additional recruits. A man in glasses urgently warns the suited man that even great strength cannot overcome being outnumbered. A worried girl in the office wonders how Dojin will handle monsters attacking from behind. A worried woman recalls a recent moment when a man threatened another with a weapon, making her doubt her own judgment. One man acknowledges Yeji's newfound strength, while the other questions why both must agree. The confident young man addresses Yeji, seeking her agreement. A red-haired girl hesitantly responds while touching her hair, looking nervous among the flowers. A man discusses with another man whether they are spoiling the young woman, ultimately deciding it's acceptable since she is still young. A man suddenly enters the office, leaving the group of workers tense and startled. A nervous subordinate rushes in to inform the chief that the Magi Guild has arrived and asks if he should let them in. A nervous man abruptly offers to make tea after being startled by another man's sudden reaction. Someone urgently calls the Rift managers to gather. After securing a contract with the Magi Guild, one man urges the group to remain confident. A stern man steps forward and offers to handle anyone causing trouble. One team member passionately assures the group that he will not tolerate anyone looking down on them, inspiring the chief, who smiles appreciatively. A group of suited individuals strides into the office, immediately drawing the attention of 2 men inside. A nervous man urges his 2 colleagues to be confident, but they notice he is the most anxious. The 2 advance in silence, preparing to confront the tense situation ahead. A tall, serious man in a suit confronts another man in the hallway, demanding to know if he is Chief Kong. A nervous man introduces himself to the group in the tense, cluttered office. 3 people in suits bow deeply and introduce themselves as representatives of the Magi Guild to the person at the desk. 2 men stare in disbelief, visibly shocked by something happening off-panel. 2 men in suits bow and loudly announce their arrival from the Magi Guild to the man in the hallway. Several office workers suddenly bow deeply on the floor, leaving others startled and confused. 2 men in suits discuss the strange behavior of others while a tense group watches from behind. A man in a suit steels himself, knowing that any mistake now could have serious consequences. Overwhelmed by terror, the group realizes they are facing certain doom. The older man asserts to the group that everyone now understands what kind of person Dojin is. 3 suited figures stand together, tense and uneasy as one of them internally frets over past mistakes. The man behind the desk issues a direct threat, blaming the other party for any future problems with Mr. Lee Dojin. An urgent warning echoes, making it clear that upsetting Mr. Lee Dojin is absolutely forbidden. A man in a suit anxiously hopes that his earlier outburst will be forgotten. One man moves to prepare tea while the others linger awkwardly in the kitchen. One man nervously insists on making a drink for another, while a third looks on in surprise. One man warns the others about the consequences of their behavior, causing the group to panic and seek a solution. A suited young man calmly explains the importance of reading and confirming contract details before signing. The startled man in the suit stammers, struggling to respond as shock overtakes his composure. Everyone rushes to their seats as a man enters and commands order in the meeting room. 3 individuals swiftly prepare to sign the contract. A man frantically warns the group to read the contract before signing as a sudden, forceful confirmation shocks everyone at the table. One man stands silently with his eyes closed while another, confused, tries to understand the strange situation unfolding in the office. Someone returns home at night and is warmly greeted. A man enters the room and is warmly greeted by an excited small creature eager for him to join the meal. A small dragon-like creature excitedly proposes starting something new while stepping beside a person's legs in the hallway. A frustrated girl grabs the nervous boy, scolding him as another man walks away in the background. They sit at the table and prepare to start their meal together. A woman serves a meal to a small, cheerful creature, who thanks her before eating. While eating at the table, one character wonders if the other's strange behavior is actually the odd one. A small dragon eats from a dog food bowl while someone remarks that another person is the odd one. A small dragon frantically bangs the table and desperately calls for water while a concerned observer watches. At the kitchen table, a girl nervously asks her father if he is available tomorrow. A young woman nervously asks someone to attend a parent observation class at 10 a.m. the next day. One person hesitates but ultimately decides to handle the task themselves, believing the others are busy with work. A young woman excitedly announces she has finished her work and plans to use her vacation for an observation class in a recently appeared rift without monsters. He decides to join her because seeing her happy motivates him to support her. A small creature slams the table, demanding to come along, while a young man scolds him for speaking with his mouth full. The protagonist and 2 small companions enter a bustling market inside the rift as vendors call out deals. A cheerful girl orders 3 red bean snacks from a street vendor while a young man watches nearby. A human hands out fish-shaped pastries to 2 eager, dragon-like creatures. The small orange dragon hesitates and politely declines the sweet food, saying it doesn't suit his taste. A small orange creature eats enthusiastically while someone observes with concern about its eating habits. A hand raises a megaphone to gather the crowd's attention. A man informs the group that the rift now serves as a training site for mana control and searching for a mysterious map fragment. A voice announces that parents must remain on the observation deck while a child waits alone in the clearing below. The students are instructed to retrieve map fragments and place them in the goblet at the center of the field. An unidentified individual presents a glowing assistant bead to distribute as a souvenir to the parents. One character eagerly explains that the glowing orb is used to find hidden treasure, while another inspects it with curiosity. A young man demonstrates how infusing mana into the red gun changes its shape and color, turning it darker purple as more powerful mana is used. He carefully considers whether infusing too much ki into the orb might cause it to break. A young woman reacts with surprise as she notices something unexpected. A glowing blade unexpectedly turns black, leaving one character intrigued and another shocked. A teacher instructs the students to prepare to leave while one student decides to delay asking a question. One character waves goodbye while another responds, surrounded by small monsters. Startled by something unexpected, the character quickly raises his hand in surprise. Sensing a surge of energy, a figure rushes toward the open crater. A mysterious goblet begins to emit a strange, swirling energy. He rushes forward to investigate the threat and protect Yehi. A surge of magical energy blasts from the ornate cup. A massive surge of dark energy bursts from the ground, warping the landscape under the stormy sky. He realizes that his ki has been absorbed. 3 people stagger outside in fear as a sudden earthquake shakes the ground at night. A group of furious parents confront a panicked official, demanding answers about their children's safety. The group reacts in alarm as everything suddenly stops, prompting urgent calls to evacuate the children. One character wonders if a mysterious event was caused by absorbing their energy, while a startled companion protests about not finishing their meal. The energy surrounding the mystical cup intensifies, becoming even more powerful. A character receives an ominous digital warning that they are being watched. A quest notification announces that collecting all ticket fragments will unseal a powerful manager and open the tutorial zone, with limited time remaining. He realizes the goblet is a key to the center and grows concerned about Yunhee's presence. Someone questions whether the Behemoth Guild's efforts have been pointless. A chaotic crowd gathers at the edge of a chasm, loudly demanding to speak with someone in charge. Panicked adults demand the immediate return of their children, while a calm man stands back with 2 small creatures. Two small dragon-like creatures criticize humans for being overly sensitive and fragile compared to their master. Dojin carefully assesses the threat posed by the gatekeeper after witnessing its overwhelming power against previous challengers. A critical quest update appears, warning that time is running out to gather the remaining entry tickets and unseal the administrator before the tutorial begins. He instructs the small dragon to locate Yunhee and follow her. The small, orange creature questions if only it and Carciel are assigned to go. The standing figure assigns the task to the two small creatures, who celebrate and eagerly accept their mission to protect the young master. Two small dragon-like creatures sneak away from the group, planning to keep their actions a secret. Dojin prepares to search for the map pieces while holding the glowing orb as a crowd looks on. Frustrated, a person searches the sunlit forest for the missing map piece, anxious about their father's potential embarrassment. A surprised girl spots a glowing orb in the forest. A cautious figure inspects the glowing orb, questioning whether it is genuine. A girl inspects a suspicious bone in the forest, puzzled by its origin and the absence of any nearby monster. Suddenly, the girl spins around, startled by an unexpected presence behind her. A girl unexpectedly bursts from the forest undergrowth, startling another character who recognizes her. One character approaches another in the forest and asks about her actions, prompting an explanation about searching for map pieces. Two girls confront each other in the woods as one teases the other about being worried. A flustered girl defensively insists she is only asking out of obligation, not concern. Yunhee abruptly stops speaking and turns, startled by a sudden light breaking through the trees. A startled character spots a small, dragon-like creature rapidly flying toward them. A powerful impact shakes the forest floor, scattering dust and debris into the air. A blue-haired girl shoves her teammate to the ground and fires a powerful weapon to protect them. A woman rapidly fires her pistol while shielding her terrified companion from danger. Two figures dart across the ground, narrowly evading powerful energy beams that slam down where they stood moments before. The small dragon-like creature casually dismisses the attack, unfazed. Two girls in white uniforms react with shock and discomfort in the woods after encountering a familiar pet and a loud sound. A small dragon-like creature calls out to someone in the forest, appearing puzzled. Startled and confused, Yunhee suddenly falls to the ground and looks around in concern. Two small dragon-like creatures confront someone in the forest, one angrily demanding to know if they were bullying Yunhee. A determined character aims a gun at two dragon-like creatures and delivers a deadly threat in the tense forest standoff. Frozen in place by a powerful, unseen energy, the character struggles in fear. A character quickly intervenes to defend her friend. A girl tries to reassure the suspicious creature by reminding it of a previous kind gesture, while another girl catches her breath nearby. A girl demands that the small creature apologize, but it stubbornly insists it did nothing wrong. Yong is stunned when someone suggests he eat dog food like Carciel. A small orange creature bows deeply, begging forgiveness from the startled woman kneeling before him. A woman scolds a dragon-like creature for acting without understanding the situation, while a smaller creature looks frustrated. An orange creature protests arrogantly while the person beside it threatens to withhold dinner if the behavior continues. Yunhee stares in disbelief as someone effortlessly controls the monsters before her. A startled girl turns around in the forest as a man approaches and questions her. Two girls and two small dragon-like creatures freeze in shock as they spot someone unexpected in the forest. A girl, surprised to see the young man, demands to know why he is there, and he calmly replies that he came to check if she is doing well. A small orange creature panics, imagining terrible consequences if its master learns it arrived late and attacked someone. In the forest clearing, the small orange creature stands guard as two girls watch and a man acknowledges its protective role while hiding something behind his back. A girl playfully holds a small dragon-like creature, who reacts with flustered excitement. Yunhee nervously assures everyone that they were getting along well, while patting the pleased, dragon-like creature. In a quiet, sunlit forest, Dojin stands calmly while a blue-haired, horned character watches him from nearby. The anxious creature is entrusted to the girl's care as she nervously agrees to look after it. One character checks on the exhausted creature being hugged while another reviews a floating status screen in the background. All required entry tickets have been collected, unlocking the tutorial and preventing exit from the rift during the time limit. Yunhee urgently calls Yongyong while he is being restrained, as another observes the situation with a digital display. A hand urgently passes a wrapped object to someone. A determined figure calls the group to assemble in the sunlit forest clearing. A chibi girl stands disappointed as she admits she still hasn't found anything. A young man encourages a discouraged girl in the forest after her setback. An eager creature proposes having beef for dinner, but is playfully caught for already snacking earlier. After arriving home, the man announces he needs to go out for a while as his companion reacts in surprise and two small creatures watch from the floor. A worried young woman hesitates, alarmed by the unexpected request at such a late hour. A man leaves the room quickly while a woman hesitates to respond. A worried child calls out for their father in the dark as he tells them to sleep first. A worried young woman pleads for someone to stay inside. A young woman anxiously asks the man not to leave as he stands at the apartment entrance. A man stands in the doorway, surprised, as he confronts the girl facing away from him. Yunhee trembles with anxiety, sensing danger nearby. A nervous orange creature flinches while watching a horror movie with a small purple bat-like companion. A calm man enters the room, causing a terrified girl and a small dragon-like creature to cling desperately to his legs. A frightened girl desperately clings to someone's leg and begs them not to leave while a small, determined orange creature stands guard. A serious young man abruptly stops someone, halting the action. One character challenges another about his fear, but the anxious one denies it despite obvious nerves. One character announces a punishment and insists another must go with them outside despite the heavy rain. One character nervously asks to join the group to avoid getting wet, while the others listen. The protagonist refuses a risky request and promises to return quickly. A young woman asks how long the trip will take, estimating it will be 2 hours with a taxi. A frightened girl panics as she worries she might faint if forced to watch the ghostly figure on the TV for 2 hours. A nervous hand signals that only 20 minutes remain. A dragon-like creature sarcastically calls out the unreasonable request to cover a 2-hour distance in just 20 minutes. A character with orange hair glares intensely, visibly frustrated. A worried creature anxiously asks if something is possible, stressing that its life is on the line. A reassuring figure promises to return quickly while gently patting the surprised girl's head. A young man steps out, assuring the others that they are safe with their protector. One character anxiously pleads for a quick return while another cowers in fear behind her. A girl recoils in terror, clutching a small purple creature that remains unfazed by the off-panel fright. Rain pours over the apartment building, setting a somber mood. A man dashes through the pouring rain, carrying his reluctant companion under one arm as they are shielded by a glowing aura. He calmly rejects the suggestion, deciding that using a flashy move would attract too much attention. A distressed creature struggles and protests as it is ridden uncomfortably. A young man hurries through the rain with a small red creature, urgently heading toward the rift to confront a monster. Bracing against the storm, he charges forward, determined to rescue Yi within 5 minutes. A determined young man carries his exhausted companion through the pouring rain, reflecting on the creature's strength. The empty landscape reveals that all the food stalls have disappeared from inside the rift. A man steps toward the glowing chalice resting on the tree stump in the tense forest clearing. A small dragon-like creature scans the area anxiously, unable to spot any monsters. A hand shoots out to abruptly stop the action. He cautiously reaches toward the ominous glass, sensing a dangerous power emanating from it. A person and a small creature stand over a shattered chalice, the air tense from the recent impact. A nervous creature clings to a companion's leg as they arrive at a dramatic, crumbling entrance. A blinding beam of light slams into the canyon, making a small creature cry out in pain while 2 figures shield their eyes. Bathed in radiant light, the blue-haired figure awakens her magical power and serene silence. A blue-haired, elf-haired character recognizes someone with a wary look. A fairy-like girl identifies the calm young man as the one who awakened her from her sealed state. The administrator reveals their role and announces a forthcoming test for the protagonist. A small creature eyes someone warily and demands to know their identity. A furious figure descends from above, demanding to know who interrupted her as 2 others stand near a cracked hole in the ground. A silver-haired woman recoils in shock upon encountering a dragon she believed to be long gone. A confused creature questions the situation while picking its nose. An eager creature asks the calm man if they can go home after capturing their target. A nervous fairy urgently confronts a startled small dragon outdoors at night. A silver-haired character angrily confronts a dragon for obeying a human's orders. At the edge of the chasm, one character demands an explanation while another responds defensively, as a third silently observes. A small orange dragon angrily questions whether pride can provide real food like galbijim or dakbokkumtang. A small, angry fairy confronts a calm young man who questions her while holding a phone. A determined figure urgently seizes the glowing orb as dark energy swirls around. Dojin advances with determination, wielding a massive sword crackling with blue energy. A panicked girl suddenly interrupts just as the man raises his weapon to attack. The panicked girl warns that killing her will prevent them from attacking the center area. The young man tenses as he discovers he is unable to attack. The anxious administrator pleads for her life, warning that her death would block access to the next floor. A determined man brandishes a large sword and demands the entrance ticket from a distressed woman, while a small creature watches the confrontation. Someone suddenly announces that they have found a solution. A defeated figure bows and begs for mercy while Dojin stands over them with a sword, and a small dragon-like companion looks on unimpressed. A system message appears, announcing that acknowledgement has been received from Readjusting. 2 figures examine the glowing entrance tickets on the ground, one mistaking them for food. A digital notification announces the arrival of the entrance ticket parcel and the impending release of the tutorial's foundations. A terrified girl narrowly dodges a massive stone block that crashes down beside her. A small dragon-like creature tries to eat a mysterious card while another character trembles anxiously by a large crater, and someone calmly clarifies that it is not food. Panicking, the frightened person desperately wonders how to survive, fearing he might be killed after his entrance ticket is taken. Sensing something is wrong, the character grows anxious as an unsettling silence fills the area. A surprised character watches as another abruptly departs through the forest, carrying a bag and an orange item. One character strides forward determinedly, carrying another under his arm, ready to hand over the entrance ticket and leave the rest to the hunters. A storm rages as a magical entrance gate appears at the center of Mount Sodi. The team gives up searching for the entrance, and decides to return to report their failure. The exhausted group pauses to recover in the rain, deciding to rest and wait for reinforcements before moving forward. A red-haired young man in armor notices a newcomer and questions them in the rain. Two armored figures argue in the rain as one warns the other to be polite to a new guild member. One character teases the other in the rain, prompting a surprised reaction. Two armored characters exchange playful banter as one accuses the other of insulting their mother and vows to report them. An office worker answers a call, takes notes, and promises to relay the message to another colleague. An office worker asks a colleague if he has completed the basic rift training, and the colleague confirms he has not. One man informs the other that the Hunter Bureau will conduct training next Monday, and the other acknowledges the instruction. The young man calmly decides it is time to hand over the entrance ticket to the center area. A nervous woman brings up her upcoming B-level test, and the calm man reassures her that they can go together. The red-haired woman asks if they can have dinner together. The red-haired woman awkwardly insists they have dinner together, specifying it should be just the two of them. Three co-workers enthusiastically agree to meet at the entrance gate after work. At the Hunter Bureau, an announcement acknowledges everyone's efforts in the morning training. The instructor dismisses the trainees for a meal break and reminds them to return before evening training. A young man in a suit enters with determination, preparing to hand over the entrance ticket. A man in a suit pauses in the hallway, noticing another visitor at the door as he considers leaving the package. A man is recognized and called out by someone as he walks down the hallway. A nervous staff member questions the composed visitor, who explains he is there for basic rift training. A startled man in a suit anxiously questions the decision to take basic training. A person in a suit extends a wrapped package, requesting it be delivered to the director. A surprised man in a suit watches as another man leaves for training when the elevator doors open. A startled character in a suit clutches a suspicious bag tightly upon unexpectedly encountering an officer. A man in a suit discovers a glowing purple object inside a sack and stares at it in confusion. The young man freezes in shock as he realizes something alarming. A young man in a suit stares in shock at the glowing digital card in his hand. An instructor announces the start of evening training to the classroom of trainees. A young man in a suit reviews documents as others enter and prepare to start the meeting. A woman notices a man diligently taking notes in the nearly empty auditorium. One student questions another's serious note-taking during a training session in the classroom. After returning from the hospital, he admits his struggles to adjust and expresses concern about remembering things without taking notes. Two exhausted office workers discuss their lack of motivation and wonder who has entered the room. A young woman expresses astonishment that someone is unaware of the legendary reputation of the public officer Lee Dojin. A man is praised for earning respect as a public officer by clearing an S-level dungeon with no casualties, becoming a legendary figure. A young woman in the lecture hall clenches her fists, excitedly expressing her admiration for the famous public officer and hoping to get his autograph someday. A nervous man in a suit calls for attention and gestures from across the conference room. Two men in the hallway are shocked as the protagonist arrives for basic training. A startled man is interrupted during training when a stern-looking superior enters urgently. Two people react awkwardly to unexpected attention, one questioning another's motives while the other looks shocked. An older man in a suit urgently questions two younger men in a meeting room about a sudden incident. An older man apologizes to the officer for arriving unexpectedly. Someone realizes Dojin's identity with shock. A renowned public officer enters the lecture hall, instantly stunning the audience and sparking excitement among the crowd. The young man realizes he cannot attend the class and lowers his head in resignation. A nervous man abruptly asks to leave the classroom, while two serious onlookers watch him closely. A nervous man hastily agrees as two imposing men in suits intimidate him. Two people head for the director's room while others in the conference room react with confusion. A stunned student realizes the true identity of the man in the classroom, leaving everyone in shock. The double doors are suddenly thrown open with force, signaling an urgent interruption. One man apologizes for taking necessary action regarding the center area's entrance ticket, causing tension in the hallway. One man requests a proper apology for the attendees, and the other gratefully agrees. One man breathes a sigh of relief as his comment is understood, while the others react with calm and seriousness. A young man, deep in thought, resolves to take further action to prevent future incidents. An older man admits he had no choice as he opens a door and leads two uneasy younger men down the hallway. Three people discuss the return of the Behemoth Guild in an office as one of them notices an older man has arrived. Two surprised characters react to the unexpected revelation that someone involved is a civilian. A red-haired young man notices someone unfamiliar and asks about his identity. A man in a suit stands in the doorway as someone off-panel formally calls out to him. A man congratulates another for finding the entrance ticket to the center area while a woman smiles beside them. Two men discuss their surprise at finding the entrance ticket outside the rift, attributing the discovery to luck. A stern woman orders someone to stand up and greet an arriving guest respectfully. A red-haired man examines the entrance ticket with suspicion, doubting its authenticity. One man desperately urges another to stop and apologize as tension rises between the group. A red-haired young man aggressively warns someone that lying will have serious consequences. An older man yells furiously, ordering someone to stop. A blonde woman angrily scolds a young man for his rude behavior while another nervously apologizes for him. A martial artist eagerly challenges his opponent, while a composed man calmly reassures the group. A furious young man crushes a fake entrance ticket while confronting someone for smiling. A man in martial attire taunts another person about their lack of combat experience while laughing and holding a wooden staff. With determination, the speaker boldly prepares to reveal his true self. A red-haired man hurtles downward through lightning, unleashing a devastating spear attack at the bystander below. A character shouts a name in alarm as both react with shock to an unexpected situation. An electrified spear hurtles toward him as he remains focused and unflinching. A man in white advances, brandishing his crackling spear and accusing the group of deceit. A taunting young man grabs the suited man's jacket and mocks him for not reacting, while the other remains calm and unmoving. The older man recoils in terror, his eyes wide as he confronts a sudden threat. A red-haired man is smugly escorted away in restraints by a serious man in a suit after confronting a fraudster. An older man reacts in alarm, sweating nervously under intense pressure. The young man remains calm and smiles while the older man watches him in shock. A dark-haired man in a suit pins a shocked red-haired man with a bar, criticizing his manners. The two anxious characters brace themselves as they react to an imminent threat off-panel. A male character recoils in shock after realizing he has been insulted. A furious man brandishes his energy-charged sword and threatens a calm, suited opponent as onlookers react in shock. A young man in a suit coldly insults his unseen opponent, exuding menace. An older man suddenly clutches his chest and collapses as a younger man reacts in shock. With a fierce glare, the man angrily confronts his enemy. A furious young man points forward and threatens his opponent with crackling energy surrounding him. The young man taunts his opponent with a smug expression. A man recoils in shock, sword drawn, as his composed opponent faces the threat without fear amid crackling blue energy. A young man suddenly finds himself unable to move, panic rising as an unknown force holds him in place. Two shocked onlookers react as a man enveloped in a blue aura suddenly unleashes his power. A calm man in a suit stands over a kneeling opponent, subduing him with a powerful blue aura. Dojin pauses, silently weighing his next decision. A desperate man frantically pleads for his life, admitting his mistake. One man sternly warns the kneeling figure that this is his only chance. A young man suddenly starts coughing violently and struggles to breathe. A woman quickly checks on an injured man while others watch with concern. A stunned young man realizes someone has just overpowered Junio with sheer energy. One man impatiently demands to hear the reason for being called as the tense conversation continues. An older man in a suit directly asks the younger man to join the center area raid squad. The man in the suit firmly refuses to join the raid squad, surprising the others at the desk. An older man expresses gratitude for the recovered entrance ticket, while his younger companion bows respectfully. A person in a suit extends a bankbook with both hands as a gesture of gratitude. A young man in a suit turns to face someone as he receives a blue bankbook. An older man in a suit responds calmly to the officer's inquiry from behind his desk. A man in a suit sits with folded arms and bluntly states that public officers will be fired if they accept bribes. A flustered older man insists his gift is just gratitude, while another points out that it's still considered bribery. The young man hesitates, struggling to continue as the two men across the desk watch him intently. An older man proposes a deal, requesting sincerity in exchange for maintaining a good relationship with the Hunter Bureau. With unwavering determination, he prepares to issue an important request. An older man urgently begs for agreement as two younger figures react with shock. A red-haired young man sits alone on the ground, brooding in isolation as he mumbles to himself. A worried subordinate realizes that someone intends to take control of the Hunter's Bureau. A silver-haired man issues instructions from behind his desk, and two subordinates promptly acknowledge his orders. One man asks for a promise while the others listen intently in the office. A grave man warns that many hunters have already died in the rift and that the center area will be far more dangerous than usual. An older man pleads for assurance that the hunters will not die needlessly in the center area. The young man nods with determination and accepts the challenge. The older man gladly agrees to fulfill the request. The older man ends the meeting, and the young man leaves to resume his training while the woman observes. An older man sternly warns the young man in the office to avoid causing trouble for others from now on. The protagonist announces his intention to leave and prepares to exit. Two characters react with shock and disappointment in the office as another sits slumped over a desk, overwhelmed by bad news. The older man leans back in his chair and confidently challenges the others to acknowledge the clear difference in power. A woman reveals that Officer Lee Dojin single-handedly defeated the S-Class dungeon boss, leaving the two men stunned. A nervous young man reflects on how the S-Class boss monster was defeated in less than a minute. A character anxiously questions whether someone is truly human. A gray-haired man hesitantly agrees, sweating with uncertainty. A cheerful man sheepishly recalls giving advice at their first meeting, realizing now that the other man's strength far exceeded his expectations. Unconcerned about Lee Gangion's worries, he walks down the hallway to return to class. A young man enters the empty conference room just as the last person finishes packing up. A man in a suit enters the classroom after the exam, prompting the older man at the desk to look up in surprise. A man in a suit approaches another man in the meeting room and apologizes for his sudden absence. A cheerful older man assures a younger man in a suit that his early completion of training is approved due to a more important matter. A young man bows in the empty meeting room, expressing gratitude. A hand offers a bright yellow box with question marks to the training participants. A young man in a suit receives a small box from an older man, who explains that it usually only contains low-grade items. A man in a suit takes a mysterious box while another man watches anxiously from across the conference table. A cheerful woman enthusiastically greets the manager as he walks by. A man in a suit approaches a red-haired woman and asks if she has been waiting long as they meet indoors. A red-haired woman excitedly announces her promotion to B class and proudly displays her new pass. Two people walk together in suits, exchanging congratulations and warm smiles. Two people head out together to get something to eat. After finishing their meal on the rooftop, one character invites the other for dessert, but the invitation is politely declined because it's time to go home. The scene shifts to an apartment building glowing softly in the evening. Four people gather in the living room, examining a box just delivered from the training center. The group debates who should open the mysterious loot box, sharing concerns about bad luck. One character protests in frustration while the other teases them from the living room floor. As tensions rise in the kitchen, the calm man moves to open the mysterious box while the small creature mocks the upset man. A character reveals a glowing, mysterious box as a small dragon-like creature watches with curiosity. A girl examines an object for a signal, while a boy reacts with surprise. A hand lifts a glowing, mysterious golden box as light bursts from within. A sudden surge of energy bursts from one character, leaving the other shocked and confused. A character reacts with shock as a glowing purple light appears, while another looks on curiously. A blinding purple light bursts from the box, leaving the startled character shielding their eyes in shock. Sitting calmly, one person activates a glowing cube while another questions their indifferent attitude. A hand lifts a glowing, question mark box, hinting at an imminent reveal. Dojin uncovers a glowing relic, its discovery triggering a surge of digital energy around him. Dojin inspects the glowing artifact, doubting its supposed power. A text box reveals details about a rare relic called Interpreter Ataraxia, highlighting its abilities and usage conditions. A hand presents an ornate, emerald-studded book, drawing attention to its mysterious significance. The young man contemplates the restriction that the philosophical relic can only be used in the central area. A silver-haired character demands to know if the other is a member of the great dragon tribe born in the central area. One character holds up a mysterious book and asks about it, but the other admits they don't know what it is. Dojin fixes an intense, suspicious stare on his target, silently demanding the truth. The group discusses the mysterious central area, but none of them can recall any details about it. A young man carefully inspects an ornate, gem-encrusted book, pondering its significance. Yuhi admits she has never heard of relic grade and explains that normally grades only go up to S. A small creature observes as someone closely inspects a gem-covered book. The small creature anxiously wonders if someone is planning to enter the central area. A woman decides to go to sleep while a small orange creature looks on with curiosity. A girl reminds the boy of his promise to brush his teeth before bed. One person eagerly volunteers to brush another's teeth, surprising the startled companion, while a third observes. The small dragon-like creature clings eagerly to someone's leg, insisting on brushing teeth together as two people watch nearby. A hand seizes the small dragon-like creature by the back of its neck as it panics and protests. Yong panics as he is sent off on a mission, while encouragement and admiration come from the group behind him. The next morning, two characters lounge on the sofa as one complains about how boring and repetitive TV dramas have become. Two small creatures lounge on the sofa as one irritably complains about the lack of original shows on TV. Two small demon-like creatures sit up suddenly as a loud alarm blares from the door. Two small creatures on the couch grow tense as they suspect a thief might have entered the house. A playful demon grins excitedly, eager to release pent-up energy as he prepares for action. A door slowly opens in the darkness, heightening the tension. A furious dragon-like creature launches itself through the air to strike at its enemy. A character in an orange outfit staggers back, clutching their side after being struck. A man lifts a small, orange dragon-like creature by the head and demands an explanation for its actions. A young man asks if someone is feeling stressed from the previous night. A flustered character urgently grabs a panicked person, trying to clear up a misunderstanding. One character returns home, calmly restraining another while being greeted by a third. A man in a suit returns home, sets his bag on the table, and answers a small creature's question about leaving work early. Anxiously, the small creature suspects that someone may have been fired because of their temper. The small creature tearfully worries that losing a job means never eating meat again. The man in the suit firmly rejects the suggestion, while the small purple creature watches him with concern. One person announces upcoming travel plans and offers to cook, surprising the other. A horned character reacts with confusion upon hearing an unfamiliar place mentioned. As one figure enters the room in a suit, two small creatures follow behind, discussing who should handle the household chores. A suited figure steps into the pristine bedroom, impressed by its spotless condition. A young man in a suit debates whether to clean or do the laundry. The young man silently contemplates his next move. Dojin notices the laundry has already been done and looks surprised. A small creature informs a suited figure that the young master secretly handles all the housework each morning before school. He reacts in shock upon realizing just how unusual he truly is. One character declares they will cook, prompting alarm from a startled creature and nervous concern from another observer. Someone requests the meat side dish that he usually makes while observing the bubbling pot of stew. Two small companions react with surprise as someone announces the possible return of the small master. A young man quietly eats while considering the significance of someone's timely return. A young woman in a school uniform is startled to see her father has returned unexpectedly. A character returns briefly and explains they must leave again for work in Gangwon-do that night. A girl arrives at the dinner table as another character invites her to sit, while a small creature waits eagerly for the meal. A cheerful girl in a school uniform encourages everyone to start eating as she holds her chopsticks beside a bowl of rice. A young man questions why he isn't asking for more allowance money. One person explains she already received $720 in allowance last month, surprising the others at the table. A cheerful girl reports that she spent her allowance on a vacuum cleaner and a dryer. Two people sit at the kitchen table, reviewing daily expenses and discussing recent spending on transport. The young man advises that having money is necessary to spend time with friends. A girl smiles and says she prefers staying at home with Yong-yong. Three people discuss how to get closer to others over a meal, while an orange creature questions why there is a dumpling in the soybean stew. One person leaves the room as another stays at the table, surprised by how good the food tastes. One character grabs a bag and rushes out while another bids a quick farewell from the kitchen. A small orange creature gleefully seizes the master's food and boasts about enjoying it more than another pet. A small orange creature at the kitchen table looks up in surprise after noticing someone nearby. The orange creature and the young woman sit at the table, surprised to see a meal prepared for them despite their host's absence. A loud shout startles people on the street as they turn to look at the man standing in the center. The young man quickly turns around, surprised by someone urgently calling out to him. The young girl reaches out and urges her master to go with her. Alarmed by the commotion, two bystanders question whether they should report the strange encounter to the police. A worried girl urgently begs for help to stop a potential kidnapping. The protagonist defensively protests after being called a gangster. A tall man unexpectedly runs into a short girl on an empty street and addresses her, prompting her defensive reaction. The young man stares downward and cautiously demands to know the other person's identity. A girl with purple hair and red eyes introduces herself as Karsil. A girl with purple hair stands before her master and introduces herself as Karsil. The protagonist confronts the disguised girl in front of a curious crowd, questioning her unusual appearance as she explains her choice to blend in. A young man is shocked when he hears the girl call the suited man master in front of bystanders. A young man looks back on the quiet street, expressing uncertainty about what he finds interesting. Four figures stand together, bracing themselves as they face an imminent threat. A man urges a surprised girl to leave the area with him. An angry figure grabs someone by the shoulder to stop them from leaving. A man angrily insists that the other must go to the police as a worried girl looks on. The agitated man orders the calm boy to stay quiet and follow him to avoid exposing a child to blood. Someone grabs their opponent's collar and threatens them, holding back only because a shocked girl is watching. The young man hesitates, struggling to find the right words as he begins to explain. A furious figure slams a hand into their opponent's face, launching a sudden attack. A purple-haired girl lifts a man by his collar on a dark street, furious at his disrespect toward her master. Seo restrains a man on the street until Dojin orders her to stop. A young man urges the group to leave, warning that staying will make the situation worse. A startled girl is shielded by an unseen figure during a tense moment. A young girl jolts back in shock, clutching her chest as she reacts to her master's unexpected condition. A young man raises his hand to calm the crowd and assures them that the situation is not what it appears to be. One of the anxious group urgently objects to showing mercy to the human. Someone hesitantly urges the group to leave. A man urgently pulls a startled girl toward a taxi while another man clutches the ground in pain behind them. A taxi drives away with two passengers inside while neighbors watch from afar. The group arrives at their destination and pays the fee. Two characters stand outside in shock as the car drives away, reeling from the unexpectedly high fare. A girl anxiously counts on her fingers, overwhelmed by the large sum of money just mentioned. Seal complains about not flying to their destination, while Dojin insists on blending in by using ordinary transportation. The young man firmly instructs someone not to use the term master while in that appearance. A young girl looks up, hurt and vulnerable, as she questions if she is being sent away. A cheerful child eagerly asks to eat hot dog and ramyun, and the group decides to go together. A young man listens stoically as someone enthusiastically praises him. A surprised girl is told to call someone Dad and reacts in confusion. A hopeful girl asks for reassurance while the serious young man considers how to avoid misunderstandings. A young girl responds enthusiastically to her father, her face lit up with joy. A man suggests they get something to eat and realizes he forgot the pet food as he gently pats the girl's head while they walk outside. A young man sighs in frustration as he warns that eating pet food like that could lead to a trip to the police station. The scene shifts to a brightly lit snack bar, setting the stage for what comes next. A steaming bowl of ramyun is set on the table as a character examines it with curiosity. A man feeds a young girl at a restaurant, enjoying a meal he considers a rare treat. A girl with purple hair puffs her cheeks in annoyance as she chews food she doesn't like. A man and a young girl share a cheerful moment while enjoying their meal together at the restaurant. One person asks the other to explain why they followed them, prompting a tense conversation at the restaurant table. A girl questions her father's intention to go to the center area alone, expressing concern. A young girl urgently warns her father that the place is dangerous, but he responds without concern. A purple-haired girl urgently warns the others that something dangerous is coming, relying on her instincts despite lacking clear memories. A girl insists she can handle things alone as someone gently pats her head. A character clenches their fists on the table and insists on going along to protect someone important to them. He calmly expresses confidence in Carciel's ability to protect herself and agrees to rely on her. The girl responds with firm determination, agreeing without hesitation. A glowing portal suddenly materializes at the center of the forest clearing. The two prepare to enter the massive glowing fissure without hesitation. A loyal subordinate firmly tells the young master to stay home for safety. A bat-like creature surges forward with crackling blue energy, determined to shield its master from danger. A man surveys the ominous area, energy crackling at his feet as he prepares to enter the treacherous center with a small creature by his side. Two figures quietly observe the floating islands, noting how peaceful the scene is compared to the Behemoth Guild's warnings. The group prepares to enter the real entrance as one character hands over something essential. A character examines a glowing entrance ticket and wonders about the increasing appearance of monsters. A massive blue demon suddenly appears and roars, startling the two below. A small creature urgently steps forward, generating energy in its hand to shield its master from danger. A figure thrusts a glowing hand forward, unleashing a surge of purple flames. A commanding figure abruptly grabs the enchanted staff, halting the action as another reacts in shock. A terrified small dragon struggles as a dark, corrosive hand grips it tightly. A character displays mysterious black energy swirling around his hand while a worried creature watches him. A figure confidently grips swirling dark energy while assuring an ally not to worry about the monsters. With a firm resolve, the young man decides he must uncover the truth before the weekend ends. A decisive attacker instantly splits the blue-skinned enemy in half with a powerful energy slash. A colossal blue-skinned figure crashes down in front of the two onlookers in a surge of energy. He examines the aftermath, questioning if he went too far. A startled creature recoils in shock as a sudden loud noise erupts. A powerful shockwave tears through the ground, forcing the weaker enemies to flee. A magical disturbance suddenly forms on the surface of the pond. Sensing a disturbance, the small winged character wonders if someone new has entered the center area. A character underwater senses an overwhelming energy nearby. A female character taunts her opponent with a sly smirk, expressing excitement over a new challenge. Someone eagerly hopes for the arrival of others. Someone urgently asks about the location of the entrance while surveying the floating islands above the landscape. Two figures move through the dense forest, sensing that the energy source is nearby. A man in a suit and a small bat-winged creature approach a glowing portal. The small purple creature steps forward to scout the area while the man watches from behind in the forest. A small, horned creature freezes in shock, eyes wide with surprise. An alarmed companion urgently warns his master as a severely wounded man wrapped in thorny vines crawls toward the entrance. While reading the ornate book, the man hesitates as he considers whether to rescue the unconscious figure. A hand hovers over a glowing symbol in the magical book, prompting the decision to investigate the nature of the non-human entity. A hand activates the human hell mark, causing a man to collapse in agony within the glowing circle. While studying the illustrated book, the protagonist learns that the trap plant lures victims with its human form before attacking, prompting extra caution after a close call. The protagonist gains increased resistance power from the magical book. A young man decides to leave quickly instead of spending time gathering information for the book. A startled purple creature suddenly peeks out from behind someone, reacting to something unexpected. A figure unleashes a powerful surge of pink and black energy beside the cliff. Thorny vines pin an enemy to the ground while one figure stands guard and another hides behind him in fear. A young man looks down seriously and calls out to his master. A small purple creature clings nervously to a leg, seeking reassurance in a tense moment. A nervous creature hesitates in the forest as someone calmly offers reassurance. The young man gently offers to take the other person home if they feel scared. The purple creature hesitates, worried that joining in will only hold the other back. The young man leans forward and reassures the other person that he will prevent any harm. A small purple dragon eagerly places its paw in a human's hand as they agree to move forward together. Feeling confident, the companion reassures himself that everything will be fine with his master in charge. As they move deeper into the cave, the small creature nervously alerts its companion to something unusual ahead. The small creature staggers as a crushing force overwhelms its body, leaving it barely able to stand. The young man questions what he has just been told, his expression serious. A purple-skinned character wavers and begins to lose consciousness. A surprised man discovers a small, unconscious creature with horns in his hands. A man in a suit, carrying a small dragon, steps out of the cave into the light with determination. A mysterious figure waits inside a cage on a floating island in the tutorial zone's center area. A character glances up at the sky, noticing something unusual. A small, purple creature rests on the ground, enjoying the warmth and debating whether to sleep a bit longer. The small purple creature dozes quietly, undisturbed. The small purple creature wakes up in a panic, confused to find itself beside the calm man fishing by the river. The small dragon reacts with alarm, urgently calling out in concern. The young man calmly explains that he is fishing for an artifact as instructed. A small creature questions its master's orders as the man continues fishing by the riverside. The young man calmly explains that this is a trial, not an order, and notes that the other appears well. The small dragon-like creature sits on the grass, feeling more comfortable and energized than ever. A small creature questions the man's strategy as they discuss waiting to retrieve the artifact. A character carefully grasps a swirling black sword, trying not to make any noise. A fishing hook drops into a strange underwater area filled with rune-marked stones and a mysterious book. A small dragon-like creature urgently warns others as the water suddenly starts to move. A massive splash erupts from the water, startling the two figures standing nearby. A large catfish leaps from the water as one character nervously questions another's decision to break the rules for a quicker result. A startled creature catches a huge fish in an unexpected way. A small creature nervously insists that catching the large fish with only the rod is not cheating as someone silently observes. He wonders if the quest is over as the glowing rod is set to vanish after catching the artifact. The young man checks the glowing interface to find out his next quest. After completing the mission and increasing resistance power, the protagonist considers combining the collected artifacts to summon a high-level artifact. A hand presents 3 glowing magical items, a watch, a pendant, and a gem. A magical combination is completed, resulting in the creation of the magician's bracelet. A powerful magical bracelet appears, offering a significant boost to skill damage and mana efficiency. One character offers an item as a gift to Yahi while another eagerly asks if it is something valuable. A small creature celebrates joyfully as it is patted on the head after a recent success. The young man stands anxiously with his bag, uncertain about his next move. He silently evaluates the situation, his expression tense and focused. A colossal dimensional rift tears open above the raging ocean. A hand shoots forward, breaking the tension as its owner braces to confront the threat. A small purple dragon steps in front of the calm man, urgently shielding him from danger. A confident woman greets the newcomer with a sly smile, acknowledging their swift arrival. A wary young man confronts someone, demanding to know their identity. The small purple creature braces itself for a confrontation, its expression determined and anxious. A character prepares to reveal their identity with a confident smile. A fairy-like figure greets the newcomers and introduces herself as the reliable support in the tutorial zone. A pink-haired character playfully blows a kiss and asks to be treated kindly. A young man stands silently, lost in thought as tension fills the air. At the edge of the lake, 2 figures stand in tense silence as a fairy-like presence hovers before them. A fairy hovers in front of an unresponsive man, growing embarrassed as she fails to get his attention. An ethereal figure steps onto the young man's head as pink mist swirls around them. A horned creature freezes in fear as it senses a surge of ominous power. A sharp-eyed woman leans in, gripping someone's hair as she taunts them. A female character leans in with a menacing smirk, taunting her target with a playful threat. A trembling, horned creature grits its teeth in fear as pressure mounts. A determined man steps in front of the frightened creature, shielding it from the approaching threat in the sky. A nervous purple creature peers out from behind a dark figure, anxiously seeking reassurance. A startled character urgently pleads for someone to stop before acting too quickly. A sudden, frightening energy is sensed, startling the group and putting everyone on alert. A frightened fairy clings to the stoic young man, admitting her fear of what lies ahead. A pink-haired girl leans over and warns the traveler about the dangers of this place. A pink-haired, pointed-eared character warns someone that without her presence, they would have died instantly. A wary man narrows his eyes as he surveys the situation. A confident observer assesses that the monstrous opponent is stronger than any encountered before. The young man downplays the situation with a confident smile. Seal glares furiously, incensed that someone is laughing while she is speaking. A figure contemplates killing someone as dark energy gathers around a menacingly raised hand. A menacing figure commands someone to suppress their reaction and prolong the experience. The fairy-like figure hovers above the water and begins to explain the central area to the attentive listener. She urgently warns that the dense magic is draining the traveler's strength, causing them to collapse and choke in the poisonous mist. A glowing fairy-like figure anxiously tries to deliver an important message while standing atop a pile of unconscious people. A pink-haired fairy confidently explains the effects and rarity of resistance power. A winged figure explains that the danger intensifies with depth, requiring greater strength to proceed. A dark, shadowy figure with glowing purple eyes emerges, radiating a menacing presence. A mysterious voice notes that the traveler possesses a significant amount of power, as 2 startled fairy-like creatures flutter around him. She confidently reminds the others that reaching the bottom floor is impossible without her assistance. The pink-haired character warns that this is the last time she will let him off. A fairy-like guide informs the calm challenger that to advance, he must catch the monster living on the middle island. Standing on the edge of a floating cliff, the calm challenger forces his nervous companion to choose between facing the monster or jumping to certain death. A dark-haired young man smirks and questions the consequences of jumping, while the pink-haired character remains silent. The protagonist clenches his teeth, overwhelmed by frustration. A sharp-haired character glares menacingly and delivers a harsh warning, clearly irritated by the other's arrogance. The young man verifies that the book's description matches reality. A worried creature warns its master of impending danger, while the master verifies the reliability of information from a book. A fierce fairy brandishes a spear and threatens the travelers with deadly consequences if they resist. The confident man confronts his opponent, pointing out a misunderstanding while a startled purple creature floats behind him. Dojin looks up in astonishment as he realizes he has been chosen. A mysterious prisoner rattles the cage atop a floating island, breaking the silence. The pink-haired character breaks down in tears and repeatedly apologizes for misbehaving. One character tells the other to stop talking so he can concentrate, while the second looks hurt. A pink-haired character points out that the bird nearby is actually the monster. A suited man carrying a small companion confronts a fairy-like figure on a rope bridge as a furious beast rages inside its cage. A teary-eyed girl clenches her fist as a small dragon-like creature mocks her distress. Consulting the map, the protagonist confirms that catching the small purple creature is the key to advancing to the tutorial's second floor. A pink-haired character suddenly realizes something unexpected and reacts with surprise. One character anxiously questions the authenticity of an ornate book, while the other calmly confirms it is real. A pink-haired fairy recoils in shock as someone reveals a mysterious book to her. A man explains he won a tablet in a lucky draw while a small fairy and a purple creature react with curiosity. As a glowing barrier holds back a monstrous beast, one figure waits calmly while a small companion anxiously asks for more information. A fairy-like figure taunts the imprisoned character, reminding them that the barrier prevents any escape or retaliation. A man calmly faces a monstrous creature trapped behind a glowing magical barrier, unfazed by its presence. A pink-haired character panics as something suddenly vanishes from their hand in a puff of dark smoke. A figure strides calmly through the smoke and rubble, drawing a shocked reaction from someone nearby. A stunned character reacts in disbelief to something impossible happening before the barrier was opened. The protagonist stands over the defeated boss monster as a system notification announces the upcoming opening of the tutorial's second level. A digital interface presents the challenger with a choice between a random artifact above level 3 or the challenger's memory as a reward. A character examines a valuable level 3 artifact while a small purple creature watches from their shoulder. Two new rewards, a random artifact box and challenger's memory, appear with glowing effects. An information screen reveals that selecting the challenger's memory will result in automatic deportation from the center area after 10 minutes. A character confidently selects the challenger's memory, startling the nearby fairy. A pink-haired character reacts nervously as someone selects a rare level 3 artifact. He examines the glowing red gem while considering his upcoming work responsibilities. A concerned small creature suggests the young man could simply run back since he needs time to prepare before Monday. Someone hesitates, struggling to voice uncertain resolve in the empty space. A pink-haired character recoils in fear, declaring the sudden appearance of a lunatic. A black-haired man unexpectedly calls out to a startled pink-haired woman, making her react nervously. A man stands resolutely as he prepares for deportation, while a small creature clings to his shoulders. A winged character swiftly flies into the glowing portal on the floating island. Seal freezes in shock, gripping the heavy black collar around her neck as she realizes the danger. Someone desperately begs for safety, pleading for the approaching threat to stay away. A girl with orange hair stirs a pot on the stove, focused on cooking alone in the kitchen. A small orange creature calls for Yunhee's attention as she turns around at the dining table. A small dragon-like creature complains about the lack of meat while staring at a bowl labeled dog. Someone pokes a rounded belly and playfully scolds the other for eating only meat and neglecting vegetables. A small dragon accuses the nervous woman in the kitchen of withholding meat because their master is absent. A small horned creature insists that his actions are meant to protect someone's health. The small dragon-like creature throws a tantrum, furiously shouting and raising its fists in frustration. An upset dragon-like creature protests being treated unfairly by the group. A girl gently reassures someone that she will prepare plenty of meat side dishes when their dad returns. Yong stands his ground, refusing to give in. A frustrated woman urges a small, angry creature to eat as it storms out of the kitchen. A startled orange creature with horns is suddenly interrupted. A small creature anxiously asks if wishes can be granted. The son playfully refuses the request. A small dragon-like creature begs desperately for its master to return while another voice firmly refuses. A small dragon-like creature hears an unexpected sound and turns around in confusion. Yong suddenly reacts with surprise, sensing an unexpected development. Dojin returns home with Yong, announcing their arrival to the young master. The small orange dragon looks up anxiously, seeking reassurance from his master. A small dragon-like creature flies toward the calm young man, shouting excitedly as it reunites with him. A small orange creature pulls a silly face, entertaining itself with obvious amusement. He scans his surroundings with a tense, focused expression, ready to respond to whatever happens next. A frantic dragon-like creature leaps toward the calm young man, breaking the silence with chaos. A surprised woman questions the man's early return from his business trip as an orange creature reacts in shock. A weary man enters the room late, brushing off concern as another person and a child quietly watch him. An orange-haired character urgently grabs the sleeve of a dark-haired man to stop him from leaving. The orange-haired character enthusiastically urges the confused man to relax and take a long bath. Someone tells Carciel to take a bath, and she reacts with surprise. Behind a closed door, voices urge someone to take a long bath, and the instructions are met with enthusiastic agreement. A man relaxes in the bath while a small dragon watches him from the side of the tub. A young man confronts someone in the tiled room, demanding to know how long their behavior will continue. Two characters sit tensely in the bath as one tries to explain himself while the other pointedly turns away in annoyance. A small dragon-like creature invites another into the bathroom while someone relaxes in the steaming bath. An irritated creature demands to know whether it is chosen over the master. A small horned creature confidently introduces itself as the tyrant and king of all dragons. An angry orange creature argues with a relaxed purple creature in the bathroom. One of the bathers impatiently urges a companion to join them as the group relaxes together. Yong sits in the water, lost in thought and looking exhausted. They sink into the hot bath, savoring the warmth and chatting about how comfortable it feels. A girl cheerfully asks if someone enjoyed their bath while holding a bloodied ladle. A hesitant figure questions another, watched closely by two colorful creatures. A surprised man is presented with a glowing feast while two small creatures and a cheerful woman encourage him to eat and regain energy after working hard on the weekend. One character processes unexpected news at the dining table, while the others watch silently. A startled young man looks up as a small dragon-like creature urgently calls for his attention at the kitchen table. A distressed woman desperately begs the man not to leave as he demands to know what is wrong. A girl with orange hair firmly tells someone to be quiet and eat. The small dragon nervously prepares to eat, summoning its courage. They sit around the table discussing what each of them had for lunch, with one hesitantly admitting to eating ramyun. Two small dragon-like creatures discuss a surprising event they saw on TV while sitting at the dining table. An awkward tension fills the dining table as one person confronts another about eating unfamiliar food and receives a quick apology. A girl warmly reassures someone that it's okay to eat the treat occasionally. Surprised by a new idea, the group considers asking for the same opportunity. A warning about the health risks of eating ramyun startles the two creatures while the man listens with concern. One creature reluctantly decides to give up eating ramyun, while the other remains uninterested, focused on her phone. The group finishes their meal and expresses satisfaction. One person stands up from the table and informs the other that he needs to leave early to prepare for an auction on Monday, surprising her. As the dishes are washed, one character offers help while the other relaxes, satisfied that nothing more needs to be done before the items are sold. Two people debate whether an action counts as fraud while two small creatures react nearby. The auction for number 34 begins, and bidders quickly drive the price from 5 to 7 million. A character announces that the total has reached 8 million. The announcement updates the unit from 100 million to 5 million. The bidding intensifies as the amounts rapidly increase, and the unit changes to 100 million. A tense silence fills the auction hall as the bidder with paddle 83 stuns everyone by raising the bid to 500 million. Two men in suits anxiously discuss whether they should join in. The young man studies the situation carefully and suggests waiting to see what happens next. Two men in suits observe something off-panel, puzzled by its unexpectedly impressive appearance. A magical blue bow is revealed in a glass case as a participant insists they should continue bidding. The auctioneer brings the gavel down, finalizing the sale at 500 million. The man at the podium announces that he will reveal the details of the equipment that was just sold. An item description reveals that Quirus's decoration bow is a weak, non-combat weapon made for the creator's wife. A man breaks down in shock after realizing he spent 500 million on a low-ranked auction item, while another man observes quietly. After barely avoiding disaster, the group sits together and discusses how one of them sensed the danger. A middle-aged man in a suit challenges the vague explanation, openly expressing his disbelief. One man urges his hesitant colleague to trust their leader's judgment, reminding him of their unbroken record of success. The auctioneer begins announcing the next item but is suddenly taken aback. A wooden plaque labeled "Revert to Origin" is introduced at the auction with a starting price of 1 million. A middle-aged man scoffs at the old wooden plaque, openly doubting anyone would buy it. A man in a suit raises his auction paddle and questions the value of the item to the person beside him. A man in a suit recoils in shock as he recognizes someone approaching. As chaos erupts behind him, one man stays calm and holds up a numbered paddle while others shout and argue. A powerful, unfamiliar energy radiates from the hovering wooden plaque at the center of the swirling shadows. A dramatic announcement reveals a 50 million won reward. The auctioneer announces a 50 million won bid for the mysterious item. The auctioneer announces a bid of 50 million won and begins the final countdown, urging for any last offers. A bidder boldly raises a paddle and announces a bid of 100 million. A man shouts in disbelief at the sudden 100 million bid, while another man looks on, startled. A young man in a black suit raises his paddle to place a 100 million bid as the auction intensifies. The auctioneer announces the sale for 100 million as coins explode around the screen. The presenter reveals the attributes of the old wooden plate to the audience. A distressed man in a suit reacts in disbelief to the news of someone paying 100 million won for an item worth only 100,000 won, questioning the Korea workshop's mistake. A shocked man rushes to check on his chief, who has been turned to stone. One character urgently offers to pay a huge sum out of pocket to secure something vital for the team's safety. A middle-aged man in a suit reassures someone that any mistakes can be covered by the budget or his own retirement money. The auctioneer announces the start of bidding at 1,000,000 won for a mysterious tattered black cloak. A man is dragged away from the audience in panic as others watch the chaos unfold. A tense auction unfolds as one man's relentless bidding causes panic among the other participants. The auctioneer anxiously calls for higher bids after announcing 2,000,000 won. The auction pauses as the announcer hesitantly confirms the current bid at 2,000,000 won. The auctioneer anxiously urges the audience to place a bid on the mysterious item. The auctioneer announces that the item is sold for 2,000,000 and promises to reveal its equipment option next. A powerful defensive item, the vampire cape, is introduced with details about its strong resistance to various types of attacks. Several men in suits react with shock and frustration upon learning that the item was an A-class worth billions. Two men freeze in fear as they react to the sudden arrival of someone intimidating. One man suddenly hugs another from behind, overwhelmed with excitement, while the other reacts in shock. Two men joyfully embrace and cry in a heartfelt reunion, while a third man in a suit smiles calmly nearby. A voice demands to know how the payment will be made as the ceiling lights illuminate the room. Three men in suits approach the counter to process an official payment as the weary employee asks for a signature. One man passionately declares his unwavering support to another as their companion looks on. Two men in suits celebrate their unprecedented auction victory, proudly displaying powerful new weapons and items. The group discusses their impressive profits from carefully selected items, celebrating their successful strategy. The team congratulates each other on their success while one member humbly downplays his contribution. One man cheerfully suggests getting food while another looks surprised as a mysterious wooden tag is handed over. The young man firmly requests a separate contract for the wooden plate. Two men react in shock to something unexpected happening off-panel. One man expresses astonishment at the impressive achievement of another, questioning his motives as a third silently observes. A nervous man hastily denies gambling when a colleague jokingly accuses him after mentioning Kong One Land and jackpots. A man insists on immediately purchasing a thick, mysterious book from the counter despite the other's uncertainty. A payment is confirmed as a man in a suit stands calmly with his wallet while two others react nervously. A hand holds a wooden talisman above swirling dark energy as powerful, familiar energy is sensed. A man in a suit clutches his chest in shock as a surge of dark energy strikes him. A young man in a black suit stands alone in swirling mist, bewildered as mysterious glowing symbols appear around him. Dojin realizes he is trapped in the Jigo family's isolation space and considers whether he needs to break out by force. In a mist-filled space, the protagonist confronts a towering, enigmatic figure. A woman in ornate robes tells someone to finish their preparations and return. A hand gathers swirling dark energy, preparing to unleash its power. Dojin suddenly notices something unexpected below him. A powerful magic restrains the man, leaving him unable to move as the woman stands in control. A calm woman raises her hand and sends someone away with a surge of power. A young man stands bathed in glowing light, reacting with surprise as he receives a pivotal message. A stunned man freezes as a robed figure confronts him with a glowing sword. A character intently examines the central area, analyzing the flow of energy. Dojin struggles to understand the unfamiliar terms being mentioned. A stern man angrily warns that gambling will result in immediate termination as another man listens in surprise. A stern man confronts his anxious subordinate about a misunderstanding while another quietly observes. The young man prepares to move quickly as soon as the second floor of the center area becomes accessible. A large empty birdcage is revealed on a floating island connected by bridges to other smaller islands. A character screams and struggles desperately against the strap restraining them. A furious character struggles to remove a magical collar from their neck but fails. The pink-haired fairy strains to move the mana but cannot make any progress. A pink-haired character reacts in shock to an unexpectedly powerful challenger in the tutorial zone. The floating figure explains that with enough power, the damaged center area can be restored and another can be saved. A pink-haired character angrily accuses the calm character of being untrustworthy, leading to a heated argument. A small dragon demands severe punishment as the fairy frantically escapes, while a suited man observes without reacting. A startled character recoils in shock at someone's unexpected arrival. A serious young man demands clarification about the flow in the center area, causing the flustered pink-haired figure to respond nervously. While pondering a clue, the protagonist considers whether the wooden plate is connected to the unusual flow in the central area. A frightened winged character begs desperately for mercy while a suited man stands over her with a calm, intimidating presence, and a small creature watches nearby. A terrified fairy desperately begs for her life, pleading to be spared. A determined young man demands the captive reveal what happened in the center area. A pink-haired fairy reacts with sudden excitement, clasping her hands together. The serious man demands a complete explanation from the two anxious characters standing before him. A sharp-eyed character urgently reveals that the center area is completely broken. A young man in a suit confronts Dojin about the consequences caused by travelers like him. A hidden route to the heart of the floating island is revealed through rumors. A warning is given that approaching the heart increases the power one can gain. Most who approached the area died, with only a few travelers managing to get close. 7 individuals managed to reach the heart and began adapting there. 7 powerful figures known as the Transcendents appear on a rocky outcrop while 2 others watch from below. A sharp-haired character realizes that trouble is about to begin. A character explains that the center area was destroyed by the Transcendents as they advanced toward the heart. The man senses a mysterious message urging him to take immediate action as he observes the determined woman. The man walks away with quiet confidence while the woman sits on the grass, surprised by his response. A pink-haired, winged character raises her hand and shouts in frustration, insisting that the idea is not so simple. A massive monster dominates the battlefield, overwhelming even the powerful S-class creatures. The confident man strides toward the glowing portal, reassuring those watching as his companions follow. He accepts his fate with determination as a small companion reacts in surprise beside him. A fairy watches anxiously as a mysterious black portal crackles with energy. 2 hands clasp tightly as hope rises that he might make the impossible possible. She wonders if someone might unite the center area and rescue them. A voice calls out a pivotal name, breaking the tense silence. A formidable boss monster appears in a cage at the center of the plaza as the tutorial's second belt begins. The protagonist overcomes the boss's resistance, receives powerful blessings, and gains a significant boost to all skills. He examines the ornate magical book, puzzled by the mention of body enhancement. A bestiary entry warns of a dangerous cyclops capable of enhancing its strength and posing a significant threat. A serious man explains the importance of body enhancement, while a small, floating companion suddenly gets stuck in midair. A menacing monster explains that riding the underground train means facing monsters at every stop to increase body enhancement completion. The Cyclops' imprisoned hand begins to glow an ominous red. A pink-haired fairy emphatically explains the body enhancement skill to the young man as he listens, holding a mysterious book. A young man warns the anxious fairy that reading the ornate book might upset her. The mischievous character grows even more eager to see what was forbidden. A man in a suit hands a large, ornate book to a small, winged figure with pink hair. A fairy-like character smirks while considering the possibility of an embarrassing title written in a glowing book. A danger report introduces a powerful and sadistic fairy who poses an extreme threat to travelers. A small dragon-like creature mocks the fairy-like character who is focused on reading a large book. A stern young man in a suit warns someone not to read something. A man in a suit leads his companions past a caged monster toward the underground train. The doors slide open as the 2 prepare to board the subway. The subway is introduced as a structure where defeating monsters at each station rewards progress toward obtaining a body enhancement book, with difficulty increasing the deeper you go. The group gathers reconnaissance in the subway station as one member explains their advanced team strategy. A small creature and a girl are shocked as they learn there may be more powerful people on Earth. The young man glances over his shoulder, suggesting they leave as he holds a tablet. The protagonist strides forward in a suit, followed closely by a small dragon and a fairy. One character stops at the glowing threshold while another moves forward, separated by the barrier for those who pass the first floor. A pink-haired, elf-haired character explains that only one person can ride the subway and clarifies that the child must clear the first floor again to learn body enhancement. The small creature promises to wait, while the others prepare to leave. A young man in a suit steps out of a vehicle holding a mysterious book. Inside the subway train, the young man asks the small girl about the number of stations, but she admits she doesn't know and can't find the answer in her book. A young man in a suit carefully examines a jeweled book, realizing its contents only cover events the writer has personally experienced. The restrained elf warns not to venture too far, emphasizing the dangers that lie beyond a certain station. A worried girl urgently warns that once inside the station, escape is only possible after the monster is defeated, as the train doors close. A composed man in a suit calmly holds up a magic book on the subway as a startled fairy-like figure appears at the door. The pink-haired fairy confidently assures the small purple creature that their master is the strongest and undefeatable. 2 characters wait in the hallway, discussing how much longer it will take for someone to arrive. After waiting 4 hours, 2 companions grow increasingly impatient when the person they're expecting still hasn't arrived. He pauses and raises his smartphone to collect information. One figure demands an explanation as another stands defiantly in front of the train. A man in a suit finishes gathering information and checks the open book to see if it's recorded there. The character tries to gather information from the book but finds most of the opponent's details missing. A furious voice erupts, angrily challenging someone for playing games. A menacing figure threatens his opponent, but the young man in the suit calmly declares he has already finished. A young man in a suit confidently challenges his opponent to a fight without weapons. A wild-haired man grins menacingly, exuding a powerful and threatening presence as smoke swirls around him. A rugged man solemnly acknowledges the other's strength and status as a MURIM warrior. The giant adversary collapses after uttering his last words, defeated by the calm victor. The young man in the suit activates a spell with a determined gesture. The subway train arrives at the starting plaza, marking the end of the line. A monstrous purple claw lunges toward a desperate human arm reaching for safety. An enthusiastic creature suddenly hugs the protagonist while a small fairy observes from above. A worried fairy urgently questions a panicked, horned creature about the master's safety after an unexpected checkpoint visit. One character calmly reveals that he went to the end and returned, leaving the small fairy hovering nearby in shock. A character mentions acquiring the skill called Tome of Equip while descending the staircase. A startled character explains that equip power increases from red to violet and expresses shock at the possibility of starting at the highest level. A frightened informant recalls as a menacing shadowy figure towers over her, pressing for answers. A loud bang startles the pink-haired girl as she looks up in shock. A towering demon thrashes inside a metal cage as dark energy swirls around him. A male character activates a powerful equipped skill, startling the surprised fairy-like girl as the next tutorial phase countdown begins. A pink-haired girl reacts in shock upon hearing about the color black for the first time. A calm man selects a powerful item from a digital interface while a small, startled fairy frantically questions his skill level. A young man checks his proficiency results as a small fairy-like girl insists that his score can't possibly be 0. He wonders if the outcome is affected by a difference in rank. He examines the upgraded skills status screen, learning that higher proficiency will increase both its duration and power. A modern building stands beneath a bright sky as the clock marks the start of Monday morning. A tired office worker leans back in his chair and complains about wanting the weekend to arrive. A weary office worker slumps at his desk, lamenting the lack of motivation and recognition at his job. A cheerful man bursts into the office and greets his colleagues after a long absence. A cheerful man in a suit enters and greets everyone with a big smile and a raised hand. A man at his desk notices someone arrive, prompting a disgruntled coworker to complain. One man explains that the person in question is the fraudulent owner of a small workshop. An annoyed man at his desk confronts a cheerful visitor who playfully explains that he came just to see the chief. Two men exchange playful accusations and discuss leftover equipment funding in their office. A man confidently tells another that all the money was spent at the auction and dismisses him from the office. The man dismissively responds, visibly annoyed. A nervous man tries to secure a sale by offering a steep discount. Someone forcefully rejects a request due to having no money left. A man in glasses dismisses the suited man's offer in the office. A man cheerfully teases his coworkers about the vice chief's stinginess as they relax in the office. A man in the office jokes about a newcomer's striking appearance while another colleague introduces him to the group. A man reacts in shock upon realizing that the once weak and timid individual before him has transformed into a confident figure. Two men react in disbelief as the composed man at the desk becomes the center of attention after a dramatic transformation. A cheerful man brings up the Mana nutritional drink he sold, but the seated man insists he doesn't remember it. A man in a suit pulls out a mysterious orange drink from his coat, offering it as a new item. A confident man tries to persuade his skeptical colleague to buy a supposedly miraculous drink by claiming it granted legendary abilities. A man in a suit excitedly tries to sell a mysterious drink, claiming it can make anyone an S-rank hunter. A cheerful man enthusiastically offers a drink to a reserved man in the kitchen. One man sternly warns the other about the consequences of scamming hunter items, reminding him of the risk of life imprisonment. A nervous man in a suit hurriedly insists that what he is offering is not a scam. A young man proposes visiting the legendary public official who is also in the building. A startled figure drops a bag under the sudden spotlight. A man in a suit quietly leaves the office while his surprised coworkers comment on his sudden departure. Three coworkers urgently confront Dojin at his desk, demanding to know what he said. A cheerful girl bursts into the room, raising her arm and announcing her arrival while holding a package. Coworkers gather around the seated man, handing him bottles as gifts. A cheerful girl excitedly announces that she bought a Mana nutritional drink for a fraction of its usual price. One office worker teases a colleague about being fooled into buying an overpriced item when he first joined, while another listens and laughs. One man reacts defensively as his colleagues tease him and laugh in the break room. A man exposes an embarrassing purchase, leaving the red-haired woman shocked and another man stunned. A man nervously gulps down his drink while a red-haired woman watches him with concern, suspecting a scam. A man in business attire drinks from a small bottle and expresses his gratitude. A red-haired woman cheers enthusiastically while a serious man grips his drink at the desk. Someone arrives home and is warmly greeted at the apartment. Someone enters carrying groceries while two small creatures question if the food is for them. In the kitchen, one person hands a paper bag containing a Mana nutritional drink to another, while a third observes with interest. A young man in a suit looks surprised and asks if the other person recognizes something. A cheerful girl asks about a popular drink, and the young man explains it was a gift from someone else. A red-haired girl slowly wakes up, opening one eye with a sleepy expression. The group stands around the table as one person awkwardly explains their plan to thank someone for the expensive gift. Yong scoffs at the bottle, doubting that it's really a Mana nutritional drink. The small orange creature easily dodges the swipe, looking amused. A determined man drags a protesting orange creature toward the shower. A cheerful girl eagerly offers to prepare dinner. A woman in an apron calls everyone to the table as she sets out dinner in the kitchen. A man notices a mysterious bottle placed only at his seat and questions why it's there. A girl in the kitchen insists that her father should drink the special beverage because it's expensive and beneficial. A character smirks confidently, signaling self-assurance in the unfolding situation. A character pours a drink, insisting on sharing the good things. One character quickly stops the other from eating or drinking something at the kitchen table. One character calmly enjoys his food while the other looks on in shock at his nonchalant attitude. A girl pauses mid-drink, sensing something unusual. Everyone at the table hesitates and reacts with curiosity and suspicion after tasting the strange food. One character spits out alcohol in disgust while another reacts to the unpleasant taste. A young man in the hallway anxiously checks if someone is alright. A small dragon-like creature abruptly pauses while eating from a bowl labeled dog, catching the watchful attention of the observer. A small orange dragon is pelted with stones and looks unamused. The small dragon flails its arms and yells in protest. Someone urgently calls out while hastily stirring black beans, causing them to scatter. A troubled girl sits at the kitchen table, struggling to understand her own feelings. A girl with long hair tearfully apologizes, clearly distressed. One character realizes that someone is drunk while the others look on in confusion. A young woman warmly offers more food to someone off-panel. A frightened small dragon clings to a leg and nervously promises to do everything, intimidated by a stern gaze. During breakfast, one companion teases another for running away, prompting a playful excuse about making a strategic retreat. Yong clings to an arm and confronts a possible threat with defiance. A small dragon-like creature anxiously bites its claws, reacting nervously. A girl tearfully asks why she is being avoided, fearing she is disliked. The anxious creature insists it is not at fault, while the calm human reassures it. One character gently urges the other to go to bed early, noticing signs of tiredness. A man enters the room, causing the two small dragon-like creatures at the table to freeze mid-meal. Yoonhee collapses onto her bed, exhausted. She lies on her back, struggling to recover as the room seems to spin around her. Too tired to finish her chores, she struggles to stay awake. She fights to keep her eyes open as sleep threatens to overtake her. The next morning, 3 small creatures eat breakfast together in a peaceful apartment. A character with long orange hair clutches their face, wincing in pain. 2 small dragon-like creatures cheerfully greet someone as they enter the kitchen in the morning. A groggy girl wakes up and asks what happened after dinner, unable to recall the previous night. 2 dragon-like creatures discuss someone's odd behavior from the previous day. A girl recoils in shock as she is accused of losing control and causing a scene. The creature boasts that the master had to handle the entire mess. A young woman recoils in shock, reacting to the unexpected turn of events. A man coldly threatens to get rid of his terrified daughter, who screams in fear. A girl bursts into tears while clutching a struggling orange creature after hearing shocking news about her father. The small creature excitedly announces that someone called the school about a late arrival and prepared porridge. A steaming bowl of rice porridge is placed on the table, ready to be eaten. A red-haired girl is stunned as she realizes her father cooked for her. Someone calls out to the small orange creature as it laughs energetically at the table. A cheerful girl announces a week-long ban on meat dishes as a playful punishment. A small, orange creature reacts in disbelief, overwhelmed by the unexpected announcement. Yoonhee scolds the 2 frightened creatures after their prank goes wrong. A small dragon-like creature eats dispiritedly from a dog food bowl while someone asks about a senior master's work life. The scene shifts to the chaotic rift management department. 2 men in an office quickly prepare to leave after confirming instructions over the phone. One office worker notices his colleague sighing and asks what is wrong. A man in the office nervously explains that a civil complaint was filed about the rift they were assigned to manage. 2 office workers agree they will need at least a dozen A-ranked hunters to create a workshop for a B-rank greater rift. A man in a suit discusses the risk of losing recently acquired management rights if any problems arise. Someone stops the man in the white shirt from joining the action, telling him to stay seated. The man in the suit confidently announces that he will handle the problem himself, and asks for the message to be relayed to the chief. One person sits at an office desk while another gets ready to leave, and they exchange farewells. Someone analyzes the implications of receiving management rights while working at a computer. With a sharp, determined gaze, the character realizes they are being underestimated. The man sits at his desk, questioning if the decision made was correct. A colleague leaves the office to handle a workshop complaint, while Dojin stays behind to report to the chief. A young man in office attire suspects hostile intent as a workshop is built immediately after authority is transferred. Someone searches through ranking information on a computer, trying to uncover the identity of mysterious individuals. While sitting at his desk, the protagonist realizes that the 8th rank guild, known for its many powerful members, could become a serious threat. A man in the office grows worried after realizing someone has chosen to face a dangerous place alone. Someone wonders if the motive is to prove seniority or uphold past promises. One man explains that the Rift management team was created recently, so he had no seniors when he joined. One man in the bathhouse declares his determination to become a reliable senior, while the other listens thoughtfully. A young man with glasses expresses his determination to become a reliable senior for Dojin. A young man smiles softly as he expresses his affection. One man teases the other about secretly visiting the sauna during work hours, causing visible embarrassment. After months of overtime work, 2 men heatedly insist on their right to relax in the bathhouse. One man interrupts the serious conversation and enthusiastically suggests they scrub each other's backs, catching the other by surprise. 3 men urgently agree to stick together in the bathhouse, believing their survival depends on it. While one coworker complains about working, Dojin quietly thinks about the risks of a dangerous situation. A weary office worker greets a colleague and complains about feeling tired while another man observes from his desk. He suggests going for a drive to offer comfort. A cheerful man eagerly volunteers to buy coffee as they head out for some fresh air. A man recoils in shock, struggling to comprehend the reality of the situation. A car hurtles recklessly through the city streets, causing panic for its occupants. The panicked passenger warns the focused driver that speeding will trigger cameras and get his license suspended. A terrified passenger protests the dangerously fast driving, insisting that even if he dies, the chief position will go to someone else. The young man sits in the car and quickly tries to clarify the misunderstanding. While speeding down the road, critical news arrives that the A-Class Guild Ake has opened a workshop. A frightened passenger protests as the vehicle hurtles dangerously fast through the city streets. A worried man quickly drives after hearing that someone has gone alone to a dangerous place, while a police car speeds past with its sirens on. A man reacts with shock upon hearing that Hyuksu is alone. A man urgently orders the driver to accelerate, promising to take responsibility for any consequences. A determined driver races through traffic, vowing not to let anyone harm Hyuksu. The young man exhales deeply, visibly relieved after the tense moment. Someone tries to calm their nerves by assuring that no harm will come to them. A man in a suit recoils in shock as a car screeches to a sudden stop nearby. A startled man with glasses reacts to an unexpected situation. A white car speeds forward and slams into another vehicle, its headlights piercing the chaos. A man recoils in terror as a white car speeds straight toward him. A man in a suit urgently confronts the driver as he steps out of the car after reckless driving. A young man in a suit asks if anything unusual has happened. A surprised man with glasses questions why someone has shown up unexpectedly. A man in a suit rushes to support another man who collapses and vomits outside a car as he relays that the chief wants to meet the Ake Guild. Two men rush to support a dazed colleague slumped by a car as another urgently checks if he is alright. Despite the Ake Guild's report, a man in a suit decides he must investigate the situation himself. A man in a suit anxiously confronts another about not reporting to him before facing a dangerous opponent. A nervous man with glasses hesitantly refuses. An older man angrily reminds the group that their team must have 3 members to function properly. A stern man warns someone not to take on difficult problems alone. Kyosu eagerly declares his loyalty to the chief, his eyes brimming with emotion. The young man stands confidently as others admire his presence. The team prepares to prove their strength after being underestimated, with one member jokingly told to rinse his mouth while another laughs and a third looks on seriously. A tranquil landscape inside the rift sets the scene. The frustrated girl firmly repeats her stance. A confused young man in armor questions if the place is really a workshop while his companions watch. An angry girl points and accuses a group of unfairly dominating most of the hunting area. A tense confrontation unfolds as a woman demands to know why an S-class hunter is present at the dungeon portal. A panicked man shouts for missing people as a public officer arrives, while 2 others stand by watching the commotion. Yunhee confronts the group of students in uniform while someone observes and wonders why a student who should be at school is here. 2 men discuss a student's unexpected boldness toward the Ake Guild and are surprised to see a renowned hunter struggling. A girl with twin ponytails reacts skeptically, showing clear annoyance. A young man urgently orders 2 startled officers to arrest someone immediately. One man bluntly asks if he smells, making the other anxious while a third silently observes the awkward exchange. A stern man in a suit demands to know if the student's statement is true. A tearful character insists they never prevented other hunters from hunting despite capturing many monsters. A USB drive containing the autocam recording is handed over as critical evidence. Someone taps the tablet screen, initiating the next action. 3 men in suits are shocked as the tablet in the center begins to spark and emit steam. A girl with a bandage on her cheek confidently boasts about being right. A middle-aged man apologizes and explains that the current situation cannot be considered a workshop. A frustrated woman challenges another about her loyalty to an A-class guild, insisting she already apologized. 2 men in suits react in shock to Yurin's sudden arrival. The 2 men anxiously question whether the woman mentioned is truly the person they fear, while the protagonist demands clarification. An enraged man reveals that the woman is the daughter of the hunter management team's director, causing 2 men to cower in fear. The young woman warns the apologetic men that they should be ready to lose their jobs after failing to recognize her. After a failed attempt involving a child, 2 people apologize to a woman who coldly rejects their excuses while another man silently observes. The young man insists that she should simply go to school. A character with a bandaged cheek shouts angrily, demanding to know what someone off-panel just said. A furious young woman demands the calm young man reveal his name so she can report him, while shocked bystanders watch. 2 men desperately beg for mercy on behalf of their inexperienced colleague. The woman refuses to continue the conversation and prepares to hand the phone to someone else. The man in the suit, looking resolute, issues a direct challenge to his opponent. A confident student calls her father to intimidate the group, causing 2 panicked men to cling to each other in fear as another man calmly approaches. 2 men in suits anxiously discuss the possibility of their team and pension disappearing. A young man in a suit stands silently, lost in thought as he gazes up at the sky. She tries to call but gets no answer, growing more worried. A young woman urgently gestures for the man in the suit to follow her. A desperate man begs a calm man to plead for their team's survival, and the calm man agrees to try. A panicked man is restrained by a colleague as he urgently insists that immediate action must be taken. Two men desperately shout encouragement and warnings to someone off-panel. A young woman urgently asks a man in a suit to fire an employee for neglecting his duties. A phone labeled "Dad" is handed over to the man as he prepares to take the call. Someone impatiently urges another person to answer a call from their father. A man answers his phone while a girl nearby observes him with crossed arms, noticing his relationship with someone. Dojin calls the Hunter's bureau director and introduces himself. A character waits anxiously while listening to a silent phone call. A man in a suit answers his phone while a girl stands nearby, waiting for his response. A girl with twin ponytails reacts with surprise as she recognizes Dojin's name. A panicked young man screams as an older man hurriedly answers a phone call, causing papers to fly around the chaotic office. A tense young man voices his frustration about recent problems on the phone while a nervous girl listens behind him. An older man nervously apologizes over the phone, trying to defend his daughter's inexperience. A young man reassures someone over the phone, acknowledging her youth. An older man admits responsibility for the situation with a remorseful apology. A girl with twin ponytails notices something unexpected and reacts with concern. A worried girl questions why her powerful father is behaving so strangely. A young man reports that a student skipped school and caused extra work for the public officers. A distressed man nervously apologizes over the phone. A character grows suspicious after recognizing the name Lee Dojin. A surprised girl realizes her father is the legendary S-Class Rift Commander-in-Chief after seeing newspaper clippings. A man in a suit hands a phone to a surprised girl, telling her that her father wants to speak with her. A girl anxiously reads a troubling message on her phone, surrounded by a dark, swirling aura. A startled girl anxiously answers her phone, surprised by the caller. An older man angrily scolds a young woman, warning her that she will be in serious trouble when she returns home. A nervous girl realizes that her father is angry at her, while he looks on in surprise. The older man nervously explains that his daughter matters more to him than the shattered 1,000-year-old vase, while the others stand in tense silence. He quietly considers how he differs from the person he is comparing her to. One man impatiently taps his foot on the grass while the other warns him that his restlessness could cause an earthquake. A nervous man anxiously wonders why Dojin still hasn't returned as tension escalates between him and another shouting figure. Three startled men spot someone important off-panel as one points urgently. A serious young man stands protectively in front of a bandaged, distressed girl after a conflict. The assertive young man insists on an apology, causing the group to react with shock and embarrassment. Three men react in shock to a sudden revelation. A young woman tearfully apologizes to everyone for causing trouble and for her careless remark. A woman tries to calm the situation as two men are stunned by an unexpected apology. The confident man announces that the situation is resolved, leaving the two men behind him in shock. The two men confirm that the complaint has been cancelled and prepared to leave. The group follows a confident young man outside, while two members question in disbelief if the situation is real. A suspicious older man questions a younger man about how he managed to handle the notoriously ill-tempered young lady. One man dismisses any association with MURIM while the other questions what it means. Four figures in formal attire emerge confidently from a glowing portal. One man informs the chief that he is heading to the academy, prompting the chief to react with surprise. A suited man arranges for the girl to be dropped off while another nervously agrees to ride with someone else to the office. A man in a suit offers a ride as a school-uniformed girl quickly follows him toward the car. A serious young man warns the startled passenger to fasten her seatbelt as he prepares for a dangerous drive. A frightened schoolgirl recoils as a calm man issues a dangerous warning. One character tries to start the car while the other anxiously protests that they are not ready to leave yet. A car speeds away as someone inside screams in panic, desperate to escape. Two men in suits stand outside, discussing their confusion and concern about someone's reckless driving. Both men freeze, visibly startled as they confront each other in shock and confusion. Two men angrily shout and lunge forward, demanding that someone stop. A young man in a suit drives with a steady, determined focus. The girl breaks the silence in the car by speaking hesitantly to the man driving. A girl with pigtails and a bandage on her cheek sits in the car, apologizing for what happened earlier. A car narrowly avoids a collision in the tunnel as the driver calmly dismisses the incident. A young man speeds into a tunnel, sternly warning someone not to repeat their mistake. A sudden alert signals a dangerous distortion appearing in the center area. A monstrous figure erupts through the wall, radiating crackling purple energy. A tense silence fills the car as the girl awkwardly apologizes for her earlier behavior. A young man in a suit, seated in a car, demands to know why someone entered a rift instead of attending school. A girl in a school uniform explains that she acted out of boredom while sitting in the car. A girl with twin ponytails and a bandage sits in the passenger seat, silently avoiding eye contact while the man drives in tense silence. A white SUV speeds down the highway as a tense conversation unfolds inside. The girl in the car questions why no one is asking her the obvious reasons behind her actions, expressing frustration. Two people exchange playful banter while riding in a car, both with swords strapped to their backs. A girl with a bandage on her cheek questions why her companion is driving her to the academy despite her earlier harsh words. While driving together, the man listens as the woman mentions her daughter attends Hunter Academy and is the same age as him. A shocked high school girl demands an explanation from the calm man as they drive together. A shocked girl blurts out a question, trying to process the surprising revelation. In the car, one character admits the girl is not his biological daughter, while the other gently offers reassurance. A young man in a suit leans forward and asks why school feels boring. A frustrated girl complains about having to repeat basic lessons despite her advanced skills. Yuhi expresses frustration about attending the academy, doubting its value. Inside the car, a young woman insists on her viewpoint, while the man driving considers both sides of their debate. A cheerful girl eagerly seeks confirmation from someone nearby. An alert signals the detection of a major distortion in the center area. A startled girl clenches her fist and anxiously questions the meaning of the center area and distortion. A young man sits in the car, mentally preparing for the task ahead. A massive demon is struck from above by a powerful bird creature, caught off guard amidst the chaos. Panic erupts on the street as civilians scramble to escape and cars screech to a stop. He notices that the monsters he killed in the center area are now appearing unexpectedly nearby. A demon-like figure and a giant bird observe the destruction below as two figures stand calmly in the burning city street. A monstrous beast unleashes a massive stream of fire in a furious attack. A girl screams and shields herself as a fiery explosion erupts above her. A fiery projectile slams into the city street, triggering a massive explosion as a car narrowly escapes. A terrified girl panics, clutching her head as she fears for her life. A terrified girl crouches on the ground, startled to realize she is still alive as someone grips her shoulder. A man shields a frightened girl as a car explodes nearby. A frightened girl kneels in shock as a mysterious figure confronts her. A man in a suit calmly considers whether he will need to write a report about the government car incident. Unable to drive legally, he realizes he must obtain a license. A figure instructs others to stay back while reaching for a cursed sword, preparing to confront the threat alone. A man quickly pulls a girl out of the path as a devastating energy slash rips through the area. The girl clutches her fists and, overwhelmed by fear, insists that not even help could stop the threat. As chaos intensifies, the woman warns that their actions are only making the unseen enemies angrier. A terrified young woman desperately pleads for a quick death rather than suffering. A girl with a bandage on her face reacts in shock to an unexpected event. A massive dark slash crashes into a demonic figure, hurling a smaller creature away in a surge of energy. A young man turns with concern to check if someone is hurt. The girl freezes in shock, unable to respond. A tense person nervously calls out as a suited man confronts them on a busy street. A shocked girl demands to know the other person's identity. A young man calmly gives a literal answer, causing the girl in front of him to shout in frustration. A red monster terrorizes the roadside, causing panic as people plead for help amid the wreckage. That night, someone arrives at the Hunters Bureau headquarters to make a report. The aftermath of the monster attack is being assessed in a tense office, but the identity of the hunter responsible remains unknown. A stern older man states that only one person could have committed the act, while a younger man listens and takes notes. A young man whirls around in surprise as he suddenly recognizes someone. A man in a suit confirms that only Officer Lee Dojin is present. A nervous man delivers a report, while the other listens in silence, creating an awkward tension in the office. An older man anxiously asks the somber young man if he can ensure that hunters will not die needlessly in the center area. A subordinate, overwhelmed with admiration, silently vows unwavering loyalty as the older man solemnly checks his phone. Someone anxiously wonders why Yurin is not answering her phone while looking at her photo on a smartphone. Panicking, the man realizes he may have upset someone by scolding her. A man turns in shock as the director suddenly collapses against the wall. A younger man urgently supports an older, weakened man as he urges him to prioritize his health over national concerns. An older man suddenly collapses while a nearby person shouts in alarm. A man frantically cries out for help while holding an unconscious older man under a spotlight. An elderly man collapses to his knees, desperately begging for forgiveness as tears stream down his face. The scene shifts to a quiet apartment building under the evening sky. A concerned girl apologizes over the phone for missing a call. Cornered and desperate, the character admits they had no choice. The girl firmly decides that only Ajusi can help her with her problem. The girl stands her ground on the street and insists she will not go home. The doorbell rings, interrupting the peaceful scene as one person prepares in the kitchen, another lounges on the floor, and a third stretches toward a chair. A red-haired girl notices someone approaching and quickly calls for Yong to check. The orange dragon sits on the floor, amusedly anticipating what will happen next. A small dragon-like creature cautiously peers around the corner, trying to identify the source of the disturbance. A girl with twin tails arrives at the doorway, pulling a suitcase and accompanied by a small orange creature, as she greets the person inside. She steps into the room and realizes it is completely empty. A small orange creature is squished under someone's leg, struggling to move. An irritated character demands attention by ordering someone to look down. Startled, Yunhee jumps back as the small orange creature reacts in annoyance. A startled girl crouches down and questions a mysterious small creature she finds in the house. A cheerful girl introduces herself as Yoon Yuri and asks if Officer Lee Dojin is present. A small orange creature lazily informs a visitor that the master is in the shower and questions if anyone else is present. A defensive girl and an angry creature forcefully throw an intruder out of the house. A desperate young woman clings to the door, pleading to meet the officer before being removed. An angry boy stands guard and demands the intruder leave immediately. Surprised by the sudden distress, she quickly turns to check on him in the kitchen. A girl notices a commotion in the living room and demands to know who is causing it. Struggling and out of breath, one girl drags another out of the room while clutching an orange creature, startled as she suddenly recognizes who she's helping. A small creature, surprised to learn about a connection to Yehi, quickly clarifies its misunderstanding. A small creature protests being mistaken for a peddler, while a girl in a school uniform argues back and another girl watches. A confident girl thanks another for letting her enter and boasts that every student at their school would recognize her. A shocked girl demands to know why the director's daughter has come to their house. A character scrutinizes the newcomer, quickly dismissing her as unremarkable. A young woman in an apron freezes, tense and worried, as she reacts to an unexpected situation in the living room. A cheerful girl asks a woman in an apron if she can meet Officer Lee to thank him for his help. Frustrated, Yehi mentally complains about someone calling her father an ogre but holds back because the person is there to thank him. A woman opens the door and invites the cheerful girl with a suitcase inside for tea. Someone questions the arrival of substantial luggage, suspecting there's more to the visit than just expressing gratitude. A small dragon-like creature mocks the size of the house while another listens in silence as a girl stands nearby. One girl eagerly questions the other's relationship to Officer Lee, while the second girl reacts with visible annoyance. The young woman leans forward and demands an explanation. One woman silently watches as another sits with her eyes closed, clearly frustrated and possibly angry. One woman nervously asks for reassurance while the other sits in silence, exhaling tensely. Two women and two small dragon-like creatures turn toward the person entering the living room, reacting with curiosity and surprise. A young man pauses to wipe sweat from his forehead, deep in thought. One character confronts another with frustration, while two small creatures eagerly beg for food beside a calm observer. A calm figure reminds the frustrated person that he already gave instructions to drive away the peddlers. A girl protests indignantly after being called a peddler. A frustrated girl admits she was tricked and apologizes to the small creature while explaining why she came. A woman suddenly shouts her gratitude, leaving the man and the small dragon-like creature confused. A young man skeptically questions the credibility of what he just heard. A girl nervously fidgets as she admits she came here to express her gratitude. A wounded girl desperately pleads for help, her face tense with urgency. He firmly rejects the offer. One character interrupts the other's protest, assuming they want to become their student. A startled girl confronts the protagonist, anxiously asking if he can read minds. A young man confronts a girl who arrives with luggage and two small creatures, questioning her unexpected belongings. The desperate woman begs to be accepted as a student, offering 10 billion won. A young man with a towel around his neck asks how much an S-class magic stone costs. A girl with a bandaged face confidently explains that an S-class magic stone costs around 80 million won. A young man sits confidently as his abilities are revealed to be unmeasurable, impressing those around him. Dojin tells the anxious visitor that he needs to eat dinner and suggests it's time for them to leave. Yoonhee tearfully confronts Dojin, who responds bluntly and remains unmoved. A nervous young man asks if he can become the girl's student. The young man, after a moment of hesitation, agrees to take on a new student. An excited girl eagerly agrees but insists on adding a condition. A challenging condition is set: graduation as the academy's top student is required for acceptance, leaving one girl stunned by the high expectation. A young girl excitedly demands confirmation that she will be accepted as a student if she ranks first, and is then told to leave the house. A determined girl vows to graduate first as a boy walks away and two small dragon-like creatures observe. A cheerful girl enthusiastically grabs the hands of a surprised classmate and suggests they get along at school. Someone rushes out of the living room, leaving a startled character behind. A girl sits with a worried look and announces that there is no school tomorrow. A small dragon-like creature, a man, and a woman gather around the table as they prepare to eat. A young man sips from his cup, reflecting on someone's newfound commitment to attending school. Someone delivers a cryptic statement, suggesting the director will be pleased. The older man urgently demands confirmation, his face etched with shock and worry. In the underground analysis room, 3 people observe as it is revealed that monsters even stronger than S-class will soon appear. 2 men stand before a contained frozen monster, realizing that threats far beyond S-class are about to emerge. A worried man urgently warns the others that a more serious problem has arisen. A scientist urgently announces that the center area has begun consuming Earth, as the group in the control room reacts in shock. A man realizes that the true corrosion threatening the Earth has just begun. A serious woman in a suit demands an explanation about corrosion from 2 uneasy men in a modern facility. An older man recalls that the first visit to the center area happened 3 years ago. A character explains that S-class rifts began appearing in the center area after the group's arrival, raising the threat level beyond the previous A-class maximum. A man in a suit reveals that the contained monster has shattered previous records with a threat level of 7,500. Goblins suddenly ambush the team as Yoonhee discusses their exploration strategy. A small dragon-like creature considers the warning that stronger monsters are about to appear. An older man warns that overcoming more adversity will cause even stronger monsters to be sent from the center area to Earth. A dark energy engulfs the earth, threatening to consume it completely. A young man anxiously questions if humanity has any hope left. Two men pause their discussion, deciding to wait for new information about the tutorial belts before proceeding. The older man anxiously admits that the outcome depends on Officer Lee Dojin. A small purple creature tells the boy he will wait outside, and the boy agrees. A girl urgently calls out to stop a man from leaving as a small creature stands beside her. A woman expresses concern about his frequent weekend business trips as he confirms he will continue working. A young woman listens intently and processes new information. The young man glances downward, startled by something unexpected catching his attention. A small dragon desperately clings to a man's leg, begging him not to leave for work. A girl and a small dragon-like creature react with surprise and unease to unexpected news. A small dragon-like creature sits dejectedly as someone awkwardly admits receiving a scholarship and suggests going out to eat together. A young woman admits she intended to keep something a secret. A girl admits her disappointment and tries to let go while a small creature quietly sits beside her. He stands uncertain, considering how to become a better father while two dejected figures wait beside him. After deciding to spend quality time together, the man confirms he just needs to return by 5 as the cheerful girl eagerly reassures him. A cheerful creature and an excited girl enthusiastically greet a calm young man. A man says goodbye and promises to return soon as two companions respond with enthusiasm outside an apartment building. Lava surges violently across the fiery landscape. The protagonist steps onto a floating platform as the third stage of the tutorial begins. The protagonist turns to the hovering figure and asks what to do next, learning that he must first receive an item to proceed. A small purple creature watches curiously as a fiery eruption bursts out below. A man urgently asks where he can obtain something as he turns to see a floating purple creature enjoying swirling golden energy. A young man is startled as a glowing ring suddenly appears before him. A hand acquires the glowing skill ring, colorless, signaling a significant power boost. A mysterious ring is revealed as a crucial item in the center area. The elf-eared character explains that without the ring, skills cannot be used. A man examines his glowing hand as a small figure explains that abilities can still be used in the tutorial area. A pink-haired, elf-eared woman confidently asserts her value, offering her help. A pair of energetic fairies explain that catching the doorkeeper on each floor of the tower will increase the number of skill sockets on the ring, with up to 7 skills possible. A cheerful, fairy-like character explains that forfeiting is always an option, but warns that having an extra skill provides a major advantage. A cheerful figure playfully advises the explorers that they can forfeit at any time to avoid getting hurt. A flamboyant character boasts loudly about their kindness while the others watch in the fiery background. The young man dryly comments on his companion's unpredictable behavior, calling it an incurable problem as he holds the tired creature. The protagonist realizes that defeating the armored guard is necessary to advance. A pink-haired character demands to know how the plan will proceed if it's not done as suggested. A character summons dark energy, refusing to waste time due to a pending appointment. Ignoring the protests of the panicked fairy, the determined man prepares a magical attack to eliminate the last doorkeeper and save time. As overwhelming energy crashes down, the desperate character begs for a normal approach. A character crashes down onto the shattered, glowing ground, signaling the start of a fierce confrontation. A man strides calmly across the burning, ruined battlefield. After defeating the giant serpent in the ruined arena, the victor quietly refuses to publicize his top ranking. A glowing ring activates on his finger, signaling the start of its fortification. A surge of energy engulfs the defeated monster as fortification completes and teleportation to the third-floor lobby initiates. A pink-haired character is stunned as someone else calmly exits through a glowing portal after finishing quickly. A figure returns from the third floor, drawing surprise from a small flying companion as a creature perches on his shoulder. An item panel introduces the skill fortification ring, explaining its ability to strengthen registered skills that cannot be removed. The elf recoils in shock as a hand reveals a ring with 7 sockets, leaving her completely stunned by its overwhelming power. The purple creature mocks the girl for pretending to know everything while lounging smugly on another character's shoulder. Ignoring the angry outburst, the protagonist walks away with the grinning creature, calling for Carciel to follow. A small, purple, horned creature eagerly rushes downward to obey an order. The pink-haired character recoils in fear, desperately pleading for mercy as she raises her hand defensively. A furious fairy demands an explanation for why the ring has turned black as chaos erupts around her. They arrive outside the movie theater together, ready to choose a film. An enthusiastic girl announces that Kingswoman is currently the most famous. A cheerful girl excitedly suggests watching something together, as she clings to a smiling young man's arm while they walk downtown. 2 small creatures chase after a couple walking away as a corn dog falls near the woman's foot. A red-haired woman spots someone unexpected in the city and calls out in surprise. A red-haired girl is stunned when she hears that the manager might have a lover. A woman suddenly reacts in shock as she hears gossip about Manager Lee having a lover. A woman recalls an overly romanticized memory with a man, only to snap back to reality with visible annoyance. A furious woman glares at a cheerful couple walking together, overwhelmed by jealousy. A man suddenly shouts in surprise as he turns his head. A furious woman unleashes a surge of destructive red energy, terrifying everyone around her. A person is violently hurled through the flames as chaos erupts. Two people enter the busy lobby, immediately drawing the startled attention of everyone around them. A red-haired character unleashes a fierce, glowing-eyed glare at the manager. Someone forcefully grabs another's clothing and calls out Dojin's name with intensity. A furious woman confronts a man, accusing him of betrayal and demanding answers. A tearful young woman confronts someone, expressing her deep disappointment. A man and woman are suddenly confronted by someone in a public place, leaving them both startled and defensive. A surprised girl demands an explanation as she confronts a serious man and a quiet companion. A furious girl confronts a panicked boy, accusing him of infidelity, as he frantically denies knowing the other woman. An orange-haired character angrily confronts a panicked man about his identity as a shocked woman looks on. A man approaches and startles a woman in a public place. A red-haired girl looks up in shock, startled by something unexpected. One young man asks if the other also came to watch a movie, while his companion reacts emotionally. A red-haired girl panics and dashes away, apologizing as she flees the scene. Someone rapidly practices the lightning feed technique, leaving swirling smoke as another person watches curiously. A small horned creature excitedly calls out after noticing someone has become faster, while the man stands with his back turned. A child eagerly asks for more food, eyes shining with anticipation. One person considers buying the same popcorn, while a small creature eagerly encourages the idea. A man orders a large caramel popcorn and a large cola at the counter while an excited companion reacts behind him. Two small dragon-like creatures eagerly receive a large popcorn and cola, happily sharing snacks together. A small, horned creature anxiously reacts, fearing for its fate amid the debris. Yuhi intimidates the nervous figure holding popcorn, forcing a panicked attempt at explanation. A hand reaches forward with determination in the tense darkness. A small orange creature flails desperately, begging for more meat side dishes as the food scatters around it. Someone wipes food off the small creature's messy face while it continues eating from the bucket. Yuhi urges her confused companion to hurry as the movie begins. Two people walk away together while two small creatures watch and eat snacks. A suspicious character glances sideways, questioning if anyone else has noticed Yunhee's strange behavior. Determined to stay focused, the protagonist sits in the theater and resolves to watch over Yunhee. A lone man stands in the swirling dust and delivers a chilling warning. With a powerful punch, the dragon is sent hurtling across the floor. The small dragon-like creature marvels at the large bowl of popcorn in its grasp. As the group leaves the theater, Yong excitedly insists on watching another movie, quickly forgetting his earlier resolve. A cheerful girl invites someone off-panel to join the group for a meat meal. A small dragon looks up and asks about meat, clearly hungry. An enthusiastic orange dragon charges ahead, leading the group as the others watch. He observes the group and feels relieved to see everyone enjoying themselves. She happily reaches out to the small dragon-like creature as another celebrates nearby, embracing the life she always wanted. The group gathers around the table as everyone is encouraged to eat the towering stack of meat. Someone calls for Yunhee while holding up a menu, and she responds attentively. A young man reacts in amazement to a massive, expensive pile of sliced meat, questioning how it was afforded. A small purple dragon reacts in shock to the outrageous price of one portion. Two characters pump their fists and enthusiastically insist on eating good food. A cheerful woman pays for the purchase as an orange creature receives the money and a calm man looks on. A female character asks if the other might move to the dormitory now that they've received a scholarship, while eating meat with chopsticks. A surprised young woman reacts anxiously upon hearing unexpected news about a dormitory. A young man stiffens in shock as he realizes something alarming. A girl nervously asks her father for permission to move into a dormitory, prompting a tense conversation at the table. One character suggests moving to the dorm while another eats angrily at the table. The group enjoys a relaxed meal together as one person reassures the others at the table. A girl reacts in shock, her eyes wide with surprise. A young man asks if the other person wants to stay at home, breaking the silence in the quiet cafe. The young man gently expresses that he would prefer the other person to stay. The small dragon-like creature gazes up with devotion, addressing the other character at the table. One person hastily leaves the table, flustered, while the others remain seated and calm. Someone rushes into the building, moving with determination. She catches her breath in the bathroom, gripping the door handle tightly. A girl reflects on her original plan to move out after being accepted to the dorm. 3 months have passed since they began living together. A man formally accepts a woman's pledge to work hard as she bows respectfully to him in the kitchen. The bull-like creature feels an unexpected sense of comfort and familiarity while facing the calm man. 4 characters, including 2 humans and 2 small creatures, sit together sharing a quiet meal at the table. A powerful light fills the scene as the question of depending on one's parents arises. A girl walks past the restaurant, glancing inside as she goes. A woman watches in disbelief as 2 noisy creatures devour their food while a young man eats calmly beside them. She hesitates, uncertain if she is ready to become independent. He asks to stay together as a family while sitting at the table with the 2 dragon-like creatures. Someone expresses a strong wish to be together with their loved ones. Outside the building at night, the group realizes almost all the food is gone, sparking a frantic confrontation as only one piece remains. A bus carrying the Rift Management Department heads out for a study tour at 2 p.m. on Saturday. Someone flicks a brown ribbon with playful energy, beginning to recall a distant memory. An anxious man tries to make the energetic chief sit down, but the chief refuses and laughs loudly. Yuhi pours a drink for Dojin, and he accepts it with gratitude as they sit together. A woman pours a drink and offers it to the person beside her. A woman looks up in surprise as she notices something unexpected. A concerned woman asks if someone is already drunk and tells them not to force themselves to drink. The woman nervously refuses the drink, claiming she feels unwell, while the man observes her reaction. Inside the vehicle, one woman checks on another's condition, and the blushing girl reassures her that she just needs some rest. Overcome by heartbreak, she cries out in anguish, unable to face the betrayal she believes occurred. A red-haired girl sits nervously beside a calm black-haired boy, cherishing the rare chance to be close to him. Someone offers a water bottle to the red-haired girl who appears unwell. A woman laughs loudly in the car while the others react awkwardly to her drunken behavior. A drunken man loudly complains to his embarrassed coworker about not receiving thanks. A drunken man loudly thanks a woman for helping the group avoid sleeping on the streets while she sits quietly behind him on the bus. The timeline shifts to the Wednesday before the incident at the movie theaters, as the Rift Management Department becomes involved. A furious man shouts into his phone in the middle of a busy office, drawing the attention of his uneasy coworkers. A man angrily shouts into his phone after being abruptly hung up on during a refund call. A furious man yells into his phone about the impossibility of finding new lodging during peak season, while his startled coworkers look on. A woman urgently calls her mother about their cancelled lodgings, directing a colleague to check if any rules were broken, while another person looks on in confusion. A coworker suddenly calls out to the startled chief, causing chaos in the office. A nervous man quickly apologizes, trying to explain himself and calm the situation. A red-haired woman reassures someone that she has already arranged their lodgings while holding up her phone. A man is caught off guard when someone suddenly grabs him from behind. A girl announces that her mother can provide free lodging, leaving the others visibly moved and grateful. A man shows his phone to a woman in an office as they confirm the details of a pension. Two men are shocked as they discover the hotel costs 400,000 won for one night. An excited girl eagerly asks for praise while the man beside her listens with a neutral expression. A flustered man pressures the silent figure to react, while another person watches the tense exchange. A young man closes his eyes and exhales slowly, lost in thought. A male character enthusiastically praises Yeji with 2 thumbs up. A red-haired woman reacts flirtatiously, blushing and smiling as she holds her face in her hands. A group arrives at a luxurious location, visibly excited and amazed by their surroundings. Someone enthusiastically praises Miss Cha near the peaceful waterfront buildings. 2 women in the foreground welcome a surprised group standing behind the railing. A woman greets the guests from Seoul on the balcony while another stands nearby with her arms crossed, looking unimpressed. One man expresses gratitude for the care shown to his daughter, while the other humbly insists they are the ones who should be thankful. A woman confidently asks which person is Mr. Lee Dojin. A man introduces himself as a Rift manager from City Hall and invites the 2 women inside. A red-haired girl calls out for her mom in embarrassment as the woman beside her laughs in front of the bus. One man teases another about drooling by the pool, threatening to tell on him, while the accused reacts defensively and the others watch. One character suddenly grabs another's arm, creating a tense atmosphere. A smiling woman encourages a stoic man to go inside, while another woman looks on irritably from the background. A furious girl clenches her fist, determined to confront the person who deceived her uni. A man seethes with jealousy while drinking, as a woman watches him nervously from behind a door. One character passionately refuses something while another admires the beach, seemingly unfazed by the tension. A frustrated young woman rejects the situation, clutching towels as a man stands outside, distancing himself from her outburst. A young man confronts someone following him and asks if they have something to say. The red-haired girl recoils in shock, clutching a bundle to her chest as she denies following him. The young man calmly admits his mistake, prompting the surprised woman to relax slightly. A red-haired girl urgently calls out to stop someone while clutching a stack of towels. A red-haired character angrily warns the surprised dark-haired character to stay away from her older sister. The red-haired woman forcefully lists her sister's attractive qualities, leaving the young man stunned. The boy reflects on how the girl's kindness and treats make his feelings for her understandable, while he remains puzzled. The man dismisses the loud rejection with a calm observation that the other person is misunderstanding the situation. The man stands his ground as the woman advances, acknowledging her unwillingness to give up. A desperate hand reaches up as a cloth-wrapped bundle is thrown through the air. One character boldly steps forward at the ping-pong table and challenges their opponent as others watch, and the match is about to begin. A girl boldly challenges her opponent to a decisive ping-pong match by the pool, declaring that the loser must give up on someone without regret. One character analyzes the girl's energy and confidently proposes a challenge, leaving another character visibly shocked. A red-haired girl reacts with surprise and annoyance to someone smiling unexpectedly. One character challenges the other to a game of table tennis, promising to grant any wish if they lose. A girl fiercely swings her ping-pong paddle and warns her opponent not to beg to stay if they lose. The protagonist confidently accepts the challenge. 2 onlookers watch as a girl aggressively plays ping-pong against a calm opponent, both unsure of what's happening. A hand grips the red paddle tightly, ready for action. One player unleashes a fiery smash in table tennis, stunning the three others. A boastful competitor waves a ping-pong paddle and challenges their opponent with the champion's move. A young woman looks up in shock, startled by something unexpected. A man unleashes an overwhelming surge of power, stunning everyone as dark energy radiates from his glowing ping-pong paddle. A hand gripping a ping-pong paddle pauses as something strange is sensed. The black-haired boy dominates the match with a powerful ping-pong return, leaving his red-haired opponent stunned. A red-haired girl screams in shock while a black-haired boy watches her calmly. The scoreboard displays a decisive victory as the competition comes to an end. The black-haired young man confronts the slumped red-haired person by the pool, reminding them of their promise after losing. The black-haired man questions the startled red-haired girl as she lifts her head from the desk. A red-haired girl desperately begs for her uni to be released, promising to do anything in return. The young man firmly insists that Yeji is too valuable for him to harm. The black-haired man reluctantly agrees to keep his promise as the others watch him closely. A red-haired girl firmly declares that dating her sister is allowed, but marriage is out of the question. One character questions who he is dating, leaving the two men behind him stunned. A man hurriedly denies rumors about dating another person as the group reacts with confusion and concern. A red-haired girl confronts someone, angrily accusing them of confessing their love. A young man is confronted and pressured to confess as a hand points directly at him. A red-haired girl bursts in and angrily interrupts a romantic confession between a couple. A tense exchange unfolds as one person reveals that Hunter Cha acted independently, while another demands to know why she can't be released. He explains that the person is essential for City Hall, justifying his earlier statement. A red-haired girl in an apron reacts in shock to something unexpected as two surprised men stand behind her. Someone slams their hand on the table, demanding the others honor their promise to do anything if they lose. A red-haired girl freezes in disbelief, overwhelmed by what she has just heard. A red-haired girl stares ahead in silence, her expression flat and unamused. A red-haired girl grills meat indoors and questions why she is the one doing it, while a man stands in the background, uninterested. A red-haired woman questions the man's unexpected priorities, leaving him visibly surprised. Startled by the man's actions, the red-haired woman yells in panic while gripping her tongs. A startled girl in an apron confronts a young man, blaming him for slacking off and nearly giving her a heart attack. A young man instructs a girl to move the boxes in front of the bus. The barbecue setup is finished, and it's time to bring over the remaining supplies. Overwhelmed by the size of the task, one character hesitates while the other confidently assures it will be finished quickly. A startled girl in an apron suddenly announces a change of plans on the rooftop. A cheerful girl with red hair playfully asks for help, pretending to be weak. A young man suddenly looks startled, reacting to an unexpected disturbance in the darkness. A panicked woman dashes off to retrieve something as a man calmly observes from a balcony. He quietly admires her bright and energetic personality. A man observes from above as a woman below questions why her attempt to connect failed while she struggles with heavy boxes. As the lively crowd enjoys food and drinks, someone calls everyone to attention for an announcement from the manager. A cheerful man raises his glass and encourages everyone to relax and enjoy themselves after months of hard work. Several people raise their glasses and cheer loudly in celebration. Two men enthusiastically toast with large glasses of beer, ready to chug their first drink. Two men clink their beer mugs together, celebrating loudly at the dinner table. A man with a sly grin confidently proposes a bet. Two off-panel characters joke about betting on whether the couple will get married, making the man visibly uncomfortable as the woman laughs beside him. Two men discuss that love cannot develop if it is only one-sided, highlighting that one of them feels nothing toward the woman in question. A weary man pauses to reflect while sipping his drink. A drunken woman clings to a man and insists on drinking more despite his attempts to stop her. One character calls out to another, prompting a surprised reaction, while a third is playfully nudged aside. Someone asks for help bringing the drunken woman to her room and putting her to bed. A woman reflects with amusement on someone's low alcohol tolerance, and decides to take a break herself. One man assigns responsibility for a woman to another, as she cheerfully clings to her companion nearby. A young man exhales in relief after a tense moment. A red-haired girl frantically searches the room for her missing sister, clutching plates of food. They discuss the well-being of someone who is resting in her room as the sun sets. A red-haired girl places food on the table, prompting a surprised reaction from the young man as she responds bashfully to his comment. The young man awkwardly dismisses the conversation and expresses reluctant gratitude. Two people discuss awarding extra points at the table, with one asking for their total score. A red-haired girl sternly deducts 95 points as a penalty. A young man closes his eyes and smiles confidently while holding a small item in his hand. A red-haired girl curiously asks an adult if alcohol tastes good while he pours a drink at the table. A frustrated girl argues with a calm boy at the table about being treated like a child. The red-haired girl angrily argues about being considered an adult while the young man listens calmly. A red-haired character boasts about being a well-constructed adult while confidently drinking from a foaming mug. A cheerful young woman drinks enthusiastically while the young man beside her looks surprised. A red-haired girl recoils in disgust after tasting something unpleasant. A girl defensively insists her bitter drink is still fine as a boy questions her reaction. A cheerful red-haired woman jumps up from the table and announces that she is going to work. One man suggests that another should take a woman to her room since they are in her house and nothing will happen. A young woman storms off in frustration, complaining about her sister's constant talk about an older man. One character expresses gratitude for the other's consistent support during difficult times. Someone remembers initially assuming that a terrible playboy was bothering her. She quietly considers the possibility that he isn't as bad as she thought. A massive, crackling portal suddenly appears, startling the girl. A rift suddenly appears, startling the young woman. A surge of realization flashes across his wide, glowing eye as shock overtakes him. An urgent alert warns that a rift break has appeared. A system message reveals the rift challenge requirements, listing the number of monsters remaining and the potential rewards and penalties. A girl recoils in shock as a glowing portal bursts through the cave wall. A red-haired girl slams her fist and demands to know why she can't go out. The red-haired character freezes in shock after witnessing something unexpected. A massive monster suddenly appears, startling the girl in the yellow apron. A terrified girl screams and trembles in fear. A frightened girl backs away as a large, armored figure corners her in front of a glowing portal. A monstrous creature hungrily eyes its target, ready to attack. A distressed girl desperately tries to remember what to do in a dangerous situation. A red-haired girl stands near the portal, unaware as a menacing creature closes in from behind. A massive blade crashes down with force. A red-haired girl is shocked as she realizes someone intervened to help. A surge of dark energy violently tears through the scene. A bandaged hand grips a staff, signaling readiness for the impending fight. A red-haired character clutches their head in shock, realizing they feel no pain. A monstrous creature lunges at the shocked red-haired woman. A girl in a yellow apron is suddenly grabbed from behind, her expression filled with shock. A girl looks up in shock, reacting to something unexpected. A man steps calmly out of a glowing portal, startling the girl who recoils on the ground. A red-haired girl recoils in shock, demanding to know why someone has appeared before her. He considers the risk of leaving someone behind while preparing to clear the dungeon. One character calmly carries another, who protests in shock, through a cave lined with glowing blue cracks. A red-haired girl anxiously questions the person beside her about not wanting to go home, while the other hesitantly tries to explain. One person grabs another's clothing and instructs them to hold on tight as the other reacts in confusion. A red-haired character in a lion apron is dragged away, flailing and protesting loudly. A distressed girl urgently begs someone to stop. A frustrated man leans forward and urgently points out that the others are right in front of them. A terrified girl clings to her companion as a group of cave ogres closes in on them. One figure calmly carries another while preparing to unleash dark energy, reassuring that the situation will end soon. A red-haired girl panics and urgently grabs the black-haired boy as they react to sudden alarming news. A red-haired character urgently warns of impending danger, abruptly realizing the threat is even greater than expected. A startled girl clings to her protector as spectral swords descend, and he shields her from the supernatural attack. Leaping through the air, the protector carries the girl while glowing chains restrain the attacking monsters. One character anxiously grabs the other's sleeve, struggling to accept the situation as reality. A shocked girl demands to know how the boy can defeat powerful monsters so easily. A terrified girl grabs a man's arm and screams for her mother as they face eerie statues in a dark tunnel. A powerful figure pins the defeated monster to the ground with a single, forceful step. A gigantic monster unleashes a furious roar as two figures stand together, bracing for the attack. Amid the growing commotion, one character nervously suggests escaping while the other remains calm and unmoved. A monstrous creature snarls menacingly, radiating hostility as dark energy swirls around it. Dojin stares forward in silence, deep in thought. A giant, glowing hand crashes down toward the panicked monster. He steels his resolve, eyes narrowed with determination as he prepares for what comes next. A character is overwhelmed by a surge of dark energy and screams in agony. He steps in front of the frightened girl, blocking her from danger as golden energy symbols swirl around them. Amidst the fallen enemies, one figure stands protectively in front of another, leaving everyone in shock. A virtual notification appears, announcing that the cave has been cleared in record time as two characters look on. A notification announces the successful completion of the time attack and reveals that the clone of the demon Belial will appear. A girl in a lion apron is shocked to learn that the challenge is not over yet. A young man stares ahead with a serious expression as he realizes something important. Someone senses the same mysterious resistance from the glowing lotus flower as before. A glowing object forms at the center of the lotus, signaling the creation of Belial's clone. A powerful attack hurtles toward them as one person steps forward to shield another. A man strikes the stone wall with his glowing hand, startled by what he finds. A man calmly observes the unusual scene as white feathers float around, while a woman behind him looks alarmed. A powerful angelic figure descends and effortlessly blocks the protagonist's skill. A supernatural figure arrogantly offers someone the chance to become a servant in their army. A character dismisses their opponent as insignificant with a scornful insult. The character locks eyes ahead, assessing the situation with unwavering determination. Dojin steps in front of Yunhee and unleashes a surge of dark energy, defiantly confronting the threat. An alarmed figure senses an overwhelming surge of power and panics, urgently calling for a timeout. A massive surge of shadowy power overwhelms the desperate character who pleads for a timeout. A startled girl demands to know the young man's identity, and he answers that he is a public officer. A voice urgently denies the accusation, echoing through the darkness. As they start to leave toward the cliff wall, the red-haired girl urgently calls out to stop the man, insisting she has something important to say. A red-haired girl sincerely thanks her rescuer for saving her. He calmly tells the other person to stop acting strangely and behave as usual. A red-haired girl playfully teases a stoic boy about his true reasons for rescuing her, while he quickly denies her accusation. A red-haired girl anxiously reminds someone that no one will be there to clean up after the barbecue party. A red-haired girl shouts furiously at someone off-panel, her anger visible as steam rises from her head. Annoyed by a broken promise, the protagonist complains about being left with the cleaning duties. A menacing tower rises at the center, encircled by red lightning and dark clouds. A shadowy angel statue on a throne notices a mysterious glowing screen appearing in front of it. A winged character notices that the tutorial ranking has suddenly updated after a long period of no change. A digital leaderboard reveals the current top rankings for the third stage of the tutorial. Someone explains that a person has achieved the rare above purple class, likely causing frustration for Impelheim. A hand trembles with strain as it grips a mysterious object tightly. An enraged angelic figure furiously confronts the shadowy young man after discovering her clone has been killed. A menacing figure threatens to tear a human's limbs apart. On Saturday morning, preparations begin for a journey to the central universe. Two dragon-like characters sit on the couch, watching a woman laugh and make a joke on TV. One creature bursts into laughter with a snack while the other reacts in shock, as the observer watches their antics. A startled small dragon is suddenly grabbed by a large hand. A small, assertive creature demands that a surprised young man come with him, leaving the man confused and flustered. A small purple creature informs the surprised orange dragon-like being that plans have changed and someone else will be taking them to the central universe. A surprised orange dragon learns it will be traveling to the central universe while being teased about its weight. The small creature tearfully hugs the black-haired person, overwhelmed with gratitude. Two small, orange, dragon-like creatures dance excitedly at someone's feet, celebrating that they're going out. The young man turns his head, reacting with confusion to something unexpected. A small, purple, bat-winged creature quietly expresses sympathy about someone wanting to leave. A lone figure approaches the entrance to the Central Universe Laster tutorial zone. Two figures pause at the mouth of a rocky cave, facing the intimidating landscape ahead. A large blue dragon boasts loudly, declaring himself the king of dragons and dismissing the others as inferior. The small dragon-like creature loudly mocks their opponent's insolence while the man behind him watches quietly. A monstrous creature unleashes a deafening roar, shaking the area. A massive white serpent tears a blue snake in half as dark energy bursts overhead. An eager creature offers to handle the challenge, but the calm man quickly stops him. Frustrated by the sudden turn of events, one character expresses annoyance while the group remains alert under the ominous red sun. A four-winged girl hovers in the sky and angrily confronts someone for arriving late. On a forested cliff, the protagonist meets two otherworldly beings who explain he is the only challenger from Earth. A pink-haired girl is abruptly interrupted as she starts to reveal sensitive information about Cecilia. The young man narrows his gaze, focusing intently as tension rises. A distressed fairy desperately pleads for support from the calm young man while a disgruntled creature looks on. He grows suspicious after noticing an attempt to change the subject and decides to keep this in mind. A hand extends a small, mysterious item to the confused winged creature. A character activates a glowing power as another eagerly asks if it's something to eat. A small white snake sits expectantly on an open hand as someone considers offering it a snack. A small creature eagerly hands over an ornate book to the focused man, who takes it with authority. A status window snake is introduced, explaining its function and the importance of the gems it absorbs. The protagonist listens as a floating guide explains the correct order for feeding gems, then agrees to wait while the guide steps away. A cheerful pink-haired fairy waves and wishes someone a safe trip. A massive yellow-scaled arm crashes down, unleashing a devastating explosion and shockwave across the ground. Two giant snakes burst from the underbrush and confront something unseen. One figure commands the other to collect and sort the gems from the snakes by color. A small creature is launched into the air, joyfully thanking the bewildered snakes below. A young man realizes he may have left someone at home for too long while staring seriously at his tablet. A small orange creature struggles with three serpents while a man, unfazed, decides to buy a book about pet ownership. A large red dragon gently extends its tongue, expressing devotion. A small dragon-like creature eagerly offers a handful of colorful gems. A man hands a glowing purple crystal to a cheerful creature in the forest, acknowledging their teamwork. A small purple creature burps contentedly after finishing its meal in someone's hand. One character confirms there are no more snakes while the other reacts with relief. A hand unzips a bag, exposing a startled orange creature with small horns inside. A calm figure, surrounded by dark energy, suddenly leaps forward while clutching a small red creature, startling everyone. He pauses to assess the situation, quietly observing with a thoughtful expression. Someone senses a mysterious energy nearby. Ouroboros is introduced as a significant entity given during the Central Universe's fourth phase of the tutorial zone. A massive, unknown mythological creature appears, shocking the two figures as they confront it in midair. Dojin grips his glowing sword and admits he doesn't know what to do next. With unwavering resolve, he decides that killing the enemy is necessary. A massive dragon erupts from the forest and unleashes a destructive blast that devastates the landscape. A hand suddenly seizes Yong while another character watches in shock and panic. A startled character demands to know how the other discovered the existence of the mysterious, vine-covered structure. As the small dragon suddenly squirms in his arms, the furious fairy shouts to get their attention. A black snake-shaped bracelet suddenly coils tighter around the character's wrist, signaling its activation. A small orange creature critiques the color choice, insisting that red is the weakest. A status window appears, revealing the entity as the snake that swallowed Ouroboros and listing its active system states. A digital status window reveals several special effects and system abilities. A small creature is startled by the revelation that red symbolizes royalty. A character delivers a smug, sarcastic remark while taunting another. A system message offers to announce the tutorial completion, but the small horned creature declines. A notification announces the acquisition of the Central Universe Talisman for completing a hidden achievement. A mystical talisman is revealed to have the power to transport its holder to any location within their memory. A proud orange creature seeks praise from its silent master, who holds a wooden plaque. A small horned creature eagerly asks to go back to the beef barbecue restaurant. The group nervously clarifies a misunderstanding about going out to eat, hoping to avoid upsetting the calm man. The ground shakes violently, causing dust and debris to fill the air in the mountainous area. A massive dark portal bursts open in the ground, unleashing ominous energy. A dark portal suddenly opens, unleashing chaotic energy across the ground. A sudden congratulatory message appears, leaving one character calm while the small dragon reacts with shock. A glowing figure declares that the entrance to the first floor of the Central Universe has opened, while another character reacts in confusion to her sudden transformation. A pink-haired girl angrily confronts a calm young man while a small creature teases her about being scared during the earlier fight. An elf-haired character angrily defends their respect for the person who cleared the tutorial, clenching a fist as flames flare behind them. One character asks if they need to return in a week while a small creature mocks another, leading to a confrontation. An exasperated elf explains that from the first floor of the Central Universe, challengers from different dimensions are allowed to coexist. The protagonist reacts with surprise upon learning that challengers may exist in other dimensions. A hand snaps its fingers as someone reveals that the challengers are from the copied Earth. A mystical guide reveals that the Central Earth is the original, while the surrounding planets are copies created from it. A character uses magic to explain that some worlds share Earth's location, while others exist elsewhere. A voice explains that all challengers from the copied Earths appear human but are still real, living beings. He listens to the news without reacting, while the anxious figure behind him waits for his response. As the shocking news is revealed, he remains calm while the two small beings react with surprise around him. A startled dragon-like creature clings to a man's arm as he reacts to a surprising revelation. A determined figure seizes the shadowy, cracked arm, dismissing the logic of using skills in this situation. A winged character urgently warns that entering the Central Universe means never being able to return to Earth. A pink-haired elf girl recoils in shock, covering her mouth as she reacts to something unexpected. One character calmly announces they can return, while another panics about never eating their favorite dishes again. Overwhelmed by panic, she realizes her mistake may have cost the only chance to save Cecilia. One character covers their face in distress while another looks on in confusion, with a small orange creature clinging to him. Overcome with embarrassment, she cries out and berates herself for making a terrible mistake. A character discovers the Central Universe Talisman, realizing it can transport the user to any place within their memory. One character frantically pleads not to go, terrified at the thought of missing out on steamed braised beef ribs, while the other observes calmly. A hand gently pats the anxious creature's head, offering reassurance. A small, orange creature anxiously asks if they are not going inside. The young man insists they move forward, his confidence unwavering. A small orange creature frantically resists as it is lifted into the air and restrained. Startled by a sudden command, the pink-haired character recoils in fear and hurriedly responds. Ignoring the protests below, the protagonist leaps decisively through the portal. A winged character panics upon realizing she forgot to share important information. The protagonist grabs the small orange creature and charges forward in frustration. A small dragon-like creature is seized from above and screams in terror. Two figures plunge rapidly down a vertical shaft as one yells in frustration. A startled creature is grabbed by the head and yells in shock as they arrive. The group arrives at a foreboding location dominated by a massive, ominous tree swirling with dark energy. A startled orange creature panics as it is held up by the calm protagonist. A warning appears as the status window is suddenly locked. The status window activates with a new system announcement. A character activates the black status window, boosting their stats as colorful digital panels swirl around. System windows appear, displaying updates about buff stats and proficiency levels. Dojin activates his True Ki buff as energy gathers around him. A status window appears, revealing the protagonist's basic stats and title. He reviews his status screen and notes that his current stats are much lower than usual. He wonders if the unusual black color in his stats means they hold a hidden significance. One character considers his stats and skills while another looks around, confused about their identity and location. A glowing hand activates the ring, saving powerful abilities and equipment through a mystical interface. A digital notification confirms that Pocket Watch, Heavenly Demon's cultivation technique, and Equip True have been successfully saved. An artifact enhances someone's abilities, granting them increased power. He decides to keep the last skill slot and use for future needs. A surprised young man hears someone mention that a rookie has arrived after 10 years. A towering figure steps forward and greets the duo as tension fills the otherworldly landscape. The battered man stands confidently and declares his overwhelming strength. One character, confused about the rules of the central universe, questions another about the meaning of proficiency while a third listens closely. A scarred man, gripping a weapon shrouded in dark energy, explains that killing monsters or challengers here increases proficiency or earns gems. A menacing man threatens to steal the gems and grows stronger. With a mischievous grin and a dark aura, Yong ominously offers food to someone off-panel. He stops and looks ahead, sensing something unexpected. A man reacts in surprise as a small dragon-like creature emerges from swirling black energy beside another observer. A scarred man mocks the question about spicy chicken stew with a sly grin in the dark. A rugged man reacts with shock and confusion to an unexpected question about steamed braised beef ribs. In a sinister void filled with ominous red silhouettes, someone suggests grilled short rib patties and bulgogi in a threatening manner. A trembling character recoils in terror, confronted by something unknown and horrifying. A massive dragon asserts its dominance, intimidating a lone, frightened figure clutching a spear. A crocodile-like creature sits among untouched food, sighing in despair over the absence of familiar cooking. A massive red dragon, overwhelmed and weeping, admits it can only see its master as a lone warrior stands stunned before it. A massive dragon appears atop the cliff and unleashes a powerful roar. The furious dragon bellows in outrage over the missing food. A massive dragon threatens to eat the protagonist unless he prepares delicious food. The protagonist calmly calls out to someone as the sky shifts to a purple hue. He holds up the return talisman and announces they can go home. A small red dragon reacts in disbelief to unexpected news. The protagonist explodes in anger after hearing unexpected news. A small horned creature clings to a person's leg, tearfully expressing relief at being able to eat real food again. The young man hesitates, glancing to the side with uncertainty. A small orange creature demands someone to come out, prompting a surprised reaction from a black-haired person. A man steps forward and calls out to the group nearby, signaling the start of a confrontation. Yong looks around, puzzled by the absence of anyone nearby. An ominous silence settles over the mountain valley as tension rises. A battered captive is taunted as a large hand threatens him, pressuring the hidden enemies to reveal themselves. A composed man stands over his terrified opponent, asserting dominance as the victim screams in fear. The battered man collapses to his knees, begging desperately for mercy as fear overwhelms him. A cracked hand bearing a swirling symbol is revealed against the dark, chaotic backdrop. Yong recoils in disgust, grimacing and wiping his mouth. A terrified man panics, his eyes wide and sweat pouring down his face. The group freezes in fear as they react to the sudden appearance of a terrifying, unseen threat on the cliffside. Two alarmed characters realize they have been discovered as ominous energy swirls in the forest. A terrified man shouts a warning as a destructive blue energy blast rips through the area. A terrified man desperately begs to be taken as he trembles in fear. A man is overwhelmed by a powerful, dark magical force and screams in agony. Two men sprint through the forest in terror, desperately fleeing from an unexpected and powerful threat. A terrified character recoils in panic as dark energy swirls around him. A character is struck by a blue energy attack and screams in pain while another looks on in shock. A furious man lunges forward and slashes at his shadowy opponent in a burst of violent motion. A terrified man trembles and desperately insists that what is happening must be a dream. A man confronts his startled opponent, demanding to know if the chase is over. The young man taunts the kneeling figure, questioning their fear after committing so many killings. The terrified man in armor drops to his knees, begging desperately for his life. A frightened man with a marked hand desperately proposes forming a blood brother pact, offering assistance in exchange for an alliance. A blood brother ritual begins as a hand is marked with a fresh blood symbol. A notification window displays a message indicating that the request has been rejected. A man recoils in shock as a glowing red spiral mark suddenly appears on his hand. A crucial rule is revealed: inviting a monarch to become blood brothers is forbidden. A man recoils in disbelief upon learning that a hidden monarch trait has been revealed. Blue energy streaks across the darkness as something bursts onto the scene. Someone forcefully grabs a man's head as he reacts in shock and distress. Dojin dismisses the group with authority, causing one of them to cry out in fear. A dirted hand gestures dismissively while someone expresses contempt for their company. A determined figure resolves to support Yunhee no matter how embarrassing it may be. A cheerful girl turns to greet someone warmly. A cheerful character suggests switching the meal to seasoned spinach, and a small creature enthusiastically agrees. A gloved hand pauses while squeezing greens in a bowl. A woman at the kitchen counter wonders aloud where her father goes every weekend for business trips while a small purple creature eats from a bowl nearby. An anxious creature hesitates, struggling to hide a secret as pressure mounts. The girl tries to persuade the small creature to reveal a secret, but it nervously refuses. A playful character leans in to tease a nervous, purple creature about his secretive plans, causing him to panic. A small dragon-like creature desperately clings to someone's leg, upset after being tricked. A girl grows anxious as a small creature beside her tries to calm her concerns. A young woman confesses that, despite her happiness, she sometimes feels afraid. She admits her fear that her happiness will vanish if her loved ones are gone. A small creature realizes that someone's sadness was caused by hidden worries. A tearful woman receives reassurance and support from her companions, who promise not to leave her side. A terrified girl screams while clutching a shocked purple creature tightly. A startled girl confronts two people who have unexpectedly returned home, stumbling over her words in confusion. A small dragon-like creature protests, confused about entering through the front door. A nervous girl panics and urgently asks how much of her conversation was overheard. Someone prepares to evaluate the situation. A small creature floats in the air, struggling to express its deep sadness. A small orange creature laughs and mocks the situation as a girl with glowing eyes reclines, amused. A furious girl seizes and shakes the small orange creature as it begs for forgiveness. A trembling hand urgently points away in a desperate attempt to divert attention. A girl is shocked to discover a giant bedbox in her room. A small dragon-like creature wipes its tears and explains that it will sleep beside the other person for comfort from now on. Someone hesitates, unable to believe what they've just heard. Two small dragons stand together, firmly declaring that they refuse to leave the house they now consider their den. A surprised girl urgently calls out to Yong and Carciel. A calm man reassures a surprised young woman, easing her worries. A young woman looks up with teary eyes and sincerely thanks her father. He gently reassures her to share any worries with him from now on. They gather together, reaffirming their bond as a family. Sudden cries of pain break the silence of the city. A small orange dragon struggles anxiously to escape while being tightly cuddled in bed by someone. A disoriented woman slowly regains consciousness, her eyes half open as she lies down. A small, cheerful creature greets someone who is waking up in bed. A cheerful girl wakes up in bed, feeling refreshed and happy after a long time. A cheerful girl announces that it's time for breakfast as she smiles at her phone. Shocked by what she sees, she recoils in alarm. A girl panics as she realizes she is late after noticing the time. A panicked woman scrambles to prepare for work while a calm man looks on from the background. He points to his cheek and questions the sudden change in behavior, noting that today is Sunday. A young woman is startled when a calm young man enters the quiet room. A girl, caught off guard and embarrassed, nervously asks about the absence of something today. A surprised girl in the kitchen reacts as a calm young man mentions having a nightmare. A girl, caught off guard, responds hesitantly with a slight smile. He smiles in relief, satisfied that switching to a bigger bed was the right choice. A nervous girl offers to help with preparing breakfast as two small dragon-like creatures eagerly volunteer beside her. One character confronts another about a suspicious remark, prompting a flustered denial. As one person clings nervously to another while promising to cook lunch, the group moves through the living room, passing a frustrated creature collapsed on the couch and another quietly observing. A purple dragon-like character asks a red dragon-like character why he looks exhausted, and the red one explains he had a nightmare about someone trying to kill him. The Hunter Management Bureau announces the updated S-Class Hunter rankings as two figures listen in an office. A news anchor reports that the Hunter Management Bureau's director has revised the top 30 Hunter rankings and promises an important upcoming announcement. While eating, the young man hesitates between delivering the documents in person or just sending them by email. He decides it will be easier to meet the person directly as the other enjoys his sandwich. An irritated man demands to know why he is being contacted so early as another calmly answers the call while eating. A young man makes an urgent phone call, asking the director to meet him on a Sunday morning. While someone eats a sandwich nearby, another person quietly decides not to discuss his visits to the center area to avoid causing concern. Someone urgently offers to visit the officer's residence within 30 minutes. The protagonist calmly arranges a meeting over the phone, assuring the caller that he has plenty of time. A hand holds a phone as instructions are confirmed during a call with the Hunter director. People gather inside the bustling cafe as the setting is introduced. An older man greets a younger man as he enters the cafe. An older man warmly invites the other person to sit and mentions that he has already ordered coffee. An elderly man bows an apology to a younger man, who reassures him that he has nothing to be sorry for. An older man cheerfully points out how young the other person looks, comparing them to a university student. A young man in a suit pulls a tablet from his bag and explains that at 26 in Korean age, he is still eligible to attend university. A man laughs as he jokes about wanting to introduce his daughter. A girl boasts about her father's status and threatens to boss the boy around, while he quietly accepts her attitude. A hand slides a tablet with a pineapple logo across the table, urging the other person to review its contents. An older man in a suit holds up a document and demands an explanation from the younger man across the table. An older man recoils in shock as he suddenly realizes something significant. A worried man questions the officer's unexpected involvement in the center area. A calm young man in a suit issues clear instructions about restricting access and promises to send the necessary documents. An older man bows deeply and thanks the officer seated at the desk. Two characters seal an agreement with a firm handshake. An older man clasps the protagonist's hands in gratitude, while the protagonist awkwardly asks to be released. An older man becomes emotional as he apologizes and expresses his gratitude. Anxious about the situation, the young man urgently requests to be notified before Behemoth enters the center area. The character sighs and politely asks for the praise to stop. One man asks about the important announcement scheduled for next Wednesday while the other listens attentively. A gray-haired man in a suit whips his head around in shock, sweat beading on his face. The older man shares a heavy secret with the uneasy younger man, insisting he must be the only one to know. He confidently promises to keep the secret. A high-ranking official announces the creation of a new SS class above S class and appoints Hunter Lee Ganghyun as its first member. Two men engage in a tense stare-down, each refusing to look away. The two men end their conversation after confirming there is nothing more to discuss. The man abruptly ends the conversation and prepares to leave the room. The older man begs for a meal together, but the younger man walks away without responding. The officer quickly leaves the cafe to avoid violating regulations, while someone inside desperately calls after him. Two office workers begin their Monday morning, one exhaling heavily as the team settles into another routine day. One office worker notices his colleague looking troubled and asks if something is wrong. A man in a suit reacts with resignation upon discovering an A-class rift has appeared in front of his house, worrying it will be destroyed before he can finish paying off his mortgage. Two men in an office discuss the difficulty the Hunter Association will face handling an A-class rift at a residential area. One man explains that the rift might persist even after defeating the boss, and that the Hunter Bureau is now responsible, leaving them unable to intervene. One character considers the difficulty another has with asking the Magi Guild for help while observing three coworkers engaged in conversation. One character suddenly shivers, prompting mocking and surprised reactions from the others. A cheerful girl suddenly returns and waves as a serious young man looks back at her in surprise. A surprised employee greets a colleague who has been absent from the office. He assesses that Yeji now has the ability to clear an A-class rift with ease. A man in office attire calls for his subordinate's attention across the desk in the office. A man in formal attire suggests working overtime with a playful smile. A shocked girl is struck by a heart-shaped arrow, surrounded by bursting hearts. The male character answers with unwavering confidence. A red-haired girl winks and playfully points her spoon at her mouth. A composed man at his desk responds to playful teasing about working overtime and suggests having a light dinner. A red-haired girl pouts in frustration against a dark background. A red-haired woman initiates a serious conversation with the man standing by the window. The two colleagues arrive uncomfortably at Hyuksu's house instead of working overtime alone as expected. A young man in a suit explains the need to investigate how uncomfortable civilians are near the area. A young woman recoils in shock, nervously touching her ear. A man tries to break the tension by offering coffee as another man enters and a woman remains visibly annoyed. A man hands coffee to a surprised woman on a bench while commenting on something impressive. He acknowledges the other person's concern with a serious expression. A massive A-ranked rift opens directly in front of the apartment building. One person suggests going inside after they finish their coffee. A man urgently warns the red-haired woman that entering the A-ranked rift is too dangerous and urges her to go home after finishing her coffee. Yuhi assures her companion that she feels motivated and ready, encouraged by support from outside the rift. Overcome with emotion, the man tearfully thanks his colleagues as they reassure and support him like family. The nervous girl quickly explains that she didn't intend to be alone with the man in the suit. A man has his identity confirmed by an official as he prepares to enter the rift, while others watch nearby. As concern grows outside, one character insists on entering the rift alongside the hunter they are responsible for. She complains about being sent in alone more often lately. Dojin is caught off guard as something unexpectedly strikes his head. A woman warns that entering the greater rift is too dangerous and forbids anyone from going inside. The young man smiles confidently, trusting Yeji to protect him. A confident woman reassures the group with a warm smile. The group heads inside the building at night, exchanging playful complaints and teasing remarks. A hand reaches forward to get someone's attention. Two characters suddenly turn to look off-panel, startled by something unexpected. A young man asks if someone is about to enter the rift, while being filmed. A young man approaches a red-haired woman and a tall man, asking if he can join their group because hunting alone is too difficult. A cheerful boy suggests they hunt together to be more efficient. A red-haired girl suddenly freezes in shock as she starts to recognize someone. A red-haired woman enthusiastically asks the black-haired man in a suit if he knows someone named Lee Sang-woo. An enthusiastic girl explains that someone has recently become famous online by live-streaming their hunts using the latest emergency camera technology. A cheerful man modestly reacts as he and a woman celebrate reaching 10,000 subscribers under a banner. Outside the building, the group discusses how 10,000 viewers compares to streamers with over 1 million. A cheerful young man asks for everyone's names, initiating introductions. Yeji introduces herself and Dojin to the group, keeping the mood upbeat. A public official reveals his identity by displaying an ID badge. A character examines the name tag and realizes the person is a public official. A young man suddenly realizes the true identity of the legendary public official standing before him. The young man calmly denies any connection, explaining they only share the same name. A cheerful young man jokes about extravagant wealth while laughing and gesturing with his camera rig. A lively young man offers to help with streaming as Dojin watches him address the crowd and police. Two figures stride across the cracked stone floor, preparing to join the others. The man walks away calmly as two others react energetically behind him, surrounded by a dramatic aura. Three figures approach the entrance of the ominous A-ranked rift known as the Dark Elven Forest. They cautiously scan the forest, confirming there are no dangerous monsters nearby. A colossal, menacing tree is revealed as the boss monster's lair in the center of the clearing. Seated on the throne, the figure commands attention to the center. A horned character predicts that Yeji and Lee Sang-woo will struggle against their opponent. A woman eagerly agrees to start as a suited man prompts her outdoors. A lively streamer begins a broadcast, enthusiastically greeting viewers while two surprised onlookers watch. A gloved hand presses a button on a high-tech device to upload an edited video. A surprised girl reacts awkwardly when someone asks if she is the man's girlfriend. A playful crowd teases someone in public after a large sponsorship and a comment about a possible romantic relationship. A red-haired woman panics in the forest as she accidentally blurts out her feelings and tries to take them back. A black-haired young man quickly catches a red-haired young woman as she stumbles. A cheerful man jokes about being single, while a flustered woman hides her face and a stoic man looks on. A man in a suit stands beside a woman, prompting onlookers to wonder if they just came from a blind date. A red-haired woman blushes with delight as a serious man is introduced as her manager and trainer. A character excitedly shows their ID badge while gushing about someone attractive they just noticed. A serious young man confidently promises to protect his allies as he stands beside a red-haired woman during a photo shoot. Two small dragon-like creatures sit on the couch as one calls out for their master, looking confused while holding a tablet. A woman in the kitchen asks if the father is home, while a surprised child looks up from the couch. Two small creatures notice that their master is being streamed on a tablet and express surprise. A young woman in the kitchen anxiously wonders why someone has not come home yet. A major sponsorship notification appears, raising anticipation about the story's climax. The orange creature eagerly suggests contacting their master through a sponsored shoutout while the purple creature listens. A clawed finger decisively presses the blue sponsor button. An announcement declares that the minimum sponsor amount is 100,000 won. The small creature complains angrily about the high minimum fee, calling the person responsible a thief. Two small creatures reluctantly ask Yoonhee to charge their tablet, frustrated by the situation. The girl refuses to help as the two creatures panic about their expensive meat getting cold and blame their absent master. Yoonhee hesitantly agrees to the request, making it clear it's only for this one time. A small orange creature eagerly shouts its agreement. A notification appears showing a donation of 100,000 won with a message asking when the recipient will come home. A young man reacts with amusement to being called master and mentions he will be late getting home. Someone angrily questions another person's new status as master, directly confronting Sang-woo. A cheerful boy beams with excitement and gives a thumbs up to show his enthusiastic approval. One character furiously slams a fist onto another's head, scolding them loudly. Three chibi heads float above the apartment building, loudly bickering after one of them unexpectedly answers a question. A furious woman scolds two startled creature-like beings on the couch for wasting a large sum of money. Yoonhee scolds the orange creature for wasting something, holding it upside down as it cries out in distress. The small purple creature scolds someone for forgetting to write the master's name, worrying about the consequences. Yoonhee, looking nervous, readies herself to try again while holding the small dragon-like creature in the kitchen. A small demon-like creature is shaken furiously as it yells about not having any money. A small red creature grows nauseous while worrying about covering expenses. A girl warns against spending money recklessly, reminding the creature about last month's expenses on meat. The small creature anxiously suggests they could pay master back with more money after working hard in the future. A girl anxiously asks if anyone else is curious about when master will come home. A mischievous creature taunts someone about not caring for their own father, striking a dramatic pose with a trident. A small winged creature floats in a bright aura, expressing that the money must be used carefully because it was earned through their father's hard work. A nervous girl pleads for reassurance as a small demon shouts and an angelic figure watches. A small creature angrily scolds someone for not realizing they could have made their father come home sooner. A young woman stares ahead in shock, reacting to an unexpected revelation. A notification appears, announcing a sponsorship of 100,000 won. Someone urgently asks for a message to be relayed to a public official, reminding him that his family is waiting for his return. A young man urgently calls out to two people walking ahead in the dense forest. Dojin turns around as someone calls out his name. One of the dragon-like creatures, frustrated, complains about waiting for a response while sitting on the couch with the others. Lee Sang-woo confidently promises to clear the rift before the deadline for his family's safety. A cheerful young man relays a question from someone else about spending money on streams while the group listens in the forest. A challenge is issued in the chat, offering 2 million won if the A-ranked rift can be cleared within 3 hours. One man bows and thanks another with extreme enthusiasm, leaving the other confused and unsure how to react. A confident young man rallies the group to move forward with excitement. A determined figure steps onto the scene, signaling a decisive arrival. A young man is violently knocked backward while two figures observe from a distance. A red-haired woman urgently steps forward to shield the man behind her from approaching danger. A sudden movement stirs up a cloud of dust across the ground. Ancient stone tablets covered in mysterious symbols are revealed in a misty clearing. A transforming rift is announced, signaling an imminent and deadly threat. A red-haired woman raises her sword defensively as the rift's transformation intensifies and two others anxiously watch behind her. A cracked stone tablet warns the challengers that the sleeping forest will be their grave. Sensing the group's close approach to a dangerous area, the young man grows visibly anxious. A red-haired woman anxiously calls out to the dark-haired man as they face each other with a sword between them. She worries about which door to choose, fearing it might lead directly to the boss instead of helping protect Mr. Lee. A massive, ornate door blocks the path, marking the entrance to the sleeping forest. Confronted by the ominous doorway, the protagonist hesitates, uncertain which path to take. Driven by desperation, she urgently seeks the way to protect Mr. Lee. A massive metallic door looms in the middle of the sleeping forest, marking the entrance to a mysterious new location. The group decides to take the first door, aiming for a safer route along the edge. A serious man acknowledges the difficulty of the situation, while another reacts with surprise in the forest near a metal structure. A group encounters a magical door at the edge of the sleeping forest and realizes only one person can enter. A woman quickly warns the man to stay back as she realizes the presence of a threat in the forest. A man urgently instructs the group to leave as soon as the rescue team from the Hunter's Bureau arrives. A red-haired girl approaches a massive stone door at the edge of the sleeping forest. A lone figure approaches the imposing second door deep within the sleeping forest. A red-haired girl vows to protect Mr. Lee with fierce determination. A cautious figure surveys the vine-wrapped barricades in the forest, assessing the arrival of the rescue team. A young man considers that rescue teams typically do not intervene after hunters enter a rift. Someone reflects on another person's clear uneasiness while stepping purposefully through shallow water. A lone hunter approaches the third door in the middle of the sleeping forest, preparing to face what lies beyond. The narration asserts that each person is responsible for their own life. Someone steps confidently into the scene, signaling a tense arrival. A young man in a suit steps confidently out of the elevator, arriving at a new location. A lone man cautiously approaches the throne deep within the ancient tree, where a mysterious figure awaits. A robed figure sits on a throne, sensing the approach of a guest. A white-haired figure asks a suited man if he knows the reason behind the forest's name, but he replies that he does not. A mysterious figure explains that the realm's name emerged naturally, as it is where dark elves put trespassers to sleep, and expresses satisfaction with it. A horned figure boasts that the sleeping forest is the perfect place to punish trespassers. A sinister figure smirks as she greets her rare guest. A white-haired figure gathers immense energy, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. Realizing the dungeon won't clear by just defeating the boss, the protagonist plans to finish quickly and assist his ally. The suited man stops and calls out the cloaked figure for being abandoned by his subordinates after talking too much. A sinister figure issues a chilling threat, warning of imminent regret. A mystical figure hovers above, threatening the lone man below with death inside a nightmare. A suffocating void engulfs everything, leaving no sight or sound. A serious-looking young man in a suit stands in a damaged wooden structure as the other side of the sleeping forest appears and his status window locks. The protagonist suddenly realizes that his status window is being locked, leaving him uneasy and alert. Someone prepares to reveal an important piece of information. Both characters are shocked as they realize the magical barrier blocks all three paths. The man stands alone in the darkness, silently surveying his surroundings. A powerful enemy unleashes a glowing attack, leaving the shocked woman helpless as her companions are threatened with unbearable pain. A young man recoils in shock as he is threatened with a slow death. Dojin stands alone, processing the grim revelation that his comrades may have perished in the forest. A stern young man in a suit abruptly interrupts, shutting down the threat. A character snarls in anger after being interrupted. A clawed hand lunges forward, radiating menace and overwhelming arrogance. He stands motionless, silently contemplating his next move. A young man in a suit stands firm as he announces his imminent disappearance amid swirling red energy and threatening spears. Dojin lowers his head and apologizes as a dark, oppressive aura surrounds him. Dojin charges forward, cutting off the conversation as dark energy swirls around him. A figure activates the stat window, and the strengthening ring as mystical energy gathers near an alert snake. A sharply dressed young man raises his glowing hand, unleashing a surge of energy that shocks everyone present. Dojin raises his hand and activates a constellation of floating magical orbs against a starry background. A horned character recoils in shock upon discovering that the stats window from Earth has been unsealed. A blazing meteor plummets toward the ground, lighting up the dark sky. A massive explosion erupts as overwhelming power is unleashed, stunning everyone present. Dojin receives a system message announcing that the sleeping forest's boss has been defeated and the three paths will merge into one. A red-haired warrior is ambushed on a blood-soaked battlefield and falls after being struck by multiple spears. A female character lies gravely wounded on the ground, impaled by 3 spears, as a male character looks on in shock. The protagonist admits to making a mistake, his face filled with regret. The armed elves recoil in fear as the calm black-haired figure advances toward them. A black-haired man steps forward and raises his hand to shield the red-haired person behind him. An elf-like character recoils in shock as a dark force erupts behind them. A monstrous figure unleashes a violent scream as one man shields a red-haired woman beneath him. A hand wearing a black ring gently holds the head of a distressed red-haired woman. A hand wearing a black ring forcefully grips the head of the red-haired character. A determined man activates a powerful skill while holding an unconscious woman beneath a glowing, electrified pocket watch. A mysterious pocket watch reveals a powerful skill that activates only upon the user's death, but the penalty for delayed activation has been removed. Time is about to rewind as a young man sits calmly in the swirling bathwater. He realizes that time has reset to 24 hours earlier while relaxing in the bath. Sitting in the bath, the young man ponders the strange restrictions on his abilities within the rift and wonders if the transcendent are behind it. The group discusses the possibility that the so-called transcendents are actually outsiders from the copy Earth. One character ponders the ongoing danger to Earth while two small creatures argue about drying off before leaving. A woman warmly greets a man returning from his bath and offers to serve tea, while two small creatures react nearby. The young man insists on handling the task himself to become more independent. The student pauses, pen hovering over the notebook, uncertain whether to continue. A girl, looking dejected, asks the man if he wants to live alone, and he responds that he will end up alone someday anyway. A small dragon imagines being left alone as visions of others moving on with their lives appear above. Two small creatures declare their determination to stay with their master. Someone forcefully slams their hand on the table, startling the two small dragon-like creatures. A young woman defiantly shouts that she refuses to get married. A young man reflects on changing marriage trends while a small, energetic creature rushes past him. A small red creature clings to the startled woman, loudly demanding that she cook his favorite dishes forever. Yoonhee joyfully hugs the orange dragon-like creature and agrees to live together forever, while another person watches quietly in the background. He decides to attack the central area himself to prevent tomorrow's events from repeating. Bracing for his peaceful life to crumble, he prepares to sleep. One character seizes another by the head and reveals that he knows about his secret identity, leaving the other shocked and anxious. A startled woman and a frantic creature are confronted about suspicious spending habits, leading to a desperate denial. Anxiously, the orange creature insists that he only sent money found on the ground and never touched anyone else's allowance. A character jolts back in shock, clearly startled by something unexpected. The young man desperately pleads for trust over the phone while a frantic creature pounds on the glass behind him. Someone nervously calls out for the manager, but no one appears. Someone demands to know the reason for an unexpected call late at night. A person initiates a phone call, addressing Yeji. A man expresses heartfelt concern over the phone, leaving the girl surprised by his sudden sincerity. The man smiles as he confesses his feelings over the phone, catching the other person off guard. A woman jolts upright in bed as she receives startling news over the phone. A phone call with Dojin is in progress. A red-haired girl suddenly realizes something alarming and clutches her chest in shock. A girl stares at her phone in shock after receiving unexpected news. A girl excitedly rolls on her bed, celebrating after receiving a sweet message on her phone. Anxiously gripping their phone, the character sends a bold message asking about a date for tomorrow. A red-haired girl gazes down warmly, her presence filling the scene as the sound of a heartbeat echoes. Someone impatiently wishes for tomorrow to arrive sooner. The scene shifts to a modern office building labeled as the Monday Rift Management Team. A red-haired girl bursts into the room with a bright smile, energetically greeting everyone as flower petals float around her. A cheerful woman with flower-like wings calls her manager to suggest going on a date. A girl is startled when someone suddenly vanishes, leaving only a dotted outline behind. An office worker informs a surprised woman that Dojin has taken a half-day off. A red-haired girl urgently demands to know someone's whereabouts from a startled companion. A nervous man admits he doesn't know the answer as he anxiously responds to the woman's questioning. An older man in a suit looks up anxiously as he reacts to troubling news. A man with dark hair sits calmly and drinks from a mug with a paw print. A fluffy white puppy barks excitedly, drawing everyone's attention. Two men sit at a cafe patio table as one apologizes for being late, while the other reassures him and mentions his pet. A pet cafe building appears under the bright sky, introducing a new location. An older man bows and apologizes for his tardiness while another man, seen through a window with a barking dog, teases him about being late. The young man raises his hand and asks the other person to stop, admitting the situation makes him feel awkward. The older man admits he feels uncomfortable being treated differently, and asks the young man to act normally. A tense older man gathers himself and cautiously asks if there is anything important about the special rift. A hand slides a menu across the table, suggesting they order food before continuing their conversation. The older man hesitates as he considers his next move. An older man confidently orders a sentimental brownie chocolate from the calm barista. The young man stands frozen in disbelief as he reacts to an unexpected revelation. A decorative drink is placed on the counter, signaling that the order is ready. An older man hands a drink with whipped cream to a young man in a suit as the server walks away. An older man reacts in shock upon learning that the dungeon disables the use of the status window. A young man in a suit warns that more dangerous rifts could appear and admits he can't handle every threat alone. The older man accepts the mission to use the information for training hunters to become stronger. The young man explains that after each tutorial phase, players must choose between an artifact or a challenger's memory, but should always select the challenger's memory. An older man at the cafe reacts with surprise and questions the reason behind someone's actions. A young man explains that obtaining the Central Universe talisman is necessary to return to Earth after entering the Central Universe. The older man realizes that failing to obtain the item means there is no way to return. The young man firmly tells the other person to sit down and listen, prompting a quick apology. An older man instructs the younger man to arrange for the Behemoth Guild to activate their cameras inside the Central Universe for surveillance. A man in a suit is startled while drinking from his mug as someone interrupts him. An older man throws his arms around the reluctant man in a suit, causing everyone nearby, including a startled dog, to react with surprise. 4 players, including 2 humans and 2 small dragon-like creatures, sit together in the living room, focused on a card game. The small dragon-like character clutches a red envelope tightly, visibly anxious as its heart pounds. A clawed hand shuffles 2 red cards, preparing to reveal them. A grinning creature clutches red cards, clearly scheming its next move. 2 opponents sit across from each other, locked in a tense card game as one taunts the other's strong hand. A hand brandishes 5 colorful lollipops against a burst-filled background. A confident dragon-like creature raises the stakes by betting lollipops and days' worth of snacks. 2 players fold and toss in their game pieces while a small purple creature watches. He confidently raises the stakes by accepting 5 and adding 4 more to the bet. He looks up in shock after hearing the unexpected number of lollipops. A confident young man taunts someone off-panel, questioning if the great Yong is scared. A distressed figure clutches his chest in pain while a small dragon-like creature watches with concern. A small horned figure smugly reveals his pair of 9s during the game. A character examines 2 playing cards on the table, revealing that Carciel holds a 10 card. Confident in his position, the player calculates his chance of winning as he examines his 2 red game tiles. A small dragon-like creature proudly reveals his cards, announcing a 9 pair to the group. A small dragon-like creature leaps around excitedly while a man watches calmly. One character grabs another's arm to stop them from leaving. Someone questions the urgency of another's actions. A hand prepares to place a mysterious card down, heightening the tension. A demon-like character recoils in shock upon seeing the unexpected 8 bright pair cards revealed. 3 hours pass as the scene shifts to a misty mountain landscape. A young man firmly announces that there will be no snacks this week as he sits in front of 2 large buckets of lollipops. The small orange dragon collapses in frustration after losing every round of the game. A small, fiery creature angrily questions the loyalty of a calm, purple figure after a failed challenge against their master. A small, purple creature confidently asserts that dragons have always followed the right path. A small dragon receives praise and a treat while a larger dragon reacts with dramatic jealousy in the foreground. A girl cheerfully announces that she is heading out to study. He glances at the clock while the girl explains she advanced to Class B after clearing the last training and is preparing for tomorrow's Rift practical. A girl celebrates her chance to advance to Class A after entering a C-ranked Rift. A cheerful girl excitedly asks to join the next outing but explains she needs to focus on her practical training for now. A small dragon-like character reluctantly agrees to the situation, arms crossed in resignation. A girl notices someone's unusual maturity and reassures them with a promise of a treat next time. An orange creature makes a curious sound while its tail and horn are visible. She notices the large creature looks exhausted and expresses concern for its condition. A girl says goodbye to 2 creature-like companions and leaves, while they promise to watch the house. A girl with a green backpack walks alone down the street as a large, mysterious figure approaches her from behind. 2 dragon-like creatures get ready to set off on a mischievous mission, despite one warning about possible consequences. The character with the eye patch firmly tells the other to watch the house alone. Startled, the wide-eyed boy suddenly reacts to something unexpected. Conflicted by opposing voices, the small demon hesitates, torn between staying loyal and giving in to temptation. The startled creature anxiously insists that acting now is safer than facing punishment later. The small creature angrily complains that punishment is brief, but loneliness drags on for hours. The creature pauses and contemplates its next move. The creature mocks the idea of punishment, dismissing its impact with a sly grin as another laughs nearby. 2 small dragon-like creatures dash down the city street, one eagerly leading while the other chases after. Dojin types steadily at his desk in the quiet office. At his desk, Dojin makes a formal phone call to introduce himself. A young man calls to check if someone is sick, his expression filled with concern. A man coughs into his hand and asks to take a sick leave because he feels unwell. Someone offers reassurance by promising to speak to the chief and encourages rest. A man squirms in annoyance as something stuck in his nose causes discomfort. A sick man calls his colleague and asks him to attend the Hunter's Academy practical training in his place. An urgent phone call interrupts as someone quickly grabs the office phone. The young man pauses, lost in deep thought as he contemplates his next move. A significant date is revealed, indicating that Yunhee's school will also hold their event on that day. A young man dashes past a red sports car, urgently heading toward the training location. A sharply dressed woman is startled outside as a red car draws attention from nearby onlookers. A worried woman urgently asks if a rift has appeared as she surveys the city. A crowd pushes forward, eager to see the unexpected commotion up ahead. A character suddenly realizes something important, their face frozen in shock. A man in a suit lifts an angry small dragon who protests loudly while another smaller dragon watches in exasperation. Two uniformed men struggle to restrain a furious, talking red creature as it loudly protests its treatment. A determined woman urgently pushes through the crowd, drawing shocked reactions as someone recognizes her as a hunter. A woman in a suit questions two uniformed men while presenting the two small creatures as possible troublemakers. A caretaker explains that the children got lost while she wasn't watching and thanks someone for helping them. A man in a suit warns someone with orange hair to be more careful because the world is dangerous. A cautious figure wonders about the identity of the woman assisting him. A small dragon-like creature leaps into someone's arms, startling him with an unexpected hug and calling him Mommy. Two men look up in shock as an unexpected voice calls out. A small creature reels in shock upon discovering the true identity of a powerful dragon's mother. The man gently reassures the frightened dragon-like creature in his arms. Trembling on the ground, a terrified figure reacts in fear to the Queen Dowager's presence. A surprised woman holding a small dragon is suddenly shown deep respect by a larger dragon that bows before her. A red sports car carrying 3 passengers heads toward the academy training location as bystanders watch from a nearby bus stop. During the car ride, the driver scolds the small dragon-like passenger for calling them Mommy, and asks the auntie about the price of the car. The young man in the car reacts with annoyance as he questions being addressed as auntie. A woman in the car reveals the amount of money involved and firmly corrects how she wants to be addressed, causing a surprised reaction that results in a spilled drink. 2 dragon-like characters react in the car, one shocked by the mention of billions while the other expresses relief about someone's identity. An orange creature suddenly asks if someone wants to marry Master, causing a young man to spit out his drink in shock. A small orange creature panics as the vehicle swerves wildly through city traffic. A devastating wave of energy engulfs the city, signaling an overwhelming display of power. A massive, glowing portal appears at the side of a building as a group of people gather around it. 3 students discuss moving up to Class A and one of them expresses determination to work hard. 2 surprised schoolgirls turn around as someone calls out to Yunhee outside the building. A nervous student clenches his fist and motivates himself to face the day. Outside the school building, a girl warmly wishes good luck to a shy boy, who responds awkwardly. A nervous boy gathers his courage and invites someone to eat together after training. A girl with long orange hair politely declines by explaining she needs to study after training. A group of students gossip about the popular new transfer student and her rumored admirer, while one dramatically laments the situation. A girl in a school uniform praises Yunhee, expressing her admiration and noting that many people are interested in her. A girl cheerfully acknowledges that 2 people make a perfect pair but hesitates to fully agree. Yunhee walks outside with her classmates, unaware that someone in class likes her. A man commands everyone to gather with their groups as practical training is about to begin. A serious man in a suit demands the crowd's full attention. A young woman reacts with confusion as she stares ahead in surprise. A man formally introduces an official from the Rift Management Department to the gathered audience. A student excitedly announces that their father is actually the supervisor in charge, surprising everyone. A man in a suit greets the group of aspiring hunters and invites them to ask questions about rifts. 2 female students blush and react with excitement when they notice someone attractive. A determined girl pumps her fist and resolves to prove her diligence by working harder than ever. A man notices a surprised girl standing out among a group of students. A young man in a suit smiles and waves as he spots someone important in the crowd. A cheerful girl with orange hair waves warmly, greeting someone with a bright smile. A boy in a school uniform reacts in shock as a girl beside him smirks confidently. The boy is stunned as he witnesses her smiling so brightly for the first time. A shocked young man panics as he jumps to the conclusion that someone likes the older man in the background. A young man rejects the outcome and unleashes a surge of power. Determined to impress during the practical training, the character resolves to show their best side. A massive glowing portal suddenly appears in front of the building as a group of students watches. A red sports car races down the road at high speed. 4 students in school uniforms stare upward in shock as something alarming occurs above them near a tall building. A red sports car barrels toward 2 startled young men from behind, sending them into a panic. A red sports car suddenly skids toward a group of students, forcing them to jump back in alarm. The students freeze in shock as they recognize someone unexpected approaching. A woman arrives in front of a red sports car, prompting another person to react in surprise. A determined young person promises to teach harder and longer to make up for a previous shortcoming. A group of students excitedly reacts upon learning that a renowned hunter will be teaching them today. A character begins to express gratitude but is suddenly interrupted by something unexpected. 2 students excitedly discuss their ambitions while an officer arrives to meet them. A group of students is startled when a police officer arrives and is recognized by one of the adults outside the school. Someone notes that the woman is well known as a sleek red sports car is parked nearby. 2 small dragons huddle together, worried about the consequences if their secret is discovered. Two small demon-like creatures argue about the importance of staying hidden to avoid being discovered. Two small figures hide between adults near a car, excitedly planning to pretend they are dolls if discovered. While everyone is distracted by the possible marriage, a mischievous character quietly begins plotting. A shocked orange demon recoils as a concerned purple demon rushes over to ask what happened. A powerful figure suddenly appears, causing the students to panic in fear. Dojin closes his eyes and steadies himself as tension fills the air. A character smirks menacingly and warns someone they have 5 seconds. Two frightened monsters scream as they panic at something off-panel. Two small creatures stand nervously between the legs of a larger figure in front of the school building. Overwhelmed with fear, the character panics and regrets not staying home. A girl with orange hair suddenly looks up in shock, startled by something unexpected. Two worried figures are caught after secretly following someone. She realizes that his earlier behavior was just an act and feels relieved to see him more energetic. She quietly observes her father and Hunter Han Minji, noting how well they seem to get along. Two students arrive at school together, drawing curious looks from others as one expresses gratitude for the company. Two girls in school uniforms discuss their mixed feelings about a public officer's appearance, with one teasing the other. The two students gossip about someone's expressionless demeanor as they walk together, one amused and the other nervously agreeing. A bespectacled character smirks while teasingly speculating about the challenges of dating a popular man. The orange-haired girl quickly defends her father's intelligence, her fist clenched in determination. A startled girl covers her mouth in shock, reacting to something unexpected. A skeptical character questions if the person before them is really their dad. Two female students argue outside the school about whether a certain man would make a wise father, with one teasing the other for her poor judgment. Everyone is instructed to follow the rules, split into their assigned teams, and then enjoy their free time at the campsite. One character loudly announces his role as the director of the Hunter's Bureau, while the others react to his boastful claim. He observes that she is fitting in well with her friends. Suddenly, the figure interrupts with determination, shifting the mood. A stern man towers over the two trembling creatures, demanding to know what he should do with them. A small orange creature with horns urges someone off-panel to go play. A man in a suit calmly assures his two astonished companions that he will not scold them. A small dragon-like creature anxiously asks if they will be scolded. Someone grants permission to join the fun but warns to avoid hurting the kids. An orange creature nervously tries to get the attention of the purple figure in the forest. A small, purple, horned creature steps forward to speak on someone else's behalf. Two small dragon-like figures invite their master to join them for a walk in the forest. The young man senses something unusual behind the orc village and decides to change the walking route. Two small dragon-like creatures eagerly agree, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Two lively creatures march ahead on the forest path while a calm man follows and a surprised girl watches from behind. A student eagerly expresses her desire to join the training led by a respected hunter. An impatient student urges the group to stop waiting and move in a different direction. A confident young man promises to handle the orcs and reassures everyone with a determined gesture. A young man demands to know why the woman is laughing as she tries to hide her amusement. Two students exchange playful banter in the forest as one teases the other for trying to look cool, prompting a flustered denial. A nervous student urgently pleads for trust as tension rises. A girl reassures someone that she has become stronger, and they don't need to worry about her. Two girls walk ahead while a frantic boy rushes to catch up, calling out after them. The character steels himself to prove his progress and focuses on the task ahead. A nervous goblin grips an axe and anxiously looks around, searching for someone. A bold figure confronts the room, demanding to know who caused the disturbance. A small orange creature shouts up at the towering green monsters, demanding their attention, while a man observes quietly in the background. A worried creature admits they left the house without permission and suggests apologizing, but the other quickly dismisses the concern. A small dragon-like creature winks and gives a thumbs up, reassuring everyone that things will be fine. One dragon-like creature lounges contentedly in the forest while the other looks on in exasperation. A forceful hand shoves the small orange creature aside. A clenched fist tightens in the glowing blue light as someone prepares to face a challenge. A young man smashes open a swirling barrier with a powerful punch as a startled dragon watches. A warning message appears overhead as the group discovers a hidden dungeon in the forest. Three figures stand before a massive, crackling black portal in the forest, preparing to confront what lies beyond. A winged creature informs a confused companion that they have discovered a hidden dungeon and can claim its treasure. A knowledgeable guide reveals that a treasure goblin is guaranteed to appear in a hidden dungeon found within a rift. A purple creature explains that catching the treasure goblin might yield a skill book, but finds the result unimpressive as a small orange creature is zapped by an energy portal. A small dragon expresses amazement upon learning that a skill book was sold for 3.5 billion won. A hand gently pats Young's head as he is praised for his knowledge. A man explains he is only repeating information overheard while studying as he gently pats a small creature's head. They decide to enter the area together, ready to move forward. A small dragon-like creature excitedly tells its companion that the end is in sight as they descend the staircase together. He pauses on the staircase, silently gathering his thoughts. Hidden behind a bush, the group quietly surveys the armed figures ahead while checking information on a tablet. Two goblin-like creatures share a mischievous laugh in the grassy clearing. A character reviews the tablet and decides to name the newly discovered red monster. Red Orc. A character scans the red orcs with a tablet to assess their danger and class before deciding to fight them. A small dragon-like creature protests anxiously as a taller figure instructs it to stay behind. A small orange dragon angrily complains about being neglected and treated like a pet, while a smaller purple dragon watches resignedly. One character asserts that the others should stay back to avoid scaring off the targets, while another reacts with visible annoyance. A small horned creature assures their master they will wait, while another quickly departs. A small dragon-like creature complains about being left out and wants to play. Two goblin-like creatures notice a sparkling object in the grass, suspecting it to be the treasure goblin. A mischievous creature leans forward and taunts with a smug grin. A small creature yells an insult at the startled goblin in the sunny clearing. A goblin-like character clenches his fist and demands to know who insulted him. The red creature confidently calls someone forward while the purple creature stands nervously behind. A terrified man recoils as he realizes the being before him is actually a dragon. The small orange creature taunts the other party for hesitating to respond. A small yellow figure crashes to the ground before two dragon-like creatures as a bag flies through the air. A small red creature angrily scolds a cowering older man while a silent purple dragon watches. A suited man grips a massive sword as a small creature wonders if he will be long, hoping for food. A hand slams into the fractured ground as blue energy surges outward. Standing atop the defeated monster, the man reviews battle analysis on his tablet, while his startled companion reacts to the unexpected dungeon update. A young man in a suit turns around, puzzled by something unexpected behind him. One character questions another about why such a large bag contains only a single item, causing surprise in the group. A goblin-like figure hurriedly pulls an ornate book from a bag, responding to an urgent command. A small creature in a red cap commands someone to reveal everything within 3 seconds. A frightened merchant bows before a pile of treasures as a stern figure demands honesty. A dissatisfied figure rejects the presented objects, noting the most important one is missing. A startled character anxiously questions the significance of a crucial matter. A furious red creature scolds the group for lacking any food, leaving one figure ashamed and another exasperated. A purple-skinned character reacts in shock, their wide eye filling the panel. A suited man returns to the field, causing startled creatures to greet him nervously. A small dragon nervously informs a larger creature that someone is threatening the treasure goblin but then tries to dismiss the issue. An elderly man recoils in disbelief upon realizing that the dragon calls a human its master. One character kneels with a sword while another bluntly declares the person before them is just a beggar. A desperate goblin merchant anxiously denies accusations about his status. A large creature aggressively confronts a frightened subordinate as a serious man in a suit observes. A hand gently reassures the small, purple creature as it tries to accept comfort. The terrified creature begs desperately for mercy as the calm man stands among piles of treasure and weapons. A young man crouches outdoors, calmly reassures someone while examining a mysterious book. Dojin suddenly tenses as he hears an unexpected sound nearby. A digital display reveals the details and requirements of the restraint chain skill book. A young man smiles confidently, feeling fortunate. A tense negotiation unfolds as one figure demands an ornate book from a nervous goblin in exchange for mercy. The calm young man reassures the shocked figure, saying it is understandable to do what is necessary to make a living. A terrified goblin flees with a sack of treasure as armed adventurers chase after it. The goblin-like character realizes he has been spared, left in astonishment. A young man stands calmly as someone reveres him as an angel and master of dragons. A grateful goblin bows and offers weapons and gold to the man, who accepts with appreciation. A small red creature smugly chastises a cowering yellow goblin for getting caught. A terrified figure desperately pleads for mercy before the master of dragons. A cloaked figure offers a glowing object to a man in a suit as dragon-like creatures watch. The group stares in shock at an unexpected discovery off-panel. 3 small dragons kneel before a stone tablet, hailing the man in dark clothes as their master. A character extends a glowing golden card with both hands, urging the other to accept it. A powerful S-rank access card appears, granting transport to the Treasure Goblin Company. One of the small creatures promises a full-course treatment if the group visits. The small goblin-like figure surrounded by glowing orbs announces his departure and begins to vanish. A character scoffs at the idea of receiving treatment, clearly dismissing it with a smug expression. An excitable creature gushes about tasting seafood and unfamiliar dishes while others listen. A terrified goblin flees down the forest path, screaming in panic. A powerful sword activates, releasing a burst of energy. A powerful energy beam crashes down on a green creature as others panic and cry out for their family's safety. A resolute girl confronts someone off-panel, aiming a gun with unwavering focus. Someone praises the impressive control displayed with the mana gun, suggesting it qualifies for A rank. A character reacts sharply, startled by a sudden movement nearby. A cheerful character explains how resolving residual mana during charging prevents mana waste. A surprised woman in a suit quickly thanks someone for unexpected help while holding a gun. 2 students search for Mr. Lee's whereabouts while another reacts with surprise nearby. One student hesitantly tries to start a conversation while the other listens outside. A girl in a school uniform questions whether the two know each other as a boy watches uneasily. A cheerful student casually reveals he has visited Yunhee's house, startling his classmate. A shocked girl exclaims that a famous S-rank hunter visited an academy student's house, while a surprised boy looks on. A character recalls seeing Yunhee for the first time at the entrance ceremony with Mr. Lee Dojin. A girl suddenly realizes the boy's true identity, leaving him visibly startled. The girl understands that the serious man behind her is the same public official she saw earlier. Two students reveal that the man and the girl are father and daughter, surprising their classmate. Two girls in school uniforms scream in shock after witnessing something startling. A young man pumps his fist and reacts with excitement after learning about a surprising family connection. A group of startled students reacts loudly to an unexpected revelation during conversation. One young man calls attention to the exposed secret, his tone both smug and uneasy. A nervous boy hastily makes an excuse to leave while facing a calm girl. A student panics after accidentally complimenting someone's father in front of classmates. A woman in a suit sprints urgently through the forest. A remorseful classmate apologizes as one observes quietly and another offers reassurance. A young man reflects with relief on the strong support surrounding her. One student hugs another in the sunlit forest, expressing envy and determination, while a third watches and laughs. That night, the story shifts to a peaceful apartment building at dinnertime. 4 people celebrate around the kitchen table, excitedly feasting together. A girl struggles to eat with chopsticks at the dining table, while a young man watches her frustration. A hand presents a curious spoon-fork utensil with a playful design. A purple-haired girl complains about being given a children's spoon, insisting she can use chopsticks. The young man insists he is serious as they sit together at the table. A young man in a white shirt nervously tries to get his father's attention. A nervous young woman urgently offers a small black box to a man at the dining table. A small dragon-like creature eagerly eyes a mysterious black box being offered. One person nervously hands a small black box to another, who looks surprised. A hand presents an elegant wristwatch in an open box, offering it as a gift. A surprised young man inspects the box and questions if it was bought personally. A girl smiles warmly as she offers a heartfelt gift earned from hunting orcs. The girl firmly rejects the proposal, her confidence unwavering. The young man gratefully accepts the watch and promises to wear it well. A cheerful girl eagerly agrees, her excitement clear as she clasps her hands. A man bends down at the kitchen table to retrieve something as a surprised young woman looks on. An ornate book is handed over, prompting a surprised question about its purpose. A girl inspects the ornate book in surprise while another quietly eats beside her. A girl recoils in shock, eyes wide and mouth open, reacting to an unexpected event. A girl recoils in shock as she discovers an A-rank skill book glowing in her hands. A young woman anxiously refuses to accept the ornate book while a surprised man watches at the dining table. A shocked young man demands an explanation after discovering the food is worth 100 billion won, startling the panicked orange creature at the counter. The young man sits at the table and bluntly demands further explanation. A surprised character at the table demands clarification from Yunhee during the meal. He declares his family is more important than any amount of money, leaving the girl beside him stunned. A man in business attire feels his phone vibrate, signaling an incoming call. A man answers a call while a woman encourages a frustrated child at the dining table. A young man calls to inform that preparations to enter the Central Universe are complete. A man confirms over the phone the decision to broadcast the video worldwide. A young man listens closely as someone explains they plan to seek his advice during an operation. The speaker acknowledges the detailed report should prevent issues and expresses gratitude. A massive crater surges with blue energy as the speaker confidently accepts the challenge. A blue-haired character in red armor confirms after-trip plans over a communicator while 2 teammates get ready in the nighttime forest. A confident character checks if the live stream has started. A red-haired young man in tactical gear confidently confirms his readiness. A group gathers in suspense as they observe the crucial 20-second attempt of the Central Universe dive. 3 armored figures gather in the forest, preparing to start their mission. Several office workers excitedly gather around a computer to admire the famous hunter on screen. Dojin bows slightly and announces he is leaving. A worried office worker suddenly remembers that today is the scheduled inspection of an E-rank rift. A startled subordinate rushes in to report that the Behemoth Guild has entered the first tutorial stage. A man and a young woman react with shock upon hearing unexpected news. A man offers the woman the option to watch the stream, but she insists on staying because they need a hunter. The young man observes that the other seems eager to watch. A red-haired woman teasingly suggests having dinner together to make up for hard feelings. A startled woman calls out to the confused man in a suit, addressing him as Master. A cheerful girl enters with 2 small dragons, one making a flashy entrance as the other looks embarrassed and urges restraint. A young woman enters the office and hands a lunch bag to a surprised young man, explaining there was no school. A girl reacts nervously to an unexpected question about a lunchbox. A small dragon-like creature steps forward to explain the situation to the surprised group. One character panics about oversleeping and being late, while another calmly reassures her to get ready. 2 small dragon-like creatures sit at the table, tasting an unappetizing breakfast and reacting to its quality. The group animatedly discusses the impressive time spent preparing the dinner box and each person's contributions. A man in a suit suggests they eat and leave together, prompting a surprised reaction from the young woman. A small red dragon clings to a girl's shoulder and begs excitedly for a bite of food. A man scolds a small orange dragon clinging defensively to a surprised girl's shoulders while another woman looks on in shock. The red-haired girl falls silent, her expression clouded with worry. A yellow car speeds through city traffic as one passenger begins explaining the mission to the other. The group receives a briefing about the vast size and unique nature of the Spirit's Tomb Rift, preparing for a potentially long mission. A cheerful girl eagerly suggests spending the afternoon together as she talks to another girl in the car. The young man firmly states this meeting is an inspection, not a date. A furious girl grabs a small orange creature and demands an explanation about pets being forbidden in the training center. A small purple creature crosses its arms, demanding clarification, clearly confused. Two small creatures anxiously cling to a person's arm and ask to join the journey to the rift. One character agrees to go together, prompting energetic excitement and visible relief. A startled girl recognizes Yong with concern. A small dragon-like creature negotiates to watch the girl in exchange for a week's worth of meat-side dishes, while another creature and the girl listen. The girl playfully agrees as the small creature laughs beside her. The group enters the overgrown ruins of the spirit's tomb, standing before a crumbling statue. Two characters discuss the dungeon's low difficulty as they walk through its dim corridors. A small creature explains the mysterious drawing appears only where Rakium is present, prompting the girl to ask what Rakium is. A small purple creature reveals that the radiant figure before them is Rakium, the spirit king and mother of all spirits. A red-haired woman recoils in shock upon learning about the spirit king, while the dark-haired man remains calm. A man senses unusually strong energy from the cave and realizes the importance of investigating before other hunters arrive. One character decides to have another wait behind while a companion urgently warns of danger ahead. A character smirks confidently, raising a finger to their chin. A red-haired woman urgently warns the group about extreme danger in entering, fearing the presence of a powerful named monster. A red-haired girl is startled by something unexpected. A sharply dressed man restrains a red-haired woman, forcing her to bow and warning her to remember her decision. The man prepares to enter the cave alone, instructing the others to wait behind. A small creature insists on joining the mission, while a larger one volunteers to stay behind and protect the group. An energetic creature runs alongside a man as they eagerly set out on their adventure. The protagonist strides forward through the darkness with his small companion close by. He notices the interior is very different from the entrance. They arrive at the Spirit King's domain and are startled by the presence of elemental spirits. He quietly recalls how he would have enjoyed the moment. A small dragon-like creature warns spirits will become troublesome if they detect an intruder. Three playful elemental beings discuss someone's lack of readiness for an upcoming challenge in a vibrant flower field. A small orange creature gazes upward, pondering the unexpected strength of high-ranking spirits. A character reacts with shock to something unexpected. A small creature unleashes a fiery blast at the ground while urgently calling for its master, as a man in a suit stands nearby. A massive explosion of fire energy erupts, sending shockwaves through startled figures in the background. Amid swirling smoke and flames, two figures stand together, surveying the destruction. A small, horned creature angrily defends his master against accusations. A character confronts another about betrayal during the last battle, while energy crackles from a glowing hand. Startled by the chaos, Yong recoils as explosive beams crash down around him. The young man in the suit confronts someone, suspiciously asking if they have caused trouble again. Two dragon-like creatures recoil in fear as beams of light strike near them. Tears streaming, a girl clenches her fists as she denounces the king of dragons. A furious elf unleashes a surge of magic while accusing someone of betrayal. A furious silver-haired woman unleashes a powerful magical attack at her betrayer. A small orange creature angrily denies being a betrayer and accuses the woman of attacking first. The silver-haired woman shouts in anguish, eyes filled with tears. A furious character unleashes a massive lightning pillar in a decisive attack. The small dragon-like creature raises its arms and desperately demands to know the reason for its treatment. A hand seizes the small dragon-like creature by the neck, cutting off its protest with a pained gasp. A massive explosion bursts from the ground, scattering debris and dust everywhere. A dark mist rapidly spreads, engulfing everything in its path. She reacts with shock and confusion to an unexpected event. The protagonist raises his hand and directly challenges the small spirit, asking if it is the Spirit King. A man urgently commands the startled woman to dodge as a powerful energy attack swirls toward them. A blue-haired woman recoils in terror, letting out a scream. Yong cheers as Dojin confidently displays overwhelming power, shadowy energy swirling beneath them. A young man in a suit prepares to use his power, demanding the other calm down so he can question him. A puzzled dragon-like creature tries to confirm details of an alliance against the devils. A young woman angrily challenges someone's statement, showing determination despite frustration. A massive red dragon feigns forgetfulness, provoking outrage from the blue-haired character below. A commanding figure calls for the dragon to descend, and the dragon eagerly responds. A massive explosion erupts, filling the area with smoke and chaos. A commanding voice grants permission for someone to stand up. One character, exhausted, offers thanks while another bluntly criticizes her poor stamina. Distressed by accusations, the girl questions why she is treated unfairly while the real traitor goes free. The protagonist realizes the girl's unexpected rift appearance is likely connected to the erosion. A frustrated character accuses another of betrayal in a bizarre, pastel fantasy setting. He calmly tests a new ability from the stats window, channeling its power into his hand. A man decides the elf woman might be helpful and prepares to bring her along as she reacts anxiously to the commotion. He considers the consequences of acting, knowing the spirits would be left unprotected. The pink creature shouts a command, prompting the startled orange creature to react. The excited girl calls her companion, who eagerly rushes ahead with a group of lively creatures. A young man quickly turns his head, startled as someone calls out to him. A blue-haired elf woman warns that confronting the transcendents and devils in the central area means starting a life-risking war. A young man in a suit shrugs, acknowledging that if war begins, they must respond. An elf girl excitedly praises the protagonist as a saint who defeats evil. 3 uneasy creatures react to the king's unstable mood, questioning what is happening. One character shouts angrily while another dismissively ignores the outburst as 2 floating creatures react nearby. The small creature anxiously insists he doesn't remember anything. The scene opens on a calm Saturday morning at Dojin's house. One character reports over the phone that the Spirit's Tomb dungeon reverted to class with no significant events, while others listen nearby. A cheerful man congratulates Dojin and apologizes for not accompanying him, having watched the broadcast. One character reassures the other over the phone, expressing gratitude and wishing them good rest. One character says goodbye and turns away as 2 others react in surprise to something on a tablet. Yong frantically denies sending money as he clutches a tablet, while one questions him and another looks concerned. A character excitedly points out a magazine ranking cockatrice meat as the top trending edible monster. After reviewing his phone, the young man decides on their next dungeon destination. A girl and a small creature react with surprise and excitement to the sudden announcement, quickly preparing. One character insists on going alone while another reacts with concern. As one character quietly accepts being left behind, another watches with a confused expression from the couch. One character sits quietly while another cries on the floor, feeling abandoned. Someone reluctantly agrees to go together but only allows one person to join. One dragon proposes a fight to decide who gets to go while another protests, suggesting rock paper scissors instead. 3 characters energetically play rock paper scissors together on the couch. 2 unseen challengers play rock paper scissors with the calm protagonist, who is reluctantly drawn into the playful competition. 2 people energetically play rock paper scissors while a boy watches disinterestedly. A girl laughs joyfully as she enjoys her ice cream. A man and a young girl walk hand in hand inside a bus, sharing a joyful moment as she shows her new toy happily. An ID card is scanned, confirming the F-class hunter's identity. An energetic girl eagerly pulls a calm young man down the hallway while a surprised man watches. A suspicious man questions why an F-class lackey would bring a child to such a dangerous place. 3 men sit together, each displaying smug confidence as they relax. A man gently wipes ice cream from a young girl's mouth while another man watches in surprise. A nervous young man hesitantly asks if the girl is another person's daughter. He looks back cautiously, confirming his suspicion, while the girl beside him remains focused on her food. A man questions the wisdom of bringing a daughter into a dangerous rift, while the nervous girl awkwardly maintains their cover. 2 young men sit tensely on the bus as one warns the other to keep quiet to avoid attention from people behind them. A man introduces himself as Kim Hokul and explains he has a son who grew up without a mother. 2 characters cautiously introduce themselves and shake hands. A man motivates himself and others to do their best for their children, regardless of embarrassment. Dojin is struck from behind and doubles over, coughing violently as his attacker smirks. A man leans forward with a menacing smile, taunting someone off-panel and accusing them of playing the victim. A nervous young man frantically denies any misunderstanding. A man grins smugly and taunts his opponent, escalating the tension. The young man silently surveys his surroundings, carefully assessing the situation. A man in a floral shirt aggressively leans over a seated young man, taunting him with hostile words. A man in a floral shirt threatens a calm, seated young man by pointing a gun at him. A character presses a gun to someone's head, boldly provoking their adversary. An angry girl clenches her fists and shouts in frustration, while a stoic young man sits silently beside her. Overcome with guilt, the young man panics and blames himself for the situation. A nervous young man stammers as he tries to apologize. A calm young man, unfazed by the gun pointed at his head, confronts his assailant about speaking informally. A man in a floral shirt jolts in shock as someone distressed stands behind him. 2 men in flashy shirts taunt a quiet passenger on the bus, mocking his status as an F-ranked hunter. A man clenches his teeth in frustration, struggling to contain his anger. A young man firmly warns someone off-panel not to threaten him. The man smirks and mocks his opponent, clearly amused. A grinning man menaces a stoic young man with a violent threat as pink energy swirls around them. A character, eyes glowing with resolve, vows defiantly as crackling energy fills the air between the 2 opponents. A stern man threatens to decapitate someone as a frightened girl clings to his back. 2 men in the back seat mockingly urge their boss to shoot, while another man in the foreground looks tense. A man leans forward with a smug smile, implying a threat. A man urgently shouts for someone to stop, his face drenched with sweat as tension fills the scene. A frightened man in a patterned shirt shouts aggressively at someone. A startled man whirls around as another lunges at him aggressively from a nearby bus seat. One character confesses to accidentally destroying someone else's ice cream while others react with curiosity and confusion. One character reassures the other by promising to buy a replacement, and receives a grateful response as they sit together on public transport. A girl urges the group to head home quickly because someone is waiting. A young man explains that someone is planning to go out with Yoonhee since he couldn't join him. Someone expresses confidence that another person is enjoying themselves. A small, dragon-like creature impatiently questions why they haven't gone somewhere fun as promised. A cheerful girl smiles and expresses her excitement. An annoyed character defensively questions someone about his age. A small dragon indignantly complains about being brought to a children's playground, insisting on his ancient age and status. A determined character resolves to finally address what has been left unsaid. Someone resolves to assert their authority as the second in command at home, visualized by a ranking pyramid that unsettles the others. A startled creature cries out as it is suddenly squeezed. A woman playfully pushes a startled creature down the slide as he tries to protest. Someone urgently grabs the arm and side of the orange-clad figure lying on the ground. Yong slides down the playground as a woman cheers him on. A cheerful girl eagerly asks if the experience was enjoyable. A small dragon-like creature sits quietly on the beach, gazing out at the water in silence. A small dragon-like creature reluctantly agrees to wait for the cockatrice meet. A woman playfully offers to go on the next ride, prompting a flustered protest from a small dragon-like creature. A core belief is presented, claiming no child is inherently bad. A cheerful girl quickly denies the accusation with a playful smile. A narrator introduces advice on how to handle a stubborn child using formal speech. An official stands before the assembled hunters, calling for their full attention as a meeting begins outside the bureau. A suited official announces everyone will receive physique enhancements using C-class magic stones from Seoul City Hall. One man asks the uneasy group if anyone has brought a higher ranking stone for today. A man leads the group inside to begin physical enhancement. Two men discuss how someone no longer fears them and share surprising news about a hunter's rapid rank increase. A young man reacts in shock upon hearing someone he looks down on has become an A rank. Two frustrated men walk together, complaining about their unhelpful manager and doubting any benefit from working with him. A man plots to violently force a secret from someone who recently gained A rank status. A young man jolts in surprise as someone taps him on the shoulder in a public place. Two young men stare ahead in shock as something unexpected happens. Four formally dressed people bow deeply to welcome the arriving guest in the hall. A composed young man enters the hall, drawing surprised and uneasy reactions as tension rises. A younger man in a suit apologizes for intervening as an older man stands tensely beside him. A blonde woman bows deeply and begs for forgiveness before two startled onlookers. He narrows his eyes, focusing intensely as he analyzes the situation. One man questions the other's decision to ignore someone, prompting a tense exchange. One person confronts another about pretending not to hear a loud noise, questioning his skills. An assertive man confronts an anxious man, gripping his shoulder and pressuring him for a response. The red-haired character confidently dismisses the other person's apology, while the latter looks on nervously. A red-haired student charges forward, striking another with an electrified staff while venting frustration. One man accuses someone of switching their thoughts and speech as others react in confusion and frustration. Crackling with energy, a man in a suit unleashes a frenzied lightning attack with his glowing staff, laughing wildly. A commanding voice abruptly ends the confrontation. A young man with red hair turns sharply, startled by something unexpected. While a young man remains calm, people around him panic and shout over unfolding chaos. A man recoils in fear as a glowing, electrified blade is thrust toward his face. A man calmly unleashes energy from his hand, causing another to recoil in fear. Three men in suits approach and awkwardly greet a stoic man they have not seen in a while. Dojin thanks the director for the greeting as they shake hands in the formal setting. An older man anxiously watches for a reaction, relieved there is no sign of dislike. Two figures seal an uneasy alliance with a firm handshake. A stern young man delivers a pointed warning, making the other visibly nervous. A younger man issues a veiled warning to the older man, who nervously agrees. A man in a suit commands his two nervous subordinates, who bow and respond immediately. A sharp-looking man warns another to treat Lee Dojin well and not regret crossing him. A man in a suit shouts strict orders at his subordinates, while another watches warily. The scene shifts to a tranquil schoolyard beneath a clear sky. A hand shoots out and forcefully grabs the front of someone's shirt, escalating the tension. One girl suddenly hugs another from behind, startling her. A startled girl quickly turns as someone calls out to her. A cheerful student invites a classmate to hang out after practical training outside the school building. A hesitant female character voices concerns about inviting someone to her house, fearing her father's disapproval. Two female students nervously discuss if one can ask her father for permission. Three students walk together after school, joking about curiosity over friends' hangouts. A young woman anxiously waits as she calls someone, hoping they do not answer. A girl answers her phone, reacting with interest as she hears from Yoonhee. A nervous girl calls her father to ask if she can bring two friends home. A nervous character anxiously waits for a response, clutching the phone to their ear. A girl in a school uniform answers the phone, visibly confused by the unexpected response. A cheerful man asks his companion about the sudden change in City Hunter's attitude, while the other listens on the phone. 3 students gather outside, reacting with curiosity to something overheard. A tense girl informs someone that he agreed, holding her phone tightly. 2 students celebrate Jong Haejung's success while another stands apart, looking disappointed. A cheerful character laughs excitedly and raises a yellow mug in celebration. 3 people enjoy a cheerful meal together, exchanging compliments about each other's cooking. A male student mocks another's cooking while a female student reacts irritably at the breakfast table. 1 person forcefully steps on another's foot, demanding a repeat of their words as the victim cries out. A woman in an apron steps into the hallway, startled by the sudden noise. With unwavering determination, the character fixes their gaze intently ahead. 2 small dragon-like creatures greet the protagonist and their friends at the entrance, looking sleepy. A young man quickly turns in his chair, startled by something unexpected. 2 people at the dining table react in shock as the door slams open unexpectedly. A startled girl pants as she discovers 2 unusual creatures in her arms. Someone awkwardly asks Yong to pretend to be a dog, leaving him confused and dumbfounded. 2 small dragons protest loudly as a woman in a maid outfit restrains them. A girl lowers her gaze and quietly apologizes. She warns that if their dragon identities are exposed, chaos will erupt and they will have to go on the run. 2 worried creatures huddle together, as one admits fault for their predicament and anxiously apologizes. A girl smiles warmly as she expresses gratitude to her companions. 2 people are surprised to find dragon-like creatures in the kitchen while another awkwardly admits forgetting to feed them. 1 character examines the creatures and questions their unusual appearance. A young woman quickly turns in surprise as a man reacts with sudden alertness. A young man in a suit enters the house and announces his arrival. A boy suddenly stands in shock upon discovering the girl's father's identity. A nervous young man hastily introduces himself to the stoic man, stumbling over his words. 2 demon-like creatures grumble as they are forced to eat dog food because of their predicament. A cheerful woman laughs as 2 small dragon-like creatures eat at the table, one enjoying the food and the other reacting dramatically to spiciness. The small dragon-like creature clenches its fist and vents frustration. A girl suddenly releases a dark, intimidating energy, causing everyone to recoil in shock. A woman at the table reacts in shock as she realizes the man just spoke Korean and asks if his name is Soo Jin-soo. A male student pumps his fist in excitement after finding out he is in the same class as Yun-hee. A serious man asks if the protagonist is Yun-hee's boyfriend, causing the other person to spit out their drink in shock. A nervous student admits he likes someone but hasn't confessed yet. 4 people at the dining table are startled as ominous purple shards suddenly appear above them. 1 character disappears from the table, leaving the other frustrated and exasperated. An orange demon furiously accuses another of bad intentions while a purple demon desperately tries to hold him back. A startled student reacts after witnessing an unexpected mistake at the table. A startled girl in a pink apron reacts nervously to someone's sudden appearance. Someone nervously questions if their feelings are reciprocated. 4 people sit together in the kitchen, calmly discussing something over a meal. A girl in a pink apron is shocked when a man teases her about having a boyfriend. A character slams the table and vehemently denies the accusation. The girl angrily shouts that he is just a friend from school, defending herself. 1 character frantically denies any romantic relationship, while both react with embarrassment in front of the city backdrop. Someone shouts desperately from the marketplace entrance, trying to stop Yun-hee from leaving. A flustered orange creature is swarmed by excited children demanding to join the group. A girl teases that shopping takes longer because kids always stick to Young. 1 woman confidently drags a protesting creature away from the group while others watch. A small, orange, horned creature makes a loud, playful noise to get attention. 3 children race down a wooden slide, laughing and acting out a game of king and tyrant. A small, fierce creature reacts with sudden anger and surprise, preparing to confront a threat. A mysterious warp distorts the city center, startling a small dragon-like creature and drawing surprised reactions from nearby children. A system alert announces the emergence of a powerful entity called Heart in the central area. A monstrous creature arrives on Earth, declaring its presence among the weak inhabitants. A massive demon suddenly emerges in the city and boldly announces its plan to rule the world. A menacing wolf-like creature declares its plan to destroy all forces of good and rule the Earth. A monstrous figure in a purple cape announces its ambition to become the god of Earth. A small creature clutches its face in pain as rain pours down. A gleeful child clings to a frustrated creature as they race ahead together. A towering figure confronts the group, provoking the small demon and drawing shocked reactions from everyone. A massive dragon-like figure unleashes a fierce blast of fire at a smaller intruder floating defensively in the air. A terrified lion-like creature frantically begs for a timeout. An orange creature glares forward, clearly irritated as he complains about the failed timeout. A fierce man unleashes a desperate energy attack upward to counter the descending spear of light. A monstrous creature howls as energy surges violently around its body. A small dragon strikes a confident pose, delighting a group of cheering children. The large character smirks, amused as he compliments the group on their good taste. Someone enthusiastically invites others to see something impressive, prompting cheers and excitement. An orange creature waves a flame and calls out to a small purple creature, drawing surprised looks on the busy street. Three children plead desperately for the dog not to leave. Yong playfully announces that he will return, teasing the others as he prepares to leave. A young boy is gently patted on the head as someone bids him farewell. A girl playfully comments on the dragon-like creature's fondness for the group as they wave goodbye. A concerned creature notices something suspicious around the smaller character's mouth. An enraged creature confronts another for secretly eating alone as flames blaze in the background. A nervous girl quickly offers a gift box to a furious dragon-like creature on the street, trying to calm it down. Yong inspects a rectangular object and complains that it is not food. A confident girl encourages the group not to give up yet. A market host announces a special dart event where shoppers can win prizes. One character points out landing on the beef section of the prize wheel would win a whole pack of beef. Two excited characters eagerly ask for a turn to spin the wheel. With intense focus, the character urgently commands the others to target only the beef. The guide explains the dart game rules as an orange creature readies to throw. The prize wheel spins and lands on the top reward, a 5-star hotel night stay for first place. An ancient dragon king warns against making an irreversible mistake. The prize wheel stops on the fried chicken voucher. A character urgently commands action, eyes blazing with determination. A small dragon-like creature urgently reminds the startled boy that they forgot to buy soy sauce at the marketplace. A blue dart swiftly pierces the spinning wheel. A small demon recoils in shock, nervously reacting to Carciel's actions. A small purple creature panics and begs for forgiveness, raising its arms in alarm. An angry orange dragon erupts as the prize announcement turns the celebration into chaos. A cheerful girl excitedly announces that the horned creature has won first place, leaving it stunned. The girl excitedly explains glamping and eagerly asks if she can eat more beef while holding the small dragon-like creature. The small creature refuses the offered food because it is not beef. A cheerful girl excitedly announces that the prize includes an unlimited barbecue voucher, allowing endless servings of meat. A baby dragon is lifted into the air, staring in shock and disbelief. While one girl excitedly shares news over the phone, a small angry dragon and a nervous creature react beside her. A startled girl answers an unexpected phone call. He tries to call his father, but the call goes unanswered, leaving him puzzled. A wary child warns a serious man in a suit not to be there as they confront each other in the forest. A character's eyes widen in shock as he realizes something critical. A worried girl warns that staying here will lead to death. The first floor of the heart contains powerful deities, including the unicorn Antusha and the white whale Liker. The existence of the last deity remains concealed, even from the explorers. Their identities remain completely unknown to everyone. He notices the book reacting unexpectedly for the first time. A determined hand seizes the glowing, ancient book, setting off a momentous turn of events. A system notification announces the discovery of an unconfirmed deity. A glowing message reveals the deity is not listed in the book. A red system notification appears, blocking access to the requested information. A young girl stops in awe as she notices something unexpected in the vibrant pink forest. A system alert warns of an unconfirmed deity and urges immediate escape. A man inspects a mysterious book, realizing the child beside him may be an unconfirmed deity. A startled girl urgently warns of an approaching threat. A girl urgently tells a man to run away, leaving him confused by her warning. A character points out that something has emerged from the disturbed pond in the vibrant forest. A young girl urgently points ahead, drawing attention to the fish. Two figures watch in shock as a massive force crashes down from above. A determined figure stands firm as a colossal, menacing entity threatens him for trespassing. A man stands protectively in the rain, reassuring the anxious girl beside him as she questions his calmness. A young girl tries to repeat a word, looking up with a puzzled expression. A young man in a suit readies his massive sword for a decisive first strike. He launches a powerful upward strike against the massive creature. The creature falls in defeat as a triumphant message announces an unbelievable achievement. A system prompt appears, asking whether to announce the achievement to the center area. The man in the suit strides forward and firmly rejects the request, while the young girl beside him looks surprised. A young girl rushes up to a surprised man and demands to know his name. The man introduces himself and learns the girl has no name, so he calls her White. A young man offers to give the blonde woman a name. A young girl looks up with doubt, questioning what she just heard. A man kneels and smiles as a young girl eagerly agrees to his suggestion in the forest. A character listens in awe as they are given the name Bile. A composed man stands before a kneeling, glowing figure as it is revealed that someone has tamed the deity. A powerful deity awakens in the center area, radiating brilliant light. A young girl looks up, confused, as someone tells her it's time to go home. The young man calmly reveals that he lives in Korea. A distressed girl voices her fear of never seeing the other person again. The young man assures someone that he will return. Two characters seal a heartfelt promise with a pinky swear. Someone calls out to Dojin outside the storefront as the sun sets. One man sincerely praises the other across the restaurant table, admitting his own selfishness. A man expresses difficulty imagining what it's like to raise a child alone at that age. A man offers encouragement, while noticing the parenting book and questioning why someone living alone would have it. He reflects on the challenges of parenthood, and is praised for his supportive mentorship at City Hall. Two men share a meal as one reassures the other that his actions are not selfish, referencing a parenting book he bought. One character is caught off guard by a question about marriage and hurriedly explains that the book is for looking after a nephew next week. A man arrives home and changes into his slippers. Two small dragon-like creatures enthusiastically greet their master as he enters the room. A woman greets a man returning home and asks if he has eaten dinner, while a small dragon-like creature stands nearby. A concerned woman offers bean sprout soup to help with a hangover after someone returns from drinking. He explains he is immune to all poisons, so he cannot get drunk. She nervously asks for feedback on her cooking while he reassures her by expressing appreciation for the meal. He drinks from his cup with a calm expression, while the tired creature rests on his shoulder. A man in a suit, with a small orange creature on his shoulder, prompts a girl to talk about her upcoming school trip. A hand presents papers explaining allowance money is needed for the upcoming field trip. A girl in an apron is shocked to see her father holding something unexpected while a small creature whistles innocently nearby. A tense confrontation unfolds as one character demands an explanation while the other nervously apologizes. A girl hesitantly admits she was planning not to go. He reviews the Hunter Academy's schedules to ensure the trip is meaningful, emphasizing its importance as the last opportunity while attending the academy. A young woman anxiously insists she is following the contract by being diligent with house matters. A suspicious orange creature accuses the small purple dragon-like character, who frantically defends his master's reputation. A man issues a sudden command, startling the young woman in the apron. A man in a suit encourages a nervous girl to go on a trip and promises her extra allowance. A purple, horned creature expresses amazement at the master's actions while a small orange dragon-like being looks dazed. A nervous girl gathers courage and agrees to join the trip. A young man in a suit stretches and advises someone to get rest for tomorrow. The small dragon-like creature, exhausted and injured, asks to be carried. Under the night sky, one figure orders a penalty while two small creatures react with panic and pleading. A group arrives at Busan Station and waits on the platform as a high-speed train stands ready. Yoonhee struggles with her unexpectedly heavy suitcase as she walks through the station. Someone checks inside a partially unzipped black bag, puzzled about possibly taking something by mistake. A young woman reacts with surprise to something unexpected. Two small demon-like creatures are held up as they cheerfully greet the young master. A startled girl panics as she realizes there is a dragon inside her bag. A character notices the restroom sign on the wall. She stares ahead with intense worry, reacting to the tense situation unfolding before her. Two small creatures leap out of a bag and quickly explain to a startled companion they were sent by their master to join the group. A small creature confirms the young master's statement with concern. A girl stares ahead in disbelief, struggling to process what just happened. A small demon-like creature relays its master's instructions to the group. A sudden sense of danger disrupts the atmosphere. The scene shifts to the Hemingway Resort, where the Hunter Festival is about to begin. An announcer energizes the festival crowd by highlighting Korea's pride in its first hunter. A woman confidently announces the presence of an important ally in Japan. A legendary hunter is celebrated for taming the fearsome wyvern lord as two small dragon-like creatures eat and relax nearby. Two small dragon-like beings stand on the field, casually mocking the defeated wyvern and commenting on how weak humans are compared to their master. A woman urges everyone to witness the power of the wyvern lord. A massive black dragon unleashes a furious roar as a girl stands her ground before it on the city field. A dragon urgently announces more important news to the group. A confident figure announces that students from the Hunter Academy have a chance to touch the wyvern lord. Two characters cheer loudly outside while another, surprised, holds two small dragon-like creatures. Two excited girls stand outside as one urges the other to approach and touch a rare top-class monster. A young man dashes forward to touch something first while a startled woman chases after him, trying to rein in the excited group. A panicked woman urgently warns the group not to touch the creature's head. A young man whirls around in shock as a towering creature with glowing red eyes appears behind him. Two frightened characters panic and warn others to escape from imminent danger. A massive black dragon descends over the city, sending people running in terror. A massive dragon's claw sweeps rapidly through the sky. A character lunges in shock as the skewer of grilled meat slips out of reach. A panicked boy races through the city, clutching two small monsters as one cries out over losing his skewer. Two terrified figures flee across the field, while a raging dragon soars overhead, and one frantically begs for a way to stop it. A character urgently warns everyone not to touch its face. A monstrous claw lunges at a terrified character, forcing a desperate scream as the attack closes in. A terrified young man collapses to the ground and desperately calls for help. A character jolts in shock, raising his hand as sweat forms on his face. A massive red portal opens in the sky, unleashing a black dragon as students panic below. A furious dragon snarls and confronts a threat amid blazing fire and smoke. A colossal dragon glares down at a smaller dragon, declaring its dominance and warning against interference. A terrified young man rushes past a stunned woman as panic erupts over the dragon's sudden appearance. A startled girl rushes to calm a panicked creature after it unexpectedly moves across the area. A character aggressively interrogates a terrified cockatrice about the skewer. A dragon's eyes fill with emotion as it reacts in shock, a single tear escaping down its face. Yong proudly announces he has finished cleaning the room. A cheerful girl claps her hands and praises Yong for his effort. A small orange creature eagerly reaches out as a hand offers a reward sticker. An excited character triumphantly holds up a completed reward chart covered in stickers. One character hands over 5,001 to another, finalizing their agreement for continued help. A small dragon-like creature clutches its hard-earned skewer, loudly protesting any threat to it. A gigantic red demon mercilessly crushes a small dragon-like creature as a terrified figure screams below. As panicked people rush to escape, one person remains calm, holding the small dragon that startled the crowd. A girl silently reflects on how the situation has grown more complicated while holding a sad-looking plush creature. Amidst the desolate, crimson-lit landscape, someone suddenly notices something unusual. A furious man seizes the terrified creature by the throat and threatens to cook it. A frightened character hides behind a rock as a gigantic beast approaches. A nervous character hesitates, clutching a larger figure while struggling with the decision to help. A character suddenly turns in alarm and urgently calls out for Young. A startled boy stands on the back of a large dragon that has just appeared, leaving everyone shocked. A shocked character panics, struggling to answer a simple question. Two dragons clash loudly on the rocky ground as nearby onlookers react in alarm. A nervous girl kneels and hurriedly offers to buy more skewers to defuse the tense atmosphere created by looming figures. The dragon slowly counts aloud, showing little emotion. The small girl firmly sets a limit of 4 as the dragons listen under sparkling light. A cheerful winged creature floats in the air and promises to hold back. A character thrusts a clenched fist forward, emphasizing determination. A devastating blow crashes into the rocky terrain as a challenge is issued. Young stands with arms crossed and warns his opponent that they are lucky today. A wounded dragon-like creature is blamed for nearly causing its tribe's extinction as it cowers on cracked, blood-red earth. The small dragon eagerly invites Yuhi to join for skewers while another character watches nearby. A concerned girl raises her finger and insists on a promise never to repeat reckless actions. A worried girl warns a confused dragon-like creature about serious consequences if their actions are discovered. Reluctantly unsheathing his sword, the man braces for action as a worried creature looks on. A concerned girl insists on a promise not to repeat the behavior before offering to help talk to their dad. A small orange creature desperately clings to a person's leg and pleads for help in exchange for a promise. Two small creatures anxiously discuss whether their master could ever be distracted, concluding it is impossible because their master is already the strongest. A startled young man in a suit is suddenly grabbed on the arm from behind while walking through a busy street. A surprised young man is caught off guard as a blonde figure suddenly hugs him. A surprised young woman leans over a man on the ground, hesitantly addressing him after mistaking his identity. Someone pleads desperately for help. A startled woman urgently grabs the man's arm in the middle of the city. Reeling in shock, the character panics as the situation spirals out of control. About 30 minutes earlier, the scene shifts to the entrance of the Seocho subway station in the city. Dojin abruptly turns around, surprised after someone calls out to him. An impatient character urgently grabs another and demands to know why they are late. A surprised man in a suit is caught off guard when an energetic woman warmly greets him outside the building. A blonde woman urgently asks the officer to cooperate as the situation grows complicated. A blonde woman grabs a startled man's arm, urgently pretending they are a couple to deter someone bothering her. A man taunts someone by mocking their relationship. A burly man confronts someone angrily about being led on, while a bystander looks shocked. A muscular man mocks a slimmer man in a suit, questioning if he is really the woman's type, while she watches with concern. A smug man flaunts his muscles while the blonde-haired young man rejects his boast with visible discomfort. Two uneasy characters quietly debate whether to proceed with a risky plan, fearing rumors if things go wrong. Two characters confront a series of scandalous newspaper articles, with one calmly questioning the rumors while the other denies any truth. A man stands on the street as two others debate why someone would challenge the Behemoth Guild, wondering if ignorance of their identity is the reason. One character agrees to help with the urgent task while the other responds with gratitude. A large, smug man taunts someone about their partner's inability to protect them due to smaller size. One character bluntly points out another's health issues, prompting an embarrassed outburst, while a third struggles to contain laughter. An enraged man is yanked sideways by the collar as tension erupts between the two. Two people affirm their relationship by clasping hands firmly. Someone pulls a woman close, catching her by surprise as she reacts amid a sparkling background. A serious man in a suit firmly announces that he and the surprised woman beside him are married while holding on to her and grabbing someone else's wrist. One man forcefully grabs another's hand, causing him to scream in pain as a warning to stop crossing the line now that the marriage has been revealed. A man recoils in panic after learning that someone is married. A girl erupts with excitement and squeezes someone's hand tightly, causing them to cry out. One person forcefully flicks away another's hand, making it clear they want them to leave. The tense situation resolves as the injured man clutches his hand while others look on with relief and concern. A flustered woman insists the marriage claim is false, but the man remains calm as she explains his accuser gave up because of it. One character frantically explains that someone fled after nearly having their hand broken, while another decides to escape too. A devastating blast tears through the forest, sending debris flying as two figures stand at its center. A male character calmly observes a massive, ominous energy pillar rising in the distance. Armored feet move steadily forward across the dirt, signaling someone's determined approach. 3 armored team members rush to the rocky scene and announce their late arrival to assist Dojin. A confident young man in a suit greets newly arrived Behemoth Guild members while holding a tablet. 3 armored individuals awkwardly admit they were often scolded in the past. An irate guide scolds a sheepish young man for slow progress despite a powerful cheat key. 2 notice their ally's injury was caused by someone else hitting him after misbehaving. 1 teammate expresses concern about another's flushed appearance and possible illness, while a second confirms no issue with her energy flow. A newcomer is loudly announced, startling a young man. 3 armed thugs confront a calm young man, mocking him for not showing respect as a newcomer. 1 warns his companion to be careful, sensing dangerous energy from an intimidating presence. A bald man with an eye patch grins and taunts his opponent while gripping twin batons. A man steps forward with determination, kicking up dust as he makes a forceful entrance. An aggressive man threatens his target but stops in shock when an intimidating figure interrupts. 3 men recoil in terror as they recognize a threatening figure approaching. A group is shocked to see the skilled individual who defeated a deity among the newcomers. A man with an eye patch nervously laughs and flatters someone, while 2 anxious companions watch from behind. Masked enemies throw weapons aside and flee as the man watches. A character instructs others to inform all clans on the first floor. 2 terrified men spin around, startled and sweating as they react to something behind them. A young man warns that anyone targeting Behemoth Guild members like today's trio will die. A tense man with an eye patch realizes urgent consequences if the news doesn't spread. A determined figure promises to come find someone. Amid surging energy, the character anxiously acknowledges a strict command. After completing the day's most demanding task, the young man exhales in relief. 3 armored team members stand together as one responds hesitantly to a tense situation. A woman in segmented armor urges a suited man to begin reviewing the first floor quickly, mentioning she has somewhere to go, prompting him to ask if it is dangerous. A calm young man receives a danger alert about an unconfirmed and potentially dangerous deity. 3 officers in red uniforms look up in shock, realizing the situation is more dangerous than feared. The young man in the suit steels himself and prepares to leave, determined to fulfill his responsibility. A character reaches toward the glowing, cracked surface, driven by thoughts of her daughter. A young girl sits beneath the mystical tree, reaching up as she eagerly expresses her longing to see someone. A worried girl anxiously asks when the man will arrive. A young girl is trapped by a sinister, branch-like appendage in a threatening purple landscape. A girl stands alone on a glowing tree branch as she receives a supernatural warning not to meet a human named Lee Dojin. A frustrated girl demands an explanation under the glowing, petal-covered tree. A tense young man notices someone important as another man behind him reacts anxiously. A foreboding prophecy warns of someone who could bring ruin to all dimensions. A young girl anxiously asks if the world will be destroyed. A wary girl warns that the mysterious person might be dangerous. A young girl expresses concern she might not be allowed to meet someone important. A young blonde character clenches their collar and steels themselves for the confrontation. A desperate figure is forcefully pulled into a blinding explosion of energy between towering pillars. A small girl, restrained by a tree branch, shouts in defiance to defend Mr. Someone expresses concern about whether a certain person should remain on Earth. A blonde girl is startled as she reacts to an unexpected interruption while mentioning a promise. A young girl dashes forward, beaming with excitement as someone makes a dramatic entrance in the glowing forest clearing. A cheerful young girl runs eagerly through the magical, glowing forest. A sense of foreboding settles in as an ominous premonition takes hold. The end of basic education on the first floor of the Central Universe is declared. After completing training ahead of schedule, the group requests to challenge stronger enemies than previously shown. A young man questions whether the group needs to repeat a task already done before. A suited man unleashes a powerful energy blast at a monstrous opponent, while an armored character reacts with amusement. A character in a red jacket insists being treated well means nothing without gaining strength through their own efforts. 2 armored characters assert their independence, one speaking firmly while the other lowers his gaze in embarrassment. With a calm smile, he approves the plan to proceed. One character cheerfully announces a change of plans for the outing, causing another to react with surprise. One character urgently entrusts another with someone's safety, prompting a startled reaction. A nervous character tries to explain her unease while another silently observes under pink trees. A cheerful child suddenly descends from a glowing portal, startling the 2 people below. A young girl runs up and hugs a smiling young man, celebrating their happy reunion. An armored woman reacts with shock as a man enters holding a young girl who is clearly not an adventurer. A girl is introduced as one of the mythical beasts residing in the Central Universe. Realizing the opponent is a mythical beast, the armored woman is shocked by the overwhelming power. A man notes someone is incomparably stronger as a young girl clings to his side. A blonde character in black and red armor suddenly asks if the other is also from Korea, startling them in the glowing forest. A frightened young character recoils in terror, urgently calling out for help. A girl checks if her aunt is hurt, while another angrily demands an explanation for someone's laughter. A young man in a suit responds playfully while standing in front of a forest. A surprised woman in red armor acknowledges someone was called by a certain name. A young girl urgently asks a dark-haired man to follow her across the grassy field. A young girl eagerly points the way forward as the man agrees to follow her lead. A blonde girl urgently grabs her companion's arm and instructs them to stay close. A young girl dashes ahead, prompting the woman and man to follow urgently under pink trees. A character worries about the danger facing someone untrained and wonders what to do. Someone urgently offers to help by telling another to climb onto them. A girl in red armor spins around in shock in the pink forest. Two characters discuss the necessity of caution as one expresses concern about danger. Three companions dash energetically through the pink forest, launching into their adventure. A girl, visibly embarrassed, voices discomfort, while the boy silently observes. Someone steps forcefully into the scene, kicking up dust and raising tension. Two figures react with surprise and seriousness as someone suddenly arrives. A warning is given about revealing someone's location near a glowing ancient tree. A young girl stands beside an adult, reassuring everyone the person is good. Someone arrives and begins a direct conversation, preparing for an important face-to-face discussion. A child excitedly asks to visit Korea, surprising the young man. A system message announces someone tamed a mythical beast, prompting the protagonist to reflect. He sits pensively, worrying he hasn't finished reading parenting books. A child joyfully waves goodbye in glowing light, while two adults watch with concern. A child unexpectedly calls out to a stunned woman in armor in a blossoming forest. A nervous person quickly denies being mistaken for someone else. The girl realizes with confusion and fear the person before her is not her mother. A flustered woman insists she is Star's mother. A young girl rushes forward and hugs a woman tightly, calling her mom, while a surprised man looks on. A blonde woman with a ponytail turns, responding with concern as someone addresses her. A young man earnestly asks if they should live together, surprising the other person. A woman, startled by unexpected news, clutches a sleeping child tightly. A sparrow perches on the balcony railing, calmly observing the apartment. A blonde woman yawns and covers her mouth, looking tired. A woman wakes up in a sunlit bedroom and sits up in bed while a young girl remains under the covers. A weary woman admits she didn't sleep at all last night. A blonde girl lies in bed, reflecting contentedly on her new role while talking in her sleep. A woman quietly observes a child sleeping peacefully, relieved by the calmness. Someone quietly admires the sight of the girl sleeping peacefully. A curious child openly questions why the parents do not sleep together, leaving the adult exhausted and deep in thought. After an awkward night, one character greets another in the kitchen and suggests having breakfast. A woman calmly affirms her decision with confidence. A frustrated woman struggles to accept sharing a house with a man while another man gently comforts a vulnerable woman. A man gently tries to wake a sleeping girl while a concerned woman watches nearby. A skeptical character questions whether another feels anything at all. A girl abruptly stops, startled by an unexpected realization. A woman discovers an impressive breakfast spread and reacts with astonishment. A handwritten note on a yellow sticky reminds someone to eat the food and side dishes left in the fridge. Three people sit together at the dining table, enjoying a relaxing meal. A man prepares to leave for work and asks the person with him to take care of Bayol in his absence. A young girl pleads for someone not to leave as she eats at the table. A young girl desperately clings to a man's leg, refusing to let him leave as another woman watches with a smile. A dark-haired man is caught off guard as a crying blonde girl reacts loudly to the sudden mention of marriage. A character wonders if they could experience this peaceful moment every day. The day begins with an uplifting sense of optimism. A panicked scream echoes as the department store looms under a clear sky. A panicked character shouts desperately while reaching out in alarm. A child runs excitedly down the hallway while an adult hurries after her, warning her to be careful. A character panics, imagining catastrophic danger if a deity crashes into the store. A glowing symbol suddenly appears on the character's chest as they grab their shirt in shock. A woman lifts a delighted young girl high into the air inside the shop. A woman scolds a child for running off alone after urgently grabbing them. A young girl anxiously asks if her mother is angry. A frantic woman clutches her child and begs them to stay with her for safety. They enter a children's clothing store called J Kids Clothing. Someone suggests trying something first. Someone bursts into action, moving rapidly across the floor. A young girl excitedly calls out to her mother with a bright smile. Two women enthusiastically praise Bayol's appearance and suggest she try a new outfit. A girl impresses everyone by looking great in every outfit and excelling at various activities. A desperate woman urgently demands to buy everything at once, refusing installment plans. A cheerful cashier thanks the customer and encourages them to return. A woman hesitates over shopping choices as a small girl eagerly calls out to her. A young girl joyfully hugs an adult's leg to express gratitude. A woman leaves the store with a child in a wagon while employees enthusiastically thank her. The character weighs buying a larger quantity. A young girl asks her mother where her father is. A blonde woman curiously asks if the child misses their dad, prompting an enthusiastic response. A woman and a little girl head off excitedly to meet daddy. Two men excitedly urge Dojin to join them for a photo as he passively holds up his phone. A cheerful woman excitedly proposes a matchmaking setup, emphasizing the potential partner's impressive background and child acceptance. A cheerful man excitedly points out a rare opportunity while showing something on his phone to a serious young man. He calmly declines the suggestion of marriage while sitting in the office. One man firmly rejects a romantic setup despite pressure from his frustrated coworker and another colleague's amusement. He decides to keep his thoughts to himself as someone behind him suddenly reacts in shock. One man urgently seeks reassurance from his stunned coworker as both react with panic. A startled woman clutching a little girl freezes as she witnesses an unexpected arrival. A child desperately reaches out and calls for their father. A man notices the girl's new clothes and asks about them, while another reacts with shock in the background. A man reacts in shock after realizing the baby called the country's top female hunter. "Mommy!" A man with glasses exclaims in shock after revealing someone called Dojin. "Daddy!" A young blonde girl hugs the black-haired man tightly while a smiling blonde woman explains the girl missed him. A child loudly proclaims love for their father, causing two men in the background to laugh and hug. A woman cooks at the stove, pausing to assess her progress. A person carefully raises a ladle to taste the soup. A woman reacts to her salty cooking while a little girl rushes to greet a man entering the home. One person playfully pokes another on the shoulder and asks about dinner, catching them by surprise. A terrified character screams in response to the sudden shock. A woman in an apron charges at a man protecting a frightened girl. A man swiftly catches a falling child who's slipped from another's arms. A woman in an apron reacts in shock as someone suddenly appears. A young woman startled while cooking quickly apologizes to the calm man nearby. A young man reassures a surprised woman that yesterday's issue has been resolved, prompting her to ask for clarification. A woman reacts with surprise as a man clarifies colleagues mistakenly thought she was his wife. She wonders if he truly feels nothing for her, doubting his calm explanations and questioning their relationship. A man lifts a cheerful girl into the air as they share a joyful reunion in the living room. A young man turns with a worried look and asks if something is troubling the other. A pot of doenjang soup simmers quietly on the stove. A panicked woman in an apron shouts an apology and rushes away as a man in a suit gently holds a child in the background. A man struggles to suppress laughter while another stands beside him. A young woman expresses gratitude, then suddenly reacts in surprise as she turns around. A man warmly thanks the girl for taking care of Bayal and making dinner. A flustered girl in a pink apron nervously admits she just wanted to try making something. A young man smiles in anticipation of dinner. A girl in an apron accidentally snaps two cooking utensils in surprise. Someone urgently insists there is no other option but to eat the food, while embarrassment fills the atmosphere. A character calmly lifts a spoonful of food to their mouth, preparing to eat. A nervous woman anxiously waits for the little girl's reaction as she tastes the food with a spoon. A man tries the food at the table and tells the child it is good, while a woman hugs the smiling girl in the kitchen. A woman cheerfully encourages a child to eat, creating a playful and warm moment. Dojin silently questions whether the hunter's behavior is genuine or just impressive acting. A child excitedly points out an incoming call from dad on the smartphone. One girl notices something strange on the tablet and points it out to the other in the kitchen. A young girl innocently questions the man during their meal, catching him off guard as he struggles to respond. A startled man quickly answers his ringing smartphone. A young woman cries out in alarm as fear overtakes her. A startled girl freezes as a sweating hand thrusts a smartphone in front of her. A young man nervously addresses Hunter Moon Ik-young. A girl anxiously answers her phone and signals for silence, trying not to be overheard. Someone abruptly asks who the man beside her is, leaving her visibly startled. A man holds up his smartphone during a FaceTime call, urging the person on the other end to meet him in person after 10 years apart. A young woman quickly fakes a bad signal on her phone to avoid bringing her boyfriend as requested during the call. A worried child asks her father if her mother is sick as the woman sits with her head down at the dinner table. A blonde character pauses in silence, deep in thought. A man offers support to the girl he is holding, expressing appreciation for her previous help. A nervous young woman asks if someone will accompany her to her family's house. He debates whether to clear up the misunderstanding about their relationship, realizing it would be hard to justify why they're together late. A man insists on a difficult decision, while a woman reacts in shock. She quietly reflects on the emotional distance in their pretend family, feeling growing sadness. She considers and proposes an alternative solution. A man holding a little girl asks an important question, startling the woman in front of him. A woman recoils in shock, uneasy about the blunt honesty she just heard. A serious young man agrees to use different phrasing, reassuring the nervous person beside him. A man decides they need to teach the young girl first, and she reacts with confusion. The scene shifts to a modern house, establishing a new location. A family arrives at a large house, impressed by its size and discussing their father's successful business. Two people stride forward together, questioning the purpose of SG Group. A man in a suit holds a young girl as she excitedly points out something behind the towering SG Group buildings. A young man anxiously wonders why she decided to become a hunter. A young woman nervously unlocks the door and warns her companion about her father's fiery temperament. An older man confronts someone lingering at the door, while a woman observes calmly behind him. A distressed man pleads for someone to come home more often while a surprised woman looks on. A surprised woman stammers in confusion as a young man introduces a cheerful child. A cheerful child excitedly announces her parents told her he is her grandpa. The adults are left speechless and visibly shaken, witnessing something staggering. A woman shouts in panic while a man recoils beside her, both reacting in terror to an unseen threat. A man suddenly collapses, prompting his alarmed family to rush to his side as others watch in shock. Someone inside the building groans loudly. A flustered man protests loudly about being asked to let his daughter continue her pretend play. 3 adults discuss the upcoming arrival of someone to care for the girl as she plays in the living room. A frustrated woman rebukes someone for not warning them in advance, while a man reacts noisily in the background. An older man begins to speak about the past but is suddenly interrupted by a young girl joyfully calling out to him. A cheerful young girl eagerly offers 2 drink pouches, inviting someone to choose. A blindfolded man staggers and clutches his chest as a powerful force strikes him, leaving him gasping in pain. The girl insists on getting an answer, threatening to withhold what she has if not told the truth. An older man requests black tea, and a young girl enthusiastically repeats his order. An older man brings up the topic of marriage, leaving 2 younger people surprised and unsure how to respond. Startled by suspicious words, the character quickly denies saying anything when confronted. The child excitedly discovers and points out a collection of pictures. One adult questions another about pictures while a child calls out from the background. 3 characters eagerly head out together while a man in the background tries to stop them. 2 surprised girls quickly turn to look at something unexpected off-panel. A tense man hesitates and struggles to explain the situation about the room. The 2 characters stare at each other in confusion, each reacting differently to the situation. A nervous man blocks a curious girl from entering a lavish office lined with portraits. A newspaper article features an S-ranked hunter who recently rescued a civilian. An older man tries to pressure a defiant young girl into obeying him as they sit together on the couch. Dojin reacts with surprise as he receives urgent breaking news. 2 dragons suddenly appear at the National Hunters Expo in Busan, causing widespread panic. A news anchor reports the kidnapping of Japan's top hunter and wyvern by 2 dragons, prompting an emergency meeting between Korea and Japan. He realizes Yongyong has kidnapped a hunter and a wyvern. A little girl and an older man sit on the couch, happily pretending to fly with arms outstretched. A woman decides to punish the young man by withholding meat, teasing him for his behavior. A man arrives outside a modern building carrying a young girl as 3 adults watch him approach. A woman turns in surprise as 2 people call out to her outside. An older man warmly invites them to come home together while the woman teases him about his sudden affection. A nervous character admits to usually being dishonest. A woman is shocked when someone suggests the child could become their real granddaughter while a man carries the child away. A man slams the glass door shut as a woman warns him not to frighten the child. A blonde woman recoils in shock, clearly caught off guard by what she sees. The child suddenly calls the woman Mama, leaving everyone in shock. A man holds a young girl as a woman nervously mentions bringing her to visit their family, noting their father's fondness. A man in a suit warmly invites someone to visit while holding a smiling young girl. A young woman pauses outside as she remembers something important starts today. Clutching his shirt with determination, he decides to leave the group behind. He feels sadness as he holds the girl, wishing he had never been asked for this favor. A girl enters the room carrying a suitcase, followed by 2 small dragon-like creatures, one looking tired and burdened with a large bag. 2 people in the living room discuss their father's unexpected absence and wonder why he missed their planned dinner. Yuhi notices clothes on the couch and suddenly stops, surprised by what she sees. Someone examines an unfamiliar shirt and realizes it does not belong to them. A girl radiates a menacing aura as 2 startled, demon-like creatures react in shock to a woman's collared shirt in the house. 2 startled, dragon-like creatures quickly turn toward the voice asking if Yunhee has returned. A man in a suit welcomes a young girl back from her field trip as she greets him enthusiastically. A narration box advises asking questions to one's daughter in a friendly way. 2 small demons freeze in shock as they react to unexpected news. A girl stares in shock at a mysterious shirt, demanding an explanation. 2 small dragon-like creatures cling to a person's leg, quickly deciding to return an item before chaos erupts. A surprised young girl looks up at the man beside her, noticing something unexpected. 2 small dragon-like characters sigh in relief, believing the news will not be mentioned. 2 dragons discuss the aftermath of a recent fight, with one confidently declaring himself the Dragon King. A mysterious girl in a yellow dress enters the room and greets the group, leaving everyone uncertain of her identity. A newcomer is recognized as having arrived from the Central Universe, prompting a cheerful reaction from everyone present. Someone grabs the collar of the startled orange creature. The group reacts to the chaos as one character laughs, another yells in pain, someone confronts their father, and a tired figure sighs while holding a small creature. A visibly annoyed girl confronts someone about a hunter's 4-day stay, implying suspicion over their enjoyment. Yongyong reacts with visible irritation. One expresses gratitude for help with house chores during another's absence as the group sits in the living room. A girl pauses and questions whether she should have waited until after her field trip. A weary creature is offered dinner to help it recover. A younger girl suddenly hugs a surprised woman and calls her Mama. The young man teases someone by suggesting they've been mistaken for the mom. A small creature questions if the girl in blue is Star's other mother, but the child on her lap firmly denies it. The young girl confidently explains that the female human closest to a certain person should be called Mom. A small dragon-like creature counts on its fingers, pondering the idea of more than one mother. A worried woman decides urgent education must begin the next day. A small orange creature reacts with confusion to something unexpected. A woman stresses the urgency of teaching social skills to the young girl at this critical age. An orange creature grumbles about the new family addition, while a woman comforts a smiling girl and a small purple creature sits nearby. The narration points out that Yong stubbornly refuses to admit he is different. A young man in a suit hopefully asks his father if the family can go camping together tomorrow. Someone excitedly announces a glamping ticket win while holding a startled companion. One character questions the nervous creature's actions while considering rift exploration plans. The young man evaluates the situation and finds no cause for concern. A cheerful girl hugs a startled small dragon as they celebrate the promise of eating lots of meat tomorrow. A small dragon-like creature enthusiastically congratulates the surprised girl. A young man lifts the meat ban, surprising the small dragon-like creature. Two small dragon-like figures nervously discuss possible punishment for causing a scene with a wyvern in the news. A man in a suit warns the trembling creature there will be no second chances. Two small demon-like creatures nervously express gratitude for being spared while a cheerful girl lifts another in celebration. They arrive at the glamping site won as a prize. Meat and vegetables cook on the grill as the meal begins. One prepares to leave for work while another notices missing out on meat because of busy grilling. The group gathers around the picnic table to send someone off as preparations begin. An adult gently pats the child's head, announcing it's time to go to work. The young man decisively tells two companions to join him for the day. Two anxious creatures argue over who should act next as one protests loudly at the outdoor table. A small dragon cries for help as it is restrained and taken away by two figures. A woman tries to feed a young girl, who becomes concerned upon noticing something upsetting off-panel. Someone offers reassurance to Star, telling them not to worry. A group of armed characters cautiously steps into an ominous rift. A young man looks up as someone calls out cheerfully. Two people meet in the forest and greet each other while their companion quietly observes. He reacts with surprise, questioning the appearance of a dog-like but somewhat different mysterious creature. A small red dragon growls and breathes fire while a nearby creature awkwardly denies knowing it. Two people discuss the dog's unusual mood during their walk in a rocky area. One insists on starting the hunt immediately, while the other reacts with surprise and reluctance. He hesitates, questioning whether they should investigate inside the rift. They quickly attack and defeat a large monster to secure loot before others arrive. A red-haired girl hesitates and nervously voices uncertainty about looking around. They pause in the wasteland, discussing why hunters avoid that direction, noting harsh conditions. The group discusses how hunters abandoned the wasteland after the Icarus Guild's team failed to clear it due to difficulty. He senses a powerful presence, determining it might be similar to Titan Melina. She explains the monsters act strangely without fear, but many come for the high item drops. A monstrous creature unleashes a furious scream. Dojin braces, focus sharpening as he prepares for confrontation. Two red-eyed goblins lunge at Dojin, who remains calm and unshaken. A small, fierce creature bursts forward, eager to unleash wild energy. A calm man restrains a furious dragon-like creature trying to attack. He explains bringing the other person was for a specific purpose. Blades collide explosively, sending blue energy bursts. A female fighter rushes through the chaotic battlefield, urgently searching for someone. Yuhi proudly announces she has collected 3 artifacts. A young man acknowledges the hunter has grown stronger. A blushing girl shyly agrees, overwhelmed by affection. The red-haired woman commands attention, urging the man to examine the small orange creature he holds. An information screen reveals Xenix's Lotus Ring stats, boosting health, dexterity, and water resistance. A character admires the Lotus Flower Ring, noting it was made for someone's wife. The young man calmly acknowledges the other's point. A red-haired girl recalls a past moment at a restaurant after noticing the ring. A red-haired girl extends a glowing flower ring and invites someone to dinner. Two people argue over who pays after one apologizes for weekend plans. He volunteers to pay, planning to return to the wasteland after dinner. The group decides to gather more artifacts before heading to dinner, with one eagerly anticipating participation. Two non-human observers discuss whether the dynamic seems parent-child or budding romance. A cheerful woman in red rallies her group to press forward through the glowing cavern, raising her sword. A red-haired woman laughs gleefully as she looks at her phone in bed. A red-haired woman daydreams about what to call her romantic interest while imagining their future. A red-haired girl on her bed reacts excitedly to something surprising on her phone. A character reads an emergency alert about the Olympic Park Rift boss being defeated. A red-haired woman questions if the supposedly undefeatable boss was actually defeated. A crucial question arises about who could defeat what is considered unbeatable. Dojin sits on the couch, considering whether the cloak is too dangerous to give Yunhee. A powerful S-class defensive cloak with stealth abilities is introduced through a stats window. A wary figure decides to keep the powerful cloak safe until given to someone trustworthy. A young man enveloped in blue energy politely refuses the girl's offer to peel fruit. A young girl suddenly calls out for her mother with excitement. A young girl eagerly asks for permission to go outside and play. An adult calmly tells the disappointed child that playtime is over for today and promises to play tomorrow. A young man encourages someone to continue while standing indoors. He instructs 2 allies to accompany her. The orange dragon suddenly starts coughing while the purple dragon looks on in confusion. The orange creature panics and refuses to go, while the purple creature remains indifferent. The young man firmly refuses to participate, making a dismissive gesture. A small red creature grabs a glowing yellow slip and freezes in shock at the unexpected outcome. Someone stares in astonishment at a shining 50,000 won bill discovered in their hands. A serious young man orders the two startled dragon-like creatures to go. Yong salutes with determination and pledges to follow the order. Someone shouts energetically to rally support. A young girl clenches her fists and looks up, bursting with excitement. A cheerful girl, followed by two mascot-like creatures, heads out excitedly while an older woman waves them off. Yunhee and the two small creatures rush after the butterfly outside the building. A startled creature demands to know what Liga is. The girl hesitates, struggling to explain what Liga is. A young girl excitedly describes the enormous, angry mouth looming over a frightened figure. A butterfly lands on a horned red creature and inspects it closely. A character corrects a misunderstanding about the butterfly, while another praises him enthusiastically. A small creature boasts that living on Earth for 3 months could make someone as smart as him. A cheerful girl exclaims her admiration for Yong with excitement. A small dragon is overwhelmed with joy after receiving genuine praise for the first time. One creature smugly announces that he will buy ice cream as a special treat, surprising his companion. Two startled monster-like characters notice that Bayal is entering the dungeon. A young girl excitedly reaches into a glowing magical portal, chasing after what she believes is a butterfly. A sudden burst of light catches the shocked character off guard, causing him to panic. The character quietly recalls the important words that were whispered to him earlier. A menacing figure threatens a terrified horned creature, making it scream in fear. Two small dragon-like creatures desperately reach out, trying to stop someone from being pulled into the glowing portal. 3 characters dash down a sunlit path, chasing after a butterfly. A girl runs frantically as 2 small creatures cling to her, struggling to keep up. A blonde girl points ahead in frustration as an orange creature beside her reacts with discomfort to something unexpected. 2 goblins savagely beat a struggling captive on the ground while another watches and laughs. The young man desperately shields the landscape drawing as he endures the assault. A girl suddenly spots something unexpected ahead while the small creature behind her reacts with curiosity. A startled orc-like creature suddenly interrupts with a warning to not bully someone. A hand shoots out, signaling the start of a confrontation. A young girl unleashes a powerful blast that forces back the enemy. A young man crouches nervously beside a large stone arch, gripping his backpack as he surveys the area. 2 startled figures flinch in fear as a deafening noise erupts nearby. 2 characters argue in front of the rocky archway after realizing someone has escaped, with one panicking about being blamed. A nervous character panics, determined to hide important information to avoid severe consequences. 2 small monsters block the character's path, one radiating dark energy as both laugh menacingly, causing the character to recoil in fear. A frightened young man drops to his knees and desperately begs for mercy, promising not to reveal anything if spared. A young man anxiously admits that he is poor and cannot offer money, but suggests he can provide drawings instead. A startled character discovers large red gemstones scattered around them. A sly creature tries to bribe the surprised boy into keeping quiet by offering him a handful of mana stones. Yong challenges the other person's bravery, telling them to bring a weapon next time. A cheerful creature quickly leads the girl and the surprised young man away from the stone arch, keeping their adventure a secret. A nervous young man urgently asks for the other person's name so he can repay his debt. 3 characters stand together outside, each introducing themselves with varying levels of enthusiasm. A commanding warning is delivered before the group prepares to leave. Minwo firmly vows to repay his debt. 3 names are called out with urgency. A young girl runs up and hugs her father with excitement. Dojin lifts the smiling girl into his arms as they happily reunite in the kitchen after her adventure in the rift. A young girl blurts out that Bayo played at the playground. Dojin scrutinizes the other person's words, suspecting they were instructed by Yong. A blonde girl cries out in panic, her eyes squeezed shut. One character firmly agrees while carrying another away, leaving a surprised companion in the foreground. A confident young man tells someone to follow him. A startled creature recoils in panic as a large hand suddenly reaches toward its head. A terrified figure is hurled through a high-rise window, pleading desperately as they plunge into the night. A frantic office worker races to finish an urgent report as his impatient supervisor demands it for the higher-ups. A man bursts into the scene, urgently demanding a report. The young man quickly finishes typing and confirms that the message has been sent. A woman eagerly offers to help but urgently asks a man at the desk about the emergency rift occurrence probability report, which she says she already sent. A woman urgently hands a folder to the chief while trying to get someone's attention. A hand slaps a document labeled Settlements onto the table as someone announces their departure for the rift meeting. A weary man at his desk exhales and wishes someone a safe trip. A nervous man surveys the chaotic room and braces himself for the hectic morning ahead. The young man acknowledges his senior's effort with a respectful compliment. A character steps forward and offers assistance with a friendly smile. A girl radiates a menacing purple aura as 2 startled young men react nervously. A nervous man with glasses tries to calm an angry colleague, reminding them about the field study arrangements. A blue-haired girl stands up for herself, insisting she is capable and doesn't deserve to be treated like a burden. One character calmly accepts that he can't contribute, while another reacts with shock and concern in the office. A frustrated woman confronts two men in the office as one bluntly refuses her offer to help. A frustrated team member scolds an eager colleague for underestimating the effort required to understand the team's documents. An anxious girl voices her concern about staying idle. A young man in a classroom questions the purpose of his school's field studies. A character explains that the field study is meant to help them understand hunter-related work and support roles, and that they can choose where to go. An exasperated worker confronts a calm colleague in the office, insisting on proper conduct. A boy enthusiastically praises someone while the girl beside him looks uneasy and keeps her true thoughts to herself. One character questions whether another's abilities are truly comparable to a top guild member, prompting a moment of silent contemplation. A coworker nervously reminds the stoic man that today is the scheduled rift inspection at their site. A nervous young man urges a thoughtful young woman to accompany another person to the academy, insisting she could be helpful there. A blue-haired girl pauses mid-thought as something suddenly catches her attention. She considers deliberately putting someone in danger to test his abilities. She confidently agrees to handle any danger that might arise and asks for cooperation. The man in the center enthusiastically entrusts the task to the newcomer, while the others watch. A man nervously admits he can't handle the situation alone and apologizes for needing help. A flustered manager frantically apologizes and tries to redirect someone to the correct location. A woman impatiently corrects the man's direction, insisting the rift is in the opposite way. One character confidently reveals the location of the school rift, while the other questions why they cannot see it. The girl forcefully rejects the confession, declaring she will only marry someone stronger. On a busy sidewalk, a suited man tries to explain himself as an agitated girl accuses him of lying about his intentions. One character senses the key flows suddenly change and weaken nearby, prompting confusion from another. A girl clutches her chest in regret as a man stands apart, surrounded by crackling, shattering energy. Yuhi recoils in shock as mysterious energy crackles around her. A monstrous claw bursts through the building wall, crackling with purple energy. A tense incident unfolds as the calm man processes news of an unexpected breakout. A breakout is when a monster appears without a rift. A massive demon crashes through the wall, sending two people into panic as one of them screams in terror. Usually, only a few weak monsters would show up. A terrified girl recoils in shock as she realizes a Balrog is present. A frightened young woman trembles behind a determined young man as he steps forward to protect her. Trembling with fear, the girl realizes there is no escape from the Balrog. A girl with blue hair suddenly stops mid-sentence as she notices something unexpected. A massive red demon reels in terror as dark energy violently rips through its body. A monstrous creature steps onto the street, signaling its approach. A massive demonic creature lunges down toward the two startled figures as dark energy erupts around them. A determined young man blocks the path, preventing an escape. A powerful surge of blue energy crashes down from the sky as Dojin confronts the massive dragon. A monstrous creature shrieks in agony and panic as energy erupts around it. A massive fiery explosion erupts in the sky as two startled people look up from a rooftop. A girl looks up in astonishment, overwhelmed by what she sees. A young man in a suit approaches a silent woman and asks if she is okay. A young man checks a surprised girl's head for injuries, concerned the recent violence was too much for her. A blue-haired girl is stunned as she realizes someone has defeated the top S-ranked monster with a single move. A frightened girl suddenly sprints away from the startled man watching her. A young man in a suit notices something unusual and looks concerned. A flustered girl runs away, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Someone reflects on how Yuhi seems to have matured quickly compared to others. A smartphone vibrates on the table, signaling the arrival of an important message. While one person drinks from a mug, another excitedly points out that their cell phone keeps ringing and offers to check the message. Two puzzled figures examine a confusing message on a phone, trying to understand why a picture was sent. A character receives a text message about the field study and is left puzzled by everyone's admiration for Master. A small orange creature holding a smartphone asks a purple creature how many mothers it has. A young girl looks up and asks about Star's mother. Two cheerful girls enjoy a playful moment together, as one enthusiastically responds by holding up two fingers. Two small creatures debate how many moms to add before deciding to stop at two to avoid trouble. A quiet city apartment glows under the full moon, signaling the start of a new night. Struggling to stay awake, the protagonist tries to study mana usage while two small creatures sleep nearby. A hand gently covers the unconscious girl with red markings on her forehead. He hesitates, deciding it's better to let her sleep instead of waking her to study. One person quietly leaves money and a note beside someone sleeping at the table before departing. With determination in his eyes, he readies himself for the final step. A person in a yellow jacket lifts a startled small orange creature upside down by its tail. A small, orange creature asks if the man is leaving for morning exercise as he prepares to go out. A character leaps through the night sky while silencing a small, pink, dragon-like creature that complains about wanting to sleep. Three adventurers approach the guarded entrance as a massive armored figure blocks their path with a spear. Three anxious characters realize they are in serious trouble. A lore document reveals that the second-floor gatekeeper Kurta, once defeated and sealed in hell, has now disappeared. A menacing figure with glowing red eyes is introduced as the notorious King Tu. A man's fearsome power is compared to one of the legendary demons of Solomon. A panicked man admits he was terrified at the entrance while another character recoils from the smell, teasing him about possibly wetting himself. One character panics as the group discusses the lack of strategies and uncertain community reactions. A frustrated character reveals that others in the community are lying about the appearance of a certain monster. Someone angrily insists they are not tired. The two consider whether to face the next floor's challenge or wait for others, knowing they cannot go back. The group hesitates to proceed as one member loudly voices distrust, provoking an angry reaction from another. An elderly man urges everyone to stay calm, assuring them that there is no immediate danger unless the monarch arrives. A monarch-class challenger arrives as three stunned characters watch blue energy descend. The gatekeeper unlocks his full power, causing the earth to tremble with the fierce spirit of King Tukurda. A bald man recoils in fear as two others react with shock to an unexpected threat. One character anxiously questions the other about entering the area alone because of the monarch. A visibly nervous character anxiously demands to know if the person in front of them has any subordinates nearby. A startled character hurriedly searches their pouch and presents a small, sleepy red creature. A loud, impatient voice interrupts, demanding attention as the two are caught off guard. A menacing figure announces the start of the trial and threatens to come after anyone who doesn't show up. The calm young man questions the group's fear as the old man trembles in panic. A young man ignores the elder's warnings and confidently heads inside with his red creature following close behind. A young woman urgently grabs the elder's shoulder, stopping him as he turns around in surprise. A determined ally asserts that if someone can analyze the gatekeeper's attack skills, their chances of victory will improve. An imposing armored figure delivers a deadly ultimatum as he towers over his opponent, who stands resolutely below with a small creature in his arms. A menacing figure taunts the opponent for arriving alone with a small creature, mocking their chances of survival. A weapon is aimed menacingly at the frightened creature, dismissing its importance. The confident character challenges his opponent to summon the largest and strongest creature possible. A menacing figure glares intensely, issuing a hostile warning. The small dragon-like creature stands its ground as a massive blade threatens to strike. The character slowly regains consciousness on the ground, eyes burning with determination. He pauses, silently weighing his next move. A massive stone guardian materializes, casting a shadow over the two as tension fills the air. A nervous man insists that only one-on-one matches will be allowed to ensure fairness in the test. Two uneasy challengers confront a menacing armored guardian and question the legitimacy of the dungeon's one-on-one rule. A nervous figure hurriedly explains that following the rules is mandatory for this test, while the young man listens intently. A frustrated man shouts defiantly, trying to regain his composure despite his fear. A small fighter strikes the towering opponent with a fierce energy attack, forcing the giant to cry out in pain. Dojin stands over the defeated beast as energy crackles in the air. Three terrified characters scream in unison, reacting to a sudden shock. Dojin, relieved by the easy trial, prepares to advance to the next floor. A small dragon-like creature complains about being brought along while the person beside it moves ahead without waiting. The calm figure suggests walking forward, leaving the three others visibly shocked amid the rubble. A digital notification announces that access to the true second floor is now unlocked through the trial room entrance. A small creature protests as the group confronts a mysterious, glowing cave entrance while others watch tensely from behind. Two characters hurriedly agree to finish their task so they can return to sleep. A small orange dragon collapses onto the bed, exhausted after a tiring ordeal. A drowsy girl wakes up in bed next to a small, orange dragon-like creature. A sleepy girl wakes up in bed and asks if someone just returned. The girl suddenly remembers something important and smiles with excitement. A young girl urgently shakes a small dragon-like creature awake on the bed. A weary creature protests being kept awake, expressing frustration at the disturbance. A frantic girl urgently insists they need to leave immediately. Two frantic children shake a sleepy horned creature in bed, desperately trying to wake it up so they can leave immediately. Younggil wakes up reluctantly, prompting the group to hurry and leave. Someone urgently calls for Yongyong to hurry as the city stretches out below. A panicked creature chases a joyful girl through the crowded street. An energetic character eagerly points upward to draw everyone's attention. A startled creature suddenly realizes it has appeared in an unexpected place. A small dragon and a blonde girl realize the supermarket is still closed and show their disappointment. A startled girl realizes the market is unexpectedly closed. A child accuses the dragon-like creature of sneaking ice cream, but it insists it was just trying to make breakfast for their parents. A distressed girl admits her plan failed because she was deceived at the market. Yongyong skeptically questions someone's intention to make breakfast. One character questions the other about the source of her money as she proudly opens her purse and explains she earned it through small jobs. A child proudly holds out a handful of coins, eager to show how they can help pay for food. A small orange dragon reacts skeptically, crossing its arms in annoyance after seeing the offered amount. A small winged creature suddenly flies off, leaving the blonde girl surprised and calling after it. A hand forcefully squeezes the demon-faced coin purse, flattening its expression. A small dragon-like creature approaches a surprised girl while carrying a pumpkin-shaped object and points out the open bakery. A hand reveals a small orange pouch with a cartoon face, causing the girl to look up in surprise. A display of bread and pastries shows a price tag labeled as Bayal's life savings, totaling 801. A text box shows that one bread costs 2,501. A distressed girl protests at the counter, insisting she doesn't have enough money to pay. A hand quickly picks several bread rolls from the display with tongs. A girl rushes to stop a red creature from running off with a tray of bread. A panicked girl urgently warns not to touch the money unless the full amount is present. A small red creature drags an enormous stack of bread forward while a girl clings to its leg, trying to stop it. The cashier processes the purchase as the small red dragon-like customer eagerly agrees to pay extra for a bag. The cashier announces the total amount due. A girl recoils in shock after discovering how expensive something is. A character anxiously counts their coins and realizes they only have 801. A determined customer urgently thrusts a 50,001 bill forward, demanding to be rung up. A young girl anxiously counts stickers on the sheet, calculating if she has enough for 50,001. A girl enthusiastically praises her small companion, who looks proud and pleased with the attention. A small dragon-like creature boldly declares an elaborate new title, while a cheerful girl responds with encouragement. A small, horned creature demands attention, clearly irritated by being ignored. A sunlit apartment building stands quietly under a clear blue sky. The protagonist arrives home and sees two companions at the door with groceries, while one encourages the other to repeat a phrase. A startled creature reacts as someone wakes up and a cheerful girl reminds them it's time to go to work. A nervous individual frantically denies causing trouble while the suited man stands composed nearby. A small dragon-like creature anxiously calls out for help. A young girl eagerly offers her father his favorite bread. A man pats a girl's head and offers her food while a small dragon stands between them holding grocery bags. Someone acknowledges Young's hard work with praise. A small orange dragon reacts in shock, staring forward with wide eyes. Startled by an unexpected noise, the character turns with a surprised expression. A surprised creature reacts after being praised for a successful supermarket trip without causing trouble. Bewildered, Young reacts with confusion to being yelled at. As the girl waves goodbye with a grocery bag, she and her companion are startled to learn that someone knows about their recent trip to the supermarket and bakery. One startled creature demands an explanation while another yawns indifferently in the background. A girl confirms that the master has already left as she greets the small creatures in the room. A small horned creature demands to know how the other person could possibly be so strong, expressing frustration and suspicion. A cheerful girl walks with groceries while a small red dragon clings to her back, loudly lamenting their weakness and trying to stop her from escaping. A distressed character strains unsuccessfully against powerful restraints, overwhelmed by the force. A small dragon-like creature accidentally unleashes a burst of fire, startling a nearby girl and another creature. A television lies shattered amid smoke and debris in the chaotic living room. The girl and the creature freeze in alarm as the TV suddenly shuts off and an alarm sounds. A small, panicked creature worries about the consequences of breaking an important object, while a calm armored figure tries to reassure them. A small creature in a trench coat declares it can leave, prompting a shocked response from someone nearby. A determined figure in a trench coat urges someone to survive, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. A disguised figure leaves to protect their home as two smaller figures call out after them. Two dragon-like creatures argue by the door about whether to leave their home, while a girl in a yellow dress watches anxiously. Amidst the commotion, the group erupts with excitement, but frustration rises when the realization hits that the completely ruined TV can't be fixed. A small purple creature looks up pleadingly, asking for a chance to try. A small orange dragon urgently calls out for the Lord to stop as a purple hand rushes away with a scratched object. A girl and a small dragon-like creature watch as something rapidly shoots into the sky, both reacting with surprise and excitement. A massive purple paw slams down onto the shattered ground, signaling a powerful arrival. A small purple dragon boldly steps forward and declares its allegiance to the ruler of all dragons. An intense glare pierces the darkness as someone senses an unknown presence nearby. A character recognizes the name, Karziel, with a look of intense determination as energy crackles around them. A caped figure boldly confronts the towering dragon as energy swirls around them. Mysterious ancient runes appear in the rain-soaked ground. A furious dragon confronts a young intruder, exhaling smoke and issuing a threat. A small purple demon crashes into a cracked barrier, grimacing in pain. A menacing figure issues a dire warning while an ominous clawed hand stretches forward. A large hand grabs the panicked creature as it clings to the broken tablet. A menacing figure lifts the terrified creature by its head, asserting dominance after breaking the surface. A towering beast gleefully seizes two panicked creatures and lifts them into the air as they struggle helplessly. A frightened creature is violently restrained as it struggles to break free. A lively creature laughs loudly while teasing someone about their past favorites, and questioning why they showed up. Startled, the horned creature recoils in fear, reacting anxiously to a mention of the past. The large creature lifts the annoyed, horned character, who demands to be put down, causing a moment of confusion. A massive explosion erupts in the sky as a figure casually remarks on the overwhelming force just unleashed. A figure strides forward, kicking up dust as they make a bold entrance. A man confronts a small, sickly dragon-like creature and questions its unexpected arrival. A frantic creature warns that if the shattered tablet isn't fixed within 2 hours, someone named Izias will die. A man in a lab coat is stunned as he learns from a small dragon-like creature's tablet that Izias is in danger. A silver-haired character puffs out her cheeks in amusement. A white-haired man bursts into laughter, teasing the small purple creature holding a black box. A white-haired character mocks the merciless Dragon King, showing no fear as the dragon growls menacingly. Amidst a burning battlefield littered with fallen foes, a mighty dragon sits in absolute dominance as the terrifying power of the Dragon King is revealed. The small purple creature confronts someone, demanding to be taken seriously. A man in a lab coat questions the motives of the small, defensive creature holding a shield. A white-haired character demands more information about Izia's whereabouts while confronting someone. The small horned creature, looking frustrated, asserts that they currently live together. A panicked man urgently demands to know the king's location after learning he is on Earth and Korea. A distressed man demands an explanation about the threat to Izias if the TV isn't fixed within 2 hours. A small, horned creature solemnly presents a cracked TV outdoors. A white-haired character reacts in shock upon recognizing someone unexpected. A suspicious figure confronts another, demanding to know if there was a betrayal. A powerful, white-haired man is revealed to be the master acknowledged by Izias. A man in a lab coat reacts in shock, clenching his fist as bursts of steam surround him. A purple creature urgently dismisses questions and rushes to act beside a shattered object. A small, horned creature warns that failure to fix the TV within the time limit will result in someone's death. A nervous scientist scrambles to fix a problem after being yelled at by an impatient, dragon-like creature. A character pauses, trying to remember where they've heard the name Lee Dojin. A character tries to remember where they have heard a familiar name before, thinking back to a time when they disobeyed an order not to leave the nest. A character slams their fist into another's chest, demanding immediate action. A frightened figure panics about leaving their nest for the first time, while a small dragon anxiously watches beside them. A white-haired man urgently confronts a small purple creature, demanding to know if its actions will cause someone named Izias to die, and the creature anxiously agrees to comply. A white-haired spellcaster calmly casts a glowing summoning spell, explaining that it only appears extraordinary. Someone carefully uses a screwdriver to open an object. A character pauses, trying to remember where they heard the name Lee Dojin. A sudden realization brings clarity to the character. A hand methodically unscrews a panel, preparing to access what lies beneath. The scene recalls a time when someone secretly explored the cracks. Someone describes overhearing a rumor about 2 unusual individuals fighting demons. 10 days earlier, a figure unleashed a devastating assault from atop a dragon-like creature, setting the land ablaze. Fiery energy erupts as a powerful attack is unleashed. A shadowy creature unleashes a deadly, red energy attack. A scarred man lunges forward and launches a furious sword attack. A frenzied fighter charges at the massive beast while terrified onlookers scream and chaos erupts around them. A furious leopard-shaped opponent shouts a warning, threatening retribution if their defeat is discovered. A man drops from above and attacks the leopard-like creature with his weapon. Dojin slashes his monstrous opponent across the chest with a powerful attack. The beast unleashes a furious roar as it reels from the attack. A character mocks an unseen opponent, suggesting they have already been defeated. A furious beastman lunges forward to defend his ally's honor against the calm, dark-haired figure. The bloody man taunts his opponent's loyalty while raising his weapon. A male warrior stands over the beheaded enemy, declaring that no one but Vapula can pose a threat. A wounded character snaps at a teammate for not helping during the fight. Someone examines the old book titled Supreme Demon, and doubts the existence of the person described within its pages. After the confrontation, he sits among the fallen, calmly reflecting on how surreal the situation feels. A voice from the darkness remarks on the prevalence of deceitful books. A mysterious figure, feared even by God, is introduced as the focus shifts to a notebook labeled Heaven's Demon. On the desk, a character confidently praises someone's fearsome presence, noting that even the gods are afraid. A colossal green dragon emerges from the clouds, carrying a carriage as the legend of the fortune dragon god and the destructive heavenly demon is revealed. 6 ceremonial guards bow and cross their staffs in a ritualistic homage before a central figure shrouded in light. The protagonist is introduced as Lee Dojin. A man frantically works to fix something as a small creature urges him to hurry and save someone in danger. A character proudly unveils a large, shiny black screen in the rocky area. A small dragon-like creature leans against a large dark slab, expressing relief that a rescue prevented a fatal outcome. A silver-haired man in a lab coat playfully questions someone about their unusual living situation and hints at a hidden weakness. A confident woman insists that her master is fair and kind while dismissing the idea that he would kill the Dragon Emperor over a broken TV. A small horned creature reflects on how someone has immense power but no worldly desires. A cautious character questions whether someone is controlling the dark world, but quickly dismisses the idea with suspicion. The small creature earnestly explains that their benefactor is simply kind and asks for nothing in return, though he can be strict if his belongings are damaged. A man in a lab coat confronts the horned creature, demanding to know why it stopped. The panicked creature suddenly remembers it was supposed to finish its chores before someone left. A white-haired character urgently calls out as a small, bat-winged creature quickly flies away. Dojin realizes that the person he was reaching out to is already gone. The character hesitates to leave, admitting curiosity but expressing reluctance to go. The man stands among the rocks, puzzled as he reflects on the girl's sudden shift to informal speech. Two characters sit quietly together in a sparkling flower field under the open sky. A poised character offers tea and waits for a response in the bright garden. Someone calls out for the savior. The protagonist reacts with annoyance as two playful spirits laugh and tease beside him. One character firmly rejects being called a master or savior while the other, confused, asks what to call him instead. The young man tells the other person to address him by his name, breaking formalities. The girl hesitantly tries to remember and say someone's name, stumbling over the words. A distressed elf girl cries out for help as three confused spirit creatures float above her. Seal and two small creatures bow deeply, expressing their reverence as Dojin calmly receives their praise. Seal slams her hands down and demands to know how she can address the person expected to solve their problem. A young man in a suit reacts with surprise and relief as he gratefully thanks his savior. She notices that Izias is not present today. A woman comments on Yongyong's absence and praises the man for assigning him a task while they sit together in the garden. A young man in a suit calmly acknowledges another person's reputation while sipping tea outdoors. Seal acknowledges someone's positive influence, noting a significant change in another person's demeanor. The once intimidating dragon shrinks down and appears confused, surprising everyone with his drastic and comical transformation. She recalls witnessing the monster laugh for the first time in thousands of years. She clasps her hands in awe, enthusiastically praising her savior as the cheerful creatures celebrate around her. Spirits swarm around the young man as he stands still, unsure why they are drawn to him. Seal recounts how humans were the ones who truly tormented them after they lost their home. A blob-like creature floats happily, expressing fascination at the strong feelings someone holds. A surprised girl watches as the man turns to leave. One character prepares to leave after gathering information about the rift, while another urges him to stay longer. Concerned about a previous request, the protagonist decides to leave while a small floating companion follows. The crowned girl looks up, bewildered, and questions what instructions were given. He calmly speaks a single word, leaving the others startled in the vibrant field. A sudden alarm startles the two dragon-like creatures in the room. A man enters the apartment in a suit as two small dragon-like creatures eagerly greet him at the door. A man in a suit notices something unusual about the TV. Someone screams in amazement at the sight of an impossibly clean, sparkling television. A small, orange creature clings tightly to a man's leg, overwhelmed with emotion during their reunion. Dojin anxiously asks if the situation is a serious problem. The nervous companion hurriedly announces that the problem has been solved. A suited man demands information about bile, startling the flustered girl as a small orange creature panics between them. Yongyong frantically reaches out, begging his master to wait. The young man pauses and tries to figure out what to do next. A startled small creature suddenly reacts in alarm while being held, catching the suited man off guard. The young girl stands her ground, arms crossed and cheeks puffed out in defiance. A man gently asks the young girl if something is wrong, but she quickly denies it and turns away. The protagonist turns in surprise and questions the two small beings about Bile's condition. The two small dragon-like creatures react with anxiety and exhaustion to a startling revelation. A new scene begins outside a restaurant on a clear, sunny day. At the table, the group discusses how the poorly made kimchi soup caused tension during their meal. A young man calmly sips his drink while a little girl defensively insists she wasn't angry. One character questions another at the dining table about making soup without help. A startled creature freezes in fear after witnessing something unexpected. A suspicious man confronts a startled creature at the table, accusing it of cooking to cover up wrongdoing. An orange creature enthusiastically spoons food into a blonde girl's mouth while a purple creature looks on in shock. A character reacts in shock, eyes wide with surprise. One character eagerly eats at the table while another proudly offers more food. Two small creatures at the table react with disbelief and suspicion to the idea that someone would share delicious food instead of keeping it all for themselves. The group's chaotic meal erupts as one of the small creatures demands more food, startling everyone at the table. Two girls eat calmly while two chibi demons argue loudly behind them. He sits quietly, hoping the peaceful atmosphere will last. The young man in a suit returns to the Rift management office the next day. A furious man argues on the phone about the sudden need for an internship, while a younger man silently observes. In the office hallway, one man surprises the other by revealing that the upcoming news is not about a new intern, but concerns him directly. A man explains that, unlike the usual process requiring an internship, the newcomer joined the team immediately. The protagonist realizes he has no memories from before entering the MURIM. The group argues over the necessity of training for promotion, with one person insisting it is required and another challenging the rule. A furious man explodes with anger over the phone about the recurring problems after training ends. Three adults loudly celebrate with drinks while one anxiously objects to sending someone to harsh training. A man slams his hand on the desk in frustration as he insists that someone still has to attend. Two men discuss the high number of interns quitting after their internships end. One person explains that their chief dislikes seeing his people underestimated while handing over ginseng extract sticks. A stern man forcefully slams a box onto the table, startling the two young men. A man urgently hands something over and insists it must be kept secret. The young man in the suit calmly agrees with a gentle smile. A furious man commands his subordinates to alert him immediately if anyone causes trouble. The male character confidently acknowledges the order and signals his readiness to proceed. That night, the Hunter Bureau building stands illuminated against the city skyline. A man in a suit stands at the doorway and asks the director for permission to enter. An older man demands to know the issue after reading a troubling report, causing a younger man nearby to hesitate. A hand pushes a folder labeled Approval Documents across the table, signaling the importance of the upcoming staff internship. An older man in an office chair reacts with surprise upon hearing about an internship, questioning why the responsibility isn't handled by the department chief. A nervous man in a suit anxiously explains that the name Lee Dojin appears on the internship list. Two men discuss whether to send someone with an unusual appointment history to special training instead of the standard facility. An older man grabs a younger man by the collar and shouts at him in anger. A serious young man quietly instructs his nervous subordinate to proceed as usual and treat the recipient equally before dismissing him. A nervous man in a suit quickly acknowledges intimidating orders, visibly shaken. One man abruptly stops his colleague, who turns around in surprise. The older man delivers a strict warning that anyone caught bullying interns will be discharged. The scene shifts to a calm nighttime view of an apartment building, establishing the location. In the kitchen, one person serves coffee, another works on a laptop, and a third vacuums the floor as they quietly go about their morning routine. A clawed hand activates a switch with a decisive click. A cheerful woman checks on a weary boy who has just finished cleaning the kitchen. A cheerful girl rewards someone with a sticker but pauses in surprise. A hand reaches for the sticker sheet to prepare an allowance. The small dragon-like creature backs down, looking disappointed and defeated. A character reacts in shock to unexpected news. A weary red dragon reluctantly hands over cash and a coin purse to cover expenses. A confused girl discovers a suspicious bill and questions its origin. A sulking dragon-like creature walks away from the confused girl, vowing to stop asking for meat. A woman anxiously asks the man in the kitchen if he knows why Yongyong is behaving strangely. A young man turns back with concern, asking if something has happened to Yongyong. A startled creature recoils in shock after seeing the drawing on the table. A concerned girl confronts the seated man in the kitchen, urging him to finally admit how much pain he has endured alone, while a small purple creature watches anxiously. A girl confronts the purple creature, urging it to stop hiding the truth. The purple creature promises to avoid triggering the master's painful memories. Two siblings react with shock and confusion upon hearing about their father's painful memories. One character gently reassures another not to force painful memories, while the group sits quietly around the table. Two worried creatures reveal to their master that they know about the recent job resignation, while a girl comforts them. Both characters react with surprise as they realize they are unexpectedly involved in the situation. One creature blurts out that their master is now unemployed, causing awkwardness among the group. Two characters stand side by side, both visibly confused as they react to something off-panel. A distressed creature reacts anxiously as someone researches a Hunter Bureau internship on their laptop, suggesting a major job change. A small, purple creature with horns declares that humans are weak, greedy, and full of jealousy. Two men mock and laugh loudly behind the exhausted protagonist, pressuring him about being cornered by jealous people. Two men clasp hands and mockingly laugh about leaving because of humans, while a distant figure silently watches. A small purple creature breaks down in tears while a blonde girl and an orange dragon-like being try to comfort and understand it. A humbled character bows in amazement, while another watches with fascination. The young man gently raises his hand, calmly turning down the other's concern. Two startled creatures recoil as someone suddenly announces that he never left. A nervous creature questions the reason for needing an internship while standing across from a calm figure in the kitchen. A nervous creature anxiously explains the concept of an internship while sitting in front of the TV. The small dragon-like character panics, clutching its head as it worries about losing its money. A furious red creature lashes out at a cowering purple creature, blaming them for causing trouble. A playful figure spins small monsters around, ignoring their frantic apologies and demanding even more turns. A panicked companion urgently pleads for the money to be retrieved from the young master. Startled, the character reacts with wide-eyed shock. A frantic orange creature clings to Yunhee, demanding the return of its money. A cheerful girl teases about using money for other expenses while a boy stands silently in the background. The small dragon-like creature recoils in fear as crackling energy surrounds it. A girl leans in with a smug smile, teasingly challenging someone to say please. A small orange creature crouches low, clenching its paws against the ground in distress. A small dragon-like creature suddenly bursts into tears while a young girl watches in confusion. A girl nervously hands over a small orange coin purse while trying to explain herself. A joyful character excitedly hugs a beloved doll, surrounded by flowers and hearts. A hand suddenly offers a 50,000 won bill to someone, catching them off guard. A cheerful girl eagerly checks if the small dragon-like creature has collected all the stickers. A grateful dragon creature hugs Yunhee, expressing trust, while a nervous purple creature watches nearby. A stern figure glares and sharply warns the startled ninth sibling to stop. A massive beast blocks the smaller creature's escape, roaring furiously under the stormy sky. Two small dragons scramble across the living room floor while three humans watch and join in the playful chaos. The following day, the start of an internship at the Hunter's Bureau marks a new chapter. A frustrated man yells into his phone, demanding answers. A frustrated office worker complains loudly on the phone about a sudden meeting conflicting with urgent plans. An overwhelmed office worker angrily complains about a high-stakes guild meeting and tries to delegate the responsibility to the new intern, who quietly listens. A man angrily yells into the phone at his desk while another man watches him in silence. The call abruptly ends, leaving the person clutching the phone in frustration. A man anxiously worries that the slender newcomer might get hurt if he angers the wrong people. The young man sits upright in his office chair, deep in contemplation as sparkles softly highlight the moment. A supervisor abruptly calls for the intern's attention, causing the intern to react with surprise. A worried man reluctantly admits he has no choice but to put the interns in a difficult situation. One man volunteers to attend a risky meeting while another urgently warns him about the dangers of crossing the wrong people. Someone acknowledges the advice with determination. A man clutches his head, questioning whether someone is brave or simply foolish. A man in a shirt and tie assigns extra work to a newcomer at his desk before leaving. The man in formal attire apologizes to the intern, clarifying that he did not mean to overwhelm them with the assignment. He stands in front of the closed door, frustrated and doubting whether his recent decision was right. The young man reviews the guild dossier and decides the lack of information is unimportant. Someone silently wonders if Bile is eating well. A group of hooded figures and men in suits gather around a conference table for a tense, secretive meeting. A nervous man in a suit greets the arriving hunter sooner than expected. A hooded figure urgently asks about the meeting. A nervous company representative apologizes and asks the hooded figure to wait, while the potential contractor questions whether they even want to make a deal. A frightened character frantically pleads for more time as the door bursts open unexpectedly. A suited man arrives, prompting a startled reaction from the hooded figure as the atmosphere turns tense. A stern man scolds an intern for arriving late as three hooded figures look on in shock. A hooded character angrily confronts others about their harsh treatment of an intern. A hooded figure firmly denies ever threatening to cancel the contract, leaving the two suited men startled and defensive. One hooded figure demands agreement, causing the other to nervously comply. A wary young man in a suit unexpectedly encounters someone in a tense moment. A serious man confronts his two colleagues in the office, pointing out that one of them is not acting like usual. Three anxious young men in black cloaks react nervously as they are called to attention as members of Icarus. A suited man confronts the robed group about their uncharacteristic behavior, escalating the tension in the room. A young man in a suit questions someone's usual behavior with a curious expression. A nervous intern in a dark cloak explains their presence in the office as part of required training after being confronted by the suited officer. One man questions the chief about the situation as another orders the group to follow him out of the office. Several men in suits shove a reluctant coworker toward the intern, laughing and urging him to start a conversation. Two men argue in the hallway about how a previous mistake has made the Icarus Guild hostile and blame an intern for any fallout from the upcoming meeting. Two men prepare to quietly escape, tense and aware of the danger from a past incident. A figure calls the secretive meeting to order as members of Icarus gather around the table. A young man urgently calls out to stop someone, startling the two others nearby. A nervous young man hastily tries to justify his earlier actions, insisting he had no choice. The protagonist reacts silently with an unimpressed expression. A character urgently warns the group that failing to act fierce will make others exploit their names to intimidate younger hunters. One character demands an explanation while the other questions if the confusion is genuine or feigned. A young man explains that controlling hunters is crucial because they serve as powerful assets in this world. A dominant figure warns that if the managers act for their own interests, their subordinates will suffer fatal consequences. A man in a suit urgently questions someone about the employees and the director's possible cover-up. The group restrains themselves due to the director's presence, as one character cautiously assesses the situation. Three uneasy young hunters recall how the newly formed bureau exploited them and threatened citizens. A man slams his fist on the table and angrily accuses the director of drastically changing the bureau upon his appointment. A fierce older man channels corrupted power through his weapon as lightning and red flames surge around him. Nearly two-thirds of the employees have been abruptly dismissed, leaving the staff in shock. A man collapses to the ground in agony as a red tag sticks to his forehead. The remaining corrupted bosses prepare to launch a desperate counterattack. An enraged protest leader rallies a crowd to demand the immediate firing of Young-Youngchul. Someone arrives with a dramatic step, signaling a pivotal moment. The Behemoth Guild steps forward to support him. A red talisman is slapped onto the man's face, sealing him in terror as the threat is eliminated. He processes the unexpected news, visibly unsettled. A man in a suit questions the group about their awareness of a major news issue, while another hesitantly admits he didn't know. A person in the office explains that the shadows will never disappear, surprising the young man in the suit. A serious figure warns that eliminating one corrupt person only leads to another taking their place. One character warns another to be careful, while a third looks confused and questions the warning. He realizes that workplace bullying has intensified due to the director's lack of oversight. A man delivers a menacing warning about a deadly trend targeting interns. Three cloaked figures react with disbelief and relief to the ironic warning about Officer Lee Dojin being bullied by ordinary citizens. A tense character worries that losing control could seriously harm someone. The character reacts in shock, suddenly gripped by fear. A confident man reassures the group, while a nervous young man quickly clarifies his comment to avoid further tension. Someone offers reassurance, telling the other person not to worry. The three characters huddle together, visibly baffled by what just happened. A man in a suit reassures the group that someone's temper is not as bad as it seems. A worried man in business attire urgently reports over the phone that the intern attended a meeting alone without permission. A stressed businessman juggles urgent phone calls as he tries to handle overlapping meetings with the Icarus Guild and in Gangnam. One man confronts the other over the phone, prompting a nervous denial. A man angrily argues on the phone about the risk of sending only an intern to handle a sensitive situation, while a woman nearby laughs at his frustration. A frustrated man in a suit complains over the phone about the possibility of renegotiations after the deal was supposedly finalized. A phone displays an urgent business update about the meeting with Icarus and a fee increase as someone waits for a response. A man in a suit anxiously checks his phone, frustrated by the sudden change in meeting time. A tense man urgently calls his superior for help. A man urgently reacts on the phone after hearing a sudden suggestion to recruit the intern. An off-screen conversation reveals that the team unexpectedly secured an extra 2% during negotiations. A man in sunglasses reacts with shock as he receives unexpected news over the phone. A frantic man in a suit urgently tries to secure an intern over the phone on a busy city street, catching the attention of nearby pedestrians. A flustered man complains into his phone about the impossible task of detaining a city hall staff member. A man in a suit urgently insists on transferring someone to the bureau, willing to challenge the director if necessary. A startled man on the beach protests angrily at the idea of fighting the director, insisting he would be the one forced into the confrontation. A startled man clutches his head and phone, overwhelmed by the reckless demand to fight. Three men in suits discuss the progress of their preparations near a quiet staircase. Two men in suits discuss obtaining a document about last year's first place announcement, with one expressing gratitude for the other's support. A young man expresses gratitude and promises to recommend someone to his father. Two men in suits share a light-hearted laugh as they discuss helping each other out as alumni. One man eagerly asks another to join their division, while a third looks on, confused. A young man challenges someone for making a risky comment to an intern. A man angrily scolds someone off-panel for exceeding expectations. A man receives enthusiastic praise from a coworker for his impressive performance at work. A desperate man clings to another's leg, begging to join the team while a third man watches with disdain. Two men ridicule Dewey's attempt to recruit someone, while another man listens in the background. A serious young man listens as others threaten to complain to the director about alleged nepotism involving an intern. Dojin eats alone in the quiet cafeteria, undisturbed by anyone around him. A man interrupts another's meal to confirm his identity and start a conversation. Dojin reacts with confusion to the unexpected interruption. A young man politely asks to join someone at the table and receives permission to sit. One young man recognizes the other as the infamous intern while they sit and talk in the cafeteria. A cheerful boy suggests having a study session together over the weekend. A serious young man in a suit asks if all the interns will attend. The young man sets a limit on the gathering, explaining that only familiar people will be invited, while the older man reacts with surprise. A group member greets the newcomer as he arrives to join the study session. Three men assess the newcomer, exchanging light-hearted remarks about his appearance and attitude. Dojin silently observes the others with an unimpressed expression. A group is judged to be wealthy based on their expensive clothes and accessories. A young man warmly encourages another person to consider joining a group for the benefit of their future. A person calmly informs the other about the meeting's time and location while serving food. One man protests angrily as the other turns his back and walks away, escalating their argument. One character angrily tells another to be quiet while the other continues eating calmly. The man realizes that a political conflict is beginning as he sits at the table, deep in thought. A small, horned creature gazes upward with a carefree expression while someone expresses envy of its relaxed attitude. A calm young man eats quietly while reflecting on how society ignores ongoing problems, despite efforts to address them. A trembling, anxious creature clutches its chest in fear, unable to believe what it just heard. A distressed creature frantically denies being worse at spelling, while another calmly confirms the embarrassing truth. Two test papers are revealed, showing scores of 10 and 15 for the student. A smug girl mocks a flustered orange creature holding a test paper, provoking an indignant outburst. Yong grits his teeth and growls in frustration, struggling to contain his anger. A blonde girl teases someone to keep their promise, urging them to follow through. A girl in a pink dress demands that the anxious, dragon-like creatures keep their promise despite their hesitation. Two small monsters nervously accept an urgent command and prepare to follow instructions. A young girl in a pink shirt shouts passionately and points forward, making an emphatic declaration. A small, energetic creature loudly announces the location with determination. A small purple creature gathers its resolve and calls out for the protector while surrounded by a glowing aura. A magical spell backfires, causing chaos as a chibi girl stands confidently while her frustrated companion complains about the mishap. The purple, horned creature expresses frustration, while the orange creature glares angrily from behind. A frightened subordinate recoils as a menacing figure intimidates them with a fiery red fist, demanding proof of loyalty. A menacing figure slams his foot into the ground, shattering it as he warns of the short fate of those who speak the truth. A fiery attacker brings down a sword as the terrified demon cowers in fear. A small dragon-like creature urgently tells a nervous companion to hurry because the group needs to move out. A defiant orange creature grudgingly admits the purple creature's luck as the latter nervously responds. A grumpy orange creature reluctantly leaves with a cheerful blonde girl, keeping a promise. A small purple creature urgently begs for someone to stop. Rain pours over the city as a warning is given not to go outside due to potential danger. A small dragon reads social media posts about his strength and questions whether he is truly dangerous. A surprised girl questions why an S-class hunter won't give her their name card, or even their name. The anxious creature hesitates as someone questions whether he is stronger than the formidable dragon defeated by the world's top hunters. The creature braces itself, reluctantly preparing to unleash its power. A worried purple creature urgently warns that failing could mean no meat for over a month. A character unleashes their strongest attack, shifting the intensity of the battle. The red creature realizes its attack has failed as the purple dragon-like creature recoils in surprise. A confident girl reminds the group that they're allowed to go out, standing beside a smirking orange creature. A determined girl insists that their plan will work as long as they remain undiscovered. A cheerful girl and an orange creature celebrate together, raising their arms in excitement. Two characters high-five in celebration, while another silently observes. A small, purple, bat-winged creature anxiously calls out in concern. Two cheerful figures in raincoats dash forward with excitement after deciding to move on. Three figures hurry through the rainy sky to regroup above the city. Amid pouring rain, someone screams and shouts for help in the tense city streets. A child in a yellow raincoat splashes joyfully in a puddle. Three children in raincoats walk through the rain as one of them jumps excitedly into a puddle. A determined figure unleashes a fiery power, signaling the start of a serious confrontation as a worried onlooker watches. Three raincoat-clad figures land forcefully in a crater as heavy rain and dramatic sound effects intensify their arrival. A concrete pillar explodes into debris as a powerful force strikes it. A magical shield bursts into existence just in time to protect two terrified figures from the flying debris. A girl reacts with shock to an unexpected event. A massive, glowing magical barrier erupts between the two figures, instantly dividing them. A startled creature in a frog hoodie reacts with shock to unexpected news. A panicked character warns that destroying nearby buildings could have resulted in a fatal retaliation from their master. A character in a frog raincoat anxiously defends their actions after narrowly avoiding a mistake. A cheerful girl in a yellow raincoat excitedly rushes toward a hooded figure in the rain, while a small, grumpy creature stands nearby. A small, orange creature hesitates and nervously tries to give advice. A massive foot slams down with dark energy, shaking the ground as ordered. A purple creature urgently calls out in alarm. Yong screams in terror. Three animal-like figures in raincoats dash through a rainy alley, with the one in the center releasing a faint purple aura from its foot. Glowing, purple-tinged hands clamp down on a golden boot in the pouring rain, attempting to restrain its wearer. A massive explosion rips through the building, sending smoke and flames into the rain-soaked night. Three people huddle under a glowing magical barrier as rain pours and strange sigils flicker on its surface. A sudden sneeze and cough disrupt the magical barrier. Two small creatures argue in the rain beside a smoking, damaged building. Two people anxiously react to a strange noise outside during the rain. A character anxiously scans the stormy street, searching for any sign of a rift. Two small demon-like figures stand side by side in the rain, resignedly acknowledging that their situation is hopeless. Small, clawed hands tightly grab the robe of the person in the yellow checkered outfit. Three figures in raincoats sprint through the rain, alarmed by the sudden disappearance of something they thought was there. A man pauses in the rain, alert as he notices something unusual nearby. He stands alone beneath the pouring rain, bracing himself as a storm approaches the city. A young man pauses under an umbrella, lost in thought as he assesses the situation. Someone observes that others are enjoying themselves. A young girl and a small dragon-like creature sit on the floor, anxiously waiting and calling out for help. A small dragon-like creature winces in pain as a worried girl urgently admits responsibility for causing the problem. A nervous creature trembles as a small figure pleads for it to be spared. One character firmly orders the anxious one to put something down while another quietly observes. The exhausted creature collapses and expresses gratitude. A worried girl rushes forward, calling out for Yong, while a calm boy observes her and makes a dismissive remark. A hand tightly grabs the ear of the sweating, anxious creature. A girl carefully questions the glowing creature as two others watch her. A red-haired girl encourages everyone to work harder, promising steamed braised ribs for dinner. Yong lights up with excitement upon hearing he will get steamed braised ribs. A character smiles softly while receiving heartfelt praise amidst a serene, blossom-filled scene. A small creature nervously reacts as someone gently touches his cheek, prompting a hesitant response. Yong listens in confusion as someone explains the importance of teaching Star to control her powers. The distressed character laments being mistreated by both the father and his daughter. A group witnesses in shock as a white creature suddenly dissolves on the floor. A startled girl abruptly stops her sentence as she notices something unusual. A small dragon-like creature nervously asks permission to try divination. Two characters discuss divination as they examine a mysterious creature together. A character nervously reacts when questioned about rice divination. A cheerful woman invites a small, purple creature to leave the room with her. A purple-skinned character urges the orange-skinned character to escape, while their loyalty is acknowledged. A girl cheerfully asks a small horned creature to do a favor for their father, leaving the creature surprised. The small creature reacts with shock upon hearing the request. A young man silently questions whether the world's strongest person truly needs more power. A worried girl rushes to help an injured creature while someone leaves the kitchen. A cheerful character enters and offers a bowl of rice to someone. A startled creature jerks in surprise as a human hand touches its shoulder. A cheerful girl excitedly presents something at the table, startling another character. A nervous creature warns about potential danger, but the calm man dismisses the concern. A gloved hand crushes a cup, unleashing a burst of energy to begin a demonstration of power. A purple hand skillfully gathers scattered grains on the wooden surface while a surprised girl watches. Startled by a sudden realization, the boy freezes as sparks crackle behind him. A tense girl urgently asks if something bad has happened, while a nervous companion hesitates beside her, both reacting to troubling news. A worried girl calls out and tries to comfort a distressed boy who complains about his ears hurting. He sits with arms crossed, silently realizing that both a minor and major threat are approaching one after another. A girl panics as she learns that new threats are about to appear immediately. A calm figure reassures the anxious girl at the table as a small dragon quietly observes. The anxious young woman confronts the warning, openly expressing her worry about what might happen. A small, horned creature hesitantly begins to explain, glancing nervously to the side. One character praises the master's strength across all dimensions while another reacts with surprise and mild protest. A small purple creature explains that minor household items break as omens of danger before confidently declaring their master is the strongest. A worried young woman clutches her chest, unable to hide her concern for her family. The scene introduces the Saturday Hunter Department, a study group for interns from wealthy families. 3 people gather near the entrance, preparing to go inside as the group is prompted to move. The group pauses among the flowers, waiting for the last person to arrive. A young man in a suit reminds others to wait for the newly recruited individual before taking further action. A stern man in a suit enters through glass doors, silently judging others for their poor sense of time. A startled man in a suit notices someone approaching him quickly. Dojin enters the building and receives a grand, formal welcome from the staff. 2 anxious office workers whisper to each other, questioning why they are waiting for the planning director. 2 men react with surprise and concern after learning that an unexpected and influential attendee has arrived at the gathering. Dojin steels himself, preparing for the imminent confrontation. 1 man insists they must improve their public image while the other silently listens. A man in a suit arrives and exchanges greetings with 3 men waiting in a spacious, brightly lit area. A cheerful older man guides the suited young man further into the office. 3 men walk indoors as one eagerly discusses how valuable information will help with his assignment. The young man reels in shock as he reacts to an unexpected revelation. He sits in silence, questioning whether his father's words about his true identity are real. The teacher welcomes the students with a cheerful remark, creating a friendly atmosphere in the classroom. A man in a suit steps forward and announces that he will now oversee everyone as the new director of the Hunter Department. A man in a suit informs the group that they will be exchanging important information. A man in a suit smirks as he shows off a folder marked Top Secret, questioning if anyone else has gathered information through their contacts. A man is asked to share the topic he is currently working on in a formal meeting room. 2 students whisper to each other in class, suspiciously discussing another person's impressive reputation. 2 young men in suits quietly acknowledge that a difficult choice needs to be made. The suited character interrupts the conversation, leaning forward with urgency to ask a question. A nervous man in a suit hesitantly questions whether they can propose a project despite lacking crucial information. He reminds the group that their project must use only information available from the Hunter Department library. The young man turns to face the group as they mock him in the classroom. 2 men in suits mock an absent person for showing up unprepared. One student bursts out laughing while another remains calm in the classroom. A formally dressed man adjusts his glasses and apologizes with a sheepish smile. A middle-aged man smugly criticizes others for gossiping about an unknown guest. A well-dressed man confidently defends using gathered information to plan the Hunter Department's growth as he addresses the group outside the headquarters. The protagonist steps in close and challenges the authority figure, questioning if it's wise to speak so boldly despite having powerful support. 2 influential heirs are introduced in a formal office setting, signaling the start of a competitive encounter. A smug older man belittles someone off-panel, flaunting his position and criticizing their approach. 2 men in suits sit tensely in the lecture hall, each nervously evaluating the unsettling actions of another person. A young man processes new information with a serious expression. A figure warns the group while dark energy crackles from their hand. A tense figure suppresses a surge of dark energy while expressing reluctance to stay. Annoyed, the man storms out of the office while the group looks on in surprise. A furious man in a suit harshly scolds someone, pointing aggressively. A surprised man in the classroom points out that someone has already left, drawing attention to the empty seat. Someone issues a firm command to follow another person. A young man in a suit rushes forward, desperately trying to stop someone. A man in a suit rushes down the hallway, urgently calling out to get the other man's attention. A young man clenches his teeth and sweats in anger after facing a setback. A young man abruptly stops in the hallway as he learns the location of Chongsan Villa Room 401. The financial burden of Chongsan Villa, valued at around 30 billion, is revealed along with significant loans. The panel announces the low status of a 9th-ranked civil servant earning only $200. A young man in a suit recoils in shock, visibly alarmed by something unexpected. A young man emphatically declares that he is a single father living with 2 daughters and 2 pets. A surprised man realizes the true authority of his calm colleague after witnessing the supervisor's deference. A hand surges forward, crackling with purple energy as a tense revelation begins. A dark-haired man in a suit hoists his opponent off the ground by the neck, leaving him struggling and gasping. A terrified young man struggles as a shadowy force tightens its grip around his neck. A young man realizes with shock that someone is secretly investigating him. A dark-haired man in a suit forcefully pins another man against the wall, warning him about meddling in others' backgrounds. A stern young man in a suit stands surrounded by dark energy as he condemns those who believe they are superior. The narration warns about people who are willing to harm others without hesitation. A shadowed figure smirks confidently while contemplating the situation. A confident woman taunts 2 masked swordsmen as the confrontation escalates. A decision is made to kill the target before the situation escalates further. A character smugly holds up a blood-stained envelope and bids farewell in the dark. Masked attackers rush forward with swords, launching an ambush. A vigilant young man senses a disturbance nearby and quickly shifts his focus. A mist-covered mountain landscape appears beneath a foreboding red sky. A man desperately insists on his innocence as another restrains him with a swirling, dark energy. The young man silently studies the situation, his expression tense and focused. A man in a suit stands over another who collapses to his knees, coughing violently and clutching his throat. One person stands over another, demanding an explanation. A terrified young man is forced to reveal his intentions as he is aggressively interrogated. A nervous young man admits that his actions began out of curiosity and competition. The young man in the suit confronts someone, pointing out that something seemed off after investigating them. A stern man confronts a sweating, anxious man about his secret connections and past actions, pressing him for the truth. The older man announces that the investigation will not go any further. The young man confronts the other person, frustrated that they refused powerful opportunities and support despite having the potential to surpass everyone. Someone reveals that a powerful and well-connected individual is secretly living among them in disguise. An indignant figure confronts the investigator, demanding to know why suspicion led to an investigation. Surrounded by ominous blue energy, the protagonist confronts a figure, accusing them of repeatedly investigating others for trivial reasons. A panicked young man screams and resists as dark energy threatens to change him. A terrified young man desperately confesses his wish to be like the person before him. The young man bows deeply, pleading to be accepted as a student while ominous energy swirls around them. The young man demands to know the reason behind the sudden turn of events, his shock evident as dark energy swirls around him. A nervous subordinate bows deeply, admitting that everyone acknowledges the other's strength. A boy in a suit examines the mysterious blue energy swirling around his hand. 2 men tease a nervous group member about his recent success while laughing together. The young man questions whether he was supposed to hear the comment, challenging the speaker's intent. A flustered young man stammers out in awkward denial, trying to change the subject. A young man in a suit admits his insecurity about living up to expectations and relying on money and power in an office setting. A hand crushes a crying-faced game piece, dismissing those who fail in business as expendable pawns. A young man admits that people are only kind to him because of his father, not for his own sake. A man pauses, touching his chin as he considers his next move. Someone suggests discarding something that no longer matters. A young man in a suit reels from a barrage of harsh criticism about his lack of effort and unwillingness to change. One character turns away and leaves while another desperately reaches out, pleading for acknowledgement but receiving none. A stern young man issues a warning in the hallway, making it clear this is the last time he will overlook such behavior. A desperate subordinate lunges forward, begging his master to wait. A startled student demands an explanation as another student calmly turns away. 2 angry young men burst into the office and confront someone for threatening their friend, while an older man watches from behind. A young man in a suit angrily accuses someone of acting superior because of Dewey's favoritism. A man in a suit quickly helps another man up from the floor, checking if he is all right. A subordinate urgently demands that the chief report someone for disciplinary action while the chief reviews a document, and another colleague stands by quietly. Frustrated by the director's special orders, someone complains that they cannot address the problematic behavior because of these restrictions. A serious man questions another's determination to achieve success through his own efforts. A surprised young man listens as someone urges him to prove he has changed from this moment on. Someone suggests that there may be an element of luck involved. A hand flings an official document into the air, rejecting its importance. A man delivers a pointed remark and walks away toward the elevator as another person reaches out to him. A young man suddenly sneezes in the office, startling the older man beside him. A furious man in a suit threatens to file a formal complaint, while two colleagues look on in shock. A man in a suit hands a file of internship documents to a pensive young man, encouraging him to aim for first place next time. A young man in a suit examines a folder and reacts with surprise and anxiety to its contents. Realizing rejection, the protagonist understands he will not be chosen as a student. A young man questions if his life is easier because he was born in a fortunate era. Three people in suits laugh mockingly as one of them holds a crumpled piece of paper. The young man in the suit bows his head, expressing heartfelt thanks to his senior. Three young men notice that only wealthy participants have won the project proposal contest and question the fairness of the results. Frustrated voices react to the announcement of the project proposal winners on the bulletin board. A young man in a suit is shocked to realize he has been chosen first, while another man calmly walks past him. A cheerful man boasts about coming in first as he puts his arm around a surprised young man. A cheerful man boasts loudly and changes the subject while the unimpressed young man tolerates his antics. A smug man gossips that the troublemaker from their gathering might also lose his job at the Rift management team. A startled young man reacts to news that the Hunters Bureau directly pressured the team. Someone mocks their opponent, suggesting he should be more careful about whom he challenges. A blue mug crashes to the floor and shatters. A worried girl and a startled creature react quickly when they notice the young master might be hurt. A gloved hand hesitantly reaches down to pick up the shards of a broken blue mug. A young woman freezes in shock as she realizes a disturbing possibility. A sense of impending danger fills the air as someone realizes that Seal's warning might be coming true. Reporters swarm officials in the lobby as news breaks about the prosecutor's investigation into irregular recruitment at the Hunters Bureau. A reporter announces that Mr. Kim is at the center of a scandal involving a special favor given to an intern. A man blocks the entrance and angrily demands answers from another who tries to pass while holding up a phone with a timer. Two men aggressively confront a younger person, demanding he turn off the camera. A man in a suit angrily questions the severity of the situation after learning there was a snitch. A disheveled older man protests loudly as several suited men forcibly restrain and escort him through a public area. A young man protests his innocence as two men in suits escort him away. A furious man grabs another by the collar and demands answers while a third man watches anxiously. A man whirls around in shock, reacting to a sudden presence behind him. A determined investigator announces that he personally handled the corruption case and has delivered all evidence to the prosecutor's office. An older man calmly informs the group that confidentiality is necessary during the arrest to prevent anyone from getting too angry. A suited figure approaches the podium and begins addressing the audience. A worried official stands at a podium and informs the public about investigation failures and a series of unusual incidents. Two men operate a large camera, reacting with excitement to something happening off-screen. A stern man in a suit announces strict punishment for those involved in the incident, declaring that the interns and their supporters will face severe consequences. A man with glasses looks up, startled and confused by something unexpected. A furious man publicly confronts someone, blaming them for the chaos. A young man reacts indifferently to the unexpected news about the director's preparations. A furious man in glasses is restrained as he yells threats during a tense confrontation. A furious man with glasses yells accusations, insisting that the person beside his target witnessed everything. One man mocks the other with a sneer, provoking a tense exchange of veiled insults. One man admits he was only pretending earlier when confronted about his sudden calmness. A team member criticizes the group for following instructions that make the director appear more dramatic. A male character coldly dismisses any concern about whether someone gets caught. The protagonist processes new information and comes to a realization. A menacing man with glasses issues a threatening warning to those around him, his presence amplified by a dark purple aura. A furious man vows to send his opponents to hell, his expression dark and menacing. A man is abruptly cut off by a violent blow as he tries to threaten someone's family. A furious woman attacks a man outside a glass building, shocking the bystanders. A furious woman demands that someone remove the troublemaker from in front of the building. A shocked crowd recoils as someone warns them not to come closer, reacting to the news that the Behemoth Guild might intervene. One man provocatively questions if another bloodbath will occur, while his companion remains silent and expressionless. Two young men react to the chaos around them, one exasperated and the other amused by the unfolding events. A man suddenly spots a group of people and reacts with alarm. Two prominent members of the Behemoth Guild are introduced as one interrupts the other's excited outburst. A furious character glares menacingly and demands that the statement be repeated. One man stammers awkwardly after misspeaking, while the other watches him calmly. A furious woman attacks a cowering man while two others react anxiously nearby. One man nervously suggests thanking a woman nearby, surprising the others with his unusually formal tone. The handcuffed man recoils in terror as he realizes the threat against the officer is escalating. The group acknowledges that they are about to be arrested after being stopped by a bystander. One man boasts about the strength of the SG group, while the other remains silent and unimpressed. Three men in suits respond nervously as a figure of authority approaches them. Two young men look up, reacting with surprise as someone loudly clears their throat. A cheerful woman in a suit tries to reassure someone while seeking their approval. The group exchanges words of gratitude and relief after resolving the situation together. Two young men tease about an intense situation, while a third looks on, clearly annoyed. A powerful impact crashes down on the city skyline. A shocked man and an angry woman discover a red-haired figure lying unconscious on the ground as a crowd gathers around. A nervous man in a suit hesitantly tries to start a conversation with a serious-looking man. A woman with long dark hair warmly suggests having a meal together to celebrate Ikkyung's efforts. A startled woman urges her captain and another hunter to join the group as the two men remain calm. A woman anxiously pleads for discretion while a man laughs and avoids taking responsibility. A man in a suit unexpectedly invites a surprised woman out for the evening. The young man cheerfully confirms their dinner plans before leaving. A blonde female character gazes upward in awe, captivated by the blooming flowers and sparkles around her. A suited man urgently tries to wake the unconscious red-haired young man by poking his shoulder. One character reacts with surprise as the group discusses Ikkyung's apparent crush and the outcome of the game. The character confidently affirms the decision with a knowing smile. One character warmly praises another's decision as they stand together among white roses. Two characters have an awkward conversation outside a tall building, one feeling embarrassed and asking the other to clear away reporters before leaving. A young man awkwardly hesitates as he expresses discomfort about being treated to a meal outside an elegant building. A character places a hand over their chest and calmly reassures the others. A grateful woman offers to treat the others in return for their help. Staff rush to prepare as news spreads that an important guest is about to arrive at the building. Chefs rush around the kitchen, anxiously discussing the arrival of their colleague's boyfriend while preparing for the special visit. 3 chefs rally together in the kitchen, determined to prepare their best food for an important day. The chef insists on serving the finished dishes himself, leaving the kitchen staff to respond with quick agreement. A determined chef steps forward, vowing to handle the situation and repay his benefactor's kindness. A hand places an elegantly arranged appetizer on the table, signaling the start of the meal. A young woman looks up in surprise as she reacts to an unexpected revelation. A chef personally brings food to the table, prompting a surprised woman to question his actions. He wonders if she is acquainted with the man. A guest teasingly questions why the chef has left the kitchen instead of preparing food for the other patrons. The chef calmly clarifies that he only came out to describe the food as the one responsible for making it. The chef approaches the table to present the food, but the woman insists on explaining the dishes herself. A woman sits at the table, watching closely as someone prepares to present a special dish. The chef enthusiastically draws attention to the young woman, causing her to react with surprise. The young man in the suit pauses, visibly confused by something unexpected. A cheerful chef boasts that under new management, the business's profits soared by 700% in just 1 year. A hotel staff member proudly explains that Miss Lee-jeong can easily afford her luxurious suite with her own wealth. A chef passionately explains that her true strength lies in her caring actions and attention to others, not just her abilities. A chef explains that the sous chef's mother received full coverage for her cancer surgery, leaving a woman deeply moved. A man reacts with shock as he recounts how someone arranged a full scholarship for a struggling employee. A panicked woman desperately begs for forgiveness as she faces someone intimidating off-panel. The young man hesitantly gives his approval but remains cautious. A woman frantically discovers the chef unconscious while a composed man observes the situation. A woman urgently drags an unconscious cook across the office while a man looks on in surprise. A young man in formal attire reacts in shock to something unexpected. A young man in a suit pauses startled, as he is about to take a bite of food. A startled man in a suit suddenly confronts a calm man seated at a restaurant table. A nervous young man in a suit tries to justify his unexpected presence when confronted by someone seated at the table. One man questions the other about being dragged out with friends, prompting an awkward laugh. The young man hesitantly begins to explain, scratching his head in discomfort. Someone prepares to explain what happened. The young man bows his head and expresses his gratitude to his senior. A person confidently hands over a folder of crucial information, ensuring an easy path to first place. One man urgently warns his colleague that failing this task will ruin his chances for advancement. He hesitates, aware that his current actions are reckless but feels compelled to continue. He recalls turning down an offer, unsure why at the time, but now sees it was the right choice. He admits he doesn't believe he can build a company from scratch like his father and feels confused about what to do next. He silently vows to make decisions he won't regret. The young man in the suit encourages someone to do their best with a reassuring smile. A woman in white enters the scene, immediately drawing the attention of 2 men, one of whom turns to her with a smile. While one man eats quietly, he reflects on feeling like a stranger as the other reacts with frustration in the office. A woman stands in the cafe, feeling disappointed that her effort to dress up was wasted. A small, exhausted creature leans against someone's leg, sighing wearily. A small dragon-like character complains about having only vegetables for dinner as a woman serves food at the counter. A worried girl explains that they have little meat left because they already spent a lot of money on it this month. Yong firmly challenges the situation by pointing out the presence of sausages. A frustrated girl complains that their remaining supplies are almost gone and criticizes someone for consuming them all at once without any effect. One character proposes a congratulatory party to celebrate that the danger has passed, while another cheers excitedly around the table. The child protests having the celebration without their father, insisting it should wait until he is present. Yong angrily complains about Yehi, insisting that he eats most of the meat she buys. A frustrated girl calls out for someone to eat as the door slams shut in response. A young girl reassures the purple creature at the table that he is only joking, not angry. Someone silently contemplates the possibility that the Dragon Emperor is involved. A single illuminated room stands out in a dark, silent city building at night. A small dragon-like creature sneaks into the dark kitchen and rummages through the open refrigerator. Desperate for food, Yong cries while devouring sausages with both hands. A small, anxious creature secretly eats a snack, worried about being caught. The startled creature freezes in shock as something unexpected interrupts his actions. A mug and 2 plates plummet through the air, heightening the tension. A pink creature jumps back in shock upon seeing something in the open refrigerator. A young woman jolts upright in bed, panicked and urgently calling out for others to check if they are safe. A horned figure urgently checks on an unconscious girl, while another watches anxiously. A worried girl anxiously wonders about Yong's safety after hearing that CL handled Star. A small orange dragon nervously attempts to introduce himself. A girl struggles to hide her irritation as she stands silently, forcing a smile. One character stands with arms crossed, causing the small creature in front of her to recoil in fear. A character suggests they have more than enough food, implying something significant just happened. A small dragon-like creature cries out in fear. A small orange creature plummets from a broken window, surrounded by shards of glass. A furious creature, eyes brimming with tears, clenches its fist and vows revenge against the unknown culprit. An emergency evacuation order is suddenly issued, signaling immediate danger. An emergency evacuation order is issued, signaling immediate danger. An urgent commotion erupts as one person rushes outside, alarmed and calling out, with another following closely in fear. An urgent broadcast announces the sudden appearance of a dangerous rift and instructs residents to evacuate immediately. A startled creature suddenly realizes something alarming and reacts with fear. A tense revelation is about to unfold. A catastrophic rift tears open above the burning city, forcing residents to evacuate in panic. Someone recalls the fortune's warning about a looming danger. 2 figures face each other from floating thrones beside a giant hourglass in a surreal, star-filled realm. A hooded figure notices that the Earth's erosion has suddenly stopped. A hooded figure watches in shock as the massive hourglass stops for the first time. The hooded figure announces that the Soul Stone has also been destroyed. The usurpers responsible for the erosion have all perished, leaving only the 2 crystals adrift in the void. Someone questions the logic of the situation. A hooded figure warns that Malinu and Aduntas are far too powerful for inexperienced newcomers to face. A figure stares at the ranking board, realizing the sudden appearance of a powerful newcomer who may have defeated others. A hooded figure devises a plan to recruit newcomers as subordinates once the erosion is complete. The character ponders the unexpected halt of the erosion, feeling anxious and uncertain about what comes next. One character approaches the throne and questions the person sitting calmly amid the flames. The young man decides they should move forward now that the erosion has stopped. A hooded figure cautions that only the 2 of them can leave and warns against underestimating the depths of the other challengers. A wild-haired character taunts an unseen opponent, confidently baring their sharp teeth. A powerful figure sits on a flaming throne and announces his dominion over fire as Hyperion, the Flame King. A red-haired figure steps toward the dark portal, ready to restart the erosion process after the other's failure. The hooded character suspects that someone is deliberately acting without verifying the situation, trying to outsmart others. A lone figure steps forward through the burning ground, issuing a warning. A horned figure declares control over everything forcibly summoned to the tutorial zone, standing confidently before a dragon and an army amid roaring flames. A lone figure observes the burning throne and swirling portal, unfazed by the unfolding chaos. A hooded figure considers the benefits of gaining information if the plan fails. A hooded character plots to steal someone else's success if their plan works. A defiant figure taunts the ominous flame, declaring intent to consume it. An emergency evacuation order is issued as a catastrophic rift suddenly appears, engulfing the area in chaos. Amid the burning ruins, a man in a suit watches warily as a new figure descends from the sky, sensing another threat approaching. The protagonist stands before the burning city, preparing to resolve the crisis so he can finally go home and rest. A man with sharp teeth smirks and mocks his opponent's unusual reaction. A villain gloats about soon ruling the heart world and claims the kneeling man as a slave. A devilish figure gleefully threatens to destroy the world while the calm man responds with indifference. The red-haired character taunts their opponent with a smug expression, enjoying the upper hand. A man is abruptly struck across the face while shouting, cutting off his words. A dragon-like creature leaps into a fiery explosion as a young man recoils in shock. A stern figure calls out forcefully to a startled, small orange creature under a dramatic sky. A furious bat-like creature lunges toward the unconscious figure, threatening violence. A young man in a suit stands awkwardly, feeling ignored and uncertain if he has been noticed. A clenched fist seizes someone by the collar in a sudden, forceful motion. A red-haired figure bursts through a dimensional rift, forcefully confronting the intruder. A small dragon-like creature furiously confronts the intruder, warning them not to enter this dangerous dimension. A distressed character with bright red hair protests as someone forcefully grabs them. A menacing aura intensifies as someone questions their opponent's arrogance. A furious man snarls in anger, baring his teeth. A massive dragon challenges the red-haired man to follow it into the atmosphere, leaving him shocked by its identity. A terrified character recoils in shock upon seeing someone they thought had gone missing. A small orange creature crosses its arms and criticizes the chosen title. A nervous figure bows awkwardly in midair, introducing himself while a floating creature calmly corrects him. A nervous subordinate asks the dragon-like figure for permission to leave. The small creature sarcastically suggests letting someone leave, clenching its fist as tension fills the air. A small, determined creature launches a blinding energy attack at the enemy. Amidst the chaos, a small dragon-like creature mocks its defeated enemy's grand threats. A small orange dragon complains that defeating the enemy won't end the meat ban. The fiery entity fades as the young man, frustrated about recent events, confirms that everything is finished. A small creature despairs over not having at least 5,000 won. A hand extends a stack of 50,000 won bills, signaling a decisive exchange. A man in a suit hands a bundle of money to a surprised, dragon-like creature. A man in a suit withdraws his offer and turns away after the small orange creature rejects the money. Someone hurriedly grabs a fistful of cash while defensively denying something. A suited man calmly admits to sharing information with Yehi, startling the small dragon-like creature holding a note. A young man in a suit announces the end of a restriction with a serious expression. Yong clings to a 50,000 won bill, looking anxious and teary-eyed. An affectionate creature bursts into the room, loudly declaring love while the woman and 2 children sleep peacefully in bed. A child urgently calls out for their mother outside a modern building under the bright sky. A young girl eagerly offers to help the woman cooking in the kitchen. A character points to the sticker reward chart, announcing that only 1 sticker remains to complete it. A woman in an apron stands in the kitchen, pondering what to do next while gently holding a child's head. A young girl frantically pleads about needing to collect all the stars, holding up her sticker chart as another character reacts in shock below. A flustered woman in the kitchen realizes they are out of spinach and asks someone to go buy some. A cheerful girl hugs a blue book to her chest, radiating happiness. A cheerful girl urges the 2 dragon-like creatures to join her, while one, lounging with a tablet, playfully insists on being addressed with a grand title before agreeing. Yong nervously tries to lighten the mood as Dojin sits on the couch radiating a menacing aura. A small purple creature insists on joining the journey, startling the blonde girl. A young girl shouts a desperate objection, refusing to let someone proceed. A startled, horned creature reacts in shock to unexpected news. A frustrated girl storms out of the room, dragging a small orange creature behind her as the others watch in surprise. A nervous creature anxiously asks the indifferent young man if it did something wrong. A group of children excitedly gathers around an arcade machine as one of them plays, while another looks on in frustration. A player achieves a consecutive winning streak in a rock, paper, scissors game. 2 children cheer as they win at the arcade machine and coins spill out as their reward. 2 people reach for coins while discussing buying snacks. A girl grabs the orange creature by the head and urges it into action with intense determination. A girl angrily pulls a crying orange creature, arguing as it insists on staying to play for a chance to win snacks. A playful character tries to bribe a delighted, demon-like creature with the promise of 100 snacks. Someone is told to go alone. A young girl unleashes a menacing dark aura, filling the area with an ominous presence. A frustrated girl storms away as the other children celebrate their victory. The store door opens as someone enters. A weary child enters the shop, sighs, and is greeted by an elderly woman who asks about her mood. A girl hesitates as she tries to remember what she needs, then looks confused. A child eagerly asks about the price of a sparkling candy bouquet, but is told it is not for sale. An elderly shopkeeper explains that the lottery prize can be claimed by picking the first place ticket. A cheerful child eagerly asks for a turn, and the amused elder agrees to let her try once for free. A hand draws a prize slip from a pile of blue star-patterned boxes while a chibi girl watches eagerly. A card revealing the word, lose, confirms a significant defeat. A young girl eagerly asks if she won, her excitement clear as she looks up with clenched fists. An older woman congratulates a young girl who celebrates her lucky win at the desk. A young girl excitedly reaches for the bouquet of colorful treats, overjoyed as she receives the gift. A cheerful girl calls out to leave the store and reminds someone about buying spinach. A small, horned creature stands silently, looking dejected and discouraged. A small creature proudly shows off its success at the arcade machine, startling the girl behind him who is holding a bouquet of flowers. The trembling creature clutches the bag, overwhelmed by emotion after witnessing the unexpected victory. A stern girl confronts a distressed creature on the street about losing everything. The small creature mocks its opponent, while coughing up blood. A small dragon flees in panic through the city as a girl chases after it, both appearing frantic. A girl sighs and remarks on Yo-Yo's childishness while holding a bouquet of candies. After witnessing Star return home alone, the protagonist decides to teach Yo-Yo. A small dragon-like creature defiantly threatens its unseen opponent. Someone realized they were about to be scolded. The small dragon-like creature flies through the canyon, determined to protect his pride. A white-haired character in a lab coat is startled at their desk when someone suddenly calls out. The white-haired character clenches a weapon and glares furiously after being boldly addressed by name. The young man shields his eyes and stares upward, startled as he recognizes a familiar silhouette. A furious red creature punches a white-haired man in the face after being insulted. A massive explosion tears through the area, scattering debris in all directions. An enraged, red creature chases after someone, shouting in frustration as steam bursts from its head. A flustered character urgently calls for a retreat. A frightened man bows deeply and stammers his thanks as a small dragon-like creature orders him to get up. A small red demon demands a favor from the white-haired man, threatening him but offering leniency in exchange. A subordinate reels in disbelief after hearing an unprecedented request from his lord. A towering, fierce figure intimidates and berates a cowering opponent, who nervously tries to defend himself. A small creature confidently presents a mysterious holographic object to a wary, scientist-like figure. A surprised young man recognizes the glowing object as the arcade rock, paper, scissors game from the stationery store. A small dragon-like creature conjures a digital interface, while a startled person nervously explains seeing it in front of a store. A man is caught and questioned for leaving his cave against orders. The anxious inventor hurriedly offers to make an item while a small creature watches in silence. A deadly ultimatum is issued, demanding quick action under the threat of fatal consequences. A critical task is completed, leaving the startled characters in shock and tension. A white-haired character nervously kneels and presents an arcade machine. A small horned creature refuses an offer, shouting in alarm. Yong brusquely tells the other to leave so he can focus on practicing, while the surprised man watches him walk away on the empty training ground. The white-haired man sternly allows the small creature to leave, warning that this is a one-time exception. A surprised young man recalls the arcade game, trying to understand its significance. Someone reflects that practicing is pointless because the results are always random. A small orange creature is taunted and then sent flying after being struck in a chaotic scene. The small demon creature, battered but stubborn, insists on its victory while the man in the lab coat orders another construct to be made amid the wreckage. A character responds obediently to an order from their superior. Several days pass, and the scene shifts to a stationery shop under a clear sky. Yong stands in the street, laughing loudly with a smug expression. A character confidently prepares to start a decisive round of rock, paper, scissors, dramatically holding up a coin. A small orange dragon notices a mysterious glowing outline on the ground in front of the convenience store. Anxious about the missing game machine, a worried creature learns from an older woman that it was removed by a strict public official for being illegal. A small dragon-like creature recoils in shock, its eyes bulging and mouth agate. A panicked creature frantically yells in the shop as an older woman walks past, drawing attention from bystanders. A sudden calamity looms over the building as tension rises. A small dragon-like creature senses that something unusual is happening and grows concerned. A small figure stands alone in the hallway, watching two others walk away together and feeling excluded. An anxious orange creature catches a surprised girl trying to sneak out without him. A flustered girl hurriedly announces their departure and quickly leaves. A small dragon-like creature is startled as a sudden gust of wind sweeps through the empty room. A small creature reaches out, expressing a strong desire to join the others. A young girl vents her frustration, feeling isolated and excluded by others. A worried girl, clutching a distressed creature, questions if she did something wrong and considers asking for guidance. The group recoils as the towering figure threatens them with a stick while the anxious demon warns against making the situation worse. The small purple creature anxiously questions the situation, unable to understand what is happening. Someone agonizes over not knowing how to make amends in an empty living room. Realizing that both people enjoy meat, the character quickly comes up with a plan to bring them together. A cheerful chef sets down a lavish meat feast, delighting two excited children. With determination, the character decides to personally gather all the necessary ingredients. A small, determined creature marches into the market with a shopping bag, drawing surprised looks from the crowd. A small dragon-like creature approaches a startled vendor at the market and tries to order produce. Two men argue outside a building after encountering a talking dog, with one expressing disbelief and the other mocking his surprise. Two men spot a mysterious red figure in the crowded marketplace, startling a nearby purple creature. A finger points toward two people struggling with shopping bags in the bustling marketplace. A small dragon-like creature anxiously calls out in the dark forest while clutching a bundled object. A girl and a small dragon-like creature struggle to carry overflowing grocery bags down the street, bickering as they go. A small dragon-like creature throws a tantrum and storms off while the others react with surprise and resignation. An eager subordinate rushes forward to offer help carrying something for the lord. Yong pauses, startled by something inside the large paper bag. A small, anxious creature urgently begs to go home together. A dragon-like creature and a girl recoil in shock as they spot someone unexpected. The protagonist clenches his jaw in frustration, struggling to contain his annoyance. A flustered girl and her small companion are caught off guard while carrying groceries, then quickly leave with a costumed figure after being discovered. The small creature realizes it has been made an outcast and sits alone in the spotlight, looking devastated. A small, purple creature with horns looks up anxiously, expressing doubt that anyone will eat the kimchi soup he makes. A character struggles to hold back tears, overwhelmed by emotion. Someone quietly laments being unfairly hated while alone under the night sky. A small, exhausted creature trudges into the hallway carrying two bags. Someone struggles to open a stubborn door, confused by why it won't budge. A small, purple, bat-winged creature frantically yells for someone to open the door as debris flies around. A startled creature is shoved forward as the door bursts open with force. A group of shadowed figures ridicule someone for trying to enter through a locked door. A fierce blow lands as the attacker dominates the scene with overwhelming force. Two small dragon-like creatures cry out in distress as they are separated by a wall, each feeling rejected and isolated. A furious subordinate smashes the ground with a monstrous fist, proclaiming lifelong loyalty. A terrified small red creature is dragged backward down a cracked hallway, pleading desperately for the captor to stop. A frustrated man shouts into the night, demanding to know what he did wrong. A small orange creature rests on a cot while the others move quietly down the misty hallway. A small dragon-like creature angrily scolds another character, who quickly panics and apologizes for acting without thinking. A distressed creature panics after breaking the door, fearing increased hatred from the two masters. A worried figure checks on a small, anxious creature who nervously admits responsibility for the broken door. A small, anxious creature nervously begins to confess its mistake. A young woman in a party hat notices someone arrive unexpectedly and quickly checks if they are hurt. Bandaged and annoyed, Yong protests that he is the one who got hurt. He checks on her companion's condition as the startled creature reacts nervously, and the small dragon tumbles nearby. A baffled creature looks up, startled by something unexpected. A young girl is caught off guard as a man enters the festively decorated room, revealing a surprise celebration. A girl crouches beside a dragon-like creature and expresses her gratitude for her companion's reliability and hard work. A chibi character teases about Yong always taking the allowance money. A small orange creature with horns and wings recoils in surprise. A man gently places a purple striped party hat on a horned creature. Someone reveals that a surprise party was planned, but the guest arrived earlier than expected. The small, teary-eyed creature breaks down in distress, confessing ignorance while being gently held. Two party guests turn around in surprise as someone new enters the room. A young girl presents a letter and bouquet as a heartfelt thank you. A character hands a bouquet of sweets to another as a gesture of gratitude. The small dragon-like character hugs the bouquet tightly and expresses deep gratitude to everyone. A small purple creature defensively insists on their good intentions while confronting an orange creature holding a bouquet in the hallway. A character nervously reveals two large, mysterious bundles wrapped in cloth, drawing surprised attention. A character excitedly offers to cook after discovering there is meat, boasting about his generosity. A stubborn girl resists as others try to force her to eat from a bowl of food. Yong shrugs off the negativity and tries to lighten the mood. A girl awkwardly reassures Yong that he can cook next time because there's already plenty of food. A small dragon-like creature eagerly suggests celebrating with meat tomorrow. He calmly rejects the suggestion without hesitation. A small, frustrated creature loudly protests the decision to skip a traditional belly-rubbing ritual. A surprised character demands to know where the unusual phrase was learned. He offers his credit card so the others can enjoy a nice meal together tomorrow. A decision is made to travel to the Central Universe the next day. A hooded figure kneels in the pink mist, gripping a sword as a hawk perches on his arm. One character complains in frustration about a rival who searched every part of the first floor, while another stands beside him with a serious expression. A mysterious figure watches the city from atop a giant tree, sensing the arrival of someone intriguing. A large, ominous bird swoops over as Doljin calmly walks through the glowing forest. A character stands in a sinister atmosphere, internally debating whether to kill someone. A nervous creature seeks reassurance from the calm young man beneath the massive tree surrounded by lava. The protagonist turns and questions the anxious creature clutching a large, ornate book. A small, purple creature admits feeling useless because the master is already the strongest. One character kneels and demands to know what the other intended to help with at the previous night's party, creating a tense atmosphere. A young man hesitates in the hallway as a woman, holding a plush creature, extends an invitation for him to join the meal. The group enjoys a lively meal together, as one excitedly claims all the meat, basking in the warmth of their shared atmosphere. A small purple creature is gently patted on the head as the group discusses helping each other and prepares to head home early. Two figures kneel tensely as they sense the arrival of potential allies, scanning the area for any sign of movement. A young man turns with a confident smirk, ready to start the conversation. A mysterious figure promises an imminent encounter. Two characters crouch in the glowing foliage, gripped by fear as they realize the severity of their situation. Two cloaked figures hide in the bushes, realizing they've just been discovered. As they cross the stone bridge over the river of lava, one companion anxiously fears they've been noticed by someone incredibly powerful. A worried lookout urgently warns someone to alert the villagers about a dangerous intruder amid the village's chaos. A frustrated character snaps back with an angry retort in the midst of a tense confrontation. Two young men urgently decide that one will try to stop the intruder while the other rushes to warn the village. Anxiously perched in a tree, the character urgently orders the others to escape as two figures leap away into the glowing forest. A character urgently tells another to warn the village and get to safety while preparing to confront an intruder targeting Yggdrasil. A boy leaps to shield someone as a small purple creature presents an ancient book, while another character speculates about using him as a guide. Doljin calmly intercepts the incoming knife attack. A character recoils in terror, screaming as panic overtakes him. A young man fiercely swings his weapon, vowing to protect Yggdrasil at all costs. He pauses, puzzled, and asks about the meaning of Yggdrasil. A small horned creature informs a taller figure that the massive tree behind them is Yggdrasil. A hostile villager confronts the newcomers, accusing them of planning an attack on the village under orders from a monster. A small, purple, horned creature prepares to explain something important while holding a magical book. The panel explains that the leaves can heal wounds due to their life-giving properties. Glowing leaves are revealed to have the power to heal wounds. The magical sap is revealed to have the power to extend longevity. A monstrous creature called Tarantuloso regularly attacks from beneath the lava field. A cloaked man trembles as the group realizes the attacks by adventurers could lead to a major misunderstanding. A young man clenches his fists and demands an explanation, visibly agitated. A cloaked figure lunges forward to intercept as two startled young men react behind him. A serious figure steps forward and warns the alarmed companion to stay back from the approaching threat. Realizing the threat is unattended, the protagonist panics over who is confronting Tarantuloso. One young man admits he came to prevent the other from getting hurt as they confront each other in a tense moment. A small creature bluntly tells the surprised man that he seems like a villain now. A figure is confronted about destroying the entire first floor while a small creature offers to handle the situation. A character questions whether someone is strong enough to handle the situation. A confident young man encourages someone to practice in order to improve quickly. A furious warrior confronts his opponent, gripping his sword as he prepares to attack. A hand channels crackling purple energy into a blade, intensifying its power. Amid swirling energy, the protagonist charges forward with determination, carrying his companion on his back. A young man in a cloak unleashes a surge of crackling purple energy at his opponent. After confirming his companion is unharmed, the protagonist glances back to ensure everything is safe. The cloaked swordsman, agitated and desperate, prepares to unleash his full power as the other two watch warily. Three figures brace themselves as danger approaches along the molten path. A stoic man releases a surge of power, causing the ground to shake and leaving a nearby onlooker shocked and confused. A defiant swordsman faces a towering demonic entity as flames erupt around them. The monstrous beast unleashes an intimidating roar, its glowing eyes fixed on its opponent. Several characters stagger in pain, clutching their heads as a deafening noise fills the corridor. A panicked man urgently warns the intruder that they must face the monster to survive. A young man, fueled by blue energy, gets ready to attack despite urgent warnings not to strike first. A massive dark tendril crashes down toward the two figures as one of them screams in desperation. A massive burst of fire erupts with explosive force. Meteors crash down as two figures brace themselves in the chaos. One character calmly confronts another, who is visibly panicked and caught off guard. A nervous man hesitantly makes a desperate request. Lava erupts violently in the chamber, as rocks float amid rising steam. A nervous man hastily explains that he thought the visit was about Yggdrasil after hearing the first floor had been searched. A small demon angrily complains that they were attacked without being given a chance. The guide, intimidated by the threat, quickly agrees to help and begins explaining the layout of the second floor. A small, purple creature offers to handle half of the exploration in exchange for the tablet, receiving a grateful response. An authoritative figure orders the group to hurry across the stone bridge above the lava river as everyone rushes to comply. Time passes as the scene shifts to a quiet, purple-at-night landscape. After completing their task in a single day with help from an ally, the group expresses gratitude amidst the aftermath. A small horned character suggests recruiting the new group as subordinates. A nervous character stammers about the urgent need to protect the area. A calm young man reassures a nervous companion, who responds with a stammer. One character reluctantly forgives a minor offense to allow their group to have dinner together. Two figures decide to leave the area beside the glowing lava river. An excited companion expresses optimism about their group's future together. A character playfully questions whether the real reason for inviting someone is to freely order a lot of meat. A small dragon hesitantly questions whether the Lord is more than just greedy. A panicked girl recoils as she desperately begs someone to stop amid crackling electricity. A determined character clenches his fist, vowing to overcome as dark energy crackles around him. A girl lunges forward desperately to protect someone as a horned creature with a sinister grin appears. A girl struggles to break free from a small dragon-like creature's grip while frantically holding up a newspaper. A clawed hand grips a newspaper article about a 1,000,000,000 artifact as someone insists on obtaining it to solve ongoing financial worries. An intimidating figure grabs a nervous blob and confronts it about an embarrassing incident that made the news. Yunhee warns the small dragon-like creature about getting in trouble and reassures that happiness matters more than money. A small, orange creature puffs steam from its head, visibly frustrated and refusing to go. A cheerful girl urges a nervous, small dragon-like creature to promise not to leave, while it hesitantly protests. A cheerful girl quickly agrees with enthusiasm. A small dragon begrudgingly makes a pinky promise with a human. A girl looms over a nervous creature, pressing for an answer while the creature hurriedly tries to appease her. A girl hesitantly starts to ask an important question in front of a closed door. Two small, colorful creatures cling to the protagonist as he returns home and is enthusiastically greeted. A cheerful girl praises a small creature for helping, while another frustrated creature reacts nearby and a man quietly observes. One creature grins, realizing their recent contribution will keep them out of trouble for a while another looks confused and the man stands by, watching. The young man abruptly turns, eyeing someone with suspicion as he questions their intentions. The small dragon-like creature quickly denies any involvement. Two people silently judge a small, suspicious creature standing before them. A small, anxious creature calls out for help, looking up with worry. A chibi demon sternly warns about harsher consequences if there is another appearance on the news. The smug creature insists on risking everything for $1 billion, arguing about the value of money while the smaller creature looks on nervously. A small creature anxiously points out that with over 100 entrances to the rift, it would be almost impossible for their master to find them. A small red demon accuses a larger demon of insolence, while the larger demon defensively explains concern about being caught. The red creature sternly tells the anxious purple creature to stop moving. A frightened creature is interrogated and nervously denies hiding anything. An orange demon slams its hand on the table and threatens to cut off the purple demon's hand as the latter pleads in fear. A small, horned creature suddenly spots something suspicious and urgently warns the others. A nervous figure points towards several motionless people lying on the ground, urgently alerting others to the scene. A small horned creature looks around in confusion, uncertain about the unexpected situation. A small creature discovers two unconscious men lying on the ground and questions why they chose such an isolated path. An irritated creature vents about the weakness of everyone except its master. The small dragon-like creature questions why they don't simply send the others away to make things easier. Two small dragon-like creatures stand in silence, eyeing each other awkwardly. A small creature nervously insists that they will help, surprised by the other's harshness. A small orange creature complains about doing all the work while a purple creature anxiously watches over an unconscious young man surrounded by glowing light. A group of goblin-like creatures excitedly celebrates their scheme, boasting about their unexpected ally. The small dragon, deeply moved, declares the healing finished and instructs someone to remove the unconscious figures. A clenched fist slams onto the glowing magic circle, activating its power. A small dragon-like creature stands in the center of a glowing magic circle, confused by its sudden activation. Glowing spikes erupt violently through the darkness, tearing apart the chaotic scene. A startled creature recoils in shock as something unexpected happens. A small dragon-like figure cries out desperately toward the massive spiked energy dome. A terrified creature pleads for help and suddenly breaks into hysterical laughter. A towering armored demon harshly rebukes the smaller, intimidated figure for falling into a simple trap. An enraged armored figure glares forward, furious at the intruders. A menacing figure issues a fierce warning, intimidating the adversary. A sudden burst of intense energy fills the scene. A warning is given that the situation will cause someone to revert to their most dangerous and tyrannical state. A small dragon-like creature stands triumphantly amid unconscious bodies as a massive fireball blazes in the background. A powerful, armored demon vows revenge but is shocked to see the target completely unharmed. A terrified figure pleads for mercy as a devastating attack threatens to destroy the tunnel and endanger everyone present. A small dragon-like creature refuses the demand with fiery defiance. A lone figure is consumed by a massive explosion, screaming in agony as debris flies in all directions. A small, impish creature unleashes a burst of fire while taunting its enemies with manic laughter. A small, panicked creature begins to shout and rush off but is abruptly stopped mid-sentence. A man in a suit rushes in, carrying a startled orange dragon creature, ready to handle the unfolding situation. A panicked creature is forcefully restrained as someone warns to stop before the tunnel collapses. A small, anxious creature stammers in confusion, sweating nervously in the darkness. The boy firmly tells everyone to stop working to prevent the tunnel from collapsing and causing injuries. An authoritative figure threatens punishment as a frightened creature pleads for mercy amid the rubble. A startled man explains that he was tipped off by Carciel. The protagonist reacts with frustration after learning that the valuable boss item must be handed over to the country, making it useless for buying meat. A small horned creature winces in pain as someone confronts it about whether it would have behaved differently if told to stay home. The small horned creature angrily confronts the shadowed figure. The suited man admits he ordered the betrayal, explaining that revealing the plan was necessary to prevent disaster. Yong sweats nervously, visibly anxious about the situation. A character offers the monster's claw as a reward, reminding the other that leniency is due to their life-saving actions. The small demon bursts into tears after hearing shocking news while being held up by someone in a suit. A small, purple creature nervously offers a large, clawed black item to the person addressed as Lord. A mysterious figure examines a hovering black scorpion artifact within a glowing magic circle. A digital display reveals the attributes of the general's skull talisman, highlighting its luck-boosting effect. A small dragon-like creature excitedly congratulates the armored figure for acquiring a valuable B-ranked item. A character examines the talisman and learns that its luck-enhancing effect is stronger when owned by a minor. Two small creatures sigh in frustration, while a young man watches them in confusion. A terrified scream erupts from inside the apartment building, alarming everyone nearby. A small orange creature nervously offers a large, black-clawed object as a gift. A character receives a bone helmet for field training while others gather in the hallway. A frustrated girl demands to know what the topic has to do with field training. The small creature impatiently urges the other person to accept the gift. A man in a suit arrives home as a small dragon excitedly greets him and a young girl watches in awe. One person suggests eating meat before field training, causing a small creature nearby to react with sudden excitement. 3 characters celebrate joyfully on the city street after receiving good news. Yuhi cheerfully leaves for her practical training while they exchange a few parting words outside. She rushes through the doorway and suddenly stops, startled by someone calling out. A character urgently asks if Yuhi is bringing a crucial item. Startled, the girl recoils in shock as she suddenly remembers the skull she was given. A nervous girl stammers as she confirms the item is in her bag. The small demon defiantly reveals a dark, powerful object, challenging the others. A girl is shocked when a small creature finds the cursed magical object she had hidden in her closet. A frustrated figure confronts the anxious girl for leaving behind a valuable item that could have been sold for a fortune. An important item is offered, prompting a decisive response. The small dragon-like creature insists on being served meat dishes whenever desired, and the human reluctantly agrees. A startled girl is interrupted while talking about making a meat dish, as a small horned creature cheers excitedly. The group discusses how someone who was once easily tricked is now using those same tactics, and questions whether it's right to let him continue after making her promise. He quietly considers making an exception this time. Someone acknowledges the effort that was made. An instructor warns the students to prioritize safety and run if any unexpected danger arises during the practical training at Trolls Valley. A muscular man sternly warns about unpredictable dangers and large rifts and asks what should be done if trouble arises. 3 students stand together, as one urgently tells the others to escape and inform a teacher. A stern man warns others not to intervene and orders them to find a teacher instead. The commanding figure orders everyone to form teams, prompting the group to scatter quickly. 2 girls walk through the forest as one nervously explains why she brought a backpack on their short trip. A smug boy flirtatiously offers to carry something, while another character looks on in disbelief. She confidently takes the backpack herself as the 2 boys continue to bicker and tease on their way through the forest. One character anxiously worries about making the other uncomfortable, while the observer silently notes his tendency to overthink. A narration clarifies that the embarrassment is due to receiving a gift from Yong. As one character nervously offers to take on the burden, another abruptly interrupts with a decisive gesture. A boy stares in shock at a mysterious box he has just discovered. A gunshot rings out as someone fires at the monster to protect a shocked companion in the jungle. 2 anxious figures pause in the forest as one warns the other that they've entered monster territory. A determined girl sternly urges someone off-panel to focus and ignore distractions. A flustered boy fumbles with his uniform as a girl sharply scolds him for not being serious at the right moments. The confusion between the characters continued to escalate. In the jungle, one student urges the group to focus while the others react with surprise. A bespectacled person shouts in alarm, reacting urgently to a tense situation. 3 armed figures brace themselves as a swarm of goblin-like creatures charges toward them on the jungle path. 3 students huddle together, surrounded by swirling magical energy, as they brace themselves for an imminent battle. A frightened girl urges the group to retreat as a swarm of goblins closes in. A girl urgently warns that they are completely surrounded with no way to escape. A young man charges forward to clear a path as his companion shouts in alarm. Dojin charges forward with electricity crackling around his fist, determined to protect the others from the monstrous creature. 2 girls in matching uniforms react anxiously in the forest as one questions the other's reckless action. A character is suddenly struck and collapses in front of a group of goblin-like creatures while another watches from behind. A monstrous attacker lunges at Dojin, forcing him to desperately defend himself. A frustrated fighter charges at an enemy with batons while another prepares to strike with a glowing weapon in the forest. A woman fires her gun to protect her injured companion as he struggles to respond. The boy panics over his actions, convinced he has embarrassed himself, and will be judged harshly. One character furiously slashes at a monster while the other remains curled on the ground, overwhelmed and berating himself. A frustrated character shouts for help while relentlessly attacking a creature in the jungle. An anxious girl urges someone to give a compliment. A desperate character urgently pressures someone off-panel to act immediately. A girl points her glowing weapon forward and encourages her ally for bravely protecting the group. A young man reacts with surprise as large green hands gently pat his cheeks, offering reassurance. 2 goblins punch the unfazed man in the forest while 2 onlookers react in shock and disbelief. A young man shouts as he delivers a powerful punch to the green creature. One character urges the other to let loose and go wild. A girl urgently raises her concern about the danger of monsters appearing in other places. A girl with glasses yells in frustration as she points at the overwhelming number of enemies still ahead. 2 girls slash at attacking monsters in the jungle while shouting to each other amid the chaos. A muscular man in sunglasses pauses and assesses the situation, visibly tense. The group of trainees returns looking battered and worn out, prompting someone to question if they were just in a fight. A teacher congratulates the students on their overwhelming victory, surrounded by the bodies of defeated goblins. 3 students stand together, nervously laughing and attributing their unexpected first-place win to luck. 2 agitated characters walk together outdoors, arguing that their success is due to hard work, not luck. Yunhee's eyes widen as she reacts with shock to something unexpected. Clutching the backpack, the character realizes a suspicious clue might be the cause of the situation. A female character celebrates their victory by clutching a monstrous object and expressing gratitude to Young for securing first place. The narrator reflects on the intense events that just occurred. Someone plots to give another person a life-changing experience. A shadowy castle looms beneath the dark, threatening sky. The small dragon suddenly sneezes with explosive force. A nervous companion follows closely behind as they enter a foreboding hallway, expressing regret about coming along. A young man teases a flustered red dragon for being scared of horror movies. Someone reacts with disbelief to an unexpected situation. One character teases a frightened companion, who hurriedly denies being scared as a confident foot steps forward. A small dragon-like creature protests indignantly but suddenly screams in fear as a shadowy figure looms over it. A serious woman strides toward the two figures in the dim corridor, prompting a tense reaction. A pink-haired girl authoritatively orders the capture of intruders threatening the central universe. Alarms echo through the dark castle as intruders are detected. A surge of destructive magic bursts forth as a character unleashes a devastating attack. Someone recognizes something as familiar. A suited man asks if the small dragon-like creature recognizes someone, but the creature hesitantly replies that it might not. A woman with pink hair unleashes a surge of magic toward the glowing circles as she braces herself. A flustered creature admits his confusion, while the suited man silently observes him. While magical energy crackles in the air, the protagonist evaluates the opponent as a worried companion pleads for leniency. While calmly analyzing the situation, he observes the creature's startled reaction to the surge of purple energy. A determined man charges into the S-ranked rift with a curved blade, carrying a small creature as energy bursts around them. The young man explains that his only goal is to investigate the region. The protagonist questions his small companion about the girl's motives while she listens from behind. A mysterious figure demands an audience with the true owner as a grand mansion looms over the cliff. A small creature expresses astonishment that a human has shattered powerful restraint magic through sheer strength. A pink-haired woman stands in the forest, clutching a doll as she weighs the risk of trusting someone whose true identity remains uncertain. Realizing the puppet is ineffective, the character prepares to confront her opponent directly. A determined woman strides down the hallway, preparing to confront the man as magical energy crackles around them. A woman realizes her concern was unwarranted as she reacts calmly with a small creature on her shoulder. A frightened creature realizes the looming beast is the true king, not an imposter. A pink-haired girl with a squirrel on her shoulder delivers a respectful greeting to the Dragon King in a grand hallway. A surprised dragon reacts animatedly to a sudden, dramatic increase in size. A young woman calmly explains that memory loss is expected after recovering from the exhaustion of the last battle. A perplexed man questions a small orange creature about its lost memories and past battles. A pink-haired girl brings up the issue of memory loss and asks what to call someone, while a small orange creature panics and scolds a dark-haired man for acting inappropriately in front of a child. A pink-haired girl looks up in surprise as she reacts to a sudden noise. Young clings to the man's shoulder and introduces him as his master. The pink-haired character kneels and pledges loyalty while clutching their injury as the dark-haired character holds a wounded creature. Two characters discuss titles and loyalty, with one downplaying his authority while the other insists on maintaining respect. Young complains about an elder's stubbornness while the other character listens in silence. A baffled voice questions the strange behavior of someone who is 8,000 years old. A small demon-like child questions why the visitor is here despite humans being bothersome. A pink-haired girl floats anxiously in the hall, waiting to report urgent news about the central universe. A character asks permission to use a glowing memory ball to reveal something, while two small creatures show curiosity about its contents. A hand channels powerful energy into a swirling sphere of pink light, initiating a surge of magic. It is revealed that Readjusting was the king. Long ago, the dragons were still awake. A group of dragons bow in respect to their powerful leader. All living beings in the heart world bow before the overwhelming dragon. The identity of the overlord is revealed to be Aegis. A figure in flowing robes steps forward, marking the dramatic arrival of Solomon. A manager of the central universe initiated a war. A radiant, muscular figure with a sword makes a grand entrance, exuding confidence and power. One character concludes that the recent incident was a revolt, attributing it to another's personality. A character reflects that the recent incident was not a revolt, but something entirely different. A narration box introduces an explanation about the role of a manager. A narrator explains that Readjusting was born in the central universe and became its king. Two powerful figures confront each other on a floating platform as the ancient conflict of transcendent beings is revealed. Two of the figures are granted cosmic powers and appointed as managers to maintain the world's order. The true turning point came when the one called Solomon became corrupted. A powerful wolf-like demon rallies its fierce subordinates, preparing to launch an attack. Transcendence allied with him began a war against the natives of the central universe. Three masked attackers in straw hats leap from above, launching a sudden ambush. A pivotal moment is narrated, attributing the event to the benevolent overlord Aegis. The protagonist raises his hand to stop someone as a small creature on his shoulder looks on in confusion. One character insists that another is truly benevolent while defending his reputation, as a glowing orb is held and a nervous companion looks on. A small dragon-like creature questions a strange-sounding statement with visible confusion. The pink-haired girl stands in uneasy silence, reacting nervously to the situation. Under intense questioning, the two frantic demon-like creatures desperately compete to take the blame as the interrogator urges them to keep talking. A calm woman begins to clarify someone's benevolence as a squirrel and cartoon crab react with surprise. A raging fire sweeps through the forest as war breaks out. After witnessing the battlefield filled with wounded and casualties, the aftermath becomes clear. A furious dragon roars as it unleashes devastation upon the burning landscape. Determined to prevent further harm to others, he departed alone to confront Solomon in the final battle. A lone figure stands determined, confronting a massive dragon without any allies. The group advances confidently as their opponents suffer a decisive defeat. An unseen force intervenes at a crucial moment. A hand unleashes a surge of blue energy, filling the scene with an intense burst of light. Enormous ice shards erupt without warning, trapping the group in sudden chaos as they scramble to escape. A character recoils in disbelief, shaken by an unexpected revelation. A red dragon confronts a fox-haired woman about her tardiness as she apologizes and explains her reason for being late. A long-haired figure confronts their opponent, challenging them with a menacing threat. A character channels intense magical energy from their hand, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. Someone desperately calls out for Cecilia in the pouring rain. A silver-haired character unleashes a magical attack at a blonde character trapped against an icy barrier. A powerful figure confronts the group, accusing them of causing the Heart World's destruction as he stands ready with his glowing sword before a wall of frozen prisoners. A determined warrior charges through surging energy and strikes at the towering monster as chaos erupts around them. A girl with animal ears stands her ground inside a cracking magical barrier, defiantly opposing the destruction of all life. A resolute figure raises her arm and declares her intent to destroy all intellectual life to save the dimensions. A white-haired woman blocks a dragon's powerful attack with a glowing barrier and declares that defeating the Overlord is not enough to become the Dimensional King. A massive, fiery guardian erupts with blazing energy, blocking the path forward. They sealed Solomon after failing to destroy him, despite winning the fight. A woman explains that they have been preparing for the day their leader would return to confront Solomon. A small horned creature sitting on someone's shoulder questions how the person can remember everything when no one else does. The woman calmly explains that she stayed awake to ensure at least one dragon could remember and document the events in the central universe. A pink-haired woman reassures a worried dragon-like creature that leaving was necessary and tells it not to worry. The small orange creature reassures the other with gentle words, acknowledging its loneliness. The pink-haired character warmly expresses admiration for the Lord's enduring kindness. A suited man approaches and asks about Cecilia's whereabouts, while the woman requests he speak more casually. A girl informs someone that Cecilia has not been seen since the incident and asks if they know her. The young man hesitantly denies any involvement. He reveals that someone is searching for her, escalating the tension. Someone promises to report back once they discover her location. A man in a suit urgently interrupts, halting the situation. A phone rings with an incoming call from First Daughter, prompting immediate attention. A young man in a suit urgently answers a phone call in the grand hallway, alarmed by news of a serious problem. A girl urgently calls for help after discovering that Star is seriously ill, while a small purple creature panics on the bed. A worried companion realizes that medicine is ineffective and fears that seeking a doctor will expose the girl's non-human identity. A man ends a phone call after learning that someone named Star is unwell, while a small dragon-like creature looks up at him in concern. A serious young man informs a pink-haired woman that he will delay his report on the central universe because she appears busy. A man in a suit departs with his small orange companion, reassuring others that they will return soon. A woman with a small animal on her shoulder politely wishes someone a safe journey as they prepare to leave. A young girl sneezes loudly, catching everyone by surprise. While fishing by the pond, one group member checks on another's health, leading to a puzzled question about their unusual goal. Two people talk by a quiet lakeside as one teases the other about being afraid of needles. One person calls out another for hiding their concern, pointing out their unusual behavior. A small creature defensively insists it is not worried while being pressed for answers about Bluey in the forest. A glowing bottle filled with blue liquid is revealed at the bottom of the lake. They decide to head down and retrieve the item while sitting atop the startled creature in the forest. A frustrated young man reluctantly activates his glowing blue power while holding an irritated girl in his arms. A startled dragon-like creature is suddenly hurled through the air. The young man explains that unless the creature is captured with a fishing rod, it will vanish as soon as it leaves the lake. A small dragon-like creature tumbles underwater, startled as a mysterious bottle with swirling energy descends toward it. One person sits relaxed by the water with a child on their lap, offering a drink as a hand splashes up nearby. A blonde girl hurriedly drinks a glowing blue potion from a large bottle. A young girl floats unconscious at the center of a glowing magic circle as blue energy envelopes her. A small, horned creature crashes onto the grass, grumbling about being dropped so roughly. A girl confidently demonstrates her improved magic, stunning a nearby creature with her rapid progress. Concerned about Yunhee's safety, the protagonist considers getting her effective protective items while reflecting in the forest with his companion. A man considers rewarding someone while a joyful child excitedly clings to his arm, calling out to him. A cheerful girl suggests visiting the tree instead of going home, surprising the small orange creature. The small creature eagerly schemes to get Pacopo meat cooked as a special dish. The man calmly reassures the girl clinging to his arm, while the orange creature observes their interaction. The small, panicked creature desperately tries to prove its innocence by swearing an oath. Someone wishes another person a safe journey before they leave. A serious young man tells a surprised small creature to have a safe trip, prompting the creature to question if it is really being sent away. Flustered by the situation, one character dashes away through the forest while the others watch in exasperation and alarm. The group arrives at the glowing mystical tree in the tranquil forest. Two figures arrive in a glowing, magical place and cheerfully greet a mystical tree. One character reacts with confusion to a strange title while another laughs cheerfully at the situation. A digital message board shows users discussing the return of peace and stability to the central universe thanks to recent events. Troublemakers on the first floor begin to cause a disturbance, prompting a request for someone to intervene. The young man accepts the task with confidence. Someone expresses disbelief at receiving help with no conditions attached. A man leaves a cheerful young girl in a safe, magical forest area, instructing her to stay and play while he steps away briefly. He stands calmly in the glowing forest, showing restraint and humility despite his overwhelming power. Someone reflects anxiously on the consequences of leaving Star with another person. A warning is given that if a sleeping entity is disturbed by powerful forces, a dangerous situation may occur. The apocalypse is expected to happen sooner than anticipated. After Dojin leaves for the second floor, unrest begins to spread among the rebellious group on the first floor. A serious young man asks someone else to handle the approaching threat. A panicked man urgently questions his teammate about the whereabouts of an opponent. Overwhelmed and irritated, the character lashes out in frustration while complaining about the exhausting situation. Two panicked men kneel in shock as the calm figure confronts them, having returned unexpectedly and disrupted their raid. A masked character with cat ears angrily tells someone to be quiet. The calm young man increases the challenge by adding more boulders, causing a disturbance in the shadowy pit. A stern warning is issued that another penalty will be added if anyone faints. Three panicked characters freeze in shock as something unexpected happens off-panel. A young man reacts in shock, his eyes wide as he takes in the unexpected situation. The masked figure extends the brutal training session as two men collapse in pain after a punishing impact. A young man calls for the group's attention, prompting an immediate and enthusiastic response. The captives panic as a threat of extended punishment is announced due to their unheard voices. Someone shouts in emphatic agreement. A serious young man raises his hand, warning everyone that he can appear anywhere and will not tolerate anyone troubling the natives. Three terrified figures kneel and desperately beg for forgiveness, vowing to restore everything they destroyed. The adventurers frantically beg for trust as the frustrated figure remains unconvinced. A determined man prepares to depart, and a young girl insists on accompanying him. A cheerful, purple, horned creature wishes someone a safe trip. A young girl feels sad about her parents' constant work, and her small companion suggests they visit the playground to cheer her up. A frustrated argument erupts as the girl and the small purple creature disagree about the consequences of causing trouble at the playground. An excited, orange creature jumps in front of the window, proudly showing off its new form. A startled creature reacts as a black cloak, recognized as an important gift, is revealed. Two severed hands spin and fall to the ground as one figure taunts another about their inability to feel anything. A small purple creature is held up by the head, showing no reaction as it comments on its lack of sensation. A hand grabs a cloak tightly, signaling the start of decisive action. A mischievous orange creature suddenly startles the group, causing the girl to scream in surprise while the purple creature remains calm. A small creature proposes scaring their master, startling the girl while another listens from below. Dojin charges forward and strikes the small creature with his sword, suspecting it might be an enemy. A purple creature imagines a grim scenario, prompting the orange creature to protest being singled out for a fatal outcome. A small demon is struck by an angry red creature during a heated exchange as a startled girl watches. A small creature confidently proposes a bet at the table, claiming they will never get caught while wearing a certain item. A small horned creature taunts the angry figure, insisting that they'll get caught no matter what. A frightened creature nervously protests as a towering figure imposes a risky bet with an intimidating condition. Yuhi intervenes forcefully to protect Ciel from being bullied. A small, orange creature hesitantly gathers its courage and prepares to move forward. The scene shifts to the City Hall building where the main character works. A supervisor demands an update on the Rift report, and a staff member promises to complete it in 3 hours. A stressed superior demands urgent task completion, while a worker confirms the monthly meeting is set for meeting room 2 at the Hunter's Bureau. A frustrated man begs someone else to take his place because he desperately wants to avoid going. A young man assures someone that he will send the report as soon as it is completed. A weary man questions someone off-panel about their harsh actions. A cheerful character reminds someone not to be late. A man confidently sits at his desk, boasting about not getting caught after a successful act. Inside the dim tunnel, the group eagerly prepares to scare their unsuspecting target. A calm figure advises patience while an anxious companion waits for someone to finish their task. Two small dragon-like creatures defend themselves with sarcasm, one boasting confidently while the other looks annoyed. A small demon-like creature expresses admiration for the Lord. A bored figure complains from the corner, while another person focuses on work at the desk. A girl in pajamas gently comforts a small, anxious dragon-like creature, assuring it that everything will be over soon. After an hour, 3 exhausted characters stand in front of closed doors, panting heavily. Amid a crisis, one character frantically types on the keyboard while another cries out in distress, and a companion anxiously urges patience. An impatient girl bursts out, demanding to play with her father immediately. A startled creature recoils in alarm after spotting something unexpected. A cheerful girl bursts forward with open arms to greet someone, while a smaller character looks up in surprise. A woman leans in and invites the man to have dinner together after his recent mission. A girl asks about someone's identity while a nervous creature hesitantly agrees. 2 chibi demon-like creatures argue about an unusually large number of mothers, both looking frustrated. The young man delivers bad news, explaining that it will be difficult tonight. The woman hurriedly insists she can wait for overtime, but then nervously admits she already has plans tonight. A cheerful blonde girl bursts into the room, interrupting a startled red-haired woman's conversation. The 3 in the office freeze in shock, struggling to process the unexpected news. A red-haired girl spins around in shock as she confronts an unexpected visitor. A shocked girl reacts in disbelief to unexpected news. A girl is stunned after hearing about dinner plans with Mr. Lee Dojin. A cheerful girl teases someone for already making dinner plans with another person. A flustered character admits she was invited to dinner. A red-haired girl reacts explosively, shouting in disbelief at unexpected news. Wearing sunglasses, Yong munches popcorn and watches closely as another hand grabs some from the bucket. A small creature questions why the master keeps having girl troubles despite working all day, then starts to explain the reason. An orange dragon-like creature angrily seizes a purple-horned creature's face and threatens to remove them from future appearances. The orange creature frantically tries to silence the purple creature, nervously denying any secrets. A young man abruptly turns in his chair, sensing a sudden disturbance. The young man calls out to hidden listeners, preparing to share important information. The shocked orange creature reacts to being discovered as the hopeful girl asks to go out, and the nervous purple creature pleads not to be punished too harshly. The 2 girls react with confusion as one person reassures them there will be no punishment, and another questions who he is speaking to. A child rushes toward the 2 adults with open arms, calling out for their mother. The 2 women recoil in shock as the child dashes toward them, shouting in excitement. A child rushes up and calls out excitedly to their surprised mother, sparking an unexpected reunion. A red-haired girl freezes in shock as she hears herself called Mom. A boy notices the striking similarity in hair color while a cheerful little girl hugs someone she calls Mama, suggesting she followed them here. 2 small, horned creatures nervously agree to watch over Star as requested. A surprised orange creature reacts with excitement after receiving unexpected forgiveness in the office while others watch. A man at his desk confirms that Carciel is allowed to pass because she needs to accompany him to the 3rd floor of the Central Universe tomorrow. A startled purple creature with horns reacts in shock after being singled out. A small creature insists on joining the mission, but the young man firmly tells it to stay and watch over Star. A scream rings out as someone arrives on the vast floating platform of the Central Universe's 3rd floor. A terrified armored man collapses to the ground, desperately begging for his life. A cloaked figure intimidates a terrified security guard slumped against the wall. A powerful man surrounded by a red aura intimidates his kneeling opponents with a menacing declaration of superiority. A terrified character recoils, covering their face as they react in horror. A violent blow lands, causing someone to scream in agony. A masked figure inspects a glowing yellow gem, noting its convenience. A cloaked figure absorbs power from the glowing yellow training stones, growing stronger. A character channels golden energy as the stone's special effect activates. A character realizes her attempt has failed and inspects her hand in confusion. A triumphant figure questions the worth of the struggle while standing over a group of defeated opponents in a glowing chamber. A dangerous power is revealed that allows its user to grow stronger by killing adventurers and absorbing their skill levels. A confident character considers taking on a formidable opponent. Scarred and seething with anger, the dragon vows to reclaim the half of his face lost to his enemy in the Great War. A new location is registered by the device, indicating a significant system update. An energetic messenger rushes in and announces that all information from the other side has been registered. The protagonist acknowledges the messenger's efforts with a brief word of praise. A small dragon-like creature stares anxiously at a tablet after receiving troubling news. At the top of the steps, a man and his small companion arrive to find numerous fighters defeated and unconscious below. A startled creature reacts in shock behind a calm young man as they both look at their tablets. A bewildered young man questions his master, shocked that the events on the 3rd floor were anticipated. A small purple creature eagerly asks if they were chosen because the other fighter causes too much destruction. A man tries to reassure his energetic companion, who eagerly urges him to move forward. A startled, horned character reacts with surprise to something seen on the tablet. The protagonist explains his decision to bring someone along, emphasizing efficiency in the dark cave setting. A nervous dragon expresses doubt while being reassured with a calm pat. A bashful character awkwardly deflects praise while admitting that someone else can also be good. One character kneels down and gently pats the other, offering comfort during a tense moment. A small purple creature berates himself for failing to hide his emotions in front of his master and others. One character tries to offer comfort, but the other rejects it in embarrassment. A massive, scaled hand descends, signaling the start of a punishment. A dragon-like creature flies overhead as a young man in a suit resolves to launch an urgent investigation. A man silently watches as someone departs through the ancient arches, vowing to return. Confused by the situation, he decides to buy a book about understanding daughters going through puberty. The unseen narrator acknowledges that every floor ahead will present unavoidable challenges. A small purple dragon nervously searches the ancient stone corridor. The small dragon senses a sudden disturbance and looks up, startled. A massive dragon tail emerges from the darkness, signaling the creature's presence. The small purple dragon hesitantly accepts the master's command as a magical symbol glows behind it. A small dragon reels back as a sudden burst of magical energy erupts nearby. A massive explosion suddenly erupts, shaking the scene. The massive serpent collapses to the ground, defeated and motionless. A masked figure mocks their enemy's subordinate with a smug smirk. The wild figure hurtles into battle, energized by the thrill of reunion after the Great War. A furious character threatens to tear their opponent apart if they are defeated too quickly. The dragon bursts into the scene with energetic excitement, its cheerful expression lighting up the moment. A devastating attack is unleashed, engulfing the area in explosive force as the confrontation escalates. The figure pauses to catch his breath after the intense confrontation. Amidst the ruined chamber, the confident figure surveys the destruction caused by his own overwhelming power. A hand shoots up as the fallen dragon unexpectedly stirs back to life, cutting off the speaker mid-sentence. A young man in a suit lifts his struggling opponent by the collar amid the smoky ruins, demanding answers. A desperate character, gasping for air while being choked, urgently demands to know the location. A furious figure in dark robes lunges at a calm young man, launching a sudden attack powered by intense red energy. A young man in a suit raises his arm decisively, preparing to unleash a powerful action. Dojin stands alone, radiating a tense blue aura as he prepares for an impending confrontation. A devastating burst of fiery energy erupts, engulfing everything in its path. A character is slammed hard against the wall by a powerful impact. A character violently coughs as dark energy bursts from his mouth. A suited man calmly checks on his opponent, who angrily rebukes him while kneeling amid the debris after their violent confrontation. The young man in the suit rejects the proposal without hesitation. Turning around in the ruined chamber, the man firmly rejects the small horned creature's approach. The small dragon-like creature energetically reports that it is unharmed thanks to its master. A character gives tactical instructions to cast a shield, receive an attack, and pretend to be wounded. The dragon lowers its head in submission, visibly shaken after narrowly avoiding harm thanks to a timely warning. The injured character clutches his side in shock, demanding to know why his opponent is unharmed and telling the child of the Dang clan to stop speaking. A powerful force slams the shocked character to the ground, forcing them onto their knees. A calm man observes his opponent and recognizes their transcendent power as a worried creature stands by his side. A determined figure demands an explanation for the attempt to destroy the central universe and endanger the world. Blue energy crackles around the shocked man in a suit as he reacts to the sudden surge of power. A wounded character recoils in shock as he is accused of conspiring with demons to destroy the world. Amid the wreckage, a figure kneels in despair while two others stand before them, confronting the devastation caused by selfish destruction of the central universe. Amidst falling rubble, a character grins menacingly, exuding dark confidence. A startled creature shouts in disbelief as debris floats around. A masked man, surrounded by dark energy, loses his composure and shouts in frustration about not knowing his enemy's motives. Consumed by fury, the vengeful figure prepares to attack, threatening to kill everyone present. The enraged man releases a devastating green energy blast at his target. A massive surge of green energy erupts, engulfing the area in a blinding explosion. A surge of green energy smashes through the ancient stone chamber wall, sending debris flying. A lone figure crashes down with explosive force, shattering the ground and sending debris flying. A furious man charges forward at high speed, cursing his enemy and expressing a desire for revenge. The group gathers with determination, prioritizing their revenge against the overlord. A wild-eyed man charges ahead, declaring he doesn't care if the central universe is destroyed as long as he survives. Someone questions the simplicity of the reason behind recent events. A maniacal figure with long purple hair laughs and boasts that the world only exists because of him, unconcerned whether all dimensions are destroyed. Someone suddenly appears in front of a startled man, causing him to react in shock. A figure unleashes a menacing surge of dark energy while mocking an unseen opponent. A man in a suit is blasted backward by a powerful surge of energy from another figure on the ground. A long-haired man screams in pain as blood pours from a fresh shoulder wound. The young man struggles to speak, visibly overwhelmed as he leans against the brick wall. A frenzied attacker unleashes a massive magical blast at the calm man standing among the ruins. A man watches tensely as another figure begins to release a powerful surge of energy. A surge of unknown energy begins to transport the blue-haired figure as the small horned creature reacts in alarm. Two characters observe a swirling portal as one expresses concern and the other insists they let the event unfold. A massive burst of pink magical energy erupts in the sky, startling everyone nearby. A surge of supernatural energy erupts as one figure stands resolutely while another kneels, overwhelmed, before a stunned crowd. A shocked man notices mysterious energy swirling around his injured hands. With his eyes closed and a violet aura flaring behind him, the young man calmly affirms his resolve. A wild-eyed character reacts with manic delight upon hearing that the main body has died. 2 characters sit among the wreckage, reacting with disbelief and disappointment upon learning that the main body died on the 3rd floor. A scarred man bursts into laughter, mocking the unbelievable situation. Gak mocks the idea of revenge and questions why their creator gave them power only to abandon them. A cloaked figure channels dark energy from a mystical book, beginning the ritual to resurrect Solomon. A character clenches their fist and resolves to stop the demons from resurrecting Solomon. A secretive group decides to take on the task of resurrecting someone. Surrounded by fallen enemies, 2 figures brace themselves as dark projectiles rain down from above. A massive explosion engulfs the area in flames. The clones Dang and Gak have been destroyed. A small creature excitedly greets a surprised young man returning home at night. A small dragon-like creature nervously welcomes the newcomer, admitting they were waiting. Dojin interrogates the trembling creature, offering a lighter punishment in exchange for a truthful confession. A young girl points out that the small orange creature is acting strangely, prompting a man to question her observation. A chibi girl peeks over the speech bubble, remarking that someone cleaned the house. Yong vacuums the floor with determination. A small dragon-like creature joyfully announces that even with meat available, he waited for someone important to return. A terrified purple creature screams as a massive orange figure looms over it. A horned creature panics and urgently asks if the Lord is sick. A nervous character hesitantly checks the temperature of an agitated creature, unsure if it has a fever. A towering creature unleashes a furious outburst, forcing a smaller figure to beg desperately for forgiveness. A small dragon-like creature recoils in shock when suddenly pressed for answers. A young man in a suit reacts with surprise and playful bravado to an implied request for pocket money. A dragon-like creature loudly announces it will be gone for 2 days. Surprised at the entrance, he sees a girl and 2 small creatures waiting for him. A surprised creature reacts as the young man calmly grants permission to go out after explaining his reasoning. 2 excited creatures and a girl plead to join the orange dragon on the upcoming outing. The horned creature insists on going alone, showing unwavering determination. One person explains that he is leaving to visit his golden minions, while the others watch him in confusion. A cheerful boy jokes about the mascot's golden appearance while striking a playful pose next to a quiet girl. A pink-haired woman surveys the glowing flowers and decides she must head to a specific location. The small horned creature prepares to confront someone and insists on keeping his identity hidden. A dark castle tower rises beneath the stormy, purple night sky, setting a tense atmosphere. A small horned creature notices that its master has already taken action. A woman reviews the news that the 7th Transcendent has died, speculating he grew stronger while the dragons were dormant. Rumors quickly spread about someone defeating a powerful Transcendent on the 3rd floor, leaving others in disbelief. Someone insists they witnessed something unusual and comments on how difficult survival is in the CU. 2 unseen characters debate their strength and express discomfort about Dojin's presence. A girl studies the holographic screen, reflecting on humanity's unchanging greed over the ages. A lone figure stands defiantly before a massive dragon after IJS Nim's sacrifice. A small creature perches on a character's shoulder, prompting a surprised reaction. A pink-haired woman reassures that with Master present, Aegis Nim will not be alone. Someone grips the edge of a monitor and writes with a red pen, calling out to their master. Kneeling with a strange device, the man grows suspicious as he questions the true source of his lord's strength. A character realizes that someone is threatening the lord by targeting the still weak Carciel. One character pulls a silly face, causing one to cry out loudly while another growls in frustration. A young man stares upward, desperately trying to understand how the impossible just happened. Sitting among shattered gears, the figure reflects on the lord's unpredictable behavior and wonders why he became involved with a human. An alarm blares as a white-haired man notices a fast-approaching threat descending from the sky. A small orange creature bursts onto the scene in a sudden flash, ready for action. A character recoils in disbelief at an unexpected revelation. A startled character scrambles on the ground as a red octopus-headed creature rapidly approaches. A character urgently warns about the red octopus-like threat approaching while another loudly announces its presence, heightening the chaos. A white-haired young man bursts through the rubble, cutting off the emergency warning with a single, powerful punch. A powerful creature slams its paw onto the ground, signaling a dramatic entrance. A startled man in a lab coat confronts a nervous orange dragon after something is broken. Yong reacts defensively to a comment, looking annoyed as he holds his chin. The white-haired character laughs loudly, boasting playfully and demanding respect. A cheerful man energetically declares his unwavering loyalty. A furious red monster towers over a startled person, confronting them after overhearing an insult. A character aggressively taunts another while raising a clenched fist, threatening to hit them. A devastating attack blasts through the wooden floor as a figure screams in agony. A small red creature stands over a bloodied, unconscious man on the cracked ground, reflecting on how much harsher he used to be. A white-haired character collapses on the ground as a small orange creature aggressively confronts him. A small dragon-like creature angrily denies having a master after being confronted. A startled character lying on the ground hurriedly tries to explain himself while a small, red creature watches nearby. A small dragon-like creature reacts in disbelief upon hearing it is being threatened by a human. A white-haired character urgently declares they will make something right away, startling a small creature who reacts in confusion. A figure confronts another about mind control while someone forges an object amid flying sparks. A large, intimidating figure accuses the startled protagonist of wasting time by partying and acting out of character. A furious dragon-like creature threatens to attack the restrained, laughing man. The small creature pauses and begins to reconsider, realizing the situation might actually be enjoyable. A scientist triumphantly unveils the newly completed black cube device, declaring it capable of lifting the curse that magic could not break. A worried figure grabs the coat of a taller person, trying to stop them. Overcome with emotion, the creature confesses that a difficult choice was made to save Carciel. A teary-eyed character becomes overwhelmed as a small sparkling creature expresses deep gratitude for their loyalty. A white-haired man eagerly announces his return mission, while a small red demon watches with a smirk. A small, horned creature firmly warns another not to reveal his involvement to the master. Startled by the mention of a soul curse, one character demands answers while the other nervously admits his fear of their master. The small dragon-like creature, teary-eyed and resolute, places a hand on its chest and declares its trust in being saved. A young man slams his fist to his chest and fiercely vows to save someone important. A shooting star blazes across the night sky, signaling an ominous turn of events. 4 people sit together at the table, enjoying a calm meal in the kitchen. A sudden explosion erupts behind the young man, forcing him to recoil in shock as debris scatters everywhere. A white-haired figure bursts in, fiercely announcing his arrival and loyalty as the 5th dragon. As the curse is lifted, chaos erupts in the dining room when one man screams in agony and shatters a window, leaving the others in shock. A concerned girl asks if the purple creature is sick while a serious young man watches its shocked reaction. A furious confrontation erupts as a scanning device is activated to locate the source of a curse. The curse detection attempt fails, leaving everyone in the kitchen tense and desperate. A startled creature is suddenly struck on the head by ominous energy. A confused man inspects the black cube, questioning whether the curse has been broken. Stunned by the revelation, the young man realizes that Yong was involved. Dojin unleashes a devastating attack on his stunned opponent after exposing the true mastermind behind the conflict. A terrified character recoils and yells in disbelief at something overwhelming. A young man urgently channels energy as he demands to know Yong's location. A weary young man lowers his head, struggling to understand why his concern led to this distress. The young man hesitates, visibly startled by something unexpected in the clinical room. A nervous scientist frantically sweeps the floor under pressure from a small, demanding creature while a calm man silently observes the scene. A small, menacing figure threatens another character with a beating, causing visible fear. A woman comforts a crying child while a scientist quickly retreats and others watch, including a small dragon. A small character suspiciously questions whether Lord was making his usual mischievous expression at that time. A white-haired character hesitates, silently contemplating what to say next. Someone recalls seeing a familiar expression. A small dragon laughs mischievously while the larger dragon relaxes contentedly below. A terrified character clutches his head as he remembers being beaten up in the past. An angry figure towers over the cowering character, demanding to know why he made a mistake despite witnessing the situation. One character notices another acting unusually scared while being comforted in the kitchen. Dojin realizes that the other person's actions are intentional. A woman reacts with shock as she holds a distressed girl in her arms. He reflects on how someone intervened before he could punish the others, unsure of their reasons. While one character sweeps the floor, another scolds him for missing glass fragments. He briefly mentions having subordinates on the mainland but quickly downplays its significance when questioned. The 2 characters abandon the ruined meal and decide to order food instead. A young girl eagerly tugs at an adult's arm, demanding to eat goldfish. A confused young man reacts in disbelief as a cheerful girl eagerly suggests having goldfish for dinner. A woman explains to a man that the girl has been asking for goldfish repeatedly over the past few days. A young man quickly turns around, startled as someone calls out to him. A small purple creature tries to calm the situation by asking for forgiveness while tugging on the distressed white-haired person's hair. A chibi character peeks over the text box, visibly irritated. A small creature seizes a white-haired character's face and threatens them with a burst of energy as the victim panics and apologizes. A white-haired character bows on the floor, pleading for forgiveness and promising to be useful, while a black-haired man listens from the couch. Someone questions why an apology was made for something that was not their fault. A small dragon is lifted into the air, looking startled by the sudden movement. The family enjoys a cheerful moment together surrounded by vibrant flowers. A white-haired character reacts in shock upon realizing someone was addressed as Master Nim. A red dragon mocks a smaller white dragon for making a mistake, while the white dragon nervously pleads for forgiveness. A red dragon aggressively confronts a bewildered young man, who is confused by his unexpectedly warm feelings amid the threat. A nervous creature pleads for forgiveness on someone else's behalf while another character looks on in confusion. The young man pauses in the storage room, thoughtfully considering the situation. Two small dragon-like creatures spin in confusion among floating objects, as one regrets sending someone away. A worried creature anxiously considers the possible trouble that might result from sending someone else as a prank. The mischievous character considers what to do if someone reveals his secret. The small creature insists he would deny any accusations and threatens to retaliate if exposed. Startled by the sudden presence, one character shouts while another stands calmly with crossed arms, as two others observe from behind and cling to his shoulder. An ominous question challenges the need for honesty. The small orange demon sulks, worried more about losing allowance money than getting punished, while three others watch. A small creature becomes visibly angry and decides not to back down. A furious figure clenches a flaming fist and demands to know who dared to speak disrespectfully. A furious character lunges forward, threatening violence. A demon-like creature recoils in shock as the group stands firm, unfazed by its reaction. A small creature is startled by the sudden arrival of its master. The central figure confronts the others, making it clear that recent events are their fault. A menacing figure warns that mercy is no longer an option after judging the opponent's lack of remorse. Two female characters quickly raise protective barriers as a small creature and a man watch anxiously. A white-haired character recoils in shock as a shadowy figure confronts them. A powerful aura radiates as the shocked creature realizes the pressure surpasses even the strongest in the heart world. A man delivers a menacing warning, suggesting punishment is imminent. A massive explosion engulfs the area, scattering debris and gears through the flames. A massive, wounded monster collapses while three tense figures look on from the background. A startled white-haired man nervously responds to a sudden question from off-panel. A white-haired woman asks a dark-haired man for help with machines, and he eagerly offers to make anything she wants. Dojin pauses, preparing to take his next action. A white-haired man absent-mindedly cooks fish-shaped pastries at his stall while announcing the prices. A person behind the street food cart scolds the small dragon mascot for not holding the sign correctly. A frantic creature in a dragon costume desperately tries to sell goldfish pastries to passers-by, urging urgency so they can go home. A cheerful girl suddenly greets a startled demon-like character. A silver-haired character eagerly offers assistance with a cheerful smile. A cheerful child and a small purple dragon eagerly request specific beans. A serious young man in a hoodie refuses an offer as two excited companions react with surprise. A hand hesitantly reveals a gleaming gold card from a pocket. Clutching the glowing golden card, the young man abruptly decides he must leave immediately. A special ticket appears, offering one-time teleportation to the Treasure Goblin Company. One character cheerfully leaves for the day, reminding another not to cause any trouble, while the other responds nervously. The small dragon protests indignantly, insisting he is not a child despite being treated like one. A character dismisses someone's concern with a mischievous smile, questioning why they're worried about him causing trouble. A small horned creature hides behind cards, nervously reassuring himself about his preparations for the family. A young man arrives at a large building and pauses to confirm if he is at the correct location. A young man jolts in shock as someone suddenly shouts his name. An energetic figure dashes toward Dojin, who stands on the sidewalk looking surprised. A young man, visibly startled, demands to know how his arrival was anticipated. An older man recoils in disbelief, gasping for breath as he clutches his glasses. An exhausted, armored figure urgently warns that ripping up the ticket will trigger an automatic alarm. A goblin-like creature angrily demands recognition from a confused onlooker. A nervous goblin hesitantly asks why the dragons are not coming. The cheerful character animatedly explains how terrifying their opponents are, comparing them to gangsters and expressing relief that they're not present. The protagonist confronts the startled creature, demanding an explanation. The creature questions the identity of someone it suspects to be a gangster. A terrified goblin is forcefully knocked down by a dark, intimidating figure after making an insulting remark. A horned figure lifts the goblin by the throat, intimidating him as he reacts in fear. A terrified goblin collapses to the ground, begging desperately for its life as the man stares down with chilling indifference. Dojin struggles to restrain a furious ally who is about to attack a fleeing goblin. Panting with relief, the smaller character thanks the man behind him for saving his life again. A nervous goblin urges the group to enter the glowing entrance of the treasure trove. The group arrives in a grand, sparkling hall and takes in the impressive surroundings. Several rare and magical artifacts are displayed as the speaker explains that even rarer items are stored deeper underground. One character considers whether to take valuable items for someone else, while another worries about the risk of theft. He considers the possibility that she is upset because someone insulted Yongyong. A small dragon-like creature reacts in a panic as someone teases him about becoming attached after spending time together. A clawed hand reaches toward a magical, glowing item while someone warns about the danger of leaving valuable objects exposed. A small purple dragon, startled, grabs a mysterious magical object from the shelf. A boastful guardian mocks the idea that even legendary beings could steal anything from this place. A small demon radiates a menacing energy, clearly irritated as he intimidates his cowering opponent. A terrified goblin, surrounded by ominous purple flames, desperately begs for mercy. One character questions another's unusual behavior while a small, horned creature angrily reacts to an insult against a third party. The small demon-like creature describes his usual process of repeatedly tormenting someone by attacking their limbs. The goblin-like creature trembles uncontrollably, overwhelmed by terror. One character reassures another to calm down, signaling that the situation has been resolved. A dark-haired young man sternly warns the frightened yellow creature, who quickly bows and agrees. A grateful character wipes away a tear and acknowledges that their life was saved again by Dojin. The two stand close together as one of them notices something unexpected, prompting a confused reaction. A grinning figure announces that some now call Dojin the king of the lower floors of the central universe. A man steps forward, preparing to enter the glowing portal. An elderly man laughs as he explains that murders have stopped in the lower floors since a certain person arrived, allowing everyone to finally relax. A group on the balcony announces that, despite collecting fewer items, the number of new customers has increased thanks to distributed tickets. A goblin-like character boasts that the group may not be famous now, but they could become stronger in the future. A cloaked figure steps forward, making a bold entrance while questioning their lack of fame. The anxious shopkeeper tries to explain the rules but is suddenly interrupted by a shocked outburst. A regal figure enters confidently, addressing the room about her lack of fame. A trembling figure in yellow bows in fear before the imposing figure in the cloak. A voice reveals the identity of a legendary third-rank transcendent who once challenged the heart world. Seal looks up in shock, visibly startled by something unexpected. A trembling goblin bows deeply and urgently pleads for forgiveness in front of two calm figures beside a display of mystical objects. A terrified creature begs for mercy as a sword looms over it. Two men prepare to fight in the center of the room while a small purple creature nervously observes. A long-haired individual reacts with intrigue after receiving new information. A young man stands in silence, staring ahead in the city. A desperate yellow creature pleads frantically while the unimpressed purple creature endures the outburst. A character is surprised by an unexpected reunion in the city. A commanding figure announces his supreme authority as the leader of the godly sect and master of 10,000 demons. A serious young man stands beneath a radiant symbol as he is formally greeted with reverence. The man and the small dragon-like creature stand as a group bows before them, acknowledging their authority. A group of attendants kneels and pledges loyalty to the powerful figure standing before them in the grand hall. A poised figure acknowledges the arrival of someone who was delayed but has now joined the group. A young man notices something unexpected below him, his expression shifting to surprise and amusement. A nervous young man acknowledges another's progress from last place in the sect classes to joining the Myung squad. A surprised character, hand on chest, expresses disbelief at being remembered among so many warriors. The young man stands in front of the building, smiling softly with his eyes closed. A young woman looks up, overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of a powerful presence. A group of subordinates kneel in submission before a commanding figure, overwhelmed by his presence. One character teases another about their changed appearance while a third watches the exchange. A goblin-like character reacts in shock as a small creature proudly comments on someone's warm personality. A small creature marvels at how someone can effortlessly control a powerful subordinate, leaving another onlooker in bewildered awe. An elderly man grows anxious as he realizes there is a connection between two important figures. The young man panics at the thought of someone coming to take his artifacts, but immediately reassures himself. A cautious figure approaches from behind, planning to offer something valuable in hopes of keeping the rest. The protagonist arrives to investigate details about the treasure company. At the bustling street food stall, Yong struggles to keep up with the flood of customer orders. A sly figure sneaks away from the food stand, laughing, as the grateful vendor hands over a bag. A man in a lab coat jumps back in shock, clutching a small orange creature as someone yells. A small dragon-like creature excitedly hugs a startled young man, expressing joy at seeing him again. A commotion erupts at the festival booth as one woman frantically tries to sell goldfish while the others react in shock and confusion. Someone quickly apologizes for their dog's sudden excitement. A gentle character surrounded by yellow flowers asks if someone was frightened while holding a box. A young woman reacts with delight as she receives an extra gift for free. A furious character clenches their fist as flames ignite, reacting angrily to an insult. Someone calls out urgently for their lord as a small dragon looks up in alarm, a hesitant flame flickering from its fist. A white-haired man steels himself to energetically sell goldfish pastries to a crowd of eager customers. The overwhelmed man desperately pleads for help, urging others to stop bullying him. Three girls react with overwhelming excitement to unexpected news. A flustered character, pressured and anxious, reluctantly agrees to cooperate. A small, nervous character hurriedly tries to follow rapid instructions to bake goldfish-shaped treats, quickly donning a bandana and apron before pouring in the batter. A terrified creature screams for help as it faces danger in the open sky. A sign announces that everything is sold out and the event has ended. Both figures collapse to the ground, panting heavily as ominous red writing reveals the true criminal. The enraged creature shouts furiously at someone off-panel. A furious demon unleashes a blast of fire at the terrified white-haired character. The small dragon angrily confronts another about selling goldfish to humans. A distressed character admits how much they valued having someone to talk to after being alone for a long time. A cheerful scientist introduces themselves to the small robot. A mysterious orb with a red handprint rests on the ground in silence. He clenches his jaw, barely containing his frustration. A white-haired character desperately shouts about their loneliness and frustration at not having anyone to share their achievements with. The white-haired character, overcome with emotion, promises to return while watching the robot-like figure leave. A white-haired man clutches a scrap of metal to his chest and becomes emotional over its value. A small orange dragon nervously responds as someone towers over him with a clenched fist. A small creature mocks an anxious, sweating silver-haired character for being weak. Yong reacts with irritation to something unexpected. A white-haired man confronts the small, red creature and accuses it of pretending. A silver-haired character nervously prepares to ask an urgent question. An irritated creature with animal ears threatens violence if the next statement is trivial. A nervous character asks a serious man how his strength compares to that of his powerful master. The small red creature hesitates nervously, struggling to find an answer. A stunned character realizes that even their ally cannot stand against Master Nim's overwhelming power. A small dragon-like creature nervously boasts about having 8,000 years of experience, and claims they are evenly matched. The flustered character hurriedly admits his shock at the recent power display and anxiously asks for the number. The confused character hesitates, unsure what number is being asked about. A small, orange creature promises to help so that selling goldfish will no longer be necessary. An excited character dramatically announces an enormous, exact number. A furious small dragon-like creature grabs an upside-down, panicked white-haired character and threatens them for calling out numbers. A small orange creature aggressively demands information from a flustered white-haired man at a street vendor stand. The scene shifts to a quiet building illuminated by the full moon. Two figures step through the doorway and announce their return home. A small dragon-like creature rests quietly beneath the starry sky. One character collapses onto the couch while the others react with concern and confusion. The protagonist loses money on multiple failed lottery tickets, while another character mocks his unrealistic hopes. A small, horned creature breaks down in tears after realizing he has spent his entire allowance and is now completely broke. The young man decides to abandon his plan after realizing the other person's limitations. An animal-like ear perks up as someone considers offering an errand in exchange for allowance money. The man eagerly offers to help as the girl jumps up and the small red creature reacts in surprise. Someone urgently announces that an SSS-ranked rift has just appeared as a chibi demon creature salutes with a serious expression. The young man admits he needs help and asks for assistance. A blood-soaked cliff overlooks a massive, ominous crowd as a skull rests at its edge. A determined young man sits atop a mound of skulls and announces his intent to lead rather than follow. A character discovers the Book of Transition, an artifact capable of transporting its holder to any desired location. A regal figure demands clarification as a spiky-haired young man claims to be the King of Earth. A young man boldly announces his intention to become the King of Earth. A composed woman enters the scene, her calm expression revealing nothing of her intentions. A character reels in confusion while questioning the shocking mention of Earth and the halted corruption. A chibi character, looking annoyed, calls out someone for mixing up their thoughts and words. A sinister figure boasts about being able to destroy Earthlings who have not passed the tutorial, asserting their strength as a transcendent of the heart world. The young man kneels among skulls, surprised as he is told to pick another magical artifact. A frustrated rival confronts his adversary, demanding to be treated with respect. A confident figure insists that the wary individual take another ornate box, stressing its importance. Startled by the news of an S-ranked rift, the small creature reacts urgently in front of the building. Eager to help, Yong volunteers to destroy the target and asks where the rift is located. A small creature angrily protests the group's decision to enter a low-ranked dungeon, while a young girl nervously hides behind a calm man. A surprised young man listens as a little girl eagerly asks if she can eat cockatrice. A young girl stares in astonishment and asks if the person before her is a god. The young girl demands to know how her secret was discovered, while the two adults watch her reaction with interest. The protagonist cheerfully asks how the meals should be prepared. A young girl eagerly lists all the ways she wants to cook the chicken. An older girl enthusiastically hugs a young girl in the kitchen as they celebrate her learning how to eat the dish. An excited girl urges someone to use sauce for the last bite. A woman quickly shields a child as a towering figure steps into the kitchen, creating a tense atmosphere. A determined dragon-like creature declares it will only retrieve cockatrice meat as instructed. A small dragon asks permission to fetch star cockatrice meat, and the calm young man decides to join to speed up the task. Yong sits in silence, overwhelmed by a wave of sadness as leaves drift down around him. A young man explains that catching cockatrices should be quick. The small dragon-like creature erupts in anger, defiantly refusing to back down. A determined character confidently announces the intent to catch a cockatrice. Amidst the burning rubble, the two survey the destruction and question the sudden appearance of a mysterious intruder. Blinding beams of energy surge down from the sky as the two stare upward in shock. A massive explosion tears through the area, scattering debris in all directions. Two exhausted figures stand amid swirling dust, surveying the aftermath in silence. A small, irritated creature confronts an unexpected intruder. Hovering above the ruined landscape, the man wonders how his corruption was stopped when none could withstand his attacks. A cunning character confidently schemes to seize control of Earth. The demon mocks the title of King of Earth, while another character floats above in shock. A blue-haired young man unleashes a burst of power and demands to know the stranger's identity. An irritated small dragon threatens someone with a 5-second countdown. A small, enraged character prepares to retaliate while shouting in anger. A startled man watches as a small figure suddenly leaps over him at high speed. A character delivers a powerful punch to his opponent's face, ending the fight with a decisive blow. A powerful explosion erupts, scattering debris and engulfing the area in flames. A small dragon-like creature scolds the human lying face down in the dust after a reckless action. A small dragon-like creature aggressively demands to know why the newcomer has come to Earth. A furious man forcefully grabs someone's arm and demands an answer. Startled by something unexpected, a character reacts in shock while lying upside down. A battered young man is dangled upside down as the leader stops a small creature from continuing the beatdown. One character seizes the glowing green weapon while the other struggles helplessly on the ground. The character decides to confiscate the bow to prevent further trouble. A powerful magical bow is revealed amid radiant light and skeletal ram motifs. A legendary bow called Gungnil is introduced, said to grant immense power to its wielder. A furious character screams and demands the return of a stolen item. Dojin halts the confrontation with a commanding show of power. Dojin recoils in shock, reacting to a sudden and ominous threat. A calm young man uses magic to immobilize a shocked, white-haired opponent in midair. The young man clutches his side and struggles to endure the intense pain. The young man coldly mocks his opponent's weakness, showing no concern for the consequences. The calm victor stands over the defeated foe, while a small creature complains that the fight ended too quickly. A young man desperately clutches an ornate book, struggling to regain his composure under intense pressure. The small dragon-like creature eagerly challenges its opponent to another round. A young man grips a glowing scroll, energy crackling around him as he vows to return. Startled, the group realizes their opponent has escaped. Two figures frantically search the area after realizing someone has vanished. A character slams his glowing fist into the magic circle, triggering a sudden burst of power. A shaken young man kneels among skulls, questioning the unexpected appearance of the Overlord and recalling the importance of taking the Book of Transition. One character asks about the missing bow, and the other admits it was taken away. A shocked young man demands to know who could possibly treat Overlord with such disrespect. A character reflects on Dojin's dominance, impressed that he has surpassed both the ninth dragon and Overlord. A disoriented man collapses to the ground while a surprised woman approaches, questioning his confused words. A character reels in shock after discovering that Dojin is the king of Earth. A frustrated character demands to know how she can recover her lost bow. The title of King of Earth begins to spread among the powerful in the Heart World. A small horned creature screams in terror as lightning erupts behind it. A purple creature quickly covers the girl's eyes to stop her from seeing what is happening. A shocked man notices a child crying in front of him. The story shifts to events that happened an hour earlier. A family member returns home, is greeted, and is told their father will arrive soon. A drowsy girl in pajamas and a small, horned creature greet someone returning. A startled creature and a wide-eyed girl lean in, reacting with surprise to something unexpected off-panel. A small dragon-like creature proudly presents a glowing magical staff. A small creature nervously prepares to demonstrate how to shoot a bow while others watch with curiosity. Yongyong struggles to lift the enormous, glowing bow, visibly overwhelmed by its size. Two figures strain together, struggling to pull a heavy object with all their strength. A small creature reacts with excitement as a mysterious glowing energy suddenly forms around a clenched hand. The weapon vanishes from the character's grasp, leaving her surprised. The group panics as one character nearly triggers a dangerous action, causing chaos and alarm. The small horned character readies a glowing bow with a playful smirk, preparing to shoot. A cheerful girl excitedly hugs a startled, small demon-like creature, who squirms in surprise. A hand lunges forward in a desperate attempt to intercept something dangerous. A massive blue energy beam crashes into the ground, startling everyone nearby. The group dashes away in terror as a glowing threat chases them. A sudden force shatters the air as the group braces themselves, ready to confront the approaching threat. One character exclaims in shock upon realizing they can see outside, while another clutches a glowing object in alarm. A nervous demon tries to reassure someone while hurriedly hiding a torn cushion. A young man steps inside and announces his arrival, apologizing for being late. A figure makes a sudden entrance through a shattered glass wall, leaving everyone in the room stunned. The small dragon smiles gently as a single tear slips down his face. The stern young man confronts the trembling creature, gripping its head as it nervously responds. A stern young man in a suit declares that allowance and meat are no longer permitted starting today. A large clawed hand seizes the frightened creature by the head, leaving it terrified and unable to resist. The next morning, a man knocks urgently on the apartment window as sunlight fills the room. A small creature relaxes by the speech bubble, enjoying the pleasant weather. Left alone in the house, the creature peers through the broken window bars and begins plotting mischief. A cheerful blonde character bursts in and announces her return home. A tired orange creature listens as the group returns and asks if they had fun. An excited creature bursts through the window with a plastic bag, while another yells at them to use the door. A character enthusiastically points to a contest poster advertising prizes such as premium beef, cash, and appliances. A small orange creature with horns examines a sheet of paper, visibly annoyed by its contents. A character recoils in shock, eyes wide as they react to something unexpected. Someone discovers a flyer for a photo contest offering 100 kilograms of hanwoo as a prize and reacts with astonishment. A cheerful girl excitedly lists the prizes, including money and a washing machine, while celebrating indoors with a small purple dragon. A girl struggles to do laundry as the old washing machine breaks down again. The young girl eagerly shares her wish to make her mother happy. The group celebrates together as the girl hugs the purple creature and everyone cheers about their masters. The small, horned character speaks excitedly about the Lord's upcoming participation. The small dragon-like creature eagerly eyes a tray of beef ribs, drooling in anticipation. A young girl jokes about the repair costs while a large orange creature laughs and a small purple creature reacts nearby. A cheerful girl calls out, startling the surprised purple creature. The orange dragon-like creature commands its companions to gather the tools while holding an important paper. The small purple creature, looking weary, complains about the upcoming repair costs. A chibi character and a small creature secretly watch a lively group of girls while planning to bring the universe tab if they advance to the finals. 3 figures hide around a corner, anxiously waiting for something to arrive. A paw slams into someone's chest as tension rises. A surprised man recoils as a small, determined creature insists that the popular lord is the perfect choice. A small dragon-like creature abruptly announces that the store is closing, leaving a white-haired man shocked. A small orange creature urgently demands everyone to hurry and close up so they can leave. A white-haired character reacts skeptically, smirking with a drop of sweat on their face. A small, angry creature confronts the nervous man about his loyalty, as 2 irritated people glare from behind. 2 girls angrily defend their relationship with an unseen person, confronting someone off-panel. A small dragon-like creature endures a barrage of cruel insults from the girls. A sudden impact slams into the shield, catching the startled character off guard. A small, snarling monster chases a terrified woman through the crowded marketplace. A monster and a dragon-like creature chase terrified civilians down the city street. A white-haired man warns another character not to cause trouble near the street food cart as their playful argument draws attention. An irritated creature complains about wanting to quickly drive away the intruders. A small creature excitedly praises an impressive feat, while the silver-haired man dismisses the celebration as ill-timed. The small horned creature curtly instructs someone to stand next to Star while holding a tablet. A white-haired man and a small girl awkwardly pose with V signs as a small orange creature directs them to smile for a photo. A small, frustrated creature yells instructions while an awkward man struggles to pose for a photo. A white-haired character anxiously questions the reason for their current actions. A furious figure confronts another with a tablet, causing the startled target to stammer in fear. The group gathers in the alley to inspect the tablet, exchanging uncertainty and cautious approval. They walk through the empty street, searching for a better location. The surprised creature realizes the photo was staged to symbolize multicultural harmony, while the 2 humans watch its reaction. A small creature passionately declares loyalty while the larger figure awkwardly acknowledges the gesture, observed by 2 onlookers in the background. A small creature cheers excitedly, praising its lord. Several days pass, and the day of the results arrives. A girl in a school uniform returns home and is shocked to find 2 people collapsed on the floor. A startled girl anxiously asks the group what happened as she notices the scene feels strangely familiar. A girl explains that one creature is upset about not being able to give a gift after winning a photo contest, while the other is distressed because it can't eat meat. An older woman gently reassures the teary-eyed girl, accepting her gesture with a warm smile. Someone reaches for the door handle as a sense of anticipation builds. A man returns home carrying several large boxes and is greeted by surprised family members. A character with dark hair offers beef ribs to someone off-panel. The girl reacts with amazement as the large orange ear twitches in front of her. A small creature discovers a surprise stack of beef ribs and reacts with astonishment. The frustrated creature laments missing out on first place as the boy instructs him to prepare for eating meat. He reacts in shock to something the small, irritated dragon-like creature just said. The protagonist invites someone to join the meal. A photograph slips out of the open bag, drawing attention to its unexpected presence. One creature clings to the uneasy protagonist while another watches the chaotic scene unfold. A man teases another about not wanting to eat meat while the group relaxes with ice cream. A cheerful girl playfully mocks Yo-Yo, surrounded by floating petals and sparkles. Annoyed but in a generous mood, Young decides to overlook the offense. A small creature beams with pride while expressing admiration for its lord's growth. The training session begins as the protagonist stands ready with his sword in the futuristic room. Dojin swiftly evades a glowing energy projectile as the attack narrowly misses him. A blue-haired character deftly dodges a barrage of energy projectiles in a high-tech room. 2 monstrous creatures charge forward, ready to attack. The protagonist braces himself and prepares to act. He cuts down several enemies in rapid succession. A group of observers marvels at the test subject's overwhelming speed and skill, realizing he may advance to the 50th stage. The older man studies the situation carefully, his expression tense as he assesses what to do next. The older man hands a towel to the surprised young man and praises his efforts. A young man wipes his face with a towel and thanks the director. An older man sternly questions whether the other person is still affected by past trauma. He realizes his recurring nightmares about the 10th dragon have stopped. A massive black dragon unleashes a torrent of fire, devastating the city below. A massive dragon unleashes a fiery breath attack, devastating everything in its path. A leader urgently commands everyone to block the attack to prevent catastrophic damage. Two characters brace themselves as a massive fiery explosion erupts in the sky, urgently calling for help. Amid roaring flames, an armored figure screams in agony while another stands back with a sword, visibly alarmed. A terrified character screams and recoils in fear. A determined man vows to prevent another dragon disaster after recalling a past tragedy. A concerned man in a suit discusses the uncertainty surrounding the missing dragon in Bangbadong. Two dragons appear in the darkness, each bearing the numbers 1 and 9, while Mausoleus is marked with the number 10. A powerful dragon marked with the number 1 is revealed as the strongest according to the analysis. One man admits his doubts about defeating the opponents, expressing concern that even their strongest ally would struggle if both enemies appeared together. A smartphone vibrates on the desk as an incoming call appears. A blue-haired character answers a call and reacts with surprise upon hearing the caller's name. A young man calls to offer the strategy book and invites the other person to his house for an explanation about clearing the second floor of the central universe. A young woman eagerly accepts an invitation and prepares to send the address, while the older man beside her reacts in shock. A blue-haired character hurriedly rushes out of the room, trying to escape as a hand reaches out to stop them. An anxious older man pleads to be allowed to see Mr. Lee. A city apartment building stands quietly under a bright blue sky as a visitor announces their arrival. A man in a suit bows at the doorway and expresses his gratitude for being invited. A woman in a suit is surprised as she unexpectedly recognizes someone. An irritated dragon-like creature snaps back at an insult, challenging the rude peddler. A woman in a suit introduces herself at the door, searching for someone named Dojin as the small creature looks on in surprise. A small creature eyes the cake suspiciously, questioning if it's from the fancy dessert shop nearby. A small, orange creature eyes the offered cake box eagerly before accepting the treat. A small dragon excitedly presents a cake while a tired girl yawns and a man in a suit watches. A woman explains that Master Nim went to the market while a sleepy girl listens and yawns. A man at the kitchen table asks about living arrangements while offering cake, as a girl relaxes on the sofa and a small orange creature eagerly eats at the coffee table. A man in a suit is startled as an explosion erupts while he is drinking. Someone is startled after noticing a small, purple, dragon-like creature resting peacefully. A character recoils in shock after recognizing the mysterious numbers on the enemy's forehead as a shadowy beast looms behind. Yong excitedly gets ready to eat a slice of cake. The man abruptly lifts the panicked dragon-like creature, realizing something important. A small dragon-like creature struggles against restraint, complaining about a fallen cake and revealing the number 1 on its head. A character spots a purple creature lying down with the number 9 on its forehead, raising suspicion. A terrified woman clutches a small dragon as she confronts the looming threat of larger dragons after her cake is ruined. A young man enters the room, causing others to react with surprise and respect as he apologizes for his late arrival. A panicked man bursts out that dragons have appeared at someone's house while clutching a small dragon. Dojin nervously asks for approval about something's cuteness. A blue-haired man becomes dazed and unresponsive while a blonde woman looks at him with concern. A man in a suit informs the group that they are needed to help investigate the 200 rifts. A stunned young man realizes he underestimated his opponent, who is now raising dragons. The young man calmly clarifies that participation is optional. One character mocks the idea of someone being much stronger while yawning, as another sits beside him looking displeased. One character admires someone in awe while two others argue, with one pinching the other's cheek in frustration. One character eagerly proposes a new opportunity, prompting confusion from the other. A confident character remarks on how unusual it is to be asked for help by someone who usually assists them. A man taunts his colleague while a frustrated woman stands behind him, clearly annoyed by his remarks. One character calmly explains his intention to repay a favor while another angrily shouts a playful insult. The young man snaps back with an insult, clearly irritated after being hurt. Four men prepare to outdo their competitors by working faster to gain the approval of their superior. A group raises their arms and shouts their determination to work hard as a man in a suit leads them. He calmly assesses the group's heightened excitement as he exhales and remains composed. A blue-haired young man slams his hand on the desk in frustration while sitting in a large library. One character suggests reclaiming Gungno, provoking an irritated outburst from the other in the grand library. A serious woman confronts someone off-panel, making it clear they have no other option. Terrified, the young man panics over the deadly threat awaiting him if he returns to Earth. One character scolds another for boasting about being the king of Earth, while the other reacts defensively, embarrassed by the revelation. A panicked young man screams in distress as he faces an overwhelming crisis. The character gazes forward with a serene, confident smile. A young man warns that their plan likely won't work against Dojin. Two anxious men panic as they struggle to understand the chaotic situation unfolding before them. Two rival groups of hunters confront each other tensely across the conference table. Two anxious men confront the calm man holding a document envelope in the hallway, demanding to know what is happening. A hand suddenly grabs a man's sleeve, stopping him as someone urgently calls out. A commanding figure orders a startled man to distribute envelopes. One man sends another to buy drinks with his own credit card while others watch in the background. A stern older man orders the younger man to bring quality refreshments, asking if everyone is fine with iced Americano. A panicked man urgently warns his colleague that serving only Americanos to important guests could lead to serious consequences for their team. A startled man in a suit nervously accepts sudden instructions from his superiors in the tense office. The older man reacts with shock as the group unexpectedly approves, while the younger man remains calm behind him. 10 minutes pass, and the meeting begins. A suited man assigns each person the task of investigating 10 dungeons, asking if they can handle the workload. One man eagerly suggests taking on extra work while the other reacts with surprise. Two characters energetically try to outdo each other by boasting about how much more they can do, while another stands below them looking exhausted. The young man in the suit raises his hand and firmly limits the number to 10. One man cheerfully asks for another's phone number, making the rest of the group visibly embarrassed and awkward. He records the contact information for the behemoth and Icarus guilds on the whiteboard to ensure he has it saved. A group of people in suits gloat and laugh mockingly while recording the moment on their phones. A young man in a suit reads a document and firmly resolves not to repeat his past mistake. A determined young man announces his departure while another character watches in confusion. A man in a suit rushes down the hallway as two people react in shock. One person angrily interrupts the explanation, another quickly apologizes, and the third stands by looking concerned as the discussion is cut short. An armored man leaps energetically through the forest, determined to seize a new opportunity. 3 people spot a celebrity in the forest, and one of them excitedly suggests asking for an autograph. The group pushes into a packed crowd, surprised by the unexpected commotion and wondering if the Earth King has arrived. A red-haired young man considers how to make his report stand out while examining a glowing holographic screen. A group of excited fans rushes toward the hunter and eagerly asks for a photo together. The investigator suddenly realizes he can take photos while searching the jungle. A commanding voice calls out for the tall man to come over as a hand points dramatically forward. One character stands surprised as the others excitedly call him over to take photos in the forest. A furious young man confronts his opponent, enraged by an insult to his status. A furious hand lashes out through a blur of red as the character attacks in anger. A phone rings, signaling an incoming call. A spiky-haired man suddenly leaps at a red-haired man, startling him during his phone call. A young man panics as he realizes that the Earth King knows exactly where he is. A red-armored character abruptly stops taking a picture, startling the dark-haired character in the jungle. A cheerful red-haired character excitedly urges the surprised blue-haired protagonist to join in for a group photo. Frustrated by intimidation, someone reconsiders approaching to request the return of Gungil. The scene shifts to a coffee shop, signaling a new development in the story. 2 people sit across from each other at a cafe table, debating whether Juniol is capable of handling the task. A message notification appears on the smartphone screen at 3:10. 2 startled characters anxiously react to something alarming on a smartphone. 2 people in suits examine a phone at a cafe, surprised by a clever message and attached picture. Someone asks to see the picture as well. 2 characters look at a picture with curiosity. 2 men stare in disbelief, frustrated by the absurd choice of photo being used in the report. A young man in the office looks up from his computer, surprised that someone has already finished. A young man in business attire examines his phone in surprise after discovering a mysterious photo. A cheerful red-haired character surprises the blue-haired character by appearing unexpectedly and asking for his opinion, leaving him looking awkward. A weary figure arrives in the grand library, greeted by a relaxed occupant who notices their return. Breathing heavily on the ground, he reels in shock after being discovered by the Earth King. A character confidently acknowledges that someone has always possessed overwhelming power. Someone declares that he is capable of anything, leaving everyone in awe. He stands with his arms crossed, looking troubled as 2 worried companions cling to his shoulders. A small dragon-like creature defensively insists it did nothing wrong in the kitchen. A girl with orange hair turns to the side, clearly annoyed as she voices her displeasure. 2 adults stand side by side while 2 children cling to one's shoulders and another child pouts on the floor, creating an awkward atmosphere. Under the moonlit sky, everyone eagerly gathers when food is announced. A small dragon-like creature complains about having soybean paste stew for several days in a row, especially since it lacks any meat. A woman places food in front of a sulking creature and insists it eat for its own good. A character complains about having the same meal again and laments not growing anymore. A startled bread roll dodges the chopsticks and is sent flying through the air. She looks down in shock as something unexpected happens. One character apologizes playfully after taking food, leaving the others surprised and amused around the table. A girl sits in discomfort, clearly unhappy with the food in front of her. A small horned creature nervously hesitates before responding. A frustrated woman in an apron snatches away the food bowl from a small orange creature at the table. A small horned creature boasts confidently, claiming the task will be easy. A woman sternly warns someone that they will not get any food if they keep complaining. A small dragon storms out from the breakfast table, declaring he is leaving the house as the others watch in surprise. A girl unleashes a menacing aura, causing the others to watch her with tense apprehension. 2 startled figures look up in alarm, reacting nervously to unexpected news. Yong grumbles with mild annoyance, behaving like a child. An excited creature lists the delicious foods it sees while walking through the busy marketplace with its companions. A curious character peeks into the restaurant, watching someone eat inside. With only 3 minutes remaining, a man desperately slurps noodles as two onlookers urge him to eat faster. A surprised older man turns around and asks what someone is eating. A startled man recoils as a small red creature confronts him and demands an explanation. A startled man reacts as a shop employee announces the ramen eating contest, revealing the challenge to eat a whole bowl in 30 minutes for free. A ramen eating challenge is announced, offering free ramen coupons for finishing multiple bowls. A small dragon-like character reacts with overwhelming joy to the news of 6 months of free ramen. A contestant fails the food challenge as time runs out, and the staff announce the bill. A small demon plots mischief over the large bowl of food while a worker explains that it is enough for 5 people. A small horned creature demands 3 washbasin bowls of ramen with urgency. 2 men recoil in shock as a sudden impact startles them. A mischievous creature announces that failing the food challenge will cost 40,000 won per bowl. A bald man grins mischievously as he tells someone to get ready and pick up their chopsticks. A hand taps the start button on a smartphone stopwatch, beginning the countdown. A small dog-like creature attempts to eat from a massive bowl while 2 workers watch skeptically, doubting its chances after a much larger competitor failed. A small dragon-like character slams down an empty bowl, shocked at having finished it so quickly as the smartphone timer records the feat. The older man expresses doubt about being able to finish 2 bowls. Another empty bowl is added to the growing stack. 2 anxious men panic as they realize only 3 minutes have passed while checking the time on a phone. The protagonist confidently demands 3 more servings after finishing his bowl. Both characters react intensely as they receive critical news. The scene shifts to the next day at a different location. Someone calls everyone for dinner as an excited girl runs off while the others relax on the couch. A woman considers making amends for her harshness by preparing meat dishes as a reward. A woman serves a steaming pot of spicy braised chicken, preparing a meal favored by Yong. Someone cheerfully declines the offer of food while the others watch from the couch. A girl reacts in shock upon hearing that Yong will not eat spicy braised chicken. A curious girl questions another child about whether someone ate ramen alone. A young woman hesitantly offers to make ramen in the kitchen. One character sits in thought on the couch while another bursts into laughter beside him. The boy's eyes widen as he reacts in shock to something unexpected. A small dragon-like creature gleefully runs off with a giant ramen coupon in its mouth. Yunhee offers ramen to the others while one politely declines and another quietly observes. A worried girl anxiously reacts after her cooking is refused. 2 startled figures sit on the couch, reacting in shock to something unexpected. A small horned creature stands frozen in front of a closed door after being yelled at. One character frantically tries to explain himself as the others react with shock, while another stands calmly in the background. She walks down the street, feeling guilty about yelling yesterday and upset that her dinner was refused. A frustrated vendor complains about being stuck selling goldfish and longs for a break as a girl stops at the stall. A young woman anxiously asks if the person in front of her knows Yong. A character recognizes someone as the junior master with surprise. Someone off-panel compliments the quality of the goldfishes. A busy vendor hands a pastry to a grateful customer at the market stall. A young woman expresses her happiness about cooking for her family but admits she should take breaks sometimes. A white-haired character reacts in shock, eyes wide with surprise. A white-haired character enthusiastically invites a brown-haired character to take a break, startling her. The 2 characters quickly agree to let others take their place as part of a new plan. 2 characters thank each other warmly as they stand together at sunset. A cheerful girl eagerly declares herself in the kitchen. A cheerful white-haired character in a lab coat gives a thumbs up and makes an enthusiastic declaration. 2 small dragon-like creatures declare they are going on strike, leaving the girl and 2 adults in shock. One character confidently declares they won't do any house chores and assigns the task to another, causing the group to react with shock and confusion. A small dragon-like creature complains about being exhausted and questions the silver-haired person's reasons for selling goldfish. The girl forcefully encourages the stunned boy to believe in himself as he jokes about his own abilities. 2 cheerful characters quickly assign tasks to each other as the door closes behind them. A girl reacts with delight, while 2 dragon creatures protest being assigned all the house chores. At a booth, 2 characters sell goldfish-shaped snacks, one eagerly shouting to attract customers while the other nervously cries. 2 people sit at an empty vendor cart, discussing why there are no customers. 2 figures behind the counter worry about how to boost their sales, realizing they lack the skills of the person who used to help them. A small dragon-like creature complains about struggling to sell goldfishes while a white-haired character teases him for not selling any. An eager girl suggests they ask for help from someone skilled, surprising her companion. A cheerful girl and a small demon-like creature in aprons dash away from their workplace, ignoring their lack of customers. A young girl rushes in, losing her shoe as she eagerly asks for advice on selling goldfish. A girl and a purple creature react in shock as a sudden event unfolds with lightning flashing behind them. Someone washes plates in a sink filled with soapy water. A small dragon-like creature frantically cleans the chaotic floor while another panics about the messy house. A small orange creature floats anxiously as the washing machine overflows with bubbles and stops working. A frustrated attendant scolds his lord for using too much detergent. A small dragon-like creature mistakenly holds up the wrong container instead of the measuring cup, causing frustration. A skeptical character bluntly questions another's excuse for not selling goldfish and demands to know why they are present. The group stands in the empty cafe, dismayed by the complete lack of customers. Two startled figures in aprons are called to follow someone who promises to solve their problem. Three characters in pajamas excitedly gather food items, while one hesitantly questions if all the food is really for them to eat. A horned character demands to know if the business will close despite being left in charge of the goldfishes. A small purple creature admits that managing the business is too difficult, while a girl in an apron stands by looking frustrated. Yong turns with a serious look and proposes trading jobs. A heated argument erupts in the kitchen as the purple creature is criticized for having refined taste but terrible cooking skills. The small dragon-like creature crosses its arms and confidently lists his business skills and ability to make goldfishes, emphasizing his usefulness. The two agree to swap responsibilities, with one eagerly volunteering to supervise the goldfish. A mischievous creature eagerly delegates chores while two onlookers voice their distrust and fear. An energetic girl calls out to attract customers to her goldfish sale. A girl and a small dragon enthusiastically promote fish-shaped pastries at their street stall. The scene shifts focus to Carciel. A small creature sits on the couch, quietly questioning whether swapping jobs was the right choice. A small dragon-like creature struggles to fold laundry, finding house chores more difficult than expected. The scene shifts to focus on Yong and Star. A lively vendor shouts a dark-humored sales pitch to attract curious customers to the food cart. The group samples their taiyaki and is surprised to find each snack has a different filling. The chef sighs, worried that his goldfish snacks are becoming too popular and causing him extra stress, while the girl looks on in surprise. A character unexpectedly returns early with a bag of baked goods, surprising the others during their conversation. A white-haired character reassures someone, explaining she couldn't rest because she was too worried. Someone bites into the fish-shaped pastry to see how it tastes. A man breathes fire and frantically begs for water after eating something extremely spicy, while a concerned girl asks if he is okay. Yong casually offers his drink to another character. A small dragon-like creature reacts in disgust to the food, while a white-haired man casually explains that it's actually the most popular item. Two excited characters celebrate as they show off a bucket full of cash from their successful sales. A white-haired character is stunned as blue energy suddenly fills the air around them. A small purple dragon drops its bag, startled by someone's unexpected appearance. A surprised girl looks up and asks if Carciel is responsible for everything. Two figures stand at the entrance, stunned by the dazzling sight inside the room. Three characters admit they have all recently changed jobs. A white-haired man in a lab coat checks on a young woman's day. Three exhausted characters admit how difficult their ordeal was. Two adults approach, expressing surprise and appreciation for the hard work done by the child and the two dragon-like creatures. One character thanks the group for their hard work and expresses appreciation for their efforts. One character expresses gratitude and suggests going out to eat meat while reaching out for comfort. The children apologize and eagerly promise to work harder as they hug the kneeling woman, while a man nearby smiles at the heartwarming scene. A serious-looking man in a suit enters the room, catching the other two occupants off guard. The man in the suit decides to make dinner plans at a barbecue restaurant. A dark palace looms beneath a red sky, introducing Amon's domain. A figure on the throne considers the weakened state of the Earth King after he sees the Flame King's primordial flame. A horned figure plots to ambush the Earth King and sees the primordial flame before he can recover. A villainous figure seizes the primordial flame and declares victory before a crowd in the red-lit hall. The army is ordered to begin their mission to Earth. A man works late at his desk, focused on paperwork in the quiet office. Someone types intently on a keyboard while a phone with a new message sits nearby. A maintenance alert about a temporary water shutoff appears on a smartphone screen. A young man checks his phone and suggests going to a sauna to wash up for the night. A man in a suit enters through the glass door, looking completely exhausted after a long day. A shirtless young man enters the room and is surprised to find someone else adjusting his tie nearby. A man is interrupted and freezes while changing in the locker room. Two shirtless men run into each other unexpectedly in the locker room and exchange awkward greetings. Two people awkwardly greet each other, realizing they actually met just a few days ago. Two muscular men sit in tense silence in the steamy bathhouse, each struggling with the awkward atmosphere. A nervous young man expresses his gratitude for receiving an artifact. A notification appears, describing Ramargu's heart extract as an item that permanently boosts wound healing and HP regeneration by 30%. The man enthusiastically acknowledges the powerful benefits he received from using the magical potion. A character voices disappointment about the outcome, wishing for something better. Two young men relax in a steamy bathhouse, one boasting about being admired while the other expresses relief. Two men sit in a hot bath, silently enduring the awkward tension between them. The protagonist freezes in anxiety, struggling to figure out what to say. One young man excitedly reveals to his companion that the pool is magical. One character proposes a bet about fully submerging in the magic pool to enhance its recovery effects. One young man eagerly suggests a breath-holding contest while the other hesitantly agrees, noticing how close they are standing. A confident man prepares to start a challenge as a small dragon-like creature grins beside him. A young man is caught off guard as a sudden splash of water drenches him. A man stands in the steamy bathhouse, feeling irritated as he wishes for a quiet wash. A young man observes a new and unusual phenomenon with concern. A shadowy figure arrives on Earth, standing atop a broadcast tower and sensing the presence of the Earth King nearby. A menacing armored figure stands above the city and defiantly challenges the Earth King to appear. A massive explosion erupts at the center of the battlefield. A terrified demon recoils and demands to know the identity of the new threat. Standing atop a giant gavel overlooking the city, the young man confidently declares his status as a public official. The enraged warrior threatens his enemy, brandishing a massive weapon as purple energy swirls around him. A lone figure prepares to eliminate weaker opponents as a strategy to lure out a stronger enemy. The young man raises his hand, preparing to activate his power. Dojin stands atop the rooftop and unleashes a powerful, dark aura. A heavily armored demon recoils in shock, caught off guard by an unexpected event. A character smirks and taunts their opponent for being arrogant. The boy raises his arm confidently, responding assertively as another character watches. A hand stretches forward, activating the glowing magical symbols in a surge of radiant light. A monstrous figure erupts with a furious scream as energy surges violently around him. A young man strains to hold his breath underwater, questioning how much longer he can endure. A desperate figure, overwhelmed and exhausted, collapses in the water, unable to continue. One young man bursts out of the hot bath with a shout, while the other continues to relax in the water. A startled, shirtless young man is caught off guard by someone's sudden appearance. The young man realizes he has won and celebrates his unexpected victory. Two men unwind in the bath, exchanging light-hearted conversation as one notes a resemblance to Yong. A character proudly announces their victory over Mr. Lee and presents proof to another. Two young men in matching shirts share a casual drink, one grinning while the other remains reserved. A young man walking alone at night notices someone carrying banana milk. A character abruptly stops mid-sentence after noticing something unexpected off-screen. A shocked woman interrupts by reaching dramatically toward the calm young man holding a drink. The character winces in pain, struggling to endure the discomfort. A girl considers saving an important photo on her phone as a prompt appears. A few days later, on a quiet Sunday morning, someone sits alone at home reading the newspaper. A man asks the girl if she is going to Aang today after she tells him she is heading out. A surprised girl demands to know how her secret was discovered. A young man gives a casual response while reading the newspaper, causing the nearby girl to react with surprise. A character explains their intuition while holding a bag of horned squirrel feed. A lone figure enters a hidden sanctuary and surveys the glowing pool within the rocky cavern. A pink-haired character studies an unfamiliar sight with a small animal perched on their shoulder. An ornate hourglass, suspended in swirling blue water, is revealed frozen in time. A young girl walks past puddles, reflecting on how she has become accustomed to her situation. A girl with purple hair shields her eyes as she looks up into the bright light. A girl runs across the sunny field and waves excitedly towards someone by the house. Someone excitedly announces Ciel's arrival while smiling and holding a staff. Someone suggests they should eat the fish-shaped pastries before leaving. A pink-haired girl leans in and asks about the unusual bread. Two adults argue loudly while a cheerful girl watches, secretly amused. A tired girl suggests eating bread with tea as she struggles to adjust to carrying heavy loads. Two characters excitedly discuss plans after one announces finding an Argos swarm in the Heart World. A surprised character questions why Argos is involved, since only dragons are believed strong enough to confront them, and have thus claimed a small region in the Heart World. Someone reflects on how previously no one was able to confront the enemies in the Heart World. A terrifying monster called Argos appears, and new adventurers are warned to flee immediately or risk instant death. A character suddenly dashes forward, making a swift move. A muscular man strides forward with a flaming spear, aggressively confronting his unseen enemies. The enraged man swings his flaming weapon, unleashing a devastating attack. Monstrous beings writhe and scream as they are consumed by roaring flames. A muscular man stands atop a flaming rock, boldly challenging anyone stronger to face him. He spins around, instantly alert to an unexpected threat. A startled creature nervously spies with binoculars, fearing it has been discovered. A shadowy figure reveals that the kings of the Heart World have grown stronger over thousands of years. A pink-haired woman explains that 3 moons, Murumu, the second-ranking transcendent, was vastly stronger than the other transcendents during the Great War. 2 dragons discuss their slim chances against Murumu but agreed to try anyway. A pink-haired girl challenges someone's beliefs with a serious question. The small, purple creature stares downward in silent contemplation. A character reflects on the need to eventually leave Earth and return to the Heart World. Yong suddenly realizes something alarming, his expression turning anxious. The usurper's timepiece floats in the lake with the Earth and moon above it, its countdown to Earth's destruction mysteriously halted. A cautious pair discusses how their enemies cannot reach Earth without the Tome of Transference while keeping a careful watch on their surroundings. She reviews the document and notes that the slowdown began on March 8th and has now completely stopped. A horned creature solemnly announces an important date amid swirling shadows. A surprised creature suddenly remembers its ramen eating day, leaving the woman with the notebook confused. A small dragon-like creature starts to leave the cave as a pink-haired woman calls out a request for more goldfishes. A small dragon-like creature races through the darkness to urgently deliver important news. A purple creature with a number 9 on its forehead lies on the ground, stunned and sweating after witnessing something shocking. 3 characters scramble through the cavern, struggling to keep up with the swift, glowing squirrels. A cheerful young girl announces her return home with excitement. A suited man explains to a large purple monster that he needed to investigate a dungeon, and that the others joined him for various reasons. A small horned creature finishes its task, then notices the horned squirrels acting strangely. Unable to catch the others, the two react with amusement and exasperation after their failed chase. A few hours earlier, events began unfolding in the horned squirrel dungeon. Dojin assigns Yongyong to watch over Star while Seal eagerly prepares to follow the others. The small dragon-like character complains about being treated like a babysitter. A dragon-like creature recoils in fear, startled by something unexpected. A young girl struggles to fend off a swarm of mischievous small creatures as a nearby orange creature angrily shouts at them. A group of wolf-like creatures aggressively confronts the frightened girl, demanding she reveal her identity. A small, fierce creature hovers above and angrily orders the wolf-headed figures to stop. A distressed young person urgently calls for help after reporting that Star was bullied. 3 small animals huddle together, panicking as they sense a frightening presence. A costumed figure urges the frightened animals to apologize so they can all play together, while a small girl stands supportively behind. A squirrel-like creature rejects the invitation to play, sticking out its tongue in mockery. A commanding figure intimidates 2 startled creatures, forcing them to recoil in fear. A girl introduces herself as Star and asks the red creature for its name. A group of horned squirrels explains that they do not have names. The raccoon-like creatures confront the girl and her companion, demanding to know what kind of monster she is after noticing her unusual scent. A girl questions the creatures about not having names, and they explain that names are pointless since they will disappear tomorrow. A tearful girl laments not having a name, while a small creature beside her boasts about being stronger than the others. A girl faces a talking squirrel, who reassures her as she hesitantly tries to express her concern. A young girl's eye widens in shock as she reacts to something unexpected. A cheerful girl enthusiastically proposes a new plan while her uneasy companion hesitates beside her. A hand reaches out and takes the paw of the small red creature, inviting him to go together. Yongyong recoils in shock, eyes wide and sweat beading on his forehead. A panicked girl drags a worried orange creature as she rushes away to avoid getting in trouble. A cheerful girl with a cat on her head drags a worried dragon-like creature into an unfamiliar modern building. A shocked character adjusts his glasses upon recognizing the Dragon Lord. A goblin-like figure questions a girl and a small creature about why they have come to the high-tech facility. A girl argues with a talking squirrel about whether humans or squirrels are faster. A stern man dismisses the weak monster as unworthy of valuable resources. A small creature dismisses any hope for help, expressing a sense of hopelessness. The girl angrily defends her squirrel friends, forcing the frightened merchant to apologize and offer a gift. The girl stares in disbelief as the small animal on her head surprises her with unexpected news. A gloved hand displays a glowing red potion, claiming it will grant its drinker incredible speed. A special elixir is introduced, granting a permanent boost to movement speed after a single use. A girl excitedly reaches for a sparkling red vial, convinced it will help them avoid humans. A small dragon and a girl walk away cheerfully while a distressed man calls after them about the unpaid bill. An irritated orange creature demands that the item be handed over, insisting it is just a lower-grade object. A desperate goblin clings to a small, irritated creature, begging for help as the creature struggles to shake him off. The older man decides to resort to a cunning tactic after considering his options. Yongyong, looking startled while holding a box, expresses concern that Dojin would not approve of the situation. A scheming elderly figure demands 100 niang as payment. An irate orange creature loudly accuses the seller of scamming by demanding gold for a low-quality potion. A girl tries to buy something but is turned away because she doesn't have any gold. A small orange creature eagerly suggests a treat, but the other character dismisses the idea with a sigh. A younger person eagerly force-feeds food to an older man, leaving him shocked and startled. A startled man urgently asks about the identity of a strange yellow object. A hand thrusts a choco pie forward with excitement. A frantic merchant urgently offers to trade 100 items, leaving the two companions shocked and amazed. An excited girl orders the surprised creature to buy more choco pie after their plan unexpectedly succeeds. A girl and her small companion distribute items to a group of eager squirrels in the forest. Horned monsters desperately drink red potions as a glowing light surrounds them. Squirrel-like creatures, energized by a red aura, dash rapidly through the forest, exhilarated by their newfound speed. A disgruntled small creature laments spending all its pocket money on choco pie as a cheerful girl laughs beside it. The girl announces that it's time for everyone to repay the startled creature she holds. A group of red-eyed squirrels menacingly demand repayment in a dark forest. An unimpressed creature bluntly tells the group to focus on themselves because they are F-ranked. A small dragon-like creature recaps how potions were purchased with choco pies, making the group faster. A small purple creature listens as the larger orange figure expresses satisfaction with the F-rank's unexpected success in earning money. Small demonic creatures swarm through the crowd, attacking people and demanding 101 coins as chaos erupts. A drowsy man reviews information on his tablet, while his satisfied companion reacts with understanding. A news anchor urgently reports that hunters are filing complaints about horned squirrels attacking and stealing all their coins in the Yonsen district rift. While eating breakfast together, one character comments on how dungeon monsters like horned squirrels have suddenly become faster and more dangerous for beginners. A younger character asks their father if he visited the dungeon earlier that day. A dark-haired man and a cheerful blonde girl share a light-hearted moment at the table as she confidently declares that Ramses won't get caught again. Two people sit together in silence, eating as one nervously glances at the other. One character hesitates, debating whether to reveal urgent news about the stopped hourglass and events in the heart world. One person sits quietly at the table while a frustrated, purple creature sighs beside him. A human hand gently pats the small purple creature's head, offering reassurance. One character gently pats another on the head and asks about their recent visit. A small purple creature confidently reassures everyone of their master's strength and happily recalls the fun they had. An orange dragon-like creature teases a restrained purple creature by threatening to eat the food. The group erupts into chaos as two small creatures argue loudly over the remaining food, while others try to restore order. The scene shifts to a quiet house nestled in the mountains at night. A character sits quietly in a softly lit room, deeply focused on studying a book. Someone bursts in with urgent news while flipping through an old book. An excitable man bursts into the room and loudly announces he has big news, interrupting someone who is calmly reading an ancient book. A woman calmly draws attention to the shoes, appearing curious. At the entrance, two people pause to take off their shoes before stepping inside. A hand snaps its fingers decisively, signaling the start of a significant action. Unfazed by the swirling magical energy, the robed figure calmly continues reading. The two characters discuss the news that Aman is dead and his name has been removed from the rankers list. A spiky-haired young man dismissively blames the Earth King for the murder. One character thoughtfully reveals that the person in question is known as the Heavenly Demon, while another reacts with surprise and confusion. One man confirms his secret affiliation with the Shadow Squad and former service under the Earth King after being questioned. The sect is divided into 5 squads, with the Shadow Squad responsible for inspection and investigation. Elite swordsmen from the Black Death School display their formidable skills, revealing that only the top graduate can join their exclusive group. After quickly improving from a single lesson, the character reflects on being able to join the group. A confident figure challenges the other's story about being with the Earth King. A composed figure bargains for a weakness by offering a powerful, rainbow-hued artifact. Two characters argue heatedly, each insisting there must be weaknesses to exploit. One character pauses, suddenly struck by an important realization. A lone figure recalls standing atop a cliff during his time as the Heavenly Demon. Students jostle impatiently in front of the announcement, eager to see the posted results. A young woman calls out for someone, her expression thoughtful as she scans the area. A ranking chart reveals that Wei Junkie is in 207th place. Someone mocks their friend's mistake, questioning why they started searching for their name from the top. Two trainees mock their peer for always finishing last, while Han Junpying stands unfazed as their unchallenged top student. Two frustrated men loudly try to get someone's attention, convinced they are being ignored. Two students gossip enviously about a top graduate who catches their attention as he walks by. The young man stands in silence, lost in thought. One character questions the other about any objections to the ranking. A long-haired character is startled and internally questions the identity and authority of someone who summoned her. The character silently acknowledges his consistent failures and struggles to defend his abilities. A young man is surprised when someone reveals knowledge of his early morning sword practice from a year ago. One character confronts the other with a pointed question about having regrets, heightening the tension in the room. One character admits feeling regret over their own incompetence rather than the outcome. Deep in thought, the character realizes her efforts have been misdirected. A young man solemnly presents a self-reflection report. A surprised character receives a stack of papers and is ordered to write something. A serious young man offers an opportunity as someone in traditional clothes tries to stop him. One character anxiously questions his actions as another forcefully grabs his shirt. A young man questions his ambition as he trains relentlessly with his sword. A young man pushes himself to climb the steep rock, reflecting on how his relentless efforts ultimately led to self-destruction. A wounded young man sits alone, quietly reflecting on a time when he believed hard work was all he needed. A character hesitates at the edge, consumed by regret and the wish to undo past actions. A young man dismisses his own hopeful thoughts with a quiet smirk. A solitary figure writes intently at a desk as rain pours outside. Rain falls quietly outside the building as an exchange of confirmation takes place off-screen. A man commends his subordinate for her effort as she responds modestly. A black-haired man issues strict instructions for the next 3 years, warning that the challenges ahead may be even harder. Startled by unexpected information, the character looks up in confusion and questions what is being said. An imposing figure arrives in the rain, marking a tense first encounter as a shocked onlooker watches. Someone asks if a weakness has been considered, creating tension between the characters. The boy impatiently demands an answer. One character pauses the conversation while the other waits in confusion. A tense exchange occurs as one person hands over a document revealing a critical weakness, leaving the recipient visibly shocked. A character in ceremonial attire assigns someone the task of writing a self-reflection report. The young man reacts in shock as he reads the unexpected report circulating in the Central Universe forums. The report quickly spreads across Earth, causing concern. A man celebrates his promotion to S rank by proudly displaying his white gold pass while others watch. A man in a suit reacts with surprise to an unexpected question outside a modern building. A confident young man takes charge and tells the others to follow him, prompting surprised reactions from those behind. A cheerful man beams with excitement as he expresses his admiration. A red-haired man snaps at the group and orders them to follow him. A male subordinate salutes energetically and shouts his affirmation to a command. A staff member confirms the customer's identity and welcomes them to begin shopping. Two men in suits formally greet each other as one welcomes the new S-ranked hunter and hands over a card. A man enters a luxurious venue and immediately notices the staff giving him special treatment due to his new status. Magical items descend toward the shocked man as he is suddenly entrusted with them. One character receives sparkling new equipment and eagerly asks the other about their weapon choice. A man in a suit excitedly announces that he uses a spear, eager to impress his senior. A confident young man offers advice about using a spear. A man is stunned by an unexpected personal offer. A smug young man leans forward and entices his listener with the promise of secret wisdom that guarantees an easy life. No other hunter in the world, except for criminals, lived as freely as Readjusting. One character energetically grabs another by the shoulder and insists they go out for drinks, making it clear that the other will be paying tonight. Two young men excitedly decide to try a restaurant one of them hasn't heard of, while the other corrects a mix-up about his name. The character slumps in exhaustion, visibly struggling to recover from the overwhelming events. One man drunkenly teases his companion, while the other laughs at the table. A character studies a notebook detailing Lee Dojin's profile and confirms they need to follow him closely. One man enthusiastically insists that following the mysterious leader will guarantee a good life, while the other skeptically examines the report and questions the leader's ordinary appearance. Someone inside the building asks Hakase about the amount of Yongyong's debt. A surprised man in a suit greets Dojin and the small dragon as they arrive together. The protagonist insists on payment while gripping the panicked creature, who frantically tries to explain. A woman expresses gratitude and invites her guests to choose anything they want. A young man leaps up from the restaurant table in shock as someone unexpected arrives. A boisterous man enthusiastically greets a calm man, who questions if he's drunk while holding a small, unimpressed creature. A man in a suit is startled as he realizes that the hunter before him is truly extraordinary. A cheerful man introduces the new S-rank hunter to a suited figure. A young man introduces himself and states his position at the Rift Management Department. An awestruck character respectfully greets Lee Dojin with a handshake. A surprised handshake occurs as an important analysis report about the master is discovered. A man crouches to stop a fast-moving object as the others react in surprise. He studies the scene carefully, preparing for what comes next. He stands in tense silence, visibly anxious and unsure how to respond. The scene shifts to the next day at the hunter's bureau. Three people at the conference table notice that one of their colleagues has suddenly disappeared. One character explains that someone was sent on an errand, while the other listens with concern. The older man reacts in shock upon hearing unexpected news about Mr. Lee. A frustrated student yells in disbelief about being assigned a 100-page self-reflection report. A woman radiates dark energy, startling two nearby office workers. A woman steels herself as she prepares to confront the looming threat ahead. A determined woman in a suit bursts into the room, announcing her arrival. A cheerful man eagerly starts playing the game Love Love Fantasy on his phone. A blonde woman abruptly confronts a red-haired man, startling him so much that he drops his phone. A young man is startled and quickly looks up from his phone when someone enters unexpectedly. A woman hesitantly asks for relationship advice after interrupting a man in his office. A red-haired young man reacts with disbelief when questioned about someone who exaggerated their romantic experience. A man nervously boasts about being a dating expert, while a woman watches him with skepticism. A woman shyly admits she just wanted to get closer to Mr. Lee. A young man suggests a plan to attract the attention of someone the other person likes. A man insults a woman, provoking her furious reaction. A nervous girl seeks advice from her friend about confessing her feelings to Mr. Lee, fearing that he won't be easily moved. A young man smirks confidently, declaring that he's ready to show off his abilities. A character confidently outlines a blitz strategy to tackle the challenge. An energetic character announces the start of the heart-thumping Mr. Lee challenge, calling out to another participant while missing the paper's details. A supervisor hurriedly asks for the dungeon report, and an office worker calmly tells him it's on the desk behind him before the supervisor shifts to casual conversation. A phone lights up with an unexpected message, interrupting the moment. A few seconds later, the scene shifts to a workplace. A cheerful man invites someone to work together, and then have a meal, sending a lunch invitation via phone. A man sitting at his desk refuses his chief's request, surprising him. A young man nervously admits he thinks the situation might be a date. A skeptical man confronts someone, demanding clarity about their intentions for the outing. The group argues about their plans, ending with one storming off in frustration, declaring they'll do things alone. A woman waits alone in front of the subway station, realizing she arrived too early. Two young men spot a famous woman walking by and excitedly consider asking for her autograph. Someone steps forward with determination, heightening the tension. A young man waves and greets someone arriving early on the city street. Two people meet outside, exchange greetings with visible excitement, and agree to head to the restaurant together. A red-haired man raises two fingers and makes a demand while the blonde woman looks away nervously. A surprised young woman hesitates as she considers whether to take the outstretched hand. Two hands intertwine as one person asks if this is the right way. The young man silently reflects, his gaze steady and expression calm. A man and woman walk outside holding hands, both smiling and blushing as they enjoy a cheerful moment together. Two people sit across from each other at a cafe table, quietly exchanging words. Two people walk hand in hand down a sunlit street, appearing calm and relaxed. Yoonhee clenches her fist with determination as she walks beside Dojin, ready to face what comes next. A red-haired young man gives cunning advice about exploiting men's weaknesses. She insists that, as an S-ranked hunter, she is never weak or ill. A young man and woman enter through the door, and the woman reacts with surprise upon noticing something unexpected. The woman invites her companion to try shooting at the range. A cheerful booth operator encourages attendees to try hitting the bullseye with a mana gun for a fee. A surprised woman is approached by an eager man who asks if she is Hunter Moon Ijeong, and she hesitantly confirms. A surprised woman and a tall man are invited to try an activity together, leaving them both uncertain about how to respond. One character hands a rifle to another, preparing them for the next action. A blonde girl prepares to shoot, planning to intentionally miss some shots to manipulate the outcome. Gunshots ring out as every shot misses the target. A blonde woman frantically tries to fix her rifle as it fails to fire. A character smirks, confident that Hunter Moon Ijeong will easily hit the target. The man boasts about casting an illusion spell, confident it will challenge even the most skilled opponents. A frustrated woman struggles to hit her target with a rifle, while a man watches silently. A dark-haired man urgently tells the surprised blonde woman to lift her head as she aims her weapon. A startled woman struggles to follow the calm man's instructions as he closely guides her aim. One character whispers an intense reminder into another's ear, leaving her visibly startled. A hand pulls the trigger on the gun, signaling the action to begin. A projectile slams into the center of the target, detonating with a burst of energy. Projectiles strike the targets one after another with perfect precision. A young man stares in shock as the blonde girl clutches her ear, surrounded by sparkling energy. A hand playfully dangles a red bunny keychain in the air. As they walk outside, one character proudly displays a small red plushie while the other responds with amusement. Dojin leads the way toward the subway station while Yoonhee follows, holding a red object. A young woman admits she wishes they could have stayed together longer. A hand seizes and yanks on someone's shirt, heightening the tension. A girl tugs on the boy's shirt and asks him to walk slower as they move together through a dreamy, floral setting. The young man glances back and suggests they walk more slowly. Two people hold hands as one promises to buy next time and asks for a good time to meet. A character's eyes widen in amazement as she processes a sudden realization. The protagonist is stunned as he realizes he can act freely whenever he wants. One character assures the other that they can make a request anytime, and the other hesitantly agrees to consider it. Two people walk hand in hand down a sunlit street, taking time to get to know each other. Two people sit on the floor watching a TV program about a monk who lives as a vegetarian in the mountains, and one reacts with disbelief at his lifestyle. A girl excitedly insists she wants to eat mushrooms and become a monk, while a small creature reminds her she ate meat yesterday. One girl firmly announces she will stop eating meat, while another girl questions her resolve and a small creature mocks her decision. While one character watches, two others argue in panic inside a chaotic imagined scenario. One character considers making mushroom dishes and decides to shop for ingredients, while several small creatures eagerly volunteer to go buy them. Yoonhee firmly refuses the desperate request, pulling away as one character clings to her back while another observes the scene calmly. The protagonist recalls that the fourth floor of the central world was filled with mushroom-like objects. Someone decides to investigate the situation. The story introduces the world of immortals on the fourth floor of the central universe, where the 10 immortals, including the eccentric ghost immortal, reside. A desperate man sits by the riverside, anxiously hoping for someone to come and help him as he is scorned by the other immortals. The origin of the disciples is explained as the 10 immortals each accepted disciples based on their order of arrival in the world. A figure swims upward underwater, carrying a small dragon while another dragon leads the way. An elderly man at the shore complains about being isolated for 2 years without visitors. An older man looks up in shock as a small red creature appears in the sky. A startled old man stumbles back as a small dragon crashes down in front of him. The group arrives on the fourth floor of the central universe, immediately getting into a noisy argument as a small creature splashes water everywhere. An elderly man wipes sweat from his face and demands to know if the group intends to become his disciples. The man walks silently through the forest with a small creature perched on his shoulder. A young man introduces himself and confidently extends his hand toward the astonished elder in the clearing. Someone silently fumes with annoyance. Two figures lock hands in a forceful handshake as one of them plans to assert dominance through tough chores. A young man reacts with surprise to an intense greeting in the forest. One character overpowers another with a forceful grip, causing a pained reaction. Someone frantically retracts their earlier dismissal, now gripped by fear. A robed man struggles in pain as he is easily restrained, while two small creatures watch the scene unfold. One hand recoils abruptly as the other reaches forward, heightening the tension between the two. An older man clutches his injured arm and demands to know why his opponent is so strong. A man at the top of the stairs nervously invites the newcomers to follow him, explaining that his previous disciples left because they were weak. An elderly man questions how the other person seemed to know he would become a disciple. A wary older man challenges the group, questioning who the real disciple is as tension rises in the forest. Someone confidently points and prepares to reveal what they know about the person in question. An older man is shocked to recognize Black Serenity while questioning a calm, silent figure. The older man demands to know how the other person possesses knowledge that should be limited to the 10 immortals. An elderly man urgently demands the young man to explain how much he knows about someone from their former sect. A cautious young man offers information only if a specific condition is met. An elderly man hurriedly promises something under pressure, as two curious creatures observe his anxious behavior. A young man is formally invited to join the Heavenly Demon Sect and lead the Heavenly Flying Squad. A man pauses his fieldwork and looks up in surprise, sensing something unusual. The man tending the garden firmly rejects the request to get involved in MURIM, prompting the visitor in black to declare he will return. A weary man lowers his head and admits that any further effort would be pointless. Refusing to give up, he studied every book on Taoist arts and relentlessly practiced his techniques. Dojin demonstrates a martial arts technique that was previously practiced by Black Serenity. Initially, there was no communication, but persistent effort led to a change in attitude. An elderly man recoils in shock as he stares ahead, clearly alarmed. A small, horned creature reacts in confusion to someone's unexpected behavior. The young man refuses the offer to join the sect and confidently suggests that the surprised elder become his disciple instead. One figure bows respectfully and accepts the other's guidance as the sun sets behind the mountains. After 2 years of training, the disciple surpassed his mentor. An elderly man recoils in disbelief upon hearing shocking news about a rapid change within 2 years. A small, orange creature looks up and questions someone's job with disbelief. A character reacts in shock upon realizing someone may have reached the legendary upper heavens. The character braces themselves, gripping their knees as tension fills the air. A desperate figure bows and begs to be accepted as a disciple. A long-haired young man seriously asks if the other will join the Heavenly Demon Sect. The bearded man agrees to carry out the request with determination. An elderly man recoils in shock as he realizes the true identity of the person before him. Someone desperately grabs another's robe, clinging tightly in urgent distress. One character drops to the floor and begs to be accepted as a disciple before another who stands nearby with small companions. The young man firmly refuses to take on any more disciples. An elderly man desperately pleads for help while holding a small, muscular mushroom. An uncertain man hesitates to accept a mushroom, while a small orange creature questions his decision. An elder figure clutches the Taoist arts book tightly, determined to protect its secrets. A jubilant disciple leaps away with a book while two elders watch him from the forest. One character asks about an object, and the other replies that it is a mushroom. A girl examines a mysterious object, and wonders if it might be a gold mushroom. A mushroom creature relaxes happily in a bubbling hot pot while a small orange figure insists the experience is much better than just nice. A chibi girl excitedly spots a mushroom. A mushroom-capped character recoils in alarm as a blade nearly strikes. A cheerful girl encourages another to taste the food at the table. A lively girl excitedly announces that Monk Star ate a steamed mushroom today. Two small creatures argue at the table, while the others watch and laugh. Yong stubbornly refuses to eat, ignoring the order given to him. Defiantly, the character grabs a piece of meat with chopsticks and announces he will only eat meat. During dinner, chaos erupts as one character leaps across the table for food while another tries to stop him, and a third watches silently. 3 characters argue loudly over food as one threatens to confiscate another's bowl. A small, horned creature recoils and cries out in shock. A green bow is drawn back, charged with energy, as the archer prepares to release an arrow. A blue-haired young man sprints down a forest path, urgently chasing after someone while shouting and waving a paper. A blue-haired boy abruptly stops and stares at a mysterious jar that has suddenly appeared. An energetic character rushes toward the gate, waving a completed self-reflection report and calling out for attention. A stern figure scolds the cheerful one for making a scene over waving a paper. A young man confidently presents his self-reflection report, ready to make any necessary changes. A woman critically examines the document, unimpressed by the subject's supposed achievements. A character reviews a self-reflection report and questions why the most important answer is missing. He wonders if his encounter with the Earth King was simply due to bad luck, while someone beside him quietly reads a document. A woman points out that the boy brings misfortune upon himself, prompting him to protest in frustration. A character contemplates the risks of an upcoming mission while reviewing a written confession. A young man eagerly seeks approval for his idea and then questions why a jar was left outside. A cheerful character responds to a question while waiting for the food to finish cooking. A cheerful character admits to accidentally knocking something over. A character stares in shock as a large container is smashed open, revealing nothing of importance inside. A boy with spiky blue hair looks up, surprised as someone calls out to him. A character reviews the report with a smug expression, clearly satisfied with its perfection. A blue-haired character rushes down the hallway and nervously asks for the return of her bow. Startled by the unexpected encounter, the young man demands to know the stranger's identity in the hallway. The group questions a newcomer about his past actions, expressing suspicion and curiosity about his connection to someone they know. The man acknowledges his mistake while reflecting on the girl's connection to the Earth King. A man informs a girl that ABA will not be home until later, prompting her to ask how long she must wait. A young man clutches his stomach in embarrassment as a girl notices and asks if he is hungry. The group decides to go to the supermarket together after discussing what to do. They discuss the urgent need to recover Gungnil, with one suggesting to forego eating if necessary. A nervous character quickly admits they were only joking to ease the tension. A cheerful girl rushes forward and greets her grandmother with excitement. An elderly woman warmly greets someone arriving alone outside the convenience store at night. An elderly woman hesitantly explains that she arrived with someone, searching for confirmation. A calm guardian reminds the group to choose only one item as an excited girl and a startled companion rush forward. A bewildered young man enters the store and is greeted by two enthusiastic creatures who are thrilled about the snacks. A small purple creature with horns seriously explains the rules of the supermarket, emphasizing that items can only be taken in exchange for money. A cheerful girl raises her arm and excitedly tells an adult how much she enjoys the food. A blue-haired character reaches out and grabs a box of chocolate pies to add to the purchase. A cheerful girl waves goodbye as two quirky companions leave with treats, one excited and the other unamused. A man demonstrates to a small girl how to enjoy a pastry by smelling it first. A character demonstrates how to eat the sentient chocolate snack by licking it while the snack looks visibly distressed. A character reluctantly eats the food that is being forced toward their mouth. The protagonist's eyes widen in shock as he suddenly realizes something alarming. The group exchanges playful banter as they debate whether the food tastes good enough to die for. Overcome with joy, the character eagerly devours the choco pie and dreams of eating even more. Desperate to buy more, the young man pleads with the girl, but she insists they only have 401 left. A small, purple, horned creature looks up in surprise after noticing something unexpected. The purple creature suggests a new idea to the attentive blonde girl. The group debates whether the arcade machine can help them earn money for food, while one warns that dangerous machines remain nearby. With determination, he starts the arcade game as everyone cheers him on. A tired young man in a suit walks slowly past the apartment complex in the early morning. He considers going out to buy snacks for everyone. Two girls argue loudly over how to play the arcade game while a man watches the chaos unfold. A hand swiftly catches a stack of mysterious papers as they fall through the air. A confused character examines a reflection letter detailing how they destroyed the king of the underworld on Earth. A man dominates the arcade game as a girl and others cheer him on excitedly. The young man decides to return the bow, preparing to acknowledge someone politely. The scene shifts to the Rift Management Department meeting room the next day. One man guides the others through the process as paperwork is handed over for stamping. A man in a suit enthusiastically hands over documents and welcomes Hunter Yang Sungo for the next 3 months. The young man reluctantly agrees, his anxiety barely hidden. A man silently questions the guildmaster's recommendation, doubting the importance of returning to City Hall. A determined young man insists they quickly finish the 3-month commitment and leave. A cheerful man apologizes for forgetting to serve coffee and steps away to get some for the two guests at the table. Two men discuss the terms of a temporary contract hunter job, with one reluctantly agreeing to work for 3 months out of loyalty. A young man confidently tells someone to focus on returning as a hunter if they want to join his guild. A confident man makes a sly proposition, smirking as he waits for a response. A skeptical man warns that it's important to impress the public official, questioning the logic behind the request. A stern man warns the younger man not to cause trouble, threatening him with the influence of Director Yoon Youngchul. A phone rings with an incoming call from MR. Lee Dojin, signaling a pivotal development. Realizing there may be hidden opposition, the young man reacts with concern. One man anxiously answers his phone while the other expresses disbelief in front of the lockers. A man urgently informs another about a meeting request from Mr. Lee, prompting surprise. The young man reacts warily to something unexpected. The young man sits outside, drinking from a can and grumbling about being ordered around. A door swings open dramatically in the brightly lit room. The young man on the rooftop comments on how quickly the task was finished. A nervous man in a suit reacts anxiously after an unexpected situation ends quickly. A man in a suit is caught off guard when someone hands him a canned drink, making the atmosphere awkward. One man suggests they continue their discussion inside due to the heat, surprising the other. A young man in a suit stands outside a modern building and prepares to begin a lengthy discussion by presenting a large folder. A hesitant young man reluctantly agrees to have a conversation despite his unease. One man questions the other about his past connection with Hunter Han Donghyun, and the other confirms they were in the same guild 2 years ago. Two men in business suits discuss the recent return of one after a 2-year injury-related absence, confirming his recovery and readiness to work. A confidential file about an unexplored rift is handed across the desk, prompting immediate surprise about the upcoming mission. A young man fidgets with a folder and hurriedly denies having other plans. He hesitates, questioning whether starting immediately might be too rushed. He nervously weighs the consequences of refusing the captain's order. A raised hand interrupts the conversation, drawing everyone's attention. Two men discuss plans as one eagerly points out that tomorrow is the weekend. A man in a suit confidently explains that weekend work pays 1.5 times the normal rate. A young man exits the subway alone, feeling uncharacteristically nervous as he carries a box. A young man psychs himself up by slapping his cheeks, preparing for his first dangerous battle in 2 years. A calm man in a suit greets another man, who screams in surprise at the unexpected encounter. A male character reacts in shock as he suddenly notices someone. One young man asks about the other's hunter suit, and the owner explains its usefulness despite its worn appearance. A cheerful young man eagerly presents a red object to the person sitting next to him. A hand slams a glowing red orb onto someone's chest, unleashing a surge of energy. Two men prepare to enter a grimy area, one leading confidently while the other surveys their surroundings. A person steps confidently into the swirling portal. A massive red energy barrier triggers an urgent warning as a new threat appears. Two scientists urgently report that the danger level of a C-rank dungeon has surged to an unprecedented 7,900, far surpassing previous records. An older man frantically tries to call for help, pleading for someone to answer the phone. An older man anxiously answers an urgent early morning phone call. An urgent emergency is announced as an S-rank dungeon appears at Oxa Station. The young man firmly rejects the offer of S-ranked hunters while speaking on the phone. A startled man receives shocking news over the phone. He recalls arriving at the rift during a crucial moment. A stunned man witnesses a colossal monster appearing on the chaotic battlefield. A powerful figure orders his monstrous minions to capture the human. A special quest is activated, challenging the protagonist to defeat Bale's subordinates within a time limit or face forced transport to the central universe. A glowing countdown timer starts ticking down with less than 24 hours remaining. A shocked man in armor sits on the ground while a composed man in a suit surveys the chaotic scene. A battered figure rises as red energy swirls around, awakening a sinister power. A clawed hand charges with energy, ready to strike as tension builds between the opponents. A fierce, shirtless figure with red hair points a clawed hand at the opponent, delivering a bold challenge. An armored man recoils on the ground as a figure approaches him assertively, escalating the tense confrontation. A young man urgently calls out to someone off-panel, alarmed by their unexpected actions. A young man receives a desperate warning not to go any further. A horned figure confronts the man amid ruins and demands an answer. A red-haired woman challenges a calm young man, demanding to know if he is the Earth King. Dojin stands confidently, recalling his past authority as black serpentine energy coils around his arm. A man confronts the black and blue energy snake in his hand, intrigued by its unusual appearance. He dismisses his adversaries from the central universe with scorn. A character erupts in anger, shouting at someone with bared teeth. A composed man in a suit humiliates his opponent by hurling him to the ground with a burst of purple energy. A glowing fist hurtles toward an open hand as one character mocks their opponent's intelligence during the clash. A character reels back in shock, struck by a sudden blow. Dojin seizes his horned opponent by the throat, black energy crackling as he overpowers the demon. A captor aggressively chokes a captive, questioning why they keep trying to escape despite the danger. A figure bursts through the wall in a surge of blue energy while another watches from nearby. Gravely wounded, the character struggles to escape and warn their superior about the monster. The young man in a suit surveys the rubble, silently assessing the aftermath. A determined hand reaches for a large weapon, signaling the start of a critical action. A grand throne pulses with dark energy as shadowy forces swirl around it. A terrified character recoils in disbelief as a calm man destroys the dimensional door with a glowing weapon. A red-haired, horned character recoils in disbelief, demanding to know how a human could possess such overwhelming power. The sharply dressed young man silences his opponent by unleashing intimidating power from his serpent-like gauntlet. A horned character rushes forward, desperately pleading for someone to stop. A shadowy figure unleashes a furious scream as energy surges around them. One man stands calmly as another, visibly shaken on the ground, stares at him in disbelief. An armored figure crashes to the ground, leaving the man in the suit momentarily confused. A report arrives that the media has requested video footage related to the Oxa Station rift. 3 frustrated office workers complain about being given unrealistic demands and anticipate more trouble for themselves. A man in a suit offers drinks to his colleagues after their meeting. 2 men in business suits nervously thank someone while accepting coffee. A man bows deeply and offers a drink on a tray, eager to show appreciation for someone's hard work. A hesitant hand offers a paper cup to the composed young man in a suit. A nervous man bows and thanks the calm man at the desk for his earlier help with the rift investigation. A young man in a suit smiles and raises his cup to express gratitude. One man passionately pledges lifelong loyalty while 2 others watch in bewilderment. A girl in a pink apron tastes the soup to check if the broth is ready. A character finishes preparing a large batch of noodles. A small orange creature and a girl in blue watch in amazement as a golden liquid pours over a bowl of mysterious noodles. A chubby creature suddenly startles a surprised girl by panting and sparkling energetically. A determined girl grabs a small creature to keep everyone together for the meal, while another creature watches indifferently. A girl in an apron calls a man from the couch to let him know that dinner is ready. Two small dragon-like creatures curiously examine a bowl of noodles, wondering what it is. She studies the bowl of colorful cold noodles with a thoughtful expression. 4 people gather around a table, eating noodles together as one of them questions the food. 3 competitors race to finish their noodles in an intense eating contest. 2 small dragon-like creatures eagerly enjoy tasting the delicious food. A cheerful girl encourages someone to eat, offering food with a smile. 3 cheerful characters happily hold up a sign as they express their gratitude for the meal. A small, horned character lets out a loud burp after finishing a meal. Both characters refuse to go to the supermarket because they feel unwell and overstuffed. While working on his laptop, the young man tells his companion that they need to go to the market because they are out of snacks. The small dragon-like creature smugly refuses more food, insisting he is full and encouraging the others to keep working. A young man makes a sarcastic remark about someone's excessive eating. 2 girls sleep soundly together in a quiet bedroom at 2 a.m. A sudden loud noise startles one character awake while the other remains peacefully asleep in the bedroom. A child gently places a hand on her stomach, content and no longer hungry. A girl with long silver hair sits up uncertainly, wondering what to do next while another girl sleeps beside her. A young girl hesitates to eat, anxious about being scolded by her mother. A young girl hesitantly steps into the dimly lit room. A girl cautiously peeks into the kitchen at night, startled by bottles flying past her as she suspects an intruder. A girl surprises a small creature rummaging through the kitchen for food. A startled creature suddenly appears, drawing everyone's attention. A sleepy girl and a small red creature admit they are both hungry as they stand in front of the open refrigerator at night. Someone suggests cooking with the random ingredients, but another person quickly protests in alarm. A frustrated girl scolds a flustered creature about his terrible cooking, causing a noisy argument. A skeptical girl questions the small red creature's unlikely claim. Someone gently reminds another to stay quiet while preparing food at the stove. A young girl covers her mouth, visibly shocked by what she sees. A hand lunges forward to intercept the flying knife. A girl and a small dragon-like creature recoil in shock as something crashes to the floor. A sudden, rapid movement cuts through the tense, blue-lit scene. A girl and a small red creature freeze in shock, both instinctively covering their mouths as they react to something alarming. 2 anxious figures hide together, whispering in fear of being discovered. The group sits on the floor, catching their breath after a sudden fright. A small, exhausted creature complains about being hungry. An impish creature with horns quickly starts warming up side dishes at the stove. A purple creature reels back in shock after noticing something unexpected. 2 dragon-like creatures and a girl anxiously search the room for something missing. A character excitedly holds up an instant ramen cup. 2 characters react with excitement and amazement as a sparkling cup of ramen is revealed to them. 2 characters prepare to cook ramen by deciding to boil water first. A curious girl urgently asks where the object was found. A girl confronts a group of small creatures and a child, noticing their suspicious behavior. 2 small demon-like creatures are caught sneaking instant noodles by a shocked girl. A young woman complains to the group about the leftover side dishes on the plate. A woman in the kitchen insists on joining 3 small demon-like figures for the meal. The group exchanges awkward excuses, each blaming the others for not waking someone up. A cheerful girl teases the others as she eagerly digs into her food. 2 children loudly demand food while a girl feeds another at the crowded table. The young man calmly asks for a share. The group is caught off guard when the master suddenly wakes up outside the building at night. A group in business attire discusses the recent dungeon incident and acknowledges how close it came to becoming dangerous. 3 individuals in suits discuss how recent trouble was averted by someone on site, but note they cannot always rely on his presence. The group confirms their decision to swiftly clear the 2nd floor of the central universe. A determined character insists that everyone must become stronger instead of relying on one person to face dangers alone. 2 characters in suits confidently volunteer to take on the challenge themselves. The older man assigns the group a critical mission to enter the 2nd floor of the central universe. 3 young adults stand at attention and acknowledge the command together. Meteors streak across the night sky, illuminating the mountains below. 2 characters sense a dangerous energy and speculate that someone may be challenging the Earth King. While eating, the blue-haired character suddenly senses a familiar and suspicious energy. Monsters attack the castle as chaos erupts under the crimson sky. A shadowy figure scolds its cowering minions for failing after Kamatra's defeat. An intimidating figure taunts the weaker opponents, warning that they are doomed because they attack one by one. 3 ogre-like figures emerge, signaling a new and sinister threat. A strategy is being explained to overwhelm the opponent by sending troops to multiple locations at once. A horde of demonic soldiers with glowing red eyes emerges from the swirling purple miasma, signaling the enemy's arrival. A menacing figure orders his minions to attack, sending them out both alone and in groups. A girl stands silently in the hallway, holding a grumpy, orange creature in her arms. After considering the situation, he allows the other person to leave. Someone eagerly asks for permission to go to the resort, agreeing to the conditions, while another calmly grants it. A girl lifts a small, grinning dragon into the air as they both celebrate amid bursts of colorful light. A girl wonders why Yonggyo appears more excited. Yong hugs a backpack with delight as musical notes float around him. A purple creature volunteers to look after Rod and Bayo and announces plans to go to the resort, while a smaller orange creature grabs a backpack and a surprised blonde girl questions the decision. A female character confronts someone for trying to follow her. A girl pleads with a small dragon-like creature to stay calm at home by offering him Korean beef instead of pork. A small dragon-like creature hides in the corner, secretly devouring piles of barbecue meat while looking guilty. The orange creature confidently announces it will take care of everyone, while the girl and the purple creature listen. A young man sits in the kitchen, quietly deciding to cook dinner the next day. Someone thinks about returning the bow to cereal and plans to go grocery shopping during the day. A shadowed figure smirks, poised for a crucial event to unfold. Outside the house, the protagonist triumphantly raises Gungnir as the others cheer and celebrate his success. Two small dragon-like creatures complain about an annoying task while cleaning. Dojin affectionately praises and kisses his high-tech bow, declaring it the best. A small creature, clearly annoyed, urges the curious girl to leave while she questions its destination. One figure turns to leave the alley as the three companions react with concern and disbelief. A wide-eyed girl urges the startled boy to join her. A panicked young man clutches a book as he reacts nervously to a child's loud crying, fearing the consequences if someone hears. A young girl breaks down in tears, hiding her face in her hands. A cheerful child rushes ahead toward the shop, followed by a startled man and two lively creatures. Someone urgently asks for the cushioned fish at the bustling market stall. A cheerful white-haired character steps forward and offers to share something. A young man reels back in shock, struggling to respond. A white-haired character recoils in shock, eyes wide and mouth open. Two men argue loudly at a street stall while a small girl watches, visibly confused by their confrontation. Two small dragon-like creatures react anxiously as one warns that if the place is destroyed, things will get serious. The small, horned creature reacts with surprise before quickly relaxing in relief. A white-haired character proposes settling an ancient, unfinished match. A young man draws a glowing arrow and challenges the dragons as he prepares to attack. A chibi character scolds another for losing focus and calls them a pig. A small orange dragon boldly challenges the group to settle things with a fight, prompting mixed reactions from the onlookers. The imposing man warns the others that any damage caused by fighting will bring consequences from the Lord, leaving them anxious and hesitant. A small, horned creature insists that the issue cannot be ignored. An assertive figure orders the two surprised young men with mice on their heads to follow. Two fighters move to their positions in the arena as the rules for a no-holds-barred match are announced. Three characters relax on deck chairs, eating popcorn and watching an event unfold as one of them voices concern about possible consequences. A small, orange creature with sunglasses reassures everyone by offering quirky advice. Someone demands to know how many thousand years old the confused dragon is. The white-haired character taunts the archer, daring them to attack as energy crackles in the air. The blue-haired man excitedly casts his fishing rod while calling out different fishing techniques. A white-haired character braces as blue energy surges around them and golden magical arrows rain down from above. Surrounded by glowing energy, the white-haired character prepares to unleash his power with a confident smirk. A massive explosion erupts, scattering debris and smoke through the chaos. A powerful explosion shakes the area, filling the air with dust and debris. The group relaxes and discusses Hake's tendency to hide, wondering about his role. A white-haired character unleashes a powerful attack, sending green energy toward a shocked opponent. Energy crackles in the character's eyes as he activates his power. The white-haired character unleashes a fierce attack, challenging the defending blue-haired character's ability to withstand it. A powerful explosion blasts two figures apart, shattering the ground beneath them. Dojin charges forward and launches a fierce counterattack against his opponent. The white-haired character fires a powerful magical attack while accusing the opponent of cheating by relying on the bow to survive. Giant rocks and arrows hurtle through the air, intensifying the chaos. Three horned and winged figures watch as a powerful explosion shakes the battlefield, noting that the fighter called Hake seems weaker after a long break. A small dragon-like character notices cracks suddenly forming in the dark barrier. Two small creatures watch in alarm as a massive crack rapidly spreads across the dark barrier due to the ongoing fight. Two young men brawl as a small, distressed creature desperately urges them to stop before things get worse. A white-haired character angrily grabs someone's clothes and demands they put something away. A character aggressively grabs another by the collar and shouts an insult. Yoonhee rushes in to stop the two dragon-like creatures from fighting before the situation gets out of control. The white-haired character charges forward with determination to deliver a decisive final attack. A young man charges forward with determination, declaring his ambition. Two figures are violently blasted through a shattering barrier. Two figures are violently hurled into a shattering portal as energy surges around them. A startled girl and a purple creature react in shock while the orange creature remains unfazed. A worried character warns that their strong opponents will not be easily harmed. A man in a suit walks alone down a quiet street at sunset, carrying a bag. A young man in a suit decides to have mackerel for his meal after reflecting on his recent diet. He turns his head sharply, reacting to something unexpected. A man in a suit easily overpowers two opponents, slamming them to the ground. Two furious opponents grapple and exchange insults as their fight escalates. A shadowy figure confronts two startled young men lying tangled on the ground. A young man in a suit confronts someone and demands an explanation. A frantic white-haired character grabs a terrified blue-haired character and loudly tries to shift the blame onto someone else. 3 chibi characters dramatically call out to Yangyo in front of a sunset-lit building. 3 characters sit on the couch eating ice pops while casually discussing the absence of 2 others. A young man and a girl ride quietly on a subway train. The character steps forward with determination, tension rising in the air. The young man in the suit checks his phone and smiles, clearly pleased by the message he reads. One girl asks if her dad has had breakfast while she and another girl pose cheerfully at the table. A cheerful girl proudly shows off a photo she took yesterday, featuring herself, an exhausted boy, and a mysterious figure in the background. A young man smiles teasingly as he points out that someone seems to be enjoying themselves. A girl delivers an update about a reflection paper while another celebrates, and the rest react with surprise under the night sky. One character assures the group that they will monitor the situation as the others listen around the table. A man in a suit gives calm feedback, reassuring the listener. Someone considers making fried chicken stew for a meal. An announcement informs everyone to take their seats and reminds guild officials to pause scouting until the swordsmanship festival concludes. 2 men discuss rumors about a special interview briefing at City Hall before the swordsmanship festival as a small crowd gathers outside the building. A determined young man calmly prepares himself, focusing on the important event ahead. Stretching on the floor, the protagonist sets a bold goal to prove himself as a rising talent on par with S-class hunters. The protagonist wonders if he has made any lasting impact and considers asking the director. A group of officials and hunters enters the room, drawing everyone's attention. He recalls seeing the suspicious City Hall official yesterday and suspects a connection between him and the director. Someone notices a person who resembles someone else. The scene shifts to a flashback in the empty City Hall seminar room. Standing at the podium, Dojin announces the special City Hall contract process and informs the audience that the interview will take place immediately after the swordsmanship festival, taking precedence over the Hunter Guild entrance test. A young man at the podium suddenly senses that something is wrong as another man gestures toward him. The young man bluntly questions why special contracts take priority over joining the Hunter Guild. The young man firmly refuses to explain himself to those he deems unqualified. A young man reacts with shock upon learning they may not even be eligible to apply. A determined young man vows to expose corruption behind the City Hall contract as an older man listens. The protagonist sarcastically addresses the gathered hunters who are urging him to give up. One young man clenches his fists in excitement as he eagerly looks forward to the upcoming competition. 2 men in suits share a brief exchange while sitting together in the stadium. A well-dressed person energetically introduces themselves and offers a business card, asking about the other person's affiliation. A man introduces himself as a member of the crack management department at Seoul City Hall and hands over his business card. A young man in a suit nervously tries to encourage someone while questioning their connection to City Hall. A suited observer in the stands suddenly notices a group entering the arena and urgently alerts the director. 3 people stare upward in shock as the director arrives in person. 3 men bow in greeting as the chief officer is formally introduced in the large room. 2 men in suits notice a disturbance in the stadium as one turns and reacts with surprise. 2 hunters bow respectfully while an armored figure reacts in surprise. A young man reacts in disbelief to the unexpected news about a City Hall employee. 2 men sit in the auditorium, quietly acknowledging the vast extent of the corruption uncovered. A resolute figure confronts the shadowy group, his presence alone threatening to crush the behemoth guild. A cunning older man shakes hands with someone as he questions the benefits they were promised. As the announcement signals the imminent start of the 5th Swordsmanship Festival, a determined young competitor steels himself in the empty stadium. A determined young man silently prepares his strategy to win. He weighs the risk of exposing corruption in front of everyone, realizing he cannot escape the consequences. The 5th Swordsmanship Festival officially begins as competitors take their positions in the arena. An official announces the match as 2 cadets bow to each other at the start of the competition. A cadet uses a glowing hexagonal shield to block an incoming attack, demonstrating his defensive skill. A cadet skilled in short-term combat swiftly fends off an aggressive attack during the spar. An analyst confidently predicts that Cadet Han Seo-hoon will win the match due to a significant score advantage and the likelihood of the attack being blocked by the opponent's magic shield. A male character predicts that Lee Myung-gil will win and stakes his vote on the outcome. 2 men in suits react as a sudden beep interrupts their tense observation of the stadium. A triumphant announcement declares the winner as the crowd erupts in celebration. A young man suddenly spins around, startled by an unexpected interruption. He pauses in silence, deep in thought. A young man furiously types on his laptop, demanding that it be done right this time. The young man urgently points to the left, directing attention to a crucial spot. Someone realizes they've made the same mistake again, feeling frustrated by their repeated error. A young man in a suit challenges his companion with pointed questions about real combat experience and survival. The young man anxiously reacts to troubling news on his laptop while sitting in the stadium. A person in a suit pauses while typing, caught off guard by a question about relying too much on data. A martial artist delivers a powerful kick to his opponent's head during the match. A young man in a suit stresses that both playing the game and analyzing data are crucial. 2 men in suits sit in the stadium, intensely debating the accuracy of the data. A young man insists that something else is just as important as skills. A male character quickly turns his head, startled by something unexpected. A furious challenger confronts his opponent, demanding to know if he truly understands what he's witnessing. A suited figure closes the laptop and sits back on the yellow couch, deep in thought. Two men sit in the stadium stands, observing the intense martial arts match as one reflects on a new realization. Two young men in suits sit in the stadium as the winner of the Hunter Academy Swordsmanship Festival is about to be announced. A student lifts a trophy above their head while the crowd cheers. A cadet bows and accepts a certificate for placing second. A cadet hesitates at the podium and refuses to give a speech despite being prompted. He gathers his courage and finally begins to speak. A young man in a suit discusses matters with a city hall employee and the director inside the venue. A gloved figure tests the microphone and prepares to address the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. A man in a suit calls for director Jong Young-cheo before sharing his thoughts. A group of people in suits confront the protagonist at a podium, pressing him with a direct question. A worried young man recounts that an official from Seoul City Hall recently brought up a special contract. Two men in suits sit quietly in the stadium, processing the revelation that the tournament rules override all Hunter Guild contracts, and will be judged by the director and the top 10 hunters. The calm man reveals that he knew the older man would not even be eligible to apply, leaving him shocked. A young man slams his hand on the desk and demands the director explain why City Hall is prioritized over the Hunter Guild. A demand for the young man's identity echoes through the empty stadium as he exhales calmly. Reporters aggressively question the speaker at the press conference about possible corruption and the controversial side contract. Two startled figures in suits react with shock to unexpected news off-panel. An older man reacts nervously as attention focuses on the chief officer, who dislikes being in the spotlight. He pauses to consider his next move. He delegates the explanation to the director, leaving one staff member visibly anxious. An older man firmly rejects the idea of corruption while addressing the stadium crowd. A uniformed speaker explains to the audience that the most important work for hunters is happening at City Hall and urges them to strengthen the viewing contract. A young man questions why City Hall only prioritizes what it considers most necessary. A desperate man anxiously considers mentioning the officer in charge as he searches for a way out. A young man looks at his phone and reacts with displeasure to what he reads. An older man in a suit slumps over, struggling to handle the overwhelming pressure. A nervous man pauses during a public announcement, hesitating before revealing something important. Two young men scan the arena, searching for new talent. The young man reacts with alarm, shouting as tension fills the air. A young man questions why such an important matter isn't being handled at City Hall. A man in a suit confidently volunteers to explain, catching an older man with a microphone by surprise. A woman in a suit asserts that City Hall's integrity is guaranteed by a more capable volunteer and the use of confession magic. A tense debate erupts in the stadium as someone claims Gura is stronger than Behemoth and insists they can prove it with confession magic. The young man cautiously hints at sensitive information, choosing his words carefully to avoid mentioning the director directly. The young man reviews the director's opinion on his phone, considering its significance. One character feels uneasy as the others enthusiastically express admiration despite credit belonging to the magistrate. A tense young man anxiously questions the use of confession magic as purple energy crackles behind him. Someone contemplates the possibility of gaining a valuable ally at no cost. Someone admits their only goal was to become famous. A young man on television solemnly pledges to protect the public as a Korean hunter. A young man confidently strikes a pose as enthusiastic fans cheer him on from the sidelines. Captivated by his own dreams, the boy stands at the podium as his journey of growth begins. Two men in suits exchange thanks and express relief after a polite conversation. The young man urgently asks the older man how much progress has been made with the strategy. A young man in a suit calmly updates the team that they are targeting the 4th floor without any particular difficulty. Several colleagues crowd around the stoic man, showering him with exaggerated praise as he remains unfazed. A suited man checks his phone while an older man asks if any cadets were selected at the Swordsmanship Festival. A young man explains to an older man in the gym that he is reviewing a reflection statement on his phone because of a recent incident. An older man scoffs at the foolishness of someone challenging Dojin. A surprised boy reacts to how quickly someone finished writing. Two characters and a small creature are caught off guard as they are photographed holding official documents. As night falls, two companions sleep soundly while one murmurs about their favorite food. A glowing girl stirs restlessly in bed while a small demon and a dragon-like creature sleep beside her. A young girl squirms in bed as a magical aura envelopes her. A young girl seriously considers what might happen if her mom tickles her. A mysterious figure delivers an important request before the departure. A young girl looks up with a worried expression, uncertain about what to do next. A glowing blue leaf is offered as a mystical tool. A mystical card appears, offering guidance to the recipient. The girl asks for permission to use the Otok card. A surprised girl watches as the large pink creature beside her mumbles about chicken in its sleep. A girl struggles to wake a drooling, half-asleep dragon creature who mumbles about wanting chicken and calls for help to get more. A chibi girl glares forward, clearly irritated as she calls out in anger. Startled awake by an urgent shout, one character frantically throws off the bedsheet while the other, confused and alarmed, reacts at the mention of chicken. A startled creature urgently calls for help, reacting to an unseen emergency. A sleepy creature is abruptly woken and inspects a mysterious blue object with confusion. A determined girl brandishes a talisman and demands action from the anxious horned creature, who pleads for food. A girl hands a mysterious bag to a startled dragon-like creature, telling it that only it can use the item. The children excitedly bombard their father with questions about his abilities and the sudden appearance of a new deal. One person firmly demonstrates to another how to read by guiding their hands over a glowing blue surface. A blinding flash of light suddenly fills the room, startling everyone inside. 3 figures arrive before a colossal, glowing tree radiating mystical energy. A girl is startled when a small dragon-like creature suddenly appears beside her, causing a ticklish reaction. One character teases another about being ticklish and unwashed while the group tests for a strange energy. Someone notices an unusual itchy sensation coming from the glowing star. A majestic winged unicorn is revealed to hold a powerful title befitting its mythical status, like the formidable beings defeated before. A colossal, otherworldly creature rises from the water, revealing itself as a foe beyond any mythical adventurer's ability to defeat. The girl interrupts the conversation, suggesting they continue it later. A small dragon-like creature questions why someone is living in their lord's cramped house. A young girl stands within swirling magical light as radiant stars gather around her, signaling the activation of her star power. A young girl stands in awe as magical energy swirls around her. A massive beam of magical energy bursts from the base of the giant tree as a lone figure watches. A system alert announces that the mythology of the core has changed. A young girl is enveloped in magical light as she prepares to receive her new title. A colossal, shining tree emerges at the center as 3 figures watch in astonishment, signaling a dramatic shift in the universe's mythology. Yong stares in amazement at the glowing objects floating in the mystical landscape. Yong leans closer and prepares to taste the glowing substance, curious about its flavor. One character gags and looks sick while the other stands by, unfazed, in the forest. A character's eyes narrow with determination as she comes to a crucial realization. A young girl boldly declares she is now an adult while standing confidently between a tall man and a small orange creature in a mystical forest. A girl smiles joyfully as she is gently praised and patted on the head for her perseverance. A man sitting on the ground pats a surprised girl's head while questioning if she is now considered an adult. A small creature mocks the girl's lack of growth as they exchange playful banter. A girl teases a small orange creature about still being a kid, while a tall young man watches quietly in the park. A man stands beneath a magical tree as he cautiously responds to a question about his title. Dojin stands before a sinister aura as his identity, as the heavenly demon, is revealed. A cheerful woman enters the house, waving with a suitcase and calling out to the children. A startled girl anxiously calls out for others. Yuhi arrives home and immediately questions the tense atmosphere as the others respond nervously. A girl notices something is wrong and quickly asks what happened. A worried creature remarks that they haven't been able to go to the market for several days. A shocked girl confronts the others about their unwillingness to go, while the 2 in the background appear tired and unenthusiastic. A worried companion explains that the shop has been closed for several days, raising concern about the owner's absence. The group finds the supermarket closed again and anxiously calls out for the owner. 3 worried children urgently call out and plead for the door to be opened, searching for the missing granny. A startled, purple creature flinches as something suddenly strikes it. A character finds a market notice explaining that business is paused due to poor health. The group anxiously reviews the document and realizes someone may be in danger despite not being old enough for the Grim Reaper. A girl sits at the kitchen table, quietly worrying about someone's recovery. The group sits around the kitchen table, anxiously discussing their worries about getting groceries and the impact of Granny's injury. A young man sits at the table with a girl, quietly hoping for her swift recovery. The call fails to connect as the person holding the smartphone listens in frustration. Unable to reach anyone by phone, the man stands outside while an older man watches him with concern. An older man notices someone unfamiliar and asks if they're looking for the marked granny. 2 men stand outside a building, discussing how one woman was hospitalized after another person fainted. An older man clutches his throat in distress while another person collapses at his feet, both suffering from a mysterious affliction related to the status window. Someone recalls how the elderly woman warmly handed out candy to the children, feeling the sting of her absence. Despite her illness, the elderly woman pushed herself to spend time with the children, which led to her collapse. A man worries aloud about how an old woman could afford the expensive elixir she needs. He realizes that giving her an elixir might be the solution. An older man explains to the younger man that an elderly woman is struggling to pay rent for her modest home. A young man reflects on the significance of the elixir. A character steps forward with determination. They arrive at Sealak Mountain and take in the view. Several townspeople gather in the forest, speculating about the arrival of a hunter and a child. As they walk outdoors, a young girl asks the man why they are here, and he explains their goal is to get an elixir. A startled girl urgently demands to know where the elixir will be used. A young man explains that seeing Star so depressed motivated him to help the elderly woman at the store. Overwhelmed with emotion, she clasps her fist to her chest and calls out to her father. A young girl loudly pledges to follow her father forever, leaving the nearby adults confused and questioning their relationship. A young man, looking tense, instructs another person to go upstairs, and they quickly agree. A system notification confirms the identity of a hunter. A warning appears as one character scans a card at the terminal, indicating the rift is far more dangerous than their rank. A frustrated girl protests that the machine has made a mistake identifying someone important. A man restrains a panicked girl and forces her inside despite her struggles. A man strides forward, carrying an unconscious girl in his arms as a powerful energy flares around them. A young girl gazes upward in astonishment. A man and a young girl stand together, marveling at the snowy landscape. A suited man observes a cheerful girl enjoying the snow and notes that her behavior is similar to someone named Yong. A surge of hidden power bursts forth as the character's eyes ignite with crackling energy. A worried figure shouts a warning as swirling blue energy surrounds them and their companion, signaling imminent danger. A barrage of magical attacks forces one character to shield another, who cowers in fear behind him. A startled girl is yanked backward in a sudden burst of chaos. Dojin dashes through swirling blue energy, carrying a terrified companion in his arms as she cries out in fear. An ancient figure materializes from the mist and demands to know the intruder's identity. A spectral guardian blocks the path and demands to know why the intruders have entered. A bearded figure demands to know the young man's identity during a tense confrontation. Yuhi staggers, visibly dizzy as the world seems to spin around her. A giant spectral figure demands to know the identity of the two figures standing in the snowy landscape. An imposing figure emerges from the mist and demands to know the intruder's identity and intentions, warning of punishment for secrecy. Someone asks if an elixir can be obtained here. A giant ethereal face demands to know why the man and the girl seek the Earth's essence, but the man gives only a vague answer. A furious outburst erupts as one figure drags another forward, undeterred by the hostile threat. A powerful spirit threatens to imprison the protagonist for 10,000 years but instead decides to give him a test. A mystical apparition declares it will test the protagonist's soul, doubting he will succeed due to his perceived arrogance. A young man is warned that failing the test will destroy his soul as he reaches toward a glowing crystal shard. A cautious girl hesitates to touch the object, while an older man mocks her concern as arrogance. He examines the glowing blue crystal closely, searching for clues. A composed young man prepares for a test while a flustered girl complains that she should have been chosen instead. An elderly man angrily defends the crystal, insisting it is pure. The young man firmly announces his decision to accept the test. A spectral sage solemnly reveals that the elixir and nature's crystals possess a far greater significance than merely curing diseases. The sharply dressed young man responds skeptically, his expression unreadable. A ghostly figure confronts the other person, confused by their apparent lack of pain. A young man questions whether pain is necessary as he stands in a glowing, surreal space. A man critically questions whether his opponent's dulled sense of pain is due to stupidity. A system message blocks the protagonist's skill, revealing that a vast difference in soul ranks prevents its use. A menacing countdown appears, threatening soul erosion if the warning is ignored, while the character stands unfazed amid the danger. A glitching red warning message threatens soul erosion if the ultimatum is ignored within 3 seconds. A terrified man is overwhelmed by a powerful force as the countdown rapidly approaches 0. A man and a young girl stand over a collapsed figure gasping for breath in the snowy forest. An old man, overwhelmed by the display of power before him, anxiously asks if the figure is truly a god. A serious young man cautions someone not to overexert themselves and urgently asks for the elixir. A powerful voice declares that there is no need for advancement because the stage of nature has already been surpassed. The young man requests a potion to help someone who is unwell. A nervous man is scolded by a confident girl for acting arrogantly toward her master in the snowy landscape. An elderly man sternly scolds someone for interrupting. A furious woman threatens to disintegrate the dragon-like creature, causing it to recoil in fear. An elderly man frantically apologizes as a purple dragon scolds him for speaking too casually. As they walk down the empty corridor, one character expresses concern about what will happen next despite having obtained the elixir. A patient lies in critical condition as their life force fades. There is uncertainty about whether the unconscious woman will survive long enough to take the elixir. A hand uncorks a glowing purple potion, radiating energy and confidence. A glowing 4-bag filled with pink liquid is prepared as someone suggests a direct solution. A girl recoils in awe as a burst of supernatural energy erupts from the hospital patient's bedside. Family members wait anxiously by the hospital bed, hoping the elderly woman will wake up soon. A girl standing beside a hospital bed expresses heartfelt admiration for her father figure, while he gently downplays her praise. A young man in a suit walks briskly down a bright hallway while considering the need to shop at a smaller market until the supermarket reopens. The group anxiously discusses the unpaid hospital bills and the possibility of ending treatment for the unconscious patient. A small girl confidently proposes going after bad people to take their money as she walks alongside a well-dressed man. The young man pauses, scanning his surroundings with a thoughtful gaze. An elderly patient slowly regains consciousness in a hospital bed. A doctor calmly discusses the patient's limited time left as the elderly woman acknowledges her approaching end. A doctor informs an elderly patient that her recovery is miraculous, and she can be discharged soon, leaving her in disbelief. A weakened person tries and fails to get up. A tattooed assailant violently seizes a shocked scientist by the collar. A terrified scream echoes from the hospital building. A man in a white coat laughs with relief at the bedside of an energetic elderly woman. The doctor informs the patient that her neighbor paid all her hospital bills. A worried patient anxiously asks for more details about the man being discussed. A young girl and a small dragon-like creature rush toward an elderly woman outside the store. An elderly woman reassures a young girl that she is feeling better. Yong enthusiastically tries to win prizes at the game machine while others watch and cheer. A cheerful girl excitedly offers a pack of gummy worms to a purple creature. Dojin listens attentively as an elderly woman addresses him on the city street. Two hands clasp as heartfelt gratitude is expressed for help received. An elderly woman warmly acknowledges the young man's frequent visits to the shop. The young man reassures someone to stay longer, expressing gratitude and emphasizing the children's affection. While one character angrily protests being teased, the others laugh and joke around him as they play an arcade game. An elderly woman, moved by recent events, expresses her gratitude. One character remarks that a place has finally reopened, while the other listens without reacting. Two young men walk together as one expresses relief about easier shopping while the other urges him to focus on buying food. A young man cheerfully greets his grandmother and asks if she has chocopies. Two terrified characters throw their arms up and scream in panic. A startled man demands to know why the other is there, but the calm visitor brushes off the question and changes the subject. A serious young man skeptically interrogates the group about whether they have been causing more trouble. Both characters freeze in shock, struggling to process the unexpected revelation. A small dragon-like creature observes that the others have finally started to mature after causing many accidents. Three people spot a small, orange creature happily playing an arcade machine outside. Yong, visibly annoyed, demands to know why the other two are together. Two men walk down the street as one shares news about starting a street food stand, while the other listens awkwardly. A blue-haired man boasts about helping someone while another man looks on, clearly unimpressed. The young man observes the group and notes the peaceful atmosphere. A suspenseful narration hints at an important revelation. A cheerful character with blue hair asks for confirmation if their efforts are sufficient. Two shocked and furious characters react loudly to someone bringing something unexpected. An army of armored skeletons advances across the field, ready for battle. A misunderstanding involving Dojin is about to be revealed. An older man excitedly discovers that the fertile dungeon soil is perfect for farming rare vegetables. A small creature demands high-quality food in exchange for its help, refusing anything less than spicy braised chicken. With fiery determination, the dragon passionately promises endless delicious food in exchange for hard work. A small dragon-like creature indignantly confronts a nervous white-haired person while they argue about authority in the grassy field. A frustrated older man argues about chores, threatening to withhold food while another person lazily ignores him and a small creature calls out the distraction. Dojin prepares to fight the goblins while receiving confident instructions to clean up the area. He clenches his weapon, scoffing at the idea that goblins would slow him down. Dojin charges his energy and prepares to end the fight instantly. A furious man leaps at another, confronting him for recklessly threatening to destroy the farming fields. One character angrily questions why he's being stopped, while another urgently warns that using too much power will destroy everything. An older man angrily scolds the group for risking the safety of others. One character angrily scolds another for making a mistake and threatens them to follow instructions more carefully. A small dragon-like creature in a straw hat urges the other to finish the task, holding up a large rock. A frustrated character yells at a red-skinned goblin for slacking off while he finishes dealing with the goblins. Reluctantly, the protagonist agrees to move 5 more rocks while complaints continue from the small creature. The character lands beside the rock and exhales in relief. A small creature complains about doing all the farm work while a tired young man stands nearby. A blue-haired person in a straw hat calls out assertively to someone off-panel while holding a large rock. The white-haired character snaps at someone to stay quiet and keep working while he continues his task in frustration. A young man in a straw hat confronts the group, questioning why they keep staring at him. The group stares in disbelief as people till soil and a red dog moves rocks inside the dungeon. The silver-haired character mocks the antagonist's arrogance, warning against abusing power in front of the small orange creature. The blue-haired character dismisses the other's logic about vegetation growth and warns that humans could steal the plants. Two characters react in shock as someone unexpectedly makes a logical statement. Two boys brawl in a cloud of dust while a small creature scolds them for their wild behavior. A furious character scolds someone for pretending to know everything without understanding how to solve the problem. A character urgently announces that they know a way to prevent people from stealing them. The white-haired character urgently demands clarification, her anxiety evident. A character triumphantly presents a mysterious black sack, while a puzzled companion questions its purpose. A mystical sack is introduced, revealing its power to capture weakened monsters and rapidly heal them inside. A worried companion warns against hurting humans, reminding the other of the consequences. A determined figure decides that a gatekeeper is needed to protect their valuables from violent thieves. A cheerful character proudly seeks approval for their work. Two startled figures shout in alarm at someone who brought something dangerous into the scene. An intimidating skeletal army is revealed on the battlefield as someone insists that only such a powerful force qualifies as a gatekeeper. A small creature angrily complains about unfair treatment as a larger figure strikes it on the head, causing chaos. A flustered character insists that only they can command the minions and claims they were about to order the thieves to be thrown out of the dungeon. A young man assigns someone to guard the field and orders that any crop thieves be tied to a nearby tree. A group of armored skeleton warriors is summoned, each gripping a golden-hilted sword. Two exhausted figures clutch their heads and voice their growing doubts about the situation. A cheerful young man insists that everyone trust him this time, confidently giving a thumbs up. The scene shifts to a calm Saturday at Dojin's house. Someone announces that dinner is ready, and the group gathers in the living room and kitchen. A phone rings with an unexpected call from the chief, catching the protagonist off guard on the weekend. Dojin receives an urgent phone call instructing all employees to report to work immediately. A man anxiously listens to a call reporting that the goblins in the Myeonjildong dungeon have vanished and strange monsters have appeared. Two men urgently scramble to process and report information about a never-before-seen monster in their office. There have been no casualties reported so far. Dojin prepares to leave after being asked to go to the dungeon first. A young man in a suit quickly exits while responding to an urgent phone call. A man in a suit leaps from a building at sunset, clutching a briefcase as he makes a dramatic escape. A group gathers at the gate to see off a departing family member, exchanging cheerful farewells and playful remarks about food. Blurry figures leap swiftly across rooftops, leaving impact marks behind as they chase. A man in a suit hurries toward the dungeon while urgently requesting data over the phone. A nervous man quickly prepares to investigate after receiving urgent instructions over the phone. Two exhausted office workers struggle to keep up as one juggles a phone call and the other hauls a towering stack of paperwork through their cluttered office. A character carefully examines a crucial report on a tablet. The character surveys the familiar forest clearing, noting the absence of goblins. The suited man studies his clipboard with concern, puzzled by the absence of any warning signs before the upgrade. The group notices a headless armored skeleton among the goblins, signaling an unusual mix of monsters in the dungeon. Armored skeleton monsters appear and overwhelm the area where goblins have suddenly vanished. A foreboding system message reveals that the upgrade is abnormal. The young man suddenly notices something unexpected, his expression turning to shock. The man in the suit notices something unusual in the freshly sprouted field. He surveys the strange forest inside the dungeon, wary of the humanoid figures watching from above. A cursed sword radiates a dark purple aura as it is drawn. He steels himself, determination burning in his eyes. A man in a suit swiftly dodges a deadly sword strike from a hooded attacker in the forest. A young man in a suit spots a possible unidentified monster and prepares to confront it. The man kneels to examine a strange plant, realizing it matches one he encountered in the central universe. Three armored skeletal figures appear, radiating ominous CU energy. A mystical figure warns that once the erosion ends, humans will be relocated to the central universe and a tutorial will begin. A male character clutches his arm in alarm as dark, pixelated energy rapidly spreads, signaling the advance of erosion. The protagonist descends rapidly, striking with a glowing sword while preparing to summon powerful allies to prevent a global catastrophe. A young man cries out in fear, tears streaming down his face. A worker sneezes loudly at the counter and is immediately scolded by a colleague to focus on serving customers. The young man reluctantly gets up, showing irritation as he agrees to leave. He pauses, sensing an ominous energy nearby. The story teases an uncertain fate for Kirill, heightening suspense. A man asks a vendor for the total price of green onions and onions while shopping at the market. A cheerful shopper leaves the store with a bag, followed by a small creature, while another person watches from behind. A blue-haired character turns around in the marketplace, startled by an unexpected voice calling out. Four people unexpectedly run into each other on the street and question each other's reasons for being there. One character questions how the plants grew so quickly, while another reacts with confusion. Outside the building, the young man and the small orange creature discuss the difficulty of obtaining Ilarium from dungeons. Someone recalls the difficulty of planting vegetables the previous day. The character cheerfully announces that they have planted Umter and Alak in addition to Nilarium. A group of headless knights is summoned to guard the area against potential thieves. A young man recoils in shock as he reacts to an unexpected revelation. The imposing figure confronts the group, blaming them for causing yesterday's chaos and the need for an emergency meeting. A panicked small creature and a startled young man burst into the room, frantically blaming each other for the chaos. The stern figure orders the two to write a 50-page reflection report as they writhe in pain on the floor. A young man panics, unable to think of anything new to write under pressure. Overwhelmed by frustration, he clutches his head and screams in panic as the pressure to meet impossible demands pushes him to the brink. A distressed boy screams in pain while a surprised girl watches from a distance. A young girl turns around in surprise as she notices something unusual, while a boy kneels on the ground nearby in distress. The young girl admires her reflection in the store window, delighted by her animal costume. A character reacts with astonishment upon seeing a price tag marked 30,000. A man offers rabbit pajamas to a young girl, and she eagerly accepts. A young girl realizes she can't afford the item she wants and stands dejectedly outside the shop. A man smugly suggests that the other person should just ask their father for money. A young girl looks up and calls out, seeking reassurance. After spending all the money on pajamas, the household is left with no food and everyone goes hungry. A blonde girl panics as she realizes her family might starve. A hopeful girl asks if anyone would buy the item while she saves money, and a man replies that kids probably would. A young girl looks down sadly, lamenting that she won't be able to buy it later. A weary man hesitates, unsure of what to do next. A young girl earnestly promises not to sell the item until the other person saves enough money. A young girl beams with excitement as she eagerly vows to save money and asks for a promise not to sell the item. A startled man is confronted on the street by a girl and a floating crab, who scold him for walking around improperly. The group races down the corridor, urgently tracking the last 30 seconds of their 10-minute deadline. Two characters embrace in celebration after realizing they only need to complete 10 pages instead of 50. A tired creature urges a distracted girl to catch up as two boys walk ahead on the busy street. Two people discuss a costume suit, with one expressing curiosity and the other revealing plans to buy it after saving money. Realizing the object is far too expensive, the character stands disheartened in front of the store counter. A young girl stubbornly insists she will use her mother's money to buy what she wants instead of settling for something else. A girl defensively insists she can afford the purchase, as the small creature beside her questions her savings. The small dragon-like creature finds someone lying face down on the floor beside scattered coins and reacts with surprise. Two characters sit on the floor folding laundry, both confused about someone else's actions. Unable to afford the purchase, the character collapses onto the mat in defeat. A small orange creature proudly offers to lend money to a surprised girl, while others watch. The orange creature bursts into laughter, joking about spending money on chicken while the smaller purple creature looks annoyed. A frustrated character glares forward, struggling to suppress irritation. An enraged girl lashes out and strikes the dragon-like creature with a powerful punch, sending energy surging through the scene. A girl urgently restrains a younger boy on the couch as he tries to bite someone in anger. An older girl gently scolds a younger girl for hurting their friend, making her realize her mistake. Yuhi scolds Yong-Yong for teasing while the young girl looks upset and Yong-Yong clutches his ear. A strict announcement declares that both individuals will lose their allowance for now. A frightened creature watches as a little girl bursts into tears, desperately begging for forgiveness. A resolute girl announces that neither will receive an allowance for 3 days and warns of further punishment unless they apologize to each other. Two small dragon creatures argue in a shop as one awkwardly admits the other can't afford the item. A fist is raised in anger as the frightened girl recoils in fear. A small horned creature refuses to reconcile, causing a loud commotion in the hallway. A frustrated creature complains about being ignored, while another sighs on the couch and a woman refuses to help. A disheartened creature mourns the loss of their allowance and freedom as another calmly advises them to reflect on the situation. The small creature admits he has no idea what is happening. The small creature considers giving a present as he stands beside the girl, both partially visible through the open door. One creature excitedly realizes that giving a present is the solution, while the other looks on in confusion. A figure launches into the sky from the apartment, leaving someone behind to worry about unfinished chores. A small dragon-like creature urgently thrusts out cash, pleading for something. The young man firmly refuses to sell the item, insisting he made a promise to the child. A small orange creature tries to rush past the man by claiming the girl is his sister, leaving the man confused. The small dragon-like creature receives a paper bag and prepares to deliver it as instructed. A red dog sprints across the rooftops, causing panic among the people below. A small, teary dragon-like creature rushes in and offers a pink outfit to someone. A young girl opens the door and glares inside, clearly annoyed. A small dragon stubbornly rejects an offer, while a blonde girl reacts with clear frustration. A furious girl bursts through the door, declaring she will not forgive someone. A girl abruptly declares she is cutting ties with Yongyo, leaving the two dragon-like creatures in shock. The narrator raises uncertainty about whether the conflict between Yong-Yong and Star will be resolved. A young girl excitedly announces that she has finished her homework. After finishing her homework, the young girl eagerly asks the man on the couch for permission to go out and play. A young man gives calm instructions to ensure two companions accompany the group. A pair of hands pauses over a sheet of food items, hesitating at the sight of a fried egg and a strawberry. A frustrated child refuses to go with the assigned companion, causing distress among the nearby creatures. The young man reacts with confusion, clearly caught off guard by something unexpected. A young girl eagerly runs ahead on a forest path while her two animal companions follow. One small dragon tries to comfort the other, who is upset after being rejected by a friend. Two small creatures look up in surprise as one recognizes their lord. A man urgently confronts two startled young men in the forest, demanding to know what they are doing there and where the missing child is. The small creatures defend their decision to keep farming after being scolded, insisting they were told it was allowed. A concerned man crouches next to a dejected lizard creature, asking what's wrong as the creature sadly reveals it feels disliked by someone named Star. A small dragon-like creature breaks down in tears while recalling how everyone once adored him. The narrator reveals that people were only kind to Yong-Yong because they feared his bad temper. A large red dragon protests angrily against being called a tyrant. A small dragon-like creature sits in distress, overwhelmed by the thought of being hated. A wary figure questions a small, nervous creature about someone's odd behavior. A few minutes later, the scene shifts to a new moment. Two characters burst into laughter, teasing someone for being completely ignored by a child. Two small dragon-like creatures sit in the forest, exhausted, as one questions if their strange feelings are puberty, and the other dismisses the idea. A blue-haired boy urges someone to apologize directly instead of relying on gifts. A blue-haired boy angrily argues with a silver-haired person, trading insults back and forth. A small dragon sits sadly on a rock, lamenting its unchanged form while two others brawl noisily nearby. Three people stand together in the forest, worriedly discussing how someone's mistakes are getting worse and considering if they should intervene. Two characters discuss what kind of gift would make a child happy as a small creature listens intently nearby. Two armored figures get turned around in the forest when one realizes the map is being read upside down. A cheerful girl dashes ahead through the forest as two armored companions react with surprise and amusement, abruptly interrupting their playful conversation. Two armored figures tense up as they spot a suspicious child in the forest, fearing it might be a monster. A young girl suddenly reacts with surprise to something unexpected in the forest. Two armored young men confront a mysterious blonde girl in the forest, surprised by her cuteness and questioning each other's reactions. A cautious girl introduces herself and asks the strangers who they are, recalling advice not to talk to unknown people. Two armored figures, startled and nervous, quickly insist they are not suspicious and claim they simply lost their way. A young girl declares her intention to help those in trouble, inspired by her father's advice. A mysterious voice reassures someone that the newcomers from Korea are not a threat. A young girl looks up at the magical tree and asks if this is the place where she lives with her father. The characters sense the overwhelming power of a mystical tree and react with astonishment, unsure of its intentions. The young man begins to share an important realization. Two armored men question a worried girl, who admits she hasn't eaten in 3 days. A worried character urges the group to stay alert and address their basic needs. A character cheerfully offers a choco pie snack. A young man kneels as a small girl offers him a snack, while another person teases and a chibi figure shouts from the corner. Two armored figures share a laugh as one expresses gratitude. A girl offers half of a treat while recalling that someone named Yangyo liked chocopi. Two armored figures spot a dog in the forest and quickly realize it belongs to someone they know. The small dragon processes the surprising information about someone knowing Mr. Lee's dog. A young girl, held gently in a man's arms, affectionately mentions her dad who lives in Korea. A surprised person realizes the young girl is Dojin's daughter as she happily confirms it. Two armored men are shocked as a small girl calmly assures them that her father is not present and mentions she arrived with two companions. In the forest, one armored figure questions the other about why they are alone. A girl sulks after refusing to accept an apology following a fight with Yangyo. The group discusses how to apologize and make up with Yong in the forest. The group observes the creature chewing on a bone and debates whether it would prefer beef instead. Two armored men walk with a small, sad girl as she explains why she refused the gift despite her feelings. A dark-haired character challenges the other's simplistic plan, pointing out that the situation is more complicated because it involves Mr. Lee's daughter. The armored man pauses and thoughtfully evaluates the situation. One character suggests that the other try writing a letter, referencing their recent efforts to learn writing. Two armored young men eagerly explain how to write an apology letter to a surprised blonde girl in the forest clearing. A hand hesitantly writes a note addressed to Yong with a red pen. Two armored figures kneel and praise the young girl's drawing as she proudly shows it to them. Meanwhile, Yong and 3 others were elsewhere as events unfolded. 3 people work together to set up festival booths in a sunlit forest clearing. 2 small demon-like creatures argue outside as one tries to convince the other to apologize and offer a gift. A small dragon reluctantly puts on a pink bunny costume and holds a string of beads to try to impress someone. A group notices the kid approaching with unfamiliar companions, recognizing one as someone who once gave them a ride. A young girl clings to an armored man for reassurance as 2 armored men stand watchfully side by side. An armored character urges a hesitant girl to share her message with the child in the bunny costume. 2 characters share a significant phrase as they face each other outside. A chibi character in a bunny hoodie bows deeply, apologizing earnestly for upsetting someone. A young girl reacts with amazement to something unexpected. The young girl admits she refused the pajamas out of anger but now wants to reconcile. A teary-eyed baby gazes upward in astonishment, captivated by the sight above. 2 children playfully hug among blooming flowers, laughing as they tease each other about being family. The group stands together in the forest, relieved and cheerful as tensions ease and one person enjoys a skewer. One person passionately declares their everlasting bond with the others, reinforcing the group's unity. A heartfelt note offering an apology and a wish to be friends again is presented, bringing hope for reconciliation among the group. A young man in a suit closely examines a mysterious book in the quiet forest. A young man quickly turns in the forest as a voice calls out to him. A white-haired woman leans in and asks if the secret of the status window is known. A young man in a suit reads a document in the woods, intrigued by what he finds. A suited young man informs his superior that he has finished exploring the 5th floor ahead of schedule and plans to investigate the 6th, surprising his superior with his rapid progress. An older man speaks firmly into his phone, declaring his intent to discipline the hunters. A young man in a suit calmly reassures someone over the phone. A young man in a suit realizes he is not on the 6th floor as he looks around the forest while talking on his phone. The protagonist examines the area between the 5th and 6th floors, realizing it is filled with books and not actually controlled by the next boss. A fluffy creature admits it's rare to meet others in the outer zone and expresses playful loneliness. A girl with long white hair and animal-like ears sits on a tree branch, teasingly commenting about being a pretty goddess after the recent battle. A young man boldly challenges someone's claim of being a goddess. A silver-haired character wonders why someone is unaffected by their intimidating presence. A girl activates her Eye of Truth ability from a tree branch, revealing she can see the status windows of others as she confronts the person below. Red energy surges as the protagonist steels himself for the imminent confrontation. A serious man in a suit confronts a mysterious force after his attempt to access information is blocked by a red warning screen. A tense girl hesitantly tests her revealing skill on the imposing Dragon King. One character realizes the other might be the famous Lee Dojin while they stand together in a clearing surrounded by stacks of books. A cautious man demands answers from a rabbit-haired girl, who reveals he is the center of attention in their community. A small, orange-winged creature with a 1 on its forehead draws attention for its unexpected cuteness. Someone comments on another person's bad temper. Rumors about someone's incredible strength and recent transformation rapidly spread online. He realizes his opponent must have a special mind protection skill since the Eye of Truth is ineffective. A white-haired woman questions whether a companion is brought along due to his vulnerability to mind attacks. A white-haired girl with rabbit ears smirks as she plots to expose someone's true character by scaring him. A mysterious girl with rabbit ears questions the adventurer about the status window and warns that the central universe is consuming all dimensions. A character explains that the status window system helps people survive and grow stronger as the erosion begins, which is why it is called a blessing. A character warns that revealing this information to others could bring despair. A glowing purple status window reveals the formidable stats and abilities of one of the 7 strongest transcendents, emphasizing its terrifying power. The true power of the Heart World's throne is revealed. Whoever claims it after all planets join the CU will gain dominion over the entire dimension. A rabbit-haired girl warns that Emfalheim is targeting the throne. It is revealed that only those with a purple or higher-ranked black status window can defeat the individual with a purple status window. A cheerful girl excitedly explains that only someone as powerful as the legendary Heavenly Demon could obtain a black status window, while a shadowy figure stands in the background. A character reflects on possibly having gone too far, wearing a confident smirk. An annoyed rabbit-eared girl confronts a man who continues reading his folder, ignoring her. The rabbit-eared girl smirks and makes a teasing comment about the other character's confidence. A white-haired girl sternly warns the boy to handle her favorite book with care as he prepares to read it. A floating character eagerly reveals that the book being examined is a rare first edition of the biography of Heavenly Demon. The young man pauses as he notices something unusual in the book. A hand reaches for the book labeled Cecilia's as the question is asked. A startled girl with animal ears demands to know how the young man checking his phone knows her name. A character receives a concerned message asking if Yong is with them because he has not come home yet. The young man abruptly cuts off the girl's questioning and leaves, saying he needs to go home since it's late. One figure steps into the glowing portal while another watches anxiously and reluctantly agrees. A girl with animal ears stands among stacks of books in the forest, wondering why someone is so busy. A spiky-haired character loudly brags about single-handedly stopping an entire army while others hid. One character boasts about defeating a powerful devil with a single strike, while another expresses disbelief, and a third listens quietly. A small orange creature tries to remember if the name was Balkan or Alkan. A character slams a glass down and boasts about nearly defeating their master in a fight. 2 young men react in shock at the table after hearing unexpected news about someone challenging their master. 2 young men argue at the table, one defensively blaming a dragon's weakened power for his defeat, while the other mocks the excuse and insists the opponent was simply stronger. A white-haired character calculates that fighting inside the CU could guarantee victory for their side due to the opponent's significant ability reduction. A mischievous creature confidently affirms the situation with a sly grin. One character sarcastically teases and praises their leader while another enthusiastically cheers beside them. A nervous creature hesitates to challenge the person entering the room. A woman conspiratorially urges the group to keep a secret as laughter fills the table, while a man in a suit observes them from nearby. Both characters freeze in shock, wide-eyed and sweating as they react to something unexpected. A mischievous creature teases the stoic young man, trying to provoke a reaction as he remains silent. A dragon-like creature recoils in fear as it senses a powerful, ominous presence. A young man reflects on his similarities with someone else while standing in a dark, ominous aura. Green-skinned monsters charge forward with swords raised, attacking fiercely. A red-haired female character braces herself with her sword, preparing to attack. A character with red hair and glowing red eyes focuses intensely as she activates a hidden power. Blazing with energy, the red-haired character charges into the fray, striking down multiple shadowy enemies with overwhelming force. A red-haired woman strides away from a defeated enemy while a man with a clipboard observes the scene. He pauses and surveys his surroundings, assessing the situation with a thoughtful expression. Someone calls out to Yeji, and she turns around with a cheerful response. A man in a suit suggests that the red-haired woman replace her worn-out sword after noticing her impressive strength. A red-haired girl clutches her sword tightly, anxiously reminding the other person that it was a meaningful gift she plans to keep forever. A serious man questions whether the nervous red-haired character will keep using the broken sword, and the latter insists on doing so. The young man agrees to honor the request, understanding its importance. A stern figure interrupts as a nervous goblin is bullied in the company lobby. A surprised character calls out, questioning where someone is going. A group enters a room packed with magical artifacts as one member orders the others to box everything up. Annoyed by the increasing amount of low-quality goods, the protagonist complains while a merchant loudly tries to make a sale. An eager creature excitedly asks for a custom-made meal while eyeing a large steak. A customer calmly asks for ground dragon meat at the counter, leaving the startled shopkeepers scrambling for a response. Fearing he will be turned into food, the small dragon panics at the thought of becoming a hamburger. A red demon grabs the older man by the neck and angrily demands he check the price of ground goblin meat. A calm man in a suit enters the room while a panicked goblin-like creature and a small demon react in chaos. They arrive at the blacksmith's forge, where a glowing sword is being forged. A small dragon complains about being ignored, but the indifferent man pays no attention. The blacksmith focuses on forging a weapon while the young man holds a small creature up to his face. Dojin halts Yongyong's actions with a firm command. A few hours later, the small dragon yawns and stretches as he wakes up. The group waits impatiently as the blacksmith continues working in the background. A small orange creature complains about being bored and suggests writing a reflection letter instead. A flustered orange creature quickly insists on staying put while a yellow figure calmly smokes nearby. The irritated character confronts someone for laughing at an inappropriate moment. A nervous goblin-like figure hastily denies any wrongdoing while trembling before a powerful presence. 72 hours pass. A small demon mocks the kneeling creature while the calm man observes with arms crossed. A gloved hand seizes a heavy mallet, poised for action. A bearded man inspects the completed sword with pride, acknowledging his children's unique talents. An older man confronts the person in front of him, surprised as he questions their identity. The young man in the suit explains that he is here simply to place an order. The blacksmith refuses a custom order and points to the selection of weapons available for purchase behind him. The small creature reacts angrily, questioning the identity of someone it dislikes. A character grabs a rectangular object and warns they will give the rare metal to a different blacksmith. An older man recoils in shock as he recognizes something alarming. A man reveals the legendary 10,000-year steel, leaving everyone around him stunned. An older man marvels at the rare chocopi in his hands, overwhelmed with astonishment. A well-dressed young man offers a glowing box as he negotiates with an older figure to forge a sword. A commanding figure slams a bundle of wooden blocks onto an old document and demands it be replicated exactly as written. One character orders another to stay in the forge and watch over the unfinished sword, leaving the latter visibly shocked. A young man in a suit provocatively suggests a rematch while conjuring a blue flame from his finger. A small dragon-like character enthusiastically hugs the startled blacksmith and insists on closely overseeing the entire sword-making process. An older man recoils in fear as he remembers the time when dragons terrorized and enslaved his people. The older man anxiously insists that he can fulfill the order as long as the other person is taken away. A young man in a suit calmly tells someone off-panel that there is a misunderstanding. A calm young man assigns an assistant to the shocked craftsman, instructing him to focus solely on making the sword. An elderly man reacts in shock when someone suggests he might be a dragon. A young man in a suit points forward, assigning someone to confront the dragon. A frightened creature nervously calls out to its master while trembling in the shadow of a looming figure. The older man grins and confronts the armored figure, undaunted by the raging flames behind him. A furious figure cracks a whip, angrily demanding obedience. A small pink-scaled creature recoils and cries out in pain after being stung. An old man angrily lashes a small orange creature with his whip, forcing it to hurry and fetch firewood. An older man reveals a legendary whip designed to fight dragons, explaining its origins and limited effectiveness. A calm man sips his tea while a dwarf strikes a goblin, and another goblin watches the commotion at the table. A few days later, time passes peacefully in the quiet forest. A red-haired woman forcefully lunges downward and attacks with her spear. A red-haired woman executes a powerful sword swing as a man watches intently from the foreground. A red-haired woman swings her sword with determination as a shadowy figure becomes visible behind her. The young man in the suit stands outside, offering a gentle smile. A red-haired girl feels flustered as she realizes her heart is racing in response to someone's smile. One character blushes and daydreams about a proposal while another watches her curiously. One character teases another about her flustered appearance, causing her to react bashfully. Dojin decides it's time to give her the important item. A red-haired girl reacts in shock to something unexpected. A blushing girl timidly encourages the suited man to speak his mind as they stand together in the peaceful woods. A person receives a sword with the hope that it will help them grow stronger. A startled figure quickly offers a broken weapon in the forest. Dojin silently considers the other person's lingering hesitation about accepting the gift. A red-haired girl beams with joy as she receives a large weapon and thanks the giver enthusiastically. He smiles in relief, reflecting on her positive reaction. A sudden sword attack interrupts the conversation as a character in red gloves blocks the strike with their arm. A powerful weapon is bestowed, marking the contractor's advancement to a higher rank. A calm figure presents a powerful sword to a younger person, encouraging them to pursue new possibilities. A red-haired girl recoils in shock as a hand suddenly reaches toward her forehead. A system message announces that the 5th rank of slaughter swordsmanship has been unlocked. A red-haired woman reacts in shock upon realizing that the 5th rank of the slaughter swordsmanship has been unlocked. An excited girl grabs the man's hand and announces that her skill has increased in rank, receiving his calm approval. A red-haired woman smiles as she shares her sense of fulfillment with a calm man. Someone wonders about the current situation of a child. The story introduces the Central Universe, a heart world rarely reached by adventurers. A long-haired person in a robe inspects a large jar outside a traditional house at night, feeling satisfied with the results. A calm character tastes the food and notices the strong scent of bamboo. A character reflects on how the heavenly demon enjoyed this wine. In the past, 2 figures sit together in a moonlit pavilion within the demon sect of MURIM. A surprised young man is handed a cup of bamboo leaf wine on a moonlit balcony. The man confidently asks for agreement as he holds his cup. The character quickly shifts from enjoying the food to rushing off to complete a delivery. A robed figure searches through her bag in the courtyard, suddenly realizing the tome of transference is missing. A man in traditional clothing discovers his item is missing and reacts with frustration, realizing it has been stolen and completely used up. A subordinate of the heavenly demon erupts in anger, struggling to control his frustration. The person decides they must obtain another tome of transference before taking further action. A fierce character bursts forward with ruthless determination, commanding others to tear Kiriel apart later. A character stares upward in astonishment as another suddenly takes flight overhead. A confused character questions someone's past behavior. The young man hesitates in the courtyard, debating whether to chase after someone or finish his report for a snack. A mysterious jug hangs from a tree, catching someone's attention under the moonlit sky. A blue-haired character sniffs a wine bottle, suspecting someone hid it to drink alone. The young man confidently agrees to accept the offer. A blue-haired character eagerly holds up a bottle, hoping to earn a free pass by presenting it. Dojin launches himself into the night sky after receiving help. A young man in a suit steps inside and nervously announces his return. A worried young woman shares her suspicion with the group. Dojin turns his head, noticing something unexpected. A spiky-haired man stands behind the breakfast table and offers a formal greeting. Several annoyed diners confront the man in a suit as he enters the dining area, while a cheerful girl greets him and small creatures react emotionally. A blue-haired young man confidently hands over his reflection paper at the table. A surprised young man is presented with a mysterious vase-like object. The young man examines the glass, realizing it contains bamboo leaf wine. The nervous character hastily explains that the wine was a gift, trying to deflect suspicion. A small horned creature angrily accuses someone of stealing. A panicked young man desperately tries to defend himself as he insists the item came from his friend. One person pours a drink and instructs another to relay thanks, while the other quickly agrees. A young girl urgently stops an older man at the dining table as he reaches for a drink. A worried girl urgently warns her dizzy companion not to drink the wine, recalling a near-fatal incident. A hand slams down on the table, abruptly cutting off the girl's frantic defense. A small creature in a trench coat offers jaded advice while sucking on a lollipop under a spotlight. A girl snatches candy away from the orange creature at the dinner table, enforcing the no snacks before dinner rule as the others protest and react. A young man looks to the side while bluntly calling someone immature. One dragon-like creature loudly demands the other to vouch for his maturity while trying to appear confident. A young man skeptically questions a mysterious drink offered to him. 2 figures sit side by side, silently drinking together as the atmosphere remains calm. A small dragon-like creature spits out its drink in shock, surrounded by a burst of energy. One character laughs and mocks while another recoils in disgust after tasting a bitter drink, as a third looks on uncomfortably. A well-dressed young man bluntly tells the anxious purple creature that it still has a long way to go before becoming an adult. One character asks to take a bottle of soju from the fridge while others react with playful banter around the dining table. A flustered man catches his breath in front of large wooden doors, venting his frustration about a troublesome adversary. A disgruntled gatekeeper begrudgingly hands over 2 tomes of transference as a reward for clearing the floor. A man in traditional robes confronts a returning figure at the gate, irritated about a stolen tome. Frustrated, the blue-haired young man gives up and decides to leave the room. An irritated character confronts the drunken one on the ground, demanding to know what he drank and where he got it. A character is suddenly alarmed and urgently reacts to something unexpected ahead. A character forcefully stomps the ground, causing it to crack. A man frantically searches for his missing bamboo leaf wine under the tree. A masked figure furiously confronts a smug young man for handing over the wine intended for heavenly demon. A surprised character reacts to unexpected praise in the bamboo garden. A cheerful figure energetically offers a bottle of soju. A woman excitedly clasps the glowing wine, declaring it a priceless family treasure. A character is abruptly cut off mid-boast as a sudden surge of energy strikes. 2 characters recoil in shock as a powerful, ominous energy surges around them. A mysterious rider on a dark horse descends through the storm, drawing the attention of the 2 figures below. A masked figure crackling with energy commands the others to surrender, revealing himself as the captain of Bale's first squad. An enraged man lunges at his enemy for destroying the sacred wine, but his anxious companion struggles to hold him back. A determined figure stands firm among floating swords while another shouts in alarm at the escalating confrontation. The armored figure threatens punishment as blue lightning crackles around him in the ruined darkness. A defiant challenger confronts the mounted armored warrior, demanding answers as lightning crackles overhead. A character forcefully declares loyalty to a single leader, raising his arm with determination. A shattered royal gift falls through the air, fueling rising anger. A masked figure crackling with energy seizes another person by the collar, and declares they will drag them to their master if necessary. A startled blue-haired character protests as a powerful enemy lands in front of them, shattering the ground and raising fears about facing the rest of Bale's army. A figure charges into battle with a glowing weapon, surprising the others who question his unexpected interference. A woman is struck and violently thrown back as glowing pink chains bind her hands. A masked figure brings a chained prisoner forward while a confident companion assures him they will find a way to escape. A powerful, shadowy figure emerges from the throne and confronts an old rival after a long separation. One character urgently whispers that the enemy is hiding inside the black smoke, while the other responds impatiently. A character questions the absence of the heavenly demon, suspecting that he would have appeared openly if present. A mysterious figure extends an ominous offer amid swirling dark energy. Clutching a sword as glowing chains bind his arms, the character defiantly refuses to submit to conflicting powers. An unseen figure offers a commanding position in their army following Kamitra's death as ominous purple energy swirls. Two startled characters react loudly to the shocking announcement about the commanding officer. After the Great War, the dragons vanished from the world, remaining hidden for millennia. She warns that the same caution applies to the Spirit King, urging the listener to be wise. A massive shadowy crowd gathers before a dark castle as the speaker demands a choice of allegiance. Clenching the glowing chains, the character defiantly rejects the demand and declares loyalty to only one person. One character, chained in the dim room, anxiously realizes that a great war could force them to fight a powerful ally. A restrained captive is interrogated in a hall filled with ominous purple energy as the captors question past allegiances. One character voices concern about the danger of challenging Dojin while realizing there may be a misunderstanding, as another remains restrained by glowing chains. A shadowy figure grants permission to leave, leaving the two characters shocked and confused in the ominous hall. A young man reacts with disbelief at the sudden change in fate. A suspicious character doubts the reason for being released by someone known for their instability while holding a glowing, chained object. A masked figure warns that an ambush is possible as one character whispers to an ally and another kneels with a glowing sword. A masked and armored figure threatens the shocked archer with a sword, accusing them of disrespect. The hooded figure halts the confrontation with a forceful warning. A taunting voice mocks the recent defeat, intensifying the tension. Furious, the character glares to the side and curses at an unseen enemy. A menacing figure appears from the shadows, laughing loudly and boasting about the loyalty of his subordinates. A devoted follower kneels in astonishment, congratulating his lord for laughing. A character abruptly restrains another with a glowing purple chain to stop them from revealing a secret. A shadowy figure seated on a grand throne asserts that his fearsome reputation ensures others listen to him. A figure explains ruthless tactics against demons while holding a paper covered in cryptic symbols. The protagonist internally justifies his defensive way of speaking to avoid being gossiped about. Three demons gleefully celebrate Bale's actions, praising him as a true example of a demon. A powerful leader reminds a kneeling subordinate that, despite his authority, he cannot simply eliminate those who serve him. A masked subordinate, holding glowing pink chains, expresses deep emotion at hearing the leader speak so openly. One character internally compares the extreme personalities around her, concluding that she is the only normal one. The shadowy figure, amused and radiating dark power, promises a greater reward to the subdued armored group and urges them to leave quickly. One character firmly declines any compensation, while another protests, insisting on claiming what is owed. A tense standoff unfolds as one captive struggles against chains while another demands possession of the cursed chest from their disappointed adversary. A menacing voice taunts the opponent, pointing out that they weren't even struck. With a surge of determination, the character shatters the magical chains binding her and prepares to move forward. A startled character urges the group to hurry as a composed figure strides ahead. The group urgently decides to seek out the person they need. A bolt of lightning strikes near the house during a stormy night. The group stands indoors, frustrated by the rain that ruins their plans and daily routines. She considers going to the laundromat after noticing a problem with the laundry. A young girl insists on going to the laundromat while a small creature accuses her of just wanting to go outside. One character suggests having Pigeon with milk while the other accuses them of always thinking about food. The small demon-like character grins slyly and promises to handle the situation before eagerly suggesting they go eat Pigeon. The young man silently observes something off-panel, his expression serious in the quiet room. A small creature suddenly unleashes a burst of flames, startling the girl, while the boy watches calmly. One person suggests going to the mart because of the rain, another points out they already have groceries, and the nearby creatures react in shock and distress. A young man suggests buying a clothes dryer because the rain is likely to continue. A young woman hesitates about the cost of the purchase, but the other person reassures her that getting it will be worthwhile. A cheerful girl and two small creatures eagerly prepare to go shopping together. Everyone is invited to join the outing, and the small creature leaps up with excitement about going to the mart. A man bursts energetically through the door, startling a small creature with his loud declaration about eating. 3 characters arrive unexpectedly, one apologizing, another announcing their presence cheerfully, while a small companion reacts with irritation. A regal figure demands a private conversation while a small creature complains about being ignored. A small, furious character bursts out from behind the curtain, confronting someone for ignoring him after noticing signs of a recent fight. One furious figure threatens another during a heated confrontation, while a third observes in shock. A furious girl clenches her fists and shouts angrily, determined to teach someone a lesson. The group exchanges playful insults while 2 small creatures sit animatedly on one character's shoulders. A small orange creature protests about the smell of alcohol and storms off into the rainy night. A hand places a hot plate of pajeon on the table. 3 characters gather around the table as one of them initiates an important discussion. A composed woman reveals that Baal offered her a commander position and is preparing to wage war against Earth. After acknowledging his loss, the young man at the table promises to train harder while encouraging someone else. One character eagerly asks for a cup of wine while the other reacts defensively. One person pours a drink for another, who gratefully accepts. A stern figure confronts the tea drinker about someone falsely taking credit for a delivery. One character urges the other to order as many side dishes as they want since there are no other customers and promises to prepare them after finishing the current orders. He notices an unfamiliar dish being sold and wonders when this change happened. A boy eagerly asks for more pajeon, stir-fried squid, and oding soup while enjoying his meal. A character forcefully throws a red cloth into another person's face. An embarrassed character apologizes for earlier behavior at the dinner table, but another responds lightheartedly, saying they have seen worse at home. A sudden emergency warning interrupts the conversation as the group is alerted that their strongest warrior is urgently needed. A phone rings loudly during the meal, causing one person to laugh and apologize for forgetting to silence it. A young woman explains that after buying someone a cell phone to stay in touch, he became completely addicted to a game called Maple Fighter. One character scolds another for wasting time on his phone, while the other insists that playing is also a form of training. A startled man in royal attire reacts with shock to unexpected news, while another man calmly clarifies the situation beside him. A frustrated player collapses after losing in the game, faced with a prompt to spend resources for a chance at better heroes. A spiky-haired character is reluctantly handed a black bag and ordered to deliver it quickly to the lord. A character curiously asks when the 2 others became close. 2 angry young men argue loudly while holding a smartphone between them. One character urgently warns another to use a skill to counter an unexpected in-game attack. 2 people argue loudly as one feels cheated after losing in their heated mobile game match. A male character dies in the game, losing experience points and a valuable bow. An NPC remarks on the player's loss and prompts participation in a special event to draw 100 items. The central character mocks the others for their weakness, claiming they wouldn't last 3 seconds against him. He hesitates, uncertain about what to do next. One armored character taunts and challenges their opponent in a tense video game-style standoff. A frustrated character demands the meaning behind a pet's name, but the other taunts and refuses to answer while a dog runs off. Someone taunts others in an online chat, ridiculing them for wanting to meet in real life. A white-haired character angrily grabs a boy's shoulder and demands he change his pet's name while he tries to play on a handheld device, as another person watches and drinks in the background. A dragon-like creature lounges on the couch, laughing as he mocks someone for naming their pet and asserts that the territory belongs to him. One character asks for quiet so another can watch dramas, while the group sits together and acknowledges the noise. One character cheerfully asks what is so fun, while another explains they are punishing someone in a game because the character has a familiar name. 2 characters watch as Yong defeats an enemy on the screen with a red sword, clearly impressed by his strength. The creature explains that skins, like clothes, come in different ranks which provide unique and stronger effects. A fox-like creature begins to explain the process of acquiring magical outfits after being asked by a curious student. A character explains that skins are obtained by spending money through a random draw system. A character explains that the special mystery box is extremely rare and expensive to obtain. Someone eagerly asks Yong how many times he attempted to draw. The small orange creature checks the tablet while trying to recall how many times he attempted the task. An older girl confronts a younger child about where they got their money and complains about not receiving any herself. Startled by something on the tablet, the small dragon-like character reacts with shock and confusion. A girl accuses the small dragon-like creature of stealing their father's wallet, and it frantically denies any involvement. A nervous creature anxiously worries about being punished after admitting to borrowing something from Hakase. A young woman confronts the flustered creature about how it acquired the smartphone, while a small girl looks on with annoyance. The young woman urgently instructs someone to go to Mr. Hakase. A flustered young man bursts in, loudly announcing he brought pajeon after being punished for fighting. A frustrated man slams 2 large black bags down as a girl watches him with concern. An irritated boy steps forward to defend the girl beside him from a disruptive outburst. A distressed man collapses as he explains that someone keeps killing him, prompting confused and amused reactions from those around him. The blue-haired character panics as he reveals the existence of someone called Greatest Yong Knight in the game. A spiky-haired boy loudly mocks someone unseen while a small orange creature looks baffled. A small dragon-like creature endures a barrage of insults, mocking his reputation and name. One character mocks another's per-control skills, prompting a frustrated outburst. The protagonist vents his frustration about people who boast of strength while relying on their equipment, as a powerful figure looms supportively behind him. Struggling with the controls, Yong becomes visibly frustrated while attempting to play. A furious creature issues a challenge and demands a fight. A male character recoils in shock, startled by an unexpected event. The protagonist vents his frustration after discovering the Dragon King's unexpected online identity. A small orange creature threatens the nervous young man, who quickly agrees to draw more characters and items. A spiky-haired character reacts with surprise and questions why the other person is suddenly speaking formally. While playing a game on his smartphone, the character eagerly declares his desire to become as strong as King Dragon. A young man carefully examines the draw ticket he bought, fully aware of its importance. A nervous hand hovers over a smartphone, hesitating before spending hard-earned in-game currency. A determined hand taps the smartphone screen, eager to face the Dragon King in the game. Slumped on the couch, the protagonist mourns the loss of his hard-earned money. A small dragon flaunts a newly boosted golden card, gloating while two girls react with surprise and skepticism. A male character is abruptly interrupted during his celebration when someone grabs his shoulder. A cheerful girl excitedly shows her phone screen to a startled man. An eager character taps the smartphone screen to initiate a premium weapon draw in the game. A distressed character clutches his head and wails over losing a week's worth of hard-earned farming rewards. A shocked boy clutches his head as he realizes something has suddenly gone wrong. A surprised girl watches as golden energy swirls around her and her phone glows, signaling the sudden activation of a supernatural power. Two characters stare ahead in shock, reeling from unexpected news. A glowing card appears on the screen, revealing it to be a godly item. A boy and a small dragon proudly display the first godly ranked card in the game as two girls cheer and celebrate with them. Yong lunges desperately to snatch the glowing card from someone else. One character is stunned by the discovery on the phone while another frantically tries to snatch it away. A powerful, glowing sword slash collides with a desperate defense as the armored warriors clash. The armored figure lies motionless on the ground, marking the defeat of the greatest knight. Amazed, Dojin examines the godly item while Yong shouts in shock nearby. A small, orange creature grabs a startled young man by the neck in frustration over the game's outcome. As a heated argument erupts over drawing cards, one character boasts and challenges the small dragon, while another calmly takes a bystander away to study Korean instead. Gripping the tablet tightly, the character prepares to unleash a massive card draw in the game. The character screams in frustration after realizing all his allowance was spent on expensive clothes. A girl crouches in front of the dizzy creature, scolding it for making a mistake that can't be fixed. A chibi girl stands with her arms crossed, showing clear annoyance. The girl challenges her surprised companion while pointing at the tablet. A young man eagerly activates the gotcha device while the small red creature in his grasp panics about the risks. A powerful aura signals the activation of the Guardian's power, Fortune. Two characters stare at the tablet in shock as they realize the rare summon was not just due to luck. Both characters stare at the tablet in shock, struggling to comprehend the sudden revelation about the mysterious figure. The girl surprises everyone by performing an impressive feat on the tablet, prompting two animated figures to praise her excitedly and urge her to do it again. A cheerful girl asks if she is the most loved. An excited young man showers exaggerated praise while a small creature beside him remains unimpressed and urges moderation. A young girl eagerly offers to help while another character protests, and they all laugh together on the floor. The small dragon-like creature struggles to give a compliment, visibly embarrassed. A stern figure intervenes to stop an argument, holding a distressed small orange creature while insisting that the conflict end for the sake of someone named Star. Someone suggests that Kiriyoshir and Yong play with Star. A woman reacts in shock as a small, horned creature recoils in surprise. A young girl excitedly suggests going outside to play. A massive bolt of lightning suddenly strikes near the building, abruptly cutting off the small creature mid-sentence. The frustrated child demands they leave immediately while the others react with impatience and annoyance. A determined girl demands immediate action, threatening to withdraw her help if they delay. One character reluctantly agrees to play but insists that her own request be fulfilled first, as the group continues negotiating over the tablet. Three energetic children excitedly make playful plans and are encouraged to go play outside. A week later, 2 accounts were banned from the game for using illegal programs. A cheerful character splashes through a rain puddle, delighting in the downpour. One child invites another to join in play as they walk in the rain under an umbrella, but the offer is declined in favor of mobile games. The playful companion demands a godly ranked item to become the world's greatest. 2 children argue loudly in the rain while an adult stands nearby holding an umbrella. Someone notices an unfamiliar figure nearby. A hooded figure steps from the shadows, calling out to a child in the cold darkness. An older man, looking tired, asks a younger person for help dealing with some troublesome elders. A hooded old man appears in the rain, confronting the group as someone impatiently asks a kid for help with him. A man urgently shelters a girl and a small creature under his umbrella while warning her not to follow strangers. An older man shouts desperately in the pouring rain. A cloaked figure collapses with a surge of energy before Dojin and two children as rain pours down. A character suddenly notices something unexpected. A worried man chases after a child who is running away in the rain, urgently calling for them to stop. A girl in a yellow raincoat offers food to a weakened figure slumped on the rainy street. A hand extends a packaged snack, offering it as a gesture of comfort. An elderly man discovers a glowing chocopi and reacts with astonishment. An elderly man hungrily eats in the rain while a young girl urges him to slow down. A blue-haired man scolds two children for giving something to a stranger during a rainy scene. An elderly man gratefully thanks someone for their help and announces that Mista is alive. An elderly man extends a dazzling magical light toward a hooded youth, who recoils from the sudden brightness. A character excitedly examines a sparkling magical gem in their hand. A pair of hands reveal a glowing blue gem, startling the small creature who recognizes it as a rainstone. Two children in raincoats examine a glowing stone as one of them demonstrates its use. The rain abruptly stops, and the group reacts with surprise as one explains that the rainstone caused it. A character squeezes a glowing blue gem to demonstrate how to make it rain. A blue-haired man shields a frightened girl as they react to sudden danger in the pouring rain. A mischievous creature is caught holding a glowing blue gem and hurriedly apologizes to two upset figures on the street. One character threatens to report the situation to their father while both glare at each other in frustration. A nervous child uses fire magic to dry off the soaked girl, while the blue-haired man complains about being left out. The group debates why a rare spirit jewel, typically possessed only by spirits, was found with an elderly man. One member demands to know the intended use, causing visible discomfort in another while a third remains indifferent. A small creature teases about being hungry while a confident girl stands beside it, holding a blue orb. Three exhausted characters admit their hunger after skipping snacks and meals. The group excitedly discusses going to a place known for its delicious meat. Someone outside the building loudly demands food with excitement. As one character cooks, two others argue about having eaten too much Pajian and complain about still being hungry. A cheerful girl eagerly points at the menu while an adult pats her head and two others watch. The older man refuses to make the mushroom dish, prompting the young girl to protest in frustration. The cook reveals she has run out of MURIM mushroom and cannot finish the dish. One character doubts the possibility of cultivating a rare plant outside its natural, rainy habitat, while the others listen in the restaurant. A small, horned character casually suggests asking a fairy to make it rain every day. A young man confronts the Lord, frustrated about being unable to approach the fairies after angering the fairy king. After a draining ordeal, the weary group complains about their exhaustion and considers making ramen while pondering if an apology to the fairy king is necessary. A small dragon-like figure taunts another character for abandoning their pride and tells them to forget about the mushrooms. A teary-eyed girl reacts sadly to the news about mushrooms while another character quickly reassures her. An angry horned creature demands ramen, feeling deeply insulted. A white-haired man chops vegetables at the counter as a child teases him nearby. A white-haired character reacts with shock to something unexpected. A girl in a yellow raincoat excitedly reveals a rare rainstone and explains its power to control rain. An adult explains how they received the blue gem while a child excitedly tries to trade goldfishes for it. A young girl eagerly confirms the terms of a deal, asking if she will really receive 100 goldfishes in exchange for what she holds. An enthusiastic character eagerly promises to make 100 of something whenever needed. A lively character eagerly asks to borrow something. The cheerful person eagerly accepts the glowing blue gem, already plotting how to use its power. With the rainstone in hand, the man prepares to nurture the purple mushrooms growing on the stumps. An irritated man orders the startled young man to get to work, threatening to withhold his pay. A boy leans over a tree stump, frustrated after being banned from the game. A triumphant figure raises a glowing orb to summon heavy rain while another stands silently behind him. Magical mushrooms suddenly sprout around the tree stump, glowing with energy. One man excitedly demands mushrooms for hot pot while another looks on in disbelief at the chaos around him. Blue lightning rips through the stormy sky, shattering the darkness with a violent flash. A bewildered young man stands in the downpour, questioning if the stone he used is malfunctioning as the rain intensifies beyond his expectations. A powerful presence demands to know who took the rainstone as the storm grows fiercer. Two startled figures freeze as a mysterious voice suddenly calls out, demanding to know who is loitering nearby. A powerful figure crackling with lightning appears, threatening the intruders and shocking the onlookers. A furious woman unleashes a surge of energy as she demands to know who stole her child's rainstone. A furious boy seizes another in the rain, accusing him of being a traitor. A commanding woman confronts the chaos caused by another troublesome dragon. A terrified young man bolts away in a frenzy of blue lightning. A frightened girl desperately explains that she only borrowed the spirit-infused artifact from a child named Star, insisting to the Spirit King that she is telling the truth. An elf-like woman confronts a small dragon, accusing it of pretending to forget things. A girl floats in the air, unleashing a massive surge of magical energy as two boys stare up at her in shock. A desperate energy blast crashes down on the panicked man as he cries out in shock. A silver-haired elf girl exhales in relief as two exhausted figures lie on the ground behind her. A surprised elf girl confronts the blue creature about giving an object to a human child, who then lent it to others. Two young men argue loudly, shaking their fists in frustration. A silver-haired elf woman crosses her arms and grants conditional permission to borrow an item, emphasizing it is only for growing mushrooms. The white-haired man watches the blue-haired girl cross her arms in frustration, silently judging her stubbornness. An elf girl erupts in anger after being called a friend of an uneducated dragon, while two others react in shock below her. The white-haired character nervously thanks the spiky-haired character, who remains indifferent. A silver-haired woman hesitantly clears her throat and tries to start a conversation in the forest. A girl casually asks for choco bread while a small blue creature floats nearby. One character, looking tired, agrees to fetch a box while the other dryly remarks on the Spirit King's weakness for choco bread. A cheerful character eagerly asks to receive something later. Sensing a powerful presence, the uneasy character realizes there may be another lord nearby. A girl wakes up and stretches in bed while her two animal companions continue sleeping beside her. A blonde girl urgently calls out for her father. A girl gets ready to leave and tells her family she'll study with friends, while an adult agrees to do the grocery shopping and a small child calls out from the doorway. A girl with light brown hair waves goodbye and reminds Star to listen to Dad and Carciel before leaving. A cheerful child eagerly agrees to go grocery shopping with the older man. A cheerful girl eagerly sets off down the street, followed closely by a watchful man. They decide to leave the two creatures at home to guard the house while they head out together. A man and a young girl walk past a drunken person lying on the ground. A startled girl urgently calls out as she points ahead. A spiky-haired character sleeps on the floor, mumbling about food. A spiky-haired boy jolts awake in shock after being startled outside. A small girl scolds a scruffy man for his reckless behavior, but he casually brushes off her concern with confidence. A young girl urgently warns a tall man that he could freeze to death outside. Shaken and relieved, the boy admits he almost died and thanks his savior. One person questions why the other two are together, prompting an explanation that they are out grocery shopping. A frustrated boy argues about his hygiene and is told not to help with cooking until he cuts his hair. A group enters the salon, immediately catching the attention of a surprised employee. An excited girl rushes over and cheerfully greets the hairstylist, marking a joyful reunion. Someone politely asks a man for permission to style the child's hair outside the building. The young man hesitates, uncertain about what to say next. Dojin drags his disheveled companion along the sidewalk, bluntly insisting someone cut his messy hair. A young woman abruptly stops braiding a little girl's hair, startled by an unexpected presence. A young girl admires her braided blonde hair, comparing it to angel hair. Dojin jokes about facing a tough enemy as a cheerful girl laughs and the others react with confusion. One character bluntly criticizes the other's uneven, unwashed hair while the recipient sits expressionless. The hairdresser, feeling newly motivated, prepares to start the haircut as the client and child watch. While one character relaxes with a newspaper, another voices concern about the emptiness behind them. A young man holding a small girl reacts with surprise to a man whose appearance has changed. A young man admires his new short haircut, feeling pleased with how much easier it will be to wash his hair. After a dramatic haircut, the confident man shows off his clean look as the group reacts with mixed feelings. A young man silently observes as a little girl asks a blunt question, making the woman in the apron respond nervously. 3 people arrive at the hair salon, and one of them comments on another's sharp observation. 3 characters stride confidently into a bustling indoor space, drawing attention with their bold entrance. 3 men cheerfully greet a girl outside a store as she shows off her new dress. An excited character presents a yellow dress, suggesting it would match the small purse. A young girl admires something off-panel, while a man quietly watches over her. A hand slams a stack of marked bills onto the counter, sealing the deal. One man offers the other a free shirt, but the offer is met with hesitation about needing more clothes. A startled man questions another about his strange clothes, and the other calmly replies that he found them in the green bin. An older man insists on helping improve the younger man's appearance, determined not to let him look shabby. A girl's outfit is mocked by 2 adults while a man stands silently beside her. A young man, exhausted and surprised by his own transformation, realizes he looks much younger as a nearby girl excitedly points it out. One young man gives a lukewarm assessment, while another stands behind him holding a skeptical girl. A young girl, sitting on the man's lap, suggests eating ramen as they decide to stop by the convenience store before heading home for teppanyaki with the others. A confused young man asks what cup ramen is while another man holds a small girl in the store. A young girl sits on someone's lap and smugly explains that cup ramen is tastier than choco bread. A boy stares upward in astonishment as blue lightning crackles around him, reacting to the news of a treat tastier than choco bread. A news anchor announces that all communications with the Behemoth Guild in the Central Universe have suddenly stopped. As they listen to the news about an emergency press conference at the Hunter's Bureau, the group at the convenience store grows tense. A phone notification surprises the two as they stand together, hinting at unexpected news. A tense moment unfolds as a hand hesitates before answering a suspicious call from Young Yunchul. An emergency press conference is called as officials demand an explanation about the current situation. An older man stands at the podium as reporters urgently demand information about Behemoth. An older man anxiously waits, holding a ringing phone and hoping for an answer. A message appears on the smartphone, announcing that help is on the way. An elderly man reads a heartfelt notification on his phone and expresses gratitude. A woman urgently asks if Behemoth can win while holding a tablet. An older man confirms that backup has already been deployed. Reporters press the director with urgent questions about the Icarus Guild. An older man stands at a podium and announces the existence of a solo hunter. The strongest solo player on Earth dives into the portal to save Behemoth. 3 hours before the crisis, a powerful figure surveys the central region of the Sky Island fortress as tension builds. The crowd praises Junio while dismissing the significance of the central universe. A red-haired man unleashes a furious sword attack, cutting through enemies as a red aura flares around him. 2 figures in black and red suits dash across the grassy field with swords drawn, while someone questions another's harsh attitude toward Junio and wonders about his connections. A bloodied sword hovers in the air, dripping ominously. One armored character urges the team to regroup and plan, while another jokes about disappointing viewers before ending the live stream. A chaotic outburst erupts as someone delivers heated and comical remarks. The video finishes playing, leaving the screen with a message indicating its end. 3 armored teammates joke about their progress, with one confidently taking credit while another reminds the group it was the guidebook that helped them succeed. A woman in armor catches a red-haired man insulting her and confronts him angrily. 2 armored teammates discuss the next quest as one explains they must step onto an air balloon to proceed. The group prepares to complete a quest that involves defeating enemies while avoiding the massive sleeping warrior statue. A determined character urges the group to take on the air balloon quest to gain an air combat skill. 2 figures leap across giant balloons suspended over a deep chasm, one warning of the deadly risk while the other confidently insists they can survive the fall. 3 characters brace themselves as several powerful bird monsters descend into the canyon, realizing that even one of these S-ranked creatures usually requires all of them to fight together. Clutching the shield bracelet, the young man prepares to defend against the approaching threat. A resolute figure commands the group to stop Junio as flames rage in the background. 2 armored figures tense up as a surge of charisma fills the air. A character explains that with only 2 skill slots remaining, they must skip a particular skill to maximize their group's efficiency. The boy reluctantly agrees to cooperate and asks what they should do next. A challenge is presented: defeat the group of enemies without waking the giant stone warrior to earn the warrior's ring. 2 armored figures argue in the forest over who should take on the dangerous task. A character confidently assures the group that the magical bracelet will keep them safe as they prepare to move forward. 3 armored teammates share a light-hearted exchange in the sunlit forest as one asks to turn on their video and receives cheerful approval. Someone expresses excitement, filling the scene with anticipation. A red-haired warrior quickly takes down armored foes, aiming to avoid alerting their boss. The group discusses the extreme danger of entering the newly discovered dungeon, emphasizing the low survival rate. A confident man boasts about his strength while another character launches a swift attack in the background. The young woman energetically credits their smooth progress to the help provided by the guidebook. Several characters scoff and mockingly question the plausibility of someone receiving a guidebook. 2 armored teammates argue about mentioning their superior while a defeated enemy is thrown back in the background. Someone harshly criticizes Junio, calling him an embarrassment to society. 2 opponents argue fiercely in midair while a third person tries to stop their escalating fight. The young man recoils in alarm as he realizes the enemy is actually a king silverback gorilla, not just an ordinary one. 4 armored figures abruptly turn in shock as something unexpected captures their attention. A massive stone warrior awakens and prepares to attack in 5 minutes as debris falls around it. A massive stone golem rises while 2 startled characters argue in front of it. The demon confidently admits to awakening the threat, shocking the 2 armored warriors. Both characters freeze in shock, visibly alarmed by an unexpected development. A fierce figure charges forward with a glowing weapon, commanding the others to get out of the way. A determined fighter launches a powerful strike at a surprised red demon-like opponent amid swirling energy. A red-skinned demon with horns and a tail charges forward, crackling with energy. A blue-haired character freezes in shock after witnessing the demon's sudden attack. A red demon examines his glowing, mist-shrouded hand, puzzled by the unexpected cause of Dangak's death. Amid chaos, one armored character quickly activates the magical shield while the other struggles to process the situation. A young man in red armor commands his team to prepare for an attack while activating a magical seal. A character senses the overwhelming mana radiating from the shield and reacts in astonishment. The red-skinned character grins menacingly, exuding an overwhelming sense of confidence. A character realizes that the menacing, horned figure before him is the Earth King responsible for Dangak's death. 3 characters confront a powerful, horned figure as one urges another to get his attention. Amidst the chaos, the demon mocks his opponents while another fighter urgently orders preparations for a decisive attack. The red-skinned demon, growing angry, launches a fierce energy attack at the subordinate. A red-haired character is struck by a devastating energy blast, sending a camera tumbling across the scene. A devastating attack kills the armored warrior, leaving the others in confusion and fear as chaos erupts. A red-gloved hand suddenly seizes Dojin by the face, catching him completely off guard. A red demon conjures a bloody magical attack and taunts the shadowed opponent. A determined fighter lands 2 explosive blows to the chest of the horned creature. A blue-haired man charges forward with intense force, shattering the ground and sending debris flying. A blue-haired character staggers backward, reeling from the overwhelming force of a single attack. The character struggles desperately, reaching their limit as the situation intensifies. A dark-haired young man quickly supports a blue-haired figure who starts to collapse, determined to keep them conscious. One character, supporting an injured man amid falling debris, acknowledges the power of the Behemoth Guild. Refusing to accept defeat, the hero resolves not to fall to a monster that isn't even the final boss. A demonic figure emerges from the smoke, taunting the blue-haired young man as tension crackles in the air. The demonic figure grins menacingly and declares a twisted fondness for the person he is addressing. A red demon is abruptly silenced mid-taunt by a powerful punch. Dojin firmly ends the conversation, leaving no room for further discussion. A surge of blue energy erupts as Dojin forcefully repels the threat, while an injured figure remains behind him. A wounded character stares in shock after witnessing someone defeat a monster with a single blow. One character confronts another while picking up a smoking, red, heart-shaped object from the ground. He examines the mysterious object that was dropped from the behemoth. A glowing entrance emerges in the forest as news spreads that all members of the Behemoth Guild have safely returned. The injured survivors are escorted through the forest as news spreads that the Behemoth Guild members are being taken to the hospital and the monster's horn proves their victory. A news crew questions the Hunter Association president about the mysterious ally believed to have defeated the Behemoth Guild. An older man freezes in shock as he witnesses something unexpected. A news broadcast reveals that the Behemoth Guild finished the hunt before the support troops arrived. One person scoffs at the idea that an Earthling could resolve the crisis as the group waits in the living room. A boy explains someone's recent absence, leaving the girl beside him surprised. One character calmly explains that a sudden protection request was made while another looks on in confusion as a child sleeps nearby. He sits on the couch, watching over the sleeping children and dragons after being asked to protect them. A severed horn radiates dark energy, drawing attention as the true source of the problem. A serious young man examines the horn and explains its danger, startling the anxious girl with his assessment. A boy shrugs off the girl's reaction, showing no interest in explaining further. One man thanks the other for his efforts in protecting the group. A young man smiles approvingly and praises someone for their efforts. A young man freezes in shock as he processes an unexpected compliment. One man assigns a new responsibility to a surprised young man who listens intently. A man is stunned as he receives a piece of paper he didn't expect. Overjoyed, the young man excitedly reacts to receiving the envelope. 3 people sit on a couch as one excitedly waves a paper after receiving a praise sticker for pocket money. A young boy is struck by the realization that gaining more of the object could make his life easier, prompting him to urgently consider how to obtain it. One character checks if another is feeling unwell, while a third observes their conversation. A young man quickly reacts as he receives urgent instructions to check the Behemoth Guild's vital signs and confirm several other matters. The interview ends abruptly as the man on the television announces its conclusion. A young man considers his next move while a girl behind him offers to help if he feels unwell. The boy dashes out the door while the girl reacts in surprise. The young man glances to the side, unsure of what the other person is planning. The next day, the scene shifts to the Hunter Management Bureau. One character questions another's claim to being the strongest in the Heart Realm as the group discusses seriously in an office. A determined young man pledges to support the group in place of someone else and asks for help in return. 2 men in suits sit across from each other in a sunlit office, seriously discussing the identity of Kirill. The character realizes the name on the ranking board is linked to the Transcendent seat. One man excitedly recognizes another as a Transcendent, while the latter proudly soaks in the attention. A figure confidently reveals a clipboard marked Demon of Solomon, announcing a rank of 6th among millions. Yong presents his drawing to explain the hierarchy of powerful enemies, noting that opponents above him are tough while those below the 8th floor are easy. A character proudly announces their second place win in a doodle contest, boasting about their popularity and many friends. Someone notes that a few intentionally avoided the rankings but claims to recognize nearly all of them. The 2 react with shock and concern upon learning that the Transcendent seat will help them instead of the deputy director. A young man angrily protests his continued stay in the hospital, causing a scene. Ignoring the hospital staff's instructions, the man in the gown rises defiantly to leave for the emergency meeting as another man urgently tries to stop him. A startled man demands to know the identity of the unexpected newcomer. The surprised man recognizes someone he did not expect to see. A cheerful red-haired character teases a surprised blue-haired character about being a stalker after noticing his repeated appearances. One man accuses the other of being a spy for Lee Dojin. 2 characters confront each other, exchanging sharp accusations about loyalty and intentions. A startled man introduces himself as Ryu Junyo from Behemoth, while confusion and suspicion rise as the others decide to quietly observe the situation. A young man with a bandage on his cheek teases someone about possibly being an obsessed fan and says he doesn't mind. The young man glares angrily and firmly declares that a boundary has been crossed. A furious young man seizes another by the hair and demands to know who is being called a saying fan. A furious figure unleashes a surge of power, causing the ground to crack as he reacts to being provoked and humiliated. As one character falls into a gaping hole in the floor, another furiously threatens them while the others react in shock. One character restrains an enraged companion who tries to break free and confront someone. A blue-haired man anxiously warns that causing damage here might upset Dojin. A young man leans forward and offers to put in a good word with someone important if Junyo is let off. An anxious older man bows and hurriedly agrees to the younger figure's demand. A young man hesitates as he considers whether his request will be easy or difficult to fulfill. One young man firmly announces his demand as the older man listens intently, and another stands by anxiously. He reluctantly agrees, showing clear discomfort. An older man angrily confronts the younger man in the office, demanding an explanation for his actions. A young man calmly announces a special pass that allows someone to skip writing a reflection letter. Two characters in suits freeze in shock, staring ahead in disbelief. A hand presents a glowing, torn piece of paper, drawing attention to a new discovery. A man proudly announces that his efforts caring for the children have earned him a pass to skip writing 50 reflection letters. The man triumphantly displays his newly acquired pass, thrilled to avoid writing 50 reflection letters. Grinning mischievously, the character plots to win favor by doing more things that would please someone important. A jubilant troublemaker announces he will deliberately cause problems, while two silent men watch his antics. A concerned man urgently questions a distressed woman about the true identity of a supposed Heart Realm master, but she anxiously avoids giving an answer. A cheerful child mocks someone for getting into trouble as two serious men watch from the side. A confident young man challenges an anxious older man by asking if he knows what dragons really hate. A nervous older man hesitantly tries to answer a question about what dragons would hate. An older man reacts with shock upon hearing dragons mentioned. Three people discuss how Marshall became more unstable after their king vanished, while a man lies unconscious at the bottom of a large pit. A man stares ahead in horror as he realizes dragons are being summoned to Earth. A confused young man questions the statement, pointing out that there are already two present at Lee Dojin's place, the purple one and the red one. A young woman quietly informs an older man that the intruders have been present for some time, causing him to react with alarm. A panicked man grabs the younger figure, demanding to know why global disasters were kept secret from him as crackling purple energy fills the air. Someone reveals that certain people are still living at Lee Dojin's place. A woman in a suit insists that any danger would have already been reported. A worried older man demands to know if Dojin is not trusted. An uneasy silence fills the office as one man clears his throat and the other shifts awkwardly. The older man in the suit asks the younger woman to clarify her earlier question about how to anger a dragon. A confident young man presents a clipboard with illustrated faces and presses for information. An older man tries to calm tensions while a younger man angrily denies any friendship, recalling past mistreatment. A box of crayons sits open on the desk next to an untouched sketchbook as resentment fills the air. A young girl grows upset over a ruined marker while a small orange dragon casually suggests buying more. A purple creature reassures a concerned blonde girl about her cherished marker at the table. While one character mops the floor, she remarks on another's impending punishment and the timely acquisition of an exemption pass, as a small creature reacts with frustration. Yong reacts with panic upon hearing he might be punished for using a crayon. A skeptical, horned character accuses someone of stealing an item from a child and questions if they used it themselves. Two anxious dragon-like creatures face each other in the living room, hesitantly calling out for reassurance. The character suddenly realizes the problem is much bigger than expected. One small creature panics loudly while the other watches in silence. A small orange creature begs a purple creature for pocket money, but the purple creature shows an empty wallet and explains there's nothing left. A startled small dragon anxiously points out that someone is broke from building the farm. Yong steels himself and decides to take drastic action. Someone urgently calls for others to follow as a startled creature and a child react by the craft table. A small dragon-like creature confidently announces the plan to go out and get crayons and a sketchbook, while two tired companions follow behind. A group of goblins stands at the entrance of the Goblin Company building, formally welcoming visitors inside. A goblin-like butler bows and pledges sincere service. A girl exclaims in amazement as two animated creatures react behind her. The group is escorted down a lavish hallway while one of the small creatures nervously asks for the others to be sent away. A powerful dragon trembles in fear, admitting this sensation is more terrifying than any mental attack he has faced. A grinning figure in a suit opens the ornate doors and invites the guests inside to talk. An elderly goblin-like figure interrupts at the doorway, requesting to enter. A determined character steps forward and insists on stating their own need. A composed figure confronts a familiar face in the ornate room, questioning their constant presence while two small creatures react with excitement. A nervous staff member politely denies access to the restricted area and asks the guests to wait in the VIP room. A character questions the fairness of the new ranking system after learning she is only a VIP and not a VVIP. The anxious attendant quickly shifts the conversation to introduce the VVIP system. The scene shifts to a display of a treasure chest overflowing with riches as the host announces a special guest responsible for quintupled sales. A surprised man realizes his presence has caused sales to skyrocket, while two embarrassed creatures stand beside him in the ornate hall. An older man confidently announces that the chairman has ordered them to offer the best possible treatment for the important guest. A crowd reacts in shock as a girl is suddenly recognized as a legendary star. A determined young girl demands crayons from two adults. Three attendants proudly present boxes filled with jewel-encrusted and natural material crayons. A girl sitting on a lavish throne rejects a sparkling gift box, clearly dissatisfied. A perplexed figure realizes that a simple choco pie is being exchanged for a purple stone far more valuable than gold or diamonds. An exuberant host announces that all products and services are free for the guest. Two characters look up in silence, clearly unimpressed by what they see. A small, horned creature boasts about the huge profits to be made by bringing in a few boxes, surrounded by flying cash and overflowing treasure. A character reflects on the unexpectedly high price of choco bread and looks forward to impressing the heavenly demon with the purchase. A menacing figure suddenly appears, interrupting the cheerful moment between the two. A stern man firmly states that only items brought by the lady will be accepted. A man and a small dragon-like creature react in shock and confusion to unexpected news. A small orange creature tackles a panicked man while a woman watches calmly. A nervous goblin merchant anxiously asks if the group is opposed to the demons. A mighty dragon unleashes fire while a swordsman charges forward with a glowing sword, cutting down demons in a fierce battle. Two demons suspiciously discuss the possibility of sabotage, as they worry that taking over distribution will drastically hurt the sales of the choco bread. A frustrated figure urges a composed companion to sell the item through deception, while expressing doubt about outsmarting the demon's surveillance. A small orange creature eagerly questions a calm, regal figure in a purple robe about whether the food is truly delicious and if they have tasted it yet. One character smugly claims ownership of a snack while another looks on in disbelief. Two characters quietly criticize someone's cruel and childish behavior. A small, purple creature with bat wings and horns offers a choco pie while explaining the chain of command. A tense exchange unfolds as one character questions the hierarchy, insisting they are only cooperating out of friendship, while the other reacts defensively. A small horned creature forcefully shoves melting chocolate into the flustered character's mouth. The character chews the unfamiliar food, analyzing its crispy exterior and moist interior. Overwhelmed by the taste, the character stands in astonishment as blissful sweetness takes over. A character excitedly discovers and tastes choco bread. Clutching the letter to their chest, the figure prepares to show gratitude for the heavenly demon's blessing. One character instructs another to deliver a scroll to the heavenly demon while writing the message. A small orange creature complains about having to put effort into an important offering while speaking with a person wearing a headband. A small, round creature firmly demands a reward for delivering the letter. At the food stall, the group discusses the dragon's surprisingly large appetites, while one of the small creatures awkwardly tries to explain. Choco bread was restocked and quickly regained its status as a valuable, highly sought-after product traded for relics. A lone figure kneels inside a glowing red magic circle, initiating a powerful summoning ritual. A bald armored man anxiously spots a sealed dragon and hopes it remains contained until they can escape. Cracks of energy spread as the magical seal around the dragon begins to break. One person observes the ruins with a clipboard while another anxiously spots unusual movement through binoculars. A startled armored man confronts the rookie, but the young man in the suit walks away without responding. Startled by a sudden shout, the young man quickly turns around among the rocky cliffs at dusk. An armored man urgently confronts a composed man in a suit, demanding to know his intentions as the other calmly explains he is investigating a powerful force beyond the crack. An ominous altar is revealed to contain a sealed dragon, making it extremely dangerous. A frightened man urgently warns everyone to escape because a real dragon has appeared. A young man in a suit smirks as he predicts that something will soon become free. They sprint through swirling magical energy, desperate to escape the approaching danger. A sudden explosion of magical energy erupts from the glowing magic circle, shocking everyone nearby. The young man in the suit adjusts a large object and calmly expresses his annoyance at the noise. A massive dragon bursts forth from swirling dark energy. Dojin unleashes a surge of electrified magic energy, intensifying the battle. A powerful black dragon, surprised that its attack was blocked, confronts an unknown human and demands their identity. A massive dragon appears, leaving one character unfazed while another trembles in fear. A furious dragon bursts forth, threatening to drive the humans away. Dojin launches himself through the purple haze, attacking the horned creature from above. A furious dragon towers over a startled young man, demanding respect for the Lord's name. A menacing dragon snarls and threatens its unseen opponent with a promise of suffering. The protagonist looks ahead with clear indifference, revealing his lack of interest in the situation. A man in a suit stands atop the startled black dragon's head and demands its name. The furious beast yells in protest as the young man defiantly stands on its head. The young man glares forward and delivers a stern warning, making it clear he will not repeat himself. A clenched fist gathers swirling dark energy, signaling a surge of power about to be unleashed. A lone figure stands atop a colossal serpent as energy and debris swirl around them. A powerful attack shatters the monster's nest as the creature recoils in shock. A massive explosion destroys the stone structure, sending fire and debris everywhere. A worried, panting creature rushes into the canyon, demanding to know the reason for the urgent summons. The young man in the suit commands the large figure beside him to punish someone. A massive black dragon weeps while a man in a suit stands calmly nearby, observed by a red demon-like figure. A large, anxious creature calls out desperately for Lord Aegis. A giant dragon confronts a man and a small, stunned creature in the ruins, demanding to know if they challenged its master. A surprised dragon reacts to shocking news as a small, annoyed creature demands an explanation. A small dragon-like creature realizes that the protagonist must be the strongest in the universe after witnessing even a powerful lord call him master. A dragon-like creature weighs the possibility of someone enduring a foul-tempered lord as a subordinate. A radiant figure stands before the massive dragon as a companion questions his actions in awe. The small dragon sternly confronts someone, warning them not to cause trouble in front of its master. A large, panicked dragon pleads for mercy as a smaller, frustrated creature confronts it with criticism. A startled subordinate quickly acknowledges an order as smoke swirls through the scene. An anxious character desperately begs for mercy, clutching their chest as ethereal blue flowers surround them. A smug creature spares someone from physical punishment, but warns that a scolding is still coming. An excited creature proudly shows off a perfect test score while a young man looks on impassively. A black-haired woman hesitantly expresses her amazement and uncertainty, confirming she will not be harmed. A small dragon-like figure questions someone's unusual behavior with a tired, exasperated look. A dark-haired man strikes a small creature, causing it to cry out in pain while another person watches. Startled by the overwhelming strength displayed, the character reels in awe and quickly promises to behave. The man in the suit convinces the reluctant creature to give someone another chance. A young man in a suit calmly instructs someone to find a place for another person to live. A small, round character looks up in confusion and questions why someone can't just live here. A small creature surveys the shattered landscape, unimpressed by the destruction caused by someone's reckless sleeping habits. A frustrated young man admits the damage will take at least a month to repair. An energetic dragon-like creature offers shelter for a month to a calm man, who responds with gratitude. A character reacts with outrage upon hearing they must live with someone they dislike. Two characters sit together at the table, enjoying noodle soup and sharing a cheerful meal. The white-haired character firmly rejects the request while another drinks casually in the background. A frustrated character complains loudly about the dragon enjoying a mud bath in the laboratory. A young man calmly reprimands Hawkes for speaking back to the Lord. The white-haired young man rejects the proposal, questioning why a fully grown adult would be without a home. Two men discuss the significance of a young dragon's maturity, with one dismissing the need for strictness over the issue. Yong reluctantly agrees to stay quiet while sulking over his noodles. The group discusses their inability to resolve ongoing conflict while sharing a tense meal. As a girl expresses concern about the Lord's health, another person gently pats a small orange creature at the crowded table. A young man teases the group, making one person angry and another hide in embarrassment. The small orange creature suggests changing plans to visit Agni after being refused by Hawkes, while one person reacts in frustration at the table. He calmly rejects the offer of assistance. A pink-haired woman in a suit strides into the room and formally announces her arrival to the group at the table. A small dragon-like creature gives a confident thumbs up while confirming support and asking whether to contact Lizard Gull about Earth. A woman is asked about the number of empty rooms she has and responds with uncertainty. A small orange creature confidently volunteers as a woman looks confused and responsibility for a newcomer is assigned. A pink-haired character spots something unexpected, reacting with surprise while a small creature perches on their shoulder. An animated character points out that even the most loyal follower is now hesitating, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. Two characters loudly tease and laugh at another, who looks annoyed as they mock his destructive habits while asleep. Two fists crash down with tremendous force, shaking the ground. A small dragon complains about being embarrassed and expresses frustration at someone off-screen. A black-haired character admits her urge to hit someone while another bows an apology on the floor. A pink-haired woman tells the black-haired person to come to her lair when ready as she prepares for their meeting. A pink-haired woman bows and excuses herself to prepare a space, while a small dragon praises her kindness and an old man groans in pain on the ground. A grinning young man taunts and confronts the serious black-haired man by grabbing his shoulders from behind. A young man leans in with a smirk, trying to defuse the situation. A character nervously confronts another about also being defeated by Master Dojin. A book titled Earth Lifestyle Guide is handed over as a crucial step to regain trust. A startled character reacts with shock to something unexpected off-panel. A smug young man warns someone about Dojin and offers to teach survival strategies. Startled by an unexpected revelation, the character reacts with visible anxiety. One character puts his arm around another and leads them away while a third angrily warns them to behave. An orange creature tries to speak but stops abruptly, startled by something off to the side. A woman notices the others have disappeared and wonders if someone took them to explain something, while the small creature beside her appears uninterested. A confused dragon wakes up and questions why someone is learning from another fool. Two worried characters discuss the risk of being scolded if their plan fails. Alarmed by the emergency, the man and the small creature urgently react and insist on finding someone immediately. Two people walk together at night through a quiet city street, preparing for an important conversation about living on Earth. A cheerful young man loudly greets someone outside, catching the other person by surprise. A cheerful man offers a drink, but the other person declines, saying they are busy. A cheerful young man hands food to an older man, who gratefully accepts it while working at the table. A cheerful young man, enjoying his snack, asks to sit next to the quiet figure, who agrees. A character launches into a prejudiced complaint but is abruptly silenced by a forceful hand over their mouth. One character firmly asserts that Dojin is human, leaving another character visibly shocked. 3 people wait quietly at the bus stop, one eating while the others sit in silence. One character asks for advice on what to watch out for, while the other responds with criticism about his awkward seriousness. A cheerful man urges the others to try some unusual food, catching one of them off guard. Annoyed by another interruption, the group insists they can manage on their own and dismisses the older man's concern. One young man explains the importance of a book for surviving on Earth, while the other listens closely. A detailed list of survival rules and warnings for living on Earth is presented. 2 characters analyze a newspaper for clues about the master while an older man observes them from afar. A serious man warns the others that following his advice will help them avoid the most frightening dangers. A character reacts anxiously to a frightening topic. A man forcefully trains a large, horned beast using a whip. One of the young men mocks another, but the target remains calm and accepts his new position without protest. A balding man dismissively refuses someone's request. A stern young man issues a threat, causing the older man behind him to react with fear. Unfazed, the calm man challenges the threat as another person casually eats popcorn, intensifying the tense atmosphere. He prepares to reveal something important. Someone introduces the letter of repentance, leaving another person visibly confused. A furious man hurls his glasses to the ground as 2 people watch from a nearby bench in shock. A furious boy vents his frustration about having his letter of repentance rejected 100 times. 2 people angrily berate Dojin at the table, while he calmly insists he never tried to make the story interesting. A character wonders if the Lord's transformation was caused by the letter of repentance. A red demon insists he was unexpectedly defeated as the figure below listens in disbelief. One character firmly hands over a document and instructs the others to memorize its contents. One character begins eating while another reads, as a third quietly observes. One man urgently stops another from eating, prompting a heated argument, while the third continues reading. A hand flips through a mysterious document, searching for clues about the Lord. A character studies an object in their hands, surprised by someone's unexpected generosity. One character finishes reading and hands over the book, startling the other. The book is returned, and gratitude is exchanged as another person passes by in the background. She hesitates nervously, prompting the other character to anxiously urge her to continue. A tipsy man questions the 2 seated individuals about their satisfaction with life before reaching for more alcohol. A dark-haired figure sits confidently on a throne, commanding the attention of an adoring, cheering crowd. 2 characters walk together down a quiet street, discussing why one of them gave up in the past. The young man reflects on how his relentless training was driven by the desire to become strong enough to challenge the demon kings. A figure suddenly appears in front of the startled character, heightening the tension. The young man freezes in shock as a sudden realization hits him. A towering figure declares the task impossible while overwhelming the smaller person below. A character walks forward, overwhelmed by the belief that no amount of training will ever make them strong enough. A young man realizes something critical and is overwhelmed by shock and anxiety. He admits he felt relieved after surviving constant danger in the central realm. One character reflects on the sense of belonging they feel while spending time together. One character explains that pretending to be less confident around the Dragon King is a safer strategy, while the other finds amusement in the risky situation. A character exhales and accepts the situation with calm resignation. He smiles brightly and declares he no longer wants to be a god, finding happiness in his current life. One person jokes about godly ambitions while another admits he no longer wants that power, and a third serves food during the conversation. A weary man bluntly suggests that buying a building is the solution to everything. A young man erupts in disbelief upon learning that building ownership, surpassing even godhood, can simply be bought with money, while another remains silent behind him. One man furiously questions the other's outrageous suggestion to simply buy a building. The young man eagerly offers his coin purse, declaring he has 50 million won to spend. A man boasts that it would take about 10 billion won to become a major building owner. A blue-haired young man is stunned as he tries to calculate how long it would take to earn 10 billion won. One young man is stunned as his companion confirms that 2,000 years have passed. The young man dismisses the challenge as insignificant compared to his own training. A loud man laughs at the idea of raising 10 billion in 2 years, only to be corrected by the calm young man that the plan actually spans 2,000 years. With newfound determination, the character vows to start saving for the 10 billion. 2 chibi figures rush toward the city building, eager to deliver urgent news. As 2 figures trek across the sunlit desert, attention shifts to what Yong and Hakase are doing after others have departed. A small, exhausted creature struggles to keep moving across the dusty ground. Frustrated and exhausted, the group searches the barren landscape for their missing companions without any success. A furious figure yells a threat across the desert at 2 distant targets, escalating the confrontation. A chibi character arrives back at the building and calls out to announce their return. A frustrated man confronts a calm coworker in the empty restaurant, demanding to know why he left the shop unattended. A blue-haired man decides to close up and play games, but is interrupted when he notices something unusual. A character checks their phone and sees an urgent message from Hakes. Annoyed by persistent messages, the purple-haired man decides to ignore them while another man silently watches from behind. A young man suddenly senses a mysterious energy while walking. He steps inside and asks if Yong is present. A composed figure enters the shop, startling the person inside, who falls from a chair and hurriedly insists they were working. A man bursts into the room searching for someone, while another calmly asks who he is looking for. A young man prepares to introduce a child, drawing attention to them. A teary-eyed child clings to an adult's leg, anxiously asking about someone's absence and questioning if the person nearby is their daughter. A young girl, overcome with sadness, realizes she has been left alone. A blue-haired man tries to comfort a crying girl, while another man watches uncertainly nearby. A dark-haired man gently reassures the small blonde girl that she will see Yong soon. A cheerful girl eagerly insists on helping the adults, while a skeptical man questions her ability. A serious character protests an insult, but the mood shifts as a cheerful companion interrupts with a joke and a side hug. The young man teases his companion with a playful grin. He silently assesses the situation, his eyes shifting sideways with a skeptical look. One character dismisses another's taunt and firmly insists on being treated with respect. A nervous girl admits she doesn't know how to use polite language. A girl quietly admits her worry that the man dislikes her, while he glances at her in silence. An alarmed character demands an explanation as another remains calm and unresponsive. The young man raises his hand, preparing to unleash his power as the air around him swirls with energy. A panicked boy urgently warns others to move quickly as purple energy surges behind him. A young man explains the importance of respect while gently patting the girl's head. One character encourages another to show respect and kindness to everyone, prompting a surprised reaction. One character encourages another to apologize to the uncle, while the other hesitantly admits not knowing how to speak politely. A blue-haired boy urges a long-haired girl to accept an apology, tapping her arm to prompt her response. A young girl anxiously asks if her uncle is really angry. A young man urgently urges someone to hurry, his expression filled with worry. Someone claps their hands forcefully, drawing everyone's attention. A woman enthusiastically praises the man beside her for his exemplary leadership and potential as an heir, leaving him visibly uneasy. A stern character asserts control over the household, prompting nervous and skeptical reactions from two small dragons. A blonde girl expresses her gratitude as a dark-haired young man bows and kisses her hand. A confident figure agrees to work with the dragons while another person watches over a child and a third bows respectfully in the background. A tall character pledges loyalty to the second princess while holding a cheerful companion, as another looks on in surprise. The boy evaluates the situation and recognizes the effectiveness of his opponent's strategy. An adult gently comforts the small girl by offering her a new name, which she happily accepts. A man jokingly clutches his chest and proposes a game with exaggerated affection. A man offers crayons to encourage a new activity, but two girls immediately argue over their previous use. The young man confidently suggests taking the game outside. A small girl bluntly calls out the man's weird and scary behavior, causing another man to react with frustration. The boy angrily refuses and protests, thrusting his arms outward as he yells. A cheerful girl laughs as she expresses her love for playing ball. The protagonist expresses frustration as he reacts to someone's response despite his kindness. A chibi girl points out someone's familiar behavior with a resigned look. An adult gently holds a small girl on his lap as she starts a conversation with him. A girl is lifted up as a boy reacts with surprise to a suggestion about removing clothes before playing ball. One character clutches his side and acknowledges the other's unusual power as a sheathed magic sword glows nearby. He sets the sheathed sword aside to prevent any accidents while holding the child. 3 people leave the building, confidently abandoning a sheathed sword on a bench that only special eyes can see. A young man dismissively complains about a forgotten sketchbook while a frustrated girl stands beside him on the street at night. A cautious figure surveys the empty cafe, noticing a sword propped against a table. A gloved hand seizes the hilt of the sheathed sword, ready to draw it. A bonus scene featuring Yong and another character is about to begin. A loud voice startles 2 monkeys resting in the dense jungle. 2 companions walk through the jungle, worried as they fail to reach Kirill despite multiple attempts. Yong furiously threatens to catch his target as flames burn behind him. One character calmly asks a question while the other 2 jump back in shock, one of them screaming loudly. A dark-haired man confronts a startled pair in the jungle, questioning their presence. A worried companion explains that 2 individuals have disappeared and that he has come here to search for them. The young man relays that Hakes reported everyone was fine at the shop. Both characters stand side by side, visibly baffled as they react in disbelief to what just happened. 2 young men and a small orange creature discuss having already met certain individuals while standing in a lush, leafy area. A white-haired man challenges the black-haired man's statement, while a small orange creature observes in the green surroundings. 2 uniformed characters share a relieved laugh, realizing their worries were unfounded. A worried subordinate expresses concern that unnecessary information may have been shared with the master as a hand claps urgently onto someone's back. Two characters discuss the timing of contacting Kirill after successfully locating the group. Eager to reunite, one character strides ahead with a smile, while another watches quietly from behind. A girl sits on the couch and pointedly asks where the others have been, demanding an explanation. Two companions kneel on the floor, insisting they only went to search for others and are actually the victims. A frustrated girl complains about overly ambitious travel plans while sulking on the couch. The small dragon-like creature suddenly stops, looking uneasy as he realizes something. A white-haired person kneels beside the fiery orange creature, expressing surprise at how much it has grown while a shocked onlooker reacts nearby. A small, anxious creature confronts a startled girl on the couch about how long someone has been waiting. A small creature excitedly announces that the master has given Star permission to do whatever she wants, surprising the blonde girl. The narrator clarifies that the dragons were told to be kind to Star, but not to spoil her. A girl slaps the table in frustration, while a small dragon-like creature stands in the center with its arms crossed. A cheerful girl eagerly suggests packing lunch and going for a walk with her family. A chibi character reacts enthusiastically, expressing strong support for the idea. The group excitedly decides to go together, including family and friends. The girl relents and agrees to go with the group after thinking about informing her family. A young girl excitedly calls out to her mother on the phone. The child excitedly suggests having a picnic with family and friends while speaking on the phone. A composed man arrives unexpectedly, causing a shocked blonde woman to react with nervous anticipation. Someone nervously volunteers to pack the lunchboxes. The girl eagerly invites everyone to join, mentioning that her mom will prepare something delicious. A cheerful woman in a blue suit strides past as two men watch her in confusion. Two individuals in suits exchange uncertain glances as one questions the mention of Commander Star. A woman in a light blue suit enters a lobby and is met with an exaggeratedly formal greeting from a group of bowing men, leaving her surprised and embarrassed. One person teases another in the hallway while a third threatens to intervene if it continues. In a tense public encounter, one character confronts another about secretly following and eavesdropping, insisting they are now both involved. A puzzled woman questions why the commander is being kind as someone touches her shoulder. One character teases the chief about his unusual preferences, prompting an amused reaction from the other. A serious young man with long blue hair begins to speak, catching the attention of the surprised student behind him. A young man harshly criticizes someone's cooking. A flustered woman defends her cooking as a man in a suit laughs playfully behind her. She explains that she stayed silent out of appreciation before, but this time she feels compelled to tell the truth for the commander's sake. One person laughs and teases while the other looks annoyed by the comment about bad cooking. A powerful fist slams into a man's face, distorting his features from the impact. A blonde woman angrily clenches her fist as she stands over a bloody body, while a nervous man watches the aftermath. A determined woman demands clarification from the chief about whether she should prepare anything. A surprised woman insists they need to prepare thoroughly. A character angrily confronts someone for criticizing her previous work. Despite earlier criticism, she proposes they team up with another person to work together. A frustrated woman questions the usefulness of the unconscious man, while another silently observes. A hand presents a phone showing a revealing social media post about desserts. A young man beams at a table covered with desserts and a cooking trophy as someone praises his culinary skills. One team member wonders why only they and the chief were responsible for cooking in the dungeon, while another always claimed he couldn't cook. A male character nervously admits that he was asked to keep something secret. A furious character clenches their fist and glares, barely holding back their rage. A blue-haired man urgently warns the group about the possible consequences if Junyo prepares an exceptionally good dish, causing tension among everyone. A cheerful girl eagerly presents a decorated lunchbox to her father, seeking his approval as he responds with excitement. A cheerful young man expresses his gratitude, saying his daughter loved the gift. A man excitedly suggests the possibility of becoming the commander's apprentice while a woman daydreams about the commander. Someone reacts in shock to unexpected news outside a large building. After calmly presenting the completed PowerPoint on a tablet, Dojin requests a day off, leaving the section chief surprised and flustered. Two office workers panic when a colleague unexpectedly takes the day off, fearing he might be sick. In the office, the men discuss one man's daughter wanting to go on a picnic, leaving the others surprised by the revelation. A small girl passionately insists that they must go on a picnic, while the man in the suit listens with a warm smile. A cheerful girl asks her father to take her on a picnic, and the adults respond warmly. A phone rings with an urgent call, prompting one person to step away while the other grants permission. Two men in suits discuss someone's strong family values, with one expressing his own desire to get married and enjoy similar moments. A man in a suit smiles as he thinks about taking his family on a weekend drive. A man in a suit starts a tense phone call in the hallway. A nervous young man reports over the phone that Lizard Gall left her sword at a street food stall yesterday. A panicked character announces that Levitian has been stolen, causing alarm. A dire warning is issued about the potential for an explosion as large as a nuclear bomb. 24 hours remain until the highly anticipated picnic. As dusk settles over the quiet city, a firm reminder to straighten up echoes through the apartments. Dojin sternly confronts someone about carelessly losing a weapon with nuclear-level power. Two exhausted young men argue while struggling through push-ups on the floor. The protagonist demands an explanation, incredulous that ancient beings would heed a toddler and leave a catastrophic weapon unattended. Two characters sit side by side, sweating nervously as tension fills the air. One man urgently questions the others about stopping or retrieving the weapon, but receives a firm denial. The group quickly decides they must locate the object before it is used. A stern figure issues a grave warning about the consequences if anyone is harmed by the sword, while two frightened individuals cower below. Collapsing in terror, the character realizes that the destruction of the core will annihilate the entire dimension. Deciding to handle the situation alone, the protagonist snaps his fingers with determination. A small purple creature is ordered to supervise and assist two weary companions in their search, responding with a sharp salute. The young man impatiently urges someone to move faster. Two boys race down the street with urgent determination, quickly setting off on their mission. The group frantically searches through piles of trash but fails to find the sword. The imp-like character grins smugly, savoring a moment of triumph. A terrified boy trembles on the floor, panicking as he fears imminent death. An impatient man urges the small dragon-like creature to transform and search faster in the alleyway. A small, horned creature looks around in bafflement, trying to make sense of the situation. A purple-gloved hand playfully strikes the protagonist on the head as he reacts with surprise. One character urgently warns another that if the thief panics, they might try to draw the dangerous sword. A frantic creature clutches its head and leads a determined group racing through the city toward the newly discovered dungeon. A powerful ancient artifact infused with fire is revealed, with the added danger that it will explode if held by anyone other than its rightful owner. A man eagerly plots to claim a powerful sword, convinced it surpasses the one owned by another. Several figures race down the street at dusk, urgently heading toward their destination. The group discusses the sudden appearance of a mysterious sword in the dungeon, suspecting it matches one of their own. Two characters argue about whether a goblin thief is responsible, while a small creature clings to one of them. A terrified figure shouts for everyone to run as the group races frantically down the city street. A startled man quickly turns around, reacting to something unexpected. The man cries out in disbelief as he processes the shocking news. Two figures shove past the crowd, fighting to reach their destination first. A hand urgently points out a glowing portal that has just appeared in the deserted street. A determined woman shoves someone through a glowing portal as the urgency escalates. A special quest is suddenly triggered, raising the tension. A quest notification reveals that Eprix, once a servant of light, became a usurper after succumbing to ambition. A mission objective appears, instructing the defeat of Eprix to earn a reward called Radiance. A glowing system prompt appears, offering a special quest. A system message appears, stating that there are no penalties for refusal. One character complains loudly about the rewards, demanding Leviathan instead, while another calmly examines the floating magical screens in the cave. The small purple creature hesitantly rejects the glowing interface's offer. A digital warning screen abruptly overrides the refusal, denying the quest decline. A system message announces that the dungeon boss is forcing the quest to continue. A powerful dungeon boss, the Guardian of Light, appears in a burst of light. Ignoring everything else, the protagonist urgently searches for the sword while a knight and a small creature watch from behind. A towering armored figure wielding a glowing sword confronts two shocked opponents, declaring himself the Guardian of Light and Usurper. A heavily armored figure releases a devastating energy attack as another character recoils in disbelief. A character struggles to break through a powerful magical barrier while a small creature cowers nearby. Desperately struggling against the powerful enemy, the group braces themselves as they try to hold the line. A surge of purple energy gathers as Yongyong summons his power with determination. A massive, glowing spear attack is unleashed at the armored opponent. The armored figure unleashes a devastating sword attack while mocking their opponent's strength. Someone is shocked as their opponent successfully blocks the powerful attack. A massive creature suddenly steps onto the glowing magic circle, halting the attempted escape. A small creature is suddenly trapped in place by a glowing magical rune circle. A stunned creature is suddenly impaled by a sword. An armored figure demands information about the King of Earth from a frightened young dragon while an onlooker watches in surprise. The creature stubbornly refuses to reveal any information, glaring defiantly. The armored figure demands to be taken to the King of Earth without delay. A small purple creature boldly proclaims its plan to overthrow Earth's ruler and spread eternal glory, though it hesitates at the grandness of its own words. The small horned creature firmly rejects the offer, expressing complete satisfaction with the current situation. A voice warns that reaching the master is impossible. He flinches in surprise, startled by an unexpected stimulus. The group advances cautiously as they sense an unusual aura ahead. The group successfully neutralizes Lizard Gall's sword with Agni's help. A sense of impending trouble builds as another problem is anticipated. Dust swirls through the air as a small winged creature stands guard and a figure struggles to rise from the ground after a powerful impact. A towering armored figure orders the startled dragon to take him to the King of Earth. A powerful presence threatens to overwhelm as a sword is pointed at the distressed character. A small, determined creature defiantly confronts an unseen adversary, refusing to back down. The armored knight taunts the dragon while brandishing a glowing sword, warning that two more dragons remain. A sword strikes down at the young dragon, forcing it to recoil in pain. A character shouts in alarm, urgently calling out for Carciel. A frightened creature recoils as a human hand lunges toward it. A resolute warrior charges forward with a large sword, launching a decisive attack amid explosive energy. A commanding figure forcefully silences the panicked creature by grabbing its head. Dojin urgently casts a thought-transmitting spell to communicate with the small purple creature. A dire warning is given about the catastrophic potential of the entity's aura threatening to destroy the Earth. The protagonist decides they must act to stop the impending threat. A small horned creature looks up in shock, reacting to a sudden disturbance. A decision is made to summon the powerful force before the king arrives. An imposing armored figure mocks a dragon and issues a grand challenge, declaring the Earth itself must be offered to prove worthiness. Two suited figures discuss their careful planning on the street, while two small creatures carry a sword nearby. A character comments on the usefulness of the automatic recovery program in case Lizard Golf forgets or loses his sword, while two small robots make screeching noises on the ground nearby. A woman warns that the sword's power rivals Lord's breath and could cause serious problems if the enemy obtains it. One character reacts in surprise to the sword shattering while another approaches with a serious expression, observed by two small mechanical creatures. A surge of blue, glowing energy swirls ominously around a partially visible figure as magical power is unleashed. A man braces himself against a massive, blinding surge of blue energy. An armored figure steps forward, preparing to confront someone. A crackling armored figure demands to know if someone is the king of Earth, startling everyone present. A desperate figure struggles to contain the raging energy of a monstrous force. A young man, under intense pressure, pushes himself to unleash a powerful burst of energy. A stern man confronts a woman on the street, expressing frustration that she failed to retrieve the sword and instead brought back something unexpected. An armored figure bristles with anger and challenges the accusation. A commanding figure tells the others to stop containing the magical energy as he prepares to take control. An armored figure charges forward with a glowing sword, surrounded by blue energy, ready to confront the threat. A towering armored enemy acknowledges the protagonist's strength as they face off in the street. A defiant armored figure reveals their identity and unleashes a powerful energy attack. The young man in the suit confidently extends his hand, commanding the swirling dark energy around him. A sudden wave of dark energy erupts, catching the opponent off guard. Dojin raises his hand and releases a surge of dark energy to halt the advancing armored opponent. He urgently worries about running out of time before the picnic with his daughter, while the dragon-like companion reacts with excitement. He stops to consider what still needs to be done. A character unleashes a devastating, high-speed attack, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. One character bows in defeat and admits being unable to resolve the situation, while another listens sternly as a small creature and a glowing object remain between them. A hand gently pats the small dragon-like creature's head in reassurance after the threat is contained. A small purple creature expresses gratitude and apology while a man bows beside it on the city street. A stern figure announces that punishment is required for losing the sword. The young man jolts in shock, frozen by an unexpected event. One person announces that the requirement to write apology letters is waived, causing immediate relief and excitement among the others. A stern man in a suit orders someone to write 20 apology letters as punishment. A woman recoils in shock, questioning if mere apology letters will be the only punishment instead of something harsher. A woman threatens a man, and he nervously denies wanting any trouble. Two people walk down the street, reacting with disbelief as the situation unexpectedly ends with apology letters. A hand suddenly grabs the protagonist's shoulder from behind, creating a tense moment. One character smugly teases another, finding amusement in his discomfort. A mischievous boy teases someone about how difficult it is to write an apology letter, mentioning that Lizard Gall passed easily thanks to her writing skills. A determined man directs the group to focus on preparing for the picnic instead of handling apology letters. Someone announces that more guests are expected to arrive. A shocked woman in the driver's seat reacts in disbelief, demanding to know why this is happening. Someone prepares anxiously for an important event, frustrated by unexpected traffic delays. Two frustrated passengers argue in their car about whether to run or stay stuck in traffic. A red-haired man is punched in the face with overwhelming force while another person dryly observes the aftermath. A blonde woman clenches her fist and yells in frustration as another sudden impact shakes the car. An emergency alert announces a sudden dungeon break. An urgent warning flashes across the screen as a sudden dungeon break is announced. A gigantic red-black portal appears above the city, prompting authorities to order an immediate evacuation. A woman in a suit cries out in alarm as she reacts to sudden danger while sitting in a car. A serious figure urgently instructs someone to leave while assuring that the crisis will be handled. A frustrated woman questions the captain's logic, struggling to understand the situation. A concerned character sitting in a car urgently stresses the importance of getting help. A tearful character bids a dramatic farewell, expressing longing for the administrator and another person. A fierce fighter charges forward with explosive energy, launching a powerful attack. A fighter in futuristic armor slashes at an endless wave of red monsters while anxiously waiting for reinforcements. An armored fighter urgently commands the group to hold off the enemy themselves, striking at a menacing red figure as crowds outside prevent reinforcements from entering. A determined leader, eyes glowing red, demands the task be finished before noon for an important engagement with the administrator. Three armored figures joke about love in the forest until one, annoyed at being overheard, loudly protests. A monstrous creature unleashes a furious roar, shaking the area with its rage. A determined fighter in red armor launches a powerful attack against the demon. A frustrated girl confronts the captain, questioning his commitment and accusing him of wanting special treatment. Amidst the chaos of battle in the forest, one fighter angrily confronts an ally while struggling against the powerful red-skinned enemies. One character firmly demands another attempt as the other reels back in shock. A furious woman in combat gear lunges at her red-haired opponent, shouting for them to repeat their words. A red-armored character swiftly dodges a powerful attack from a monstrous creature. A character swings a sword down onto a large red creature while another watches and warns about their temper. A blonde-haired character, held tightly by a gloved hand, desperately recalls the names Administrator and Star. Someone enthusiastically promises to arrive in time for lunch. A small, red demon-like figure sits alone on the grass, quietly watching the sunset over the river and city skyline. The group sits at the picnic, frustrated and despairing as complaints about the missing rice grow louder. A young girl questions the orange creature's obsession with barbecue, reminding it that food from someone important is on the way. The small orange creature dismisses the girl's concern, insisting that barbecue takes priority. 3 figures glare down with crackling purple energy while a small dragon ignores them and keeps eating. A small orange creature questions whether barbecue is more important than family while a girl sits turned away in silence. A small orange creature tries to speak about family but is suddenly slapped by a purple gloved hand. One dragon-like creature teases another, causing an awkward and startled reaction in the park. A young girl tearfully asks if her mother is the same way, revealing her hurt feelings. A child is trapped in a violent magical wind as 2 figures race toward her. A calm young man covers the frightened girl's ears as she screams in distress. 2 small creatures are violently knocked back by a sudden impact. A small demon-like creature complains about another's reckless behavior. A girl with long blonde hair is suddenly slapped in the face by a red-clawed, cartoonish hand. A young man steps forward, announcing that everyone, himself, his master, and the girl, are present. A small, purple dragon-like creature passionately insists on their shared bond to the chibi-styled girl in the wide-brimmed hat. The group gathers awkwardly in the park as one of the small creatures nervously addresses the tall man. The small orange dragon asserts that family happiness is the top priority and mentions they will meet the octopus-like hunter again. A nervous girl hesitantly agrees, fidgeting with her hands. The small creature raises its fist and passionately declares that being happy together is all that matters. 2 small creatures loudly demand food, urging the humans to tell the master it's time to eat. The girl laughs, but the boy remains wary, unconvinced by the change he just witnessed. One character angrily confronts the dragon-like character about contradicting their earlier claim that the family needs to be happy. A chibi character encourages another to stay strong for the sake of their family's unity. A frustrated dragon-like creature protests the inclusion of another character in the family relationship chart. A surprised girl questions whether marriage is necessary since they are already family with Star. A young girl playfully asks her father if he is getting married, and he calmly denies it. A desperate plea is met with rejection as the small creature angrily insists it does not belong to the family. One character firmly ends the discussion, while another reluctantly accepts the decision. A mischievous creature impatiently offers to drag someone over by force. 2 figures stand together, alert and tense, as swirling energy signals the approach of something unknown. A character desperately shouts for the administrator's attention as the helicopter descends, and both look up urgently. The helicopter lands amid swirling debris as the 2 inside look out with surprise and concern. 3 characters in suits make a dramatic entrance, announcing the arrival of the main character. A blue-haired character desperately punches a red-haired character with overwhelming force. A figure crashes violently into the ground as several onlookers, including a small orange creature and people in suits, react in surprise. A young girl excitedly calls out to her mother, catching the older woman by surprise. A young woman urgently shouts a warning. A woman greets a child with a joyful hug while a man explains their delay due to a dungeon break. The girl blames herself for the incident, but the boy reassures her while the small creature reacts energetically beside them. The group receives praise for the administrator's kindness and his daughter's wonderful nature as they gather together in the park. A surprised woman offers a box of food as a red creature impatiently demands it, while a man looks on in confusion. A woman holds out a box as 2 excited figures charge toward her. A character opens a box of kimbap and immediately notices something strange inside. 4 people lean over a table, reacting with surprise and curiosity to something unexpected in front of them. A young man gently warns that the food may not be suitable for someone at the table. The group reacts in panic as one person checks their phone and realizes that everything has gone wrong. A young man closes his eyes and enjoys the taste of his food. A girl savors her meal, cheeks puffed out in satisfaction. A girl with long blonde hair enjoys a delicious treat, clearly satisfied. A young man smiles brightly as he enjoys the delicious food. A young woman recoils in shock as she witnesses something unexpected. As some enjoy praising the cooking and eating together, a man frantically flees from a small creature nearby. A woman gratefully offers a box of food while a small dragon excitedly reacts to the smell. A young character unleashes a powerful attack, swinging their arm with force. A startled creature stops mid-bite as something interrupts its meal. A small dragon-like creature examines its unfamiliar, chubby form in confusion. The chibi creature glares with annoyance as electricity crackles around it, charging up energy. In the park, a surprised girl learns that she has passed as the small dragon announces the test result. The small creature is struck with force as it announces the test result. The group gathers as one figure stands composed while another groans on the ground in exhaustion. The young man announces the start of the picnic as the group gathers outdoors at sunset. A new arrival joins the picnic, warmly welcomed by the group under the sunset-lit tree. A lone figure stands before the gateway to the 7th floor, carefully examining the massive stone serpent head. He warns that entering the 7th floor without the key has status effects, but using the key summons a monster at the gateway. A cursed key is revealed, guaranteeing an encounter with the water snake's avatar upon entering the 7th floor gateway. Surviving the water snake's avatar removes the 50% status weakening curse when entering the 7th floor. An armored man rushes through the crystal cave, urgently calling out to the calm young man ahead. A bald man urgently warns that taking the water snake key will be fatal. A suited man offers a crucial item to an armored man, warning of deadly risks on the 7th floor. A lone figure is ambushed from behind and thrown down toward a waiting beast. An armored man warns that taking the key will result in being killed by the water snake. A stern man insists that the group should wait and travel together according to the rule. The young man receives important news about Impelheim's survival while examining a mystical artifact. A bald man urgently shouts at a suited man who continues walking into the dark entrance of a giant creature's skull embedded in the cliff. A stern man reluctantly allows someone to proceed with a risky decision, expressing annoyance and resignation. The protagonist forcefully reiterates a final warning to his opponent. The man realizes that the supposed stone statue is actually the body of a snake as he explores the dim cavern. The entrance to the 7th floor is revealed to be inside the belly of the water snake as golden liquid drips into the chamber. A young man in a suit cautiously inspects the stone pedestal as dark energy swirls around it. A dark presence acknowledges the arrival of the key, intensifying the ominous atmosphere. The young man surveys the situation with intense focus, preparing for what comes next. A menacing figure mocks an intruder who has entered the cavern without fear. A sinister figure grins in the darkness, reveling in the satisfaction of their desires. A massive creature with glowing yellow eyes bursts onto the scene, creating a surge of tension. The monstrous serpent unleashes its rage, declaring its endless hunger caused by a relentless curse as it towers over the unshaken protagonist. He calmly blocks the monstrous serpent's attack. The blue-scaled creature recoils in astonishment after its opponent unexpectedly escapes its grasp. The protagonist realizes the curse originates from the dark, ominous pillar as he and his companion confront its sinister energy. The protagonist prepares to attack the serpent-like creature, believing that defeating it will remove the penalty blocking progress to the next floor. Dojin calmly gathers blue energy in his hand, preparing to finish his opponent. A panicked dragon-like creature suddenly interrupts the confrontation, causing both men to stop in alarm. The gateway to the 7th floor rapidly expands, alarming everyone in the cavern. The armored group bursts into panic and tries to escape as a terrifying purple light descends upon them. Someone urgently warns that everyone will die if it bursts. A snake-headed creature with wild white hair suddenly emerges amid swirling blue energy. The serpent-like creature frantically begs for its life, overwhelmed by fear. A suited man stands unfazed on the bridge as a massive serpent struggles and announces that the path to the 7th floor will be blocked. A tense confrontation unfolds as one character threatens drastic action to force open a passage, while another panics and vehemently denies the idea. A giant stone face carved into the cavern wall reveals a bizarre passage marking the transition between floors. A suited young man recoils in disgust and shouts at the startled creature in the underground cavern. A character reveals that the curse originates from the tyrant who rules the central universe, causing fear among those present. A bewildered man faces a small dragon-like creature, questioning its recent actions and the identity of a newcomer. Someone reveals the use of powerful forbidden magic as a floating companion announces they are too full to eat more. A magical barrier traps the anxious serpent in the cave, leaving him no choice but to comply. Warily scanning the ruined chamber, the serpent-like figure tries to confirm if the threat has disappeared. A furious dragon-like creature spits in anger, hurling insults about the agony of starvation. A furious serpent monster threatens to kill its opponent multiple times, but its target remains calm and unmoved while holding a small creature. The young man calmly exposes someone's secret gossip while holding the annoyed creature. The large serpent recoils in shock, struggling to respond as it sweats nervously. A tense confrontation unfolds in the cave as one character restrains a creature and demands to know if the serpent-like figure cast a curse. A small, angry figure argues with the dragon about who actually cast the curse, reacting defensively to an insult. A small dragon-like creature recoils in terror as it faces a menacing threat. A powerful dragon aura fills the air as the trembling creature recoils in terror. One figure sternly interrogates a small, red creature, who admits to placing a curse on those who cause trouble in the central universe. A young man reels from unexpected news as his anxious companion looks on. The protagonist deflects concerns and asks how long ago the curse was placed, while his companion silently notes his uneasy mood. The small creature impatiently demands to know how much time has passed. The small creature panics as it struggles to remember something important, causing the large serpent-like monster to react in shock while the suited man watches calmly. The serpent-like creature desperately reveals the curse was placed exactly 2,222 years, 22 hours, and 22 minutes ago. The young man sternly asks if enough time has passed for proper reflection. A frantic dragon pleads desperately, insisting he has reflected after centuries of starvation and madness. A commanding voice instructs Yong to lift the curse. A purple serpent startles a red, blob-like creature inside the cavern. A purple-scaled serpent bursts into tears of shock after receiving unexpected news. A small creature nervously obeys a harsh command to approach before a mistake is made with the curse. A stern young man threatens to fill someone with his energy, warning they will explode if they harbor any malicious intent. A small dragon eagerly accepts the instructions, promising to remember them. A white-haired character in a red cap whistles loudly to signal in the mountains. A white-haired character in a red cap forcefully announces an order on behalf of the King of Earth, declaring his rise as supreme conqueror. Under strict supervision, several people are forced to mine glowing mana stones in the cave. The small red figure stares at the glowing crystals in confusion, uncertain about what they are. Someone silently questions how the situation became so dire. The group clears rubble from the cave entrance, annoyed at having to clean up after the water snake's disappearance. A white-haired character in sunglasses enthusiastically orders the small dragon-like figure to follow their master's command. A towering demon taunts the silver-haired character amid blazing flames. A character threatens violence while glaring intensely and brandishing a weapon. A calm character warns a trembling companion that attempting anything reckless could provoke a violent response, then reassures that their task is nearly complete. An irritated young man scolds the group for slacking off and orders them to get back to work. A small dragon and a woman are caught whispering secrets as a shocked man realizes their act. A man demands an explanation, startling the small creature into a loud outburst. The group quickly reports that almost all the mana stones have been removed, revealing the passage ahead. A nervous character desperately pleads for mercy to avoid being hit with a pickaxe. The red character sheepishly admits to faking anger just to avoid working. The group pauses to celebrate their success as the suited figure offers everyone a break and some treats. Two excited characters receive a bag of snacks and enthusiastically express their gratitude. A surprised character examines a strange snack while the others react with visible discomfort in the cave. A curious character examines an unfamiliar food while another reassures them they don't have to eat it. A character is unexpectedly struck in the face by a powerful punch, leaving him stunned. An orange creature angrily swats at the blue-haired person for trying to take its food, while another character corrects the saying being shouted. Dojin taunts his defiant companion, provoking a challenge while offering a snack. A dragon-like creature calls a hesitant young man over to a glowing portal, preparing for the next challenge. A small, angry creature force-feeds a burger to a startled character, demanding they eat without causing a scene. Stunned, the character realizes they have just been personally fed by the Dragon Lord. Overwhelmed by a surge of unexpected emotion, the character struggles to process feelings that break through centuries of hardship. With unwavering resolve, the character bites into the fruit and silently pledges loyalty to her true benefactor. A man in a suit commands the group to share and clean up, while another kneels before him in adoration. The young man announces his intention to go to the 7th floor. A shocked supporter urgently warns the king not to go to the 7th floor immediately. A stern apparition warns the startled youth to prepare for the powerful rancor of the abyss, Bisego. A man corrects another character who used the wrong title for him, while a small red demon and a sleepy companion look on. One character urgently warns that even the smallest threat can be deadly if underestimated. A character confidently boasts that their master is unbeatable and incredibly strong. A character activates an invincible elephant skin defense, rendering an attack completely ineffective. A powerful mosquito with exaggerated abilities is introduced as a top-tier threat. A furious small creature confronts a startled elf-like figure, while a suited man demands an explanation. A nervous figure explains that their opponent is originally one of the strongest in the abyss. A goblin-like predator watches over the sleeping child, waiting for the perfect vulnerable moment to strike. A desperate man explains that the enemy endlessly sends avatars, making it impossible to reach the real opponent. The suited man dismisses the information and walks away, leaving the dragon-like creature and the surprised elf-eared character behind in the crystal-filled cave. The small dragon tearfully waves goodbye while three people stand behind, reacting with a mix of surprise and reassurance. A shocked character confronts another about their lack of loyalty, while a small creature nervously reacts below. A worried character confronts a calm creature in the cave, insisting that they should be concerned for their benefactor's safety. One character recalls being badly beaten in the past while the others react with encouragement and exasperation. One character rebukes another for being disrespectful, causing the accused to react defensively and deny the claim. A character criticizes the group for being too harsh, making an exception for Lord Lizardgall. One character receives comfort after being punished, while a small dragon-like creature complains that another is just trying to avoid the master's wrath. The blue-haired young man nervously agrees with the others, trying to appease the Dragon King. A blue-haired young man mocks the Dragon King, provoking an angry outburst from the small red creature. A man calmly checks a glowing holographic forum for news about the Earth King while a small creature impatiently taps his head. A young man reacts in shock to something unexpected. One character interrupts as two others celebrate their reunion with a hug. One character criticizes another's attitude toward their master, finding it unacceptable despite previous good behavior. The group receives shocking news from the holographic screen that a major enemy has died, throwing the abyss into chaos. A digital message board erupts with chaotic reactions as news breaks of Bisego's death both in the abyss and on the 7th floor. Two characters stand together, alarmed as they realize a powerful threat from the abyss may have begun to act. Two characters reveal that someone named Dangak died in a similar way to Bisego, while another listens anxiously. The group stares at the glowing screen, struggling to process the master's unbelievable defeat of Bisego's main body in the abyss. A composed figure calmly reveals that Lord Heavenly Demon killed Bisego while sipping tea under the starry sky. One character asserts that the master killed someone using a technique they recognize, while the others react with shock and concern. A young girl sits on the floor, looking up in confusion as she questions the bandaged person's words. A battered young man stands alert in the city as the identity of the rising star of the abyss, MURIM, is revealed. Three people sit together indoors as a relaxed figure brings up a proposal for the master of the new religion, prompting a cautious discussion about its nature. All hope now rests on the Earth King's decision. A new contender from the abyss, MURIM, is introduced. Someone urgently wonders about the true motive behind recent actions. A tense question arises about whether the new opponent will be instantly defeated. A confident figure questions the newcomer's reason for visiting as the group sits together in the pavilion at night. A young girl proudly claims that her dad is the strongest. A surprised man questions the girl's claim about her father's strength, and she nods in confirmation. A character reveals to the girl that her father is the heavenly demon, the king of earth, while laughing ominously. As the group discusses where someone lives, the child energetically insists their house is actually very small. A character mocks someone for not realizing Dojin is the Earth King despite the small size of his house. A robed man admires the strong man's warm personality, while a young girl comments on his odd behavior. A muscular man demands to know the location of the so-called king, while a young girl scoffs and insists he is no king, calling him a dummy. A traditionally dressed character questions the other's reasons for coming, pressing for their true intentions. The man reacts skeptically to the suggestion that he should calm his mind. A serious young man reminds his companion of their long-standing history. An energetic man eagerly declares his love for battling strong opponents, while a cheerful girl teases him about facing her formidable father, and a composed woman observes the exchange. A confident figure challenges the shadowy opponent, questioning why they don't fight stronger foes like Baal or Empelheim in the mind world. A young girl steps forward and firmly tells the shirtless man to stop, halting his actions at the bus stop. The group anxiously discusses the deadly consequences of losing and the urgent need for the Earth King to accept the proposal. A nervous character worries aloud about how harshly he might be treated in the upcoming encounter. The small girl mocks the tall figure's failed attempt at romance, prompting loud laughter. A confident figure acknowledges the other's honesty and offers to arrange a meeting with the Earth King. A surprised character reacts enthusiastically to unexpected support from a friend. The adult promises a reward of chicken if the child fulfills a condition, causing the child to celebrate excitedly. A stern man questions the excited girl about her acquaintance while another man sits silently, watching. One character presses the other to explain what he thought about the girl's true identity. A child is tossed high into the air by two adults, one of whom looks surprised by how high the child goes. Someone expresses overwhelming affection for the youngest lady. Annoyed, the female character internally criticizes the incompetence of those around her. A child teases the man about his shifting moods while he smiles at her playful imitation. A frustrated young man complains about the strange people around him, only to be met with a sarcastic comeback. Two men confront each other in the rain, exchanging harsh insults as their rivalry intensifies. A young girl interrupts the tense moment by announcing that she is hungry. A cheerful woman jokes about the bizarre glowing symbols as the bewildered man stands behind her. One character angrily offers money to get chicken, while the other gives in with a reluctant agreement. One character teases another with a proverb under the night sky, prompting an annoyed reaction. A furious shopkeeper rejects a customer's attempt to pay far less than the item's price. A frustrated cashier argues with a muscular young man who tries to pay for chicken with insufficient money. A young man in a suit quickly turns his head, reacting to something unexpected on the city street. A shirtless, battle-scarred man studies his powerful opponent while gripping a mysterious blue card. One person frantically demands chicken while being restrained, as another calmly observes the chaos. He silently wonders whether the other person's actions stem from slowness or genuine kindness. A shirtless man unexpectedly approaches the counter, startling the person behind the register. The man in the apron urgently tells bystanders to run away and call the police because the situation has become dangerous. A muscular man confidently reveals his ability to hear everything, startling those around him. One character steps forward to assist the troubled shopkeeper while another reacts with surprise. Inside the shop, one character impatiently demands chicken from the other. A character holds up a glowing 1001 banknote and suggests a way to get chicken. The young man suddenly notices something unusual at the shop counter. A muscular man enthusiastically hugs a surprised man in a suit on the street, declaring his admiration. A cocky man threatens to overturn the neighborhood, implying he would kill everyone for disrespect if this were his domain. One character loudly insists on following Earth's laws while jokingly pulling their quiet companion close. The young man decisively tells the other person to follow him through the nighttime city. A cheerful character laughs heartily and vows to remember the favor. A shirtless man freezes in shock, visibly shaken by an unexpected event. He hesitates, struggling to find the right words as anxiety shows on his face. A sweat-drenched figure freezes as a suited man surrounded by blue energy confronts him with a drawn sword. Two figures stand amid dust and smoke, surrounded by defeated dragon-like creatures. A muscular man introduces himself as a battle maniac who seeks out strong opponents. After quickly defeating two chicken-like monsters on the dungeon floor, the man's attention is caught by something ahead. With a swift, flawless motion, a powerful attack slices cleanly through the massive beast. A mysterious force radiates immense, hidden power. A man in a suit stares in awe at a powerful, glowing figure standing before him against the cosmic backdrop, revealing vast hidden potential. Suddenly, a character realizes that the person before them is the Earth King. Someone is overwhelmed by fear at the presence of an unstoppable force. Wearing a fierce grin, the protagonist eagerly declares his intent to fight. He hesitates, debating whether to challenge his opponent or run away. The muscular man reassures others that the Earth King is fundamentally different from demons and is very kind. A man in a suit reacts with confusion as someone loudly calls him the Earth King. The muscular man steps forward and challenges his opponent to a fight. A young man in a suit hesitantly suggests making a bet. The two men face off, agreeing that the loser must prepare the cockatrice. A confused muscular man is questioned by another about whether his task really is just taking care of the chickens. With clenched fists and fierce determination, the man charges forward. An aggressive fighter charges forward, launching a powerful punch at a calm opponent surrounded by red energy. A man throws himself into a surge of destructive energy, sacrificing himself in a desperate plea. A young man unleashes a burst of fiery power while shouting defiantly. A male character reels from a powerful, unexpected punch to the face. One character acknowledges the other's formidable strength as they grasp hands amid the swirling abyss. Both fighters unleash their full power, igniting a surge of energy around them. A young man releases a massive surge of glowing energy, revealing his full strength. A stunned young man braces himself as a violent surge of blue energy swirls around him. A colossal burst of energy erupts as the Supreme Being's full power is unleashed, shocking onlookers. A devastating force blasts dust and debris throughout the mountains. Amid a fiery explosion, a figure soars through the air, reveling in the chaos of battle. The young man stands tall after surviving the lethal strike, declaring his determination to keep fighting. He surges forward, fiercely proclaiming his ambition. A young man taunts his opponent, urging them to attack while maintaining a smug expression. A muscular man recklessly challenges an unseen opponent, while a panicked girl tries to hold him back. A subordinate bows and apologizes while struggling to contain his laughter, as the man beside him remains calm. A disoriented man sits up with a lump on his head after being abruptly woken by loud calls to eat. A battered man awakens on the ground, confused as a defiant girl confronts him about his strength. Three allies confront an adversary, with one furiously accusing him of causing trouble for their leader. A composed figure explains that someone rescued another after they fainted, despite not knowing their identity. After regaining consciousness, the protagonist is shocked to realize he lost the fight. The victor acknowledges his opponent's resilience while the bruised and confused defeated fighter demands to know what happened. Dojin notices something important and reacts with surprise. One man charges forward with a glowing punch while his opponent stands calm and unflinching. With unwavering determination, the protagonist firmly commits to taking action. A character reels from a powerful open-handed strike to the head. A suited man looms over a stunned figure lying on the ground, asserting control in a tense confrontation. A suited man explains the incident while another blushes in embarrassment as a little girl watches quietly on a street at night. He reflects on how he ended up doing all the work himself. One character reassures the other, who breaks down in tears after a harsh defeat. A wild-haired man suddenly screams, startling the person next to him. A triumphant, shirtless man erupts in excitement over a discovery, prompting a concerned woman to rush in and restrain him before he causes chaos. The defeated man kneels in awe, overwhelmed by his opponent's unexpected mercy. A muscular man drops to his knees and fervently begs the surprised girl to become his master. A muscular man eagerly kneels, begging to become a disciple while a serious man, a child, and a robed woman watch. A shocked subordinate shouts in alarm, desperately denying what has just happened. A furious robed man angrily denies permission to the shirtless, scarred man. The confident character mocks his rival, taunting him about surpassing his strength. Two rivals argue furiously, sparks flying between them, while another stands back holding a child and watches. A man in a suit suggests to the young girl beside him that she call her sister Yunhee. The suited man encourages the young girl on his lap to call someone sister instead of mommy, and she happily corrects herself. A man delivers praise over the phone, causing a girl to react in shock. Two people discuss dinner plans, but one hesitates to decide. Standing in the snow with a small purple creature beside her, Yunhee hesitates, admitting she can't eat it right away while talking on her phone. The small, anxious creature begs the taller figure not to reveal what happened to their master. A nervous girl hesitates in the snow, voicing worries about what might happen next. Four figures plummet uncontrollably through jagged ice, realizing they're in serious trouble. Someone wonders if writing 100 pages of reflection will be sufficient. The group discovers their allies, though trapped in a block of ice, appear unharmed. Two characters struggle to withstand the freezing cold as one urges the other to stay strong. A worried creature sits near a glowing magic circle, struggling to understand when the barrier will let them escape. A surprised girl learns from a flustered creature that their group is now trapped by their own failed plan in the snow. A female character is shocked to discover an incredibly powerful technique was used in a low-level dungeon. Realizing the risk of a dungeon break from the powerful technique, she anxiously prepares to contact her father. A startled creature urgently alerts everyone to the presence of another person besides the master. A woman considers whether to undo a magical effect while a nervous girl and a small dragon wait among giant ice crystals. A young man calmly refuses a request, leaving the small creature on his shoulder shocked and confused. One character calmly explains that the Lord sometimes chooses to be trapped in ice as a hobby, shocking the other. Two girls discuss freezing a small dragon-like creature in spacetime to prevent a dungeon break. Two characters debate whether the consequences of using something were known in advance. A character reacts in shock and disbelief to the suggestion, overwhelmed by the freezing conditions. The panicked character desperately begs to be let out, eyes shut and face drenched in sweat. She points at the anxious creature trapped in ice, explaining it pleaded not to be released. Yuhi confidently asserts she knows the Lord better than anyone as the horned figure listens. A small, purple creature confidently claims no one knows the Lord better than himself. A sudden surge of magical energy erupts between the two as icy spikes jet from the snowy ground. Two characters face off, arguing about the true reason someone is encased in ice. A young woman is suddenly asked to make an important decision and reacts with surprise. Trapped inside an ice cage, the three characters grow weaker as they desperately plead for escape, hallucinate, and prepare to lose consciousness. Three characters trapped in ice exchange sharp banter about family, with one reacting dramatically and another mocking him for not having a mother. The two stand amidst icy crystals, momentarily stunned after one bluntly jokes about neither having a biological mother. A frustrated woman demands release while speculating the others entered the place on purpose to clear their minds. A purple bat-like creature insists the incident was caused by someone else's time-freezing ice magic, while a pink-haired character demands proof. Someone explains how the magic circle trapped multiple people by reconstructing the incident with a diagram in the snow. The small dragon mocks Lizard Gull for getting caught, while two young women watch with surprise. Seal is confronted about her motives as others question how she knew about the failed rescue attempt and criticize her lack of conscience. Two young women discuss whether Yong tried to help and question if the Lord would involve himself in such a trivial matter. A pink-haired character is shocked as a small purple creature questions the Lord's personality. A small purple demon-like creature becomes flustered as it confronts an uncomfortable realization about its opinion of its Lord. A pink-haired girl freezes in shock, unable to finish her sentence. A distressed creature loudly complains about being hit and bullied by the Lord. A terrifying figure unleashes an overwhelming aura, sending ice spikes jutting out in all directions. A startled girl urgently questions a horned figure in the snow about whether someone would still try to save Hakase. An exasperated assistant vents about unreasonable demands made by her superior. An annoyed character expresses frustration about someone's foolish behavior. An overwhelming presence radiates as the furious figure glares, lightning crackling while he remains composed. A heated argument erupts as one figure insists their deduction is correct while others strongly deny it amid a tense elemental standoff. Imprisoned in crackling ice, the horned being realizes how others truly see him. Two startled characters freeze as a surge of red energy signals the arrival of a powerful presence. A small demonic creature unleashes a fiery outburst, leaving several others unconscious in the blaze. One character urgently pleads to be heard while another stands nearby, startled. A dragon-like creature faces off against a ghostly, clawed figure amid swirling flames. A shadowy figure with glowing eyes rises menacingly from the flames, signaling its return. A girl panics as her small demon-like companion lunges forward to attack. A tense confrontation unfolds as one character tries to intervene, but another calmly urges her to stop. A flustered dragon angrily protests after being interrupted while asserting authority, startling others. A startled girl clenches her fist reacting to the sudden appearance of a magic circle. The small dragon-like creature admits defeat, looking dejected amid blue flames. An anxious creature reluctantly admits freezing the entire dungeon after being confronted by a concerned girl. One character urgently warns another about dangers of using too much dungeon power, causing panic and protest. Someone angrily confronts a group lying on the ground, demanding explanation for their actions. A young woman furiously scolds three adults kneeling in snow after their reckless and dangerous actions. A girl reels in shock as she recognizes the young master, while a pink-haired woman and small creature react with anticipation in the snowy scene. After a playful contest in snow, one participant admits defeat, praises the winner's secret technique, and promises to win next time. A mysterious, dangerous new area called the Trial of Volcasis is revealed deep within a shadowy forest. This place is dominated by terrifying creatures. A monstrous flower unleashes a deadly attack that overwhelms even transcendence. The monstrous flower erupts violently, unleashing a furious attack. Unmoved by angry shouts below, the figure remains seated atop the sacred king's tree. Realizing the boss defeat wasn't enough, the character prepares to eliminate all remaining enemies to claim the reward. A mysterious and ominous title, Transcendent of Emphelheim Rank 1, is revealed. A surge of green energy erupts from the mystical flower, unleashing immense power. A giant demonic plant unleashes green energy as its wielder threatens to destroy anyone opposing their king. A serious man unleashes swirling blue energy as he coldly comments on the situation. A powerful surge erupts from the glowing circle as the speaker defiantly resists the attack. A massive surge explodes as green and blue forces violently collide. Someone demands to end the confrontation swiftly. A massive energy surge erupts upward, shaking the battlefield. A monstrous plant writhes in pain, unleashing a tortured scream as green energy swirls around it. A lone figure channels powerful energy atop the ancient tree as swirling mist surrounds the scene. The system announces that the trial of Volcasis has been cleared. A digital notification announces a random artifact will be given as a reward. A determined figure reaches out and claims the legendary artifact, Prophet's End. A prophetic message announces that Prophet's End will automatically reveal who will survive in the next 3 years. A young man with glowing wings sits confidently, reflecting that surviving 3 years will be easy given his unrivaled strength. A radiant angelic figure descends, delivering a prophecy of survival for 3 years. An armored young man stands calmly amid scattered feathers, expressing confidence in survival and curiosity about a possible hidden skill. A devil emerges behind the praying girl as a skeletal hand reaches out. Dojin reacts in disbelief to unexpected news. A skeletal figure delivers a chilling prophecy that someone will die within 3 years. A grim reaper-like figure descends with a scythe, confronting the dark-haired character who stands ready. A character grips a shield and questions whether challenging the Demon King will lead to death. A lone figure gathers swirling energy and decides to take action rather than remain lost in thought. The armored figure makes up his mind to confront someone important. A startled man clenches his fists in alarm after hearing unsettling news about the Prophet Marf on the 8th floor of the Central Universe. An anxious man clutches his head and paces through the forest, sensing something terribly wrong. A panicked older man clutches his fist as he realizes he has suddenly lost his ability to see the future. A terrified man recoils as a group tenses in the purple forest, confronted by the presence of a monster. In a tense forest, one person expresses concern about a potential threat, but the other calmly decides not to act since there is no sense of danger. A young man complains about being on the 8th floor while a small creature nearby tries to study for an exam. A small, horned creature angrily threatens anyone who interrupts his studying, determined to ace his test and increase his allowance. A boy stands behind a startled girl and mocks someone's bad temper. A girl complains about how boring the place is while a man quietly observes her from behind. A hand pinches the young girl's cheek, making her cry out in distress. A young man teases a frustrated little girl in the forest. A boy squirms and laughs from being tickled while a young man in a suit silently observes. A young girl bursts into laughter as someone tickles her sides. A boy laughs and teases a frustrated girl in the forest as she yells at him to stop. A small, angry girl clenches her fists and vents her frustration. One character confronts another, demanding a response as the second nervously avoids eye contact. A small demon-like character insists on needing to study, raising his voice in frustration. A panicked man hastily promises to behave after being startled, while a young girl beside him looks on in shock. A startled blonde-haired girl protests loudly, reacting in alarm. A frustrated girl clenches her fist as energy swirls around her, loudly refusing the situation. A young girl throws a tantrum, angrily protesting with clenched fists. A man is repeatedly punched in the face as he shouts in panic. A powerful beam blasts from the distance, striking a man and hurling him backward. A male character pulls a ridiculous face, sticking out his tongue in playful defiance. After being struck by Star's superpower barrage, he suffers memory loss while lying unconscious in debris. A group surveys the aftermath of a devastating attack, uncertain if the target survived. A human scolds the small dragon-like creature by smacking it on the head to calm it down. A man gently reassures a worried girl about someone's condition, while a small creature watches skeptically. A man gently reassures a small, remorseful child and encourages them to apologize for their mistake. A young girl rushes forward, urgently calling out for help. A glowing figure hurriedly apologizes beside a swirling dark pool under massive tree roots. A colossal, menacing creature radiates purple energy as it is revealed to be Antares, the most powerful being on the 8th floor. A frightened girl freezes as a swirling purple energy rushes toward her. A young girl tearfully admits her fear. Overwhelmed by terror, the young girl loses control and releases a surge of magical energy. A massive dark figure is blasted by a devastating golden energy beam from above. A triumphant notification appears, announcing the defeat of Antares. The group prepares to begin strength control training as tension builds in the glowing forest clearing. The scene shifts to a flashback, introducing the moment from 10 minutes earlier. A terrified girl charges forward and throws a punch. A powerful attack slams into the monster, sending it reeling. A massive armored creature is knocked to the ground by a surge of powerful purple energy. A white-haired man cautions against overconfidence while a small creature anxiously questions if it will be hurt. The frightened girl gathers courage and hurries forward to apologize while others watch from behind. An older man and a talking bird panic after witnessing a child defeat Antares with a single strike. A startled man is confronted in the forest by a green bird that seems to recognize him. The green bird looks on with an unimpressed, apathetic expression. An older man angrily confronts his rival amid raging flames, shocked to find him still present. A green, bird-like character smugly boasts about having lush hair while teasing another for being sensitive. An older man confronts the bird character, who admits he is still teased because of what happened in the future. A dismissive comment is interrupted by a sudden scream. An older man and a bird-like creature recoil in shock as something unexpected happens. A young girl recoils in terror, crying out as she tries to shield herself. A terrified girl hastily conjures a magical barrier to defend herself from giant insects. A startled man and companion sense powerful energy rapidly approaching. A young girl unleashes a burst of energy as she screams, filling the area with intense power. Engulfed by a blinding energy blast, the character faces what seems to be certain death. Clinging to the large green bird, the character bitterly resigns to share his final moments. The green bird-like character apologizes for teasing and admits the truth behind their actions. The elderly man reels in shock, unable to process the startling revelation. A stern young man in a suit reassures the older man holding the startled bird that he will not die. A pair of hands suddenly seizes both the older man and the bird-like creature, holding them firmly in place. A glowing hand thrusts forward, unleashing a surge of energy in a powerful attack. A massive explosion erupts as one figure stands firmly between a kneeling man and a parrot-like creature, shielding them from the blast. Two figures cautiously debate whether they should intervene to save others from a powerful threat. The older man and large parrot-like creature, both shocked, realize they have survived. A relieved man scolds the group for being scared while the others regroup after the commotion. A stern man in a suit addresses the tense group, demanding how to handle the situation as a girl reaches toward an older man clutching a frightened creature. Startled and sweating, the older man and green bird-like creature react in shock. Surrounded by hostile wasps, the protagonist urgently receives a quest on his tablet to revive a different world tree and stop the wasp invasion. A young girl playfully corrects a small orange creature's mistake about the tree. A young girl urgently protests, accusing the group of nearly killing the wounded tree creature as the others react in the forest. An older man with a crown clears his throat, preparing to speak. An older man suddenly points to a startled bird creature, announcing it is the key to reviving the tree. An older man assigns the endless task of killing bugs to an irritated, protesting bird-like creature in the forest. A swarm of giant bugs and Antares' poison relentlessly attack the weakened world tree, pushing it closer to death. A green bird-like character explains the world tree survived thanks to someone's actions. To keep the world tree alive, he secretly killed bugs behind Antares' back. A massive dragon releases a devastating beam of energy from its mouth. A panicked avian creature barely escapes a deadly explosion of energy. Despite severe injuries, the exhausted bird-like figure continues sacrificing himself to protect the world tree on the 8th floor. The green bird blushes and wipes away tears, overwhelmed by emotion. An older man anxiously weighs the danger of fighting deadly bugs to save the world tree while his companion listens in the purple forest. A startled character suddenly realizes something important while questioning if he is the only resident from the 8th floor. An older man abruptly realizes his speech has changed and reacts with shock. A young man calmly explains that he corrected tangled energy points in the older man's throat while carrying him. An older man weeps with gratitude when he realizes he will no longer stutter, while others watch in the purple forest. A green bird stares in disbelief after witnessing a sudden recovery. An older man desperately begs the large green bird creature to cure his baldness. Two men discuss how reality has diverged from a prophecy, focusing on a surprising health outcome. An older man is suddenly struck by a large, dark object. Three characters freeze in shock as something unexpected happens in the forest at dusk. A bird character blushes as others admire the shine and smoothness of his bald head. An annoyed figure punches the laughing man in the abdomen to stop his laughter. One figure pleads to be given a chance to solve the quest while others watch silently, and the old man laughs. The group splits as one person takes charge of the tree, another leaves to gather cooking ingredients, and a small creature excitedly prepares to play. One man assigns Star's education to two startled companions while an elder laughs at their shocked reactions. A smug older man stands confidently as ominous red eyes and glowing marks appear above him, signaling unleashed dark power. An elderly man wearing a jeweled crown recoils in shock. A shocked man foresees a future where Emphelheim appears on the 8th floor as another figure walks away with a white-haired companion holding a small dragon-like creature. A composed young man stands unfazed while an older man recoils in terror beside a strange bird creature. An older man receives shocking news and reacts with alarm. An armored figure strikes the ground with immense force, sending blue energy and debris flying. The armored man carefully scans the area but finds no trace of Antares' poison energy. A bored blue-haired character wonders if anything interesting has happened. The young man calmly wishes for someone to provide him with entertainment. The armored man assesses his surroundings, noticing the air is lighter than in the mind world. The armored character scans the misty forest, trying to pinpoint Marf's location. A group gathers in the forest around an unconscious figure as someone senses unusual energies nearby. A figure lies motionless in the foggy forest as someone confirms that Antares is dead. A man smirks and questions Kirill about hunting mythical beings one by one. A male character surrounded by green aura taunts his opponent about raising their ranking. A determined figure unleashes a deadly burst of energy, threatening immediate retribution. Dojin looks up as a mysterious figure descends from a bright light in the sky above the forest. A small red creature startles a girl by showing her a giant insect, making her scream in fear. A young girl recoils in terror as golden energy crackles around her clenched fist. A furious beast unleashes a powerful roar to drive away an intruder. A fierce energy blast tears through the area, scattering debris in all directions. A worried man rushes to check on a small, dizzy creature that has collapsed at his feet. A small dragon-like creature nervously gives a thumbs up to reassure the others. A follower excitedly praises the Lord's unmatched strength, leaving him smiling in surprise. A small dragon scolds the startled girl for not controlling her strength after she accidentally knocks down another child. The small dragon scolds someone for recklessly using up all a resource. A frightened girl recoils as a monstrous claw lunges toward her face, insisting even such threats cannot harm her companion. A character reacts in disbelief, overwhelmed by shocking news. A sudden barrage of golden attacks strikes through the forest, catching someone off guard. A massive orange monster lunges at a terrified girl who cowers in fear and begs for it to stop. A small dragon-like creature bursts through the forest and charges rapidly toward a startled man. A hesitant companion questions the need to teach someone strength control. He quietly confirms his agreement, expression thoughtful. A blurred blue force hurtles through the forest, striking a terrified figure cowering beside a cracked boulder. A girl panics in fear after being encouraged by a white-haired man in the background. A large figure confronts the man and the frightened girl amid the aftermath of a fierce battle. An armored figure floats above, questioning the motionless adversary below. A defeated young man lies unconscious on the ground while his opponent mocks him for facing Antares alone. The armored figure criticizes the girl for not being ready to lead, while the man in the suit stands protectively beside her. A serious young man confronts someone, asking if they trained alone to protect their master after witnessing their master's defeat. A young girl looks up and questions the stranger's identity. The man hints that an even more powerful figure exists above the current master. An older man calls out to hidden figures in the mystical forest, prompting them to reveal themselves. A nervous older man announces that he no longer stutters and refers to Enflheim as the pinnacle among those who broke through the mind world, while a serious young man in a suit listens. A gloved hand presents a glowing artifact, revealing a deadly prophecy that predicts death within 3 years. A sword is driven into the ground beside the unconscious young man as his attacker questions his worth. An older man anxiously confesses his inability to control his prophetic visions while a calm young man listens in the forest. A blue-haired man raises his glowing sword and declares his intent to eliminate all potential threats, while a wounded figure lies helpless on the ground. A startled older man calls out in confusion as someone rushes past him in the forest. Dojin unleashes a powerful downward strike, surrounded by a fierce red aura. A man in armor is caught off guard as another man suddenly charges at him with a drawn sword. A powerful blow surges forward as one fighter launches a supernatural attack, forcing the other to react defensively. A sudden explosion of blue energy shatters the ground and sends debris flying. An older man recoils in horror as he witnesses apocalyptic visions of destruction and demonic beings. He anxiously realizes that killing Enflheim would plunge all rancors and demons into chaos. An older man urgently shouts for everyone to stop as two figures clash midair, one wielding a glowing sword. One character desperately insists another is innocent of causing Enflheim's death. An older man urgently reveals learning Hangul is the key to survival. The protagonist asks where he can learn the writing system. An older man urgently reveals survival is possible by learning from Kirill. One man confidently selects his target, while sizing up the others with interest. A serious young man in a suit challenges someone's motives for confronting him. The blue-haired young man taunts his opponent, questioning why they challenged him despite having no chance of victory. A young man scoffs at the situation, clearly unimpressed. A young man in a suit stands unfazed, dismissing the situation with a scoff. Dojin senses potential confrontation as a blue aura swirls ominously behind him. An older man and a young girl urgently command everyone in the forest to stop. A large creature looks on as a man and small girl suddenly freeze mid-action in the misty forest. The older man urgently suggests Kirill accompany the group to Enflheim. A determined man argues against sending someone away for growth while a small dragon-like creature looks on skeptically. Two men discuss and reluctantly accept their master's appearance while standing in a purple forest. An elderly man desperately stakes his life on being right while a small creature criticizes his dramatic outburst. He stands silently among the trees, deep in thought. Examining the dark, glowing fragment, one character reflects on how to gain unwavering loyalty from a subordinate. A gloved figure grabs the bruised, dizzy opponent's head and mocks his luck after their forest clash. The older man listens as one younger man vows to work hard at learning Korean, fulfilling advice he was given. A surge of magical light erupts as the prophet's clock activates, signaling a drastic shift in fate. A magical interface displays a sudden shift in the owner's fate. An angelic figure delivers an urgent warning about protecting the newly discovered lifeline as she hovers above a glowing amulet. The protagonist realizes the information is true. A man, a young girl, and a small creature admire something together as playful teasing breaks out over who is the cutest. A blonde girl angrily argues with an orange creature after a scuffle while a man in armor watches in the background. A concerned man urgently warns that mishandling Kirill could drastically alter fate once more. The armored man smirks as he reflects on the unusual events of the day. A curious observer wonders how someone obtained the mysterious red pet. A flustered older man and an angry dragon react defensively in the forest after being insulted. A giant shadow grows larger as a shocked man and excited girl watch in amazement. A figure leaps down and slams into the rampaging dragon's head, halting its advance. A little girl cheers as someone bounces unexpectedly in the magical forest, startling the older man nearby. A serious young man urgently tells the large creature to teach someone how to control her strength, prompting disbelief and frustration. A small creature loses control of its strength, causing chaos, while a boy calmly urges it to hang on. A small, exhausted creature floats above city rooftops, finally relaxing after a difficult ordeal. A small orange creature crashes to the ground as a cheerful purple being greets it with excitement. A frustrated girl confronts a small demon-like creature and a larger orange creature for relaxing while she struggles. The small dragon-like creature furiously shouts and waves its paw in protest. A startled creature panics about a possible transcendent rampage while another calmly questions the concern. The small creature blames someone for the chaos as the girl frantically apologizes for losing control during training. A serious young man demands an outrageous amount of food as compensation, while a panicked girl tries to count the total. A commanding figure slams his fist down, halting the confrontation abruptly as the small dragon-like creature recoils in fear. A small dragon-like creature sprawls on the ground, shouting in frustration at someone unconcerned by the situation. A flustered creature hurriedly defends itself, insisting it was doing something important. A girl quickly turns as she notices her father entering the room. The three characters freeze in shock after an unexpected revelation. A girl on crutches casually dismisses concern about her injury, claiming she just fell. One mystical creature gives an order and the other promptly acknowledges it. A group receives orders to investigate the cause of Yunhee's leg injury and sets out with determination. A surprised girl on crutches confronts a small, purple creature as it confidently reveals that it has already figured everything out. A small, horned creature explains the situation was caused by a school training exercise mishandled by the principal, assistant, and dungeon. Yunhee tries to calm Yongyong, who insists on punishing whoever hurt her. A frustrated girl confronts someone, angrily demanding an explanation for their actions. A sudden slap lands across the character's face, catching him off guard. A woman and girl react in shock as an orange creature suddenly collapses on the floor while another creature stands nearby. A suited man pulls the cheek of a small orange creature as a worried purple creature protests. A character defends the small anxious creature, insisting it is not causing trouble. Someone abruptly grabs the confused creature by the head and starts dragging it away. A girl expresses concern about dinner and reassures someone to order food since they are hurt. A man in a suit hands a fox mask to a surprised girl and encourages her to choose any food she wants. One girl reacts with surprise while another girl and a small creature watch her closely. The scene shifts to the blacksmith's house, standing quietly under a bright sky. A hand slams a liquor bottle labeled Palace onto the table with force. A bearded man enjoys his drink until a suited young man enters carrying a small creature. A bearded man confronts an unfamiliar presence, his expression wary. A young man in a suit calmly requests an item to be crafted while holding a horned object. A bearded man explains the forge is broken and he can no longer help. A burly man suggests simply fixing the problem, appearing puzzled about the solution. The burly man boasts that only the Flame King's fire can power their family's forge, while a young man presents a small orange creature at the doorway. A mustached man reacts in shock upon noticing something unexpected. A mustached man recoils in shock as he recognizes someone being held in another's grasp. A young man, surprised, lifts a small dragon-like creature after realizing its true identity as the feared tyrant. A hand seizes the bewildered creature by the head as it demands to know its location. A desperate confession echoes through the empty street. A muscular man with reddish hair prostrates himself on the floor, anxiously addressing the Dragon King with deep reverence. A desperate plea for mercy is made as a confused man in a suit holds up a speechless small creature. A distressed creature pleads for help as a young man listens inside a ruined building. One character anxiously denies wrongdoing as another confronts him with suspicion. The standing figure calmly offers to compensate the crouching man for his losses and urges him to get up. A bearded man reacts with confusion as he receives unexpected news. A man enters holding a small, furious creature as another frantically insists on their innocence. A bearded man hesitantly questions if there is a special relationship after hearing someone called Master. One man calmly asks about damages and casualties while the other reacts with surprise and confusion. A frustrated man in a suit grabs a small creature by the head and demands to know why it was destroying the village before being told not to. A startled man in an apron tries to explain himself after being caught off guard. A dwarf village is engulfed in flames during a chaotic war from the past. Transcendents storm the burning village, fighting villagers and seizing weapons amid chaos. A malicious command is given to kidnap and enslave the craftsmen. A blinding light descends as men look up in shock at the Dragon King's sudden arrival. A massive demonic beast attacks, engulfing panicked people in a deadly torrent of fire. Two dwarves are startled as someone suddenly confronts them. A powerful dragon warns others to hide as war begins. A bearded man recoils in terror as he looks up at something off-panel. A massive red dragon descends over the burning city as chaos erupts below. Amidst burning ruins, the dragon earnestly offers to repay its rescuer, promising any help needed. The dragon calmly refuses any reward, stating the ruined village holds nothing of value. A massive dragon playfully requests a gold statue as a reward, and the armored figure readily agrees. The villagers desperately pledge to fulfill a request as a dragon looms over them against a fiery sky. After the Fire King's death, the village lost its fire and went bankrupt, forcing residents to sell everything. A bearded man collapses in front of a stone wall, devastated by the complete destruction of the statues. An orange creature angrily strikes a bearded man on the head, blaming him for almost getting them killed before the master. A small dragon-like creature angrily denies responsibility while confronting a man crouched on the ground. The young man pauses, uncertain as he considers his response. A young man confronts someone with a sharp remark about their loud voice. A small dragon-like creature, clutching a cloth, pleads emotionally for trust after feeling hurt by disbelief. A man in a suit apologizes while gently patting the head of a small, sad orange creature. A comforting figure promises to buy any food the small, emotional creature wants while gently drying it with a towel. A man in a suit offers consolation to a dejected small dragon-like creature by gently patting its head and proposing an incentive. A firm hand stops the flustered outburst, making the culprit admit they went too far. A small orange dragon and a man in a suit seal a playful agreement with a fist bump, allowing the dragon to eat whatever he wants for a week. A frightened man kneels on the ground as the horned creature challenges his excuse. One character formally asks the craftsman to craft an item while holding an agitated creature. A worried man questions someone off-panel about their initial words upon arriving. A bearded man insists only the breath of the Fire King or Dragon King can provide the fire needed, while another stands holding a small dragon-like creature. A determined young man proposes a deal to exchange the breath for immediate item crafting. A frightened villager clutches his chest, begging the Dragon King to bless their village. A villager bows, promising to craft anything for the small dragon-like creature, who looks annoyed by the pledge. The small creature nervously volunteers to take on the task as the man in the suit listens silently. A bearded man nervously asks how he should pay the fee. A bearded man pleads desperately to use the Dragon King's breath to save the village, promising lifelong labor in return. A small orange creature is interrupted mid-demand as it gets struck on the head while asking for daily tribute. A suited person hands over a long written scroll, eagerly accepted by another in the sunlit room. Outside under a clear sky, three characters argue over who should be recognized as the true benefactor. Someone bursts in with braised ribs, startling people relaxing on the couch. Someone returns home with groceries as a small creature excitedly celebrates the arrival of braised ribs. An outstretched hand offers a sparkling object to the surprised girl, instructing her to wear it from now on. A young girl and her friends stare in awe at a mysterious glowing ring floating in her hands. A student asks about the glowing bracelet as another girl begins to explain. A girl proudly displays a glowing bracelet, explaining her dad gave it as a gift and speculating it might be an artifact or armor. A young man in a school uniform exhales in relief after a tense moment. A character playfully teases someone about possibly having a boyfriend. The two students discuss remarkable health improvements attributed to the glowing bracelet. A narration box reveals the bracelet also possesses a healing effect. A woman informs others that someone attempts the S-rank hunter test today. Two students in school uniforms look up surprised, demanding to know who has arrived. Someone examines a phone showing a news article about a hunter from Seoul City Hall. A surprised hunter is introduced as being from Seoul City Hall. An older man and young woman shake hands warmly in a library, both smiling as they form a friendly connection. A young woman panics realizing she must take the S-rank hunter test. Two supportive colleagues cheer Yeji on as she prepares to take action. She steels herself, motivated by the administrator's support despite embarrassment and anxiety. On a rooftop overlooking the city at night, one character encourages the other, who admits feeling unsure. One character reassures the other that Yeji is strong while a vision shows a smiling young man surrounded by ethereal light and glowing flowers. She stands on the rooftop at night, ready to give her all after accepting the administrator's challenge. A woman, lost in hopeful thoughts about becoming an S-rank hunter, steps into the path of a speeding car. A red-haired girl quickly turns her head, startled by something unexpected. A well-dressed man greets a hunter outside a modern building, and she responds warmly. A man in a suit shakes hands with a surprised woman, praising her rapid progress and reflecting on not recruiting her into Icarus. A young man reassures someone with a warm smile outdoors. A red-haired woman laughs, admitting her original dream was to join Icarus. A man in a suit approaches a red-haired woman and asks if she is Hunter Cha Yeji as another person enters the scene. Two guild representatives meet on the street and introduce themselves, preparing to work together. A nervous candidate introduces herself and excitedly admits admiration for the renowned hunter present. A red-haired woman encourages a blue-haired man as they clasp hands, while another man quietly observes. Two people clasp hands on the sidewalk, beginning to form a connection. Three excited people crowd around a seated individual, eagerly demanding details about their training with the administrator. A red-haired girl reacts nervously when abruptly questioned about the administrator. The character is shocked upon realizing no one knows the administrator's true strength. A man is stunned realizing the administrator successfully trained an F rank into an S rank, while two figures stand calmly behind him. Someone realizes a dangerous figure is skilled at concealing true identity. A frustrated man slams his fist into the ground while two startled bystanders watch. One character explains the rules for the S-rank hunter test while the other listens eagerly. Three hunters agree to observe the situation and only intervene if Yeji faces danger. A young man explains the test requires hunting mutant giant ogres and confirms there is no special boss monster. A red-haired woman receives warning about powerful monsters and confidently vows to do her best. A woman offers encouraging words as she notices determination nearby. The S-rank hunter promotion test officially begins. A red-haired character readies her sword facing three towering monsters in the forest. A red-haired figure asks the group for their thoughts while standing together in the forest. As they walk through the forest, two characters praise another for excelling where most fail. An authority figure slams his fist down in anger, demanding to know whose disciple she is. A red-haired woman is launched backward as a hulking, shadowy opponent lands a powerful blow. A red-haired woman swings her sword at a masked opponent, initiating a fierce attack. Realizing the critical moment has arrived, she reacts in shock, recalling the man she was meant to stab. A new disciple is accepted, marking the beginning of significant mentorship. A massive purple monster descends from above, launching a fierce attack on the lone red-haired figure. A character freezes in shock as ominous voices whisper threats of death and violence. A character with reddish hair is slammed into the ground, sending debris flying. A wounded character collapses, struggling to breathe as blood stains their clothes. Three characters look up in shock, witnessing a sudden threat above. A male teammate urgently alerts the group to a mysterious technique used by the administrator's disciple. They decide to wait a bit longer, holding off on their next move. A monstrous creature crashes down, slamming the ground with overwhelming force as purple energy erupts. Three armored figures realize they made a critical mistake and react with alarm as one urgently shouts. A red-haired character lowers their head, admitting defeat as the confrontation ends. A glowing figure prepares to confront the monstrous creature looming ahead. A sudden, powerful realization overwhelms the character as her eye widens in shock. A female character unleashes a powerful, glowing attack against shadowy enemies in the forest. A startled young man braces as he senses an unexpected surge of sword energy. A woman shrouded in dark aura utters commands to kill and die. The hunters realize Cha Yeji has lost control and her sword energy now surpasses their abilities. A man smirks uneasily in darkness, expressing doubt. Three armored figures confront each other in the forest, surprised and uneasy as one questions another, seeming stronger. A young man urgently suggests checking for a shaman to rule out mind control. Two characters argue over whether to kill opponents, with one urging caution and the other alarmed. Two armored figures agree to cooperate in the quiet forest. A young man in red armor voices frustration about the situation. A resolute woman declares the situation has escalated beyond negotiation. A desperate plea is heard as a massive armored foot crashes down, shattering the ground. A desperate attack is launched to snap an entranced ally back to senses. With fierce determination, a hunter swings her weapon in a powerful attack. Someone urgently reminds others to consider the director. A red-haired character silently reflects, lost in serious thought. A female character struggles to regain consciousness, groaning in pain with one eye half open. A disoriented woman awakens in an unfamiliar place, gripping her sword as a strange aura surrounds her. A startled girl screams as a calm woman questions her sudden reaction. A surprised woman turns toward a mysterious presence, demanding to know their identity. A legendary founder calmly reveals their identity as creator of Hoxa swordsmanship. One character asks where they are, and the other responds playfully about his appearance. A red-haired girl protests defensively while the man beside her grins smugly at her flustered outburst. A calm figure asserts the teasing should stop and reveals they have come to fulfill their final arrangement. A red-haired woman explains Hoxa swordsmanship's origins and purpose to a hesitant listener. Surprised by the other's ignorance, one questions whether they truly don't know who the Demon King is as they face off. Dojin is revealed as the Demon King who unified the martial arts world. The legend proclaims the rise of the true demon god, revered by emperors and feared by immortals. A red-haired woman reacts with shock and amazement at what she witnesses. A red-haired girl marvels at the coincidence while a brown-haired figure collapses dramatically in front of her. A figure gestures off-panel, prompting another to look over with curiosity. A solitary young man stands resolutely before a foreboding red and blue lit backdrop, ready to confront the challenge. A red-haired woman reacts in astonishment as another nervously observes that the Demon King attracts unusual people. A woman suddenly realizes the Demon King everyone mentioned is actually the director. A woman confidently explains the true purpose of Hoxa swordsmanship. A hand snaps its fingers with force, declaring intent to kill the Demon King. Two figures witness a burning building as one reveals mastering swordsmanship is essential to defeat the demon god who destroyed everything. Hundreds of thousands died and hundreds of countries fell in his wake. A red-haired woman stands in shock witnessing the burning buildings. A shocked girl desperately denies the possibility of someone's wrongdoing. A young man questions whether evil actions might have hidden motives, leaving a woman in red surprised. He reflects quietly that difficult times give rise to heroes. An injured man denounces unchecked greed as he confronts a sword-wielding figure beside a fallen victim. Amid chaos, two men revel in their spoils, highlighting unchecked exploitation. A stoic man surrounded by swirling energy is introduced as the demon god and leader of the demon cult. A red-haired girl reacts with amazement, expressing how impressed she is. A red-haired girl is startled by unexpected news about the director while another watches her reaction. One character protests the sudden start of conversation, visibly startled, while the other remains calm. A woman offers to teach Hoxa swordsmanship in exchange for a vow to kill the demon king. One character firmly rejects the order to attack the director, emphasizing their swordsmanship's seriousness. A young man reveals only swordsmanship capable of defeating the demon king is at stake and demands the other's intentions. An unseen speaker questions someone's true desires, probing motives in the darkness. A surprised woman is tapped firmly on the forehead as someone prepares to show her a new experience. The red-haired character raises her hand to her forehead, preparing to face the challenge. A man tempts the thrown woman with promises of money, fame, and power as treasures surround her. A character slyly tries to manipulate someone's feelings with a cunning smile. A red-haired girl listens pensively as a brown-haired man gently explains an experience she hasn't encountered. A red-haired man urges the woman to make a soul-binding vow to kill the demon god. The red-haired character hesitantly accepts the challenge. Someone reluctantly agrees to proceed after giving up. In the shadows, a smirking figure hints at powerful mastery of swordsmanship. A man presses the red-haired character to repeat what they just said about swordsmanship. A red-haired character glares and shouts defiantly, refusing forcefully. A red-haired figure defiantly throws a punch while refusing to attack the director. A red-haired character rushes forward with determination, admitting feeling tempted by the offer. One character enthusiastically explains she was content with her life before sudden rise, while the other listens quietly. A long-haired character slyly questions another's motives, warning failure to win the demon king means losing everything. Yoonhee quickly protests in frustration, insisting the explanation is incorrect. A young woman wrestles with loyalty, fearing she'll have no one left to trust if she betrays her supportive officer. A red-haired girl vents frustration, declaring living full of doubt and vigilance the most unfortunate fate. A red-haired character unleashes a fierce punch to the other's face, demanding they take it back. The red-haired character launches a sudden, powerful punch with urgent momentum. A gloved fist slams into a smiling face, but the recipient remains calm and unfazed. The calm figure raises a hand and formally accepts the challenge. One character refuses to teach the secret swordsmanship, warning it cannot be given to someone vulnerable to temptation. A woman is shocked realizing swordsmanship power is permanently engraved in her body and can't be taken away. A red hand is gently held by a pale hand, signaling a moment of connection. A young man expresses sincere hope that the woman's feelings remain unchanged as he gently holds her hand. A startled girl shouts in alarm, urgently trying to stop something. A red-haired woman urgently blocks an incoming attack with her sword while shouting for a minute. Two figures stand in the center of a massive crater, surrounded by swirling dust and debris, reacting to the sudden devastation. A red-haired woman in armor recoils in shock as she clashes swords with her armored opponent. A figure in red armor checks if someone has regained consciousness. A nervous woman insists she is not responsible for the incident, while the armored man explains strong skills sometimes test their owners. A red-haired girl frantically insists she wasn't attacked by a monster. A red-haired girl tearfully apologizes as a dark-haired boy smiles and reassures her. A man in red and black armor proudly announces someone has passed the S-rank hunter exam. A red-haired girl reacts in disbelief realizing she has been chosen. Two figures shake hands, signaling a new alliance despite lingering doubts. A character smiles confidently, affirming such skills cannot be denied. The group defeats enemies on the battlefield and prepares to search for the Icarus group. A formal ceremony announces the historic promotion of a new S-rank hunter on stage. A character is recognized as the first person to advance from F-rank to S-rank within a single year. The officiant announces the conclusion of the S-rank hunter promotion ceremony amid applause. Amid distant cheers, a red-haired woman stands awkwardly, wondering if the director will arrive. In a crowded room, a surprised man energetically greets another he did not expect to see. A group enthusiastically celebrates as a smiling girl is recognized for her achievement. A red-haired young woman cries out in panic, urgently calling for the director. An older man tells Hunter Cha Yeji to follow him, and she reacts with surprise before agreeing. A panicked woman in a suit is dragged off stage by an older man as another watches. A weary woman is reassured by a man as they head down the hallway to finish a brief Q&A session. A red-haired woman asks if the other feels drained because they missed seeing the director earlier. A man in a suit gestures for the surprised woman to enter the room. Three people in business attire enthusiastically welcome a new member to the director's fan club as confetti falls around them. A red-haired character rushes toward the bulletin board, reacting with astonishment. 4 people gather around a wall of framed photos, reacting with excitement and annoyance as one insists a picture be taken down. One person enthusiastically invites another to join an exclusive fan club, outlining strict membership requirements. One character excitedly agrees while holding up a clipboard as the other observes. A surprised girl finalizes a fan club contract as someone signs it before her. A cheerful young man eagerly adds someone to the club's group chat. A hand points to the club article as the rule about sharing director Lee Dojin's training techniques is declared. The 2 men doubt they'll get the answer they want, comparing the request to asking for something impossible. An eager woman volunteers to poke the other character, raising her hand with excitement. Inside the office, the red-haired woman urgently shares everything she knows about the Behemoth Guild, emphasizing its trustworthiness as noted by the director. 2 men in suits confront each other as one skeptically questions the truth behind the director's statement. A character nervously clarifies that the statement was just a joke and not part of the agreement. A young woman smiles and thanks the director for helping her advance beyond F rank. One character pumps a fist in triumph, while the other stands frozen in disbelief at the unexpected victory. A girl with red hair beams with happiness under a soft, glowing light. A young man in a suit reacts with astonishment as sparkling lights surround him. An anxious man hiding behind a tree urges his companions to hurry as dangerous creatures close in and the threat of Dojin's arrival looms. A large green creature holding a giant bee explains the task is much harder than it appears. A gloved hand carefully applies treatment to the tree, emphasizing the importance of precision to avoid damage. An older man insists his calculations are correct as he argues with a skeptical talking bird about how quickly something will regain its original form. A furious bird and an older man argue loudly, hurling insults and challenging each other. The figure suddenly stops, sensing something unusual in the field. A commanding figure demands urgent news about the world tree, startling 2 individuals in the mystical forest. As giant bugs draw near, the group anxiously anticipates their imminent eradication and a return to normalcy in 3 years. A young man calmly asks if they can proceed to the 9th floor since it is already too late. A nervous guide hesitantly questions the urgency of proceeding directly to the 9th floor after noticing the 8th floor has been cleared. A new challenge awaits on the 9th floor, where powerful enemy Rom guards the valley, and only the World Tree's blessing can help withstand the danger. A menacing figure reveals a dangerous skill that can steal the status window snake. One character considers returning quickly for lunch while another excitedly suggests having shabu shabu. A startled old man and a green bird-like creature react with shock to impossible confidence about returning by lunchtime despite Rom's threat. One character stands at the mysterious forest's edge, preparing to enter as another urgently warns him of danger. A young man in a suit pauses and looks down, noticing something unusual off-panel. The man in the suit offers limited help for the next 3 years as a glowing blue leaf hovers above his palm. A man receives a single-use artifact that will instantly return him to this location if he faces danger. The character confidently agrees and prepares to use the glowing blue leaf. A suited man descends a dim wooden staircase inside a cave, heading toward a glowing exit. The man stands firm amid swirling debris, ready to confront escalating danger. Dojin notices his hand suddenly glowing with energy and reacts in surprise. A black snake-like creature suddenly stirs in the character's hand, catching them off guard. A colossal surge of energy crashes down, obliterating the ground in a blinding explosion. A powerful blue thunderbolt strikes as a serpentine creature coils around a character's neck, prompting an urgent block. He questions whether his recent skill was inaccurate. A powerful figure on a glowing horse threatens to strip the other character of all their abilities. A hooded figure unleashes a surge of blue energy, activating a powerful skill. A serpent-like creature is suddenly trapped inside a glowing, electrified barrier. A shadowy figure tries to absorb something with a special ability but is shocked when the skill fails. A skill activation fails as a red system message announces the target is not eligible. A character attempts to use a skill on the spirit snake, but the ability fails to activate. A masked figure in dark armor wields a glowing spear, angrily demanding to know why the other refuses to rob their target. A masked warrior unleashes a lightning-charged sword attack at their opponent. A young man in a suit charges forward, unleashing a powerful attack with his electrified weapon. A hooded figure swings a sword, releasing a devastating energy attack that tears through rocky terrain. A devastating punch blasts through debris, clearing the way with overwhelming force. The masked figure staggers after battle, barely able to stay upright while gripping a staff. He checks his phone and sees only 30 minutes remain. An injured, hooded figure recoils in shock, reacting to an unexpected turn. A masked figure panics as their plunder skill fails against their opponent. The frightened character realizes their skill is ineffective and suspects their opponent is a powerful transcendent. The young man calmly deflects concern, signaling now is not the time to focus on him. A giant furious serpent appears above Dojin as he calmly introduces his powerful ally to intimidate his opponent. A masked figure recoils in shock upon recognizing the sinister snake from the status window. A lone figure stands defiantly before the giant serpent as another shouts in disbelief at the feat. A monstrous red maw bursts open, radiating ominous energy as someone recoils in disbelief and fear at a legendary entity's revelation. A distressed man panics because he cannot foresee Dojin's future. A green bird-like creature doubts Dojin's survival, while a panicked man covers his eyes, unable to see. A colossal beam of divine energy crashes down, obliterating the ancient tree in a surge of blinding light. A massive green bird slams its glowing wing into a stunned man's face. A man appears atop a giant serpent, causing onlookers below to freeze in terror. An older man and large green bird recoil in shock as the name Ouroboros is suddenly revealed. Using magical leaves, the protagonist arrives swiftly in the glowing forest and expresses gratitude for the aid. A massive snake with glowing red eyes spits a dangerous substance in a sudden attack. A giant serpent hurls a person headfirst into a glowing purple lake while three figures watch tensely from the shore. A mysterious purple liquid bubbles ominously, releasing dark energy into the air. The older man realizes the figure before him is truly Rom. A man in a suit releases a smoky object from his hand and leaves hurriedly. Two figures bow deeply and urgently vow to restore the world tree with complete dedication. He recalls that an important day is approaching as he walks past two kneeling figures in the forest. Someone demands to know what just happened. The character rests uneasily, either asleep or pretending. A man in a suit urgently informs the group about an emergency. A formally dressed figure addresses the audience, revealing crucial information from an S-class informant. An informant listens as someone requests details about a senior officer's preferences and desires. The informant slyly reminds the requester that sharing information will require payment. A startled creature stares at a glowing laptop, reacting to something unexpected. A shocked character recoils at the sight of a glowing briefcase containing more money than expected. A worried young woman realizes the true value of the reward, causing an anxious crab to panic about punishment. A desperate character urgently demands to know what their master likes most. A masked figure suddenly notices something important sparkling nearby. A character slams the table in shock as a bowl of galbygem appears with a loud crash. A man breaks free from a crystalline prison, looking dazed and startled. A baffled character laments that not even the best informant can uncover Senior Officer Lee Dojin's preferences. 5 people gather in a meeting room to discuss choosing the perfect birthday gift for their senior officer. Someone comments the senior officer isn't picky about food, based on a previous meal together. A blonde woman admits they ate all the Western and Korean food, startling the red-haired woman. A red-haired woman anxiously blurts she has shared many delicious meals with him as well. A young man proudly claims he even went to the sauna with him. The group erupts with excitement as one young man loudly declares their admiration for the senior officer. One man quickly silences another to prevent revealing something important. A blue-haired man in a suit cheerfully stops a spiky-haired man from speaking and urges everyone to organize their opinions for submission by tomorrow. The team assignment is announced, pairing Minji and Minhyuk as Minji smiles and Minhyuk looks nervous. A cheerful character announces group assignments, while another listens calmly. 2 characters finalize their plan as one enthusiastically agrees to join the team. A young man makes a casual remark, his relaxed demeanor contrasting with the starry background. 3 characters greet each other with smiles in front of a sign. A young man walks down the street, debating whether to buy snacks for home. 2 people watch a man enter the bakery while discussing his favorite bread to help choose a cake. 2 agents in suits race down a city alleyway. 2 people discuss why someone is interested in a chocolate cake despite no upcoming birthday. A man orders a chocolate cake with a princess decoration, prompting the worker to ask if it's for his daughter's birthday. A playful discussion unfolds about buying a large cake for kids at home. 2 men speculate with curiosity and confusion about someone buying a large choco cake. 1 character daydreams about giving chocolate next year while another snaps them out of thoughts. 1 character teases the other about romantic thoughts, prompting a flustered denial and embarrassed confession of planning a chocolate-themed gift. 1 character excitedly rejects the chocolate statue idea and insists a chocolate factory would be a better reward. 2 students crouch by bakery doors, secretly watching as someone inside wishes a customer good luck with sales. Dojin stands alert as a powerful shockwave hurls 2 figures down the street. 2 important hunters are identified as the focus shifts to their names. 1 character teases the other about knowing it is almost their birthday after overhearing a conversation about a gift. Dojin hesitates with a gift box, unsure if his present is appropriate. Arriving at the convenience store, the group is greeted as they enter. Dojin reacts with visible anxiety, sweat beading on his tense face. 2 hunters are recognized as they encounter each other in the convenience store. Someone considers increasing training hours for S-rank hunters while grabbing a bottle of barley tea. A character lowers their mask in surprise after noting someone selected barley tea. The young man explains a barley field would be the perfect gift due to the recipient's simple preferences. Inside the store, 2 men discuss and settle on buying premium barley tea instead of something overwhelming. The protagonist sighs in frustration as others relax and chat nearby. The scene shifts to the director's meeting room the next day. Fan club members animatedly debate increasingly extravagant gift ideas for their favorite person. 2 professionally dressed individuals arrive at the doorway, and one asks if research is complete. The 2 sit together, exhausted and out of ideas until one suggests buying land as a last-ditch plan. A man announces someone came up with a great idea for the approaching winter, while a cheerful girl presents a box. A proposal is made to start knitting a warm sweater, as yarn and needles are set out for the project. A woman earnestly suggests expressing sincerity after discussing his noble character and potential. Both characters eagerly agree on the suggested plan. Two men in suits eagerly prepare to knit as a way to show respect. Three suited figures shout with determination, vowing revenge against Lee Dojin. Several days pass, bringing the story to the day before a birthday at City Hall. A man steps forward at City Hall and announces his identity. A surprised man receives a gift at his desk as colleagues tease him about his popularity. He studies the gift, trying to figure out who sent it. He lifts the lid of the blue box to see what's inside. Two men excitedly admire a set of handmade knit clothes, impressed by the gift's effort. A young man in a suit smiles and acknowledges his good luck. A hand presents a birthday card to Dojin, easing previous concerns. A hand lingers on a treasured family photo, recalling happier times. One character feels embarrassed about wearing a cute outfit, while others tease and encourage him to wear it to work. Three men gather around the table as one receives a gift and others playfully tease him. The scene shifts to a new location at Dojin's house. A worried girl anxiously calls out for her missing friends. Two dragon-like creatures admit they can't help and look down in defeat. A young girl bursts into tears, frantically apologizing for unintended actions. Two anxious creatures sit on the ground, admitting there is nothing they can do. A girl and two small creatures panic, realizing the cake they made looks nothing like the one in the video. An instructor demonstrates cake making as two participants argue whose cake turned out better. The small orange creature tastes food with satisfaction, unconcerned about its appearance. A purple creature tries to steady a gagging orange creature reacting to untasty cake. A cheerful woman enters the room greeting a small winged creature, checking if everything is in order. A small dragon bursts into the kitchen urgently confessing their failed birthday cake attempt. A cheerful girl suggests baking a cake together for the first time. She suddenly freezes in shock, realizing something is wrong with the kitchen. Yuhi slumps at the kitchen table, frustrated by disastrous cake failure. Someone reacts awkwardly to the sight of a large failed cake. Someone scolds another for making a mess in the kitchen. Three chibi characters kneel side by side, raising their arms in unified apology. A young girl realizes they cannot make the cake and looks disappointed. Realizing they can't handle the task alone, the girl suggests recruiting someone with strong cooking skills. A stern woman bursts into the kitchen, startling the trio. A cheerful girl points upward, reminding the group they all know him well. A shocked subordinate reacts, realizing the master's birthday is approaching. A woman in an apron confidently rallies three companions to start baking a birthday cake. A white-haired man boasts about quickly getting a chance to demonstrate new baking skills. The group gathers in the kitchen and enthusiastically agrees to make a giant cake together. A white-haired young man asks a small orange creature about Kiriel's absence, which the creature says is uncertain. Someone laments there is no one available to fetch ingredients. The group encourages their leader to take charge facing armored figures, noting a key ally's absence. The red demon encourages others to join in, insisting the task is easy for them. A man assigns the task of gathering ingredients to someone he trusts, while a woman smiles supportively beside him. A smug creature basks in praise from companions who eagerly suggest making a cake together. An annoyed creature grumbles about handling the task alone and wonders if others are slacking off. Two spotted cows are seen in a grassy field as someone excitedly points them out. A large beast charges through debris as someone frantically calls for help. A frantic dragon-like creature pleads for action as two massive, enraged cows charge toward them. A character consults a large book and wonders how much milk to collect as a cow runs by. A worried creature hesitates to make a difficult request, wishing for help. An eager young man leaps toward a startled cow, determined to claim the milk and secure victory. The furious cow glares and shouts in outrage at perceived disrespect. A young man is hurled through the air as a small creature triumphantly celebrates nearby. A plan is considered to obtain the milk. A small, purple creature struggles to read a large book alone, frustrated by absent help. As the rampaging cow charges after the fleeing creature, two others prepare to milk it amid chaos. A small, chibi demon creature impatiently orders surrounding cows to move faster. Two characters lie beneath a cow as one instructs the other how to milk it. A young girl carefully milks a cow, concentrating on her task. A hand seizes another's wrist with sudden, forceful grip. A terrified cow screams and panics against a dramatic red backdrop. A terrified girl begs for forgiveness, crying under the shadow of a threatening hand. A worried companion tries to calm the distressed girl, warning upsetting the cow will prevent cake making. A small creature clings tightly as an enraged bull charges wildly forward. A young child shouts in fear, clenching fists as energy flares around. A small dragon-like creature lets out a deafening screech, startling two nearby cows. A small, dragon-like creature frantically begs for someone to come back. At the same time, the scene shifts to a traditional house surrounded by mountains. A wary character confronts an unexpected visitor, demanding their reason for being there. One character awkwardly explains someone wants to try ramen while another stands unimpressed. Three characters discuss eating ramen as a steaming bowl appears in their thoughts. A young man aggressively threatens someone to hurry up and hand something over. The hesitant character pauses, uneasy about handing anything over. One character urgently asks to borrow Kiriel, another jokes about trading for food, and a third protests being treated like an object. A stern man threatens a nervous young man into reluctantly agreeing to demands. A cheerful woman suggests getting milk from nearby green fields. A startled young man reacts to three small, collapsed creatures on grass, announcing plans to make a drink as a gift. A shocked young man yells in surprise, noticing unexpected people have gathered. 3 exhausted figures collapse on grass, desperately begging someone not to leave. The young man boasts nothing can be done without him. 2 people and 2 small dragon-like creatures rush outdoors to greet and hug the surprised man. A blue-haired young man nervously reacts to unexpected attention from the group. A young girl emotionally confesses how much she missed and needs her uncle. A young man boasts about inevitable popularity as he smiles confidently. 1 creature urgently tasks another with attracting cows in grassy field. 2 small dragon-like creatures push a confused man's leg as a girl cheers them on. A herd of cows with glowing red eyes turns hostile, staring fiercely under a blue sky. A young man recoils in terror as something unexpected startles him. A massive animal charges forward, shaking ground with powerful steps. Dojin sprints away as 2 massive, glowing-eyed cows charge after him. A cheerful girl lifts a large jar of milk and asks for help gathering ingredients. The protagonist hands written information to 3 excited small creatures, one holding a jar. The group pauses as one wonders aloud about Kiriel's absence, prompting another to suggest checking behind them. A male character lies face down on the ground, defeated and exhausted as ghostly wisps surround him. A stern character dismisses the other's exaggerated injury and tells them to get up. 1 character is called out for pretending to be hurt to get attention while the other refuses to fall for it. A blue-haired character eats noodles with chopsticks, teasing someone for not changing over time. Someone mocks their opponent with contempt. A small creature suddenly recognizes someone with shock. A hand seizes the golden mask, heightening tension. A tense standoff unfolds as armored man and dragon-like creature exchange harsh words, animosity crackling with magical energy. A small creature explains dragon can do not get along with transcendence while sitting outside with a girl. A worried character realizes a major conflict could start before all dragon can arrive. A small orange creature asks for a bite of food but is firmly refused, causing a nearby purple creature to react with shock. An armored man tightly holds a pot while a small, angry creature argues with him over table food. An impatient dragon-like creature urges the group to hurry and gather ingredients before missing the birthday. An adult presents a box while a curious child eagerly reaches for it, both surprised by mention of a birthday. A young girl excitedly announces making a cake for her dad's birthday while holding a large box. A character is stunned to learn the secret of the heavenly demon's birthday, while another remains unimpressed. 2 worried companions discuss urgent situation as black smoke rises from a distant house. A determined character struggles to carry an enormous sack, promising finest delicacies to someone off-panel. A man in armor remarks on another's unusual decision to prepare specially for Kiriel's subordinate. Someone decides to have another bowl of ramen before leaving the tranquil house. All cooking ingredients are prepared on the counter as 1 character receives praise for impressive skills. Yong proudly displays a strange dish while someone nearby reflects on his cooking habits. A character recoils after tasting the Lord's cooking, bluntly declaring it inedible. A devilish figure grabs a startled man's head and orders him to get to work amid raging flames. In the kitchen, 3 discuss preparations for Heavenly Demon's birthday, with 1 defending ingredient quality while another reacts irritably. The group gathers enthusiastically in the kitchen to bake a special cake for Dad. A woman and young girl mix batter at the table, enjoying the baking process. Yong eagerly shows off a fish, catching Dojin by surprise in the kitchen. 1 calmly peels an apple while 2 others react with shock behind him. An excited character admires the beautifully decorated cake at the celebration center. As 2 adults discuss meal preparations, the girl between them looks confused. 1 proposes a collaboration over a meal and another agrees while a third observes. A small red dragon complains about not being allowed to eat before someone else, while a young man lies defeated on the floor. An apron-clad girl urgently reminds everyone of their roles as she announces father has arrived. A young man in a suit steps inside and begins to announce his arrival. The young man winks as confetti and streamers fall around him in celebration. A group gathers around a large cake, enthusiastically celebrating a birthday together. A girl excitedly gazes at a festive cake topped with fruit and a small boy figurine. A young man in a suit smiles and thanks those around him. The group gathers energetically, eager to eat together as they prepare for the meal. 2 exhausted characters reluctantly agree to wash their hands before eating. A few days later, the scene shifts to the 5th floor. 3 armored figures freeze in alarm, gripping swords as they react to a shocking sight ahead. A powerful, shadowy figure bursts awake atop the peak, demanding to know who disturbed him as the 3 armored intruders look in shock. A young man in red anxiously demands the stranger's identity, declaring they are from Earth. A bearded man grins menacingly, exuding sinister intensity. He bursts into wild, mocking laughter at the mention of Earth. A figure asserts dominance over all demons while reaching into swirling red energy. Sensing a sudden powerful energy surge, the character looks up in shock. A formidable figure reveals himself as the heavenly demon, exuding dark power that threatens all dimensions. Sweeping the courtyard, a character feels overjoyed to celebrate the heavenly demon's birthday. A cheerful character promises to make a milk-based drink as a treat, amused by the other's excitement. A woman fondly recalls a recent party where her cooking was praised, while a man asks for a similar birthday celebration. A stern figure scolds someone and orders them to clean up. A frustrated figure vents about pressure from Emphelheim, while a relaxed man listens. A character receives a glowing green crystal, complains about its uselessness, and is told it's needed to monitor a sealed great demon. A young man urgently orders action if the jade stone activates. A boy inspects a glowing green gem shining brightly in his hand. A character activates a glowing gem on the floor as another looks on surprised. A mysterious figure, freed from the mountaintop seal, thanks adventurers for breaking it. A frustrated woman inspects her tablet, upset about another problem caused by Readjusting. A document warns about 3 dangerous trials and cautions against weakening the seal. A glowing boulder lies cracked as 2 argue over its accidental destruction. A furious woman launches an attack sending a man flying, while another shouts angrily for attention. A menacing force asserts dominance with a harsh warning. A muscular man storms in, grabbing another by the hair amid swirling debris as the captive cries in pain. A wounded man radiating dark energy warns his opponent that arrogance always comes with a price. A devastating attack tears open the ground as the threat to end the fight escalates. 3 armored figures struggle to withstand violent force, stunned by overwhelming power. An anxious armored figure questions if ally can fight at full strength and considers escaping to protect friends. A young man reveals the situation was allowed to happen, shocking others near rocky terrain. A character introduces his friend as a useful ally, though claiming superiority. A wary opponent draws a sword and taunts the demon as it awakens. A muscular man confronts a younger man in a rocky cave, revealing his heavenly demon divine cult affiliation after being questioned about demonic energy. A young man urgently orders startled teammates to flee as danger approaches. A bearded man taunts his opponent from the heavenly demon divine cult with a contemptuous grin. A menacing figure stands amid swirling red energy, proclaiming himself ruler of heaven and earth. One character reels in shock, realizing the intimidating figure before him is the ruler, the heavenly demon. A fierce figure proclaims the heavenly demon rules all dimensions, radiating overwhelming energy. A devastating purple energy surge crashes down as the attacker declares the opponent unworthy of the name. A towering figure smashes ground with a furious attack, declaring himself the heavenly demon as his opponent stands firm. A furious character accuses another of insulting the heavenly demon, while a bystander rationalizes the situation. One character shouts in anger during a fierce clash, while another responds awkwardly. A hand seizes or infused sword as waves of red and purple energy signal a devastating attack. A devastating attack erupts, engulfing the scene in destructive energy. Clutching a bleeding side, the man reveals he only joined Baal's squad to seize the throne if given the chance. A warrior smashes through debris, charging forward with a sword as red energy swirls. One character angrily charges, shouting at a companion to stop worrying about a powerful enemy. A furious woman confronts someone for allowing insult against the heavenly demon. The young man silences himself by zipping his mouth, looking uneasy. A surge of purple demonic energy erupts as the man prepares to strike with his sword. A man unleashes a devastating technique, radiating intense purple energy. A figure screams in agony as purple energy and debris engulf them during a devastating magical attack. The wounded character admits copying only a single technique and not unleashing full power. A weakened figure collapses, overwhelmed by the heavenly demon's skill. A man grins through blood, mocking his opponent's so-called heavenly demon technique. Someone reflects on surviving despite losing one of their 9 lives. The group reacts with shock and distress to a warning about ongoing danger and tyranny. A surge of crimson energy erupts as the Azura blood technique is unveiled, denouncing the opponent's false martial arts. A violent red energy surge erupts as the Azura blood technique is unleashed. A furious, muscular man enveloped in red energy threatens to kill his opponent. A fighter loses control of his energy technique, panicking as power destabilizes. A foreboding rumble echoes as a jagged mountain peak looms under an ominous sky. A muscular, bearded man is hurled backward through debris, stunned by a powerful blow. Kneeling amid swirling debris, the man realizes an overwhelming energy surge has appeared, possibly from a single source. One character mocks the other about their absent master, questioning if help will come. The young man mocks his opponent for losing sanity while being sealed. The injured man struggles to comprehend how the calm young man resists overwhelming energy. A character calmly explains someone's motive is consideration for others. A lone figure bursts forward through the canyon, unleashing overwhelming power. An overwhelming force crashes down, shattering ground as the heavenly demon descends. The man senses imminent danger and quickly glances over his shoulder, tense and alert. A battered man stares in terror at the overwhelming figure looming on the mountain peak. A young man worries his warning about the sealed rock was ignored. Someone demands that Ryu Junyo write a letter of apology. A battered figure wreathed in dark energy confronts a confident man, demanding to know if he claims to be the heavenly demon. A fierce man kneels amid swirling energy as someone realizes he is learning the Azura blood technique. He wonders if demonic consumed techniques have truly been erased. Kneeling in defeat and surrounded by ominous energy, the injured man angrily blames his opponent and threatens revenge once escaped. A furious man engulfed in red aura threatens to kill his opponent. The grim-faced man admits allegiance and acknowledges his role as a subordinate. A life is lost, reducing remaining lives to 8 as the man stands amid crackling energy. Blue energy blades slice through the air, instantly reducing enemies' lives to 6. Trapped inside a lethal energy grid, the man loses several lives rapidly. A life is lost, leaving only one remaining. The life counter drops to 0, signaling imminent end. Dojin stands unfazed as his opponent is obliterated in a surge of energy. Kyosu reacts in shock as Dojin easily supports him, revealing overwhelming strength. A character states Dojin has become godlike, declaring no enemy, not even transcendence, can challenge him. A character notes, only someone like Solomon, rumored to challenge a god, could be an exception. One character teases the other for acting proud after losing, while the embarrassed target denies it. Two rivals taunt each other and prepare to fight while a third watches. A young man boasts his newfound importance will protect him from punishment. One character is stunned as another boldly reveals his identity. A young man rushes to serve food, loudly declaring daily efforts, startling the older man behind him. A startled man is tackled from behind by a playful, orange dragon-like creature. A frustrated girl complains about taking care of the young master while a cheerful boy celebrates nearby. Dumbfounded, the character stands frozen in silence, processing the situation. A hand suddenly grabs the young man's shoulder, making him turn in surprise. One character delivers a backhanded compliment, causing irritation and confusion. A man calls out to two startled people standing on barren ground. A young man in a suit stands with arms crossed and asks someone to do him a favor. Someone refuses, saying they have other tasks. Desperate cries for mercy echo from an isolated house surrounded by bamboo. A man is forced to write apology letters while carrying a massive boulder as another yells at him to stop complaining. Someone off-panel forcefully challenges an accusation, escalating confrontation. The group discusses suspicions about a lie and agrees to let the person face consequences. A young man is forced against the wall, struggling as he refuses to write the apology letter. A blue-haired boy mocks his opponent while swinging a wooden staff during training. A young man announces following his master's orders as a serious man stands behind. A character struggles to lift a massive boulder while others watch closely. Two nervous young men panic as armored authority figures approach. The group bids playful farewell as one jokingly says, "R.I.P.," while others amuse. The young man stands firm and calls out a significant name, signaling a turning point. A shocked man demands to know who acted without permission. A destructive blast erupts behind a building, shaking the area. A bruised boy kneels as a suited man mocks him and urges others to continue violence. A suited man demands information about Agareth, prompting surprise from the kneeling man. A young man in a suit voices concern about whether the newcomer threatens Earth. A nervous boy learns about a notorious villain infamous for massacres and rumored to possess demonic sword Apophis. After obtaining demonic sword Apophis, he became more violent. A composed man considers imminent war as he discusses a powerful figure wielding Apophis threatening another leader's position. A hand grips the sword's hilt, ready to draw as tension fills the air. He reels back in shock, processing an unexpected revelation. A man in a suit unleashes dark energy from his sword as someone cowers in terror. News of Agareth's removal from rankings spreads rapidly as the community reacts to defeat by Earth King. A young man reviews a community board, silently frustrated by wild rumors spreading about him. A panicked boy urgently warns a calm man that Agareth might be here now. Someone questions whether Emphelheim poses a threat. A nervous young man reassures his master he has safely handled the situation. One man dismisses the idea of getting involved in rankings conflict, focusing on exploring instead. A startled young man quickly follows a taller figure as they prepare to leave. A character recalls the Earth King once smiled kindly before killing someone, realizing the same smile now faces him with unease. A man stands frozen in jungle, suddenly realizing Wei Junkie's warning might be true. Narration reveals the trembling began shortly after MURIM was separated from Wei Junkie. A wary companion warns that being noticed by the heavenly demon means a deadly threat is now looming. The shirtless man confidently dismisses the other's doubts about his determination to become a disciple. The shirtless man collapses to the ground, overwhelmed by sudden confusion from the unexpected prank. A muscular man gathers his belongings in the forest as he prepares to travel to Earth and pay his respects to its king. A frightened man hesitates to approach, fearing for his life. Worried about being discovered, the young man anxiously imagines the deadly consequences he could face if caught. They decide to go to Wei Junkie's house to find a way to survive the threat of the mad heavenly demon. As two onlookers sip tea, one character struggles to lift a massive 10-ton weight, drawing incredulous remarks. An injured figure anxiously rushes toward the gate, desperate to find someone who can help him survive. A young man mocks Kyriel's status, questioning whether he truly deserves his title or just manipulated his way to survival. He realizes that someone else survived by pretending to be a loyal follower. Determined to survive, Dojin clenches his fist and pushes forward through the bamboo forest. A panicked young man bursts through the gate and urgently begs for advice on how to survive the Earth King. Two confused characters react to an unexpected situation, trying to understand what just happened. A tense confrontation erupts in the bamboo forest as one man demands to know if pretending to be a fanatic is the only way to survive after most people have been killed. A furious character confronts someone, accusing them of pretending to be a fanatic. The furious man slams his fist down, shouting that he truly admires the other and angrily rejects being called a fanatic. One character collapses desperately to the ground while another reacts in shock. A shirtless young man looks up, baffled by an unexpected plea. A worried supporter bows and pleads, insisting that the heavenly demon means no harm despite his shortcomings. A suited man reveals he has been present from the beginning, startling the injured man in the bamboo garden. The young man asks for help, seizing the opportunity while they are together. A terrified man pleads for his life as a stern figure confronts him. A man in a suit thanks the volunteers at a rice distribution event for elders. A composed man instructs a nervous, muscular man to deliver the rice sacks to the elders one by one. One young man nervously asks if he only needs to do volunteer work as the two talk inside the store. A battered man anxiously pleads for mercy as a calm man confirms his willingness to spare him. A serious man in a suit delivers critical news, causing the person behind him to recoil in shock. Two young men carrying bags are caught off guard when someone points out that the question wasn't directed at them. A young man stands among boxes, determined to restore his reputation and obtain a secret manual for self-improvement. A mischievous boy eagerly plots to use volunteering as a way to avoid writing an apology letter. Two young men easily lift heavy rice bags, leaving onlookers stunned. A calm man in a suit confidently estimates the team's task will be finished in under 5 minutes, while a muscular man reacts with surprise. A muscular man dashes down the street, urgently volunteering as he carries a massive stack of boxes overhead. Two men observe a group working energetically outside the store, with one praising their effort and the other marveling at their energy. A startled older man reacts in disbelief as a calm young man with a clipboard addresses him about unexpected news. Two men discuss how quickly the work is progressing because the Earth King commands it, and the Transcendents are carrying it out. Two men are startled when they realize a silent figure has been standing right behind them. One character quickly covers another's mouth to stop him from revealing something. One character seizes another by the face, unleashing a furious outburst as fiery energy erupts in the background. He weighs the risk of revealing the secret, knowing it could destroy his peaceful life. With a grim expression, he braces himself for the looming confrontation. Dojin reels back in shock, anxiety flooding his face as he realizes something alarming. Two men in suits watch as workers scramble to carry heavy trays, reacting to the newcomer's impressive strength. Two characters bicker while struggling to carry heavy bags, and a third observes, remarking on how close they seem. Dojin rushes up the stairs, startled as he realizes the threat has reappeared. A shirtless young man carrying a large sack stops and turns around after someone calls out to him. An elderly woman clasps her hands and tearfully expresses her gratitude. A muscular man checks on a coughing elderly woman, who insists she just has a cold. A hand offers 3 glowing red orbs, explaining they are made from Ingolon heart extract to aid recovery and regeneration. A character defiantly prepares to eat the mysterious round object. The older man freezes in shock, sweat trickling down his cheek as he witnesses something startling. An elderly man is suddenly revitalized by a surge of energy, amazed at his newfound strength. A man leaps high into the air with unexpected strength, shocking everyone around him. Two elderly men panic as a wall collapses, while two younger men stand amidst the debris. A muscular man excitedly urges 3 shocked elders to try the glowing orbs, ignoring their confusion and alarm. Two older men flinch nervously as one of them comments on someone's anger. Two elderly men unleash a burst of power, shouting with excitement as a shocked woman recoils between them. Two older men struggle to withstand an overwhelming, unseen force pressing down on them. A frustrated young man insists that the supplement is only a temporary boost and not a miracle cure. 3 desperate elderly people beg urgently for more of the medicine, offering their entire fortunes in exchange. An exasperated man scolds the crowd, insisting they no longer need help and blaming their complaints on the Earth King's influence. Maruma panics and shouts a denial, then quickly becomes the fastest to submit a reflection report after encountering Lee Dojin in the Deep Realm. Maruma attracted significant attention from the public. A horned woman enters the tomb and approaches a massive, enchanted sword embedded in the ground. A horned, white-haired figure glares menacingly and insults Lord Agareth while gripping a skull-adorned sword. Gripping the cursed sword tightly, the white-haired character vows to use it for revenge. A menacing armored skeleton radiates energy as it declares its intent to fulfill the wish. A character expresses a strong desire to witness the legendary sword strike that defeated Agareth. A white-haired character, shocked, is engulfed by swirling purple energy while tightly gripping a mysterious sword. A foreboding voice suggests that someone is capable of accepting a mysterious power unlike Agareth. The character channels a surge of purple energy, preparing to unleash a powerful move. A white-haired figure unleashes a surge of energy, raising an ornate sword and declaring the arrival of a power beyond all others. A fierce girl realizes she has gained a new level of power in the Deep Realm as lightning crackles around her. A white-haired character grins with confidence, declaring their power may now surpass even the strongest known beings. A panicked elf chases after another elf, desperately trying to stop them from leaving. Marba urgently orders someone to stop resisting and threatens them to stay still if they want to survive. A masked figure blocks the armored woman's path and threatens her with death if she approaches the Earth King. An enraged character confronts another about their reckless pursuit of the Earth King after witnessing Agaretha's death, and questions their sanity due to the demon sword's influence. A horned figure reveals a shift in energy from purple to gray, stunning the elf-haired man. A white-haired character with horns unleashes a burst of power, boldly revealing their advancement to rank 2 while confronting their opponent. A white-haired woman restrains a panicked man and forces him to accompany her to the 14th floor before capturing their target. A character, overwhelmed by a shocking revelation, announces the location of King Solomon's revival altar as swirling energy surrounds them. Dissatisfied with the 14th floor trial ranking, the character considers taking action while Apophis urges to join in. A furious character confronts an ally, warning them that their actions are exactly what the enemy wants and accusing them of being consumed by dark influence. A powerful, horned character threatens a rival and asserts dominance, warning them of consequences. Someone silently questions their own identity in the darkness. A hidden location called Solomon's Altar is revealed on the 14th floor of the central area. A solitary figure stands before massive doors, expressing frustration at being unable to return home. A man in a suit questions two small dragon-like creatures about their odd game usernames as they play on tablets in a nighttime park. A defiant figure loudly boasts about making a comeback as the others react with surprise and concern. A horned woman confidently exposes the identity of the Earth King, making it clear she will not be deceived. A furious horned woman brandishes a glowing sword at a bound man, accusing him of killing Lord Agareth with a cowardly trick as he struggles on the ground. A gagged and bound captive struggles on the floor, visibly frustrated as someone tries to silence him. Clutching the smoking weapon, the defiant character struggles to speak through heavy breaths. Alarmed, the elf-haired character senses the same overwhelming energy that previously defeated Agareth. A massive, glowing sword is aimed at the calm man as his opponent dares him to fight with full strength. A man decides it's time to end the situation and unexpectedly hugs the small purple creature, prompting the red creature to question his actions. The young man warns that things are about to get difficult. A menacing figure unleashes a surge of dark energy, forcing a terrified opponent to cower in fear. A white-haired fighter is caught off guard as a smaller figure is suddenly knocked aside during the chaos. A startled character recoils in fear as black energy surges from the strongest demon's sword. A dark blue aura radiates powerfully as one figure stands confident, and another reacts in shock. A young man, surrounded by dark energy, challenges his opponent to a sword fight with the demon's sword, Apophis. A powerful sword strike collides with the beastly opponent, sending energy bursting through the battlefield. A panicked, white-haired fighter frantically begs for a pause while clutching a smoking, skull-adorned weapon. A tall man in a suit calmly presents a glowing object to a shocked, kneeling horned figure. Kneeling in the swirling mist, the horned girl warns that the cursed sword drove others to madness but observes that her companion seems unaffected. The white-haired girl shouts in defiance, declaring she regained her senses with the help of another's energy while clutching her ornate, steaming sword. A wary figure reaches for the cursed sword as sinister energy intensifies. Dojin slams his fist down on his enemy, who screams in pain. The character suddenly looks up, alarmed by an unseen threat. A young man in a suit confidently claims a powerful, glowing weapon adorned with a skull motif. A horned character recoils in shock as a massive sword slams into the floor, unleashing a burst of energy. A nervous, elf-haired character kneels and desperately begs for forgiveness, promising to live righteously. The young man demands proof through action. One character bows in terror and shouts in submission as energy surges around a mysterious object and another is thrown back. A spectral entity bursts through the magical doorway, radiating ominous energy. A surge of blinding energy erupts in the grand hall, scattering debris in all directions. A mystical force spirals into the summoning vortex at the center of the empty chamber. A glowing orb of energy materializes in the center of the mystical room. A character recoils in shock as a glowing golden sphere radiates intense power, surrounded by swirling energy and ram skulls. Energy is being imbued into Apophis. A monstrous figure stirs in the darkness, responding to a powerful summoning. Crackling with dark energy, the ominous castle stands at the center of the deep realm. Wreathed in flames, the figure screams in agony as a violent surge of dark energy overwhelms their body. A shadowy figure writhes in agony as overwhelming purple energy engulfs its body. A long-haired character suddenly looks up, sensing something unexpected. A glowing figure emerges from swirling purple energy and confronts a shadowed, kneeling character, who reels in shock and confusion. A blonde character suspects that the Dragon King has interfered with their plan as a menacing dragon looms behind. The imposing figure threatens the kneeling entity for failing to find the desired object and decides to search for it personally. A shadowy figure, desperate to return, pleads to be revived using its own body. A powerful figure halts the possession ritual, declaring that the body cannot be taken until their soul's power is fully restored. A commanding figure orders a covert retrieval of the soul fusion device from the dwarf village to secure a temporary body. A shadowy figure warns that if the Dragon King Azaz discovers their scheme, the grand plan could be set back another 10,000 years. A shadowy figure hesitantly accepts the command amidst swirling purple energy. A figure announces their departure and heads toward the dwarf village as a grand castle stands beneath a somber sky. A peaceful village is nestled among mountains and forests, with a waterfall in the distance. A shadowy figure watches the group in the town square, unsettled by the Dragon Lord's presence. A small dragon-like creature skeptically questions if someone is a demon's lackey. A powerful figure seated on a throne summons someone as dark energy gathers at their feet. A cloaked figure emerges from swirling blue energy and addresses the person on the throne. A hooded subordinate materializes in swirling energy and addresses their ruler with a solemn greeting. A commanding figure orders the retrieval of dragon bones for a temporary body and demands the head of the seventh dragon's subordinate. A cloaked figure stands within a ritual circle, preparing to unleash Solomon's power as glowing swords and supernatural energy swirl around. A hooded figure warns that the death of the seventh dragon could cause the Dragon King Isaias to awaken. A grave character realizes that the Dragon King has awakened and that the war to defeat Apophis has already begun. A dark-robed figure recoils in fear as the rise of a powerful evil force becomes apparent, with ominous weapons floating in the air. One character kneels in apology while another reveals the plan to preserve Baal as a future vessel for Solomon. A character senses an unknown and ominous aura from Baal. A cautious character warns the group to monitor another's actions and prepare to seize Baal's body if necessary. A hooded figure resolutely declares they will subdue Baal without causing harm if he resorts to trickery. A shadowed figure hints ominously at the fate of Baal's soul. A shadowy figure threatens to violently destroy its enemy in the middle of the street. The group confronts a shadowy figure radiating dark energy, struggling to comprehend its cryptic claim of holding the titles of Dragon King and King of Earth. A man in a suit with a small creature on his shoulder faces a suspicious orange creature, who hesitantly asks if they know each other. A shadowy figure, crackling with dark energy, accuses the pair of running the plan to recruit the King of Earth. The young man quickly silences the angry dragon-like creature as it questions him about his connection to its master. The demonic figure studies the other person closely, expressing doubt about their guilt but revealing that their true nature was easy to uncover. A group enters a room plastered with images of the King of Earth, leaving some members bewildered and disgusted by the obsession. A mysterious figure suddenly appears in front of the man carrying two children, startling everyone on the street. Two demon-like figures huddle together, anxiously suspecting they are being accused of betraying Solomon. A terrified man panics and shouts about the imminent danger as a worried woman watches on the village street. Two nervous figures realize the King of Earth has arrived as one accuses the other of provoking him. Two anxious characters stand together, doubting they will receive any help. A desperate man prepares to unleash his ultimate attack as his elf-haired opponent warily questions if he has any hidden tricks left. A terrified demon falls to his knees, begging desperately for forgiveness while a shocked onlooker watches in the city street. The suited man and his two unusual companions react with shock to an unexpected situation. A desperate character pleads for understanding, insisting their actions are driven by survival under the overwhelming power of the King of Earth. Two terrified people fall to their knees on the street, frantically pleading for mercy as they are ordered to beg. A shadowy figure enveloped in purple energy appears beside the calm young man, who acknowledges its presence while holding the small dragon-like creature. A shadowy figure accuses two others of betraying Solomon and siding with the King of Earth. The two stand side by side, visibly strained and supporting each other as they endure the ongoing hardship. A massive, shadowy figure confronts two intruders in a threatening cave. A shadowy figure radiates ominous energy and warns someone to leave immediately. The two elf-haired characters realize they are being released and react with surprise and hope. A menacing figure threatens immediate violence, forcing the terrified other to flee. A shadowy figure confronts the protagonist on a quiet street and asks for a private conversation. A suited man calms a small, dragon-like creature in the street after it angrily confronts another. Someone demands an explanation, prompting the other person to speak. A small dragon-like creature abruptly leaps back, startled by a menacing, shadowy figure surrounded by dark energy. A shadowy figure threatens to kill the smaller creature if the master is angered, prompting the dragon-like being to submit. A man in a suit confronts a shadowy, purple aura figure on the cobblestone street, demanding an explanation. A shadowy figure announces that the creator of demons, Solomon, has awakened because of Elina. The young man in the suit listens intently and prompts the speaker to continue. The critical trial to become the King of Dimensions is about to begin. The test requires obtaining the keys called Universe and Divine Realm, and earning the recognition of Ouroboros. Ouroboros announces that recognition by it grants the right to challenge the trial for the title of King of Dimensions. A serious young man examines the glowing wooden tag, questioning if it relates to the Divine Realm. A young man in a suit is startled when a small black serpent suddenly coils around his wrist. The demon admits that they are unable to defy their creator's will, explaining why most demons never consider rebellion. A shadowy figure admits a forbidden desire, intensifying the ominous atmosphere. A young man reacts with confusion as he notices something unexpected. A narrator ominously foreshadows Solomon's destiny as the future King of Dimensions. A conflicted character declares a desire to both protect the young demons and end the endless cycle of violence. A shadowy demon pleads desperately with the King of Earth to stop Solomon. A plan is explained to sabotage the device for the temporary body, ensuring that using it will damage the user's soul. A young man outlines the plan to launch a full-scale attack if their target's body is taken. A shadowy figure admits he will eventually lose control of his body but insists on helping the young survive. One figure instructs another to properly make the soul-binding device, asserting control while the other questions his understanding and authority. A shadowy figure with glowing purple eyes declares that all dimensions are in jeopardy and urges immediate action. A bearded man urgently warns the calm protagonist to take the situation more seriously as a shadowy aura looms nearby. A bearded man triumphantly unveils the ultimate hoe, forged from Solomon's demonic sword. The craftsman proudly presents the newly forged ultimate weapon, which is received with anticipation as a looming demon threat lingers in the background. A shadowy figure surrounded by purple energy appears as someone questions if this is Apophis. A bearded man is startled as a mysterious, burning figure suddenly appears before him. A man recoils in panic, shouting in terror at a shocking revelation. A tense confrontation unfolds as one man confirms he defeated Apophis barehanded, leaving another in shock. A menacing figure clenches his fist, provoking his enemy with a direct challenge. The young man explains that he made the hoe for his youngest daughter. A tense confrontation begins as the protagonist faces a mysterious shadowy figure radiating dark energy. A shadowy figure agrees to make a deal without tricks in a tense, energy-charged atmosphere. A shadowy demon seizes a terrified man and begins to drag him away. A young man in a suit questions someone off-panel about their identity and ability to possess a physical body. A shadowy, demonic figure intimidates a terrified man while another remains calm and accepts the situation. A man in a suit notices an emergency call on his phone as shadowy figures gather behind him. The man in the suit answers an urgent call in the courtyard, preparing to respond to the situation. After a sudden outburst, one character responds calmly and confidently. He listens to the instructions on his phone and immediately agrees to handle the task. A restless creature urges the serious man to leave now that the other person is gone. One character instructs the others to go ahead while taking responsibility for the central position in the plan. A nervous creature admits that it only agreed to cooperate because it was threatened with receiving less meat. News spreads about the appearance of a seventh dragon on Earth, while a nervous dragon-like creature frantically denies any involvement. A young man explains that something is being chased by a giant with a demonic appearance. A small, horned creature bursts into flames of rage while another character observes its anger. One figure gives a command, and two creatures eagerly rush forward to carry it out. An urgent evacuation order is broadcast to the citizens. An emergency announcement warns citizens to evacuate as chaos erupts in the streets. A massive dragon unleashes a devastating torrent of fire, engulfing everything in flames. A panicked creature reels in disbelief after being tracked down despite escaping through dimensions. A relentless pursuer drives his opponent back as flames erupt violently around them. A determined figure brandishes a treasure empowered by Solomon, preparing to unleash its power. A masked figure hurls a magical attack at the monstrous creature, provoking a furious outburst. A shadowy figure endures a relentless barrage of powerful, glowing attacks in the chaotic red environment. A massive dragon-like creature searches anxiously for its missing master amid swirling red energy. A gravely injured character struggles to utter a final wish before losing consciousness. Someone reflects on a life that was once saved by the Lord. Someone silently acknowledges gratitude for surviving this long. Thousands of years ago, the secret societies then existed. An enraged army charges at the dragon, determined to claim its skin, heart, and blood. A massive, furious dragon unleashes a torrent of fire while mocking its opponents. A defiant mage taunts his opponents from behind a magical barrier, mocking them for not daring to fight him alone. A group of attackers unleashes lightning magic as they ambush their target. Armored warriors surge forward as the heroes launch a fierce sword-led assault. 3 muscular warriors charge through flames, boldly declaring a dragon as their target. A character slams their fist down with overwhelming force, initiating a fierce attack. A monstrous limb crashes into the ground, shattering the earth and scattering debris. A dark, clawed hand tightens into a fist as ominous red energy flares, signaling a surge of demonic power in response to disrespect. A fierce dragon erupts in defiance, confronting the attackers on the fiery battlefield. A dark dragon steps forward to confront the enemies, instructing the wounded dragon to focus on healing. 2 robed men react with shock and frustration as another dragon suddenly appears amid the chaos. A hooded elder urgently grabs another figure's shoulder and alerts them after spotting something alarming in the chaotic, firelit scene. A dramatic announcement declares the arrival of the strongest dragon. A massive dragon descends and unleashes a torrent of fire onto the terrified man trapped within the flames. 2 dragons face each other in a tense standoff, as one questions the other's unexpected presence and reveals that fewer than 20 dragons remain. The dragon solemnly announces that he will now protect his own kind as their king. A commanding figure marks a glowing symbol on the forehead of the dragon-like being, granting it protection. A powerful dragon solemnly vows to protect and accept the responsibilities of a king. One dragon-headed figure issues a stern warning while the other responds anxiously. A shy character thanks the group at the dining table, expressing gratitude for the enjoyable time together. A wounded dragon, filled with sorrow, regrets not being able to say goodbye. A lone figure struggles to withstand the overwhelming energy vortex as the city burns around him. A male fighter surges forward with glowing energy, taunting his opponent about the Lizard King's incompetence. A character taunts their opponent about the absence of the opponent's leader, intensifying the confrontation. A demonic figure is caught off guard and struck down by a devastating energy attack. A dragon-like creature recoils in shock, reacting to an unexpected presence. A confident dragon reassures someone of their protection and suddenly pauses as something catches their attention. A bloodied fighter steadies herself amid the rubble, having survived a devastating attack. A stunned character grips a glowing sword, realizing they have received a legendary treasure. A furious character unleashes a devastating magical attack called Mind Destroyer to defend a treasured artifact. A character is startled as a sudden burst of intense pink energy engulfs the area. A sinister figure casts powerful mind magic on a dragon, forcing it to relive forgotten memories and lose control. A massive dragon towers over another dragon amid the burning city, forcing a fearful reaction. A terrified minion screams and begs for mercy amid the chaos. A wild-eyed character urges everyone to fight each other, fueling the chaos. A monstrous figure violently strikes the young man to the ground, rejecting his desperate plea. A bloodied figure collapses against the rubble, cursing the Dragon King and proclaiming his doom by Solomon's hand. Amid burning ruins, a shadowed figure looms over a bloodied foe, threatening revenge and warning of an even greater danger to come. The protagonist mocks Solomon's followers with a smirk. With his memories restored, the character unleashes fiery power in the heart of the chaotic city. Engulfed in flames, the man unleashes a powerful attack. An unseen figure delivers a foreboding farewell as red energy crackles in the darkness. A black dragon urgently calls out for his lord. A dragon-like creature urgently warns of a critical situation, while a robed figure below advises caution to an injured ally. A worried beast urgently warns his calm companion that Solomon might resurrect soon, but the companion remains unfazed. A dragon character pauses, visibly baffled by the situation. The calm young man reassures the nervous creature by revealing he remembers everything and understands the threat. The red-haired character dismisses any concerns about Ball and Master, reassuring the confused creature. The young man with red hair deflects questions, promising to explain later. Someone reflects on how the monster defies explanation. Sensing a powerful aura, the young man realizes that a major event has started. Blue energy intensifies around the young man's eye as he begins to unleash his hidden power. Someone realizes that the anticipated moment has finally arrived. A commanding figure receives the glowing orb, satisfied that the powerful artifact has been returned safely. A figure examines the intact corpse of the mythical creature and the undamaged soul-binding device. A long-haired figure questions the subordinate's loyalty in a tense, dimly lit room. A glowing hand reaches for the golden urn as the ritual begins. A muscular figure stands firm as a massive blue energy beam crashes down on them. The character reels in shock as a surge of conflicting energies overwhelms her. A demonic figure recoils in terror, its glowing eyes and mouth wide with alarm. A man is consumed by searing energy as he screams in agony, enduring a painful transformation. A shocked character realizes that half of her soul has been taken and suspects Ball is responsible. A demonic figure recoils in shock upon realizing the identity before him is not Ball. Someone wrestles with an intense urge to kill but desperately tries to resist. A shadowy figure desperately resists as their soul is pulled back toward the seal, their form unraveling in swirling red and black energy. A shadowy figure anxiously wonders if Solomon has returned to the seal, confused about where the attack came from. A mysterious method is revealed as a glowing purple object hovers ominously in the void. A destined clash between the King of Earth and the King of Dimensions is ominously foreshadowed. Someone ominously hints at the existence of a unique being. A figure in ornate robes leads a serious council meeting as four others listen intently. A character explains that Solomon's subordinate chased them and attempted to use them as a vessel. A young woman urgently warns that Solomon, currently existing only as a soul, will do anything to reclaim his body and action must be taken. A barefoot figure in a nightgown steps into the room, drawn by the noise. A red-haired character greets the others and hands over bunjiapang as a treat. A sleepy child wakes up and asks about bunjiapang, looking confused. A smiling man reassures a disappointed girl that although only 2 pieces of breakfast remain, he will cook something delicious for dinner. A frightened girl nervously asks the stranger who he is. A red-haired man angrily confronts his old friend, demanding to know if their friendship meant nothing. A terrified child screams and recoils as swirling energy flares around them. A small, white-haired figure accidentally attacks a large man and quickly shouts to reveal his identity. The man lies unconscious on the wooden table as several others gather around him, tense and concerned after a powerful event. An elderly man recoils in fear as the young man beside him remains completely unfazed. A man confronts the young figure, accusing them of being Solomon's subordinate as lightning crackles around them. A furious woman unleashes a swirling green energy orb in defense of her lord. 2 shocked figures scream in unison as a surge of red energy erupts behind them. 3 anxious figures stand over a fallen person in a smoky room, warning each other to stay quiet or risk deadly consequences. A young girl bites into a pastry and asks if the person before her is Yong. A furious dragon protests after being punched, while the boy at the table remains unimpressed. The creature angrily boasts about once being so popular that even the Spirit Queen sought his attention, while the man stands confidently as an elf girl gazes at him with admiration. The group reacts with disappointment as one character admits a mistake. A character enters the room, signaling the start of the meeting as everyone gathers. The young man in the suit pauses, suddenly confused by something unexpected. An awkward silence settles as the 3 sit together, each looking uncomfortable and avoiding eye contact. The 3 characters stand together in silence, each waiting patiently for what comes next. A young man enters the house with bags and is greeted enthusiastically by unseen figures. One character kneels dramatically to offer a respectful greeting, leaving the other embarrassed and asking them not to repeat such behavior. A surprised man reacts as someone presents a mysterious bag of food, prompting excitement and questions from the nearby creatures. The group reunites and someone suggests they share a meal together. As the group discovers a package of pork belly, one character eagerly volunteers to grill it while the others react with excitement and surprise. A confused man questions if what he sees is just meat. In the kitchen, the group erupts into a heated argument over the limited servings of special meat. A confused man questions why everyone is causing chaos over meat. An excited girl instructs a startled older man to chew his food properly since it is his first time trying it. A large, bearded man urgently grabs a piece of meat with his hand. A surge of magical energy strikes the man's head, leaving him stunned and fearful. A group gathers excitedly around the grill as delicious pork belly is served. A calm figure tries to keep order as eager monster creatures scramble for meat around the table. The young man looks ahead with a confident, knowing smile. After confirming the group has eaten enough, the observer decides to entrust the city's restoration to them. 10 figures assemble around a grand table in the Divine Realms Council chamber. A commanding figure slams a hand on the table, demanding the group to quiet down and regain composure. Several elders sit in silence, awaiting the next decree. A powerful ruler solemnly announces that Solomon has awakened. 2 frantic kings argue and blame each other for the unfolding disaster in the ornate hall. An older man in ceremonial robes urgently warns that the situation involving Solomon is far too difficult to resolve easily. A commanding leader silences the assembly and declares that only one person can handle the situation. A serious man urges the group to meet the Dragon Lord, suspecting there is an important reason behind his recent unease. An older man in ceremonial attire voices concern about whether help will come, noting that all power was already spent trying to stop Solomon. A serious man in royal attire prepares to enter the glowing portal, determined to meet a crucial figure while instructing the others to avoid conflict in his absence. 2 advisors criticize another's unreliable behavior and doubt his chances of success. A stern man in royal robes demands an update on the day's events. 2 people sit at a table and talk about having blue ramen instead of their preferred gold ramen. 2 people gossip about a central administrator's surprising status while he quietly eats ramen nearby. A young man reassures the group that having the Earth King as an ally means they no longer need to seek approval from others. An elderly man in ceremonial attire requests more information about the newly appeared Earth King. One man casually downplays another's absence while the other admits he's been trying to learn more about the Dragon Lord. A shocked man learns that the Dragon Lord was already defeated by the Earth King, leading to the realization that only the Earth King can stop Solomon. A concerned man warns that the Earth King has already used up half his power and may not be able to confront the enemy if the report is delayed. A panicked man shouts in disbelief as another calmly asserts that the heavenly demon can handle any problem. A bewildered man urgently seeks answers about someone's whereabouts, struggling to understand the chaotic situation. One character explains that the person in question is currently occupied with cleaning up Earth. A terrified man recoils as a towering figure and a fire-breathing dragon unleash an overwhelming threat. A young man abruptly turns, sensing that someone nearby is talking about him. Annoyed by the mess after their meal, a character complains about having to clean up. A tired woman leans on her broom and questions her luck as a small orange creature emerges from a cracked rock, while a stern man looks on. A young man in a suit greets the janitor outside a modern building. An older man waves his cap with a cheerful smile as he greets someone heading to work early. A young man in a suit politely offers breakfast, noting there is still some time left. Someone expresses sincere gratitude with enthusiasm. A young man bows and thanks the janitor, who reassures him that the food is just leftovers from the kids. The young man in the suit politely thanks someone. A man in a suit stops outside the building, sensing that someone is secretly watching him. A furious young man in traditional attire clenches his fists behind a wall, determined to escort his target to the underworld after realizing the man has already lived out his full lifespan. A frustrated child slams his fist against the wall, yelling about being unable to get close to someone. Dojin spots a distant figure who reacts with surprise. Outside a modern building, one character complains about taking a child to kindergarten while another insists he needs to run errands. A red-haired character forcefully grabs a white-haired character while sarcastically mocking him about looking too young to be a parent, as a small purple creature watches with a deadpan stare. A character internally laments being mistaken for a middle-aged man despite never having dated anyone. The 3 characters freeze in shock, wide-eyed and speechless. A man threatens his enemies, clenching his flaming fist with a menacing glare. A startled creature recoils in shock at an unexpected sight. A companion urgently points out a small, cloaked child standing alone amid swirling purple energy in the deserted street. A red-haired man shows deep concern for a frightened child, while a small creature watches him skeptically. A frustrated figure kneels on the ground, blaming a strange, shiny-faced person for failing to get closer, while a calm girl observes. A young character suddenly looks up, startled by something unexpected. A startled man is shocked when a cheerful girl on the street confirms she can see him. A perplexed man checks the register to confirm if the unfamiliar child on the street is listed. Someone off-panel demands to know the other character's name. Someone questions the girl's name, asking if it's really Star, as in the nursery rhyme, while holding a black book with red text. A surprised character demands to know how someone is able to see them despite not being dead or in a coma. A startled girl recoils as a hand suddenly reaches toward her. A red-haired man grabs the shoulder of a kneeling black-clad figure, confronting him as a startled blonde girl watches. A powerful figure easily repels a smaller attacker, mocking their weakness. A nervous man protests that the boy is just a child, but the sly man counters that, given his underworld aura, he must be an ancient being. A small demon-like creature informs a tense young man that an underworld being has attacked Star's body. Realizing that Star was not the intended target, the character questions who the real objective might be as a hand reaches toward a mysterious object marked with red symbols. A character recalls the kindly grandparent who often gave them snacks after seeing the name Lim Youngsik written on a card. Someone taps the red-haired character on the shoulder while he is reading, catching him off guard. A wary man confronts a suspicious figure, ready to attack as he questions their intentions. A sudden burst of fire slams into a man and a purple creature, leaving them both reeling in pain and surprise. A red-haired man panics and confesses that he accidentally killed someone while trying only to rough him up. A red-haired character playfully admits a mistake while a small white-haired character vomits in response. Two men face off in a heated standoff while a third person notices something dropped on the ground. A man in a cap notices something unusual while looking through a black notebook filled with crossed-out names. A male character carefully examines the black folder labeled Name List, Outdoors. The older man pauses in silence, gripping a thick book under the somber light. A red-haired character angrily smacks a white-haired character, causing the latter to scream in pain. A man in a cap anxiously notices a mysterious light shining in the sky. An explosion rips through the floor, sending a man stumbling back in fear. The group gathers around the fallen figure, debating whether he survived the impact due to his underworld origin. The boy shouts with force, causing debris to scatter around him. A furious reaper protests being mistreated, declaring his status under Great King Yama. An older man abruptly stops mid-shout as he recognizes someone who has just arrived. An enraged figure storms forward and harshly confronts someone about causing major delays. A red-haired man restrains a defiant child as they argue about age and respect. A furious young man shouts in outrage, his face flushed with anger. An older man steps in to stop the red-haired figure from angrily lifting the struggling child. An elderly man asks the young person for forgiveness for others' actions as he prepares to leave. A young man admits he feels like the villain but accepts that some things are inevitable. An elderly man relaxes and expresses relief that he can finally rest after struggling with pain. A young girl anxiously questions an elder about his departure, struggling to accept the separation. A young girl begs an elderly man not to leave as he gently comforts her outside. A small figure dressed as a grim reaper agrees to leave with a taller, smiling man on the empty street. A composed figure reaches toward a swirling energy sphere while commending the opponent. A solemn figure channels magical energy to guide a soul toward judgment and reincarnation in the afterlife. A surge of blue energy tears through the scene in a powerful attack. A young boy is suddenly struck by a surge of purple energy, leaving him terrified and shocked. A character unleashes a powerful energy attack, shattering the ground and nearby buildings. Two young men stare outside in shock as snow unexpectedly falls. A playful companion teases her master in an otherwise empty scene. Dark crystalline spikes surge from the ground, blocking the attack and startling the boy. A commanding man orders the anxious figure to deliver a message to Yama. A royal figure dismissively warns of consequences and questions a subordinate about another failed attempt to retrieve the soul. Someone teases the youngest member about always being treated like a kid. A nervous figure bows and apologizes to the two men seated in the quiet courtyard. A threatening warning from the Earth King is delivered. A man in ornate robes spits his drink in shock onto another character's face. A tense confrontation unfolds as one character reveals that the Earth King's power protected a soul, preventing any interference. One character, furious and struggling to break free, demands to kill their enemy while another urgently restrains him, warning that their opponent is far too powerful. A man in a long coat leaves the courtyard after finishing his meal, passing by glowing gemstones. A worried official urgently insists that if the Earth King arrives, he should be told all administrators support him. A desperate man urgently insists on following his instructions, while another calmly reassures him and urges him to leave. One character observes that someone appears frightened of Lord Dojin, while another remains notably unafraid. Two characters discuss a task assigned by the Heavenly Demon Lord, with one dismissing its importance. Determined to act, someone resolves to stop suspicious individuals from crossing into Earth near the immigration office. A defiant man at the portal station orders the other to wait, while the outsider hesitates, unsure if he can trust him. A young man casually asks for help finding a missing book while a stern figure stands nearby, visibly irritated. An enraged figure in a fur-collared robe confronts someone in the cave, threatening them for failing an important mission. A calm young man continues reading his book as a furious, shadowy figure with a sword threatens to kill him. A stern young man orders someone to fetch volume 12, insisting he is only following Lord Kyama's instructions. A character recoils in shock as a book hurtles toward their face. A furious character protests loudly after being insulted. A young man angrily asserts someone's official status while the cloaked figure reacts in bewilderment. A character grips a rolled-up newspaper, preparing to take action. Two enraged characters shout insults and attack each other with raised fists. Someone angrily shouts an insult, filling the panel with tension. A cheerful boy proudly displays a comic book and prepares to explain its significance. One character, surprised, asserts their higher status over someone else. Several days earlier in Market Alley, a person lies in a gazebo, play-acting as a mysterious hero. Lying on the floor, he reflects on the mysterious guardian described in the book. A blue-haired boy rolls on the floor, bursting with excitement as he clutches a book. A young man recoils in shock and accuses someone of being a thief. An elderly woman frantically cries out about her stolen college fund, drawing startled attention from a nearby young man. A thief dashes away with a stolen purse as a desperate cry for help rings out. A young man inside the building complains about another disturbance in the neighborhood. The young man reacts in surprise as he notices someone behaving recklessly. A young man studies the situation in silence, his skepticism clear as he holds the object. Energy pulses around the glowing hand as someone recalls the name Kirill. A man hidden in the shadows unleashes a supernatural force to judge and strike down someone who threatened the peace. A character is caught off guard as a powerful blow strikes their face. A man is hurled high above the city, losing grip of a purple bag as he flies through the air. A hand grips the purple bag tightly, signaling a tense moment. A young man steps forward in the street and confidently declares his identity as someone from darkness, startling the onlookers. A hand gently comforts the emotional elderly woman as she clutches her bag. A man promises to protect someone as he walks away, leaving the other character watching him with concern. A man with glowing eyes secretly watches from behind a wall as another man stands calmly nearby, unaware of the surveillance. One person calmly comments on another's discreet good deed, startling the young man into a panic scream and frantic escape. A frustrated superior questions an employee's reliability, as the employee internally imagines a series of negative outcomes for every possible response. A young man shouts his determination and leaps up as another man watches him closely. The young man is surprised by the unexpected ambition and prepares to explain the next steps. A young man confidently announces his new responsibility for processing immigration paperwork from the central area while a woman watches from behind. A sharp-tongued character mocks another's foolish behavior with a blunt insult. The character is stunned to realize that the person they thought was foolish is actually their colleague. A panicked character freezes, prompting another to forcefully kick them aside and take control of the situation. The administrator prepares to begin the immigration screening as the applicants wait. A young man confirms he is present for immigration screening as the process begins. An elderly, hooded man solemnly requests permission for his people to live safely on Earth. The elderly man challenges the younger man's authority, questioning whether he is truly a minister conducting the immigration screening. One character bursts into laughter and mocks another, who stands embarrassed and frustrated. A character seizes the glowing weapon but is suddenly caught off guard. A shocked woman confronts a determined man as he prepares to fire a magical arrow in the forest. A furious character yells in shock at someone's reckless behavior. A hooded man recoils in alarm as a fiery explosion erupts nearby. A blue-haired man mocks his opponent, pretending not to hear and challenging him with sarcastic defiance. A stern figure warns the cowering subordinates that failing to follow the manual on Earth will lead to deadly consequences. An elderly man in a hooded cloak freezes in terror as he stares ahead. A nervous hooded figure urgently requests the manual and documents to ensure they can blend in. A stern figure confronts an anxious person about failing to prepare the manual. A tense argument erupts as one man questions the other's ability to handle an important task, prompting a defensive outburst about being prepared with manuals. A nervous young man hurriedly reveals the manual, causing his companion to react in shock. A character shouts in disbelief, reacting to someone's reckless actions. A young man recoils in shock after an unexpected revelation challenges what he thought was true. Someone desperately pleads for the madness to stop and asks to collaborate on writing the manual. A woman grabs a man's shirt in the forest and angrily scolds him for doing something foolish. One character angrily questions the safety of the plan while another, overwhelmed, desperately calls for help. A character incredulously questions the use of a comic book as a manual at the market entrance. A cheerful young man raises his fist in excitement, while the figure behind him sighs in resignation. The young man acknowledges the effort despite his confusion. A composed figure in ceremonial garb reflects on their unexpected good fortune as the group enjoys the festival. Two startled observers realize they have spotted the legendary master rumored to be the most powerful on Earth. A young man in a suit is startled as he realizes the existence of the true guardian of balance in the darkness. A group of hooded figures kneels and salutes the new ruler of Earth. Townspeople whisper about the king of Earth as Dojin silently endures their stares. A young man stands at attention and reports to his superior that he has completed the assigned training. The calm character increases the number of reflection papers as the shocked subordinate protests, causing the punishment to escalate further. A dire warning announces that a dimensional gate error has trapped the group in a corrupted world. Dojin surveys the chaotic scene as everyone else flees after entering a different dimension. He realizes that he is in a completely different dimension. As chaos erupts and red demons attack the fleeing crowd and guards, Dojin stands unfazed at the center. Dark blue energy gathers around him as he prepares to handle the situation. Ferocious red demons surge forward, launching a violent assault through streaks of blue energy. A group of soldiers is suddenly ambushed, recoiling in shock and confusion. Someone reacts in disbelief to the monster being defeated with a single attack. Someone reacts in disbelief to a shocking revelation. Startled soldiers freeze in fear as they realize the Demon King has appeared. An urgent command to retreat echoes as panic spreads. A nervous guard announces the arrival of the Demon King as he enters the Grand Hall. Two terrified figures bow low to the ground, overwhelmed by the Demon King's power. He grips the back of the chair and leans forward, intensifying the tension. An imposing man in a suit stands over a group of desperate people bowing at his feet as he coldly dismisses their pleas for mercy. A desperate king announces he will sacrifice the nobles to protect his country. He denies being the Demon King, growing more frustrated with the accusation. A distressed man wearing a crown accuses another of ruthlessly eliminating a demon tribe subordinate and demands an end to the deception. A young man in a suit explains that he is a civil servant heading to the central area and describes a rift as something resembling a gate. A terrified ruler, surrounded by panicked advisors, desperately begs for mercy as dark energy looms behind them. Realizing the dimension has already been corrupted, the young man silently concludes that a past rift erased everyone's memories. The observer notes that the kneeling knights appear weak and questions if they have lost their powers as hunters. Someone recalls what Tizatala said. A fairy-like figure warns that once corruption is complete, all powers and memories from the central area will vanish, the gates will explode, and monsters will be unleashed. A pink-haired character mocks the looming corruption of Earth while another listens silently. The young man calmly thanks the fairy for the information while she floats above, clutching her head in pain. He decides to report the situation to the director when he returns. A young man confidently approaches a startled, crowned elder in a sunlit hall, prompting the elder to express recognition and confusion. The man in the crown reacts in shock as a surprising figure appears beside him. The king and the noblewoman recoil in fear as they realize the Demon King's identity. An enraged man in royal attire accuses another character of killing Kiriel. A furious young woman punches the older man in the face as she yells about their child's feelings for Kiriel. The enraged woman grabs the man and demands answers about Kiriel, accusing him of being indifferent to their child's death. A character forcefully exhales, focusing intently while performing a breathing exercise. A character firmly denies being the Demon King while the nervous royal couple listens. A desperate woman pleads for news of her child and begs for a chance to see him. A young man in a suit offers to share information about someone unseen. The crowned man and his attendants burst into tears of joy upon receiving news that the prince is alive. One character mocks the idea of someone being a prince while another lounges on the bed, laughing and holding a mysterious book. A young man in a suit politely refuses the crowned figure's request to meet Kiriel, explaining that only he is permitted to enter this place. The crowned man earnestly asks for help delivering a letter. A young man in a suit hesitantly accepts a sealed envelope, unsure of what awaits him. A young man erupts in shock upon learning that someone may have met his father, leaving his companion stunned. A man in a suit tells another man that he was asked to deliver a letter. The group reacts skeptically to the unexpected claim about someone being a prince. A cheerful man enthusiastically answers a small girl's hopeful question. A blonde character reacts with astonishment to the sudden proposal to write together. A furious child charges at an unfazed man, swinging a laptop in frustration. A seated man suddenly presses a glowing, shadowy object into the protagonist's chest while asking him to deliver it along with a letter. A hand extends a glowing, mysterious object, hesitating before offering it. A white-haired man recoils in disgust and mocks another person's attempt to give a gift to their parents, while a small orange creature reacts to the unpleasant situation. Two opponents shout insults at each other from opposite sides of the street, each daring the other to fight. Sometime later, someone arrives at the Grand Palace in Leiden Kingdom to deliver a message to his father. The king and queen react with disbelief and emotion as they examine a suspicious gift and a letter. A furious woman forcefully shoves food into the panicked man's mouth as chaos erupts in the grand room. A mustached man wearing a crown panics in fear, sweating as he reacts to a sudden threat. Two armored guards rush forward with weapons drawn, shouting a warning about an attempted poisoning. A furious character unleashes a loud scream, clenching their fists as sweat pours down their face. A character recoils in shock, covering their mouth as they react to an unexpected event. Two men freeze in shock as they witness something startling off-panel. A man is stunned as he reacts to something extraordinary. An older man desperately demands a treasure from the calm young man, insisting that even valuable items should be distributed according to hierarchy. Someone desperately pleads to be saved first. He denies being the savior and points out that Kiriel is the real one. As a result of the incident, Dojin is recognized as the hero of the Leiden Kingdom. A hidden antagonist threatens to destroy everything important to their unseen target. Someone bursts into loud, manic laughter. A young girl raises a cursed trowel, unleashing its dark power. A mysterious blade crackles with dark energy as someone threatens to destroy it. A young girl digs into the ground with a shovel, shouting with excitement as she attacks the dirt. The panel explains that turned over soil supplies oxygen and helps trees thrive. A red-haired man watches as one girl gleefully smashes an object with a shovel while another girl reacts nearby. A red-haired man asserts Apophis' fearlessness while the dark-haired man asks for clarification. Someone complains about the chaos spreading through the master's house. A man gently takes an item from a cheerful young girl after asking to borrow it. The young man reacts anxiously to troubling news about Bayol, sweating as he stares at the spade. The man intimidates the frightened girl with a trowel while others watch from the side. A hand charges forward with a shovel, crackling with blue energy and ready to strike. A young girl clings to an adult's leg, desperately begging him not to hurt her friend. A young girl stands her ground and insists that friends should be treated with kindness, echoing advice from her mother. A frightened girl clutching a garden trowel anxiously asks if she will survive. A blonde girl beams with joy as she affirms their friendship. A sentient shovel with glowing eyes calls out for a friend. Someone bashfully holds up a shovel against a sparkling background. A small, shadowy shovel suddenly pledges its loyalty, startling the nearby blonde character. A commanding voice begins to announce a decisive change. A young girl eagerly tells her father she needs to bring an orange and small shovel to her mother, then hesitates in surprise. A young girl excitedly offers an orange and asks for a moment to speak. A young man expresses his excitement just as someone else interrupts the conversation. Someone excitedly notices a new arrival at the modern house. An elderly man joyfully embraces a young girl as they reunite. A young girl eagerly suggests preparing something for the arriving grandparents as the family gathers together. 3 men gather around a table as one clears his throat to signal the start of an important discussion. A furious young man bursts out in anger upon discovering his sister secretly got married and had a child without his knowledge. An older man anxiously tries to defend himself as he is questioned by someone off-panel. A blonde man angrily demands an explanation from 2 others in the office. A nervous man apologizes to an official, hoping to smooth over his son's behavior. The young man encourages the other person to treat him casually as he calmly sips his tea. One man nervously insists he is only a city hall employee while the other listens in silence. A stunned authority figure reacts in disbelief upon hearing that the family's princess has married a civil servant. A man erupts in frustration over the decision to marry the youngest princess to a civil servant, while 2 women share a cheerful moment together. A man asks an official to step aside, allowing for a private conversation. A stern man abruptly silences the room with a sharp command. A young man urgently asks the older man if he has received any news from the Hunter Association chairman, but the older man appears confused and unaware. A man in uniform anxiously asks about rumors of a formidable enemy targeting the core. A stern man asserts that official Lee Dujun is the top authority and the leader in the SSS rank crack subjugation. A young man recoils in shock after learning about Behemoth's mentor and their connection to an SSS rank subjugation. A man in a suit playfully lifts a cheerful young girl as a smiling woman watches nearby. Realizing the danger he's in, the man begins to fear for his life. A serious man reassures the anxious person beside him that their lives are not in danger. The man resolves to quickly apologize and ask for understanding to ensure someone takes good care of Ijiang. An older man scrutinizes someone's motives, questioning whether their deference is genuine or a tactic to recruit an ally. One man challenges the other's expectations in a tense, formal discussion. The character carefully considers that provoking the other person could damage their relationship further. An older man vents his anger about being left out of a family marriage and child, while the younger man tries to correct the misunderstanding. An older man questions the legitimacy of a relationship and expresses doubt about someone marrying without their family's knowledge. 2 adults discuss how the young girl closely resembles Moon Ijiang as a child. One man proposes transferring all the shares and making himself chairman, while the other reacts with surprise. A tense discussion unfolds about the potential benefits of bringing someone into a strategic alliance. A blonde man assures the group that with Ijiang's help, there is nothing to worry about as she will handle the necessary contacts. A crucial decision about someone's transfer is being questioned. A man finds comfort in knowing the girl is happy as she calls out to her grandfather. A sign introduces the Hunter Association Artifact Research Lab. One man reacts with frustration to an unexpected problem in the office while the other stands by anxiously. An older man reacts in shock after receiving an unexpected resignation letter. The lab director announces his resignation and plans to return to America, overwhelmed by a sense of defeat. An older man erupts in frustration, defending the effort it took to recruit the youngest Harvard graduate. A nervous man reports that hunter survival rates and crisis response have significantly improved due to recent research. Someone emphatically reassures another by insisting their actions are far from useless. A man asserts his expertise in analyzing artifact combinations to the chairman. An older man is handed a folder and reacts with surprise as he examines its contents. A man in a lab coat slams a report onto the table and urgently demands to know who the subject is. A researcher urgently reveals that someone's rapid artifact prediction perfectly matches their week-long analysis. One man drops to his knees in shock as another calmly explains how the workload could decrease if the instructions are followed. An exasperated man in a suit berates his bowing subordinate for wasting time and resources on repeated analyses. An older man in a suit reassures a distressed younger man in a white coat, emphasizing the importance of thorough analysis over simple predictions. A man smirks in the shadows as he asks for a single request. A tense man with glasses braces himself and urges someone off-panel to speak. A frustrated man waves his resignation letter, insisting on an immediate meeting as his exasperated superior reluctantly gives in. A large modern building with a clock tower rises against the clear sky, introducing the setting. Yong-Yong sits on a chair, happily eating a heart-shaped snack. A baby dragon yawns on an office chair as the adults around him react with delight. A small dragon-like character endures having its cheeks pinched while clutching a mysterious device. A hand stops the stopwatch as the countdown reaches 0, signaling that 10 seconds have passed. A costumed character cheerfully announces that everyone who touched him will receive a snack, warning the surprised office workers not to pretend they don't recognize him. A warning is issued about the consequences of incorrect calculations. A cheerful hand offers candy and a chocolate bar to someone. He gleefully hugs a pile of snacks, overwhelmed with excitement. A small creature greedily claims all the snacks while a serious man silently observes. A small creature considers whether to share its snacks while the man watches closely. A character devises a plan to sell something at a high price to someone who doesn't understand its value. A small demon frantically grabs as many snack bars as he can, his eyes filled with greedy excitement. An orange creature reacts angrily upon being told their allowance will be withheld. A composed man confronts the startled creature, causing it to recoil in shock. A small dragon-like creature frantically begs for mercy, clinging to someone's leg in desperation. An older man in a suit charges forward as the startled creature freezes in his path. Two men, one in a suit and the other in a lab coat, arrive and announce their presence. In a laboratory, one man introduces Dr. Choi Hochiol, the world's leading artifact researcher, to the others. A young man in a suit directly asks why the other person wanted to meet, confidently holding a small orange creature. The two men in the office react with confusion as one of them bluntly states he will be direct. An enthusiastic scientist offers his own research director position to someone as a recruitment proposal. A concerned young man questions the doctor's startling reaction at the desk. A man in a lab coat reviews an experiment report and notes that it involved direct mana injection without specialized equipment. An older man urgently asks the man in the suit to lead their team. A man politely declines a job offer, leaving his surprised counterpart speechless in the office. A sly man smiles under the rain as he prepares to present a tempting offer. The report is recognized for its passion, madness, and genius. A man in a suit tries to persuade the doctor with an irresistible offer, but the doctor firmly rejects its existence. A researcher excitedly claims the right to study the remains and artifacts of the defeated 10th-ranked martial laws. A young man in a suit walks away calmly as an older man reacts in shock, spitting out his drink. An older man reacts in disbelief, shouting at the doctor after hearing shocking news. An older man abruptly restrains the panicked scientist and ends the interrogation. With a piercing glare, the character forcefully orders everything to stop. Someone decides to let the other person keep talking. A nervous man in a lab coat exhales in relief after a tense moment. A man with glasses teases someone about being a well-known City Hall mascot and Lee Do-jun's pet monster. A man in a lab coat leans forward and confirms that both he and the horned creature are eager to learn more. The sinister scientist taunts the shocked man by bringing up the monstrous body's terrifying secrets. A devilish figure smirks with confidence, exuding a mischievous energy. An older man urgently clamps his hand over a younger man's mouth to stop him from speaking. A nervous man urges the group to move their conversation to a more private place. An annoyed orange creature confronts a man in a suit who shrugs indifferently. A startled subordinate clutches his throat as his director urgently addresses him. A flustered scientist reassures a nervous companion that the pet will not be harmed. A confident man in a lab coat announces the start of a lecture while another man looks uneasy in the background. The group begins analyzing the strength of dragon bones and scales. Two men in a shadowy office debate the true reason behind their urgent meeting, hinting at additional concerns beyond one individual. One man calmly redirects the conversation to other matters while the other reacts with alarm at something being left behind. An older man panics as he witnesses explosions engulfing the city. A composed young man decides to book a meeting room while an older man reacts with surprise. The scientist desperately begs for mercy as the suited figure confronts him. A character prepares to explain how artifact combinations work. A young girl enthusiastically greets the approaching group, drawing surprised reactions from both the small dragon and a spiky-haired companion. A cheerful group presents lunch boxes, highlighting the special meat side dishes prepared for someone's preference. A cheerful man casually explains his recent discussion with a human as the others question his whereabouts. A creature reveals that powerful artifacts are made from bodies like his and that someone is determined to seize Dragon Number 1's corpse. 3 dragons, ranked 2nd, 5th, and 9th, are introduced as they react tensely to the situation. A purple-haired character confronts someone with shock and anger. Amid rising flames, 3 shocked figures confront a grave betrayal. One character angrily accuses the other of sounding like dragon hunters from the past as tension rises between them in the damaged classroom. A man with glasses jolts in shock as he suddenly realizes something unsettling. A terrified man suddenly clutches his throat and struggles to breathe. A girl surrounded by sinister purple energy confronts a man as she begins to unleash her suppressed power. A menacing figure threatens to destroy their opponent completely. A fierce character unleashes a powerful curse, binding a soul to the Avicii hell and casting it into the hungry ghost realm. A young man in a suit storms into the office and demands an explanation from the group of researchers kneeling before him. A group of desperate researchers beg someone in the laboratory to lead them. An anxious older man insists he is just a city hall civil servant, while the younger man listens in silence. A frustrated researcher demands an explanation for why the report draft matches the experimental results exactly. A concerned researcher reveals that the director is using dragon materials as bait and admits they approached directly because the offer alone would not have convinced the target. Someone desperately pleads for guidance and assistance for the director. 3 men in suits bow on the floor, desperately begging for an alliance to save massive national funds and increase hunter survival rates. The man in the suit warns that anyone working with him must be ready for difficult situations. A man in a lab coat shouts with determination, rallying others to persevere. A man reacts with shock, abruptly shouting in response to something unexpected. A composed man in a suit stands in the doorway, effortlessly intimidating 2 panicked men who are thrown back in fear. Unfazed by the surrounding chaos, the young man walks calmly through the destruction. A small demon-like creature suddenly leaps onto the man's neck, causing him to cry out in pain. A serious young man proposes continuing their partnership in the corridor. 2 frightened scientists recoil on the ground after a tense encounter, while another character watches in shock. The young man in a suit addresses the director with a serious expression as he stands before the damaged wall. A terrified man collapses to the ground, frantically begging for mercy. He steps forward to shield his companions, firmly declaring that no one is allowed to harm them or use their bodies for artifacts. A silver-haired character convulses on the ground, their head thudding rhythmically against the floor as their eyes glow blankly. A white-haired man declares the confrontation over and tells everyone to go home, while another man reluctantly gets up in frustration as a serious girl watches. 2 small demon creatures obediently end their playtime after receiving orders. A small orange creature admits they couldn't do anything to help with the marshal. 2 adults issue a deadly warning to their opponent, while 2 small creatures stand protectively at their feet. A suited man announces that dinner will be braised short ribs, prompting the group to cheer excitedly. Someone desperately shouts after being left behind. A small creature rushes forward to join as 2 exhausted men lie on the ground surrounded by rubble. A shaken man, lying on the ground, warns others to completely avoid getting involved with Mr. Lee's family. A bearded man suddenly cries out in shock, his face drenched in sweat. An older man in royal attire reacts with suspicion as he reads a surprising message about himself on a scroll. 2 formally dressed men begin a serious conversation across a table with an official scroll between them. A stern man instructs his subordinates to look after the group that will soon arrive at their test site. An older man in ceremonial attire demands answers as he challenges the other figure about breaking the law. An elderly man suspiciously interrogates someone off-panel about information discovered in the central area. A stern man resolves to evaluate the others more strictly and fairly. A robed official instructs the judges to allow the Earthlings to pass the test with moderate scores. The older man firmly refuses the request. 1 man questions the other about whether he explained who Dojin is. A figure slams their hand on the table while revealing that someone defeated a mythical creature with a single blow. An older man angrily accuses someone of taking bribes in the form of mythical creature remains to let others pass. 2 officials clash in the royal chamber as tempers flare over an expected crisis. An outraged man confronts another, accusing him of saving an Earthling and breaking an absolute taboo. The frustrated elder demands to know Dojin's location and insists on going to Earth himself, startling the regal man in the room. A furious superior confronts a subordinate in the royal hall, threatening them for their insolence and denying any accusation of bribery. A bearded man hesitates and pauses, considering whether to reveal information. A calculating man decides to send his confused subordinate to test someone's strength instead of going himself. A young man is made to write an apology letter under the watchful eye of an amused older man. An older man in ceremonial clothing is startled when someone grabs his shoulder and admits he hasn't given any explanation. A wise elder acknowledges the unseen hard work done for the group's benefit. 2 officials clash in the ornate chamber, their tempers flaring as one mocks the other with a cryptic insult. An older man urgently hands over an address, insisting the other person see the evidence of his relentless investigation. A breakthrough moment occurs as someone begins to understand the truth. The scene shifts to a quiet apartment building on a sunny day. A girl stops studying and looks toward the door as the bell rings, while a small creature continues sleeping on the couch. The small creature squirms on its side, struggling to wake up. A chibi character reacts in outrage and disbelief. An irritated small creature stomps and complains loudly about being disturbed early on the weekend as a girl approaches from behind. A hand forcefully twists the handle and bursts the door open. A furious small dragon-like creature defiantly threatens to kill its enemy, undeterred by the risk to itself. A robed man enters the room and demands to know the identity of the small horned creature. A robed man criticizes his companion for being undignified as they arrive at the residence of Lee Do-jun and are met with surprise. Yong-yong questions Dojin's identity with a skeptical look. A small dragon bursts into the room, loudly calling out while an older man turns in surprise. A frustrated woman restrains a thrashing creature as it loudly insists it is older than the man being discussed. One character whispers a blunt remark about another's odd clothing, implying he might be mentally unstable. A girl awkwardly invites the visitors inside while an older man looks offended by her words. A girl welcomes the guests, explains her father's absence due to work, directs them where to sit, and expresses uncertainty about the unfamiliar creatures. The older man acknowledges the difference in manners and instructs the other person to follow him. Two furious creatures glare and clench their fists, outraged that someone dared to order Yunhee around. A small dragon-like creature sternly warns against letting strangers in, emphasizing the potential danger. A small demon-like creature reacts indignantly in the kitchen, loudly blaming the girl for poor parenting. A girl asserts that their house contains the second most powerful being in the universe. Someone pokes Yongyong's cheek while asking who is the second strongest in the universe, making him look surprised and thoughtful. The small dragon sulks and walks away as the girl watches with concern. A cheerful girl assigns laundry and cleaning chores to an enthusiastic small dragon, who eagerly accepts the task. A worried young woman watches as a mysterious black snake appears on the table near an elderly man in ceremonial robes. The elderly man leans in to inspect the snake, noticing something unusual about it. A snake-like creature appears indoors, prompting confusion about its connection to the status window. An older man warns the girl not to let the snake-like creature leave her side, stressing its importance to her survival. A young girl calmly clarifies that the item belongs to her father. Someone taps the small black snake's head while asking if it was left behind by its owner. A man in ornate robes is stunned to see that the status window snake in his hand has turned black. A bewildered man in ceremonial attire confronts the looming serpent, questioning the true meaning of the black color and its connection to the infinite origin. A character reveals the child's name as Gyuwang. A character explains that Yongyong said the creature was originally called Ouroboros. An elderly man recoils in shock upon hearing the name. Ouroboros. Two monsters sit together and comment on someone's strange behavior. An older man grabs a startled figure by the shoulders and urgently demands to know if the status window snake belongs to Lord Dujun. A fiery creature steps forward and fiercely warns against harming Yunhee, flames erupting from its hands. A sudden, overwhelming aura shocks the older man and leaves the young woman dizzy. A man in ceremonial robes and a young woman recoil in shock as a blinding energy fills the room, revealing the presence of the Dragon King. A horned creature confronts someone for disrespecting its master. An elderly man recoils in shock as he learns that the feared individual owns Ouroboros and keeps the Dragon King as a pet. A small, orange creature angrily insists that it is not a pet. A calm man firmly declares the creature is family, leaving the old woman and the small dragon both shocked. Someone is startled by the unexpected arrival of their father. An older man interrupts the group to complain that no one noticed his arrival. Two anxious creature companions quickly defend themselves as they insist they were only trying to protect the young master. The young man praises the two creatures for their efforts and encourages them to keep looking after Yunhee. A small dragon-like creature demands an allowance and suddenly strikes the suited man, while a purple creature criticizes the interruption. A nervous official commends the surprised man for his recent actions. A remorseful person bows deeply and apologizes for mistakenly accusing the man in the suit of corruption, while he listens calmly with a small creature on his shoulder. A small creature interrupts the serious man to ask about its allowance, leaving him confused. A sudden request for a private conversation catches everyone off guard outside the building. Several individuals approach the evaluation platform in the mountainous arena, preparing for the midterm assessment. One character urges the tense group to stay calm, assuring them that the exam hall is under the control of a central administrator. A stern man announces that the King of Equality is conducting an exam to determine the true King of Hell. An older man confronts the newcomers, recognizing them as children from Earth. The protagonist firmly announces their arrival to take the exam. An examiner loudly announces a successful pass for the midterm evaluation, holding up a sign. Three armored figures freeze and stare upward, visibly confused by something unexpected above them. The protagonist freezes, baffled by the unexpected situation. Four uniformed figures arrive at the evaluation platform, where a robed figure awaits. A stern man glares forward and grimly declares that everyone calls this place hell. Amid a deadly aftermath, bodies lie motionless among the rocks at the base of the mountain. Earth faces annihilation if even its strongest defender cannot overcome the threat from the central area. People around the world anxiously watch the giant screen and plead for a favorable outcome as a decisive moment unfolds. The examiner announces the start of the exam to the assembled participants. Three armored figures brace themselves for an incoming threat, with one urging the others to stop shaking and face it head-on. An authority suddenly declares that all three trainees have passed without an exam, leaving them shocked and confused. A crowd reacts with surprise as a giant outdoor screen displays a shocked man. A shocked voice erupts as Earth is suddenly revealed with dramatic emphasis in the vastness of space. An authority figure scrutinizes a candidate's ranking results, questioning why they bypassed the exam. Two spirits ridicule the poor scores, noting their worthless compared to those achieved with the strategy guide. A blue-haired woman lifts a startled figure while announcing the captured spirits to the group. An angry raccoon spirit threatens revenge on the villains, realizing with frustration that it is already dead. The small fairy praises the achievement of finding hidden pieces and credits the success to following Dojin's strategy guide. An official figure declares that Behemoth is allowed to proceed without taking the special exam. An official triumphantly announces that someone has passed while holding up a results sheet. A crowd reacts excitedly as a dramatic announcement plays on a giant outdoor screen. Three young adults in suits cheer loudly on the city street, calling for another round of drinks. A young man sighs with mild exasperation, reacting to the situation with an amused smile. Two armored figures stand together, mocking their defeated opponents for lacking any conscience. The team gathers together, relieved and smiling as they discuss taking a well-earned break after their recent victory. The teammates agree to take a break and celebrate together in the forest. A character watches a lively live stream on their smartphone and reacts with amusement. A young man warns that the real challenge begins on the 8th floor. A news broadcast on a smartphone announces that Behemoth has passed the 7th floor midterm evaluation, unlocking access to the Central Area rankings. The narration announces that Impelheim has taken first place. A smartphone screen reveals the current Central Area rankings, highlighting 1st and 14th place. A boy proudly displays his phone, boasting about being ranked number 1 in looks, while 2 girls react with surprise and awkwardness. A surprised girl urgently points out Kiriel's high ranking on her phone. A young man smirks and confidently admits he can't hide the truth any longer. A young man is abruptly struck on the head with a large rock while drooling at his desk. A group of students gossips about someone taking advantage of another person. A furious young man loudly asserts his superiority while 2 startled girls watch in shock. A girl forcefully pulls a child away as an enraged boy shouts behind them. A furious young man vents his anger while gripping his phone tightly. A man watches a news broadcast on his smartphone and feels indignant about being disrespected despite his looks and royal status. A hand holds up a phone showing a live stream, revealing that the crucial information is the 15th floor of the Central Area. A rumor spreads that the Star of Transcendence can be obtained on the 15th floor, causing shock at the house. One character shouts in disbelief at the table after learning someone is heading to the 15th floor despite not being a Transcendent yet. An older man considers the topic of the Transcendent rankings while being served cookies by a younger companion. The young man in the suit responds defensively, acknowledging that the other person has been visiting frequently. The group discusses how easily the protagonist could obtain the Star of Transcendence. A young man quickly turns his head when someone calls out to him. An elder explains that to obtain the Star of Transcendence, one must prove themselves to someone named Jacinta. A young man seeks clarification about a possible threat, while someone nervously corrects his misunderstanding. A member of the group urgently pleads for mercy as the armored figure towers over them, creating a tense standoff. An elderly man defends someone's character while a small creature angrily complains about perceived disrespect. One character demands an explanation for the suspicious looks as the group sits tensely at the table. 3 embarrassed characters quickly deny any wrongdoing while avoiding eye contact. Someone reacts with confusion to unexpected responses outside a modern apartment building. Someone off-panel demands a clear explanation. An armored man raises his ornate spear and issues a rallying shout before the castle wall. An older man in armor yawns outside the castle, complaining that no one is strong enough to challenge him anymore. A small, glowing figure cries out in alarm as the older man stares at it in shock. A cheerful character with spiky pink hair calls out playfully to someone nearby. An armored man absent-mindedly swats at his torso and accidentally strikes the startled pink-haired woman beside him. A chibi-like character with pink hair is slammed into a stone wall as debris scatters everywhere. Seal explodes in rage, shouting furiously as energy swirls around her. A furious, tiny figure confronts a calm man after launching a surprise attack. The pink-haired character demands attention, insisting she came personally for an urgent matter. A gloved figure confronts someone, demanding answers while presenting a small, shining object as evidence. A gloved hand snaps its fingers, sending out a burst of energy as anticipation fills the air. An elf-haired character nervously questions when a confrontation between them will happen as an explosion erupts in the background. A shocked character questions how someone so unworthy became the gatekeeper of the crucial 15th floor. An ornate sword radiates energy as it is dramatically revealed. The armored man unleashes a surge of dark power, confidently proving his overwhelming strength. An armored man refuses to fight someone he deems dishonorable, while a frustrated woman announces that another person will soon arrive to take the test. An older man in dark armor questions the need for a test and tells someone to leave the door open. A stern examiner confronts someone about being asked to let a candidate pass the test unfairly. An armored man recoils in shock as he confronts someone whose actions seem dangerously irrational. The older man questions the younger man's use of honorifics, intensifying the tension between them. A gloved figure accuses their opponent of madness while brandishing a sword crackling with ominous purple energy. A defiant figure confronts the towering armored enemy, accusing them of abandoning justice and succumbing to corruption. The pink-haired character firmly rejects the demand, making her stance unmistakably clear. A magical attack forces the armored man backward as a small, defiant figure confronts him with crackling purple energy. The fairy mocks the man for lacking intelligence, her arms crossed as he looks on with irritation. An enraged older man radiates purple energy as he angrily confronts a defiant, fairy-like girl. A fairy-like girl with pink hair and wings hurls an insult as she storms off, clearly annoyed. An enraged character explodes with anger, shouting in response to provocation. A stern examiner confronts the accused individual, declaring that bribery has crossed the line. A foreboding message declares an inevitable fate for the central figure. A menacing figure delivers a deadly threat, declaring intent to kill. 2 floating creatures discuss Yunhee's promise to make them meet. One character vents his frustration, while his anxious companions try to reassure him as they walk down the path together. Dojun reassures someone off-panel before suddenly noticing something unexpected. A furious armored man confronts the dark-clad figure, brandishing a glowing spike staff and hurling accusations. A massive purple energy blast crashes down toward the suited man and his terrified companion. Yong stares in disbelief, overwhelmed by sudden shock. A man in a suit confidently lifts the pink creature while blocking a massive magical blade descending toward them, as the small creature below shouts in fear. A small purple dragon looks up anxiously and covers its mouth with its hands. A composed man warns the aggressive figure not to kill the test taker and grants permission to beat him up instead. Someone challenges their opponent, threatening to prevent them from acting. The man rejects the idea of holding back and prepares to act without restraint. Someone prepares to take action now that permission has been granted. A determined hand clenches tightly around the cloth, signaling a moment of resolve. A small dragon-like creature is tossed high into the air by a silver-haired man. An older man glares upward and taunts his opponent for sending a subordinate to fight first. A small creature charges fiercely at the glowing sword, unleashing a burst of energy as they clash. A tense figure accuses someone of abandoning their pet to escape. A small dragon-like creature retaliates by striking the white-haired man in the face after being insulted. The armored man is caught off guard as several whip-like appendages strike him forcefully. A small dragon furiously threatens a much larger dragon, demanding that it brace itself for an imminent attack. A terrified armored man recoils and urgently asks if the person before him is the overlord or Azaz. A man in a suit waits as the small, purple creature awkwardly tries to compose itself. An older man collapses outside the massive wall, trembling in terror as he fears for his life. A small, fierce creature angrily strikes a man on the head to snap him out of his panic. A white-haired man, collapsed on the cracked ground, defiantly refuses to submit, while a dark-haired man stands over him, confused by the accusation. The suited man clenches his fist and scoffs at the suggestion of a bribe, wondering if he should have hit his opponent harder. Pinned to the cracked floor, the older man defiantly warns that the Star of Transcendence will never be obtained before something unexpected catches his attention. A hand reveals a black snake-shaped bracelet, shocking everyone with the unusual display. The older man recoils in shock as the younger man reveals a mysterious object on the cracked ground. A character is stunned upon recognizing Ouroboros. Dojin stands unfazed as two colorful creatures squeeze his head from both sides. A towering armored man, visibly intimidated, nervously asks the group if someone among them is the master of Ouroboros. One character bows deeply in desperation, apologizing for not recognizing the calm figure standing before him with a small creature on their shoulder. An anxious creature urgently offers the Star of Transcendence, revealing its power comes from Ouroboros, while the stoic man listens and another companion watches nervously. Two odd-looking creatures eye the silent man in the suit with suspicion, openly questioning his sanity. One character loudly insists he is the only normal one, while the others react with skepticism and annoyance. A nervous boy steels himself for the challenges ahead at the training camp. A girl teases a shocked young man by prompting him to confess. A boy suddenly shouts, startling his classmates, as one covers her ears and another looks away in disinterest. Three students discuss their upcoming graduation, with one expressing concern about leaving home, while the others react with amusement and surprise. Two demon-like companions sit awkwardly on the bus as one tries to lighten the mood while the other reacts with irritation. One dragon-like creature jokes about moving out after graduation, while the other reacts with exasperation. The chibi character reacts silently, visibly exasperated and annoyed. A small horned creature reacts with shock and disbelief. Two small creatures criticize someone's obliviousness while he listens in silence. One student calls out to another while startled mascot-like creatures react at their feet. A character with glasses and long hair smirks while hinting at plans for tonight. A young man confronts someone angrily, demanding to know their intentions with Yunhee. A character with glasses grins and casually invites the group to hang out that evening. A young man is shocked as he suddenly recognizes someone suspicious, recalling a past toast while a small annoyed creature reacts below. A furious man grabs the young man's head and aggressively confronts him about his intentions with Yunhee. A small orange creature snatches a bottle from a startled girl sitting on an airplane. The group arrives at their destination by bus, and everyone is told to get off. Someone reminds the group that their objective is to subjugate the rift, not to waste time. A commanding figure uses a megaphone to address the assembled trainees. A young man holds a megaphone and tells the group to send an SOS if things get tough. Yunhee scolds one of the small creatures for making a rude comment about someone's weakness. Minhyuk reluctantly agrees to lead the group at Dojin's request. A leader urges the trainees to finish quickly so they can rest, and the group responds enthusiastically as they run together. Two small companions rest quietly together on the platform in the peaceful outdoors. Two creatures debate whether they should intervene to help the young master, with one insisting that facing danger is necessary for survival. A giant red ogre swings its arm as one attacker leaps forward with a sword while others prepare to join or retreat. A determined girl activates a glowing device, unleashing a surge of energy. A monstrous figure is blasted in the face by a powerful beam of energy. A girl spins around and points her gun at two monstrous attackers suddenly closing in behind her. A small orange creature suddenly reacts defensively to an unexpected event. Surrounded by roaring flames, Yunhee recoils in terror as monstrous figures emerge from the fire. Two characters urgently react as one of them calls out to check if Yunhee is okay. One teammate questions another about an unexpected technique, but she admits she doesn't know how she did it. Two small dragon-like creatures sit together outside, discussing the importance of keeping an eye on others and exchanging a compliment. The small purple dragon reacts with silent, unimpressed apathy. A startled creature watches as the small dragon-like being growls and drinks from a bottle. Two small dragon-like creatures argue and wrestle over a bottle of alcohol outside. A man with wild red hair shouts joyfully while celebrating with a bottle. A small horned creature urgently warns against drinking, terrified that a dangerous transformation might occur. A character conjures a blazing fireball while recalling his missed meal. A furious man erupts with a blast of fiery energy while demanding meat side dishes. A small horned creature stands outside and apathetically remarks that if anyone dies, it will be the Lord at the Master's hands. Someone bids a bittersweet farewell, signaling the end of an important chapter. A group of students freezes in shock as a massive eruption of flames bursts forth before them. Two monstrous red-skinned creatures roar furiously as they unleash a battle cry. Two uniformed characters stand side by side, frozen in shock as they witness something startling. Three terrified students spot a monstrous threat, panic, and try to flee as one of them is turned to stone. An armored figure recoils in shock as three students stare ahead, stunned by an unexpected event. A young man recoils in fear as a terrifying dragon suddenly appears behind him. A character rushes toward a chaotic scene as another unleashes a massive spiral of fire energy. A red-haired man shouts with excitement, overcome by his craving for meat side dishes. A panicked young man desperately pleads for mercy before the king of dragons. An armored man recoils as a bottle smashes against his head amid the chaos. A furious man unleashes a devastating outburst as another figure lies motionless nearby. Overcome by emotion, the red-haired figure erupts in flames, vowing destruction for anyone beyond his chosen few. The shocked man recoils in disgust at the small creature's altered appearance. A robed figure commands his children to emerge as he activates a glowing red summoning circle. A red-haired man, surrounded by blazing red energy, shouts his intent to claim all the meat in the world. Two figures kneel in a glowing summoning circle, responding to a summons from an unseen entity. A priestess and her disciple formally announce their arrival before the gathering. A flustered creature demands to know why they were summoned, especially by Isabel, while another person observes calmly. A woman in ceremonial attire urges a nervous man to stay calm and avoid causing a scene in front of their superior. A hand seizes the legendary sword, its blade glowing with magical energy. Clad in white armor, the character charges forward and unleashes a devastating swing with their massive sword. A drunken character loudly celebrates with a bottle, startling their anxious companion who pleads for a pause. A red-haired character shouts passionately toward the sky. The red-haired man commands others to sweep everything away. A figure in ceremonial white robes lifts a heavy mace, preparing to strike the enemies of their lord. A character bluntly announces that the lord is drunk and has lost his mind, while another reacts with confusion. The small dragon-like creature warns that the master could be in danger if Isabel loses control. Standing outdoors, one character reassures a worried companion that everything will be fine as long as the kids stay safe, while also noting the presence of the young master nearby. A girl jokes grimly about their certain doom, lightening the mood despite the danger. A worried creature asks if they should just pray for a less painful death as they discuss their grim situation. A small purple creature urgently yells at a black-haired man who is stunned on the ground, demanding he stop her. Two figures crash into each other midair in a sudden, chaotic collision. A character recoils in terror, letting out a startled scream. A character gasps in shock, stunned by an unexpected event. A furious chef demands an explanation for the unexpected situation. A white-robed figure prepares to strike the black-haired man lying defenseless on the ground. A furious attacker swings a glowing sword at a startled opponent, accusing them of betrayal. A character is abruptly interrupted while attempting to deliver a death sentence. A red-haired character taunts the others while summoning a surge of purple magical energy. A powerful surge of purple energy erupts across the sky, catching a character off guard. A terrified woman in a chef's hat screams desperately for help. He realizes the situation has taken a disastrous turn and panics. The small dragon-like creature relaxes, clutching a glowing orb after its recent effort. Dark energy erupts as the shadowy figure unleashes his power. A panicked figure in white rushes toward the red-haired observer, desperately calling for help. A green-haired girl frantically grabs a red-haired man's face, panicking over her actions. One character nervously prepares for punishment, while another clings to a third, creating an awkward scene outdoors. A figure forcefully grabs another person's face to stop their shouting. One character gets slapped while realizing he is the only one being punished, as another stands unimpressed in the background. A blonde woman in white recoils in alarm as a sudden blast of dust and smoke erupts between her and a red-haired man. The young man steadies himself as he starts to regain his composure. A follower stares up in amazement, realizing her attack had no effect. A red-haired man is surprised when a silver-haired woman appears in the forest and reminds him that he summoned her to deal with the reactionaries. A spiky-haired man recoils in shock, struggling to process the sudden order to eliminate reactionaries. A purple creature bluntly reminds the surprised young man that he called her. A man is confronted about a mistake that nearly cost the young master and the students their lives, leaving him shocked and defensive. A horned creature explains that the recent trouble began when their lord got drunk, while a black-haired person stands nearby, looking embarrassed. One character nervously proposes writing reflection letters as another doubts whether that's a sufficient consequence, while a third silently observes. A small, purple dragon-like creature warns that proceeding could be fatal. A red-haired character clutches their head in frustration, overwhelmed by the situation. A small creature urgently asks someone off-panel if they want to survive. A commanding figure delivers urgent instructions as one member of the group is abruptly struck in the face, causing surprise among the others. A powerful enemy appears unexpectedly, overwhelming the students. A character reacts in disbelief after hearing that the Lord completely destroyed the monster. A stern character warns that rumors may spread about the incident being caused by drunken behavior. A worried man argues with the creature on his shoulder about whether they should hide the dangerous truth from the others. The group clarifies that their actions are meant to reassure the teachers and students, not to deceive anyone. A purple creature sternly warns a frightened red-haired boy about the consequences of lying, prompting the boy to nervously admit his mistake. 3 characters debate how to gently wake their unconscious companion so he can help with their plan. A character jolts in pain, startled by a sudden loud noise. He also warns the group that a monster too strong for him has appeared. The group stands together as the crowd erupts in applause, celebrating their defeat of the monster. The students gather outside, processing their narrow escape and checking on a shaken classmate after being saved by a pillar of fire. A disheveled man loudly complains about his hangover while a disgruntled purple creature reacts beside him. 2 exhausted characters in matching uniforms pause outdoors to catch their breath. They quietly discuss Yunhee's mood, uncertain if her anger will cause trouble. The group decides to escalate their plan by taking their target to a secret location for a more intense ritual. A startled creature reacts in alarm as the situation suddenly changes. A woman calmly confronts the startled man as magical energy pulses between them. A figure urges the crowd to gather at the Dragonic Church and worship Lord Azaz. 2 figures brace themselves, anxiously anticipating Yunhee's uncontrollable anger. A girl bursts into manic laughter while a frightened boy shouts that he will protect her. Uniformed figures stand frozen in shock as mysterious beams of light erupt around the imposing church headquarters. A commanding voice urgently calls for everyone's attention. A priest fervently urges the crowd to worship the temple's radiant statue. 3 startled students stand in a grand hall, reacting in shock to a mysterious figure ahead. Unable to find their ally, the group grows frustrated as their search yields no results. She glares in frustration, anticipating strict new rules. In a lavish hall, one character jokes about the endless pages of reflection they might have to write while another teases him about the punishment. A commanding figure orders a confused subordinate to destroy an unspecified object. A small horned creature anxiously frets about being punished by Isabel. A red-haired man confidently announces he is about to cast a memory loss spell to ensure secrecy. A distressed girl urgently warns that proceeding could cause irreversible side effects. A panicked man clutches his head as he reacts in fear to a life-or-death confrontation. A nervous creature suggests making food for the children to the Lord. 2 anxious teammates clutch their stomachs, reacting nervously to someone's intense hunger. An exasperated man scolds a nervous creature for suddenly looking for food and demands an explanation. A small, irritated creature complains that Isabel is to blame and suggests that if others knew the truth about the student's care, the accused might avoid punishment. A red-haired young man questions whether the plan will succeed. While sitting on the floor, one character eagerly proposes using a food break during the sermon to persuade another, hoping for help from the young master. One person sits tensely, clutching fabric, while another offers a metal ladle and questions them. A man in ornate robes energetically promises to prove his care for the students, while a tired small creature stands beside him. A horned character apologizes and insists there is no other option. A lone figure performs a sacred ritual before the ornate altar in the grand hall. 2 students whisper and fidget during the lecture, drawing a warning from the front of the hall. A frustrated character conjures a glowing magical orb and confronts someone for dismissing an important story. A cheerful man lifts a steaming pot and invites everyone to eat. A small horned creature impatiently urges his companion to hurry as they both appear anxious. Someone expresses sincere gratitude for Isabel's hard work. A character presents a large pot of food in an ornate hall, astonishing the onlookers with the gesture. An energetic woman rushes forward with a large pot, urging everyone to eat quickly and not leave a single drop. 2 uniformed characters stare in astonishment, while holding steaming bowls. 2 startled characters freeze in shock, unable to finish their sentence. A shocked character recoils while examining a steaming, mysterious bowl of food. A prisoner recoils in disgust and complains that the food is worse than prison meals while another armored figure stands nearby. A terrified woman sprints down the grand hallway as a deadly threat echoes behind her. 2 frightened students cling to the armored figure, desperately begging for help. The young man braces himself, ready to face the challenge. A male character in armor urgently gulps down liquid from a large container. A young man tries the food and is shocked by how delicious it tastes. A disheveled man glares at 2 uneasy youths and forces them to eat for their own survival. A concerned figure tries to stop the young master, while another reluctantly insists on facing the consequences now. A nervous, purple creature hesitantly admits something while sweating. A young woman quickly turns around, startled by someone coughing violently behind her. A girl freezes in shock as she discovers the room filled with unconscious bodies while a small creature watches anxiously. A panicked girl confronts the aftermath of a mysterious incident as she kneels beside an unresponsive figure in a grand hall. A panicked man raises his hands and pleads for a chance to explain, while a startled small creature stands beside him. The small creature warns that the Lord's cooking is so poisonous it can cause memory loss for over a day. A shocked girl confronts someone after learning the food served to her friends was actually deadly poison prepared by Yongyo. A furious figure in ceremonial robes launches a burst of purple energy at the intruder. An irritable creature, enveloped in a red aura, complains loudly about the chaos caused by another's outburst. A red-haired man begrudgingly stops his actions as a nervous figure urges him to comply in the ornate room. A small dragon-like creature apologizes and explains that they had no other option. A worried creature explains that everyone will lose their memories to restore the school trip to normal. A young woman anxiously calls out for Seal. One girl explains with frustration that the creature probably fed them without thinking. A cheerful girl reassures someone that there will be no issues with the other's health or minds. The group quickly decides to clean up and keep their actions hidden from their father. It is revealed that everyone lost their memories but completed the school trips safely. The scene shifts to a modern apartment building as someone inside feels uncertain about what to do next. A young girl murmurs thoughtfully as she and a young man rest side by side on the sunlit floor. A woman in a suit pauses in the doorway, startled by what she sees inside. A woman hesitates as she finds a man and child asleep on the floor beside a tablet. A woman in a suit enters the room as a sleepy child wakes up on the floor. The child's eyes widen in shock as she realizes her mother has arrived. A cheerful woman arrives and comforts the lonely child in the kitchen. A woman and a young girl quietly watch over a man who is sleeping deeply for the first time. A woman enters with groceries and suggests making a meal for Dad, and a cheerful girl eagerly agrees. Someone collapses on the floor as another person suddenly enters the scene. The young man leans back, visibly exhausted, and sighs heavily. A sudden disturbance triggers the awakening of lost memories. Under a pouring storm, someone expresses regret for their defeat and promises a chance for victory in another life. Struggling to rise, an exhausted figure weakly reaches toward the rainy sky. A secretive figure hands a mysterious stone-wrapped object to a wary recipient, revealing it was prepared by Ouroboros. A legendary treasure is described as the sole relic from ancient times that enables connections to persist into the next life. A mortally wounded man collapses in the rain, asking if he can defeat his enemy in the next life as a tearful woman clings to him. A wounded figure clutches a jagged stone on the rain-soaked ground while being told that absorbing its power will grant a unique ability and reveal the past if delivered. The injured man questions the other about their true identity, pressing for a real name despite knowing they may not remember. A long-haired character in a robe reveals her true identity in the rain. A furious character confronts someone in the rain, accusing them of betrayal. A furious figure lifts a glowing sword, threatening to destroy both opponents at once. A woman urgently resolves to hold off the threat so she can absorb the artifact. A muscular man charges forward with a glowing sword, forcing the woman to defend herself with hexagonal energy shields. A woman collapses in agony as blood pours from her mouth. A battered figure lies injured on the ground while another is forcefully thrown back through the debris. The battered young man channels a surge of blue energy into his weapon and prepares to strike back. A muscular man is struck by a powerful blue attack and drops his sword. An injured opponent smirks and taunts their rival's resilience despite their own failing body. Dojin clenches his jaw as he struggles to endure the overwhelming pain. A powerful figure stands untouched, confidently demonstrating invulnerability amid swirling energy. A character launches a powerful kick into the ground, scattering debris through the pouring rain. A golden-haired warrior dives through the rain, unleashing a powerful attack with a glowing sword at the shadowy enemy below. Dojin senses imminent danger as a fiery attacker closes in, reflected in his eye. A digital system interface announces that an error has been resolved and past memories have been deleted again. A young man slowly wakes up on the floor, looking disoriented. Someone reflects on having had a dream. Startled, the character's eye flies open in sudden realization. A cheerful young girl excitedly greets someone who has just woken up in bed. A child runs up to Dojin to excitedly announce that they made tekbaki together with their mother. A woman in an apron greets the man as he wakes up in the kitchen and thanks her for preparing something while he slept. A woman gently pats her daughter's head while the man wakes up, surprised by how much he slept. A young woman notices someone is exhausted and expresses her concern. He sits up in bed, realizing that something had prevented him from waking when someone entered. A cheerful girl tugs an impatient young man's hand, urging him to eat faster. A surprised young man turns to look at a buzzing phone on the floor while holding someone's hand. A young man answers a call and is surprised when the caller confesses to a wrongdoing. A worried creature urges the young man to hang up the phone before anyone finds out. 3 people huddle around a smartphone, reacting with confusion and shock to what they see on the screen. A phone call from Hunter Kong Min-hyuk is put on hold. A young man calmly assures the person on the phone that he has resolved the earlier issue and urges them not to come. A man shows his phone with an incoming call to a puzzled woman and a curious girl. A woman in the kitchen remarks on someone's quick departure and suggests she and Bayo will eat the tekbaki themselves. The man explains to the concerned girl that he will delegate the task to someone reliable instead of going himself. A young girl clenches her fists and beams with excitement. A frantic figure dashes down the street, desperately calling for help. 3 people sit together, enjoying a delicious meal and expressing their satisfaction. A young man thanks someone and promises to get them a good artifact as a reward in the future. A cheerful woman in an apron waves her hands and insists she acted on her own accord. A cheerful child happily remarks on the good atmosphere between her parents at the table. A child tells a surprised woman that they need to sleep alone if they want a younger sibling. A shocked woman in the kitchen urgently questions where the unexpected behavior came from. The child excitedly announces a decision to sleep alone, encouraging their mother to stay with their father. A blonde woman recoils in shock while a young man watches her in confusion. Someone reacts with shock and embarrassment upon discovering that 2 people are sleeping together alone. A woman, visibly startled, demands to know where the child heard the sensitive information, while tension rises at the kitchen table. The child excitedly expresses her wish to sleep holding hands with her father. A young woman reacts nervously to an awkward suggestion, her embarrassment clear as she struggles to respond. A young man proposes holding hands while sleeping, shocking one girl while the other quickly agrees. Dojin suggests that Bayol can sleep with them, but realizes Bayol has to leave. A hesitant child considers whether to join the others for sleep. A dark-haired young man leans over the table and questions the nervous blonde girl about their relationship. The child reluctantly lets go of the man's leg, accepting that he will sleep with someone else. A man holding a child interrupts a surprised woman in the kitchen, urgently calling her name. A young man gently asks for help to comfort the child in his arms until she falls asleep. A nervous woman reluctantly agrees to play along with the plan. A cheerful young girl grabs an older woman's hand and urges her to help clean together. A blonde character nervously agrees to a request. A blushing character nervously asks to sleep together, creating an awkward atmosphere. A cheerful child sits between 2 adults on the bed, happily declaring excitement about spending the day together. A child excitedly announces plans to brag at kindergarten while another responds with mild exasperation. 2 girls enjoy a cheerful and comforting moment together, smiling as one rests her head on the other's lap. A young girl mumbles sleepily about having chores and wanting to play more. A child instantly falls asleep while being gently held by an adult. A blonde woman turns and initiates a conversation with the seated man. A young man wakes up in bed, looking confused as he tries to make sense of the situation. He gently expresses concern for someone who appears exhausted. The character quietly accepts the situation with resignation. A child sleeps between 2 adults and voices a fear that monsters might invade the house. Someone firmly declares a promise to protect. A monk steps in to stop a small creature's fiery outburst as bystanders watch near the temple. An elderly monk furiously protests against serving pork belly in the temple, insisting that the vegetables are sufficient. A distressed figure urgently announces that everyone has food poisoning and insists they need meat for protein and fat. The group loudly blames their memory loss on food poisoning and demands meat from the large orange creature. The stern man forbids the action with overwhelming force, leaving the other character frustrated and powerless. A startled girl watches as a small purple creature urgently activates a last resort using a smartphone. A worried figure urgently reports an emergency over the phone. A small creature frantically shouts at the others to stop someone from calling the master. The protagonist sprints away in a panic while a frightened companion cowers behind. Startled by an emergency, a man shouts an apology while a small, panicked creature desperately reaches for him. A nervous young man tries to cover up an incident on the phone while a furious small creature threatens him for hanging up. A man urgently warns that if Mr. Lee discovers the situation, no one will be safe. A purple creature reacts nervously, visibly uncomfortable. 2 elderly monks debate whether the young disciples should be allowed to eat meat for better growth. An older man finally allows the students to have pork belly, prompting them and their small companion to celebrate excitedly outdoors. An elderly monk firmly declares that the group must work for the temple before receiving any reward, leaving the small red creature visibly shocked. 2 students encourage the small creature to help with their hunger, and it proudly accepts the challenge. A stern man assigns a long list of chores, causing the small creature to react in disbelief. 1 character firmly demands cooperation while the other hesitantly agrees under pressure. 3 companions step forward and offer their help. Someone lifts a piece of grilled meat with chopsticks, cheering in excitement. While grilling meat and vegetables, the group discusses their hazy memories of what happened in the dungeon. A small, weary worker pauses on the rooftop, complaining about hunger and suggesting they eat before continuing. An older man impatiently urges the worker on the roof to finish patching all the holes. The small red dragon grows frustrated and considers asking for help. A flustered companion reacts with frustration, demanding to know what chaos has just unfolded. A white-haired character plummets toward the rooftop, urgently calling for help from the dragon-like creature below. A shocked character questions why the Lord is repairing the roof after ignoring the destruction of their food cart. Someone rushes up the stone steps with urgency. On the rooftop, the white-haired man urges the small dragon to help finish the task quickly so they can eat, while the creature reluctantly explains it was sent by the master and challenges the man to impress it. A devilish figure threatens and mocks the anxious character in the red-lit cave, taking advantage of the master's absence. The protagonist suddenly realizes that something is wrong and reacts with confusion and alarm. The orange creature protests as 2 men stand beside it, with one patting its head in amusement. A monk explains to a curious visitor that the puppies at the temple are not residents, but have a special connection to the place. Two men discuss how the neighboring temple has become self-sufficient by selling products made from the puppies that used to wander nearby. The man smiles and reaches into his bag, getting ready to help. The older man suddenly freezes, his face contorting in shock as he witnesses something unexpected off-panel. The man finishes his challenging task and breathes a sigh of relief. Several small wooden dragon statues are displayed on the temple steps for admiration. Two older men discuss reviving the temple and supporting their community with renewed optimism. Only 10 of the stone-horned dolls were sold, and the rest were left abandoned in storage. A woman urgently pleads for someone to retreat and regain composure as rain pours down. Amidst the rain, a desperate figure entrusts a wooden object to another as a final hope. A furious woman glares through the rain, her outrage barely contained. A furious, muscular man surges forward, shouting in rage and attacking with a glowing dagger. A woman recoils in fear, her alarmed cry breaking the tense moment. A woman urgently shields an unconscious man as a violent explosion erupts around them. A powerful energy force erupts from the woman's head, leaving her reeling in pain. A woman struggles desperately, pushing back with her powers against an overwhelming force. A girl with animal-like ears stands calmly in a clearing, arms outstretched as she channels energy amid scattered books. Determined despite her exhaustion, the girl decides she must send the adventurer back. A white-haired girl clenches her eyes shut and endures a surge of pain. A concerned companion shakes a chicken takeout box and questions why it isn't responding. Two characters check on the unconscious bunny-eared girl and decide to leave her, expecting she will wake up on her own. A silver-haired character reacts with shock upon hearing about chicken. A surprised white-haired character jumps back as a young man approaches, prompting questions about the red box between the group. A cheerful girl with white hair and bunny ears excitedly accepts a box of chicken from someone off-panel. A small creature restrains the protesting girl and urges the man to ask his question quickly. A man ponders a prophetic dream, suspecting the child before him is connected to a distant memory as a vision of a woman appears behind him. A white-haired, animal-eared character reacts with confusion as someone gently pinches her cheek. The young man questions the girl's memory as she tries to recall his identity in the forest. A blonde girl enthusiastically mimics dramatic lines from a show, while a small orange creature reacts with agreement. A bewildered creature realizes that the master's true romantic interest is someone completely unexpected. A bewildered onlooker realizes that the girl with bunny ears is completely focused on the chicken box instead of anyone else. A small creature mocks a young girl about a possible breakup while a man stands silently behind them. A small dragon-like creature is struck hard on the head by a fist. A rabbit-eared girl excitedly catches a box of chicken and asks if she can eat it. A young man sternly urges someone to look again before acting. A white-haired girl eats fried chicken and tries to remember something. One character questions another about their ability to transform while the latter sits on the ground eating pizza, surrounded by books. A white-haired character with animal ears eats while mentioning that she sometimes uses a disguise when going out. A man orders the girl to transform, but she refuses and complains about being bothered. A young man arrives holding a chicken takeout box as a girl with animal ears shouts in surprise behind him. A determined white-haired character charges forward, ignoring the small dragon-like creature's warning that taking it by force could be fatal. A character reacts with disbelief to something unexpected. With a blank, unimpressed face, the character gives a dry confirmation. A girl with white hair and animal ears stands in the forest, calmly preparing to cast a spell as magical lights shimmer around her. A tall young man stands protectively beside a startled girl as they encounter something unexpected in the quiet forest. An impatient woman demands the chicken and urges the other person to hurry. An angry creature urges his calm companion to start a fight in the forest. The protagonist recounts witnessing a shadowy, supernatural figure in a haunting vision connected to the recent encounter. A startled creature and a shocked girl react dramatically, accusing someone of being swayed and questioning their loyalty. Someone swiftly slips their hand into their pocket, preparing for the next move. A hand reveals a wooden plaque marked with mysterious writing, prompting a startled reaction. A woman suspiciously examines a mysterious book and questions why it is in someone's possession. A character presents a mysterious, rugged item and questions the other person's possession of it, prompting a surprised reaction. A woman intently questions whether she and the other person share a hidden connection. A young man calmly presents a wooden tag and a stone tool, questioning their purpose. A young man stands in the misty forest, suspiciously questioning why someone possesses a certain item. The protagonist reflects on a dream he believes shows the future but reassures himself that the threat within it is not stronger than his current self. He worries that something might cause him to become weaker in the future. A young girl and a small creature loudly confront an adult in the forest, upset by a misunderstanding about his feelings for another woman. A teary-eyed girl and an angry creature argue loudly, expressing jealousy and protesting recent events. A small, orange creature indignantly accuses its master of two-timing, insisting that cheating is a line it would never cross. A determined man stands firm against cheating, while a small girl and a creature react emotionally beside him in the forest. Outside among the trees, Dojin reassures the small, teary-eyed girl as they discuss whether they knew each other in the past. The man and the young girl joyfully confirm their unity as a family. He wonders if Solomon is the only one aware of the mysterious dream. A furious voice denounces Baal outside his ominous castle. A furious, wounded figure accuses the group of having an internal betrayer after being struck at a critical moment. The character fixes an intense gaze and accuses someone of being responsible. A powerful figure delivers a death sentence to the shadowy being as energy crackles in the air. A wounded commander is violently choked by a shadowy figure who threatens to kill everyone under her command, including the young demons. A masked figure is forcefully grabbed by the neck and warned not to harm the children. A powerful figure delivers a menacing ultimatum, demanding information about the King of Earth under threat to all subordinates. A hand crackling with purple energy tightens around the mysterious figure's neck as they mention the name Wujungi. A sinister figure threatens to take over another's body to confirm the truth. A demonic figure engulfs someone in glowing purple energy, violently choking them. 3 people are caught in a sudden downpour, scrambling for cover as one complains about getting soaked. As heavy rain pours down, a group of people and creatures hurry toward shelter, urged on by a shout. A small child jumps ahead, eager to be first. A sudden downpour begins, drenching the rooftop under the gloomy sky. As the roof begins to collapse, a girl urgently calls for the child to hurry over. A sudden torrent of water pours down, drenching the startled person sitting on the steps. 4 characters recoil in shock, gasping as something unexpected happens. A young girl sits alone in the rain, unmoving and silent. A young girl struggles to hold back tears as she hiccups in distress. The group frantically tries to calm the crying girl by offering her cute stickers, desperate to avoid trouble with the heavenly demon. A young girl bursts into tears after getting drenched with water. A small dragon-like creature and a shocked boy panic as they realize they must fix the roof to stop the chaos. Amid pouring rain, the group rushes out the gate to gather materials and tools. A frightened girl cries alone indoors, calling out desperately for her missing family as lightning flashes outside. A massive purple lightning explosion erupts, unleashing a powerful attack. A surprised girl looks up and reacts to something unexpected. A young girl nervously confronts a towering, shadowy figure radiating ominous purple energy. A startled blonde character demands answers from a menacing shadowy figure with glowing purple eyes. A confused young girl looks up and notices that all the adults around her have suddenly disappeared as a menacing figure looms nearby. A young girl, soaked and miserable, sits in discomfort as a shadowy figure silently watches her nearby. A shadowy figure confronts a crying child with unsettling questions, radiating dark energy. A young girl, overwhelmed with guilt and fear, wonders aloud if everyone left because she cried. A frightened child senses a powerful and ominous aura swirling around them. A shadowy figure, troubled by the burden of a dangerous choice, debates whether to involve children despite recognizing their future importance. A character dismisses a misunderstanding while demonstrating control over dark energy. A young girl suddenly appears in a burst of magical light, startled by the unexpected event. A shadowy figure reassures the anxious child that the roof is now fixed and there is no need to cry. A young girl reacts in shock, her wide green eyes filled with surprise. A young girl happily declares her admiration, while another girl watches with a warm smile from the window. A figure emerges from the shadows, instantly recognized as resembling Cecilia from childhood. A cheerful girl pulls a hesitant, shadowy figure inside, insisting on cooking something for them as he awkwardly explains his real reason for visiting. A girl offers cup ramen to an indifferent, shadowy figure in the kitchen, who dismisses the gesture and requests to call someone else instead. Hot water is poured into a cup of instant noodles as someone expresses delight. The demonic figure defiantly rejects the offered cup of food. A cheerful boy excitedly urges someone to eat quickly. A young girl starts her homework beside a shadowy, supernatural figure radiating purple energy. A mysterious figure tries the food while a cheerful girl eagerly waits for his reaction. Someone notices a worksheet filled with Korean characters and asks about it while another person proudly explains it's for studying Hangul. A shadowy figure eagerly offers a drink to the girl using her laptop, seeking her approval. A shadowy, demonic figure emerges, unleashing a menacing surge of dark energy. One character questions what the other is writing as they relax together under a tree. A figure blesses the ornate book, ensuring it will guide future visitors. A rabbit-eared girl encourages someone to help others. A girl lies on the floor clutching a marker, anxiously hoping for her friends to return. A blonde character studies the area and realizes that no one else is arriving as a dark aura looms behind them. A shadowy figure threatens the collapsed child, warning that next time will be far harsher. A young man rushes through the rain with building materials and urges immediate repairs to prevent disaster as his distressed companion follows. Amid heavy rain, one character organizes roof repairs and assigns others to comfort a distressed girl. Under the shelter from the rain, one character anxiously discusses the difficulty of comforting Bayal, while the other listens with concern. The small orange demon eagerly holds out a new box of crayons, hoping this will solve the problem. 2 small dragon-like creatures excitedly invite each other to draw together in the rainy courtyard. A young girl dozes off at her desk, her head resting beside a strange drawing with glowing purple eyes. 2 onlookers are shocked to see the child unexpectedly fall asleep under the blanket. 2 surprise figures stand on the rain-soaked rooftop, realizing the large hole has mysteriously been repaired. The group reacts with confusion and exhaustion as steam rises around them, trying to make sense of the strange situation. A young girl lies on the floor, smiling as she fondly invites an unseen figure to return. The final gateway to the Star of Transcendence is revealed on the 15th floor of the mind world. A colossal serpent emerges from the darkness, revealed as the guardian of the Star of Transcendence. A serpentine creature guards a glowing orb and eagerly anticipates evolving into a dragon after a century. A legendary being, rivaling Solomon in power, is introduced as the strongest in the mind world. Someone declares their ambition to become a dragon stronger than the great overlord Izaz. A nervous man hesitantly begins to address the Hunter Academy students. 3 men enter the office as one anxiously prepares for the Academy Guild presentation, while the others observe. 2 men discuss the project budget in the office, with one reassuring the other that recent increases and extra promotional help will lead to success despite financial limitations. Someone voices doubt about avoiding mockery and unfair treatment during the discussion. A startled man recoils in fear while the other calmly sips his drink, creating a tense silence between them. A desperate man begs the nervous boy to go up and take action for him. The man explains that he cannot attend because he has a business trip scheduled for that day. A frustrated man grabs a coworker and demands he take over his assignment, while another man looks on in surprise. A desperate man volunteers to take Dojin's place. A nervous man with glasses hesitantly agrees, sweat forming on his forehead. One coworker enthusiastically praises another, who then decides to go retrieve the Star of Transcendence. Someone considers bringing Yong to quickly handle a troublesome situation. A dragon-like creature yawns dramatically, revealing its wide-open mouth. One creature urges the sleepy one to rest inside, but the offer is declined. Someone resolves to work harder to make up for a past moment of weakness. A young girl bursts into tears while 2 small dragon-like creatures struggle to handle her outburst. The group surveys the unremarkable area while one inspects it with a tablet, and 2 small creatures stand nearby. A surprised small creature appears at someone's feet, drawing immediate attention. A tense confrontation unfolds as the protagonist faces a massive dragon while protecting a small, frightened creature. Dojin suddenly reacts with surprise to something unexpected. A massive, shadowy serpent threatens the group, warning them not to touch the doll. The ground erupts violently ahead as the man walks forward, while 2 small dragon-like creatures react in shock and fear. A small dragon-like creature urgently warns someone to move aside as a massive vine rises up in front of them. Yong flinches as something rushes toward him from the left. A powerful attack detonates at the center, blasting debris in every direction. A furious dragon confronts the intruder and issues a menacing warning for touching his precious doll. The young man in the suit confronts the other person, blaming them for carelessly leaving the mysterious brown object unattended. A small, purple creature angrily confronts an unseen opponent, hurling an insult. A menacing figure glares from the darkness, intimidating an unseen opponent with a forceful challenge. A towering dragon figure proclaims herself as the sole heir and dragon lord, declaring her succession to the vanished dragon race before 2 onlookers. A small purple creature interrupts to make sure his presence is noticed. With a glare and a defiant tone, the character rejects being called a junior. A massive serpent suddenly confronts the startled, horned character. A small, purple creature defiantly challenges the accusation and threatens to teach a lesson. A small horned creature asks for permission to reveal its true form, and the man in the suit grants it. A mysterious figure is consumed by swirling purple flames as dark power erupts around them. A massive dragon threatens a trembling, panicked figure who pleads desperately for mercy. A small dragon is captured and yelps in distress while insisting on the noble traditions of dragons. A powerful blow sends the demon-like creature hurtling across the arena as it screams in pain. A man casually questions the small creature about inventing the dragon punishment, causing it to react in distress. A small dragon-like creature pauses and questions the situation, looking confused. The young man in a suit points firmly at his chosen target. A powerful dragon seizes a frightened dragonling by the neck and threatens it mercilessly. Yong remarks on Carciel's noticeable improvement, while sitting smugly in the cavern as Dojin observes quietly beside him. A purple dragon-like creature angrily swats a black panther-like creature, who yelps in pain. Yong notices that someone is acting unusually quick-tempered and grows concerned. A frightened dragon creature desperately begs for mercy from a powerful figure off-panel. A young man suddenly realizes a shocking connection involving the dragon-like creature and the Lord's fan. Annoyed and defensive, Yong questions why everyone is staring at him for having fans. A devastated child collapses in tears, lamenting years of fruitless training and a dream that remains unfulfilled. A purple dragon challenges someone's claim to becoming a dragon, pointing out their lack of qualifications. The boy suddenly realizes something important and points to his forehead in surprise. A powerful demon exposes the boy's deception, causing him to panic as the demon raises its fist. A man in a suit assesses the small creature before him and hopes to finish the test quickly. A young boy stands alone in the vast hall, crying with his fists raised near his face. A girl orders the boy to show his hand, prompting him to nervously comply. A furious girl confronts an enemy, accusing them of impersonating a dragon and threatening her master. A worried young character anxiously admits he didn't realize the little red one was the master of dragons. A man in a suit firmly states that he is the master, causing the 2 children in the cavern to react with surprise. A composed man enters the scene, causing two onlookers to react with confusion and annoyance. A stunned character struggles to comprehend how a human could display strength surpassing that of dragons. A fierce girl demands that the terrified character show proper respect to someone even more powerful than the great Dragon King. A suited man firmly stops the purple-haired girl, and a nearby child quickly agrees. A boy, filled with awe, urgently asks if a human could truly be the master of dragons. A boy jolts back in shock as a hand abruptly reaches toward him. Overwhelmed by terror, the character braces for a deadly threat, fearing for his life. A nervous, elf-haired child flinches as a suited adult gently pats his head. A man kneels and gently returns a small item to a child, asking if it was truly precious. A frightened child, held firmly, anxiously asks why their life is being spared. The young man dismissively compares his opponent's weakness to that of his own daughter, but warns the situation would change if they became an evil dragon. A child marvels at the powerful figure's kindness while a small creature bluntly points out that things would be different if they were evil. A man in a suit lifts an exasperated dragon-like creature by the scruff as it complains. A small, horned creature confronts someone, frustrated by how harshly it was treated in the past compared to now. One character asks if they can take an important item, receives tentative approval, and another reacts in confusion as something unexpected happens. A young boy summons the Star of Transcendence, causing a glowing green gem to float above his hand in the ancient hall. A man in a suit studies a glowing green orb floating above his hand, trying to figure out how it works. A hand inspects a glowing green orb, noting its unusual appearance. A hand grasps a dark snake as a hissing sound fills the air, surrounded by a glowing green light. A man examines a glowing orb as it begins to absorb energy on its own. A massive serpent looms as a cracked, glowing green egg surges with energy. A powerful serpent-like creature erupts from the exploding crystals. Three characters slide uncontrollably across the floor, panicking as one frantically questions another about the chaotic situation. A young character clings to an orange object, startled by a phenomenon they've never witnessed before. A character's hands are overwhelmed as a powerful surge of red energy blasts forth. A hand suddenly grabs another person's wrist, stopping them in their tracks. One character drags another across the ground at high speed to test their endurance. A girl urgently reacts as a powerful energy rushes past, realizing it is not aimed at them. A massive energy vortex rapidly converges at a single point, threatening everything nearby. A small, orange creature is held down by a hand as someone confidently reassures it not to worry. A figure is hurled across the room as a calm person stands unfazed amidst the chaos. A relaxed creature is lifted by the head while calmly dismissing any threat. Dojin effortlessly counters a massive attack with a single punch, shattering the ground. A frightened attendant urgently warns about the master while grabbing onto an orange object amid flying debris. A terrified creature recoils upon seeing a gaping wound in the master's abdomen. Two figures frantically try to heal their badly injured companion, hoping to save him in time. A startled creature reacts nervously to a sudden event. Three figures, led by a small orange creature, surge forward with determination to take on the mission. A horned creature begs to be thrown into the raging storm, determined to weaken its power despite warnings of certain death. A devoted follower expresses gratitude for the chance to meet the Lord. Several characters gather together and reflect on a fleeting moment of happiness. A grave character warns that only the master has the power to stop Solomon. A horned creature jolts as a desperate shout for help interrupts the action. Surrounded by crackling energy and a purple aura, the young character grins and unleashes their power, determined to make an impression. A character stomps on the creature's head and asserts control over the situation. The dragon issues a firm command to ensure the safety of Bayal and the young master. Yong shouts in fear and lunges forward to stop what is happening. A dragon-like creature rushes urgently toward an injured man surrounded by dark feathers. A large, purple dragon charges forward to rescue someone in danger. A black serpent-like creature recoils in shock, crying out loudly. A massive purple creature suddenly faces off against a small, black snake-like being as debris swirls around them. A large purple dragon urgently shields a small floating creature from imminent danger. A shadowy reptilian creature bursts onto the scene, radiating ominous energy. A massive purple dragon is suddenly struck by a surge of dark energy and recoils in shock. A gigantic black serpent coils tightly around the struggling dragon, ignoring its frantic protests. A terrified boy yells in panic as fire and debris engulf the scene. A furious, horned figure confronts an enemy, demanding to know if they also served Solomon. A commanding voice orders a halt as a clawed hand seizes a shoulder with force. Three dragon-like creatures spot something in the distance and decide not to get involved. A violent dark aura surges around the protagonist as he stands motionless with his eyes closed. Dojin stands calmly with his eyes closed, channeling a surge of mysterious energy as debris swirls around him. Two dragons quietly observe as the boy continues to sleep undisturbed. A frantic dragon demands answers from a panicked person, who admits knowing nothing about the strange situation. A terrified boy learns he must defeat the giant status window snake after the absorption is complete. A small, exasperated creature reacts as a calm figure stands surrounded by swirling energy. A worried boy warns that facing the complete black Ouroboros will be difficult, hinting at an epic battle ahead. A male character reacts with surprise to an unexpected event. A young man in a suit taunts the others in the ruined setting, asking if they were surprised. Two dragons discuss their master's dangerous struggle to absorb the Star of Transcendence as a small, anxious figure flails below. A determined figure stands ready as the looming confrontation with Lord Ouroboros approaches. A tense standoff begins as the confrontation is hinted to rival legendary battles. Dojin calmly reaches out and touches the massive snout of the dragon-like creature. The boy suddenly looks up, confused by something unexpected. A small dragon-like creature warns that challenging the master is dangerous, while a nearby boy reacts with surprise and confusion. A small dragon-like creature pokes the larger figure's leg, looking unimpressed. A small dragon-like creature laments the hopeless future of the dragon race while scolding a surprised boy in the cavern. One dragon-like creature vents frustration while the other listens silently, appearing bored. A cautious man questions the energetic child about how it feels to gain new strength and if their body has changed. The man examines his hand closely and realizes that something about him has changed. An excited character eagerly demands to know what kind of blessing was received from Lord Ouroboros. A hidden restriction is revealed to have been removed. Startled by something unexpected, the man reacts with surprise while standing between his two small monster companions in the dark cavern. He realizes his suppressed power has returned as he stands before the shadowy statue. A shocked boy realizes that the Star of Transcendence has unexpectedly lifted a restriction instead of opening new possibilities. The large creature scolds the startled boy for being too loud. The young man hesitates before admitting an uncomfortable truth to someone off-panel. The boy demands proof, challenging the person in front of him. Someone defiantly responds to a challenge by offering to demonstrate their power. A cautious man questions the risk of a plan, but the defiant creature insists he is powerful enough to handle it. A man, radiating a fierce blue aura, firmly prepares to take action. Three odd creatures react as the master releases an overwhelming surge of blue energy. A young man recoils in shock as he realizes the overwhelming strength before him. A figure demonstrates a controlled surge of blue energy, explaining the need to limit their power due to barriers in the central area. Two small demon-like creatures exchange uneasy glances as they struggle to comprehend what they just heard in the dim stone chamber. A young man unleashes his restricted power as dark energy bursts around him. A frightened creature recoils in terror while two smaller figures cower behind it. A panicked creature desperately begs the stern man to stop unleashing his deadly power before the children are harmed. A serious young man in a suit surveys the dark, spark-filled surroundings with focused determination. Two trembling beast-like creatures cower beside an anxious figure who collapses in disbelief at the overwhelming display of power. A small orange creature urgently slaps the unconscious young man to wake him up. A young boy screams in terror. A stunned figure stands in the foreground as two small creatures react in awe to an impressive display. A young boy reacts with concern, his anxious expression reflecting the tense atmosphere. A man rushes forward with a frantic scream while a small orange creature looks on in confusion. A startled figure frantically grabs onto the man's leg, desperate for protection as the situation escalates. A young boy desperately clings to an older man's leg, begging to be accepted as his disciple. Two dragon-like creatures react in disbelief after learning that an unusual individual will soon join the dragon race. The boy firmly turns down the request to take on a disciple, explaining he has an urgent appointment. A man in a suit ignores a desperate plea and walks away, leaving the other person panicked. The young man offers conditional support, assuring that he might help if a good life is led. The anxious boy urgently pleads for immediate action, insisting he has an important appointment. A young girl stands with her arms crossed, visibly annoyed as she refuses to cooperate. A young girl glares angrily at her father, loudly declaring her frustration. A banner announces the upcoming Arbor Day event with Dad at the playground. A man gives a child a shoulder ride at the playground while a woman smiles nearby. Children at the playground tease an isolated girl while an adult woman watches with concern. A woman encourages the reluctant girl to work with the teacher, reminding her that today is reserved for time with her dad. A young girl expresses her sadness and isolation over not having a father. A desperate character pleads not to be left behind, reaching out in fear. Two girls rush into the playground, one waving toy shovels as they eagerly prepare to play. A cheerful woman enthusiastically pulls a hesitant child toward the gardening area to plant a tree. Finding a secluded spot, the character prepares to act freely without concern for others. A young girl raises a shovel in defiance as another woman shouts at her to stop. A determined girl unleashes a powerful attack with her ultimate trowel, sending debris flying. Someone taunts playfully while swinging a muddy shovel. A girl mocks someone by calling them silly. A young girl pauses with her shovel, startled after hitting something while digging. A cheerful man bursts in energetically, causing his embarrassed companion to scold him for his lack of self-respect. A cheerful man teases a visibly annoyed companion amid blooming roses. A girl becomes instantly smitten, clutching her cheeks as hearts float around her. A concerned woman quietly asks a child about the identity of two unfamiliar men nearby. A white-haired character arrives, apologizes for being late, and expresses gratitude to Bayal's teacher. A brown-haired girl leans in to ask the blonde girl if the black-haired uncle is married or has a girlfriend. A blonde woman suddenly asks a long-haired man if he is married in the middle of a city plaza. A white-haired character urgently covers the mouth of a black-haired character to stop them from revealing a dangerous secret. A panicked character struggles to break free while warning that disaster will strike if they are delayed any longer. Two imposing dragon heads ridicule the white-haired boy's intelligence as he hushes the girl beside him. A furious man confronts another for speaking disrespectfully, causing tension to rise. A white-haired character passionately defends the lord against accusations of stupidity, raising a clenched fist in frustration. The dark-haired character angrily accuses the white-haired character of being more foolish than himself, prompting a look of shock. A dark-haired character seizes a white-haired character's shoulder and threatens to expose them, escalating the confrontation. A young girl holding a shovel urgently steps in to stop a fight. Two men grapple fiercely, each trying to overpower the other, while a frightened girl holding a shovel watches the chaos unfold. A distressed young girl shouts in frustration about the adults fighting and her father's absence. Two terrified girls are violently swept into the air, surrounded by flying debris and a collapsing building. One character grabs another's collar and screams in desperation, trying to stop something. The two young men split up at full speed, each rushing to carry out their part of the rescue plan. A startled girl is swept up into the arms of a calm man as he carries her through the sky. A young woman suddenly looks up in shock as petals fall around her. A terrified woman begs to be left behind so the children can be saved first. He confidently promises to save everyone. A hand yanks the boy back by his collar with sudden force. A frightened man is yanked backward by his collar, while a girl clings desperately to his chest. A group sitting on the steps looks up in shock as danger approaches. After rescuing everyone, he worries anxiously about the consequences he might face. A young woman in an apron nervously gathers her courage and addresses the group outside. The young woman announces the arrival of a famous hunter and encourages the audience to applaud. The young woman nervously offers to make things easier for the other person. The protagonist stands silently, surveying the scene with a composed expression. A person suddenly raises a hand and asks a question, catching the others off guard outside the convenience store. A nervous young man urgently asks if lectures on hunter training are also being offered. A man forcefully requests training for non-combat hunters, insisting he will not complain if given the opportunity, while a woman beside him appears startled and defensive. A panicked girl covers her face, worrying that she has made the situation worse. One character stands by calmly as another clutches her head and yells in panic. A white-haired man urgently calls for help as a small girl is caught in a burst of magical energy. An exhausted character shouts for immediate help, frustrated by the lack of assistance. A hand surges with electrified energy, activating a powerful barrier. Both characters freeze in shock, unable to process the unexpected event unfolding before them. A chibi-like character unleashes a sudden burst of energy, sending glowing shards flying. A white-haired man despairs about being stuck as a loner forever while the others look on with concern. With a resolute tone and an ominous blue aura swirling around him, the protagonist enforces a permanent banishment. A young man firmly denies the accusation, insisting that everything will change now that his master has arrived. A man quickly lifts the startled girl into his arms, stopping her actions. A child clings to her father as a decision is made to restrain someone dangerous with a sealing bracelet. A small, furious creature scolds two nervous individuals for failing to watch the child. A man reassures a young girl and praises others for their crucial help in preventing a bigger problem. One character abruptly covers another's mouth to prevent him from admitting they were late because of a fight. A man asserts that he will handle the hunter-related training, explaining his expertise as a civil servant to a concerned woman while holding a young girl outside. He announces that Rezagal will also attend the lecture with him. One character appears unexpectedly, leaving another startled and rushing to check if he is alright. One character informs another that they must go to ball alone, changing the original plan. A gloved hand grips the trowel as it reveals its fear of being erased without a user. A determined girl grips a small shovel and volunteers to go, supported by a serious man in a suit. Several days after the meeting, the scene shifts to Bale's castle. A shadowy figure with glowing purple eyes fixes a menacing stare in silence. A shadowy figure, newly restored to a physical form, confronts another person and demands to know why they have been revived. A long-haired character reveals a plan to restore her body by finding Ouroboros and assigns a separate task. A commanding figure orders a council meeting of top-tier demons as a subordinate kneels before the throne. A shadowy figure declares an imminent attack on Earth, while another questions the timing due to their weakened forces. A character contemplates whether to torture Wujungi for information. A character recalls failing a mission because of the little girl, Bayal, and resolves not to let it happen again. Someone decides to launch an attack on Earth as their next move. A shadowy figure radiates menacing dark energy as a powerful transformation begins. A muscular figure silences objections about preparing for war while seated on a throne, facing a shadowy presence. A resolute figure orders immediate preparation. Realizing the war is starting sooner than expected, the character reacts with concern. A character urgently decides to deliver important information to the Earth King. Unable to act, the character hesitates to seek out Wujungi. Surrounded by shrieking monstrous plants, the character struggles to regain composure in the ominous room. Unable to take action, the figure decides to calm her mind amidst the uncertainty. A nervous subordinate hesitantly offers assistance to Lord Ball. A menacing figure threatens intruders with deadly man-eating flowers in the ominous garden. A nervous figure confronts Apophis, suspecting his visit alone means he wants to return to Lord Solomon. A figure lunges desperately toward the glowing box as dark energy crackles around them. A shadowy figure unleashes a devastating sword attack in the chaos of a classroom overrun by monstrous flowers, while someone desperately protests. A nervous figure frantically insists their loyalty to the Earth King's second daughter, while a shovel floats ominously in the purple sky. A menacing figure confronts Lord Ball, accusing him of hostility and attempted murder. A glowing figure impatiently demands an explanation in the dark. A young man in a suit receives a message from the Earth King and considers Solomon's current situation and future actions. A shadowy figure recoils in shock upon hearing unexpected news about the Earth King. A demonic figure erupts in anger, gripping a shovel as purple energy swirls around him. Clutching a shovel, the agitated figure resolves to deliver the message personally. A character urgently uncovers a glowing talisman with a shovel, realizing the return portal to Earth is right in front of them. A mysterious figure raises a talisman and announces their imminent journey to Earth. A large weapon crashes into the ground with force as tension rises. A dark figure steps from a swirling portal and urgently warns another to hide or risk being captured and absorbed by a dangerous foe. An unseen character shouts a furious insult into the empty space. Two office workers in the Seoul City Hall lobby stare in awe at an impressive man entering. A startled man in a shirt and tie questions a visitor, who requests to see Mr. Lee Do-jun. Two office workers block the entrance and order the unexpected visitor to leave. A surprised man in a suit reacts to the shocking revelation about the strongest demon ranked second in the central area. A character suddenly realizes something alarming, their eye wide with shock. A small dragon bursts through the ceiling, startling the man below. A small dragon-like creature crashes through the wall, startling everyone in the room. A wounded man kneels against the shattered wall, confronting the towering demon king who looms over him. A small orange creature with horns bursts through the wall, explaining it was sent here the moment its master sensed someone's energy. Someone realizes their attempt to hide their energy has been detected. An irritated creature demands attention from the calm, purple-haired figure in the classroom. A small, dragon-like creature angrily confronts someone after being abruptly summoned, threatening them if the interruption is pointless. A man in a suit grows uneasy as he questions whether he is facing the Dragon King. A few hours pass as night falls over the clock tower. A man explains the enemy's war preparations while a small dragon-like creature sleeps through the meeting. A character with purple hair looks to the side in surprise, reacting to something unexpected. A nervous character hesitates, struggling to find the right words. A red creature dozes at the desk while someone scoffs at its uselessness in the face of a demon invasion. One character expresses concern about the Earth King wiping out all demons, but another confidently dismisses the possibility. A man in a purple suit recoils in shock as a commanding voice from the phone interrupts, declaring that his plans will not succeed. He finishes his work at the office and tells the person on the phone they can talk more at home. A shocked character realizes someone has been listening to the entire conversation during a phone call. A young man mocks someone over the phone by repeating their insults about Young. A young man in a suit looks at his phone, visibly overwhelmed and dismayed. A nervous man in a suit asks for secrecy while holding up his phone. A clear order is given to wait at the house. A tall building stands quietly under the night sky, illuminated by a crescent moon. The young man sits tensely, silently struggling with anxiety. Two small dragon-like creatures stand side by side, each glaring at the other in a fierce standoff. A chibi girl stands with arms crossed, puffing her cheeks in frustration. A composed man in a suit firmly orders the Demon Council to convene, warning of dire consequences if they hesitate. An alarmed creature confronts the calm man in a suit, accusing him of encouraging an invasion of Earth, while a silent girl observes the tense exchange. A hand slams down on the boy's head, squashing his face as someone sternly refuses his request. A young man warns that demons are eager to invade Earth while two creatures react anxiously. A young man recoils in shock after being caught off guard. A determined man in a suit commands the monstrous figures behind him to send their bloodthirsty kind to Earth before the real war begins. The young man steps forward, declaring that he will handle the threat himself as intense purple energy flares beside him. Two men discuss the risk of war, but one confidently reassures the other not to worry. Someone decides to meet Solomon. Two figures stand tensely in the kitchen, preparing to discuss the coming war. A cheerful young man in a suit thanks the Earth King with a big smile. A shadowy figure announces the arrival of the Demon Lords as several imposing demons gather in the ominous meeting room. A composed figure summons the 31st demon, Poras, in an ornate room. A silver-haired figure solemnly announces the 23rd demon Aim in a regal room. A formidable demon steps forward, revealing himself as the 16th demon Zepar. The attendant informs the shadowy figure that everyone has arrived except for Lords Marba and Malius. A powerful demon furiously demands to know why others are late to the council summoned for Solomon's message. Three figures sit in tense silence as a confrontation begins. The authority figure orders punishment for the offenders and begins the council with Solomon's message. A powerful warrior announces an all-out war against Earth, as monstrous forces surge forward and terrified humans flee in panic. A demon declares that soon their kind will dominate all worlds, fearing only Solomon. A shadowy figure with glowing purple eyes issues a chilling challenge, provoking anticipation among onlookers. The dining hall falls into tense silence as everyone waits in anticipation. A shadowy figure pauses in surprise, reacting to something unexpected. A menacing figure emerges from the shadows and confronts someone with a threatening warning. The demons hesitantly deliver a message from Marba to Lord Ball, creating a tense atmosphere. A horned character recoils in shock as a powerful figure appears in the doorway, radiating energy and confronting the Earth King. A character defiantly announces their opposition to the war against the Earth King and Earth, clutching a scroll. A masked figure surrounded by a purple aura recoils in shock. A spiky-haired man confidently reports that the investigation on the Earth King is complete, presenting glowing documents and a projected image to a shadowy figure. A character reflects on how the Fire King Hyperion died quickly on Earth and admits being killed by the Dragon King. A white-haired, fanged character angrily defends himself after being mocked for losing to the Earth King. A character confidently lists the powerful enemies who were instantly defeated. The young man prepares to reveal an important point as he draws attention to his words. A powerful demon learns that the second-ranked demon was killed instantly and wonders about the identity of the Earth King. A disheartened demon questions whether any of them still care about world domination as the group sits in defeat. 3 monsters lounge and play games, mocking those who invaded Earth and failed. A character with long white hair and pointed ears raises their hand and shouts in firm agreement. A white-haired elf recoils in alarm as a shadowy figure radiating dark energy appears before her. A young man anxiously questions the wisdom of following dangerous orders as powerful enemy factions unite. One character worries aloud about the risk of angering Ball, while the other downplays the danger and urges silence. 2 figures stand before a shadowy being radiating overwhelming demonic power from a throne. The observer realizes that the shadowy group's true motive is personal gain, not war. A shadowy figure steps forward through swirling darkness, challenging everyone to stop pretending and face the truth. A sharpened man fervently declares Lord Baal's unwavering loyalty to Solomon. A shadowy figure responds cryptically in the foggy void. A furious man confronts a shadowy, glowing figure, accusing them and expressing his fear of dying. A shadowy figure and a tense group boldly declare their hatred for war. A commanding figure rallies the demons to action. A tense figure urges the crowd to surrender and pay tribute as a menacing presence looms behind the throne. Both characters rush forward, each claiming to have already completed their preparations and taunting the other. A shadowy figure arrives in a grand room, uncertain if their risky method of reaching Seoul has succeeded. The ominous figure glares at their opponent, delivering a harsh judgment. A solemn voice reverently addresses Solomon. A long-haired figure quietly reflects on memories of Cecilia while holding her favorite yellow flower. A lone figure stands in the sunlit field, questioning why their ally did not support them. One character proudly shows their nearly finished project while the other playfully questions their enthusiasm for adventurers. A girl with animal ears offers a book of guidance to a man in a field of flowers, explaining that it may help future visitors since she cannot assist everyone personally. A blonde character coldly asserts that the weak will inevitably be eliminated, insisting it cannot be prevented. A determined girl insists they must use the mysterious object to help others survive. The long-haired character acknowledges the other person's intentions. A moment of doubt arises as someone questions whether these people are truly worth protecting. Someone reflects critically on the selfishness of the weak. A frightened young man flees through the forest, clutching a large ornate book and desperately begging for his life. 2 armed men chase their terrified target through the moonlit forest, demanding he surrender a mysterious object. A character stomps down in anger as another cries out in pain. 2 men stand over a terrified young man who begs for mercy as a sword is pointed at him. A captive is harshly interrogated and pressured to justify his actions. A hostile man demands the guidebook while threatening his target with a glowing sword. A furious man unleashes a burst of magical energy, his hand glowing with power. A magical girl unleashes a glowing energy attack, startling 2 men as a powerful observer remains calm. A frightened young man clutches an ornate book and cries out in relief upon being rescued in the foggy forest. In a misty forest, one character nervously clutches a large book while another demands to know why there was a fight. A terrified young man reveals that others tried to kill him and steal his book because he was weak. A rabbit-eared girl challenges the idea that the book belongs to just one person, insisting it was meant for the team. A distressed boy clutches a book and desperately urges others to punish those who betrayed their comrade. Startled and distressed, the white-haired, rabbit-eared girl urgently demands confirmation that others witnessed the attempt on her life. Shadowy enemies are swiftly struck down as a composed, long-haired figure remains unfazed in the foreground. 2 figures are startled by a sudden shock in the dark forest, one clutching a book tightly. A determined character condemns betrayal, declaring that those who try to kill their comrades are trash. A hand snaps its fingers, signaling the start of a dramatic event. Amid a blood-red chaos, a white-haired character with animal ears is suddenly struck by a violent attack. A powerful figure stands in the darkness and declares punishment for selfish humans. A distressed young woman kneels in the misty forest, desperately questioning her unseen aggressor. A cautious observer reveals she has been secretly watching the group. A character reveals that 2 individuals bullied and tormented the deceased because they were stronger. A man sternly explains that someone tried to flee with the book after pretending to cooperate. A white-haired girl with animal ears confronts a blonde-haired person by the fire, accusing them of giving the guidebook to many selfish people. One character violently grabs another by the throat as she defiantly questions the purpose of saving and helping such scum. A blonde-haired figure restrains the fox-haired girl and declares their plan to rule all dimensions using their combined powers and the key. A long-haired character vows to eradicate selfish humans. A white-haired, rabbit-eared character pleads desperately while being choked by someone out of view. A determined man declares his intention to create a world filled with perfected beings like himself. A menacing figure issues an ultimatum to Cecilia, demanding her allegiance. A threatening presence demands the surrender of the Gwaiwan. A white-haired character with animal ears screams in terror while being violently choked. The white-haired character stares in shock and denial, a tear forming as she recoils from the horror unfolding before her. A powerful figure commands the demons to extract souls for Lord Solomon and attack the dragon clan. Demon soldiers storm the burning town, attacking terrified villagers and commanding the extraction of their souls for Lord Solomon. A monstrous creature attacks two terrified civilians in front of a burning building. A white-haired girl urgently raises her hand to stop an attack and warns that the people present are ordinary. A distraught girl demands to know why the determined figure is pushing himself so far. A determined figure insists that sacrifices must be made to gather power and pass the test as flames engulf the town. A figure holding a captive in a magical barrier demands the Gwaiwan, claiming that combining its power with her own universe would make even the Dragon Lord powerless. A white-haired girl defiantly rejects her opponent's claim to become the ruler of dimensions, declaring that Ouroboros will never acknowledge them. A bare-chested figure raises a flaming sword and shouts a fierce demand for power as energy swirls around him. Someone declares the ambition to defeat the Dimensional King in order to gain acknowledgement from Ouroboros. A golden-haired figure channels immense energy and unleashes a decisive attack with a glowing, ornate sword. A cosmic portal bursts open, filling the area with swirling energy as the girl stands in awe. A muscular man forcefully pulls a protesting, animal-eared woman through the portal as chaos erupts behind them. Someone claims total control over both the Gwaiwan and the universe. A white-haired woman dashes away as a hand lunges to grab her. A massive serpent demands the key from the anxious, kneeling girl under a cosmic sky. A monstrous creature lunges forward with its jaws wide open, ready to strike. A furious man protests his rejection, insisting he will soon rule the world. A desperate man confronts a massive, glowing-eyed serpent, demanding to be acknowledged. A terrified figure is pulled upward by a swirling vortex toward the open jaws of a monstrous serpent. A battered figure screams in pain, cursing Ouroboros as purple energy swirls around them. Drifting alone through the cosmic void, the muscular figure vents his frustration at being unrecognized. Lying battered but defiant, the character vows to prove herself. A desperate figure reaches toward a blinding light as the plan to kill the Dragon King and annihilate the entire Dragon clan is revealed. A transformed warrior unleashes a devastating sword attack, radiating intense energy. A muscular man unleashes a furious shout, summoning explosive energy as he calls out to the Dragon Lord. A massive demon recoils in shock, clutching a fiery orb in its mouth as it prepares to attack. A massive red dragon blasts a swirling inferno of fire into the sky. A dragon-like figure summons a massive barrier to contain the battle and protect others from harm. A massive explosion engulfs the area in flames and destruction. A white-haired character with animal ears bursts onto the scene, announcing their arrival to help amid a surge of glowing energy shards. A ferocious magical battle erupts as powerful attacks collide between the demon leader and two fierce opponents. The narration marks the conclusion of the final battle. The battle's aftermath reveals the corpses of both the dragon and the fallen warrior, signaling that the conflict is not yet truly over. A female figure with animal-like ears hovers above the ruined town, chanting powerful names. A somber figure casts a glowing spell to lay two spirits to rest. A battered figure lies unconscious as someone gently leaves a wooden tag beside them, expressing hope for a warmer reunion in the future. A white-haired character with animal ears activates a glowing talisman, releasing a surge of magical energy. The Gwaiwan's clock spring ability activates, initiating a return to the past pending Ouroboros' approval. A system notification appears, confirming that Ouroboros grants permission for use. One character questions the other's habit of writing about adventurers while they sit together in a field of flowers. Someone openly admits their enduring affection for adventurers. A girl with animal ears kneels in a sunlit flower field and asks for a promise as she gestures toward a glowing book. A female character hangs helplessly upside down above a burning village as flames and smoke engulf the scene. Determined to change the outcome, the protagonist resolves to convince Solomon this time. A surprised character pauses, noticing something significant ahead. One character earnestly pleads for help supporting the adventurers while they embrace in a sunlit field. The blonde character hesitates, struggling to find the right words. A desperate character slams her hands to the ground in the forest, urgently calling out for Solomon. An armored figure demands the Gwaiwan from a kneeling silver-haired person, insisting it will allow the creation of a new world. A white-haired girl with animal ears anxiously refuses to hand something over, insisting her group are only observers. A white-haired character defiantly yells while being choked by an unseen attacker. A hand seizes the glowing talisman as energy crackles around it. A determined character activates a mystical talisman to resist Solomon's plan. A furious character clutches their throat and shouts in outrage after a sudden attack. A white-haired girl with animal-like ears collapses on the stone floor, struggling to breathe. She realizes with despair that each attempt to change the outcome ends the same way. Overwhelmed by her inability to intervene, she realizes that no matter how strong she becomes, she cannot stop him. Overwhelmed by desperation, the character collapses to the floor, unable to decide what to do next. A girl with animal ears is stunned as she receives an urgent command to go up to Earth. A mysterious figure commands the search for a dying man, declaring him their only hope. A rabbit-eared girl reacts with surprise as she questions the mention of hope. Paramedics rush to help a young man who is bleeding heavily after being hit by a car. A group gathers around an unconscious man on a stretcher as someone questions if he is the hope mentioned by Ouroboros. A girl questions whether someone is truly capable, expressing doubt about their abilities. A young man lies unconscious, receiving emergency aid with an oxygen mask over his face. Someone stands outside the hospital at night, suspiciously contemplating Ouroboros' intentions. Hospital staff confirm that the unconscious man has no family contacts and begin reaching out to his work colleague. Two men race anxiously down the hallway, urgently demanding to know if Dujun is seriously hurt. A desperate man pleads with a surgeon, who warns that time is critical and even surgery may not guarantee a good outcome. A medical staff member reacts in shock upon discovering the critically injured protagonist, while a white-haired girl watches from the background. The protagonist lies unconscious in a hospital bed while someone stands anxiously at his side. She hesitates over the unconscious figure, debating whether to hand over the Gwaiwan. An anxious woman questions if she should abandon her current hope and search for another solution. A white-haired girl is suddenly affected by a force that prevents her from staying in the dimension. A disoriented man in a suit awakens on the cave floor, clutching his head beside a katana. A frustrated man searches for the fleeing figure who has just escaped around the corner. Startled and confused, the young man suddenly finds himself back in the cave where he hid yesterday. A bewildered young man in a suit stares at a glowing holographic screen that suddenly appears before him. A new skill is revealed that allows time to be turned back by 1 day upon death, with no penalty. He freezes in shock as he processes the unexpected revelation. Someone realizes they have the power to turn back time by 1 day. A wild-looking man corners a shocked young man with his sword in a cave-like setting. Cornered and desperate, the young man abandons escape and charges forward to fight. A furious man shouts a death threat as he lunges forward. A bloodied sword drips onto the floor after a violent clash. The battered young man stands over his defeated opponent, gripping his sword and declaring victory. A young man, filled with determination, resolves to become stronger and refuses to be looked down upon any longer. After gaining the pocket watch skill, the protagonist realizes things were only good at first. Dojin swiftly defeats several masked attackers, demonstrating his newfound strength. A determined man charges forward with his sword, pushing through the monotony of repeated days. A man is suddenly ambushed from behind by a cloaked attacker and spits blood from the force of the blow. The ambushed man immediately understands what has just happened. The pocket watch skill activates, sending everything back to the previous day. A man charges forward with his sword, determined to break free from the endless cycle. A masked attacker swings a large blade, but the protagonist quickly dodges the ambush. Dojin unleashes a swift, powerful slash with his sword. He stares ahead with determination, contemplating the opportunity to start anew as digital effects glow in his eyes. A man flees from the building after defeating his opponent, leaving him motionless on the ground. A young man quickly turns around, startled by a sudden loud cry in the otherwise calm setting. The villagers celebrate as they express heartfelt gratitude for being rescued from their oppressors. The young character joyfully thanks someone off-panel. He silently reflects on the emptiness he feels while observing others' happiness. Two men laugh together in a traditional town, sharing a rare moment of joy. He quietly considers whether his newfound power was meant to help others. An elderly man urgently begs for someone to become their king and protect them, while another person bows beside him in desperation. He enforces strict punishment on those who disobey the law, compelling others to bow before his authority. They help those suffering outside the law. The protagonist recalls how he unexpectedly became the leader of the heavenly demon sect. He sits at his desk, contemplating the world's newfound peace after the end of conflict. A dramatic announcement marks her sudden arrival. A glowing woman unleashes her power as she confronts the calm man standing amid swirling energy. A young man turns expectantly as he addresses the arrival of someone unseen. A young woman reacts in shock to unexpected news. Dojin confronts an unseen presence, demanding to know if it is the source of the mysterious power he possesses. A nervous young woman in traditional clothing hesitantly asks if she is recognized. A weary man admits he has become emotionally numb after dying countless times, while another figure listens in silence. A young woman freezes in shock as she reacts to an unexpected revelation. Someone wonders if the other person came to reclaim the power they once granted. One character urges an immediate departure while another hesitantly suggests saying goodbye first. The young man reassures everyone that the others are now able to live well on their own. A worried young woman urgently questions whether they should really leave as the man listens in silence. Within a glowing magic circle, one character begins to explain the reason behind granting the other their power and the hardships that followed. The young man prepares to uncover the true reason behind the situation. Three figures position themselves on the scarred battlefield, bracing for the imminent clash as energy crackles in the air. Two people walk together in the rain, discussing a serious matter with concern. A muscular man, surrounded by swirling yellow energy and glowing runes, steels himself to confront a looming threat. A powerful dragon reappears in the mist as the protagonist realizes it recovered before anyone else could stop it. She admits she couldn't handle the threat alone and had to retreat. A woman explains that her power is linked to space-time, but due to the nature of Solomon's universe, either she nor Ouroboros can kill Solomon. A man holding a sword admits he may not meet expectations, while a woman reacts with confusion in the rain. A golden-haired figure rushes at a dark-clad swordsman as the fierce battle intensifies. A blonde-haired character quickly turns their head, startled by a sudden event as debris floats around them. He reflects on enduring countless deaths, his resolve unshaken. Two warriors collide in a fierce sword duel, sending debris and shockwaves through the air. A character looks defeated as they admit they can't win. A furious young man charges forward, unleashing a powerful attack with his large weapon. A golden-haired warrior unleashes a deadly attack on a black-haired opponent pinned to the ground. Dojin dodges a sword strike and wonders if his progress is just a matter of luck. A powerful, glowing yellow attack slashes across Dojin's body, leaving him momentarily stunned. Time rewinds to the previous day as the pocket watch skill is activated. Dojin launches a devastating attack, his body surrounded by swirling golden energy against a blood-red backdrop. The pocket watch skill activates, sending everything back to the previous day. A long-haired character recalls as a powerful energy slash surges past them. The pocket watch skill activates, sending everything back to the previous day. The pocket watch triggers a return to the previous day. The pocket watch skill activates, sending the timeline back to the previous day. The pocket watch skill sends everything back to the previous day. A weary woman stands in the rain, questioning how many times this has happened. Exhausted, he admits he lost count after 10,000 times as she kneels beside him in the snow. She stands alone in the rain, uncertain about what to do next. Exhausted and drenched, the character admits defeat, unable to help any further. A character reflects anxiously on the consequences of having broken a taboo. A determined woman stands in the rain, declaring her readiness to violate the taboo even if it means her annihilation. A somber figure hands over a powerful replica imbued with forbidden energy. A surge of blue energy strikes the young man's chest, forcing him to relive the day he first entered the martial world. A determined figure resolves to return to the day he first entered the MURIM, aiming to change the course of events. A voice declares that all past events will be erased and everything will restart from the beginning. A hand presents a glowing talisman said to replicate the power of the Gwaiwan, created by Lord Ouroboros. A massive serpent demands to know who violated the taboo, its presence dominating the scene amid burning golden gears and an ancient tablet. A woman solemnly hands over a wooden talisman, declaring it will send someone back to the distant past. The young man learns he must lose all his memories to avoid being rejected by time and the world. Lying on the rain-soaked ground, he questions whether losing all his memories would render everything meaningless. A long-haired man commands the kneeling figure to focus solely on becoming stronger, attributing this resolve to Lord Ouroboros. A cautious figure warns about the dangers of breaking the taboo, expressing concern for the consequences. A woman comforts someone in the rain, assuring them not to worry as she offers reassurance in a somber moment. The Gwaiwan is revealed to possess the power to record everything in existence, including non-existent time. A woman reveals the consequence of breaking a taboo as she stands in the rain over someone unseen. A girl with bunny ears gleefully devours fried chicken in the forest while admitting she's bound to become an idiot. A calm woman stands in the rain, declaring that she does not care if she loses the Gwaiwan or if someone else possesses it. She proposes to become a guide if the Gwaiwan makes contact with her. The exhausted man admits there is nothing they can do if he disappears completely, and the woman realizes he has been honest with her. With a determined smirk, the character justifies a difficult decision as the only option. A woman stands silently in the rain, lost in thought as the mountains rise behind her. One character confesses to manipulating the other's life while standing together in the rain. A weakened man confesses that he has died hundreds of thousands of times as a woman kneels beside him in the rain. A man stands before the city gate, reflecting on how 1,000 years have dulled his emotions. A young man proudly celebrates his newfound sense of usefulness as his companions laugh beside him. He quietly reflects on his sense of purpose as he gazes out the window. A young man reflects on his recent achievement with a confident smirk, feeling deeply fulfilled. A character calmly offers reassurance while holding up a wooden tag with red writing. Yuhi stares upward in shock, struggling to process what just happened. A surge of blue energy bursts forth, shattering the barrier into flying shards. A character kneels beside an unresponsive figure, shocked to discover that the seal has already been broken. A furious figure bursts forward with her massive sword, unleashing a vengeful attack amid explosive energy. A female character cries out in shock as she reacts to sudden danger. Kneeling beside an injured figure, a desperate cry erupts as a blast of energy engulfs them. A woman in traditional attire desperately tries to break through the glowing magical barriers trapping her. A female character struggles desperately against a glowing blue magical barrier. A woman urgently summons a glowing barrier to shield herself, and a wounded man behind her. A desperate character, engulfed in blue energy, begs for mercy and pleads for a chance in the next life. Someone forcefully vows to recover their lost memories. A determined young woman vows to apologize, energy swirling around her as she makes her promise. Someone complains loudly about the wrong food being bought in the buffer zone between the 5th and 6th floors. A white-haired, animal-eared girl shouts in frustration while a small red dragon-like creature stands behind her. Two small creatures complain about something they find unpleasant in the forest. A small, purple, horned creature questions why the master keeps visiting the rabbit-eared being. Suspicious of another's intentions, the man in the forest voices his concerns while the creature nearby looks confused. A frustrated girl with rabbit ears angrily protests while a calm boy observes her reaction. A small dragon-like creature eagerly begs to eat the food without any complaints. The man praises the small creature for enduring the icy captivity without complaint. One creature panics over a misunderstanding while the other, visibly annoyed, corrects and insults them. Yunhee collapses to the ground as two small dragon-like creatures cling to each other in panic, while another person observes the chaos calmly. A startled character is offered pizza as a way to settle things for now, with a promise of pork hocks next time. A tall man reluctantly forgives the kneeling girl and hands her a chain box in the misty forest. Annoyed by another character's laziness, the group voices frustration and wonders if this behavior is a reflection of someone else's self-hatred. The agitated demon immediately reacts, shouting back after overhearing the insult. A man in a suit urges the silver-haired girl to examine the wooden tag closely while she eats pizza, hoping she will remember something. Annoyed by the interruption, the girl stuffs her mouth with food and grabs the clipboard. A hand seizes a radiant, inscribed plaque, its power drawing intense curiosity. A shocked girl with animal ears kneels in a burst of light, clutching a wooden object as a wounded man collapses below her. A rabbit-eared girl freezes in shock as she suddenly realizes something unexpected. A character with long white hair and animal ears leans over a pizza box, closely examining a slice for the first time. A white-haired character with animal ears recoils in terror, eyes wide and mouth agape. A white-haired girl collapses to the ground in front of a young man in a suit in the forest clearing. A gray-haired character slams their fist toward a calm black-haired young man, heightening the tension. A white-haired, rabbit-eared girl stands in a misty forest, clutching her chest as she marvels at Dojin's overwhelming power and wonders if he has surpassed Solomon. A young man recoils in shock as a burst of magical energy reveals past and future events to him. One creature inspects another who suddenly appears sick after eating pizza, suspecting possible poisoning. Sitting together in the forest, the group discusses the recent revelation about one member being hailed as the world's savior, prompting amazement and skepticism. The group pauses in the clearing as one character reflects on how far they've come despite the odds. With a hopeful intensity, she asks if he is now capable of defeating Solomon. A young man in a suit confidently predicts that the task ahead will be easy. Two demons argue about whether their enemies, even united, would pose any real threat. A silver-haired woman realizes that saving the world is possible. A small dragon-like creature admits he was nearly killed by a single punch from the master, shocking his companion. As one creature suddenly grabs a pizza slice to eat, the other reacts in shock, interrupting their serious conversation in the forest. While eating pizza together, one character casually asks if the earlier fight was evenly matched or settled in a single blow. The two discuss Solomon's low threat level and question the power of those ranked above him. A white-haired, rabbit-eared girl eats while casually bringing up the Dimensional King in front of a massive, glowing figure. A rabbit-eared girl casually explains that, although challenging him is possible, he hasn't caused them harm and even empowered her and another to oversee the central area. One person reveals that a child living with them was once a prince and is now a transcendent, surprising the group and prompting a nervous confirmation. A young man reveals that his original world was completely destroyed by the central area. A monster urgently warns that creatures are still emerging from the central area. Civilians, stripped of their powers and memories, desperately flee through burning streets as chaos erupts around them. A worried character hesitantly questions what the other means. He explains that once the erosion is complete, it leads to destruction. In the misty forest, the girl admits she knows nothing as the man urgently asks if someone else is aware of the truth. Someone speculates that another person might have the information they need. The man kneels in the forest clearing, resolving to confront his target directly. A girl with animal ears questions if war will start immediately, but the man responds that it will not. Two figures discuss the difficulties their enemies would face in starting a war as the scene shifts to Baal's ominous castle. A commanding figure introduces his most loyal subordinate, who kneels before him in a display of power and allegiance. A muscular, long-haired man calmly asks about the progress of the war preparations. An anxious figure hesitates in the mist, struggling to decide how to deliver difficult news. A group of protesters with horns and pointed ears rallies against the war, holding anti-war signs. A sense of dread fills the air as someone realizes that speaking up could lead to everyone's death. A subordinate kneels and reports that preparations are underway, while the seated figure listens calmly in the dim hall. A wary figure silently questions whether their opponent has realized the demons oppose the war. A shadowy figure warns that if the war begins, their body must be returned. A blonde character pauses to reflect, carefully considering the situation. A menacing figure threatens to seize control of another's body for the upcoming war. The character pauses, troubled by a lingering concern. A figure shrouded in dark energy questions whether he has the power to defeat the Earth King. A shadowy figure kneels in silence before a regal person seated on a throne, intensifying the tense atmosphere. The muscular man slumps on the throne and calls a halt, his exhaustion evident. A figure kneels amid swirling energies, resolved to visit the Goblin Company and prepare for what lies ahead. Realizing that no one is preparing for the threat, the figure decides to urge the others to at least pretend to get ready. A few days later, the scene shifts to the Goblin Company headquarters. A young girl cheers with excitement as she rides in a palanquin carried by two goblin-like figures. A young girl excitedly asks her father if she looks like a princess. A man in a suit walks inside while teasing the small orange creature on his shoulder. A noisy commotion breaks out as the group bickers and scuffles, while one person watches in exasperation. A beaming, elderly goblin-like figure assures their guest of unlimited special privileges and a warm welcome at any time. A young girl steps forward to defend the dragon-like creature from criticism. A startled onlooker recognizes the hooded figure passing by. A small orange creature is grabbed by the cheek and reacts in irritation and surprise as someone confronts it. A hooded figure confronts the group, startling everyone by revealing knowledge of Yong-Yong's identity. A small dragon blocks the path, aggressively confronting an unseen intruder while a startled girl watches from behind. A character with long blonde hair confronts someone, demanding an explanation. A tall, robed figure confronts the group and demands to know if the Earth King has come to kill him. The young man postpones his search, deciding this is not the right time to confront his target. Startled, the figure recoils in shock upon realizing the mention of a legendary name. Two goblin-like figures frantically carry Yahi away as a small orange creature is tossed to her amid the chaos. Two opponents prepare for battle as dark energy crackles around them. Someone offers to proceed if the other person desires. A muscular man realizes the significance of the little girl with golden hair as ominous energy swirls around him. A tense confrontation unfolds as the blonde character demands to know if someone is their daughter. A blonde character mocks the confused man in the suit with a smirk. Yong-Yong urgently warns his master not to lower his guard because their opponent is extremely dangerous. A smug man mocks the idea of the mighty Azaz submitting to a master, expressing disbelief at the situation. A muscular man mocks a small, horned creature about losing his former title, but the creature dismisses the insult without shame. A furious orange creature loudly challenges a calm human in a public place. A composed figure with long hair requests a private conversation with the Earth King. The young man firmly agrees to move forward with the plan as his small companion watches. A small, horned creature urgently warns his master not to trust someone, insisting the person has bad intentions. Irritated but in control, the character decides not to retaliate. The small dragon-like creature defiantly challenges the angry blonde character to a fight, threatening destruction if provoked further. A suited man steps in to stop the horned creature from acting on its anger, insisting the target is truly evil. A hand gently comforts the exhausted creature, acknowledging its resilience after hardship. One character gently pats the other's head, expressing pride in their growth. One character gently pats the other's head while looking exhausted, as the concerned companion asks if he is feeling unwell. A muscular, long-haired man confronts a silent, dark-haired man and demands an explanation. The young man quietly utters the title, Earth King, while contemplating his next move. One character confronts the Earth King, demanding to know if he understands the reason for this challenge. The protagonist delivers a lethal warning to the stunned woman in the sunlit park. A long-haired man declares that although he is angry and disappointed with the Transcendence, they must defeat the Dimensional King to save the world. A serious young man questions the other's true intentions about destroying the object. One figure clarifies that their intention was purification, not destruction, during a serious exchange under the open sky. A young man threatens violence as he raises his hand, enveloped in a tense blue aura. A blonde-haired character earnestly asks for undivided attention. A long-haired character explains that the true danger is only beginning, describing rare visits to dimensions fully consumed by erosion. A man in a suit announces his plan to travel to Kiriel's homeland, leaving the shirtless blonde individual visibly shocked. Monstrous red creatures overwhelm and restrain three terrified humans as chaos erupts. A devastating cosmic force obliterates all dimensions, threatening the destruction of the central core itself. A young man in a suit crosses his arms and insults the Dimensional King. Two men argue about whether they should attack the Dimensional King directly. A blonde character realizes she was never important in the grand scheme of the universe. A sharp-eyed young man in a suit confronts someone off-panel, accusing them of betraying and attempting to kill a friend. A character asserts control over the situation, explaining that their actions are deliberate and not intended to harm Cecilia. Someone acknowledges that the world itself is preventing their ideals from being realized. Unable to gain the Gwaiwan, the figure stands frustrated before the imposing doors, cut off from reaching the Dimensional King. A determined figure unleashes a surge of magical energy, vowing to persevere without resorting to killing. A true monster has emerged, signaling the arrival of a serious new threat. A man realizes that what he thought was his weakness is actually his daughter, who happily offers him a box of treats. A character questions whether they're being asked to give up. Frustrated and feeling targeted, the character braces as a menacing, dark energy approaches. A determined figure grips a glowing, rune-etched sword and prepares to challenge an opponent. Holding a sword to the other character's neck, he warns that there will be consequences for crossing the line. A blonde-haired individual vows to atone while confidently holding a sword near their neck. A determined character grips a sword, preparing to take action before moving forward. Dojin notices something unexpected off-screen, his expression turning serious. A muscular blonde man forcefully stabs his own chest with a large spear in a sunlit field of flowers. A muscular figure is suddenly stabbed in the abdomen, blood spreading around the embedded knife. He clenches his jaw, struggling to maintain composure as tension rises. A bloodied hand presents the transformed universe, now contained in a glowing, heart-like object. A confident figure proposes an immediate challenge to the Dimensional King while another calmly displays a smoking, heart-like object. A serious young man discusses the uncertainty of meeting a powerful, never-before-challenged figure while holding a bleeding heart. He decides to say goodbye to everyone before beginning his long journey. One character warns another that while goodbyes are being said, an order to the demons must be withdrawn. A young man in a suit reacts with mild surprise as he questions the request. A blonde-haired character calmly announces the cancellation of preparations for war. A determined young man in a suit commands everyone to prepare for war. A shadowy figure defiantly refuses to follow Lord Solomon's orders in front of a man and a small dragon in the town square. A man pleads for mercy while standing beside a small, unimpressed creature in the yard. A small creature warns its companion that their adversaries have hidden motives beyond simply seeking mercy. A horned figure bows and desperately pleads for mercy, offering food, gold, and anything in exchange for the demons' lives. A tense silence falls as a character assesses the situation with narrowed, focused eyes. A desperate figure begs for mercy, offering up the lives of others to save themselves. A small, horned creature threatens a shadowy, demonic figure, demanding submission or promising immediate death. A man kneels and pleads for mercy as his life hangs in the balance before the unyielding figure. A determined man orders the kneeling figure to seek forgiveness and help the victims as chaos continues below. Standing over the kneeling figure, the man delivers a grim warning as defeated armored foes lie scattered behind them. A small, annoyed creature grows suspicious as a shadowy figure with glowing eyes looms nearby. A nervous creature quickly agrees when threatened by a menacing figure demanding respect. Dojin considers the positive impact of Solomon canceling the demons' war preparations while someone stands quietly beside him in the garden. A man in a suit listens warily as a golden-armored figure sincerely offers help in a field of flowers. The blonde character pleads for mercy, explaining that the demons only obey her orders. The character lowers his gaze and admits responsibility for what happened. He firmly instructs someone to ensure that Ball manages the situation properly. A menacing castle with blue spires and a lion banner stands under a dark, threatening sky. A powerful figure sits in silence on the throne, exuding authority over the grand hall. A powerful figure sits on a throne, overseeing a group of subservient individuals who bow before them. Two uneasy figures quietly question whether Lord Solomon knew they were not preparing for war. Two demons panic over their impending doom, with one desperately clinging to hope in their leader's plan. Someone anxiously questions if they will be safe after hearing the name Ball. A shadowy figure with glowing purple eyes admits uncertainty beside a tense, horned character. A terrified character panics about their impending doom while another urgently demands silence. A blonde woman anxiously questions how the mysterious visitor uncovered their secrets, while watching two figures sit at the table. A menacing figure bursts forth, radiating overwhelming power and shocking everyone present. Suspicion rises as Dojin confronts the mysterious figure, questioning whether the Earth King has deceived him. A furious figure realizes they have been betrayed and lashes out in anger. A shadowy figure with glowing purple eyes asserts control over the demons. Seated on his throne, the man asserts his absolute authority over his powerless creations. Three intimidated followers bow their heads in fear as a menacing figure enforces absolute obedience. A stern figure delivers a harsh ultimatum, threatening eternal pain for disobedience. Realizing their betrayal has been discovered, the panicked figures fear the Earth King is trying to eliminate them. Someone makes a formal declaration to the audience. A monstrous creature emerges from the darkness as panic and fear take hold. A long-haired character begins to make a determined declaration. With desperate determination, the character resolves to end the situation even at the cost of his own life. The leader commands her group to halt preparations for war and instead support the Earth King. A figure shouts desperately, vowing to take full responsibility. The group stands before the throne as the regal figure reacts with confusion. A shadowy figure steps out from behind the curtain as the atmosphere grows tense. A shadowy figure admits fault for recent events, insisting the blame lies with their own shortcomings. One character admits defeat to the overwhelming power of the shadowy figure. A powerful declaration signals the end of an era. A commanding figure orders the demons to support the Earth King and forbids any attacks or invasions against him. A shadowy, glowing figure agrees and states that more instructions will follow. The ethereal figure thanks the group for their loyalty and officially ends the meeting, leaving the others surprised. Three demons stand together in an ornate room, confused and unsure about the situation. A spiky-haired character slams the table and declares that the situation turned out for the best. Someone calls out the group's fear, asking who thought they might die today. Several people thrust their hands into the air at the same time. The group erupts into celebration as one member leaps with a star wand and confetti falls around them. A sharp-haired character announces the involvement of a powerful entity, causing the shadowy figure to react with surprise. A spiky-haired character vents about the stressful meeting while nudging a shadowy companion. A cheerful character rallies the crowd to applaud the ominous figure, leading a sarcastic celebration. A glowing figure suddenly materializes behind the two characters, interrupting the conversation with an important revelation. A shadowy figure recoils in shock as a spiky-haired character interrupts the scene by boldly raising a glowing staff. A shirtless man and a horned, blue-skinned character stare in confusion as someone unexpectedly offers them balloons. A spiky-haired character holding a staff and microphone reacts in confusion, while a shadowy figure covers its face in embarrassment. A distressed figure sits on a throne, confronted by a shadowy presence looming menacingly before them. A contemplative figure leans forward, questioning whether even the demons had lost their desire for war. A trembling figure bows deeply and swears obedience in the midst of swirling purple energy. The confident figure stands amid swirling flames, realizing a crucial truth. A young man reflects on how the entire world seems to be rejecting him. A shadowy figure surges with dark energy while mocking their opponent. A shadowy figure reports dismissively to the throne as the regal figure listens in silence. A skeptical character questions whether the other truly saw her as their king. The shadowed figure firmly states that stopping the war was their own decision. A character seated on a throne questions a shadowy figure about others secretly preparing a party despite their disagreement. Overwhelmed by a sense of doom, the protagonist realizes their situation is hopeless. A blonde character sits back with a satisfied smile, certain their suspicion was correct as dark energy fills the room. Realizing they are in immediate danger, the group understands that their defiance has led to a direct threat against them. A desperate figure pleads for help, overwhelmed by anxiety in the void. A shirtless man passionately shouts about his crushed dreams, while a shadowy figure reacts in confusion. A shadowy figure explains the demon's motives and suggests that continuing the war might actually be preferable, while a glowing figure listens from the throne. A shadowy figure radiating dark energy suddenly appears in the center of the hall, shocking everyone present. The frustrated figure questions why they went through so much trouble if things ended up this way. A character silently reflects on the unexpectedly anticlimactic outcome. The scene shifts to Seoul City Hall under a clear sky. Someone greets Dojin as he stands at his office desk. As he walks through the office hallway, he is greeted cheerfully by two colleagues. A young man in a suit receives a brown envelope from someone off-panel. A man in a suit accepts an envelope with a smug expression. A smiling man in glasses hands over a sparkling envelope of cash as a bonus for outstanding work. One man hesitates as he receives recognition in the office, unsure if he deserves the credit for recent achievements. A man in a suit hesitates as he begins to voice his concerns. One man playfully scolds his flustered colleague for not keeping up with their shared task. A young man in a suit thanks his senior for making everything possible. Two characters smile proudly as they express admiration for Dojin's achievements. One man interrupts the moment, reminding the group that they are out of time. An urgent reminder is given to prepare quickly for the meeting with the Behemoth Guild members. Someone asks Hyuk-soo if he has any important updates to report. One man salutes while the other announces he has important information to share. Someone suddenly reacts with confusion and surprise. A young man in a suit raises his hand and announces that he needs to submit a leave of absence form. One man asks for a long-term leave of absence while the other reacts with concern. The co-workers gather in the office, surprised as they confirm that someone has taken a leave of absence. Two men look up in stunned silence, their faces filled with amazement. Two men erupt in disbelief, demanding to know why they suddenly missed the chance to learn sonic arts, while another remains calm under their outburst. The protagonist urgently informs someone over the phone that he must leave to handle an unexpected situation, uncertain when he will return. A man anxiously asks if the woman is leaving the country for a long mission and insists he should go with her if it's dangerous. A middle-aged man angrily confronts someone in the office, demanding to know if their family approved the decision. A man in a suit sternly interrogates a younger man in the office, demanding to know if he has a girlfriend and whether she approves of his actions. A man confronts a red-haired woman, leaving her visibly shocked. A young man hesitates, struggling to speak as he begins to reveal something important. Three people stride confidently into the room, announcing their arrival. A cheerful man greets a newcomer in the office as others watch. A subordinate urgently informs the section chief that the Behemoth Guild members have arrived and that someone is taking a leave of absence, causing alarm in the hallway. Two men urgently question Dojin about his relationship status, expressing concern over his supposed girlfriend. A man grabs someone's shoulder and loudly declares his astonishment at their abilities. The young man firmly accuses someone of lying. A stern man insists that someone among them is secretly working with an enemy, prompting surprise from the red-haired woman nearby. A worried woman demands answers from two uneasy men in a tense office. The young man pauses and studies the situation with a thoughtful expression. A nervous young woman admits she is unsure. One character hesitantly clarifies that their relationship is not official yet, while the other listens attentively. A young woman sits in silence, lost in deep thought. A red-haired woman is stunned as a dark-haired man observes her reaction in silence. She stands in silence, lost in deep thought as the darkness surrounds her. A red-haired woman stands alone in the hallway, questioning why she should care now that she already sensed it. A red-haired woman approaches two hunters in an office and asks them for training. A blue-haired man interrupts his companion and urges Ms. Yeji to get started with their business. A blue-haired man quickly covers the red-haired man's mouth and insists to the group that they should leave now. Two concerned characters confront a tense situation in the office as one woman avoids eye contact. A red-haired character stands silently in the break room, lost in thought. A red-haired girl eagerly declares her strong desire to learn new skills from the two people present. The blue-haired person expresses unexpected satisfaction, prompting surprise and confusion from the red-haired person. The blue-haired person cheerfully suggests they leave together. An officer formally asks the section chief for permission to use the facility while colleagues look on. Two people react with shock upon hearing unexpected news about Hunter Lee Ganghyun. A man in a suit leans forward, anxiously questioning if the situation is possible. An energetic man grabs his protesting superior by the leg and drags him down the office hallway. A red-haired girl turns and scans her surroundings with a sharp, alert gaze. A blonde woman enthusiastically encourages the man in a suit, while another woman with red hair watches the exchange. A woman with red hair turns away and wishes the man happiness as their conversation ends. Two people stand in a cluttered office, reacting with confusion as they discover something unexpected. A young woman is caught off guard when she receives an unexpected invitation to walk together after everyone else has left. Someone responds with strong affirmation. One character anxiously questions why she is singled out as the other listens in silence. One character informs the other about an upcoming work trip, prompting a surprised reaction. A worried woman asks just how far the trip will be, pointing out that even crossing the Earth now takes less than a day. A young man in a suit warns that the Central Area mission could be resolved quickly or drag on for years. A woman admits her doubts about being useful after so many years have passed. Dojin is caught off guard as someone off-panel asks if he would still accept them even if they became old. One character boldly confesses romantic feelings to another. The young man in the suit suddenly reacts with surprise to something unexpected. A blonde woman earnestly confesses her feelings to the surprised man sitting across from her, asking for his answer. A man in a suit hesitates, struggling to find the words as he begins to speak. A woman suddenly stands up and interrupts, startling the man sitting on the bench. A startled woman is approached by a little girl who runs toward her, calling out for her mother. Two surprised characters step outside as one questions why the other two are emerging from that location. Yuhi runs away in confusion with two anxious companions clinging to her shoulders. A nervous woman sitting on the floor prepares to confess the truth as she faces a commanding figure. A distressed girl reveals that she is not her father's biological daughter, but his niece. Three creatures eagerly watch the unfolding drama outside the building, munching on popcorn. The character reveals that their parents died a long time ago. A girl tearfully reveals that her father took her and so she would not be an orphan. A woman loudly announces in public that the man beside her is completely single and has a clean family register. A girl insists there have been no other women around since she started living with him. A drowsy boy stirs, squinting as he wakes up. Two women chat cheerfully among flowers while a small dragon-like creature quickly covers another's mouth. A young man in a suit quickly raises his hand to stop Yuhi from leaving. A determined blonde girl stands up, announces her departure, and prepares to leave. A sudden, powerful gust of wind sweeps through the pavilion, catching the two figures off guard. Two people stand outside a building, exchanging bemused remarks about someone's strange behavior earlier that morning. The young man brings up the earlier question about becoming a grandmother, shifting the conversation to a more personal topic. The woman leans forward and playfully asks if it would be a problem for her to become a grandmother. He smiles and accepts the possibility of a future relationship if the feelings remain unchanged. She reacts with surprise, her eyes wide and cheeks faintly flushed. A surprised woman excitedly reacts to unexpected good news while a calm man assures her that it's real. A hand reaches out, inviting the other person to continue walking together. Two people share a gentle, reassuring touch outdoors. Two characters enjoy a light-hearted exchange outside a modern building. Someone demands to know why a secret was kept from them. Someone demands clarification with a bold question. A shocking truth is revealed as one person learns that Ms. Yunhee is not their biological daughter. Two people walk outside, discussing how timid and considerate Yunhee is. A man in a suit affirms his commitment to stay by her side and support her as she grows up. A cheerful woman confidently declares her intention to become a mother figure. She explains that if their relationship progresses, it would be natural for her to become the child's mother, but the other person reminds her that Bayal is already the mother. A male character suddenly realizes something, his eye wide with surprise. A woman confronts a man in a suit, demanding to know why he is laughing. Two people walk together down the street, exchanging words of gratitude and reassurance. Alarm sirens blare through the night as lights illuminate the apartment building. A figure steps forward and confidently announces his return. A man in a suit steps into the empty office and looks around. A man enters a dim room where several people sit around a table, noticing the unusual darkness. A young girl sternly demands an explanation from the demon-like figure, who responds evasively. A young man in a suit enters the room and immediately senses an unexpected tension. A character with animal-like features announces the group's decision after their discussion. A worried woman admits that their home is falling apart. The small, purple creature sits quietly in the dim room, listening intently with a worried expression. The young girl commands everyone to leave. The young man in a suit stands still, clearly baffled by the unexpected situation around him. A frustrated creature explains that married couples need space for themselves. A gloved figure coldly declares that the two daughters are now burdens as the woman and child sit in distress. Two small non-human characters walk together, as one voices fear of being abandoned. A tense silence fills the room as the man stands over the sulking creature at the table. A tense silence hangs between the pink creature and the young man as they stare at each other. An anxious small creature tries to make a joke, but the others remain unimpressed. Two horned characters nervously listen as they are scolded for their actions. One character calls out to another, who remains seated with his back turned. Someone observes another's anxiety. A hand gently pats the boy's head, reassuring him that nothing will change. Someone voices their sudden concern and uncertainty. Three children and two monster-like creatures gather around the kitchen table as an unseen speaker calls their names. The young woman at the kitchen counter brings up the eldest daughter, Yunhee. The young man reassures his companion that they will continue to stay together. She quietly considers her father's response and thinks about following Yunhyung's advice. Yunhee runs determinedly down the street, carrying a smaller girl and two plush toys. A young woman confesses her worry that her presence may have prevented someone from dating or getting married. A small orange creature anxiously clings to a person's arm, fearing it may be left behind if its master gets married. A young woman jolts in surprise as a small purple creature clings to her shoulder. A small, horned creature complains about the repetitive content shown on TV. A character throws money and demands a breakup to prevent their child from joining a household with other kids. The group anxiously wonders what will happen to them next. Carrying the others, she urges them to leave quickly for their master's safety, but one of them hesitates in confusion. The anxious creature frantically lists its favorite dishes, pleading for reassurance about its next meal. She decides to leave, believing it's the only way to protect her father's happiness. He hopes his decision will bring happiness to the man he sees as a father. A child boldly urges the uncle to start dating and get married, claiming they're just getting in the way. A young man in a suit confronts someone, demanding to know why they are interfering. A distressed young woman vents her frustration about feeling like a burden. A frustrated girl protests loudly at the dragon-like creature, arguing that its presence is even more dangerous than a nuclear bomb and questioning why she alone is being singled out. A worried person voices concern after noticing that something is wrong. The group shares a heartfelt embrace, reaffirming their commitment to each other above all else. A young woman voices her worry that another sacrifice will be made. A young man lightly bonks a startled girl on the head, catching her by surprise. Two startled dragon-like creatures recoil in alarm as they witness Yunhee being struck. A startled girl looks at the serious man as he insists she call him father instead of uncle. The young man in the suit discusses his uncertainty about whether his recent conversation in the office will lead to anything. A young man in a suit informs others that someone will be away for an uncertain period. A long and uncertain wait is being considered. In the kitchen, Yunhee and two startled small creatures react in shock to something unexpected off-panel. Worried and uneasy, the two search anxiously for someone who is missing. A small creature demands to know if the plan involves dealing with the Dimensional King. The man in the suit nods in acknowledgement as the woman stands facing him. One character promises to explain everything later, hinting at an important plan. A nervous creature urges the young woman to postpone her plans until after the upcoming graduation ceremony. A girl sits pensively while someone gently pats her head to comfort her. A woman considers the upcoming graduation ceremony as someone places a reassuring hand on her head. A man firmly promises to return in time for his daughter's graduation ceremony. Tears well up in the girl's eye as she struggles to hold back her emotions. A young girl clenches her fists and tearfully declares that she will call someone father forever if her demand is met. The young man firmly assures someone that he will stand by them no matter what happens. A group embraces warmly, reaffirming their bond as family. Inside the quiet apartment building, someone begins a conversation with a surprised response. Two small, winged creatures search through a kitchen while one wonders about the Dimensional King's strength. One creature peers into a bag with a flashlight, while the other anxiously suggests someone might be stronger than them. A small, horned creature challenges the group, questioning why he shouldn't come along if he can help. Someone issues a firm warning not to follow. Two small dragon-like creatures are startled after being caught rummaging through the refrigerator. The young man firmly rejects the request from those below. A stern warning is given to the startled creature that snacks will be banned for life if they try to follow. The startled creature rejects the demand for unlimited snacks while facing an intense glare from the other. The young man asks the group to protect Yunhee and Bayol so he can fight without worry. Two small creatures react tensely as they acknowledge the instructions given to them. The small purple creature begs desperately for someone to return, promising to protect the others in their absence. A calm figure gently reassures the anxious girl by patting her head. A young man gently pats the horned creature's head as he mentions needing to stop by one more place before leaving. The group discusses their plan to meet with Junggi outside the traditional building. A devoted subordinate kneels and pledges to wait faithfully for their leader's return from subjugating the Dimensional King. A blue-haired young man expresses surprise that the silent figure is not insisting on joining them. A stern figure asserts that he cannot oppose the heavenly demon's decision to go alone. One person comments on the master's surprised reaction, while the master sits facing them, looking embarrassed. Two figures exchange sharp insults while a stoic young man in a suit stands between them, unfazed. Two characters break into a chaotic, dust-filled brawl after their argument escalates. A young man smiles calmly, feeling reassured as he prepares to leave. Three figures brace themselves before the sealed double doors, ready to face what lies beyond. One character asks if Dojin has finished his goodbyes as the group stands in a cosmic setting. The man in the suit expresses gratitude and shifts the conversation to Lord Ouroboros as the silver-haired girl listens. A massive serpent unleashes a destructive blast of purple energy inside the building. A massive serpent crackling with purple energy rises menacingly before three humans in the glowing chamber. A mystical seal activates as higher powers confirm contamination but allow the portal to open. Three challengers enter the chamber to confront the colossal dimensional king. A character admits a strong desire to enter, despite holding back. Two men stand side by side in a tense atmosphere as one confronts the other's calm, unscathed entrance. A muscular man shrugs off a challenge to fight, while his calm companion stands beside him in a cosmic setting. A desperate figure with white hair and animal ears pleads for someone to save all dimensions. The central character informs the group of his departure, leaving the others watching him with concern. A lone figure advances steadily toward the glowing portal. Two glowing, ornate pillars erupt forcefully from the ground, radiating intense energy. A girl with long light hair and red eyes calmly invites someone hiding nearby to come out. A clenched fist slams onto the stone floor as cosmic orbs float in the background. Dangling from a staircase under a strange sky, three characters struggle upward as one confirms that someone has gone inside. Four characters stand before a cosmic backdrop, each reacting with surprise or confusion to an unexpected situation. The protagonist questions the two embarrassed dragon-like creatures about why they were hanging there instead of flying. A worried girl with animal ears questions a horned figure in the hallway about disobeying an order not to follow someone. Two creatures cross their arms and confidently declare that they will not listen to their master this time. Two small creatures anxiously discuss whether their friends are being properly cared for. The character nervously convinces himself that breaking the rules just this once will be forgiven. A white-haired, rabbit-eared girl smiles as she credits Dujun for the positive outcome. Two anxious figures stand together, worried that the demons might appear. A character points out that the difference in the situation is caused by a demon. A shadowy figure bursts into view as someone announces the arrival of Lord Solomon's first creation. A purple figure appears in the cosmic void and declares loyalty to Lord Solomon. Two small creatures confront a shadowy figure, accusing them of seeking protection from Solomon after previously criticizing him. A shadowy figure defensively denies the accusation, surrounded by a burst of purple energy. Two unimpressed demon-like creatures accuse someone of lying. A character clarifies her intentions and sincerely expresses gratitude to Baal. One character impatiently shifts focus to figuring out how to open the object, while a small dragon-like creature walks away in disappointment. A tense plan to use force is about to be set in motion. A white-haired, rabbit-eared girl stands anxiously as she confronts the towering shadow of a dark creature. A white-haired girl nervously warns that Lord Ouroboros will not permit it as a giant eye lurks in the darkness. Two dragon-like creatures react with worry and urgency as they prepare to face Gyuwang. A warning is shouted as a threat rapidly approaches. A gigantic serpent lunges toward the two as they brace for impact. A massive beast head bursts through the area with overwhelming force. Two chibi monsters peer into view, startled by something unexpected off-panel. A monstrous creature bursts through the shattered barrier, its red eyes glowing ominously. A massive serpent towers over the startled character, forcing her to confront the immediate threat. A rabbit-eared girl and a muscular man react in shock as someone unexpectedly offers to help open the door. A blonde-haired character confronts Ouroboros, questioning why the supposed guardian of regulations is breaking the rules to aid the Earth King. The large purple serpent hesitantly bows its head in response to the command. The rabbit-eared girl confidently declares that Dujun and Solomon are fundamentally different, while the muscular man looks troubled in the background. The group launches a coordinated assault against the two dragons, unleashing powerful attacks together.